This is a low-level feline beast that everyone despises, destined to fight to its death in the arena. But from the moment I first saw it, I decided to form a contract with it as my beast. Everyone mocked me, calling me a fool who'd lost his mind. Instead of choosing a high-tier beast worth tens of millions, I contracted a wildcat with ordinary bloodline. But what they didn't know was that I had awakened a 3S level exclusive talent beast amplification that could boost my beast skills by 500%, and I was also bound to a beast system. Gained an additional 3S tier talent, Bloodline Reversion, which can awaken even a trace of divine bloodline just 1 in 100 million within a tamed beast. With this, I can guarantee a 100% chance of elevating any beast to divine tier. The very stray kitten they mocked as worthless actually carries the bloodline of the sacred azure-eyed white tiger. At that moment, the plaza of Haicheng First High School erupted as the class transfer crystal shone with dazzling golden light. Yi Xiao of Class 3 had awakened as a beast tamer. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving everyone as sour as if they'd eaten 2.5 tons of sour plums after all. Someone as handsome as me. He also obtained the most elite combat profession of beast tamer, leaving no room for others to compete. At this moment, some who couldn't stand me shouted resentfully, "What's there to envy about this? Do you really think that poor guy can handle being a beast tamer?" Because I was excessively handsome, becoming the dream man in the eyes of female students, a large portion of male students in the school were unfriendly toward me. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately resonated with the crowd. That's right. I heard Yi Xiao is even relying on financial aid to attend school. The most ordinary elite-level beast egg on the market costs at least tens of millions. Yi Xiao as a beastmaster is definitely doomed. Ha ha ha. Bro. Hearing you say that makes me feel much better. Various comments reached my ears, but I didn't care about their opinions. It was only after I transitioned into the beastmaster profession that a panel suddenly popped up in my vision. Host conditions detected as suitable. The beastmaster system is now unlocked. Would you like to bind? They say the rich rely on technology, while the poor rely on mutation. But who would have thought I'd just cheat outright? As I pressed bind with my right hand, a series of notification sounds kept ringing. It finally fell silent after the words, "Binding complete." I opened my information panel. Name, Yi Xiao profession, Beastmaster level LV1. Talents, Beast amplification, Bloodline reversion. Skills, contracting, summoning, healing, clarity, detection. After some research, I realized that unlike other professions, where one gains immediate power upon job change, as a Beastmaster, I first needed to contract a Beast Companion. As long as the Beast Companion's quality is high, the Beastmaster can acquire symbiotic skills related to the Beast. Then, by simply leveling up the Beast Companion, the Beastmaster profession can gain formidable combat power. And I possess the Bloodline Reversion Talent, making high-quality Beast Companions easily attainable for me. At this moment, the principal looked at me with a smile. "Has your exclusive talent awakened yet?" Hearing this, I nodded. "It has awakened, Principal. Every special profession can awaken an exclusive talent." When I transitioned into the Beast Tamer profession, the principal immediately took notice of me. After all, a top-tier combat profession coupled with a powerful awakened talent would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Dragon Nation in the future. I had no intention of hiding my strength either. Having grown up relying on government subsidies, my entire savings at the moment amounted to just 250 yuan. In my memory, any professional who reported their exclusive talent could apply for a substantial scholarship as long as their talent was strong enough, let alone mine being an SSS grade talent. When I placed my hand on the detection device, after 2.5 minutes, the device emitted a prompt, "Detection complete. Current talent, SSS grade beast taming talent, beast amplification. Talent effect, increases the effectiveness of beast taming support skills by 500%. The principal was utterly stunned. An SSS grade talent, this is the first case in all of Ocean City. Countless families here once spent fortunes to buy hidden profession change books. They hoped to trigger high-grade exclusive talents, but in the end, the highest they achieved was merely S-grade. Even across the entire nation, only a handful of people have ever awakened an SSS grade talent. This little guy is about to take off, the principal thought in shock as he looked at the young man before him. He believed that once this news got out, Yi Xiao's doorstep would likely be trampled flat. Even the Imperial City might come to snatch him away. High City had never seen a 3S-level genius before. No, we absolutely cannot expose Yi Xiao's talent, no matter if it's for his sake or for the sake of Haicheng. Such a good seedling must be preserved. They've suffered too many losses like this, and there are a lot of good seeds out there. Once Yi Xiao's talent was exposed 100% of the time, someone would pay a lot of money to scoop Yi Xiao up. That condition, not to mention Yi Xiao, even he might not be able to resist that temptation. A talent is not bad. Work hard and your money will be credited to your bank card later. A level talent? Seeing the principal's eyes, Yi Xiao instantly understood. That's keeping him down. It was also true that he was an orphan with no background and could easily cause hostility, especially since he was so handsome. They were already jealous of their own beauty. If they knew about their SSS level talent, then they would not go to the sack in the middle of the night. I'll personally fund you on behalf of $30 million, and together with the school bonus, that's $60 million in total, which should be enough to buy a decent beast pet egg. The principal gave him $30 million of his own personal autonomy. Although this sum of money was not a big sum of money for the principal, but they were not relatives, but the principal was willing to invest $30 million in him, it would be a lie to say that he was not touched. Principal, you? All right, big man, don't be melodramatic. Contract a more powerful beast pet. You'll be able to earn your money back soon. Consider it as my early investment. With this $30 million of favor in place, as long as Yi Xiao was not some ungrateful person, he would definitely think about Haichang in the future. After dropping off the principal, Deadpool flew in at the seams. Little Leaf, what talent? Is it as strong as mine? Sister, I'm a super alchemist, a rank talent, doubling the success rate. Although it was not a combat profession, Xiao Yunru was very satisfied. She had been interested in alchemy since she was a child, and had always looked forward to becoming an alchemist herself, not realizing that she had actually gotten her wish. Congratulations on accomplishing your vision. We're half a caddy, and I'm also an A-rank talent. The SSS rank talent was indeed a bit shocking, or as the principal said, just consider yourself awakened with an A-rank talent. A grade A talent Imperial Beast Master, that's not bad. You first contract a beast pet to upgrade slowly. After sister I make money, then I'll contract a good beast pet for you. The last thing an alchemist needs is money. Sister definitely won't forget you when she's rich. Xiao Yunrou's words did move Yi Xiao's heart, but he always felt a chill down his spine, as if he was being targeted by something unclean. Bro, let's discuss something. The two had known each other since childhood, when they wore crotch pants, and Xiao Yunru had always resided as a big sister. So to Yi Xiao, she was not the slightest bit polite, and she wrapped a hand around Yi Xiao's neck. It really made him experience an armpit. Big sister, pay attention to your image. At least you're a school flower level, you're making me an enemy. Yi Xiao did not dare to resist. After all, within his memory, the result after resisting was a violent beating. Unfortunately, Xiao Yunru didn't care at all. What schoolgirl or not, what's it got to do with her? Big sister, I'm asking you something. Do you promise? Big sister treats you so well and has money to buy you beast pets. It's not too much for you to promise me one thing. It's a classic case of empty gloves. He hadn't even seen a single hair of the beast's pet yet, and he was starting to make conditions with him. As much as he wanted to resist, he knew just as well what would happen if he did. Instead of taking a beating for nothing, it would be better to agree to it painfully. You said something. You promised me first. Will you let go of me first? Image. Promise me I'll let you go. A chill ran down his back, and he knew he was being held in high regard by the boys in the room. Okay. I promise, go ahead, what is it? Only after hearing Yi Xiao's promise did Xiao Yunru release her hand. You're adopting me. PFFT. Yi Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What kind of tiger and wolf talk is this? A schoolgirl uttering words of adoption. Is this a moral failing or a twisting of human nature? Don't talk nonsense. I'm a decent man. It's useless even if you threaten me. What about if I use black silk? Xiao Yunruo pants lifted, black ribbon letters. Don't look at this as a tiger, but her body is really good, not a bit of fat on those slender legs. Goo-doo. Yi Xiao unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Who can refuse the school flower black silk letters? If you promise me, black silk, white silk, fishing nets, all of them. From time to time, Xiao Yunru also had to spit hot air in Yi Xiao's ear. In 2 lives, where has he endured this kind of test, a different cadre cannot carry on. Since Xiao Yunru was so proactive, then as a man, how could he not show weakness? Besides, everyone was 18 and adult and could be responsible for the things they did. Tonight, 12 o'clock, Sweat listen, room 308. Snap! Just as Yi Xiao finished speaking, Xiao Yunru's slap came up. It was still so rough, a slap that directly shattered all his illusions. What are you thinking, brat? What are you doing in a hotel? You have thoughts about me? I treat you like a brother and you want to sleep with me? Yi Xiao did not want to say anything, this high and low a bit of a problem. Obviously she seduced himself this time but flip-flopped. You're the one who said you were begging for a package. Chapter 4. Guardian Angel of Holy Light. Yi Xiao couldn't help but mutter, just enough to be heard by Xiao Yunru. Put away your crooked mind. When I say package, I mean for you to package all my alchemy materials and train me to become a top alchemist. What a package, refreshing his perception. He needs to be squeezed for kidney power, not labor. I, the Imperial Beastmaster, will never fight for a laborer. Good brother, don't be so desperate. After hearing Yi Xiao's refusal, Xiao Yunru directly began a tender attack. After so many years, she knew best what Yi Xiao was afraid of. The old patriarchs were right when they said that women are born with acting skills. What was just a tiger's look turned into a dainty, tender girl in the blink of an eye. Good brother, have mercy on your sister. I'm just an ordinary alchemist, and as you know, everything is hard at the beginning. People can only keep practicing if they want to improve their alchemy. But people are only auxiliary professions. They don't have much combat power. If I rely on myself to earn materials, I won't even be able to become a senior alchemist when I'm old. You don't want your sister to sell herself to those unscrupulous alchemy unions and give them 007. Good brother, you just help your sister out. Okay? Xiao Yunru held Yi Xiao's arm there and shook it around. Every now and then she had to rub against the mountain peaks. If you adopt people now, they will be yours in the future. Promise, promise. Take back that last sentence. I promise you everything. If this brings the tigress home, there will be no good life in the future. What do you mean, brat? Are you disliking me? The attitude changed as soon as he said it. The delicate girl quickly turned into a tigress, and in an instant Yi Xiao was subdued. It's decided, right now you raise me, when I grow up I'll raise you, and then high or low I'll give you a whole divine pet. This was something that Yi Xiao did not doubt at all. The profession of alchemist, which burned even more money than beastmaster, was not an exaggeration to say that it was a gold-swallowing beast. Weapon refining, medicine refining, and talisman refining all require materials to practice, and this expenditure is exceptionally large. Put in the effort, and that reward must be proportional. Once the alchemist grows up, all the gold swallowed in the early stages can be spat out. And senior alchemist refined equipment, that is a set of hard-to-find, casually a set of equipment can sell a few $100 million. It wasn't impossible to invest a little in Xiao Yunru right now, and in the future, if you look for her to get equipment and potions, you won't have to spend any money. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Xiao decided to wrap it up. Okay, I promise. I'll cover the material for your growth period. Definitely not for any black silk fishing net with letters. Purely for our unwavering friendship. Yes, that's right. Xiao Yunru directly gave him a blank stare. Yi Xiao, what piss she knows best. Friendship? In front of black silk counts for nothing. How else could she have exclusively changed into black silk today? Since Yi Xiao had already agreed, there was no need for her to hold on to it. So let's give him some face. Yun, special occupation, Holy Light Guardian Angel. Just between the two of them fighting, Yun transferred into the special profession Holy Light Guardian Angel. Super Nana, a super nurse who can purify and milk. To say that the Imperial Beastmaster was the best of the combat professions, then the Holy Light Guardian Angel was the best of the support professions. In a word, milky. What about your dream girl, the Holy Light Guardian Angel? And you, the Imperial Beastmaster, are really a perfect match. A whiff of old vinegar wafted through. Sour. Why are you so sour? You went to the west side of the mountains? Off. As for what Yun had been transformed into, Yi Xiao was completely uninterested. Although she was a schoolgirl, but who doesn't have a schoolgirl with her by her side? See, more than that, it's just like that, mediocre. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao's happiness could not be experienced by the others at all. And after hearing that Yun had been transformed into a Holy Light Guardian Angel, each and every one of them transformed into the ultimate licking dog. Worthy of being our schoolgirl. It's just awesome that she's transformed into a Holy Light Guardian Angel. Yun is usually kind and lovely, and now that she's been transformed into a Holy Light Guardian Angel, she's even more of an angel. I feel like I'm wrapped in warmth. Bull. I was the one wrapped in warmth last night. Xiao Yunwu and Yun were both schoolgirls, but it's clear that Nyan is much more popular. After all, Xiao Yunru's big sister temperament wasn't something that anyone could hold. Compared to Xiao Yunro, an Yun that was really gentle, spoke in a soft voice, and was just as gentle to everyone. No matter if it was a man or a woman, they would all be attracted by her charm. A true white moonlight. It was a pity that Yi Xiao did not have the slightest interest in her. It was awkward to stay with her. It was better for Xiao Yunru to be more comfortable. They're smiling at you, and you don't respond? Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows and glanced at an Yun, nodding his head slightly in a gesture without much of a response. Looking at Yi Xiao's cold attitude, Xiao Yunru was relieved. She wouldn't allow the object of her affection to be abducted. Student and Yun, is it convenient to reveal your talent? If you can show it to everyone. The principal reappeared at Ni Yun's side, the folds of his face squeezing together in a smile. The Ni family can't be messed with by the average person, so she's not afraid of anyone thinking about it. This is my exclusive talent, Holy Guardian. As he spoke, Ni Yun released the Sacred Guardian. A holy light emanated from Ni Yun's body, and everyone at the scene was enveloped in it. So cozy and warm. It feels so good to have all the fatigue removed from my body. The wounds from my father's beating last night have dissipated. It's amazing. All were immersed in the holy light. One had to admit that the talent was really strong. She was only at level 1 and her cage was so wide. Is the test over and ready to be announced? Sure. S-class talent. Sacred Guardianship. Effects. Holy light envelopes the area, quickly restores blood, physical strength, increases resistance by 20%, immunity to dark attributes. Seeing Ni Yun's talent, the principal smiled even more. Yi Xiao was already perverted enough with one Imperial Beast Master. He was really satisfied. I didn't expect Ni Yun to have also transformed into a Holy Light Guardian Angel, and the key was still an S-rank talent. Although it was almost compared to Yi Xiao, it was many times stronger than the average person. Not bad. Not bad, Mr. Ni Yun. The school's reward will be credited to your card soon. Thanks. After thanking the principal slightly, Ni Yun directly walked off the transfer stage and walked straight towards Yi Xiao. She's coming towards you. This is a good opportunity for you to eat softly. The Ni family has money and power if you want money and power. If you go to eat softly, you can directly buy the right beast pet egg. Chapter 5. Pickled Noodle Deluxe Set. The sour flavor is getting stronger and stronger. Could he not know what Xiao Yunru was thinking? The central air conditioner Yi Xiao is not interested in blowing. Come on. I'm going to go get some eggs. Before an Yun could come, Yi Xiao clamped Xiao Yunro's head and took her away. He had just experienced the armpit comeback scent, and now it was time to return it. Hey. People are looking for you. What are you walking away from? Looking for me for what? I'm not short of milk. Then what are you pinning me for? My image. You still have an image? As for pinning you, that shall not allow you to experience armpit scent. Vomit. Looking at Yi Xiao, Xiao Yun rose far away back. And Yun didn't say anything, just smiled faintly and chose to leave. As for the two Yi Xiao, they dispersed when they came to the school gate. I'm going to the East City Trading Market, looking for beast pet eggs. What about you? Not coincidentally, the Alchemists' Union on the west side of the city, buy some materials for practice. Since it is not coincidental that there is no need for the two of them to act together, Yi Xiao stopped a cab and went straight to the east of the city trading market. Looking at Yi Xiao's distant back, Xiao Yunru smiled. Beast Master, a ranked talent. The hell I'll believe you. She, an alchemist, was able to awaken an A-rank talent, let alone Yi Xiao, whose Imperial Beastmaster could be a level higher than Ni Yun's Holy Light Guardian Angel, and at the very least it had to be an S-rank talent. I'll see how long you can hide it, some other Dayberry family. Flower will heavenly slave. Let's see if you can hold it. After seeing Yi Xiao off, she also left by car. Yi Xiao didn't even know that Xiao Yunru had already started counting him behind his back. All his attention was now on the bank card. The principal was also very quick with the money call, and the bank information came through not long after he got in the car. The whole 60 million. It was the first time in his life that he had seen so many zeros. This is the charm of SSS rank talent. Even the principal is willing to invest in it. High and low bubble noodles with a sausage and an egg tonight. No, 2 buckets of bubble noodles. It's not like he has any masochistic tendencies. It's natural to splurge when you have money. Earned it with your own talent and spent it without shabby. Of course, before you want to splurge, you have to contract a suitable beast pet first. And he also had to set aside money for schooling. After all, once he made the switch, the government would no longer subsidize him. and he would have to rely on himself for everything. I hope I can contract a suitable beast pet. Don't let me make a trip for nothing. Yi Zhao's principle was that it was better to have more than less, and the high and low of the contracted beast pets had to be of lord-level bloodline. If he didn't have a lord-level bloodline, he would rather give up. It's just that it won't be long before college starts, and it's more or less shabby to go to college at the first level. City East Exchange. It was bustling with activity, and a number of transfer students had already arrived. Here, equipment, materials, beast pets, medicinal herbs, skill books, everything is available. And a lot of it was for them, the students who had just switched. After all, they were just some level 1 scum. Even if their talent was high without combat power, going out to look for ferocious beasts would be the same as sending them to their deaths. Yi Zhao walked around and found quite a few mind-blowing things. Only he didn't go out to buy them. None of these things were as suitable for him as a proper beast pet egg. Money has to be spent. Pet shop. After walking for a while, Yi Zhao arrived at the largest beast pet store in the trading market. As soon as he entered the door, what was introduced to his eyes was the large and small beast pet eggs of different shapes and colors. At a glance, there are hundreds of highs and lows. With so many beast pet eggs, how can we pick the right one? Yi Zhao was noticed by the store clerk just as he entered the store. After all, the man is so handsome that he shines everywhere he goes and attracts women's eyes. Hello. May I ask if you want to purchase a beast pet egg or contract a beast pet? In addition to offering beast pet eggs, they also offer contracting services. Usually people with family money would choose to contract a beast pet for themselves. Of course, their contracting method was different from that of the Imperial Beastmaster, who contracted beast pets with very high loyalty, and after a successful contract, there would also be symbiotic skills. Ordinary people contracting beast pets could only rely on the contract talismans made by alchemists, and beast pets contracted with talismans had relatively low loyalty, and there would even be regicide. The most crucial thing was that after contracting, there wouldn't be any bonuses other than a new increase in combat power, and an ordinary person could only contract one beast pet in their lifetime. If you want to deed a second one, you have to give up the first one. Generally speaking, only a male son of a large family would spend a large sum of money to contract a bodyguard beast pet for himself. I've come to look for any suitable beast pet eggs. Would you like me to introduce you to it? Or would you like to see it for yourself? For people like Yi Zhao who are socially fearful, taking a look alone is the best choice. Being followed by people always feels a bit awkward. What if you can't afford to show your face later? Go about your business. I'll take a look for myself and I'll call you if I need you. Yes, sir, take your time. This service attitude, this tone of voice, this black with letters is so good. After the staff left, Yi Zhao went up and surveyed the beast pet egg. If you don't look, your wallet doesn't seem to be very big, and the deluxe instant noodle set seems to be unaffordable. Fiery Eagle. Elite level Fiery Eagle King Bloodline. Attacks are based on flames, and adults are capable of flying through the air. Growth level. Level 60 on the second turn. Bloodline restrictions. Unbreakable. Price. 30 million. For normal people, the Flaming Eagle is kind of a nice presence, and normal people basically indenture the Flaming Eagle. Cheap and good, the king of value for money. Unfortunately, Yi Zhao is a little hard to look at, the elite level bloodline is a little weak, and the growth level can only go up to second turn level 60. Will there be a leak to pick up? Obviously Yi Zhao thought too much. The detection technique went over and got basically the same information as the person's introduction. The only thing that might be detailed is the description of the skills. But just as useless, it didn't help him much. Crossing over the Flaming Eagle, Yi Zhao looked towards his next target. Sword-stabbing beast. Elite sword-stabbing beast king's bloodline. Attacks are based on spikes on the back, tyrannical character, easily reversed, contract with caution. Growth level. Level 60 on the second turn. Bloodline restrictions. Unbreakable. Asking price. $40 million. Tyrannical personality. Slightly stronger in combat, but unfortunately not very useful. Straight pass. Duck Dragons. Elite Duck Dragon Beast King Bloodline. Specializes in water elemental attacks, increasing combat power in water combat by 1.5 times. Growth level. Level 60 on the second turn. Bloodline restrictions. Unbreakable. Price. 45 million. Still an elite level bloodline, so keep passing. After going round and round, he had almost finished looking at half of the beast pet eggs, which were basically elite level bloodlines, none of which were very helpful to him. That is, until he caught a glimpse of a golden-colored beast pet egg. Chapter 6 Divine Green-Eyed White Tiger. Golden Mouse. Lord Tuna Rat King Bloodline. Thin. 0.2. Specializing in metal attacks, flexible movements, not enough damage. Growth level. Level 80 at the 3rd turn. Price. 130 million. It was hard to find a beast pet that was decent enough to overdo it in the near future. The result was a price tag of $130 million. This $60 million, $113.45 he's got on him isn't enough. I should have known I wouldn't have taken a cab here just now and saved $10. Really poor. It seems that the Lord level bloodline is hopeless for now. Let's overdo it with the elite level first, and then change it when we've saved up enough money. At the moment, it seemed as if only the golden-furred rat met his contract criteria, but this guy was so expensive that the Beast Pet Store shouldn't be able to give him credit. Hello, I want to ask, can we pay in installments here? Can I pay $60 million up front and then slowly pay the rest back? The guide was all confused by Yi Zhao's question. It was the first time she had ever seen a beast pet egg purchased on credit, and they had never set this precedent in their store. But seeing as Yi Zhao is so handsome, it's not a big deal to set a precedent for him. It's only $60 million, it doesn't matter. Not really. Are the wild beasts for sale there? Just as the guide was about to agree, Yi Zhao suddenly changed his mind. Just now, someone brought a batch of wild ferocious beasts inside the store. The ferocious beasts looked like they had just been captured, and the beasts' bodies were all carrying injuries. Compared to the exquisite beast pet eggs in the store, these ferocious beasts wouldn't be noticed at all. These ferocious beasts had only one end after being captured, and that was to be slaughtered by the rich family's young masters and turned into experience for their upgrades, and finally turned into a delicious dish. By coincidence, he just glanced at it and spotted a green-eyed cat with a golden body. The green-eyed cat had 7 or 8 wounds on its body, and it was looking like it wouldn't live long. But this guy's bloodline is not ordinary. Demon Claw Cat. Divine Green-Eyed White Tiger Bloodline. Thin. 0.001. Specializing in melee attacks, a pair of sharp claws are incredibly sharp and can easily tear through steel extremely fast. Growth level. Unlimited. God-level green-eyed white tiger bloodline, although only a thin 0.001, but this has no effect on him at all. Whether it was 99.99 or 0.001, it was all the same with him. As long as the bloodline return was carried out, it would be 100% able to succeed. The more he looked at it, the more excited he became. What Lord-level bloodline, what Overlord Saint-level bloodline. This was a pure God-level bloodline, a bloodline that crushed everything. Strongly holding back his inner excitement, he absolutely couldn't let others see his urgency to come, or else he would easily be punked. What do those ferocious beasts do? Fierce beasts? Those are for the eldest young master to practice. You should know that a transmogrifier who wants to go out of the city to practice must reach level 5. If you want to level up quickly, you either have to go to a replica or spend money on these half-dead ferocious beasts, and you can still eat meat, which is very cost-effective. Indeed, for the great unwashed, this stuff is the fastest way to level up. And eating ferocious beasts' meat can also enhance physical fitness. Indeed, killing these ferocious beasts levels up really fast. Just those few. How much? I'm sorry, sir. Not for sale individually, group purchase only. It didn't matter if it was a group buy or not, he just needed the demon-clawed cat. A group buy? And how much is this bunch? Yi Zhao also pretended to be thoughtful and turned around twice before finally standing in front of the demon claw cat. Newly transferred students get a 10% discount on all ferocious beast purchases. And these are low-grade ferocious beasts with ordinary bloodlines that can only be used as upgrading experience. Such ferocious beasts, one of them we deal with at the price of 100,000. A basket of 22 million, 9% off 1,800,000 can be taken away. Cheap as chips. I thought it would take tens of millions of dollars to take these anyhow, but I didn't realize that it would only take $1,080,000. The bubbly deluxe is back. Yum. Forcefully suppress your inner excitement and swipe your card to buy. Hesitation may be taken away. Just this basket. Yes, sir. Would you like to take it back yourself, or should we send it back for you? Want money? Free service for you. That takes. Yi Zhao is a person who breaks a penny into 2 halves to spend it. Since there is a free service, it is useless to use it. The people from the Beast Pet Store sent Yi Zhao and the ferocious beasts back to their own shabby house in a special car. Yi Zhao obediently took a free ride. After all, $10 at soaked noodles can add an extra packet. Although he is an orphan, the government has arranged a resettlement house of less than 20 square feet for them, and he has enough to live on his own. "Sir, please take this. It's the key to the animal cage." The ferocious beast was also knocked out by us with a special ecstasy, which is the antidote to the ecstasy. However, it is not recommended on our side that you use the antidote on them, although they are only some low-level ferocious beasts. All of them have reached the 5th level, and letting go of them hastily may pose a danger to you. If there's nothing else you need, please sign. The attitude of the office is very comfortable for Yi Xiao. It's time to warn you and not interfere with your decisions. Your service was excellent, 5 stars. Thank you, sir. If that's all right, we'll be on our way. After sending off the staff of the Beast Pet Store, Yi Xiao brought the cage back inside his home. Ignoring the other ferocious beasts, he simply lifted out the severely injured and dying demon-clawed cat. The demon-claw cat was fast, so it wasn't very big, only less than a meter in length. The blood that kept dripping from his body dyed the golden fur on his body red. If he didn't undergo treatment, this little guy would really lose his little life. This was not the result Yi Xiao wanted. It was not easy to meet a cheap divine pet, but he could not let it die. Placing the antidote on the tip of the demon-clawed cat's nose and wiggling it, the cat awoke from its unconscious state. Meow! When he saw Yi Xiao, the demon-clawed cat hissed. If not because of the injured stage center, now Yi Xiao is the soul under its claws. Little brat with a temper. Pactography. Yi Xiao gently bit his finger and the blood from his fingertip dripped down on the demon-claw cat's forehead. The moment the blood lowered, a small magic formation instantly took shape, and without waiting for the demon-clawed cat to resist, the magic formation burrowed into its body. The demon-clawed cat also did not know what Yi Xiao was going to do, and could only force his eyes, seemingly waiting for death to come. Congratulations to the host. The contract is successful, demon-claw cat. Meow. The moment the pact was made, the demon-clawed cat was dumbfounded. It's a ferocious beast of ordinary bloodline, and humans actually contracted it. Why are you surprised? Don't be surprised. More surprises are ahead. Follow me. It's a blessing for you. I'll give you an even brighter future. Chapter 7, Experience Copies. Originally, the demon claw cat had already lost hope of survival, not expecting that it would now be contracted by Yi Xiao, and it promises it a bright future. Regardless of whether Yi Xiao was painting a big picture or it was real, at the very least, his own little life was saved. The demonic clawed cat gave up its resistance and peacefully chose to submit. Demon claw cat loyalty increase. 70. Beast pet. Demon claw cat. Attribute. Melee. Level. 5. Power. 53. Agility. 64. Endurance. 47. Spirit. 51. Bloodline. Divine green-eyed white tiger. Skills. Sharp claws. Cat shadow step. The contract is successful. Is it a bloodline return? Green-eyed white tiger. He also wanted to see what a green-eyed white tiger looked like. However, the home was just this big, and it was already filled with these ferocious beasts, and if it were to undergo a bloodline return, this room would definitely not be able to fit it. How big is a green-eyed white tiger after returning to its mother? About 15 meters long. That really doesn't fit, so to avoid attracting attention, and more importantly for the sake of your room, go to a spacious and secluded place to return to your ancestors. Not returning to your ancestors first. Pressing down his excitement, Yi Xiao flung a healing spell directly over. Healing spells. With the 500% increase of the imperial beasts, the turquoise healing energy crazily drilled towards the demon-clawed cat's body, and the wounds on its body were rapidly healing. Without a moment's effort, the demon-clawed cat regained its usual state of mind and was even more grateful to Yi Xiao, its greenish-white eyes filled with gratitude. Quickly stepping forward, she snuggled beside Yi Xiao and kept rubbing against him, and every now and then she had to lick Yi Xiao's cheek. The demon-clawed cat curried favor with him, and he didn't resent it in any way, he just petted its head. All right, go fix these ferocious beasts. A group of ordinary bloodline ferocious beasts was just a group of ordinary bloodline ferocious beasts, not worthy of his attention at all. This world is like this, the weak are the strong. I don't know how many humans have died under the sharp claws of ferocious beasts. Similarly, ferocious beasts are just stepping stones for humans to become strong. Now these ferocious beasts were the experience for the demon claw cat to upgrade. After receiving Yi Xiao's order, the demon claw cat took a step towards the unconscious ferocious beast. For the same kind, the demon-clawed cat also did not have the slightest sympathy. They ferocious beasts are even weaker and stronger. The weak do not deserve to live in this world. The demon claw cat's pupils shrank, and the pleasing color that he had previously shown to Yi Xiao all dissipated, leaving only a cold killing intent. With each step, the sharp claws spread out a little more, and by the time it reached the beast cage, the claws were fully exposed. The sharp claws exuded a chilling aura in the sunlight. Jab! Without any hesitation, the demon-clawed cat stabbed a claw directly inside its companion's body. With a smooth stroke, he directly cut his companion into 5 petals, with pieces of blood and internal organs scattered all over the place. Meow! The death of his companion seemed to stir up the demon-clawed cat's desire to fight, sticking out his tongue to lick the blood from his sharp claws, as demonic as it was going to get. Go ahead. It's all yours. Deal with it. With Yi Xiao's order, there was even less need for it to hesitate. Burrowing into the beast cage, it was all about the unconscious kind. Where its sharp claws passed by, not a single corpse was intact. Ding! Kill Demon Claw Cat, experience plus 10. Ding! Kill Demon Claw Cat, experience plus 10. Ding! Kill Demon Claw Cat, experience plus 10. A level 5 ferocious beast, the experience should be at 20 points, but there was no way around it. That's how it was with the Beastmaster. The combat power was stronger than normal professions, but the upgrading was also much slower than normal professions. The levels of the Beastmaster and the Beast Pet are not shared. Therefore, when hunting ferocious beasts, the experience was also divided in half, and as the number of beast pets increased, the experience would be divided even more. But it doesn't matter. When the Demon Claw Cat returns to become the green-eyed white tiger, then hunting ferocious beasts is as simple as picking up a bag, and upgrading is even easier. Ding! Kill Demon Claw Cat, experience plus 10. Without a moment's effort, the ferocious beasts in the cage were slaughtered, and under the shroud of blood, the demon-clawed cat looked even more bizarre. Meow! Stop! The Demon Claw Cat just wanted to come up for intimacy before Yi Xiao stopped it. This guy is covered in blood. Come up here and let it rub against you. You won't be contaminated yourself. You go back to the royal beast space and stay there. Later on, I'll take you to a good place. I'll get rid of these bodies first. Although they were all companions to the demon-clawed cats, but at least they were bought back at a great price by themselves. A child of a poor family must save his words, and this meat is enough to feed him for weeks. It just so happens that the demon claw cat has chopped it up for him, and it is convenient to store it, so that he can directly wrap the dumplings stuffed with ferocious beast meat and eat them at night. After simply cleaning up the room, Yi Xiao left with the demon claw cat. You also have to get your panel attributes up if you want to go to a desirable college. He wasn't a rich family's young master. Others spent tens of millions, hundreds of millions to casually purchase ferocious beasts, able to safely and quickly level up. He couldn't, and to level up, he had to level up in a copy, casually stopping a cab and heading straight for the copy to practice. Master, go to the experience copy. Sit tight. In a slip of smoke, the driver brought Yi Xiao to the experience copy. There were a total of 2 copy spaces in Haicheng, 1 experience copy and 1 material copy. The material subbook is much less difficult compared to the experience subbook. After all, this subbook is designed to take care of the auxiliary professions with weak combat power. Especially for the ones like Xiao Yunru, material copies were their best choice, both for upgrading and for playing materials for free. As for the experience copies, they are much more difficult, but the overall difficulty is below level 5. Each copy has 2 challenge modes and 5 challenge difficulties. In single-player mode, there is more personal experience, but the difficulty of the challenge chosen will be much lower. The average person will only choose normal difficulty, and slightly more powerful professions may choose normal difficulty. The team mode, which is basically a group of 3 to 5 players, chooses a much higher difficulty, usually choosing hard, hell, and nightmare levels. After all, with team mode, the experience is shared equally, and too low a difficulty will result in much less experience. When Yi Xiao arrived at the replica square, he heard a burst of group formation sounds. Nurse, Mage, online for powerful teammates. Experienced veterans lead the team and have cleared the general team copy. Come with experience and challenge the difficult team copy. Come to powerful lawgiver. Challenge difficult difficulty copies. Special professions are prioritized. Do not disturb those who rub experience. The triplet sisters are online for a team, and the 3 tits are begging for a tank warrior. All kinds of group sounds are coming out of the woodwork. Yi Xiao just skimmed it and paid no more attention. With his strength, he didn't need to form a group at all. He was already going to share half of his experience with 1 more beast pet, and with a group, he would get even less experience. Chapter 8. So he decided to try the copy alone first. Anyway, the experience copies are all free, and the monsters inside are not of a high level, so as long as you are careful, basically nothing will happen. And in case of danger, they could also crush the copy key in their hands and teleport out safely. All copies of this world require a medium to open, and to open an experienced copy, you need a copy key prepared by the government. One person, normal difficulty copy, please. After receiving the duplicate key, Yishao was ready to go in and give it a try. After all, it's also the first time, no experience, go ahead and try the difficulty of the copy. If the difficulty wasn't too high, and the battle power of the demon clawcat was superb after the return of its bloodline, he wouldn't mind going to the nightmare difficulty to break in. Turn on. Yishao student, you're here too. Do you want to join our team? We're planning to challenge the team difficulty level copy. One more person is more power. In the sea of people, Yun saw Yishao in the crowd at a glance. Without any hesitation, he was directly invited to join the team. After all, she knew Yishao's family history, and it was possible that Yishao had only contracted a beast pet that could be used, and it was very difficult for a royal beast master to upgrade. If Yishao joined their team, the upgrading speed would be much faster, and then he would have more money to trade for better beast pets. Looking at Yun's excited appearance, Zhang Wang, who could not help but frown. The two of them didn't want Yishao to join their team. With Yishao around, Yun's attention wouldn't be on them. The key was that there was an additional experience mixer in the team for no reason. Why is this guy here? Did he succeed in his contract? How do I know, looking at him? He should have succeeded in contracting, but at most, he would have contracted a beast pet of ordinary bloodline, nothing to be concerned about. Hearing Yun greet him, he naturally couldn't ignore it. The quality of 9 years of compulsory education still needed to be there. Did you succeed in your contract? Is this to bring a beast pet to practice? Yun was more or less enthusiastic, so enthusiastic that it was a little too much for him. Yishao unconsciously took a small step back and smiled faintly at Yun. Yes. Glancing behind Yun, it was none other than Zhang and Wang, who from their class. These two were likewise special professions, an eagle-eyed guard and a fighter. With the configuration of the three of them, it was no problem to challenge a normal team copy. Are you guys here to practice as well? Why don't you guys go in and hurry up? Don't let me delay you. Yun was enthusiastic, but he didn't like it too much, and there were so many men watching around the key. If she continued to tangle with Yun, these men would definitely hold a grudge against her. It's a sin to be too handsome, so he could only urge Yun and the others to enter the copy. But Yun acted as if she didn't understand anything, and was still complaining aggressively with Yishao. We've all broken into the difficult copy 3 times now, and every time we get to the boss we get killed in seconds, and the team lacks a heavy tank, so as long as we can have someone to resist the boss's first round of attacks, we'll be able to take the difficult copy easily. Indeed, the 3 of them had enough output and enough milk in their lineup, but they just didn't have a tank that could resist damage. With just one more tank, clearing the difficult copy is absolutely no problem. But what did that have to do with him? He was just a sentinel, he couldn't resist damage. In that case, then you guys go for it, hurry up and group a special profession heavy tank, and you'll be able to pass the level by then. Why don't you join our team too, student Yishao? After Yun made his invitation known, it was met with opposition from everyone, including Yishao. Everyone knew she was kind, but that kindness wasn't for everyone. Zhang and Wang, who definitely wouldn't accept Yishao into the team. Yun were challenging a difficult copy, and you know how difficult it is. Adding Yishao alone will have a big impact on us. That's right, he's just a beast swordsman. His first contracted beast pet is definitely an attacker type. Our team has enough firepower, now we're just missing the anti-damage ones. No matter what, they absolutely did not allow Yishao to enter the team. The wind can only be theirs, and Yun can only be theirs. Wang Hai is right, Yun, we all know you're kind, but we're short on time and heavy on tasks. Our goal is the Imperial City's famous school, and with our current panel attributes we're still far behind. Add to that a sub-experience like Yishao, it'll be even harder when the time comes. You have to look at the big picture. You can't let everyone lose the chance to go to a prestigious school because of him. Being lectured by these two in turn, Yun did feel that what he said was inappropriate. But she couldn't look at Yishao alone and unsupported. At least she had to make Yishao's panel attributes look good and go to a good school before she could do so. Then I'll return. That, and I actually have my own team that's already formed. Perfect for me, so I won't bother you guys. Yun was just about to open her mouth when Yishao interrupted her subsequent words. Wanting to quit Zhang and his team to join his team, there was no door. One's own experience isn't enough to eat. How could one possibly be sharing it with them? And It's full, the team configuration is just right, 5 people with milk and output. Now An was speechless inside, silent in place. An was speechless, but Zhonglong Wang who was thrilled. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, this was considered to completely bind An inside his team. Since Yi Xiao student has already formed a team, we can't poach anyone, can we? It's unethical after all. Yi Xiao student is a royal beast master, the core output of the team. Right, everyone is just specializing. It's not easy to form a team, it's not good to poach people. And you see we have delayed quite a lot of time. From time to time we can group up. I just saw several good tanks. If we delay any longer, there may not be any tanks left. What could An say? One could only nod in agreement with their suggestion. Then, student Yi Xiao, we won't take up any more of your time. We still have to challenge the difficult copies with Xiao Yun. Go. Yi Xiao couldn't wait for them to hurry up and leave. Where would he dare to entangle with them more? Looking at Yi Xiao's impatient appearance, they thought that Yi Xiao was self-aware. Competing with them, Yi Xiao didn't have a single advantage other than being handsome. Zhang Long had a victor's smile on his face before he started recruiting people in the square. Holy Light Guardian Angel leads the team, Eagle Eye Escorts, Gladiator Special Occupation Output. 2 special occupation tanks are needed to break through the difficult copy. Chapter 9 Green-Eyed White Tiger. As soon as the 3-member team configuration came out, the scene boiled over, and with a special occupation squad led by a Holy Light Guardian Angel, the success rate of clearing the level could be increased by at least 50%. So envious of them. Holy Light Guardian Angels leading the way. It's a shame I'm just a normal heavy tank. Not a special occupation, or I'd have to go in and rub my nose in the queue. The yo-yo plums are extra sour this year. The vast majority of people's attention was on An. The person is beautiful and so gentle, the key occupation is also so powerful, want to not let people pay attention to it cannot. Of course, there were also some nymphomaniac little girls paying attention to Zhonglong Wang Hu and the others. Watching them being so lively, Yi Xiao just shook his head and smiled. It was just a child's vanity. It didn't have much to do with him. Open the copy. Single copy, normal difficulty, confirm or not. Confirmed. Transmitting, please wait. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A ray of light descended to wrap Yi Xiao in a conveyor belt and take him away. Everyone was already accustomed to this phenomenon, and no one even noticed Yi Xiao, except for An whose eyes were always on Yi Xiao. She was certain that the one Yi Xiao had just entered was a single copy. Do you resent me that much? It was obvious that Yi Xiao didn't have a team, but he had just lied to her that it was a full team, preferring to break into a copy by himself rather than join her. She's been so forthcoming. 1,000 words could only be reduced to a sigh. Yi Xiao had already gone in. She couldn't slack off. She had to level herself up. Only then could she help Yi Xiao better. She Holy Light Guardian Angel, sooner or later Yi Xiao will use it. Have you formed a team yet? Let's get going when we're done. She couldn't say she hated Zhonglong and Wang Hu, but likewise she didn't have any favorable feelings towards them. If she didn't want to hone her combat experience, she could have bought Fierce Beasts to hack experience. Grouped, our luck is really good. 1 Earth Heavy Titan, 1 Holy Light Knight, both are big meat shields. This time we can definitely pass the difficult copies. Summon Demon Claw Cat. The first time he entered the copy, Yi Xiao summoned the Demon Claw Cat. The copy space was large enough for the Demon Claw Cat bloodline to return. Kitty, your great creation is coming. Although it didn't know what Yi Xiao said about the great creation, it knew that Yi Xiao didn't mean to harm it, and it would do whatever Yi Xiao told it to do. Rubbing against Yi Xiao's arm, he lay on his back and quietly waited for the great creation. Bloodline return. Testing in progress. The bloodline matches, the environment matches, the physicality matches. Green-eyed white tiger bloodline. The return of the ancestors begins. As the system's voice ended, a blood-red light would come from the sky and directly enter the demon claw cat's body. Ow! Under the shroud of blood light, a tiger's roar resounded throughout the copy. As the blood light enveloped him, the green-eyed white tiger's prototype appeared in front of Yi Xiao. And the size is still expanding, 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Ow! There was another tiger roar. The tiger's body shook. The blood light on its body was all dispersed, and the green-eyed white tiger's main body was completely displayed in front of Yi Xiao. The thing that introduced his eyes was the golden king character on his forehead, which could give people an inexplicable pressure even by looking at it. The greenish-white eyes looked even more demonic and dominating to it. The body is pure white, with a few days of pale greenish-colored patterns set into it. The limbs are stout, with the tips of the claws spiking out of the toes, and the tail is thick and long with black ringlets, swaying in a slight curve like a steel whip. The white mouth still has a long beard, majestic and strong. The body is streamlined between actions. The muscles are strong and fit, full of infinite force. Of course, the most attractive to Yi Xiao eyeballs is still the pair of green wings. Flying in the air is everyone's dream. Yi Xiao naturally is no exception. Looking at the green wings of the green-eyed white tiger, he had already fantasized about the scene where he rode the green-winged white tiger and stood at the top of all beings. Good, good, good. Mighty and domineering. Worthy of a green-eyed white tiger. Ha 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 ha. The more Yi Xiao thought and got excited, he couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. Little one, are you satisfied with this creation? The green-eyed white tiger didn't say anything. It just stood there quietly, as if it hadn't reacted from its own change. After all, before it was previously just a weakling demon-clawed cat that could be casually captured by a human. Now it had turned into a divine green-eyed white tiger. Is this something that a demon-clawed cat would dare to hope for? Don't dare. But now it just happened. It completed the metamorphosis of its bloodline and grew into a green-eyed white tiger. Ow! Reacting, the green-eyed white tiger let out a roar at Yi Xiao. It seemed to have forgotten how powerful it was. The little guy, that was 10 meters long and could reach 20 meters with the spreading of its wings. With this roar, it directly forced Chen Yang back 4 or 5 steps. By the look of it, it seemed like it was going to come up and rub up against him. Yi Xiao directly stopped it. Good lord, if you get rubbed by a guy that big, you're going to have to break your skin. Don't move, it's fine. The demon claw cat has successfully returned to its bloodline and evolved into the green-eyed white tiger. Divine beast pet metamorphoses successfully, activating divine pet skill. Symbiosis. Sharing attribute skills with the master. P.S. Attributes are 1/10 of a god's pet, and skill power is 1/10 of a god's pet. The simpler the introduction, the stronger the effect. Sharing the attribute skills of the green-eyed white tiger is exciting to think about. You have to know that the Imperial Beast Masters are not invincible. They are the soft underbelly, and the strong ones are just their beast pets. Once an assassin sneaked up on them, it was easy to die violently on the spot, and once the Imperial Beastmaster died violently, the beast pet would also lose its combat power. But now with symbiosis it was different. Even though it was only 1/10 of a god's favorite, it wasn't something that an ordinary human could match. Divine pet transformation. A pet of divine bloodline is capable of taking human form and can wear human weapons and equipment. A divine favorite in human form. It's exciting to think about. However, compared to the human form, Yi Xiao preferred the beast form, which was handsome and big, and had more face when he took it out. Quickly, check the attributes of the green-eyed white tiger. Divine pet, white tiger with green eyes. Attributes: gold, wind. Level: 5. Power: 1500. Agility: 1540. Endurance: 1470. Spirit: 1490. Elemental immunity passive LV full. Immunity to both gold and wind elemental damage. Elemental mastery passive LV full. Can manipulate gold and wind elements. White tiger's body passive LV full. Physique of the divine beast white tiger. Stamina recovery speed plus 500%. Injury recovery plus 500%. Big Dipper wind active LV full. Wings quickly stir up, forming a Big Dipper wind. Attacking the enemy with wind element. Group attack, inflicting 500% elemental damage to the enemy, with cutting and bleeding effects. Chapter 10: The Tigress. Gungjin shield active, LV full. A layer of Gungjin power floats on the surface of the body, forming a Gungjin shield that can withstand 3000 damage. The shield value increases with the level. Rip. Claw strike. Melee attack, ranged attack, all pull full. Coupled with this heaven-defying attribute, Yi Xiao Man went numb, comparable to touching a power line with his bare hands. An average of breaking 15,000 attribute points, 3 passive skills, and countless active skills. This combat power, there is no enemy within the first turn, there is no opponent at all within the second turn, and it is rare to have an enemy within the third turn. In a word, invincible. Of course, all of this was not the most important thing. Don't look at the green-eyed white tiger that was already 10 meters long. In fact, it was only a young tiger now. When it truly grows up and reaches its full body, no human will be its match. It's so handsome. The more you look at it, the more handsome it gets. System: Check my attributes. He had been given the divine favor symbiosis, so his attributes were naturally improved. Name, Yi Xiao.
Occupation, Beastmaster.
Rank, 5. Strength, 150. Agility, 154. Endurance, 147. Spirit, 149. Talents, Beast Increase, Bloodline Rejuvenation. Skills, Pact, Summon, Heal, Q Clear, Detect. Imperial Beast Points, 0. Attributes all break into the triple digits. Although compared to the green-eyed white tiger, this attribute really wasn't enough to look at. But compared to the next person, it's unbeatable. He is invincible below level 10, above level 10, green eyes white tiger on. Duplicate task. Please pass the ordinary duplicate perfectly within 10 minutes. Reward, 100 beast points. If you wanted the green-eyed white tiger to grow faster, then you would need heavenly materials to cultivate it. This requires the use of royal beast points, which are needed to purchase everything in the royal beast shop. It's a free gift of imperial beast points, so don't take it for nothing. Kitten is inappropriate. You're not the same demon-clawed cat you were. Here, let me see if you're a male or a female. Naming a pet is more or less gender-specific. Yi Xiao directly walked underneath the green-eyed white tiger's body and began to examine its gender in detail. Ow! Kids are old enough to know shyness. Seeing Yi Xiao walk under its body to check its gender, the green-eyed white tiger was anxious. Opening his wings and flicking them, the air felt like it was being torn apart. The clothes on Yi Xiao didn't manage to resist for a second and were instantly torn into pieces. As for resisting, that's a complete waste of time, and it's good enough to keep your dignity underneath you. Although the green-eyed white tiger did not exert any force, it was also not something that a small karami like Yi Xiao could carry. The wind flew for hundreds of meters. It was also good that the green-eyed white tiger was a divine pet with emotional intelligence, and after seeing the leaf Xiao being blown away, he knew that he had made a big mistake. With a vertical leap, he directly blocked Yi Xiao. The soft fur was so soft that he couldn't help but stroke it twice. It's so silky, this softness. But aren't you a bit of an unscrupulous martial artist, daring to sneak up on your master? Yi Xiao saw a reprimand. Green-eyed white tiger flopped, directly prostrate on the ground. Head lowered down, did not dare to look directly at Yi Xiao. Greenish-white eyes flickered there incessantly, eyes full of uneasiness. Okay, no offense. The mind is connected between the beast master and the beast pet. Without speaking, Yi Xiao could feel the guilt of the green-eyed white tiger. I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean it just now. The tender teenage voice of the green-eyed white tiger resounded in the bottom of Yi Xiao's heart. Mothers. No need to look, it's definitely a female. That cry of master almost didn't crisp his bones. What's intentional or not, so what if it's intentional? It's not like he's going to get mad. Good boy, it's fine, you didn't hurt me. You just had your bloodline return. It's understandable that you don't have a good grasp of the force. Yi Xia caressed its fur while gently comforting it, just like an old father, patient and gentle. After pacifying him for a good half a day, he finally managed to stabilize the green-eyed white tiger's mood a bit. But it's time to name it, and there must be an exclusive term of endearment between the imperialist and the beast's pet. A tigress, king of all beasts, king of killing, capable of manipulating the golden wind element. So call you Green. The green-eyed white tiger couldn't help but roll his eyes, the whole half a day of fancy, but also thought that it could be what explosive name it is. I didn't expect to end up dispatching her with a little green. But who let Yi Xiao be the master? Everything has been Yi Xiao as the main. Ow! Green eyes white tiger agreed, so it was settled. After half a day's delay, half the time had passed and less than 5 minutes remained. Green, start moving. You have 3 minutes to clear all the monsters in the copy. Shao Qing lightly exhaled, and an astral wind formed. Imperial Beastmaster's throne appeared on his back. With the protection of his astral wind, Yi Xiao's safety was guaranteed, and she wouldn't be thrown off her back. In case she flew halfway and Yi Xiao fell and died, it would be too late for her to regret. After arranging Yi Xiao, Shao Qing's wings burst and took off with the wind. His wings unfolded and the strong wind instantly destroyed everything around him. Master, sit tight. Don't worry, riding tiger. I'm a professional. A man and a tiger rose up into the air and began the copy-sweeping mission. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Green's speed was staggering, and in the blink of an eye, he found a group of small monsters. Kobolds. Rank 3. Power 40. Agility 28. Endurance 39. Spirit 22. Skills. Throwing, biting. Attributes are about the same as normal, the only difficult point is that kobolds act in groups. A nest is a dozen or so monsters, and the average person can only go around when they see them, or else they will be surrounded by them and will probably have to exit the copy. It was only a pity that they were now encountering Yishao. Let alone a dozen or so monsters, even if there were 10 times more, they would be nothing more than dolls giving away experience. Green, what are you waiting for? Finish them off. The previous Xiao Qing's strength was about the same as these goblins. But now she had changed, and since she had followed Yishao, she had leapt into a divine green-eyed white tiger. Against these little guys, there's no need for a dedicated attack. Sit tight, master. I'll show you a low flight. Green made a quick dive to the top of the kobold's head, and was about to hit the earth with a spark. Green made a quick pull and took to the air with a flap of his wings. Boom! There was a dull, loud thud. The powerful force from flapping his wings directly cut and shattered the ground. As for the kobolds, they had long since turned into mincemeat under the powerful wind pressure. In the end, it had to be buried in the ground. Chapter 11. Nightmare Difficulty. Perhaps they could not understand until they died how such powerful monsters could appear in a level 5 experience copy. Kill kobolds, experience plus 25. Kill kobolds, experience plus 25. With a flap of the wings, 300 experience was in hand, saving money and effort, and it was easier than even purchasing a ferocious beast to hunt. Go! Keep killing monsters. With Little Green's flying speed, he could fly through the entire copy in a moment's time. Regardless of whether it was a kobold or a kobold patriarch, none of them were able to withstand one of Little Green's wings. In a few moments, the small monsters in the copy were slaughtered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the copy perfectly, rewarded with 100 Imperial Beast points. Normal difficulty copies were not very challenging, and if you wanted to level up, you had to go to Nightmare difficulty. Crushing the copy key, Yishao left the copy. Single copy, Nightmare difficulty. Nightmare difficulty? Are you sure? The staff of the replica plaza froze for a moment after hearing Yishao's request. Single copy, Nightmare difficulty. No one has been able to pass this copy since it was built. Even the challenges were few and far between. After all, experience copies were for level 5 or lower transmutants, and it was simply unlikely that a level 5 transmutant would want to clear a single copy on Nightmare difficulty. Even over the years, very few have even challenged the Hell difficulty, let alone the Nightmare difficulty. Nightmare difficulty, that's very hard, you have to think about it clearly. Even though the experience copy has a high safety factor, it doesn't mean there's no possibility of losing your life. If you don't react in time, you're likely to be killed. Why don't you try a difficult copy first? The staff member reminded very kindly, and Yishao knew that he was doing it for his own good. But he didn't want to delay that any longer. By the time he came out this time, his level would definitely be exceeded, and instead of wasting that time, it would be better to just go to the Nightmare difficulty copy. Anyway, with Green here, there was no need to worry about safety. It's okay. Give me the key to the Nightmare difficulty copy. The staff could only persuade a few words. The decision was still in Yishao's hands. After handing over the copy key to Yishao, Yishao turned around and entered the copy, seamlessly, without delaying a single second. Single copy, Nightmare difficulty, confirm or not. Confirmed. Please wait, transmitting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yishao disappeared in place and arrived in the Nightmare difficulty copy. Single copy, Zombie World. Passing condition, kill all zombies 0-1000, Zombie King Boss 0-1. 1,000 zombies and a Zombie King. Ah, the difficulty isn't too great. Little Green, let's go. Fly low and hunt the copy zombies. After summoning Little Green out, he rode Little Green and started sweeping through the Nightmare copies. Not to mention, the atmosphere inside a copy of Nightmare difficulty is different from other copies. The entire copy was dead. Not a single bit of life could be felt. Xiao Qing led Yishao around and swept around, and in no time at all he found a dozen or so zombies that had fallen behind. Ordinary zombies. Rank 9. Strength 150. Agility 130. Endurance 149. Spirit 0. Seeing the situation of the ordinary zombies, Yi Xiao sort of knew why no one had been able to pass the copy for so many years. An ordinary zombie with attribute points had broken 3 digits, and he had symbiotic Little Green's attributes to barely surpass it by a little bit. This was a level 5 copy, and the normal monster levels had broken through to level 9, not to mention that there was a zombie king in the back. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Qing was there, he would have backhandedly crushed the duplicate key and left. One-on-one could barely take out one zombie, then the rest could tear him to pieces. Once he thought of this, Yi Xiao no longer hesitated. As an Imperial Beastmaster, what's the point of fighting in person? Green up. Ow. Commanded. For Yi Xiao, these zombies were difficult opponents to deal with. But for Green, these guys, they weren't enough for it to warm up. The Big Dipper. His wings quickly stirred, and the astral wind surrounded Xiao Qing's body. If it wasn't for the protection of Xiao Qing's power, he might have been torn to pieces by the astral wind. Go! A silent battle. The zombies on patrol didn't react in any way, only feeling a cool breeze hit them. Then there was no more. Where the wind raged, the zombies were all torn into pieces. Kill normal zombies, experience plus 50. Kill normal zombies, experience plus 50. Kill normal zombies, experience plus 50. After the ordinary zombies were killed, nothing of value was popped out, and Yi Xiao did not continue to stay, riding Xiao Qing to continue patrolling. Kill regular zombies. Mission progress, 7001000. In less than half an hour's time, Xiao Qing had solved 700 ordinary zombies. For Xiao Qing, these zombies were too weak. If it wasn't because of Yi Xiao's order, she would have wanted to lie there and sleep. Xiao Qing carried Yi Xiao and continued to fly, flying at an extremely fast speed, her greenish-white eyes sweeping around non-stop. Another group of zombies was soon sought out. There was a change in the zombies encountered this time compared to the normal zombies before. Their bodies were clad in worn armor and they held huge battle axes in their hands. Armored Zombie. Rank 9. Power 180. Agility 177. Endurance 179. Spirit 10. The level hadn't changed in any way, but the attributes had grown completely. The most important thing is that they have 10 points of mental power. When Little Green was suspended in mid-air, they actually stopped there and looked up, and from time to time they had to let out bursts of angry roars. It seemed to be in an impotent rage over not being able to reach Green. Roar! Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing just watched them silently. After only a few seconds, they thought of a way to throw the battle axe in their hands towards the sky, attempting to use the power of the battle axe to cleave Little Green down. Don't tell me. These guys are pretty interesting and throw weapons. Come and go, Little Green. Give them back their battle axe. Little Green, who had received the order, opened his wings and a fierce wind struck. All the battle axes stayed in mid-air. The battle axe that had been swept by the gust of wind had the cutting attribute attached to all of its blades. And with a gentle flap, the battle axe returned the way it came. Without any hindrance, the battle axe easily decapitated their heads. In an instant, there were more than 24 corpses on the ground. Kill Armored Zombie. Experience plus 6023. Drop. Broken Armor. Drop. Zombie Tomahawk. The results of this battle were not bad. It was just a pity that the drops were not good things. They were all defective items, and Yi Xiao could not use them. Keep going. Chapter 12 Shadow Tomahawk. After flying less than 500 meters, he encountered another armored zombie on patrol. The armored zombies with low IQ could only throw battle axes to launch attacks against Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing. In the face of such a powerful attack, Xiao Qing did not even raise her eyelids. The wings gently waved. The powerful airflow directly caused the battle axe to return the same way. Dozens of armored zombies didn't even have the time to react. Their heads directly moved. In the end, it could only be turned into a mass of experience for them to upgrade. Yell, not bad. This time even Europe, even have equipment out. Greenland. After killing the armored zombie, a cloud of golden light exploded directly from the ground. Yi Xiao jumped off Xiao Qing's back and reached out to pick up the golden light. Shadow Tomahawk excellent. Plus 35 points of physical attack. Plus 5 cooldown reduction. Plus 500 max life. Passive cutting. Increases physical penetration by 5 plus character level x3. Passive crippled. Normal attacks have a 30 chance to reduce the enemy's movement speed by 20 for 2 seconds. Warrior Extreme Equipment. This is if it is for the berserkers to wear it, the damage explosion. Unfortunately, I'm just an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster, and it doesn't help me very much. The attributes of the equipment were really good, but he was an Imperial Beastmaster, so why should he have to do it himself? The one thing that might help him a little bit is the 500 points of increased blood. It's better than nothing. Equipment. After all, it is the first piece of extreme equipment that he got, more or less to give some face, first equipped to try the effect. After checking some, there was really nothing else to be found. Yi Xiao rode Little Green and continued to start sweeping. Everywhere it goes, not an inch of grass grows. As long as they encountered zombies, they were all slapped into pieces by Shao Qing's wings. Kill armored zombie, experience plus 50. Kill venom zombie, experience plus 50. Level up to 4. Please keep up the good work. Mission progress. Zombie 1000. Zombie King Boss 01. After killing so many monsters, he had barely managed to raise to level 4, which showed how difficult it was for the Imperial Beastmaster to upgrade. After all, he had to give half of the experience he gained to Green. No wonder the young masters of the great clans choose to purchase fierce beasts to slay. How can they ascend to level 5 without killing 1,000 of them? He had wasted so much effort alone with Little Green, let alone the others. It's nice to be rich. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with me. So I'll just be honest and kill the monsters. After adding attribute points to endurance and agility, they continued to start killing monsters. After all, he, a royal beastmaster, didn't need to be too demanding in terms of strength and spirit, and with a higher endurance pile, no one would be able to harm him. The small monsters have been dealt with, then it's time to deal with the boss next. As long as the boss is dealt with, then the copy is considered cleared. The first to pass the nightmare difficulty copy, ye shall think about it all feel exciting, pass reward should not be too inferior. Flying along and going deeper into the copy, he soon found the Zombie King's lair. A huge grave. Seemingly sensing Yi Xiao and their arrival, the Zombie King slowly climbed out of the grave. The scarlet eyes proved that it was now annoyed, and its sharp claws were already leaping as if it wanted to tear them apart. After all these years, no one has ever dared to disturb it. Now that all of its little brothers had been slaughtered and Yi Xiao had woken it up, it was furious. Roar! A sound wave attack swept towards Yi Xiao. Shao Qing shook his head and roared at the Zombie King. Ow! The same roar, but the effect is not many times stronger than the Zombie King. A roar directly destroyed all the Zombie King's attacks. The suppression from the god-level bloodline. A roar directly forced the Zombie King back several steps. The Zombie King's head tilted, and that already dysfunctional head became even more wooden. A casual roar actually broke his sound wave attack, and in the process managed to force him back. Moreover, Little Green gave it a sense of oppression that it could not match, and that sense of bloodline suppression gave it the urge to flee. Run away? Yeah, run away. The Zombie King's ability to survive until now relies on more than just its group of unenlightened minions. It relies on its own clever brain. When encountering an opponent like Shao Qing, there was only one way to go now, and that was to escape and return to his lair. Humbug, 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 humbug. The Zombie King, who thought about it, quickly drilled towards the tomb under the surprised eyes of Yi Xiao and Shao Qing. In less than 2 seconds, the Zombie King disappeared. Both Yi Xiao and Shao Qing had big question marks on their heads. Is this a copy boss? How to escape before you fight. No wonder no one has been able to pass this copy for so many years. What can they do when they encounter this boss that can't be beaten but will flee? Nice guy, surprisingly, he's grown a brain. But the pass is still a pass, and if you leave this time, you won't get a chance to come back in later. So no matter what, the Zombie King must be cut down today. Greenie, destroy the grave and fly in. Green lifted the grave cover with a single claw. Underneath the grave was a tomb comparable to a palace. This guy can really enjoy himself. Green, can you find it? This tomb was built so huge that even Little Green was able to fly unimpeded within it. After speeding through the tomb and coming to the deepest part of the tomb, they felt the aura of the Zombie King. GGG. Just after stepping into the depths of the tomb, he heard the laughter of the Zombie King, jie jie jie. Before they could react, a magic formation wrapped the two. What the hell? Forbidden magic array. Limiting human magic output. No wonder the Zombie King came here, so there is a complete set of forbidden magic formations here. Once the magician entered the area, he was a lamb to the slaughter, and the warrior was half-wasted, with all his skills unavailable. He's not trying to kill us with the help of this thing. There was no need for Little Green to answer. He knew by looking at the Zombie King's behavior that it did indeed have this intention. That's a solid disregard for Green's size. This bladder, even if you can't use the skills, so what, Shao Qing is an invincible existence in both close combat and long distance. Let me see what your proud capital is. Check the attributes of the Zombie King. Zombie King Boss. Rank 10. Power 350. Agility 290. Endurance 330. Spirit 20. There are brains but not many. Can think but not very comprehensively. A power of 350 is indeed an unattainable existence for humans. But for Green it was a slap in the face. Chapter 13. Green. The Zombie King opened his bloody mouth, and the stench of blood almost didn't kill Yi Xiao. The sharp claws were also rising like crazy, growing to a meter long, and they were about to pierce into Shao Qing's body. Huffing and puffing, Shao Qing snorted, his eyes filled with disdain. Without even intending to move a bit, just a gentle wave of the claw, the Zombie King directly returned the same way and fell heavily on the ground. That's it. Thought you were so strong, shoot. Yi Xiao is also too lazy to delay more time. After solving the Zombie King, the copy is considered to be cleared. After Shao Qing received the order, he quickly flew over the Zombie King. With a jackhammer fall, the entire ground sank by 3 points, and as for the Zombie King, he was directly stepped on and turned into meat jerky. There was no one enemy. Even the Zombie King was just a matter of a claw and a kick. How lonely it is to be invincible. Looking at the trampled Zombie King, Yi Xiao could not help but let out an exclamation. Kill the Zombie King. Experience plus 200. Congratulations for clearing the Nightmare difficulty copy. Please exit the copy in time to check the clearance score and receive the copy reward. Countdown to 10 minutes. Copy restarted. There were still the last 10 minutes of time. Yi Xiao was not in a hurry. There was still time to check the dropped equipment. Tiny armored zombies can drop equipment, not to mention Zombie Kings. 2 golden lights hovered over the Zombie King's body. Props. Forbidden magic array 3 times. Equipment excellent. Mercury boots. Attribute. Increase 10 magic resistance. Passive. Increases speed by 45. Passive. Duration of stuns, slows, taunts, fears, silences, blinds, deforms, and imprisons received is reduced by 10. 1 extreme prop, 1 extreme piece of equipment. The harvest of Yi Xiao is still very satisfied. Especially the boots of Mercury, escape and life preservation in one, very suitable for him. Equipment. After equipping the boots of Mercury and checking to see that nothing was missing, he chose to exit the copy. Quit. Passing a single Nightmare difficulty copy for the first time. Being scored. Rating, SSS. Getting an SSS rating. Yi Xiao is not at all surprised. After all, he is the first one to pass the Nightmare difficulty copy in so many years. Such a difficult copy, such a short time to pass. If you do not give a SSS rating, there is no place to reason. Now it's time to see what rewards he'll get after passing. Reward, Nightmare Treasure Chest 1. The clearance record has been saved. Please select anonymous or real name. The first pass of the Nightmare difficulty copy, the whole network will be informed in 10 minutes. Is it anonymous? The treasure chest he wanted, and the clearance record was a must, but he didn't want anyone to know his identity just yet. The whole network was informed, and if it was a real name, by that time, the people who paid attention to him might not just be the people of China. It was even possible that the whole world was paying attention to him, and at that time he was likely to become a target of the public. So now he's going to lay low and develop. It's easy to hide from the open fire, but it's hard to guard against the dark arrows. So it's not unlikely that there will be careful people who will look at me in a bad light. Anonymous, all of them. He would still be willing to turn off the full network briefing if he could. Unfortunately, he can't make a decision on this one. Anonymity in a network-wide briefing is the best he can do. Quit it. Leaving the copy, Yi Xiao didn't make a sound and acted as if he didn't know anything, and no one noticed his abnormality. It was immediately after the news of the full network briefing that the news broke. Anonymous professional from China passes the Nightmare level single copy of Zombie World and receives an SSS rating. Anonymous professional from China passes the Nightmare level single copy of Zombie World and receives an SSS rating. Anonymous professional from China passes the Nightmare level single copy of Zombie World and receives an SSS rating. The third consecutive all-access briefing caused a clamor. Single copy, genius choice. Nightmare difficulty, the choice of the talented masters. Perfect passes, none so far. Everyone knew the difficulty of the zombie world. After all, there were quite a few geniuses who had broken into the zombie world. Only the difficulty of the zombie world was so great that they all chose to give up. But I didn't expect that someone would break through the zombie world today and get an SSS rating. Nightmare difficulty SSS rating, my god. I can't imagine what kind of profession can break through it. A beast master? Impossible. There are quite a few beast masters who have broken through, and they all failed. How can we understand the world of the Big Brother? If you have the heart to care about the Big Brother, why don't you think about how to pass the normal copy? I've failed in the normal copy 3 times. It's so sour, but it's souring me to death. If there's an afterlife, I'd like to be transformed into a leg hair on the big man's leg, so that I can feel the adoration. Anonymous professional, why don't you publish the name? Who cares if it's anonymous? As long as it's from our country of China, I'm satisfied. That's right, the pride of our country of China. Big Brother is awesome. Am I the only one who wants to know what rewards the big guy got? It's a nightmare difficulty copy. The rewards for an SSS rating shouldn't be too subpar. Once the broadcast came out, everyone went numb, their eyes filled with envy. Not to mention the rewards, this distinction alone was enough to make their hearts flutter. Everyone is guessing again about the identity of the anonymous person. Only the staff on the sidelines are full of joy. Others didn't know, but he knew best. The only person who challenged the nightmare difficulty copy today was Yishao. I thought he was out of his depth and wanted to try, but I didn't expect that he had actually cleared the level, and it was still an SSS rating, an absolutely crushing stance to clear the level. Handsome and strong. How nice it would be if I were a woman, close to the water. Only before he could finish his complacency, he was taken control of. In order to prevent Yi Zhao's situation from being inquired about, all the staff at the replica plaza had to be controlled today. And Yun's few people who were also in the copy also received the notification message. When Yun heard this news, her first feeling was that this anonymous person was Yi Zhao. Somehow, a woman's sixth sense. The more he thought about it, the stronger the feeling became. And in the crowd, Yun searched for Yi Zhao. It didn't take long to find Yi Zhao in a remote corner. Yi Zhao. What goddess reserve? None of it. After seeing Yi Zhao, Yun took 3 steps and quickly came to Yi Zhao's side. This kid really got lucky. How come one and all are so favorable to him? One Xiao Yunru wasn't enough. But she even hooked up with Yun. Who made them handsome and talented? There's no way. We simply can't compare to them. The whole square smelled sour. At this moment, Yi Zhao is the public enemy of all men. That is, the eyes cannot kill, otherwise now Yi Zhao has been stabbed with 1,000 holes. Chapter 14 Anonymous Big Brother. Yi Zhao was also not expecting Yun to suddenly look for him. By the time he reacted and prepared to leave, Yun had already arrived at his side. Did the break-in go well? No injuries. As he spoke, a holy light enveloped Yi Zhao and gave him an all-encompassing set of healing. No injuries, and I do know healing techniques, so don't bother. Concerned is messy. She was just worried that Yi Zhao would get hurt. But after seeing that Yi Zhao was safe and sound, she was relieved. He couldn't be too emotionally unavailable when people cared about him so much, and a proper greeting was still okay. Didn't you guys go for a difficult copy? Did you succeed? Of course it succeeded. Little Cloud has our protection. How could it fail? Before Yun could speak, Zhang Long and Wang, who couldn't wait to answer. They really couldn't stand the fact that Yun was so nice to Yi Zhao. When he saw Yun treating Yi Zhao, he walked over at the first opportunity. Did you just get out? By the looks of you, you should have failed, and the normal copy didn't succeed in the challenge. It's okay, everyone understands, after all, the difficulty of a single copy is out there. Not to mention that your beast pet isn't very good, it's normal to fail. Beast pet not good? Yi Zhao wanted to laugh. This was the first time he had heard that a green-eyed white tiger wouldn't work. If the green-eyed white tiger doesn't work, what will? Yi Zhao was also too lazy to pay attention to them. It was a waste of one's life to speak one more word of nonsense with them. Yeah, you guys are right. The two of them acted as if they hadn't heard Yi Zhao's perfunctory words and were still pulling and stepping. Yi Zhao, if we don't have the strength of other people's big brothers, let's keep a low profile and follow other people's mixed teams without shame. For Xiao Yun's sake, how about we make an exception and let you join our squad? Follow us to kill the difficult copies. You can more or less gain some experience, can't you? For their good intentions, Yi Zhao was too lazy to accept them. A little bit of experience and the dog has to shake his head when he looks at it. No, I'll be fine on my own. Meh. Hearing Yi Zhao say that he could do it himself, Zhang Long Wang who laughed. We know that Imperial Beast Masters have their own arrogance, but what about people? They still need to have self-knowledge. Just that beast pet you contracted, wanting to go through the replica alone is simply an impossible thing to do. If you had the strength of someone's big brother, we wouldn't need to help you, would we? But you don't have it, so if you don't have that strength, just be a good boy and mix teams with people, no one will laugh at you. Keep a low profile, like other bigwigs. People don't want to be in the limelight for things like full network notification. Learn from others or society will carve you into what you should be. Pulling and stomping on him while still having to blow him off. Yishao also found it funny. Instead of continuing to delay time with them here, it would be better to go in and level up, go in once more, the level will almost be enough, and then you will be able to go out of the city to kill the ferocious beasts, which is no extra time to play the game of pulling and stepping with them. And Yun-san, you guys keep chatting. I'm gonna go challenge the copies first. After greeting Yun, Yishao turned around and left. Bah! Pretend what innocence it. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs, if not to see the face of Xiao Yun. Why are you guys talking about him like that? After watching Yi Xiao teleport to the copy, Yun was more or less angry. If it wasn't for them, she would have been able to talk to Yi Xiao a little more. What's wrong with Yi Xiao on bad terms? As long as Yi Xiao asked, she was willing to provide Yi Xiao with all the resources for upgrading. Seeing that Yun was a bit angry, Zhang Long Wang, who also put away his smile and put on a chagrined look. Xiao Yun, we didn't mean it, we weren't in a hurry. We're all in the same class. We couldn't bear to see him like this, and we kindly wanted him to join our team. He's just too high-minded, which is going to be a disadvantage later on. Zhang Long echoed in response. Alas, Wang Hu, it's not nice for you to talk like that. Who is he? Yi Xiao, a royal beast master, a great genius. He has the capital to be proud. Maybe people have already cleared the level, why don't we go and look at great genius Ye's battle record? I think with Yi Xiao's talent, how can it not be worse than ours? How can it not be that he has to have broken through the difficult copy? In terms of damage, you have to look at Zhang Long. Constantly raising Yi Xiao's image in Yun's mind at that time, if they didn't get to see Yi Xiao's battle results, then Yun would be disappointed in him and then their chance would come. My, or brother Zhang is right. I said that people Yi Genius is not willing to team up with us. His battle record is fiercer than ours, so why bother teaming up with us?
走走走，快去看看叶宵的战绩。
Although Yun was gentle, she was no cutie pie. Naturally, she knew what they were counting on. Still, she followed the two to check out the list. The two of them were being conspiratorial. She really believed in Yi Xiao, and she even suspected that the person who informed the whole network was Yi Xiao. Each of the three went to check the list of copies. Check the record of today's difficulty single copy passes. No, how is this not there? It's impossible. Yi Xiao is such a genius. How come the difficult copies don't have his clearance record? Wang Hu also put on a look of disbelief. Maybe Yi Xiao just entered a difficult copy, and before that, he just went to a normal copy to practice. Yes, that makes sense. Come check the clearance records for today's normal difficulty single copy. Still nothing. Normal difficulty, still nothing. It can't be hell difficulty. What's the harm in checking, just in case people are really passing hell difficulty? No. After checking all of today's pass lists, he never found Yi Xiao's name. How is this not there? The two of them turned their gazes to Yun, unable to suppress the excitement on their faces. The copy had no record of Yi Xiao, which proved that he hadn't cleared the copy so far. Such trash was enough to disappoint Yun. However, they couldn't talk nonsense in front of Yun, and they even had to act like they cared about their classmates. Egu, it's okay. It might be Yi Xiao's mistake. Didn't we pass the level for several times? I think Yi Xiao will definitely be able to succeed this time. You guys, what if the big guy who just cleared nightmare difficulty and got an SSS rating was Yi Xiao? Yun either didn't speak, but when he did, he directly made Zhang Long Wang who dumbfounded. Took a long time to respond, and I couldn't stop laughing. Him? Just him. Little Cloud. Do you have some misunderstanding about nightmare difficulty? SSS scoring. Just by virtue of him being an orphan, contracted with nothing more than an ordinary beast pet, with a combat power perhaps not even comparable to ours, clearing nightmare difficulty? That's a fool's dream. That's right, he's a loser. Who is he to compare with Biggie? He's not even worthy of lifting Biggie's shoes. Chapter 15. Transformation. In their opinion, Yi Xiao simply hadn't cleared the nightmare difficulty copy. He didn't have that strength. They had a point. Yi Xiao himself did not possess such a condition. Coming from an orphan background, even with the school's rewards, he could only purchase a lower middle class or at most an elite bloodline beast pet. It's simply impossible to clear a nightmare difficulty copy and still get an SSS rating. There was once a royal beast master who tried to break through the nightmare difficulty replica and contracted a beast pet of overlord-level bloodline, but even then, he failed to see the replica boss. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Yi Xiao had already entered the copy, and there was no chance to ask if he wanted to. Let's go. Continue challenging the copies and level up as soon as possible. The whole internet notification thing surprised them, but only for a moment, with a sneaking envy. Their main task now was to practice leveling so that they could shorten the gap between them and the big boys. The students who had just transferred were all stimulated by Yi Xiao's network-wide notification, frantically breaking into copies and practicing leveling non-stop. And the major universities, the major powers, were thrown into a frenzy because of this briefing. Imperial City University. Find the person for me at all costs. Make sure he joins Imperial City University. Magic City University. Go find someone at speed. Any conditions can be agreed upon. Definitely don't let Imperial City University steal the show. The person must be brought back to me no matter what. First Military Academy. Good seedling, this is definitely a good seedling. This year's good seedling should be the turn of my first military academy. We can't let those guys get away with it. Mobilize all the connections and find the person for me as soon as possible. Wizards Guild, Warrior Guild, Alchemists Guild. All the forces gave orders to find Yi Xiao and bring him back at all costs. There are those who recruit and likewise those who want to get rid of him. After all, if Yi Xiao grew up, then humanity would have one more strong person, and this was something that certain people did not want to see. Investigate in secret if you can recruit and control, then bring the person back, if not, directly destroy them. Not only were the domestic forces hitting on Yi Xiao, but the foreign forces were doing the same. The entire network is informed, and anyone who is a tranny receives such a message. The pride of China, the only super genius with a passing SSS score. They couldn't let Yi Xiao grow too smoothly. China has grown too fast over the years, it has seriously threatened our position, and now it has even awakened a super genius. Let our people make a move to finish him off at all costs. Where did Yi Xiao know that he would be so popular and would be missed by so many people? It's a good thing he's blocked his information all over the net. No one can view his information without his access. If it was publicized all over the internet, he probably wouldn't even see the sun the next day. Yi Xiao didn't think about that much when he first came out. Now he was focused on killing monsters and upgrading. After the reset, the difficulty of the copy is exactly the same as before. But with the experience of the first time, the second time was more of a breeze. Summoning. Summoning Little Green out in the Imperial Beast space had suffocated Little Green. She disliked the feeling of the Imperial Beast space, it was too suffocating. Master, can you not let me go into that Imperial Beast space? It's so boring. I want to stay by Master's side. Looking at the pampered Xiao Qing, Yi Xiao gently stroked its head. Such a domineering beast pet, Yi Xiao also wanted to bring it with him. But when he thought about his room, which was less than 20 square meters, where could he fit such a behemoth? Little Green, it's not that I don't want to keep you outside. It's mainly because you're too big for your size. You'll cause unnecessary trouble. Green looked at how she looked, and she did look a little too big. But that's okay, size issues have never been a problem. I can morph. It didn't say that Yi Xiao really didn't think of it, as if such a skill was awakened after the bloodline returned to the ancestor. When you say morphing, do you mean changing body shape, or do you mean taking human form? Green squirmed, a look of shame on her face. People can do anything. Hiss. Yi Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air. Hell knows where this guy learned to be pampered from. A god-ranked green-eyed white tiger that was pampering him was okay. You! Stop. Don't look at me with your sigh mesmerizing eyes. Who taught you to pout? Why don't you learn? The green-eyed white tiger looked at Yi Xiao with aggression. It had seen Ni Yun talking like this before. How come Yi Xiao was so repulsed? Why don't you take on a human form and see? After all, it's also the first time to see, in case the little green after transforming into a beautiful stay by the side can also raise an eye, then there is no need to enter the royal beast space. If it was ugly after transforming, then he couldn't be blamed, people more or less with a little bit of face control. If it's ugly, you'll be good enough to be your beast's pet. Don't you have to go in if you take human form? First, we'll melt it. So master, does that young lady outside just now count as a pretty human? It didn't know much about human aesthetics, and it didn't know if Ni Yun was considered beautiful. The human condition is held steady by it, and it does not melt the right one, but only the one that Yi Xiao likes. Not bad, schoolgirl level beauty. What's a schoolgirl? Is it pretty? It's beautiful. What are you inquiring about this for? Hurry up and transform. Let's kill monsters and upgrade when we're done. Darn. Such a rush. Yishao people are numb. This guy is really getting more and more demonic. Ding. The green-eyed white tiger is in the process of being transformed. Please be patient. As the system's beep sounded, golden light enveloped the green-eyed white tiger. The 10-meter-tall body shrank back a little bit as the golden light entered the body, and the huge wings were suppressed back into the body a little bit. As for what could become next, it was out of Yi Zhao's consideration. I wonder what green can become, like a flower? A little lowly? A royal sister? Looking at her character, how should she be a petite little beauty? Yishao began to fantasize in his own mind what Shao Qing would look like after she transformed into her form. Manly body, front and back, a big blonde wave, and then almost an Ai Yun look-alike. That's barely enough. Just as Yi Xia YY, the golden light faded. The huge body of the green-eyed white tiger had disappeared, and the only thing that stayed in place was a big tall man of 1.72 meters. Only the human form was wrapped in blonde hair, making it impossible to see what she looked like. Master, I took human form. Before Yi Shao could react, a naked pussy jumped into his arms. I. Poof. Yi Shao, a bloody big boy where suffered this kind of stimulation, the Kishi is still not honest, and the arms keep moving around. Go, go, go. Get me dressed. Chapter 16, The Master. Mistakes of principle cannot be made. Master. Shao Qing's lazy posture, coupled with that flirtatious little look, almost didn't mesmerize him. Get dressed? Get dressed. Hurry up. Yi Shao did not dare to lower his head at all. That huge thing was close to his chest. This lowering of his head was as if he was going to be sucked into the abyss and could not pull himself out of it. Master. Green is still pouting. That's my order to get dressed. Yi Shao had given the order. Shao Qing naturally couldn't refuse, shaking her body, with one more light blue flower dress. After putting on his clothes, Yi Shao dared to look straight at her. A big, tall 6'7" man with greenish-white eyes that revealed a hint of flirtation. Long pale blue dress, fluffy hair, angelic face, devilish figure. It's perfect. And Ai Yun and Shao Yunru had to lose 3 shades of color in front of Shao Qing. Master, are people beautiful? To say it's not beautiful would be to open your eyes. Call it beautiful and it feels weird. How is he going to ride into battle after this? Feel free to ride, master. Ahem. Yi Shao was almost choked to death by a mouthful of old phlegm. The two of them shared the same mind. He couldn't hide any thoughts from Shao Qing. Master, you haven't answered me yet. Are they beautiful? Beautiful. But don't call me master anymore. It's weird. If Shao Qing was still in beast form, calling him a master didn't feel anything. But now that Shao Qing was in human form, calling him master made the whole thing seem like he was a pervert. Master, what do you call it if not your master? Shao Qing held her head high with a perplexed face, that little eye blinking, as seductive as it could be. Those who know clearly that she is a green-eyed white tiger, those who don't know still think she is a 9-tailed demon fox. Call me Big Brother. I will comb you. Just call me Big Brother. Yes, master. Big Brother. Yes, master. Those eyes were full of cunning, and Yi Shao knew that she was doing it on purpose. But it doesn't matter, call it what you like. The master is the master, and his own shadow is not afraid of his body, so he does not need to care at all about what others think. After getting to know Shao Qing thoroughly, Yi Shao gave her a name, Yi Qingqing. Little green, change into beast form. It's time for us to kill the monsters. Yes, master. Shaking her body, the big beauty turned into a green-eyed white tiger, although it was still a bit diabolical. But in order to have a quick battle, Yi Shao still rode on Shao Qing's back. Master, how to kill. Kill as fast as you can, but don't reach the limit. Do you understand? Records are there for others to see, but they are also there for you to break. Reaching the limit at once and how to get stuck in a bug to claim rewards. The rewards of a nightmare copy are much more generous than a normal copy. Although he didn't know what Yi Shao was doing as well. Since he gave the order, Shao Qing had to execute it perfectly. With a flap of his wings, he flew directly in the midst of tens of meters in the air. The location where the monsters were refreshed hadn't changed at all, and Qing began his slaughtering journey in the same order as the last hunt. As soon as the monster appeared inside their eyes, the wings began to stir rapidly. The wind turned into a sharp blade and swept towards the ground. Wherever the wind reached, the monsters were all cut into pieces. None of them were spared. Kill armored zombie, experience plus 50. Kill venom zombie, experience plus 50. The system's beeps didn't stop. 1,000 zombie mini-monsters failed to resist Xiao Qing's 10 minutes of destruction. Strike after strike of astral winds blew. The entire copy was wrapped in astral winds, and except for the grave where the zombie king was located, the rest of the place was turned into a forbidden zone. Level the place. The zombie king had just emerged, and before he could react, a sharp claw sliced through the top of his head. Why is my body there? Leaving behind an unwilling consciousness, the zombie king was killed. Kill the zombie king, experience plus 200. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare difficulty single copy. The record is refreshed. The clearance time is 13 minutes. The rating is SSS. Whether to continue to be anonymous. Reward for setting a new record, Nightmare Treasure Chest 1. The copy will be reset in 10 minutes. Please leave the copy as soon as possible. The copies were about to refresh, and it was time for them to leave. How are you consumed? A little bit of stamina consumption. No blood consumption, 70 blue consumption. It was normal for green to be zooming around all this way, and it was normal for the blue to be somewhat depleted. It was all small potatoes to him, though, and with a clear spell, the blue level was pulled right up. Just after exiting the copy, he looked up and saw Ni Yun's few people. I don't know if they were just being idle, or if it was just a coincidence that just after they came out, a few of them bumped into each other again. However, Yishao did not have the intention to greet them either. Words were not enough. Greeting them was purely a waste of time. Can't help but hear them use him to pull stomp on him. Nightmare difficulty, single copy. It was only 10 minutes ago that Yishao had gone in, and now he was challenging again, which was more or less out of his depth. It was out in 10 minutes, proving that he had failed. Instead of wasting this time, why don't you just go through the copies you can? Little fellow, don't be overly ambitious. Others can pass the nightmare difficulty copy. That's someone else's strength. If you follow others' example, it's only a case of making a mockery of the East. It's the right thing to do to settle down and challenge yourself with a copy that suits you. Inexplicably, another lecture. Yishao didn't know why. Was he so weak in their eyes? A mere nightmare difficulty, what was the fuss about? But he couldn't throw his face off when others were kind enough to remind him. Could he? It's okay. Just give him the nightmare difficulty copy key. He's the genius of our school. An authentic Imperial Beast Master. Passing a nightmare difficulty copy. That's not a breeze. Yishao ignored them, but they weren't going to let Yishao go. Looking at Yishao coming out of the copy so quickly, he couldn't help but want to flirt a little. They laughed when they heard that Yishao had broken into a single copy of nightmare difficulty. An orphaned Imperial Beastmaster who learned from the big man to challenge a copy of nightmare difficulty. Little Cloud, do you think this guy is hilarious or not? He even wants to pass the nightmare difficulty copy like the big guy. Zhonglong, don't laugh at an Imperial Beastmaster with a dream, in case they succeed. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. What you're saying makes sense. What if people succeed? 10 minutes to clear a nightmare difficulty copy. This is not a genius, this is a demon. Although I don't know exactly how long it will be, it definitely won't be too long, at most 10 minutes. 10 minutes to clear a copy of nightmare difficulty. But any student knows that's not possible. Even for a normal difficulty copy, they needed 10 minutes to clear the monsters, let alone a nightmare difficulty copy. Chapter 17, The Big Brother is Him. With a copy of this difficulty, it was normal to stay in it for a day or two, 10 days and half a month. As for 10 minutes, that's a fool's errand. Seeing that they didn't believe it, Yishao just smiled and didn't say anything. Keys. Take the copy key and go straight into the copy. Nightmare difficulty, single copy. Selection successful, transmitting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yishao once again came to the copy. Still familiar with the operation process, this time Yishao did not let Xiao Qing stay. After all, after this time he was going to break through level 5, and he wouldn't be able to enter the duplicate then. Letting go is killing monsters with all your might and setting a record that no one can match. Yes, master. After obtaining Yixiao's consent, Xiao Qing no longer stayed back and flew with her wings, striking out with all her might in the replica. Master, give me the clarity technique plus. Super Big Dipper. Gathering the strength of his entire body, he rapidly flapped his wings, and the astral wind continued to coalesce under the flapping of his wings. The amount of blue in Xiao Qing's body was also rapidly depleting. Yishao was not the slightest bit stingy. The clarity spells came one after the other. All of them were added to Xiao Qing's body. It wasn't until both of them bottomed out in blue that green stopped coalescing. Big Dipper explosion. The two balls of astral wind condensed under his wings flew rapidly, constantly entangling and colliding in the air. Bang! The astral wind ball ruptured under the constant impact, and the cohesive astral wind poured down crazily as if it had found a vent. In an instant's effort, the replica was enveloped by the astral wind. Ding, kill armored zombie, experience plus 50. Ding, kill venom zombie, experience plus 50. Ding, kill the zombie king, experience plus 200. Copy passed. Record refreshed. Time 57 seconds. Rating SSS. Choose to remain anonymous or not. Anonymous. It's time to keep a low profile as long as the rewards are there. Record refresh. Reward. Nightmare treasure chest 1. The copy is resetting. Please leave the copy as soon as possible. The level was reached and the record was refreshed. After simply cleaning up the battlefield and taking away the dropped materials and equipment, he once again left the copy. Maybe it was destiny. Yi Xiao had just come out when he ran into Ni Yun's few people who were preparing to enter the copy. The moment they saw Yi Xiao come out, Ni Yun and the others froze. Looking down at his watch, just over a minute had passed since Yi Xiao had gone in. That's out? That's not too wasteful. Awesome baking going in and coming back out in the dust. A little over a minute, even they can last that long. More than a minute, Yi Xiao, you really made me laugh. You went into the nightmare copy for fun? No matter how wasteful you are, you can still last for 10 minutes. You're such a disappointment. Thanks to Xiao Yun expecting so much from you, I didn't expect you to be so wasted. For Xiao Yun's sake, I can let you come in and rub your experience with the mixed team. It's just this one chance, so you have to make the most of it. Why don't you, Yi Xiao, come in and rub some experience? It'll be easier for you to upgrade. Previously, Ni Yun had some expectations of him, thinking that he might be the one to pass the nightmare copy. Now it seemed as if she was overthinking things. It's impossible to get through in a minute or so. You guys are idle. Upgrade more when you have time. I'll leave you guys to it. After saying that, Yi Xiao turned around and left. He still had to be busy opening the treasure chest. There was no time to talk nonsense with them. What's the point of tugging? You've rolled out of the copy in ashes, but you still have the nerve to tug. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Xiao Yun, this kind of person doesn't deserve our help. Ni Yun didn't answer them and just stood there quietly looking at Yi Xiao's back. Did you guys just notice Yi Xiao's weapon and shoes? Ni Yun's inexplicable words attracted the attention of several people. Even though Yi Xiao had already left a good distance away, but you can still vaguely see the gear. It really seems a bit different. Where did he get the equipment from? Did he not purchase any beast pets? Did he buy all the equipment? No, I didn't see any equipment when I first met him. It should have been the equipment that dropped after entering the copy. Ni Yun was very concerned about Yi Xiao's every move, so she was very sure that Yi Xiao had not worn these equipment before. Extreme equipment, he may not be able to buy it even if he gets money for it? Could it be that he really challenged the copy? Let's go see the list. The moment she saw the equipment on Yi Xiao that day, she had a strong urge. A copy of Nightmare Difficulty, and that anonymous person is Yi Xiao. A few people hurried to the list, not checking the other lists, just the list of Nightmare Difficulty single copies. Sure enough, 3 records in all. 3 records? What does that mean? Zhang Long Wang Hai suddenly had a bad premonition, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the list. The war record has been recorded 3 times. All refreshed again today. The first pass was the longest, and the next 2 recorded times were shorter and shorter. The second time through took over 10 minutes, and the third time took even less. Wait, 10 minutes or so, 1 minute. This seemed to be the same time as Yi Xiao's entry and exit from the copy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the big man be him? I don't believe it, he's an orphan. What makes him able to pass the nightmare copy? The more they screamed, the more they felt weak. There are not so many coincidences in the world. A coincidence is called a coincidence. So many coincidences that is not called a coincidence, it is called a fact. When they thought of the fact that they had just used Big Brother to pull a stomp on Yi Xiao, their faces flushed with shame. No wonder Yi Xiao had just been unwilling to pay attention to them. What to do? What do we do now? After the bashfulness, they were more scared. Just now they were not giving Yi Xiao any face in front of Ni Yun. If Yi Xiao was really a big brother, then their future days were really bad. In the city, Yi Xiao might not make a move against them, but they couldn't stay in Haicheng for the rest of their lives. Once they left Sea City to kill monsters in the wild, Yi Xiao killing them was like crushing an ant. Xiao Yun. See if you can. Well, at least we are teammates. Do a favor. Okay. Now they could only pin their hopes on Ni Yun. After all, Ni Yun and Yi Xiao were the only ones amongst them who had some friendship. If Ni Yun could help them plead for mercy, it was still possible for Yi Xiao to spare them. Looking at the two men's panicked appearance, Ni Yun secretly rejoiced in his heart. But on the surface, he still put on a difficult look. I can try to help you guys out. As for whether Yi Xiao forgives you or not, it depends on your sincerity. However, I think that you guys had better come up with sincerity first and take people's means. I think it's not good for Yi Xiao to continue targeting you guys at that time. Chapter 18 Investigations. Yi Xiao's family is not well off, and he needs to prepare quite a lot of things if he wants to go to a good university. It was thought that he had already consumed all the money he had on hand by purchasing beast pets. It just so happened that he was now extorting them a little bit for Yi Xiao. Got it? Got it, we'll go back and prepare the sincerity. We'll be counting on you then. What copy or not, all unimportant, the most important thing now is that Yi Xiao does not hold a grudge against them. The one who can pass the nightmare copy in 1 minute will definitely be the top big shot in China in the future, and once this record is known by the top management, a flying start is just around the corner. They couldn't afford to offend the little people of Haicheng. Why did I have such a bad mouth? Offending anyone but Yi Xiao? This time it's really miserable. Who says it isn't? If I had known he was so strong, I should have ingratiated myself with him a little bit. Maybe I can even bring him up in the future. Zhang Long Wang who was helpless, but things had already happened and they could only try to make up for it. Leaving the replica plaza, Yi Xiao released Xiao Qing and a handsome pair of men and women just walked down the street. Master, what is this? Master. That one looks so delicious. Can I eat it? Master. Green was like a child, chattering along the way, wanting whatever she saw. Who let him be the one who spoiled the children, and today Xiaoqing also made a great contribution, so a little treat of food would not be too much to ask for. Buy what you want to eat. With a big wave of his hand, he directly obliged. After an hour, Yi Xiao regretted it. This stomach is a bottomless pit. No matter how much food she buys, it's not enough for her to eat. It was enough to eat over $10,000 of her for that 1 hour. It's over $10,000. His heart is bleeding. The key is that this is only 1 meal. If it is 3 meals a day, I don't know how much money will be riding on it. No wonder others said that the Imperial Beastmaster was a gold-swallowing profession, and that no one could afford to raise a beast pet without some family money. Had enough. At 30% full. Yi Xiao did not want to say anything. $10,000 30% full. Completely full would be $30,000. How many times a day can you eat? 3 meals. Green also playfully held out 3 fingers. Ahem. 3 meals a day, $30,000 a meal, $100,000 a day, $1 million in 10 days, $36.5 million a year. And that's just the cost of Green's food. Counting all the other stuff, the wallet is weeping. Yi Xiao, what other reason do you have to rest? If you don't grab the money, you can't even afford to feed your beast pets. Sometimes 2 hours of eating time, at a cost of over $30,000, finally stops the mouth. Master, I'm full. Green had a satisfied look on her face. It felt really good to have a full meal. When Xiaoqing was satisfied, Yi Xiao was also satisfied. Putting down the white rice porridge with pickles in his hand, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Come on, go home. Yi Xiao was still aching for his wallet, but unbeknownst to him, the matter of him breaking the record in 2 had thoroughly fermented. This is definitely my pickle country's divine son. Only my pickle country's divine son has such strength. Pass on my order. Bring back the divine son at all costs. Even if we sacrifice all of our dark sons, our pickle country is going to rise completely. Second broken record. The fastest to pass for more than a minute. This is a nightmare difficulty copy. Why doesn't my pretty country have such a heavenly pride? Pass on my order. Activate all the darkies. Make sure to assassinate the man when Huagua puts him under protection. Huagua is rising too fast. We must not let them shake our number 1 position. Damn it. How come China has risen so fast these years? Back then we had already tried to do everything we could to curb their development, but I didn't expect it to still be developed by them. If this keeps up, my Sakura kingdom is in danger. How's the investigation going? Have any of the transmuters been identified? A bunch of wastes can't even do a little thing right. Use all the power within China to inquire about all the nightmare copies passed today. 1 day, I'll only give you 1 day. If you can't find it out in 1 day, you'll all kill yourselves by disemboweling yourselves. Foreign hostile forces have launched an inquiry into Yi Xiao's assassination. But this is China's territory, They can receive the news. China must be faster than them. Imperial City of China, high-level conference room. Old Yui, who do you think this little guy is? The moment the geniuses appeared, the intelligence of each city's heavenly pride appeared on their conference table. Combined with today's challenge of the nightmare copy, they had compiled a batch of information. The situation within the copy, they had no right to interfere. After all, this was a combination of game and reality, and now it was even more so that the game world dominated. No one has access to the information within the copy, so they can only judge based on the heavenly pride situation. Spectre picked up the information on the table and scrutinized it. Name: Dishonored. Place of origin: Imperial City. Occupation: Battle Mage, Sacred Shield Bearer. Talents: SSS Ranked Talent Cooldown Reduction, SSS Ranked Talent Invincible Field. Background: Descendant of Emperor Dragon, God of War, grandson of the President of Imperial City University, son of the Lord of Imperial City. Dual SSS talent, regardless of background or talent, was the best of the younger generation. But Spectre just glanced at it lightly and tossed the information aside. You know your family best. It's not him who passes, is it? You're just showing him off for me. Deetsong glanced at the underworld and laughed out loud. That's right. I'm just showing you off, my grandson. How about that? Isn't that great? I say you, it's time to find a successor, or no one will burn incense for you when you die. The two were also old acquaintances, and he knew too well about Deetsong. Ignoring him, he turned his head to the second profile. Name: Feng Qian. Place of origin: Magic City. Occupation: Beast Master. Beast Pet. Holy Bloodline One-Legged Golden Crow. Talent: SSS Human Favors Community. Background: Miss Demon City, the pearl of the Feng family, the family's dual war heroes. Both parents are dead. The only existence in the younger generation of Demon City that could contend with Deshirtion was likewise the best of the younger generation. The two of them could be considered the strongest existences in the younger generation. Feng Qian, this little girl, she has good talent. A saint-level bloodline golden crow. It's a pity that it's not a divine-level bloodline three-legged golden crow, or else she'd really have this chance. I think you guys have investigated Feng Qian's situation clearly. It shouldn't be her. Deetsong nodded. Indeed, it wasn't Deshirtion, and likewise it wasn't Feng Qian. You keep looking. Flipped through several people one after the other. All of them were hidden professions with SSS rank talents, but Spectre felt that something was missing. These guys are good, but not a minute record breaker. Until he flipped to Yi Zhao's profile. Chapter 19 Shattered Shadow White Tiger Set. Name: Yi Zhao. Place of origin: Haiqing.
Occupation: Beastmaster.
Biastpet, Demon Claw Cat.
Talent: Grade A. Background: Orphaned, both parents dead. I'll prove it from the test. This year, there were only 2 Imperial Beastmasters, one Feng Qian and one Yi Zhao. A golden crow with a contracted saint-level bloodline, and a demon claw cat with a contracted elite bloodline. One talent SSS, one talent A. One with a monstrous background, one orphaned. This gap was really a bit too big, but how he looked at it, he felt that there was something wrong with Yi Zhao's situation. Is this accurate information about him? The people down there passed it up, haven't checked the exact message yet. What? Do you suspect the anonymous person is him? The Spectre didn't deny it, and likewise didn't admit it, putting out Yi Zhao's information alone. An orphan, a contracted demon-clawed cat, and an A-rank talent? Do you think it's likely? After so many years in China, how can there be thousands of Imperial Beastmasters, the least of which are SS-rank talent? A rank talent, not right for this profession. Someone helped him hide the information. A rank talent, really sorry for the status of an Imperial Beastmaster. Report, the latest data. This is the situation of today's challenge for the Nightmare difficulty single copy. There are a total of 3 cities. Imperial City once, challenged by Empyrean, this I know, he challenged it after Anonymous and the challenge failed. Magic City once, if I'm not mistaken it should be that little girl Feng Qian. She should also be unwilling to show her weakness and wanted to challenge the Nightmare difficulty copy, and by the looks of it, she also failed. These two had such strength, but all failed in their challenges. That leaves only one last answer, and that last city is where Anonymous challenged.
Haicheng, Ye Shao.
A hint of a smile appeared on the Spectre's face. He knew that Yi Zhao wasn't that simple. Anonymous, Sentinel, Orphan. Kind of. What do you mean? I'll leave the boy to me. I'll check on him. However, soon the specter's complexion became serious. Since we have found out, they must be able to find out in no time. After all, there are quite a lot of guys who eat their way around. Do we need to block all information about Yi Xiao? The specter grinned, a hint of tyranny in his eyes. Do you need it? This is our turf. Just taking this opportunity to properly liquidate the assholes. Haven't done it in a while. Not sure if my methods are rusty. Spectre moved his arms and legs around a bit, looking eager to try. With the specter around, there was no need to worry about Yi Xiao's safety. The wind is picking up. It's time to send them home. The two men looked at each other, and Spectre turned and left. After returning home, Yi Xiao wrapped his arms around Xiao Qing and slept very innocently. It couldn't be helped. The room was too small and there was only one bed. So he couldn't let Yi Xiao go to the ground. It was disrespectful to the host. Waiting for development. High and low have to buy a big house. So sleep cannot Green's body, but any normal point of view cannot hold. Green's entire body curled up and clung to his body, and every now and then she had to squirm in his arms. Long eyelashes and big eyes. Long blonde hair with an occasional waft of hair scent. Spring is here and it's time to plant seeds. Blah blah blah. Putting the strange thoughts to the back of his mind, he pushed Green gently away. A chortle almost didn't scare his little heart out. He didn't do anything but help her change positions or her arms would have been crushed and wasted. This little Green, not honest. It was also that Yi Xiao was by his side and didn't feel any danger. So Xiao Qing was able to get a good solid night's sleep. Previously, Xiao Qing was either worried about being killed by ferocious beasts or captured by humans. And she lived a life of fear and trepidation every day. Without strength, you can only be slaughtered. Now that everything was over, Yi Xiao had given her a great creation, allowing her to shed her bones, which allowed her to sleep peacefully. So she was grateful to Yi Xiao, and she was willing to do anything as long as Yi Xiao commanded her. When she opened her eyes, she couldn't control her tears at all and hugged Yi Xiao for a while. Yi Xiao people are confused how to cry for a good reason. Master, thank you. Oh. Wipe your tears. It's okay. Although he didn't know what it meant, he promised to do it first, but he couldn't afford the tears of a woman. After placating Xiao Qing, Yi Xiao took out the 3 nightmare treasure chests. It's finally time to open the box. Yi Xiao could not hold back his excitement and rubbed his small hands, his eyes full of anticipation. Open the treasure chest. Ding. Nightmare treasure chest opens. Reward. 1 set of golden extreme set. Whether or not to make an appraisal. Extreme gold equipment apiece are worth a lot of money, let alone a set. This is even more priceless existence. Identification. Deduct appraisal fee of $100,000. Yi Xiao almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. $100,000 is lost in an appraisal. This thing burns too much money. Appraisal successful. Shattered Shadow White Tiger set female. Long sword. Strength plus 500. Tunic. Strength plus 200. Stamina plus 188. Bottom. Strength plus 200. Endurance plus 188. Helmet. Strength plus 200. Spirit plus 188. Shoes. Strength plus 200. Speed plus 188. Set passive. Physical and magical blitz rate plus 20. Damage to the enemy in the abnormal state plus 45. When attacking the enemy in the abnormal state, there is a 5 chance of executing the enemy, and when attacking, it will make the enemy's resistance to all the abnormal state reduced by 25 points. When Yi Xiao saw the Shattered Shadow White Tiger set, the person was dumbfounded. Is this the gold extreme set? That's a bit too sick. Especially with the set effect, Yi Xiao did not know what to say for a while. Unfortunately, it was a women's suit, and there was no way he could wear it. However, this equipment to the little green enchanted on, that combat power is absolutely bursting. The little green attack comes with a cutting bloodshed effect, and the set passive perfect fit. Green. Come on. Get up and try this outfit. To her beast pet, Yi Xiao was not a bit stingy. The stronger the beast pet, the safer she would be. Xiao Qing also does not doubt, after all, Yi Xiao certainly will not harm her, the result of the set directly equipped. The suit automatically changed according to Xiao Qing's physical appearance, and the Xiao Qing who wore the equipment was properly a female warrior. It's very comfortable. I feel like my attributes have been strengthened across the board, and the set passive fits perfectly with my skills. Thank you, Master. Xiao Qing didn't even know the value of this suit. As long as it was a gift from Yi Xiao, she liked it. Master, Is this equipment expensive? Seeing Yi Xiao heartbroken like that at dinner today, she knew that money was very important to Yi Xiao. Not too expensive, I guess. Let me take a look at it for you. Chapter 20 The Sage State. Yi Xiao opened his cell phone to check the price of the gold extreme set. Without looking, a look really want to pull down from the body of the small green. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 1 million, 1 billion, 1 billion, one gold extreme set recently sold for 7 billion. The price was comparable to a beast pet with an overlord bloodline. If he sold this set, he would directly become a billionaire. Put it in a previous life and it would have been a straight-up lay-flat life. Unfortunately, here the winners are the losers and the strong have the right to speak, and if you don't have the corresponding strength, your money is not necessarily your money. Strength is king. Master, how expensive. It'll replace your meals for the rest of your life. How long a lifetime was, Green didn't know, but it was certainly worth something. Master, why don't we sell it? I'm just as powerful even without it. Yi Xiao stroked Xiao Qing's head. He knew that Xiao Qing was thinking for him. Even if he liked money more, he wouldn't withhold the equipment of a beast pet. Don't be anxious. Isn't there still 2 treasure chests that haven't been opened? It's impossible to say that there can still be valuable ones. If we can't use it, we'll sell it for money. Open the nightmare chest. 2 pairs of big eyes stared intently at the nightmare treasure chest. Ding! Treasure box open. Reward. Ice Attribute Stone 1. Ice Attribute Stone. Allows the transmogrifier to gain a second attribute, also applies to beast pet. Worthy of being a nightmare level treasure chest, this reward was just too generous. A rare prop like the Ice Attribute Stone could be opened. This thing was naturally given to Little Green as well, and after Little Green used it, she would be able to have 1 more attribute power. And he and Green shared all the attributes, 1 stone for 2 people, maximizing the benefits. Greenie, eat it. Without any hesitation, Little Green swallowed the Ice Attribute Stone in 1 gulp. The moment he swallowed it, a blue light shot up into the sky, firmly wrapping Little Green up. After lasting for a full half-hour, the light outside Xiao Qing's body dissipated. The moment she opened her eyes, furious frost power swept out. The 20-square-meter nest instantly turned into an ice cellar, and everything in the house was frozen into ice. Even Yi Xiao was no exception. There was no resistance left at all, and he was directly turned into an ice sculpture. It was also the master-servant agreement that prevented its attacks from harming its master. Otherwise Yi Xiao would have long since returned to his soul. Although it did not cause any damage, Yi Xiao was still unable to break through the frost seal. Green, let me out. Xiao Qingqing's greenish-white eyes slowly looked over. There was an additional coldness in her eyes, having just awakened the ice attribute. There was no way to perfectly control the power of the ice attribute. It was only after she saw Yi Xiao being frozen that she reacted. Lord! Lord! I didn't mean it. Xiao Qing came to Yi Xiao's side and gently sucked. A cold current appeared and sucked away the ice seal on Yi Xiao's body along with it. After releasing Yi Xiao, Xiao Qing stood there aggrieved, not daring to move a muscle, like a child who had done something wrong, afraid that Yi Xiao would blame her. I didn't control the force and almost hurt my master. I'm sorry. Soft and tender. Yi Xiao originally did not blame her, not to mention that she was pampered. How could he still bear to blame? It's just a shame about the room. It's not much, but it's sentimental. It's okay. It's not like I'm hurt. Just be careful next time. After gently caressing Qing's hair, Qing's uneasiness sort of subsided. Check out Greenie's attributes. Divine Pet, White Tiger with green eyes. Attributes: Gold, Wind, Ice New. Level 6. Power 2,249. Agility 2,134. Endurance 2,255. Spirit 2,250. New skills: Ice Elemental Mastery, Ice Cage, Ice Storm, Cold Breath. Human Form Equipment, Shattered Shadow White Tiger Set. Attributes have risen dramatically, skills have been added with the Ice attribute, and equipment is available in sets. The current Xiao Qing could be said to be armed to the teeth. Even if a second-turn powerhouse came over, he had the confidence to tough it out. 2 treasure chests gave him enough surprise. Then the last remaining treasure chest thought it wouldn't disappoint it too much. Open the nightmare chest. Treasure chest opened. Reward: Sage's Ring Star Diamond Perfection. Equipment level: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Star Diamond, Obsidian, Sacred, Divine. Equipment grade, normal, average, perfect, extreme. The overall value of the Star Diamond Perfection level equipment might not be as high as the Shattered Shadow White Tiger set, but it was even rarer than the gold set. Aside from killing people or having an alchemist friend, you basically don't see Star Diamond level equipment on the market. View. Sage's Ring. Spirit plus 20, Stamina plus 20. The attributes are mediocre and basically add nothing. Storage ring with 50 square meters of storage space. Being able to use it as a storage ring was much more useful, even more useful than adding attributes. But that bit of functionality is sloppy for a Star Diamond level outfit, and it doesn't give a wow factor. The passive skill. The moment you are mentally attacked by an enemy, you will enter the state of a sage, immune to all mental attacks for 3 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes. Sage status, passive defense against enemy mental attacks for 3 seconds, and immunity to all mental attacks. It was only a short 3 seconds, but it was enough to save your life. Awesome. I would call it the strongest. Without the slightest bit of politeness, Yi Xiao put the ring on and all the treasure chests were resolved. Having eaten, slept, and opened the treasure chest, there wasn't much time left for them. Copy upgrade to go? As for home, that's all we can do for now. Go to the copy to upgrade and brush up on some materials. After all, she had promised Xiao Yunru to adopt her, so she couldn't just go and adopt her empty-handed. He could no longer go to the newcomer's copy. The level was already over the limit. If you want to continue upgrading, you can only go to the Necro copy. This was the only copy of the city that could be practiced in the Sea City, capable of accommodating level 5 or higher transmogrifiers for practicing. Of course, the highest level was only 10, and after exceeding 10 levels, one could only go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao brought Xiao Qing to the necrotic copy.
Ye Shao?
Is that Yi Xiao? I shouldn't be mistaken.
Ye Shao?
How did he appear here? Zhang Longwang, who had managed to save up enough sincerity to pass by the necromantic copy, and then he saw Yi Xiao leading Xiao Qing towards the necromantic copy. It's really Yi Xiao. He dared to come to the necrotic replica. Does it mean that he has already broken through level 5? It's quite possible. This is more proof that the anonymous big brother is him, a copy of nightmare difficulty. The experience must be high. It's normal to rise to level 5. Chapter 21 Debuff. But who is that girl beside him? So pretty. 3 times prettier than even Xiao Yunro and An Yun. Strong men are never short of women. No wonder he's ignoring An Yun. The feeling is that there are prettier ones around them. We're being villains for nothing. Looking at Xiao Qing beside Yi Xiao, the two men lowered their heads in shame. If they had known that Yi Xiao had such a beautiful beauty beside him, why would they have made a fool of themselves to target Yi Xiao? Now it's good, and you have to apologize to people to go. Yi Xiao has such a beautiful girl by his side. So can't we go after An Yun? Quickly tell An Yun this news so she can die. Right. Hurry up and tell An Yun the news. Our brothers are equally good. We'll compete fairly when the time comes. The two of them regained their confidence and went straight to the novice copy to look for An Yun. As for Yi Xiao, he arrived at the necrotic replica square. Necrotic copy only open the team mode, of course, want a single person to break into the necrotic copy. That is also allowed. Not turning on the single-player mode was to tell them that the difficulty of the necromancer's copy was too great for a single person to break through, and venturing into it would only cost them their lives. Compared to the newcomer copy, the necromancer copy here was more lively and crowded. The lawgiver seeks a group on a first-come, first-served basis. Necro copy general difficulty passer, experienced, seeks group. Level 9 master, take a newcomer, preferably a sexy young lady who can oink, and guarantee a pass on normal difficulty. Level 3 Guild Redman Hall is recruiting online. First come first served, specialists to lead upgrades, special professions are prioritized, packages of 10 levels. It's worthy of being a Redman Hall. A level 3 guild is awesome, packs 10 levels. I really wanted to join, but unfortunately I was rejected. Yi Xiao looked around and directly found the copy administrator. Nightmare difficulty, please. Okay, nightmare. What did you say? Nightmare difficulty? Although the copy of the necromancer is a level 10 copy, the nightmare difficulty, even if it is a level 20 expert squad to come, will have to kneel. Nightmare difficulty, the monsters in it are getting a 300% attribute bonus. Are you sure? You're going to choose nightmare difficulty?
Okowo.
What about your team? Can you show me your team? I don't mean anything else. I just want to see what kind of configuration can challenge a nightmare difficulty copy. The best record of necromancy copies now was still the hard difficulty, and no one dared to try the hell difficulty, let alone the nightmare difficulty. After all, the necromancy copies were also very restrictive, and after level 10, even if you had the strength to break into hell and nightmare difficulty, you couldn't enter the copies. Hard difficulty is about as far as they go. That was why he acted so excited when he heard that Yishao was going to challenge the nightmare difficulty copy. Team? Me and her, is that enough? Yishao didn't want to act shockingly. After all, there was no single-player mode here. So he could only carry out Little Green. As long as Little Green didn't show his original form, they wouldn't know that Little Green was his beast pet. But even so, it was enough for the copy keeper to be surprised for a while. 2. Challenge a copy of the necromancer on nightmare difficulty. Other people just didn't dare to attempt the difficult difficulty even if they had a full group of 5. How powerful did the two of them have to be to dare to challenge the nightmare difficulty? I don't know if they are really powerful or if they are just young and ignorant. And don't blame me for talking too much. I just wanted to ask what strength you two are and how many levels. I'm a 6th grader and she's a 6th grader. 2 level 6 copies of Challenge Nightmare Difficulty Necromancy. The administrator can see these two are young and ignorant, which has what strength, completely 2 newborn death behavior. 2 level SIXS dare to break into nightmare difficulty. You two really don't know the difficulty of the necrotic copy. This side suggests that you start with normal difficulty. Yishao was helpless, although he knew that the administrator was doing it for their good. But he didn't want to hold up too much time on it either. No, just give me nightmare difficulty. Are you sure? Yishao wants to send death, he cannot stop it. What should be said has been said. The choice is in the hands of Yishao. Okay. Seeing that Yishao's attitude was so resolute, the administrator handed him the duplicate key. Good luck. Thanks a lot. After getting the copy key, Yishao left with Xiaoqing. Little brother, wanna form a team? There happen to be 3 of us on this side, plus you two are just right. Let's break into normal difficulty together. Let's do it together. I have experience with the normal difficulty, and with a full group of 5, it shouldn't be a problem to pass. Yishao, who was just about to enter the copy, was once again stopped. Sorry, no? It's okay, we don't mind your low levels. With us leading, you can also rub off a lot of experience. The probability of success in the group will be much higher. No, really, thanks. Not wanting to entangle with them more, Yishao directly crushed the copy key and entered the necromantic copy. Gone? Gone. This guy is also too reckless. 2 people dare to enter the necrotic copy. Isn't this looking for death? If you don't team up, you don't team up. Why are you still so aggressive? A few people spat a few words and then refound someone to form a team. As for Yishao, no one would pay much attention to him. On the other hand, Yishao stepped into the necromancy copy with Xiaoqing, and what met his eyes was pitch black, and he could not see the situation in the copy at all. All sorts of grim, decaying scents came over the place. What ensued was the negative attributes, all of which were poured onto Yishao's body in a brain. Attribute curse, 50 weakening of all attributes. Surrounded by deadly aura. Loses 10% of blood every second. Necrotic curse. Necrotic attack damage plus 50, with bleeding and corrupting effects. The fight hadn't even started yet, and this was just coming in, and all sorts of debuffs were added. Green, are you affected? The attributes were directly reduced by 50%, which was a fatal reduction for them. What impact? Xiaoqing looked left and right, not knowing what Yishao was talking about. You weren't cursed by the copy? No. After checking on Green, it was true that he was not affected. Isn't this a bit unfair? How come I'm affected so much and Green isn't affected in any way? The divine bloodline is immune to all debuffs. What could Yishao say? There was nothing to say. Who let Xiaoqing be a divine pet? A little privilege was normal. Then aren't Green and I symbiotic? How come I'm not immune to these negative attributes? Shared attributes. No shared bloodlines. Now he was completely and utterly speechless. No wonder no one has been able to pass the necromancy copy all these years. Come in to weaken half of the strength. Level 10 becomes level 5. Level 20 strong people come in to have to drink hate the Northwest. Little Green. I'm counting on you for the battle. I won't be able to help you much. Chapter 22. King of the Necromancers. Yishao was already good enough to manage himself, dropping blood every now and then, and having to give himself a healing spell every now and then, or else he would easily hiccup. Don't worry. Just leave it to me. Copy quest. Kill the king of the necromancers and purify the necromantic space. Mission reward. Nightmare chest. Side quest. Kill the spirit 0-1000. Mission reward. Necromantic treasure chest. Yishao did not make more stops. The clearance is definitely the faster the better. And this damn place is really not enjoyable. Eerie, not to mention all kinds of debuffs. Green, let's go. Shao Qing held the shattered shadow white tiger sword in his hand, and the sword was directly shrouded in golden light, which rose up to the sky, and the 100 meters around him were clearly illuminated. That's quite a method to come up with. Go back and reward yourself with a roast. After being praised by Yishao, Shao Qing was also a little embarrassed, holding the Gungjin treasure sword and giggling there. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, there was a sudden sound of breaking air. A black figure surrounded them. Necronomicon. Rank 10. Power 130. Agility 134. Endurance 154. Spirit 177. Master, wait here. Protect yourself and leave the rest to me. After saying that, Shao Qing brandished the shattered shadow white tiger sword and charged out. Yishao didn't try to be brave either. This necromantic kid didn't seem to be something that the current him could deal with. Be careful. More than concerned, a little kid can't make any impact on Shao Qing. Yishao minimized his presence. Coupled with Shao Qing's invincible stance, all of the necromantic kid's attention was on Shao Qing's body. One by one, they swooped towards Shao Qing. Shao Qing likewise came to the rescue, waving the shattered shadow white tiger sword in her hand, as if she was a spirit dancing in the darkness. A streak of golden light slashed towards the heads of the dead little ghosts, and in an instant, the little ghosts were cut into pieces by the golden light, and none of them could be spared. Ding, kill the spirit kid, experience plus 50. Ding, kill the spirit kid, experience plus 50. After resolving the necromantic kid, Shao Qing rejoined Yishao's side. Her face was not red, and there were no traces of a battle at all. Master. A skill book exploded, along with a bunch of materials. Skill books? Bring it to me. What kind of skill book? Taking the skill book from Shao Qing's hand. Identification. Skill book. Necromantic claws. Gathering a claw of the dead, clawing at the enemy, causing 125 magic damage, with bleeding corrosion effect, affected by the environment. The denser the death aura, the higher the damage. Bleeding corrosion caused by necrotic claws cannot be dispelled. Requirements for wearing. Special occupation. Possessing the power of necromancy. Skill books are really good. In particular, the bleeding corrosion effect cannot be dispelled, and if you are scratched, it is a chronic death. However, the conditions for learning skills were also very harsh: special professions, and the possession of necromancy. There are very few transmutations with the power of necromancy. Yishao put the skill book away. Although he could not use it, he could sell it. Skill books were hard currency in the market, even rarer than equipment. A good skill book can make a world of difference to a person's strength. Go, keep killing. Shao Qing was constantly patrolling the copy. Her Gungjin sword was the artifact that recruited the spirits of the dead. She didn't even need to do it herself. These necromantic brats came to her door automatically. After all, they were creatures that lived in darkness and were repulsed by this golden light. One by one, they rushed up to try to destroy the golden light, but unfortunately, their skills were not as good as theirs, and they all ended up becoming dead under the sword. Ding, kill the spirit kid, experience plus 50. Ding, kill the spirit kid, experience plus 50. He didn't even chop muggles this fast. The necromantic kid couldn't even last a second sword in Shao Qing's hands, and as soon as the sword went down, pieces of heads flew in the air. Complete the side quest, reward necro treasure chest 1. Yishao did not rush to open the necrotic treasure chest. Surprises had to be accumulated to become bigger surprises. The necromantic brats have all been killed. Look for the necromantic king. Kill him and our mission will be complete. Trying to kill me? Human. You are too arrogant. Just as Yishao had finished speaking, the voice of the king of necromancy rang in his ears. When? Yishao came to Shao Qing's side with a flash. Now only Shao Qing could give him enough security. But when he came behind Shao Qing, he did not find any abnormality, and there was no one at the scene other than him and Shao Qing. Green, did you hear a noise just now? Heard that. Green heard it too, so that proves he wasn't hallucinating. But if there was a sound, then why couldn't we find anyone? Green, can you find the location of the king of the necromancers? Shao Qing sensed the king of necromancy and frowned. His face filled with doubt. What's wrong? It's strange how I feel. There's the king of evil everywhere. Everywhere. He believed that Shao Qing could not sense wrongly, and coupled with the voice he had just heard, the king of the necropolis must be right beside him. Everywhere, everywhere, the king of the dead. Does that mean no? Yi Xiao suddenly had a bold idea. Since Little Green sensed that there were king of the necropolis everywhere, was there a possibility that they were in the body of the king of the necropolis right now? This copy's principle is the king of the necropolis. Yi Xiao passed his thoughts to Shao Qing, who instantly understood. Since he won't come out, let's force him to come out. Little Green, zoom in and destroy this space. The Big Dipper cold stream. To unleash a big move, you still have to insta. Shao Qing roared angrily and manifested his body. After protecting Yi Xiao, his wings quickly shandong, and the astral wind began to rage in the copy. The inside of his mouth kept gulping down cold streams. The astral wind intermingled with the cold currents and raged through the copy, and in no time at all, the copy was torn open by the astral wind, and there was even blood dripping down continuously. Sure enough, I guessed right. This guy has been counting the people entering the copy from the very beginning. I'd say the debuff came so quickly. Inside someone's stomach, it's hard not to get hit. Green, increase the output and freeze him. In less than 10 minutes, the astral wind and cold current encroached on the entire space. Every now and then, the gurgling wails of the king of the necropolis could be heard. The darkness began to shrink a little, and the debuff on Yi Xiao's body was slowly fading. That is, until the replica was restored to its original state and the Necromonger King's main body appeared in front of them. Yo, shedding out, aren't you quite capable of carrying it? Chapter 23 Briefing. The king of the necromancers curled up into a big black ball, and it was impossible to tell which side of him was the front and which side was the back. Necromonger. Rank? 20. Power? 1300. Agility? 1270. Endurance? 1430. Spirit? 1338. Skills? Necrospace? Necroclaw? Necrocurse? If Yi Xiao was not wrong, just now they were brought into the necromancy space by the king of necromancy. It had to be said that this guy's attributes were still very strong, so it was no wonder that no one had been able to clear nightmare difficulty all these years. With this attribute, anyone who wasn't a top-level 20 squad would be sent to their death if they came in. And it's not like the top-level 20 squads are going to be able to get into the necromancy copies. That's nice, the reward is cheap again. Green, finish it off. Shao Qing reshaped into his human form, holding the shattered shadow white tiger sword in his hand, and killed towards the king of the necropolis. Chop! PFFT. Thanks to Shao Qing going all out to chop the sword. As a result, the king of the necropolis didn't put up any resistance, and with a single strike of the sword, the king of the necropolis head was directly cut off. Nanny? What the hell? Even Shao Qing was a bit confused, not knowing what was going on at all. How could the king of the necropolis be taken care of so easily? Green, what's the situation? I don't know. I just clattered and it lost its head. Reward Nightmare Treasure Chest 1 if you kill the King of Spirits. First time to pass a Nightmare Difficulty Necromancer copy with a rating of SSS for a network-wide briefing, anonymous or not. For the whole network notification Yi Xiao has been accustomed to, he does not want to be surrounded by people every day. Low-key development is the king. The copy is about to close. Please leave within 60 seconds. I don't understand what's going on with the king of the necropolis, but the reward is in hand. The record has been set, and it's time to leave. Taking Green with him, he left the necromantic copy. Then came the copykeeper. Nightmare difficulty, please. You lad, how, alas, never mind by you. Seeing that Yi Xiao came out so quickly, he knew that Yi Xiao was failing. However, he was also too lazy to be persuading anything. What should be said had already been said before. Whether to listen or not was Yi Xiao's business. Go Greenie. Brush up on your records and get another record treasure chest. That's enough for today. Yi Xiao had just entered the copy in the front foot, and the whole network notification arrived in the back foot. Congratulations to the Chinese transmogrifier for clearing the Nightmare Difficulty Necromancy copy and obtaining an SSS rating. Congratulations to the Chinese transmogrifier for clearing the Nightmare Difficulty Necromancy copy and obtaining an SSS rating. Congratulations to the Chinese transmogrifier for clearing the Nightmare Difficulty Necromancy copy and obtaining an SSS rating. The world boiled over as a result of 3 consecutive all-access briefings. Another network-wide briefing, another Nightmare Difficulty, another SSS rating. The key is also China again. China is really going to rise. passing the nightmare difficulty copy twice in a row, and both of them are SSS grade ratings. A super genius. The key is still 2 super geniuses. Absolutely not allowed. Can't let China grow so fast. Let all the darkies investigate. Kill one if you can. Damn. It's China again. A bunch of mealies. Haven't you investigated any useful information yet? Investigate for me. These 2 full network notifications are likely to be made by one person. Even if China has risen over the years, it's impossible to rise so fast. And the interval is so short, the probability of % is that it's one person. You focus on investigating the people who have entered these 2 copies. As long as there is an overlap, then it's him. It's better to kill than to let go. Yes. After the second network-wide notification, other countries were anxious and mobilized all their forces in China to investigate Yi Xiao's existence. Once a trace of Yi Xiao is found, wipe it out at all costs. Similarly, the state of China received the news of the full network briefing. Nightmare difficulty, SSS rating, the pride of China. My God. What is this? How is this another network-wide briefing? Could it be that this is a lucky year for China? Is China going to rise completely? Investigate with all your might. Make sure you find and protect the person before the enemy does. This kid is a bit high profile, but I like it. Even a nightmare difficulty necromancy copy can be cleared. This kid has a secret. Similarly, the major guilds within China also had their eyes on Yi Xiao. To be able to pass a nightmare difficulty necromancy copy with an SSS rating was definitely a genius among geniuses. If we could pull people into the guild, it would definitely make the guild go further. Yi Xiao didn't even know that the world was buzzing because of him. Now Yi Xiao is busy setting records. Just after entering the copy of the necromancer, Xiao Qing zoomed in, the same move, the same routine, and finally chopped off his head with a sword. The only difference was that Yi Xiao knew this time why the king of necromancy did not resist. Necrospace is actually the inside of the body of the king of the necros. Xiao Qing went down with a set of great moves, directly from the inside, and the power of freezing even caused it to lose all resistance, which allowed it to be killed by Xiao Qing's sword. Pass. Score SSS. Record refreshed. Reward nightmare treasure chest 1. Refreshing records, whether anonymous or not.
Befredsi.
Exit copy. Yi Xiao had just stepped out of the copy when he heard the chattering of the crowd. I really want to know who the anonymous big brother is. SSS score to pass the nightmare difficulty necromancy copy. I'd be satisfied if I had a 10th of the big brother's strength. 2 days in a row, all of them are SSS grade rating pass. You guys say it could be a person genius which can produce You guys, look at this, the big man set a new record. Only 3.5 minutes this time. 3.5 minutes. What? 3.5 minutes to solve the king of the necromancers? 3.5 minutes isn't even enough for me to understand the quest. You think Biggie is like you? Biggie is Biggie because he's different. Listening to the compliments from the crowd, Yi Xiao was still a little embarrassed. He himself wasn't as evil as they made him out to be. He was just an ordinary person who then carried a not-so-ordinary divine favor. Of course, after being embarrassed, he was wary. It seems like there's been too much publicity lately, and if someone investigates, it could be dangerous. There's always someone who doesn't want to watch him grow up, and what's the difference between a genius and a punk without growing up? Keep your head down. Keep your head down. With his head covered, he quietly left with Green. As for practicing, there is no hurry for the time being, practicing every day. It's not bad for this day and half a day. Let the heat go down a bit first. Yi Xiao, big brother, it's really you. Suddenly hearing someone call his name, Yi Xiao was startled and turned around to see that it was no one else but An Yun and Zhonglong Wang Hu. That's recognizable? Chapter 24. We all know. He had covered himself up tightly, and they still recognized him. Now that he recognized him, he couldn't hide. Too deliberate would rather make people suspicious. Why are you guys here? Have the levels all been raised to level 5? A little over level 4. One more brush will raise it to level 5. I'm a little over level 4 as well, and I'll be level 5 soon. Same. Oh, in that case, then you guys hurry up and upgrade, and we'll talk again when we have time. I won't waste your time. Yi Xiao turned around and was ready to leave. Before he could turn around, An Yun tugged on his arm. Yi Xiao, I have something I want to ask you. Gu do. Yi Xiao unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Looking at An Yun's eyes, how do you feel that you have become a negative man? It seems that he did not do anything wrong. What's the matter with you? Are you in love with someone new? Yi Xiao had been quite nervous, but when he heard An Yun's words, he was directly confused. New love? He's got a new girl? When was it? How did he not know? No, he doesn't even have an old love, so where's the new one? Yi Xiao reached out and touched An Yun's forehead, and it wasn't hot. It didn't look like a fever. There's no fever. Why is your mouth full of nonsense? I'm not the one with a fever. Being touched by Yi Xiao like this, An Yun's face swished red. So what did they say about seeing you here with a girl? And wasn't that girl pretty? And did you like that girl? Girl. Quite beautiful? Yi Xiao lowered his head and contemplated for a while. If he was not wrong, what they saw should be Xiaoqing. This is mistaking green for his new love. She's not my new favorite. She's my beast's pet. Beast pet? Impossible, how can it be a beast pet? I think it's a human pet. Big brother, you're playing quite fancy. But it's okay. We all know that the more powerful the person is, the weirder the fetish is. We'll never tell. An inexplicable flurry of ass-kissing. Yi Xiao didn't even know what was going on with them. These two were looking at him in the wrong way before. Why are they now rushing up and licking their chops? That dog lickers expression doesn't hide it at all. Just in case people don't know they're dog lickers. What's going on with you guys? What bigots? Why can't I understand what you guys are saying? It had come to this point, Yi Xiao was still pretending, and the two of them coincidentally laughed, making it more and more bizarre. Don't pretend. Big guy, we all know. By the looks of them, they really seem to know something. What do you know that I don't understand? Pretending, still pretending, big brother. It was the two of us who were wrong before. This is a little apology from us. We hope that you can accept it. You're a big man. Let us off like a fart. Zhang Long Wang, who handed the prepared check to Yi Xiao. $30 million for one person, although for Yi Xiao, this amount of money was nothing, but this was already the limit for the two of them. But even then, Yi Xiao had no intention of taking the money. Although Zhang Long Wang, who had sneered at him before, he didn't take it to heart. Not to mention that he had apologized to him now, so there was no need to use money to buy him off. I forgive you, but take the money back. I can't have it. No, Biggie, you must take it. Yi Xiao can't even accept it. The two of them forced the money into his hands. Being so enthusiastic, Yi Xiao was also too embarrassed to be in the position of refusing. Just consider it as the food expenses for Xiaoqing. It was just that he wondered what the hell a few of them knew. There was no way they could have found out that he was the chosen one with the system. Tell me what you all know, and I'll consider whether or not I should kill someone. If Yi Xiao was indifferent and perfunctory to them, they would really consider if Yi Xiao was going to kill and exterminate them. But if they said it so explicitly, it would prove that Yi Xiao had forgiven them and was joking with them. Biggie, you're the one who's been briefed twice all over the internet, aren't you? And you're the one who set the record, aren't you? Eh? Yi Xiao did not expect that they would think of him in the first place. Of course, he didn't expect to hide it for much longer. He had thought that after practicing until he reached level 10, he would leave Sea City to go to Emperor City or Magic City. I didn't expect them to recognize it so quickly. It's not me, you guys are overthinking it. Obviously, they didn't believe Yi Xiao's words, and after many arguments, they were pretty sure that the person who passed the barrier was Yi Xiao. Well, it's me. Keep it quiet. I don't like high profile. Got it. Got it. The smiles on their faces intensified when they received Yi Xiao's personal acknowledgement. The proximity of the water was the first thing to get the moon, and while others were still guessing who it was, they had already climbed into a relationship with Yi Xiao. When Yi Xiao becomes famous in the future, they will also have the capital to show off, and when the time comes, they will point to Yi Xiao's portrait and say to their children and grandchildren, I was also the one who taunted him back then, and $30 million will set it right, bull or not. Big brother, can I take the liberty of asking what class of beast pet you have contracted? It wasn't a secret that Yi Xiao was a royal beast master. Everyone knew that the only possibility of him wanting to pass a nightmare difficulty copy with his profession as a royal beast master was that he had a particularly powerful beast pet. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Since they call him a bigot, there has to be a little bit of a bigot push. What's a bigot when they know all the secrets? Sorry. I shouldn't have been curious. After seeing that Yi Xiao was angry, the two hurriedly apologized. Yi Xiao, how did you pass the level? Any tips in? Point us in the right direction if it's convenient. Looking at the somewhat awkward atmosphere, An Yun changed the topic away. Yi Xiao didn't count anything more. But the trick of saying it was all he had to say. Only the strong can. Saying it was as good as not saying it, but that was his experience, and skill was useless in the face of absolute strength. Yi Xiao passed the barrier, relying on Xiaoqing to crush through all the way. You guys shouldn't be overly ambitious either. Take it one step at a time and you'll catch up with me soon enough. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Slow down, big guy. Take your time and don't see me off. After bidding them farewell, Yi Xiao took a taxi and left directly. There was no going home, after all, home was gone. And Green took a breath and froze it right out of the house, no way to live there. But he's a small asset now. I just got $60 million. It's not too much to ask for a presidential suite. Of course, one of the most important reasons is that staying in a luxury hotel with food and lodging is best for Green, which is a buffet. Master, Haicheng Hotel. Over here, Yi Xiao took Xiao Qing to the Haicheng Hotel to have a buffet, but the bigwigs from all parties were still waiting for Yi Xiao's results. Chapter 25. 3 meals a day. No, it's been 2 hours. Why hasn't it moved? According to his usual practice, he should have refreshed the record 2 more times to take the treasure chest full. How come he refreshed it once this time? Looking at Ditsong's depressed little eyes, the phantom laughed out loud. What's so funny? Tell me what you think. Ditsong was depressed, having waited for more than 2 hours for nothing. 2 possibilities. 1 is that these 2 are not the same person, and that China has given birth to 2 super geniuses, and 2 is that this little guy sensed something and took the treasure chest and chose to keep a low profile. Ditsong nodded. It did seem like there were only 2 possibilities at the moment. So which do you think is more likely? I wish it was the first one, 2 super geniuses, and China could rise faster, but the truth should be the second one. Report. Message delivered back. Say. Currently the only necromancer copy with a record of nightmare difficulty is Sea City. Hearing this, Ditsong and Spectre looked at each other and smiled. Looks like I guessed right. It would be this little guy. Go ahead then. Some guys have been stupid lately. It's been a while since I've moved my arms and legs. Go clean up the stray assholes. Identified. N. Vice President of Replica Management. Hu Yang. Second turn level 40 shield guard. And the Replica Management Records team leader. According to the information they contacted, there's a big fish this time. The third-turned powerhouse from Pretty Country, James. Handing over the investigated information to the Spectre in just 2 days' work, all the traitors in China surfaced. Anyone who investigated Yi Xiao's situation was under their surveillance. It is indeed time to move my arms and legs when a good person does not want to be someone else's traitor, or else people will think I'm dead. Let's take this James first this time. When did this guy get here? Yesterday, but our eyes couldn't catch his trail, and he's disappeared from Haicheng now, so you need to catch some speed. It was already not easy for a third-turn powerhouse to discover his trail, and forcing him to track it would only cost him his life. Give me the information of the other countries together. There should be quite a few people with bad intentions coming in the past 2 days. Killing one is also killing. Killing a group is also killing. Ditsong was waiting for his words. A stream of information was handed over. I knew you'd say that, so it's hard work. A full 20 centimeters thick of information, all of which had entered Haicheng in the past 2 days. Why are there so many people? What are the leaders of Haicheng doing? Letting so many unknown people enter. Some people are rotten and have been comfortable for so long that they don't know who they are, so you go and wake them up. Spectre's face was ugly. There were so many people. If he delayed any longer, Yi Xiao might be in danger. I'm going. Ocean City Hotel. All eyes were on Green. As for Yi Xiao, he had already hid in a corner. Green's appetite was so big that she exterminated the entire buffet of a hotel by herself. And Greenie came to love anything that she could eat. This girl has such a great body. How come she can eat so much? My God, eating all the ingredients of the hotel. This girl can't be a transmogrified king of appetite. Lunchables, beautiful Lunchables, it's horrible. I've only had 1 sausage and there's nothing left. Green didn't care at all about the stares of others. What embarrassment, what attention to image. None of it is needed here in Green. You guys love to watch, I just need to be fed. Have you had enough to eat, girl? The head of the hotel panicked. At the rate she was eating, the hotel would go bankrupt. Green rubbed her belly and looked at the hotel head with an innocent face. 50% full. Everyone was speechless. After eating for so long, they were still only half full. That girl, your room is? Oh, it seems to be Presidential Suite 003. The Presidential Suite, can you check out of that one? I recommend you to stay at the hotel next door. Their hotel buffet is even better. Even the Presidential Suite can't afford to eat like that. Better go wreak havoc on the hotel across the street. Really? The buffet across the street is better. As long as there's food, Green's heart is in the right place. As for any checkouts, it didn't have any effect on her at all. Really, There are professional chefs across the street, and they have a buffet that is flavorful and varied, and crucially large enough to fill you up. Green just happily decided that she was going to eat at the hotel across the street. Master. After saying that, Xiao Qing looked at Yi Xiao with an aggrieved face. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Xiao Qing's sentence of master directly set up Yi Xiao to roast on the fire. Master? My God. Is the play so hot? By what right is this, although this girl eats a lot? But she is so beautiful, how can she call someone her master? Little girl, listen to me. Your mouth must be used for eating, okay? Yi Xiao couldn't stand their gazes and took Xiao Qing to check out directly and then found the hotel next door. The same type of presidential suite with a wider variety of more flavorful buffets. Seeing the buffet is like seeing family. An hour later. This young lady, I recommend the hotel across the street. Their service is better and the buffet tastes good. You can try over there. In an hour's time, Green had emptied a hotel of all its ingredients again. But this time Green was full. No, I'm full. And I was recommended to come over here by them about an hour ago. And they were right, your buffet is better and has more variety. The head of the hotel hated it. You can't do that if you're in the same boat. This is just one meal. If she had 3 meals a day, their hotel would have to close down. This young lady, at the risk of asking you, how many meals a day do you eat? 3 meals. I'm going to quit, you call me. I'm going to quit. I can't do it. Yi Xiao cannot care so much, this time to say anything cannot be withdrawn from the room. It is not easy to find a free meal ticket. The house is good, the food is still more. Do not live a decade or 8 years or sorry for him. Come on. Let's go back and rest when we're full. Took Green back to the hotel. Xiao Qing curiously surveyed everything in the room, which was indeed larger than Yi Xiao's 20 square meter room. And the aroma is so comforting. Yi Xiao was equally satisfied with everything in the room. After working so hard for so many years, living in a snail's pace in a 20 square meter room, now he was finally able to live in a luxury presidential suite. Green, play by yourself in your room, take a bath if you want to, and watch TV if you want to. Chapter 26. There's no such thing as a super genius. For new things, Qing was full of curiosity and had fun alone. Yi Xiao, on the other hand, opened the Transfigurator Forum. It was created to facilitate the communication of transmigrants, in which a wide variety of information can be found, and real-time information is updated daily. When I opened the forum, the page recommended his news directly, and it was also the hottest news right now. China, twice SSS rating to pass the nightmare difficulty copy. 2 super geniuses are born in China. Rise, rise, rise. Online solicitation for information on super geniuses. Those with information will be rewarded with 100,000 guild contribution points. Redman Hall Guild. Useful information. Rewarded with 200,000 contribution points. Wolfman's Guild. Yi Xiao briefly scanned the posts, basically much the same. They were all posts looking for him to give rewards. I didn't realize I was so famous already. It's a good thing fewer people know about it, or it could have been dangerous. The rewards the guild was giving him were a bit eye-opening, and he wanted to report himself. However, he also knew that the more lucrative the reward, the greater the danger he would encounter in the future. Should we solve the 3 of them? Now only the 3 of them know my news if it is leaked. Forget it, you can't let someone else take the fall for something you did. Yi Xiao thought about it and thought it was better to forget about it. Can't just kill them because they know they're anonymous. I, City Maniac, am paying for this clearance record. I am the legendary Anonymous. Raiders are here. Those who need them, pay 100,000. Tonight at 9 p.m., live online, open the Nightmare Treasure Chest. Nightmare Treasure Chest Picture.jpg. Just as Yi Xiao scanned the forum, a freshly made post instantly occupied the top of the list. It's appeared. The big man has finally given up and shown himself. Hi Deng Maniac. Quickly go and gather information on the maniac. I want to know all the information on the maniac within 10 minutes. Really? The pictures are real, freshly baked nightmare treasure chests. Sit back and wait for the box to be opened live tonight. Sit and wait. There are pictures and a live stream in the evening. If Yi Xiao didn't know that he was anonymous, he would have really believed it. However, he was a little confused as to what was going on with this maniac and how he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere for good reason. If you want to rub it in, it's a bit too costly. But anyone with half a brain knows that behind the huge heat lies a huge crisis. Once they were discovered, they would either join someone else's power or be exterminated. Can't figure it out, could simply be a bad brain. Things that could not be comprehended Yi Xiao did not ponder over. This whole thing was good for him anyway, and the more everyone else went to focus on the maniacs, the less attention there would be on him and the safer he would be. And after Maniac posted his post, the entire Sea City was in turmoil. Everyone was looking for the maniac. It's been confirmed, Haicheng Maniac. There's a record of entering 2 copies, and the nightmare treasure chest is real. Arrange for your men to be stationed at the duplicate plaza and scout out the maniacs. Wouldn't that be too high profile? And it's easy to cause resentment from other transmutants by randomly probing others. All you need to do is follow orders. You have one mission: kill the maniacs and eliminate all hidden dangers. For a day, the Sea City transmigrants complained. Whether you enter or leave the copy, you will be probed by someone using a scrying spell. Although they didn't have any secrets, it was still unpleasant to be probed so much in their hearts. Which Union's grandson is it that uses a scrying technique to probe our identities? Aren't you afraid of causing public anger? That's it. Pissed me off. Today, all day in and out of the copy to be swept in general. Disgusted me to death. They can't be looking for the maniacal big brother. There's something deranged about that. Maniac big brother. You mustn't show yourself. These guys don't have good intentions. The forums were all full of curses. Because of their probing, the copies were all much less crowded, and all of them were guarding the live forums, waiting for the maniac's unboxing action. As long as there's a nightmare treasure chest, that's proof of the maniac. 9 o'clock at night, Maniac came onto the air masked, with 2 nightmare treasure chests in front of him. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with 1 million transmuters, and the number kept increasing as time went on. It's really crowded, so it looks like I'm pretty popular. I, Madman Anonymous, have no desire to join any of your forces, so you may disperse and not disturb the normal lives of others. Besides that, I just want to bring everyone along to see what goodies the treasure chest can open. The first treasure chest: a star diamond normal grade sword, which is worth a lot of money. Second treasure chest: hidden profession undead summoner transfer book, rare and also expensive. Good start. The broadcast ends here. After opening the treasure chest, the maniac turned off the live broadcast, and Yi Xiao, looking at the black screen of the live broadcast room, was a little puzzled. The treasure chest was real, but the man he was pretty sure wasn't a maniac. What exactly is his purpose in doing this? Certain hotels in Sea City 1 watched the maniacs live. Really, there's no editing. There's something. Look at this place, it looks like a sign for some hotel. We can restore the location. Hurry up and restore. I don't know if the logo was intentionally exposed or if it was uncovered and unintentionally revealed. Soon they had restored the hotel and, following the live angle, they even found the maniac's room. This is it. Go, find him and finish him off. Those who are able to conduct investigations here are some of the best, and many of them have noticed the omission of the live broadcast. Within moments, a large number of enemies had gathered around the maniac's room. Looks like they took the bait. So many of them. Am I that facetious? Play your part and don't let anyone see the cracks. Don't worry. It's guaranteed to be a clean sweep. Maniac stayed quietly inside his room as if nothing had happened. Probe. Name: Sun Rulong. Rank: 10.
Occupation: Berserker, Beastmaster.
Talent: SSS ranked Berserking. Affinity for beasts. Beast pet. Overlord grade Bloodline Dragon Blood Lion King. Level: 50. After seeing Maniac's message, everyone instantly realized what was going on. What super geniuses, there are none. As good as Maniac was, he was able to pass the nightmare difficulty copy all by relying on the level 50 Dragon Blood Lion King. So it's a second-generation ancestor who relies on his family to contract a level 50 Dragon Blood Lion King. I still say, how can there be so many super geniuses in China? Chapter 27. I'm just blowing smoke. It looks like China is planning to mold a super genius to put pressure on other countries. Since we're already here, let's settle this by hand. The maniacs don't look too bad. Killing one of them would be enough to make China's heart ache for a long time. In their opinion, the madman was just a genius image that China had portrayed, wanting to use it to show how powerful China was. Do it. After the dark sons of each country scouted out the maniac, they all came together to launch a siege against. Not good. Maniac had long since sensed the presence of these people, but he pretended to be unaware of it in order to draw everyone out. After seeing the crowd surrounded up, Maniac didn't have any nonsense, breaking the window and disappearing towards the distance. Dog scums. There's no way to catch me. Chase. A group of people chased towards the maniacs, unaware that they had already entered the encirclement of China. Squad 01 has detected the enemy. The enemy has entered the encirclement. Do we proceed with the siege? Any sign of James? No James, over. Squad 02 has discovered the enemy and is ready for a siege. Do we move? Any sign of James? No, over. Dozens of squads hid in the shadows in ambush, but there was never any sign of James. This guy is really cautious enough, he doesn't even come out like this. Since they don't come out, there's no need to come out. Order them to close the net and leave no one behind. To be merciful to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself, and with an order from the underworld, all those who came to deal with Yishao would have to die here. As for James, as long as he's in Sea City, he can always be outed, and with him around, Sea City can't turn over the sky. Did you guys find that Yishao kid? Not yet, we've searched the house as well. There's no sign of him. I think he's been in one of the attacks and has gone into hiding. Eh? What do you mean? Yishao's home has been frozen by a cold force. I think he must have been attacked, so he found a hidden place to hide. And the hotel has no record of Yishao's stay, so it seems like it should be safe for now. The home was attacked, the hotel had no record of occupancy, and even security became a should. Spectre was not happy. Something absolutely cannot happen to such a super genius. Speed up the search. I want to be safe, not as I should be, but as I must be. This kid is so smart. Nothing should happen to him. Spectre frowned with a scowl. While Spectre was over here anxious about Yishao's safety, Yishao was inside the suite, soaking in the bath and watching the news on the forum. As for why you didn't find out about checking into the hotel, it wasn't because Green was so good at eating that the hotel didn't even dare to receive them. After the hotel manager's bitter plea, Yishao agreed to check out of the room, but he still had to stay for free today. If it's only one day, the hotel can still afford to lose money. In case Yishao and the others stayed for 10 days and half a month, the meals could eat them up. Just as Yishao was focusing on the maniac situation, a figure that sped past interrupted all his thoughts. That figure is so fast that it is staggering. Yishao also just saw a shadow, what kind of person he has not seen at all. So fast, it's a super expert, not an opponent. Just based on the speed he displayed, Yishao knew that he was no match. Master, it's Zhonglong Wang Hu. Zhonglong Wang Hu? Are you kidding me? How could it be the two of them? Yishao think about Zhonglong Wang Hu's appearance, meet with a big brother called, but also give money to beg for his forgiveness. How can these two be masters? Could it be that they are also pretending to be pigs? Sure enough, it's right to keep a low profile. It's possible for anyone to be pretending. Master. They were knocked out and taken away. Thanks to all the images he had brainstormed, it turned out that, in the end, these two were knocked out and taken away. Did you get a good look? Seeing it clearly, whether it's the face or the smell, there's absolutely no mistaking that it's the two of them. Qing's perception was stronger than his, and he knew that Qing hadn't sensed it wrong. It was just that he didn't understand what was worth being kidnapped on Zhonglong Wang Hu. The value of the body isn't very high, and the strength isn't very strong, so it's not like they're going to use this kind of master to carry out a kidnapping. Come on. Go and have a look. Maybe we'll find something remarkable. Although these two people are very unpleasant, but at least they are also their classmates, not to mention that they also gave money to erase the grudge. In public and in private he had to help. Can you keep up with them? Could be. Go. Xiao Qing leapt up and transformed into a smaller body, just enough to accommodate Yizhao's ride. Following the lingering scent, Green chased him all the way up. Master. The smell is getting stronger here. They should be right up ahead. Flying further is likely to spook the snakes. Land on the ground and approach quietly. The two landed and quietly followed up for a kilometer or two, vaguely able to hear movement not far ahead. Ah! A scream resounded through the sky. That is, it was far enough away from the center of town that no one could hear his screams. That voice, Zhonglong? When Yishao got closer, he found that Zhonglong had already collapsed on the ground. The head was still being crushed by a foot that kept crushing it, and the face was somewhat deformed. A man wearing a black cloak and a black mask on his face was there to press Zhonglong. I'm only going to give you one last chance, so if you don't want to die, be honest. Zhang Long forced himself to endure the pain in his body and said with a slight sobbing voice, Big brother, I really don't know anything. I was just bragging before. Please let us go. Really, we really don't know, we're just blowing smoke. Seeing that Zhang Long was still sophomoric there, the man in black lost his patience. You're challenging my patience. 5 soul-determining nails appeared in the black-clothed man's hands. Swish, swish, swish. For soul-fixing nails shot out, directly piercing through Zhang Long's limbs. My patience is limited. I hope you grasp your last chance. If you don't explain who the anonymous person is before, this last soul-fixing nail will pierce your heart. You should know the power of the soul-fixing nail, right? After being pierced through your body, you will endure 7 days and 7 nights of torture by evil spirits before you die in agony. Is it worth it to put yourself through this extreme pain for the sake of someone else? Tell me who Anonymous is, and not only will you not have to suffer, you'll also get a hidden profession transfer book that opens up a second profession. Give a stick and a sweet date. The ploy was really used in just the right way. If it were an ordinary person, absolutely no one would be able to resist such a temptation. Yi Xiao did not make a move and quietly watched from the sidelines. He also wanted to find out if Zhang Long and the others would betray him. Chapter 28. Rescue. Big brother, I really don't know. We really just bragged about nonsense. You let me go, I don't want to die. Without any hesitation, Zhang Long denied it, not admitting that he knew Yi Xiao's identity at all. Good. Good. The Chinese are really known for their hard bones. It doesn't matter if Zhang Long doesn't admit it. There's still Wang Hu on the side. He doesn't believe everyone is hardcore. And you're going to mouth off too, aren't you? My patience is at its limit. You say he dies, he says you die, and it's up to you two who says it first on whose body the soul nailing will be placed. Wang Hu looked at Zhang Long, who was nailed to the ground with some fear, and stuttered a bit in his speech. I'll say it, I'll say it, I'll say it all. Hearing Wang Hu's words, a smile appeared on the black-clothed man's face. You said I'd let you go if the answer satisfied me. It's Maniac, Anonymous is Maniac. We both watched Maniac come out of the copy with our own eyes, and heard him say he cleared the level. The smile on the man in black's face instantly froze. Maniac? Self-righteous guy on a forum? How could he believe it? If they were maniacs, they wouldn't have chosen to remain anonymous in the first place. I'm really disappointed in you guys. And at this point, you're still planning to lie to me. Ding! Just then, the black man's phone rang. Solved. Although he didn't believe that Maniac was anonymous, it was better to kill one than to let one go. He sent all of his men out to attack the Maniac. Lord James, a trap. We've been duped. It's a Chinese trap. Anonymous isn't even a madman. The talking came to a screeching halt and James simply crushed his cell phone into smithereens to prevent himself from being tracked. All heard. Still not honest? I thought I could stall for a while with Maniac, but I didn't expect to be recognized so quickly. But it was earned, and China had laid out such a big setup just to exterminate these darkies. How could they give up Yi Xiao? Want to know about Anonymous? Aye shucks, you deserve it. Kill if you want to kill. Cut if you want to cut. We Chinese don't have wimps. The two were determined to die, even if they were tortured to death today. There was no way they would betray Yi Xiao. This was something Yi Xiao did not expect. Huagua had fabricated a false maniac for his sake, and Zhang Long Wang who had been willing to die in order to keep his identity. For the first time in so many days, he felt a sense of belonging to this world's Chinese nation. All he could think about was getting stronger and surviving in this world of the weak and the strong. I didn't expect to be moved today. When you get older, your heart gets soft. View properties. Name, James. Level, 3 turns and 78 levels. Occupation, assassin. Talent, S-ranked talent of concealment. Power, 2,700. Agility, 3,640. Endurance, 2,300. Spirit, 2,435. Skills, shadow stalking, backstabbing strike. The attributes of the 3rd turn and 78th level seemed to be higher than Qing, and with him it seemed like he wasn't a match for James either. But he also couldn't stand by and watch Zhang Long Wang who die in James' hands because of him. Green, can you stall him? As long as Shao Qing held him back for a while, Yi Xiao would have a chance to save the two from James' hands. Try it. This was the most powerful person Little Green had encountered since she evolved. He was confident in killing all the previous monsters in seconds, but James, a 3rd turn powerhouse, might be a little difficult. James on the side was also irritated by Zhang Wang, whose words, "Since they want to die, let them have it. Why, foreign dog, do it, little master, I blink. Is you born, bah?" One man spat a thick mouthful of spit right into James. They can be vain, they can be jealous, they can be sneaky, and they can even be backstabbing. However, this is all an internal matter for them. If there are foreigners involved, then they will be united and will definitely not let these foreigners reap the benefits. Not to mention the fact that this time it was still a high-level operation of China, and they were even less likely to be traitors. All of them go to hell. His holy black robes were actually spat on twice. It was his most beloved battle robe, and now it was defiled. His anger at this moment far exceeded his previous deception. Even if they tell who Anonymous is, it's hard to escape death. It's now, do it. Just as James was about to strike, Green's buildup was complete. Big Dipper Coldstream Gungjin Chop. 3 powerful elemental forces converged on the shattered Shadow White Tiger sword. At Yi Zhao's command, Xiao Qing did not have any hesitation and slashed out her strongest sword. The ground was instantly cracked, and the sky became eclipsed at this moment. Sensing a strong sense of crisis, James looked back. The 3-colored sword light had already arrived in front of him. Damn, and I don't know who sneaked up on him. But he knew that this attack could not be resisted hard, and there was only one consequence of resisting it, and that was injury. Getting hurt in China would mean death. Shadow Maze steps. A black mist rose around James, followed by a dozen or so James silhouettes appearing on the ground, and it was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. The sword light chopped down in a smooth manner, and a dozen or so silhouettes were directly chopped into smithereens. It's all fake, that one's real. James was breathing heavily from 100 meters away. Tracing out a dozen or so void shadows at once was also a great pressure on him. However, the effect was also very significant. He moved 100 meters away in a flash, and all of Xiao Qing's attacks fell short. The sword light cut into the ground, and a large gully 1 meter wide and 30 meters long was created. But if he had dodged slower, this sword could have killed him halfway. Of course, Yi Zhao did not want to kill him with a single sword, a hallowed third-turn powerhouse. How could he be killed so easily, who did not have a few means to save his life? He had only one goal, and that was to force James back and then save Zhang Wang, who. Trying to save a life? James saw Yi Zhao's move the moment he dodged the sword light. A little griffin of less than 10th level was trying to save someone in front of his third-turn powerhouse. If this was saved by him, what face would he have? Looking for death. Backstabbing strike. With a whoosh, James disappeared in place. But Yi Zhao knew that James' real killing move was coming. Of course, it was easy to dodge his attacks, as long as there was someone behind him. Yi Zhao didn't dodge and waited for him to backstab. In the blink of an eye, James came behind Yi Zhao with a dagger in his hand and was about to stab him in the back of his heart. Fuck. Chapter 29. The Fire of the Underworld. James, who was just about to kill Yi Zhao, couldn't help but let out a low curse. With a whoosh, he disappeared in place, avoiding Green's attack. If he had to make a move against Yi Zhao just now, Xiao Qing's sword would have similarly pierced through his body. Trading lives with a lesser man, James wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Yi Zhao had also calculated that he did not dare to exchange his life for his life, which was why he had Xiao Qing attack at his back. He won the bet. Without James' interference, Yi Zhao managed to save Zhang Wang, who. They just looked at each other, not daring to do anything rash. James looked at Cyan with a wary look on his face, not being able to detect Cyan's aura at all, feeling that she was not human, but does look human again, can use weapons, can use skills. Biggie, you're finally here to save us. You scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. Oh, great, we finally don't have to die. Big brother. Don't worry, we didn't betray you. We really didn't betray you. 2 big men were there hugging Yi Zhao and crying, slobbering and snotting desperately on him. If it wasn't for the fact that they were injured, Yi Zhao would have kicked them out. You're Anonymous? Woo! Zhang Wang, who seemed to realize his tense state and hastily covered his mouth. Both eyes were at a loss for words as they looked at Yi Zhao. They really didn't do it on purpose, they didn't want to reveal Yi Zhao's identity, they were just too excited to see Yi Zhao just now, and they accidentally bailed out. Big brother, we? Okay. Just know it. Don't worry about it. James already knew anyway, and blaming them wouldn't help at this point. The first order of business is to think about how to get out of here. Green, freeze his wound first. Don't bleed to death later. Yi Zhao's healing technique could only be used on himself and his beast pet, and was ineffective on others. Zhang Long, who had been pierced through his body by the soul-fixing nail, was still bleeding at all times. At this rate, he'll be dead in 10 minutes. Bleeding? I'm still bleeding. The renal hormones had just kicked in, making him firm for a while, and when Yi Xiao reminded him of this, he remembered that he was still in a bleeding state. A close second is weakness. With a wave of Shao Qing's sword, an aura of cold ice spread and froze Zhang Long's wound. It doesn't taste good, I guess, but it's better than bleeding to death. Wang Hu, take him to a priest for treatment. So Biggie Yu. Carrying Zhang Long on his back, Wang Hu looked at James not far away with some fear. I have to be here, or can you guys leave? Go on. Don't worry about me, you're just a liability if you stay here. If they stayed here, they would still have to be distracted by Yi Xiao to take care of them. In that case, it was indeed good to leave. Then you must be careful, big man. Looking at Zhang Long Wang Hu's back as he left, James didn't move. He was not interested at all in these two little mole crickets. He had only one target, and that was Yi Xiao. You're anonymous? Yi Xiao shrugged and did not deny it. No, you're not anonymous either, and you can't possibly pass a nightmare difficulty copy with your rank strength. On the contrary, this girl next to you could be anonymous. The eyesight of a third-turn powerhouse was still there. A quick glance showed how powerful Green was. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to see through the divine favors incarnation. It doesn't matter, no matter which one of you is anonymous. As long as we kill you, the mission will naturally be accomplished. Ready to die? Adjusting his body's breath and holding his breath, James began his final kill. Shao Qing gave him a great threat, but it was only just a threat. With his strength, he could still kill Shao Qing if he wanted to. Shadow. The underworld abyss. Just as James was about to strike to kill Yi Xiao and the others, a black ball suddenly appeared and wrapped James firmly. The next thing that came was a scream. By the time the black ball had disappeared, James had collapsed to the ground, badly injured and near death. This? What means? Yi Xiao could not help but swallow his saliva. This attack exceeded his imagination. James, who was as strong as the third turn, hadn't been able to carry it over for a minute, and the person had turned into this unlucky appearance. Spectre, I know you're here, come out. Collapsed on the ground, James looked around reluctantly. As a war god, what are you doing hiding your head? So unseemly? James was upset, but he knew that he was on the ropes. Spectre, one of the top powerhouses in China. Even 10 of him wouldn't be enough in front of the Spectre. James, so desperate to see me? The sky tore open a crack, and the Spectre stepped out of the spatial rift. With each step, the more pressure James was under, and by the time the Spectre appeared in front of him, the bones in James' body had been crushed to smithereens. However, the life force of a third-turn powerhouse was still very tenacious, and even after crushing his bones, James didn't even gulp. I didn't expect to startle you. If I had known you would make a move, I wouldn't have come. There was no expression on the Spectre's face. How can he keep this big fish if he doesn't make a move? Anything else to say? If not, then you can go to hell. Spectre rubbed both hands together, a black flame pulsing at his fingertips. Don't look at it as only a small ball, but it gives people a soul-shaking feeling. The temperature around them all dropped so enviously that Yi Xiao couldn't help but shiver. Death by your hand, I admit it. But can you give me a pain in the ass? Give me the dignity of a third-turn powerhouse. James looked at the flames in the Spectre's hands with some fear. The fire of the underworld. Soul nemesis. Once struck, the soul will be burned alive, one of the most unbearable means of torture in the world. Since you're here, you'll have to accept what happens when you fail. My boss is... Mentioning the boss here in the Spectre doesn't help at all. Is he scared? No. If you can get your boss here, I'll invite him to join me for the spectral flame. How about that? James was silent. He knew the boss wasn't coming. Although his boss was also very strong, but when he came to China, he had to eat a meal of spectral flame before leaving all the same. The Spectre doesn't eat this and doesn't give any face. Then there's nothing to do but close your eyes and wait for death. It seems you've resigned yourself to your fate. In that case, Elder Spectre, wait. Just now, Yi Xiao had already found out where the Spectre came from. China's war god powerhouse, a 90-level expert. It was said that the Spectre usually didn't put up a fight, but I didn't expect that this time he had stooped to come to Haichang for him. So damn safe, it's blissful. Is there anything else you need, little one? Chapter 30 Triggering Red Name. For Yi Xiao, the Spectre was also very patient. This is the most outstanding seedling in China in recent years, and must be properly cultivated, and will definitely be able to achieve the position of war god in the future. It's a bit presumptuous, but can we not kill him? Upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, there was no change on the specter's face, while there was another glint of light in James' eyes. As long as he lives, I'll do anything for you as long as you don't kill me. I'll be your henchman. Spare my life. I'm a third-turn powerhouse. I'll be of great help to you. Yi Zhao expressed indifference to James' call. How could a crooked man help him in good faith? What he's saying now is just an excuse to stay alive. Yi Zhao, what do you mean you're in charge of things today? James didn't have any influence on him, so he left the decision in Yi Zhao's hands. It's up to Yi Zhao to decide whether to kill or stay. Can I really put it at my disposal? He waited for this sentence of the underworld. After all, it was a third-turn powerhouse, and he himself was not James' opponent. Opening his mouth like this to ask for it, there was undoubtedly the suspicion of stealing the credit. Since the underworld war god had opened his mouth, there was no need for him to be humble. Green, finish him off. Receiving Yi Zhao's order, Shao Qing did not hesitate, and with a flash of sword light, James' head was directly separated from his body, and blood gushed out. To his death, James never closed his eyes filled with disbelief. Ding, kill a third-turn powerhouse, experience plus 3,000. Leveling up. Dropped equipment plus 2. Killing in the city, reward. Red name, run away, run as far away as you can, or you'll face an endless pursuit by the guards. Just got too excited trying to kill James for experience. I didn't expect to trigger the red name system. You can't kill anyone in the city, but if you do, you'll commit a crime, and the higher the level of the hunt, the redder your name will be. His name is the reddest moment right now, and it's visible all over Hightown. As long as he was in Sea City, no matter where he hid, others could see him, even if it was a copy. Truly nothing to hide. And not only is it not a crime to hunt rednecks, but you also get merit points. Killing enemies is also red? Just now, he was still snickering, killing James and gaining a lot of experience, not to mention the equipment that popped out. As a result, the next second the person is dumb enough to kill a James and go straight to red until dawn. If this was targeted, he would never have peace in his life. Beware of being assassinated every day. Spectral War God. Look at this. Yi Zhao pointed to this red to shiny name above his head. With the strength of the spectral god of war, eliminating red names should be a breeze. If you didn't want assassination, you could only turn to the underworld war god. Don't give an inch, little one. I've already agreed to one of your demands. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? As soon as Pixie's face changed, Shao Qing stopped in front of Yi Zhao's body. However, whenever the underworld war god made the slightest movement, she would attack the underworld war god with thunderous force. Green, it's okay. Shao Qing was strong, but in front of the underworld war god, she still wasn't good enough. You can't let your impulsiveness harm Green. It's me being abrupt. I'm still very grateful to the underworld war god for coming to my rescue and giving me James' experience. I'll keep this favor. If there is a need in the future, I, Yi Zhao, will definitely help if I can. He had only risen to level 8 and was still far from being a war god. It was clearly irrational to start a conflict with the specter at this time. A red name is a red name, and you can get rid of it by being careful and doing charity work for a month. Kid, is this your beast pet? From the moment he first met Green, Spectre felt something was wrong. It should have taken the transformation Dan. Your kid is really generous to give the beast pet the transformation Dan in order to transform. Looking at the Spectre talking to himself alone, Yi Zhao was also dumbfounded. The transformation pill? And this? He was an orphan, a bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. Where had he heard of any transformation Dan? Shao Qing is able to transform all by its own talent. There is no use of any transformation Dan. But what the seniors say is what they say. Xie didn't reply, he just quietly looked at the Spectre there. It didn't matter if he was right or not. He just nodded his head in acquiescence. The boy! Spectre had checked Yi Zhao's identity and knew that he was an orphan, and that he must have a little secret to be able to get where he is today. Everyone had their own secrets, and he didn't pry too much into Yi Zhao's secrets. I'll remove your red name for you. Thank you, Lord Spectre. Hearing that Spectre helped to remove the red name, a smile reappeared on Yi Zhao's face. Now you won't have to worry about being assassinated to sleep. This dog's face, it changes at the drop of a hat. Spectre shook his head and smiled helplessly. You should know by now you've got everyone's attention, 2 network-wide notifications, and you're the only one who can accomplish this at the moment. What about us? We've helped you with the vast majority of your enemies this time, but you should also be aware that there are still quite a few enemies staring at you in the shadows. We can't protect you 24 hours a day without intervals, and I'm sure you wouldn't want us to. Iron sharpens iron, so the only way to live safely is to make yourself stronger. James's things you all take it, how much strength can be raised to raise how much? In the future you can only rely on yourself. I don't think you'll let me out of the loop the next time we meet, so don't let me down. With that said, Spectre turned and left. As for James' stuff, all of it was left to Yi Xiao. The spectral war god had a point. If it wasn't for his appearance this time, they really wouldn't have been able to get out of James' hands unscathed. This was the first time since he crossed over that he felt tricky. Previously, with Shao Qing protecting him, he thought that this world was just like that. But now it seemed that this world was much stronger than he had imagined. The more talented you are, the more attention you will get and the more enemies you will have. To stay alive, he has to get stronger. Strong enough to be unmatched. Master, with me here, I won't let anything happen to you. Seemingly sensing Yi Xiao's emotions, Shao Qing stood by and comforted. Looking at Shao Qing's serious appearance, Yi Xiao could not help but touch her head. Of course I believe in green. Let's work together. After calming down a little, Yi Xiao went up to touch the corpse. A third-turned powerhouse must have a lot of treasures on his body. Let's take the equipment he popped out first. Shadow Dagger. Star Diamond General. Attack, 530 strength plus 40. Agility plus 70. Defense rate plus 30. Backstab has a 30 damage bonus. Chapter 31. Second Identity Card. Seeing the attributes of the Shadow Dagger, Yi Xiao could not help but let out a gasp. It's worthy of being a weapon used by a third-turn powerhouse. The attack power alone reaches 500, and there's also a rare defense breaking damage bonus. It's also considered to be a small extreme product. This would sell a couple of small goals if we sold it. Of course, Yi Xiao had no intention of selling the weapon for the time being. This thing could be used by himself for the time being, and in case he had a new beast pet in the future, he could still give it to them to use. As for the armor and shoes, the attributes were mediocre gold-level equipment. It didn't help him very much either. Yi Xiao picked up all the equipment and turned around to check the props he had searched. Props. Second Identity Card. Function. Able to help professionals to shape a second identity. Can shape identity information, physical appearance, detection techniques cannot detect the second identity. Seeing this second identity card, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. It's perfect for killing people and running away from enemies. It's no wonder James hasn't been outed all these years. I'm sure it's the use of a second identity card to help him with his disguise. Now it's cheap for nothing. Use the second ID card. Ding. Identity card used successfully. Please shape the second identity information. Once the identity is bound, will not be able to change. Use with caution. Name. To be set. Occupation. To be determined. Talent. To be set. Appearance. To be determined. As for level attributes, they are all the same as the body and cannot be set. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment, but decided to hold off on the setting. This thing can be of great use at critical moments. In case you have a crush on someone's young daughter-in-law, you can set it to look like her man and cave in. If anyone's family is rich and famous, he can change his face and become a rich kid. A head full of ideas, all of which had to be realized by the second identity, and it would be a waste to use them now. Anyway, the number of people who know about his identity is limited at the moment, and there is no hurry to change his face. Save it for now and set it later. Saved successfully. After placing the second identity card close to him, Yi Xiao looked at the next prop. This was the very same hidden profession transfer book that James had bribed Zhang Longwang which came with the credentials to open the second profession. Use the voucher, complete the transfer task, you can open the second occupation, the task fails, the voucher disappears, the transfer book is destroyed. Requirements. Not lower than level 30. Not higher than level 40 of the second turn. A transfer book for a second career and a transfer voucher. This third turn powerhouse was really rich. Whether it's a second identity card or a transfer book for a hidden profession, it's something that can't be found. And these things can only be popped in team bosses. As for the popping rate, it's low to touching. Coupled with the fact that it was a team boss, the props all depended on hand speed and strength, and to be able to have a second identity card and transfer credentials, this guy could be proud of himself. If we were talking about value, second profession transfer vouchers could be much rarer than second identity cards. Once the second profession is successfully transferred, it is the meat and potatoes, and its popularity is comparable to that of the Imperial Beastmaster. The key dual career transmigrator had a greater probability of growing up than the Imperial Beastmaster, and after successfully opening his second career, he mastered more skills than the average person, and even his attributes had a significant increase. A single profession transmogrifier boosts 10 points of fixed attributes by 1 level, and 10 points of free attributes. But dual careers were different, not to mention raising the fixed attributes by 20 points by 1 level, even the free attributes became 20 points. There was a whole 20-point difference in attributes between one before and one after, and doubling the attributes was enough to crush a genius of the same rank. From what he knew, Spectre was the dual professional transmogrifier. Nowadays, he had already grown to the level of a war god, leaving the geniuses of his contemporaries far behind. Unfortunately for James, the level is already above the level to start a second career. Otherwise, he's going to be accounted for here today. The underworld war god is really polite. Such a good prop is even willing to give it to me. If this is given to the descendants of one's own family, one will definitely be able to mold another god of war. Yishao grinned and silently put away the transfer voucher. As for handing over to the underworld, that is impossible. He is not a little cute. He's not a cutie pie, so he's not giving himself a hard time by handing over such a good thing. Nope. Clean as a whistle. Not a hair left. Greenie. Put him in the ground. Granted, James had come to kill him, but well, he had offered him so much. He has to be thankful, and it's okay to give someone else a decent chop. Shaoqing cannot be as sentimental as Yishao. The enemy is the enemy. Dead, then let him dust to dust, earth to earth. With a single chop of the sword, James' body directly disappeared in place. Not even ashes could be found. Ding! Upon investigation, transmigrant Yi Zhao's beheading of the target was a foreign invader, which was in self-defense, and the red name is hereby eliminated. National reward: 5,000 contribution points. Whether to upgrade the civic level. Yishao also did not expect the speed of the underworld to be so fast. It is a leader who does practical things. It was just proposed, and in less than 20 minutes, the red name disappeared and even gave him 5,000 contribution points. It was important to know that contribution points were not that easy to obtain, and could only be issued if they were recognized by the country, plus the game world. Contribution points are also very useful. The first one is that you can look for the official exchange of materials, props, equipment, and skill books in China. There's basically nothing you want that they can't provide. Of course, the more expensive something is, the more expensive it is. Second, you can find the game merchant NPC to exchange, but the game merchant can be encountered but not to be sought. You may not be able to meet him all your life, but also may be the next second to turn around and encountered. And 3, the most important point. Contribution points can be used to upgrade a citizen's level 110. The higher the rank of the citizen, the higher his social status would be, the more generous the rewards he would receive from the state, and he would even send masters to protect his safety. Of course, this is not the most critical, the key to raise the level of the citizens, but also able to improve their attributes. Every level up you get 3 of full attribute bonus, up to 30. This full attribute bonus was what Yishao wanted. It's something that benefits beast pets as much as anything else, never mind the fact that there's only a 3 boost for one level, which isn't much of a boost for anyone else. But for him and Little Green, it was a qualitative leap, and the improvement would become more and more obvious as they leveled up. It was just that it wasn't that easy to get contribution points, unless one had made a great contribution to the country of China or helped the society a lot. Otherwise, normally China would not reward contribution points. Yishao was able to obtain 5,000 contribution points this time, partly because he had lured out James, and a more important aspect was that the Spectre had let him have James' head. Chapter 32. A tiger. This merit was counted on his head, or else these 5,000 contribution points would have nothing to do with him. Upgrading citizenship. Ding, citizen level up successful. Name: Yishao. Civic rank: 5. Full attribute bonus: 15. A whole 5 levels up. Looking at his civic rank, Yishao's heart was so beautiful, but he also remembered the favor of the underworld war god. If the spectral god of war hadn't let him have James' head and helped him remove his red name, he might have remained a first-class citizen for the rest of his life. 5th level citizen, this might even be unique in High City. The city lord of High City was currently only a 3rd level citizen. He's the only one. After cleaning up the scene, Yishao found the Tuzhong Long Wang who, after all, it was because of him that he was injured, and he still needed to be visited. Well, it's no big deal. Zhang Long shook his head to indicate that he was fine. If it wasn't for Yishao freezing the wound, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. I'm sorry we caused you trouble. Just be more careful next time. I can't get there by such a fluke every time. If the two of them hadn't blown off their power and talked about it and been overheard by the lurking James, they wouldn't have suffered. The two of them are primarily responsible for themselves. You're Yi Xiao. Just as Yi Xiao was visiting Zhang Long Wang who, a rough voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning his head, he saw that it was no other than the maniac who had helped him draw fire. And on his shoulder, the Dragonblood Lion King was looking at Xiao Qing on the side with a wary expression. That pressure on its bloodline made it gasp a little. It's not about strength, it's about bloodline-level suppression. Lionel, what's wrong with you? The Dragonblood Lion King shook his head and closed his eyes, pretending not to care. Yi Xiao also saw that something was wrong with the Dragonblood Lion King and went up to check on the Dragonblood Lion King's condition. Dragonblood Lion King. Bloodline. Overlord Bloodline. Possesses 0.01 Divine Dragon Bloodline. Can return to Ancestor. Level 50. Surprisingly, it contained 0.01 of the Divine Dragon Bloodline, which made Yi Xiao unavoidably a little heartbroken. But it was definitely unrealistic to ask Maniac to part with the level 50 Dragon Blood Lion King to give it to him. Big Brother Maniac, taking the liberty of asking, this Dragon Blood Lion King of yours is… What? Do you want to contract the Dragon Blood Lion King as well? Looking at Yi Xiao's fiery eyes, Maniac knew that he had fallen for the Dragon Blood Lion King. Lion Kings are plentiful in the wild, but you can't catch a Dragon Blood Lion King out there. And from the name I think you should have heard that it contains dragon blood in its body. Back then, I paid a great price to successfully contract the Dragon Blood Lion King. If you want it too, it depends on your chance. There is a Dragon Blood secret realm in my country's demon city, and it is rumored that a divine dragon fell in the secret realm, and all the creatures in it are nourished by the dragon's blood, and contain a little bit of the divine dragon's blood to a greater or lesser extent. It is said that there are also saint-level bloodline beast pets in there. If you want, you can go and try. Of course, you'd better look for cubs to make a contract, so the success rate will be much higher. If you arrive at the Demon City, you can take a look at the auctions. Occasionally there will be Dragon Blood Mystic Realm cubs up for auction. Magic City Dragon Blood Mystery Realm, he remembered, he would definitely go and take a look when he had the chance. As long as he could find one with a divine dragon bloodline, he would be able to perform the return of the ancestor, and the difficulty would not be that great for him. Thank you, Brother Maniac. I will definitely go when I have time. I heard that you are also a beast royalist. What type of beast pet do you have, attack or defense or a special auxiliary class? If Xiao Qing, he can resist and fight as well as assist, and is considered an all-around beast pet. But it was more of a combat aspect. After all, it was a green-eyed white tiger born to fight. Attack type. I knew it. Usually the first beast pet contracted by an Imperial Beastmaster is an attack type, in order to be able to upgrade faster. As a former member of the Imperial Beastmasters, what about me to give you a piece of advice? But of course it's just a big brother's advice and doesn't affect your own judgment. I think if you want to contract a second beast pet, it's best to choose a defensive type. The thing we Imperial Beastmasters are most afraid of is being sneak attacked. With a defensive Imperial Beast, our lives will be more secure. Listening to people to eat, Yi Xiao was not a stubborn person, just so he could learn what he didn't know from inside their mouths. So, Brother Maniac, do you have any suggestions for this defensive Imperial Beast? Yi Xiao with a mouthful of brother, the Maniac was very happy, very fond of this polite young man who was still open to others' suggestions. Since you're all so steady, I'll give you a good talking to, which I don't tell ordinary people. In terms of defense, the turtle I think has the strongest defense. You can take your chances at the North Sea beach to the south. There are various types of turtles over there. Don't underestimate them. They are more powerful than you can imagine. The defense is top-notch. No one at the same level can break through their defense. Of course you can go to a beast pet store to purchase one if you are too much trouble. If you want to buy one, buy it all at once, spend some money and buy one with a good bloodline growth. You remember that humans and imperial beasts are on equal footing. Treat him with your heart, and he'll treat you with his heart, and lay down his life for you at critical moments. Yi Xiao naturally knew that he contracted beast pets would not be easily contracted either. He did not want one without a god-level bloodline. Once contracted, the beast pet would be able to grow with him until the end, and there was no question of giving it up or not. After chatting for quite a while, it was time to find out more or less everything. I almost forgot the main thing. I came to find you because I want to confirm what breed and what bloodline your imperial beast is. Yi Xiao glanced at Maniac, more or less embarrassed to say, "What are you afraid of? We are all on our own. No one will reveal the secret of your beast pet. I'm just good to do a check-in. And I'd like to know a little bit about what kind of beast pets can get past 2 consecutive network-wide notifications. It wasn't that he was afraid that the maniacs would spill the beans on him. How can someone who can help him draw fire to face a siege be a bad guy? He was just afraid of scaring the maniacs if he said it. A tiger, I think. In order to avoid striking too hard, Yi Xiao still said it in a subtle way. Tigers, not bad either. Full of attacking power. Cultivate them. They're good helpers for you. But what kind of bloodline is this tiger? Holy level bloodline. Yi Xiao didn't dare to report that Xiao Qing was a god-level bloodline. He first reported a saint-level bloodline to try. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Maniac looked at Yi Xiao in disbelief. The two of them had shelved and blown half a day's worth of bullskin, only to tell him now that the first contracted tiger was actually a saint-level bloodline. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Aren't you afraid of getting your ass kicked like that? Chapter 33. Opening the treasure chest. There was only envy in the maniac's eyes, but there was no jealousy whatsoever. Even if Yi Xiao's beast pet was a saint-level bloodline, it was fine. His dragon bloodline king was just as powerful. An overlord-level bloodline was already out of reach for others. If special means were added, it would be just as capable of growing to a saint-level bloodline. Although the saint-level bloodline is very strong, but just the same don't be proud of it. It is your first beast pet. It has helped you the most and has the deepest feelings, so you have to work hard to help it. And if there is a chance for him to evolve to a god-level bloodline, you must do whatever it takes. A beast pet with a divine-level bloodline has a world of difference from other beast pets. You'll know that later. When you have the chance to advance to the divine level, make sure to help it advance. Never mind. I guess I was redundant in reminding you. Someone who was admired by the underworld war god and even went so far as to personally go out of his way to protect him would be a simple person? A person who had just succeeded in a transfer and contracted a saint-level bloodline beast pet would be a simple character? Where is the need for him to teach this knowledge? He is purely a clown now. Yi Xiao, you wouldn't be the illegitimate son of some big shot, would you? I want to think about which big guy's last name is Yi. The world combined imperial beast masters were limited, and the first one to be able to contract a holy level bloodline beast pet was even fewer. Aside from those public sons and young masters with big backgrounds and big powers, who could contract a beast pet with a saint-level bloodline. He was able to contract the dragon bloodline king of the overlord-level bloodline all by relying on his family. He didn't believe that Yi Xiao, an orphan, could contract it on his own. The more Maniac thought about it, the more he felt that he was close to the truth. Yi Xiao definitely had a big background, and the power behind him was beyond his imagination. No wonder the underworld war god instructed him to make a good relationship with Yi Xiao and take special care of Yi Xiao. The feeling is that this is paving the way for him. At the thought of this, the madman even had some tears in his eyes. Years of dog and horse labor had finally been rewarded. He was really too moved. Brother, tell me honestly, are you the young master's microcosmic visit to experience life? You don't need to explain, I know it all. From now on I, Maniac, will be your loyal little brother. I will never go west if you tell me to go east. I will never slaughter a chicken if you tell me to kill a dog. In the future, if there are any good things, think of me. My requirements are not high. I don't ask for any holy level bloodline beast pets. Overlord level is fine. If you don't need it, you can give me priority. Money's not an issue, okay? This maniac really can be whimsical. If he is a big brother's illegitimate son, still need to live in that less than 20 square meters of room. He got where he is today all by himself. Cough. There's also the credit of the system to grow step by step. Brother Maniac. Don't, you're my brother. Don't ever call me brother. Can't afford it. Demonic. You're really mistaken. I'm not a young lord. I'm just an ordinary orphan. You just ask around and you'll know. I've been living in Haichang for so many years. What young master can still microdress for 10 years to experience life not? The maniac had already decided in his mind that Yi Xiao was the illegitimate son of the big brother. No matter how Yi Xiao explained, he took it as a whisper. What profile information? It's not a matter of a word in the hands of the big boys to tamper with it as much as they want. With his status investigating Yi Xiao, then surely nothing could be investigated, letting them see what they could see. What they can't see, that's not a word. Big brother, whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Yi Xiao didn't want to say anything, redundant explanation. However, the maniac had a word to mention that he had a good tool for making money on his hands, but he just didn't think of it for a while. Rummage sale of beast pets. Previously, he was only thinking about the beast pets of his contracted god-level bloodline and selectively ignored the beast pets of other bloodlines. Unbeknownst to him, Beast pets of other bloodlines were just as much of an unattainable existence for others. It's not like it costs money to rejuvenate. Finding some overlord level or higher bloodline beast pets to rejuvenate and resell them, that's a huge amount of money. The key was that these returned beast pets were still 100% loyal to him. Even if someone else is indentured, they will obey orders with him just as much, if not more so than indentured, as a matter of priority. By that time, the Chinese people had a saint-level bloodline beast pet on hand, and the key was all about listening to him. Thinking about it made Yi Xiao feel excited. Of course, right now it's just a thought, and it's still very difficult to actually operate. Every one of them was an overlord-level bloodline or above. It was not a good thing to be targeted, and it was not possible to say that they would be sliced up and studied. You can't do this kind of thing until you're absolutely sure. Let's leave our contact information first, and if we really have a suitable beast pet, I'll contact you again. Since Yi Xiao had said so, he must be sure. This made him even more certain of Yi Xiao Big Brother's identity. Good little brother, this is my forum number. I add you. How can I trouble you personally? Maniac prettily added Yi Xiao's forum number, then left to find Spectre to reply to the message. If there's nothing wrong with the two of you, just stay here obediently and recuperate your injuries. Get well before you go practicing, lest you fall into some kind of after effects. I'll leave you to it. Contact me if you need anything. The three of them are also considered to have been friends for life. Even though these two were annoying before, they could still be friends if they would rather die than give him up at a critical moment. Leaving the hospital, Yi Xiaori found a hotel Ho-Ho. There are only so many hotels with buffets in Haicheng, so if you can hobnob one a day, you'll save a lot of money. Little Green, eat, and let's go rest. Xiao Qing had been moping for a long time. Her stomach had long been empty, just waiting for Yi Xiao to say this to eat. Eat, buffet. The day the hotel went bankrupt. Emptying all the ingredients, Green was barely 70% full. Okay, Green. Forgive them, we'll eat again when we're hungry. Prepare more ingredients next time. What is this enough for? Can you take responsibility for starving the guests? Yi Xiao had already gone farther and farther down the road of shamelessness, and in order to keep Xiao Qing fed, he began to shamelessly condemn others. Come on, Green, let's go up and rest. After eating her fill, Green began to take a bath and watch TV and play with her little toys. As for Yi Xiao, he sat there to organize the things he got today. After the props and stuff, he still had treasure chests left to open, 2 nightmare chests and 1 necromancy chest. I was too busy dealing with James to open the treasure chest before, but this time I was finally able to do it in peace. Open the Necronomicon. Ding! The treasure chest was opened successfully. Skill book. Whirlwind chop. Rapidly rotates the body to deliver a spinning chop to the enemy, with the power increasing exponentially with the number of revolutions. Transmutineers. Beast pets can learn it. Chapter 34 Warning. The treasure chest obtained from the side quest, the reward is naturally sloppy. A skill book used to increase the combat power a little bit and sold for a little bit of money. It's not too bad. But it was the 2 nightmare treasure chests that really made him care. Now that's a treasure chest that will open up goodies. Open the nightmare chest. Ding! Treasure chest opened successfully. Skill book. Skill strike. Passive skill. The skill will inflict 5 times bludgeoning damage to the enemy. The degree of bludgeoning is related to the affinity. Skill blitz. Passive skill. This is a great skill that increases damage by 3 to 5 times. To him, that must have been 5 times the damage, and Cyan's intimacy with him didn't even need to be said. It was pulled right up to full strength. Not bad, it allows Green to learn. The first treasure chest opened out of Yi Xiao was very satisfied. The second treasure chest opens. Ding! The treasure chest was opened successfully. The Emperor of Europe descends and opens a pair of stinky socks. Seeing the socks in front of him that emitted a foul odor, Yi Xiao's face darkened. The nightmare treasure chest opened a pair of stinky socks. What do you mean, a nightmare treasure chest? And you open a pair of smelly socks for me? It's inappropriate, isn't it? The probability of opening the box. 0.01, ordinary 29.9, general 20, fine 20, excellent 30. Yi Xiao finally realized why he was said to have descended from O Huang. A 0.01 chance of scrapping is all he's pumping out. After throwing the stinky socks away through the window, the day's box opening was sort of over. Phew! Finally able to get some rest. In the past 2 days, people have been on edge because of the briefing, fearing that they will be missed. There was no need to be afraid now. He was also considered a man of the underworld war god on the surface, And with the loss of so many people from foreign forces this time, they definitely wouldn't dare to act again in a short period of time. This period of time was just enough of a buffer to allow him to rapidly increase his strength. Early the next morning, Yishao only felt that his arm was numb, as if he had lost consciousness. Why are you in my bed and not dressed? Originally, young people are bloodthirsty, and Uncle Chun came looking for it in the morning. When he saw the naked green again, he couldn't help it even more.
阿弥陀佛，色即是空，空即是色，色色空空，空空色色，心中无女人，拔雕自然神。
A gibberish, but it seems a bit suppressed. Get out. Get out. Go to your room and sleep. People and beast pets don't end well. Yishao couldn't try or gamble, he could only drive Xiao Qing out. Eh! Xiao Qing slowly opened her eyes and let out a hum that almost didn't make Yishao break his defense. Master, what is it? How did you get into my bed and without clothes? Xiao Qing blinked her big innocent eyes, slightly confused. She did not know what Yishao was wondering. Master, didn't we always sleep like this before? And I sleep like this all the time, do I have to wear clothes to sleep? But it's so hard to sleep with clothes on. She was just a beast pet, what bad thoughts could she have? Get up, you're hungry, go eat. After eating, go to the copy to brush levels. While Yi Zhao's side took Xiao Qing's copy to brush up on his leveling, the other countries received the good news that their entire army had been wiped out. Damn it. The Chinese are as dishonest as ever, using Anonymous to set a trap and slaughter our darkies. Even James was killed by them, not giving us any face. Don't they know that James is the strongest man in our country? Having lost a third-turn powerhouse, Pretty Country was also in a great deal of pain. The point is that James still has some props on him which are all cheap for China. But what can they do? They can only slap the table in the office. As for protesting with China, they don't dare and can't. Even though everyone knew that the trap laid by China this time was aimed at all of them, the choice of whether to drill or not was still in their hands. And it was they who started the fight. China was totally justified in defense. They were not in a position of reason. This loss they will eat. My lord, it's bad. The record has been set again. Or that anonymous person from China. With the spectral god of war as a backing, Yi Xiao had nothing to worry about, frantically brushing copies as fast as he could. Damn guy. So arrogant. Bring me Marshall. They had just completely annihilated their dark sons, and immediately ran out to refresh the record. Wasn't this a typical mockery of their incompetence? This breath should not be swallowed down. The moment the record was refreshed, all the forces from all sides noticed. The major guilds in China also received the news. Redman Hall Residency. Stop all quests for Anonymous above the forums. After this period of unremitting efforts, they had already scratched the surface a little, and given a few more days, they would be able to find out the identity of Anonymous. But at this point, the president had told them to drop their investigation of Anonymous. Then wouldn't all the effort of the past few days be wasted? President, why is it being investigated? We'll find out right away. I'm sure no one will be faster than us. When the time comes to bring Anonymous on board, we'll have another big increase in the power of the Red Man Hall. Why wouldn't Luo you know that? But it couldn't be helped, they were just a small guild in front of the behemoth that was the country. The Red Man Hall weren't enough. The underworld war god has already warned me that Anonymous is a member of the state, so if I continue to investigate, I will be an enemy of the state. What? The underworld war god? He actually came out in person. Just who exactly is Anonymous that he was able to invite the underworld war god to appear? Luo you also wanted to know, but he knew that he couldn't continue investigating about Yi Xiao. In the event that the spectral war god was angered, then the Red Man Hall would most likely be exterminated. This was his years of hard work, he couldn't bet it all on Yi Xiao. Yesterday, the underworld god of war personally struck out and exterminated all the dark sons of the forces that came to High City. That is, seeing as we're a Chinese guild, we merely gave a warning. If you are looking into the matter of Anonymous, then the consequences should be clear to all of you. Resignation filled the faces of the crowd. In the past 2 days, they had paid a great price to investigate the news of Anonymous, only hoping to bring Yi Xiao into their guild. After all, someone who could pass a nightmare difficulty copy in seconds would definitely not have low achievements in the future. If they were to pull in their guild, then the Red Man Hall might later rise to a height that no guild could match. Unfortunately, it was all ruined now, and one sentence from the underworld war god directly disrupted all of their plans. Damn it! It's about to work, but it turned out to be such a mess. A warning? Oh, I think they're just afraid that our guild will grow and threaten their management position. Chapter 35 Range Collectors. How could Luo Yu not know how they felt? But there's no way. It's just a matter of skill. These guilds of theirs were just unestablished militia organizations in the eyes of the state. For them, the state was not at ease, and there was no way it would let the super geniuses go to them. This kind of super genius, the country must be firmly in control. Chairman, the record has been set again. For the third time. Yishao is still setting new records. Watching the records being constantly refreshed, Luo Yu's heart was dripping blood. Such a powerful heavenly pride. How could it not be owned by their guild? It wasn't just Luo Yu, the others were also heartbroken. Chairman, are we really not going to fight for it? This if we fight for our guild. The henchman was about to say something, but he was stopped by Luo Yu. Long pain was better than short pain. Yishao was not something they could have. They couldn't even get past the level of the underworld war god. This matter should not be brought up again, and all quests issued by the Red Man Hall regarding Anonymous should be withdrawn. This matter, it ends here. They also knew that Luo Yu was under immense pressure. Now that the decision had been made, they had no choice but to do as they were told. Yes, President. After everyone had left, Luo Yu sighed and slumped in his chair. No matter how powerful the guild is, it can't compare to the country. They have too many demons at their disposal. It's not a match at all. After warning all the forces in Sea City, the underworld war god returned to Imperial City. Deetsong looked at the skewed-up corners of the UD's mouth and knew that this time things had gone well. Did you see the man? How did it feel? Very good. Very good. Seemingly feeling that very good was not enough to describe Yishao, the specter added one more sentence of very good. To be able to make the specter feel very good, that was enough to prove Yishao's excellence. This made Deetsong even more interested in Yishao. Tell me, what is the strength? The strength is just like that, barely able to fight against James of the third turning, and he shouldn't lose within 100 moves. Eh? Emperor Tsong was shocked. For so many years, sitting in a high position for a long time, joy and anger are not visible, and the face does not change its color when Tarzan collapses in front of it. But now he was startled, for the specter's words had shattered the state of mind he had been in for so many years. What did you just say? Battle 3 turns James and not lose in 100 moves. Even stronger, or else what do you think makes him able to swipe the list? That would make sense. But this fighting strength is obviously a bit different. A student who was less than a 10th level was able to fight against a third-turn powerhouse. This? I can't believe it. Such a genius must be in the hands of the state. Have you warned the forces of Sea City? Especially the miscellaneous unions like the Red Man Hall? I heard that they are also investigating Yi Zhao's identity. For these guilds, they were not the least bit favorable. They have no sense of belonging to their country and only serve their guild. Before and the country to grab talent, dig the country a lot of corners. If it wasn't for the fact that they were still somewhat useful, Deetsong would have wanted to destroy them long ago. With regards to the guild, the specter's attitude was the same as Emperor Tsong's. Luo Yu is a smart man, he should know what to do.
Roua.
Deetsong seemed to have thought of something and leisurely said, It's been a long time since I've seen Luo Yu. I wonder if he's still as sharp as he was when he was young? Mellowed out quite a bit. Meh. The two laughed softly and didn't bring the matter up again. By the way, did you mention the war for all nations in November to him? Not ever, after he breaks through the 10th level and comes to the Imperial City. I'll talk to him about this matter, war for all, it's going to be lively this time. He had already thought of the scene afterward, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. Yishao in the copy suddenly, involuntarily shivered. An expert like him had already lost his eligibility to contract Wind Chill. Now there would be shivers, definitely because someone was thinking about him. What the hell, soldiers come and go. Green, pack up and get ready to go. On this day, the two worked diligently, constantly leveling up in their copies. The later you get, the more experience you need and the slower you upgrade. After brushing for a day, Yishao was still close to level 9, while Shaoqing managed to upgrade to level 9. After brushing up for a while longer, he would be able to break through level 10, and then he would be able to set off for the university. But today is hopeless. The backpack has been brushed full. All kinds of materials and equipment Yishao is too lazy to check. It's time to go find that little pussy I'm keeping. I can't believe you didn't know to reach out to me after all these days. With regards to Xiao Yunru's house door, Yishao was probably more familiar with it than even going back to his own home. Knock knock. Bang. The knock on the door had just sounded when an explosion went off inside the room. It's Who? Hearing Xiao Yunru's furious voice, Yi Xiao knew that he had made a big trouble. This ant could break his bones if she got angry. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Take out all the equipment materials. A bunch of equipment, a bunch of materials, directly piled up Xiao Yunru's small courtyard. Who? So much material. Xiao Yunru, who opened the door, had just let out a roar when she saw a yard full of materials. In an instant, the face changed. Losing a little bit of material was nothing. This was a yard of material, enough to make up for her loss. Hey! Look at you. What are you being so polite for? You don't have to bring so many gifts if you come in the future. With his mouth saying no, his hands were not slow at all, and with a wave of his hand, a yard of materials disappeared into thin air. How do you do that? Just wave your hand and the material is collected. You know that Yi Xiao had collected them one by one in the beginning. Who am I? Xiao Yunru ah. How come you don't even recognize yourself? Xiao Yunru blankly glanced at Yi Xiao without any good reason. I said my profession. A super alchemist. Does that mean this is what you've been working on for the past few days? Naturally, or you'd think I'd be waiting idly for you to bag me. Xiao Yunru casually threw Yi Xiao a bracelet. This thing is my own research, it's called a range collector. You use it for now, this is the first generation, the range of the phone is not very big, 100 meters around. It can automatically pick up useful materials, including equipment and skill books. Give me some more time. I'll help you develop one with a bigger range, and then you'll not only be able to collect your own, but also rob others. You'd better not give it away, or I'm afraid you'll be mobbed. Worthy of being a super alchemist, such a powerful equipment could be created. That's awesome you. Lo and behold, you bind yourself to the message and turn it on. Bound. Binding successful. Set. Auto pickup set successfully. Materials, equipment, props, skill books, etc. that have fallen 100 meters around you will be picked up automatically. Chapter 36. Now I finally don't have to look for materials all over the place. It's automatically picked up, saving me a lot of trouble. Xiao Yunru smiled and didn't say anything. Her smile was more or less perfunctory. Such a small invention made him happy like this. If he invented something even more powerful in the future, he would still be thrilled to death. You won't lose anything by bagging me. All this material will pay off for you. This was something Yi Xiao did not deny. Although these materials could also be sold for quite a lot of money, but compared to investing in a super alchemist, this point was not called a matter for everyone. Do you have anything else? Yi Xiao shook his head. He came today just to give the materials to Xiao Yunru. No, the stuff has been brought to you. It's okay, make yourself at home. I'm busy. Xiao Yunru was not polite at all, taking the materials and closing the door, leaving Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing hanging out to dry. I came all the way here and I'm not even allowed to enter without a drink of water. This more or less shortcomings of the human condition in it. Of course Yi Xiao is used to it. When Xiao Yunru focuses on alchemy, she doesn't care who you are with, no one can disturb her work. Let's go. Sell these useless skill books and see if there are any other skill books suitable for us. Although Xiao Qing's elemental skills were very skillful, that sword technique was really a mess, and the accompanying elemental attack was a slash. Get her a few skill books on swordplay that will maximize her combat prowess. As for the skill books picked up on the body, it was tasteless to eat and shameful to discard them, and it was most cost-effective to sell them. Boss, let's see how much these are worth. Yi Xiao casually slapped 10 skill books onto the counter. Storm, Wind, Elemental Skill Book. This will give you $500,000. Golden Light Spell, Gold Elemental Skill Book. Relatively rare, 800,000. Cold Surge, Ice Elemental Skill Book. More powerful, 730,000. The boss valued one book after another in front of Yi Xiao. No matter where they were, skill books were bestsellers, and no matter if it was a Sentinel Beastmaster or a normal profession, they all had to learn other skills besides their natural skills. And these skill books would be the perfect solution to their skill problem. Moreover, these skill books of his were all of good quality, and their power was okay, so the price was naturally fair. That is, he and Xiaoqing share skills. As long as Xiaoqing will know the skills he will know, although the power is a little weaker, but the victory is that there are many skills. Boss, figure out how much it is, and then find me 2 skill books in this area of swordsmanship. Good point. Skill books were the last thing they lacked, and in no time at all, the boss found several skill books for Yi Xiao in the area of swordsmanship. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Sword. Rapidly reloads to knock back the enemy while sending a one-handed hand slash at the enemy, causing them to float. P.S. Forced to float on hit, can't be dodged. After reading the first book, Yi Xiao was very satisfied. This one, how much? Thanks for taking care of it, 5 million. Yi Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. One skill book topped the 10 he had just sold for $5 million. Can it be cheaper? They're all regular customers. They'll be coming back for more in the future, so give them a discount. Sir, applying for a membership card? Members enjoy a 5% discount. You don't need 1 billion, you don't need 100 million, you only need 9,980,000, and you can become an honored member of this store. Yi Xiao didn't want to say anything. The card was impossible to do. It's not like he can't afford $5 million. I'll take this one. Drawing sword chop. Draw the sword and quickly make a powerful attack on the surrounding enemies. Range damage. Can attack the surrounding 30 meters of the enemy. The longer the time of storing power, the more powerful the attack range is wider. P.S. You will enter a short hegemony state during the build-up, ignoring controls and debuffs. The skill book was also quite good and Yi Xiao liked it. This one, how much? Bearing the reply, $3,800,000. Ahem. The world of businessmen is generally black. Buyback skill books are only a couple 100,000. This sells all by the millions and millions. No poop. Get a membership card. Stop. Don't do it. Don't do it and just buy it. One more book. Already bought 2 books and it's not bad to have one more. More skills, more ability to save your life. Sword intent fluctuation. Turn on sword intent fluctuation, and a strong sword intent is ejected around your body, causing the enemies around you to continuously receive sword intent damage, and teammates within the fluctuation shroud, increasing your own and your teammates' skill bludgeon rate. P.S. Sword intent fluctuations ignore enemy defenses. Price: 4,200,000. Yi Xiao was also too lazy to bargain with him. Otherwise this boss would have to push his membership card again. Spent $13 million and purchased 3 skill books. Green study. Ding. Learning skills. Broken dragon sword. Sword drawing chop. Sword fluctuation. After Xiao Qing mastered the skills, Yi Xiao naturally learned the 3 skills as well. It does feel good, and although it cost over $13 million, it was worth it. Let's go. Go back and eat. After eating, we'll go out of the city to kill monsters. The copy wasn't too necessary for him anymore, and the current him had all the strength to go out and kill the ferocious beasts. When Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing went back to the hotel and prepared to replenish their energy, the people were dumbfounded. The 2 of them stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the scene in front of them. Closed? What's the deal? It was fine in the morning, why is it closed now? The seals are on. What's going on? Isn't this hotel doing great? Why is it gone for good reason? You don't know? I heard the hotel was offended. Offend someone? What people? I don't know. It's rumored to be a female who can especially eat, consuming a large amount of their food a day. The owner can't afford to mess with them, so he can only choose to run away and go to another city to open a hotel. Eating melon to his own head, Yi Xiao was more or less embarrassed. This reaction is a little too intense. It is not just a little more food, how to raise the family to run away. But it doesn't matter, after this one, there's the next one. Just find any hotel with a buffet. But when Yi Xiao found another hotel, this realized that he was very wrong. He and Green have been blacklisted from the hotel. Even the front of the hotel had a portrait of the 2 of them having dinner. I'm sorry, the hotel is full. You can go somewhere else. Sorry, it's full and closed for now. Sorry, it's full. The reason for all the hotels were all the same. As long as Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing went, no matter if they were full or not, they were all full. Small-minded, not just a bit of food, not to be blocked. It looked like there was no wool gathering, so he would have to pay for Qing's dinner himself. Chapter 37 North Sea Beach. As Green's level increased, her meal size also increased exponentially. The meal lasted him $300,000 before he stopped. Master, the North City Gate. Master stopped when he sent Yi Xiao Qing to the city gates. Ever since reality and the game combined, there was no way for them drivers to leave the city. After all, they were just some ordinary people, while the ferocious beasts outside the city were at least above level 5. In order to shelter those below the 5th level, the state of China had built protective formations in no-do cities. Only at the same time that the ferocious beasts were eliminated from entering the city to kill, the ordinary people were also eliminated from leaving. Of course, if you want to leave, the same can be done, but you need to sign a life and death contract, leaving the city, life and death at your own risk. If you had the money, you could take a teleportation array to leave, which was also relatively much safer. It's just that ordinary people don't have that kind of money to leave by teleportation. Haichang North City Gate. After Yishao got off the car, he walked straight out into. The formation did not cause a single obstruction to him. After all, his level was already well over 5. North Sea Beach. This should be the place the maniac was talking about. Since Frenzy you've recommended it, he doesn't have to give it much thought, so he'll check out the North Sea Beach first. Greenie. Let's go. Take a walk on the North Sea Beach. Good. What Yishao said was what Yishao said. Xiaoqing did not give much thought to it at all. The two just kept setting off northward, and soon came upon a silent and peaceful beach that gave one the urge to sunbathe. But he knew that this silence and peace was only on the surface. As soon as someone approached the North Sea Beach, countless ferocious beasts would appear and tear them to pieces. Go! For others, the North Sea Beach contained countless crises. But for Yishao, this was his paradise. The North Sea Beach fierce beasts were no higher than level 30 at the highest, and for Xiaoqing it was a matter of a sword. The two just stepped into the North Sea Beach with their front feet. The beach began to constantly surge up. Not a moment's effort, shrimp soldiers and crabs, the King of Kings and Queen of Turtles all sprang up. The closest to the two of them had launched a fierce attack. Giant Pincer Crab General. Rank 7. Power 70. Agility 50. Endurance 78. Spirit 34. Skill. Giant Pincer Clamp. Rampage. Level 7 monsters. Apart from the spirit not being able to do so, their attributes were considered quite strong. Identification. Giant Pincer Crab General. Lord Giant Pincer Crab Bloodline. A Lord-level bloodline with no worthwhile rarity was not suitable to be his second beast pet. Greenie. Finish it off. Keep the tongs for the barbecue later. Little Green just glanced at the giant clawed crab general with squinted eyes. It did not have the slightest interest in this kind of stinky fish and shrimp. Not even bothering to use his skills, he casually swung his sword, and the giant pincer crab general was directly split in half. Ding! Kill Giant Pincer Crab General, experience plus 90, a level 7 monster that gave 90 points of experience and only 45 points of experience in half. Seeing that the giant clawed crab general was easily killed by Xiaoqing, the ferocious beasts of the North Sea Beach froze, and then began to surround towards the two. The fundamental reason why few people came to North Sea Beach to hunt was that the monsters here were quite united. As soon as the humans are spotted, they band together and lay siege to them. Green, over to you. It might be okay for him to deal with 1 or 2, but he couldn't deal with hundreds or thousands. Identification. Giant Pincer Crab General. Lord Class Giant Pincer Crab King Bloodline. Giant Pincer Shrimp Soldier. Lord Class Giant Pincer Shrimp Soldier Bloodline. Cloaked Turtle. Lord Class Cloaked Turtle King Bloodline. Looking around, there really weren't any heart-warming ferocious beasts, and the bloodlines were all low-grade. Little Green, the sword intent fluctuates. Draw your sword, build up your strength. The fluctuations of sword intent surrounded Xiaoqing, constantly spreading outwards, and the ferocious beasts that were enveloped by the fluctuations all suffered varying degrees of damage. But that won't stop them from moving forward. Just as they approached the 30-meter range around Little Green decisively struck out. With a flash of sword light, hundreds of ferocious beasts were all chopped into pieces. The only thing they keep are their pincers and that kingpin shell. She heard from Yi Xiao that the skirt of the king's shell was delicious, so she had to savor it. Ding, kill Giant Claw Crab General, experience plus 90. Ding, kill Giant Pincer Shrimp Soldier, experience plus 90. Ding, kill the Armor Turtle, experience plus 90. The sound of experience continued to ring out, and Yi Xiao's experience bar was growing rapidly. Keep killing. Brush up to level 10 today. Xiaoqing took one step deeper into the North Sea Beach, and Yi Xiao followed behind unhurriedly. Dabble in experience, collect materials, and prepare things for the barbecue on the way. Take your time to kill it. I'll prepare the barbecue here. It'll be ready in a few minutes. Without the buffet, it's too expensive to spend money on food, and the most affordable thing you can do is to cook your own food and still have free ingredients. Yi Xiao was sitting there alone grilling while Xiaoqing was surrounding Yi Xiao killing monsters non-stop. Without a moment's effort, the corpses of the ferocious beasts were spread all over the North Sea Beach. As time passed, the more ferocious beasts were killed, the more hate values were drawn, and the monsters of the North Sea Beach kept killing towards Xiaoqing. There was a steady stream of reinforcements inside the sea, and it was impossible to kill them all at once. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been frightened and fled at the sight of this scene. But is Yi Xiao an average person? Yi Xiao, who had Xiao Qing to protect him, was assured that he could just dabble in experience. Just throw a couple of crabby turtle shells over to Green every now and then to quench his appetite. It tastes great. Xiao Qing, who had tasted the deliciousness, killed even more decisively. The sword in his hand kept swinging, and the corpses of the ferocious beasts kept accumulating, and his experience kept growing. Although the two of them shared the experience equally, they couldn't help but kill more ferocious beasts. The experience bar went up quickly. Ding! Upgraded to level 9. Gained 10 points of fixed attributes, 10 points of free attributes. After hunting for an hour, he finally broke through to level 9. The materials exploded a whole bunch, and the equipment also exploded a whole bunch, and all of them were given to Xiao Yunru's materials when the time came. As for the skill books, the burst rate was a bit low. After killing so many ferocious beasts, it was surprising that only 10 books were popped out, and they were all low-level skill books, the kind that were hundreds of thousands a book. Plus some. Name: Yi Xiao. Occupation: Beast Master. Beast's Pet: Green-Eyed White Tiger. Rank: 9. Power: 153. Agility: 147. Endurance: 144. Spirit: 154. PS. Excluding the attributes of shared beasts and pets. Ding! Kill giant pincer crab general. Experience plus 30. Leveling up, coupled with hunting too many ferocious beasts, the experience directly shrunk to a third. The experience would only get less and less as the hunt went on. Moreover, there is nothing interesting here anymore. The ferocious beasts in the periphery have already been killed for fear, and each one of them hides aside, not daring to come close at all. The periphery isn't much fun anymore. Keep going deeper. Chapter 38. It's no use. Kill them all. The two of them kept going deeper and deeper into the North Sea beach, not encountering a single transmuter along the way. Of course, this was normal. The same batch of transmigrants probably hadn't reached level 5 yet and had no way to come out and practice. Before coming out of the disdain to come here, experience less quite a lot. The monster is also difficult to kill. A careless can ferocious beasts of the encirclement. In here to kill might as well go elsewhere to brush boss it. Without the brush, the ferocious beasts accumulated over the years would be all his alone. Detection: Giant King Crab. Rank: 9. Power: 90. Agility: 78. Endurance: 97. Spirit: 76. Skills: Giant Pincer Slam, Spinning Pincer, Slam. Lord level Jumbo Crab King Bloodline. No room for advancement. It was thought that this had evolved from the giant clawed crab general, and the king crab was their final evolved form. The bloodline is too low level to look at, so it can only be taken as experience. Kill. Again, it was still a sword, and without any effort, the giant pincer crab king was directly chopped into two halves. The cut surface was smooth and even, without a single obstruction. Ding! Kill giant pincer crab king. Experience plus 130. Experience is back up and giving pretty good, at least 100. The blood that flowed out from killing the giant pincer crab king stimulated the surrounding ferocious beasts, and one by one, they burrowed out from the sandy beach and quickly surrounded towards them. Roughly looking around, there was not a single one with a special bloodline. All of them were ferocious beasts with limited growth. There's no point in keeping it. Slaughter it. Hands up, even if it was a higher level ferocious beast, it was just as not a match for Xiao Qing. Until the beaches were blood red from the kill. Green upgraded. Ding! Congratulations to the green-eyed white tiger for leveling up to level 10 and gaining 500 points of fixed attributes. Divine Pet: White Tiger with Green Eyes. Attributes: Gold, Wind, Ice. Rank: 10. Power: 3,300. Agility: 3,134. Endurance: 3,255. Spirit: 3,450. Looking at Xiao Qing's attributes, Yi Xiao was envious. A single attribute at level 10 broke through 3,000. When he reached level 10, his single attribute was estimated to be 200, and the difference was like a world of difference. But he was just envious of envy. After all, Little Green was his beast pets and was 100% loyal to him. Xiao Qing strong, that is, he's strong, Imperial Beast Master to kill monsters. When to use myself personally, He just need to make sure that he does not drag his feet on the line. Just enough to save your life. We have to hurry up and find a defensive divine pet, one attacking and one defending, directly invincible. Green, clear out. There's nothing worth keeping here. Without a god-level bloodline, it was an experience to be slaughtered in Yi Zhao's place, and after receiving Yi Zhao's order, Shao Qing began a wide-scale slaughter. The king crab, king shrimp, and king turtle were slaughtered in less than 10 minutes and cleared out once again. Skill books were sloppily obtained by a dozen or so, and the pop rate was as low as ever. He had gotten quite a few equipment materials, but he couldn't use these, so he directly put them away and waited to go back and give them to Xiao Yunru. Keep going. The inner perimeter of the North Sea Beach. This was also considered the dangerous zone of the North Sea Beach, and the monsters here far exceeded the ferocious beasts in the periphery in terms of both level and fighting strength. Detection. 3 pincer crab. Rank 10. Power 110. Agility 98. Endurance 123. Spirit 97. Skills. Triple pincer dance, fire pincer strike, bloodline, overlord crab boss bloodline, bloodline thinning 0.001, can be returned to the ancestor. After fighting for so long, it was finally time to encounter a slightly better ferocious beast. Overlord level bloodline, only the bloodline is a little bit thinner, only 0.001. This is something that in anyone else's hands, they would never have become a crabber in their lifetime. But not in his hands, even the thinnest bloodline can return. It was just that an overlord level bloodline wasn't his goal. With such a precedent as the green-eyed white tiger, his vision had been elevated. In order to become his beast pet, once again it had to be a divine level bloodline, and for him to perform a return to his ancestor, it had to contain a saint level bloodline. Although the overlord level bloodline was good, it definitely wouldn't be able to keep up with him in the future, and it would be better not to contract it now rather than abandoning it when the time came. Kill it. As soon as Yi Zhao ordered, Shao Qing's sword swung straight up. What qualifications did a small overlord-level bloodline have to be her equal? Without any hesitation, the sword directly chopped the 3-pincer crab into smithereens. Ding, kill the 3-clawed crab, experience plus 150. Still overlord level, useless. Kill it. Ding, kill the giant pincer shrimp, experience plus 150. Useless, slaughtered. Useless, slaughtered. All useless. Slaughter them all. Little Green transformed into a merciless killing machine, wreaking havoc on the North Sea Beach, and within a short while, the corpses were once again spread all over the beach. Green tired. Shao Qing shook her head. This bit of fighting was worthy of making her tired. Her own recovery power was already strong. This bit of consumption wasn't as fast as her recovery. Let's continue if we're not tired, and kill this place through once, so we won't come back next time. The two went deeper again and entered the North Sea Beach danger zone. This place has been marked with a red marker. You can't go deeper easily or your life will be in danger. Giant spiny turtle. Rank 11. Power 110. Agility 88. Endurance 231. Spirit 100. Skills. Giant spike rush, death surrounds, super defense. Bloodline. Overlord Super Turtle King, bloodline thin, 0.003. Another Overlord level bloodline with decent attributes, barely catching up to the monsters of the nightmare difficulty copies. No wonder it was set up as a danger zone. It was indeed a bit dangerous for students who had just transferred. It's useless to kill. Even the giant spiny Turtle King, who was good at defense, couldn't last more than a single sword under Shao Qing's sword, and that hard shell was like tofu, and everything just crumbled. Ding, kill Giant Turtle King, experience plus 150. Seeing their companions being killed, the ferocious beasts of the North Sea Beach couldn't help themselves and came in patterns to die. Scanning around, except for a few that had Overlord-class bloodlines, the others were ordinary monsters that were of no use to him. Kill them all. The ground was once again dyed red, and the ferocious beasts that rushed over were all slaughtered. Although Yi Zhao did not participate in it, it was inexplicably cool. Especially when he saw the experience bar rising miserably, seeing that it was over halfway there, and with a little more effort he would directly break through level 10. Level 10 was a watershed, and only after breaking through level 10 could one be considered a transmigrator in the true sense of the word. Go, Little Green, break through level 10 in one fell swoop today. The two followed the signposts and went deeper and deeper into the North Sea beach. Any ferocious beasts that popped up on the road were killed by Shao Qing's sword. After a few kilometers of walking, the two stopped walking, a gleam in their eyes. Chapter 39. The little deep-sea bastard finally met an interesting one. Just a few dozen meters in front of them, a 4 or 5 meter tall, hideous-faced giant spirit turtle was staring at them with wide-eyed fury. What does it mean by looking at us like that? We didn't provoke it, right? Why is the hatred so great? One could feel the resentment on the giant spirit turtle from a long distance away. Could it be that we killed all its minions? Thinking about that field of corpses and the deliciousness of the roasted pincers, it was no wonder the giant spirit turtle was so hostile to them. It's possible, but it does taste good. Yes, it's delicious. Green's mouth watered as she recalled the flavor of the tongs she had just grilled. Master, what do you think about the flavor of this giant spirit turtle? Will it be delicious? Its skirt is so big. It's enough for me to eat a meal. Yishao smiled and shook his head. This giant spirit turtle had some thoughts at first glance. You don't understand, this king's rump, the smaller it is, the more tender it is. This old guy, the amount of meat is large, but the meat is old, the flavor is not always good. So, ugh. Shao Qing looked at the giant spirit turtle with a bit of disappointment. It didn't taste good and instantly lost all interest. Seeing the disappointment in Shao Qing's eyes, the giant spirit turtle froze for a moment. What does that mean, look down on him? Killed its little brother, not to mention, now also look down on him. Really treat him, giant spirit turtle, as mud. Roar! The aura on his body became more and more tyrannical as he took a step towards Yishao and Shao Qing and ran wildly, his furious tail smashing the ground out of a deep pit. There's a lot of momentum, and I don't know what the strength is. Giant turtle. Rank 14. Power 300. Agility 270. Endurance 410. Spirit 250. Skills: Spirit Turtle Defense, Giant Jaw Bite, Spirit Turtle Shock. There were quite a few skills and quite a few attributes. Yishao was still satisfied. Now it was just a matter of the bloodline. If the bloodline could reach the holy level or above, he would be able to reluctantly contract it. Bloodline. Hegemonic Giant Spirit Turtle Bloodline. Unable to evolve. Overlord level Giant Spirit Turtle Bloodline. This was meaningless. Yishao was inevitably a little disappointed. But think about it, holy level, god level bloodline, which is so good to find. If it is really so good to find, hand a god level beast pet. Green, settle it. The giant spirit turtle was so huge that ordinary sword intent was more or less a struggle. Shao Qing clutched the shattered shadow white tiger sword with one hand as the ice element wrapped the sword. An icy blue light rose up to the sky, and the dozen meters around them were all frozen. If it wasn't for the contract, this casual move by Little Green could have frozen him to death. Cold ice chop. Before the sword arrives, the turtle dies first. Such pure cold ice power froze the giant spirit turtle into a turtle statue in the blink of an eye. Snap! Only a crunching sound was heard as the shattered shadow white tiger sword chopped down, and the giant spirit turtle could not feel any pain. Under one sword, it directly turned into broken ice. That was easy. Watching Shao Qing lightly resolve the giant spirit turtle, Yishao could not help but sigh. Ding! Kill the boss giant spirit turtle, experience plus 300. Drop props. Spirit turtle cores. Skill book. Turtle breath technique. Dropped equipment. Spirit turtle armor gold level perfect. A number of ordinary equipment. Spirit turtle nucleus, turtle suction technique, spirit turtle armor. These 3 items were enough to make Yi Zhao's heart flutter. Worthy of being a boss, the explosion rate is just much higher than the small monsters. Spirit turtle nucleus. The core of the giant spirit turtle, like the heart of a human, contains a large amount of water elemental power. The purity and power of the water element can be enhanced by absorbing the core of the spirit turtle, and it can also be used as an alchemy material. Spirit cores were a rare commodity, and were usually impossible to pop out on the bodies of small monsters. Only bosses have a small chance of popping out spirit cores. It was just that he didn't expect to explode a spirit core on a tiny giant spirit turtle. After putting away the spirit turtle core, Yi Zhao turned his gaze to the skill book. Skill: Turtle breathing. One can adjust one's breathing, blood flow, and peripheral aura to a minimum so that the enemy cannot detect one's presence. Essential skills for killing and escaping, hiding and fleeing. This thing would fetch a pretty penny even if you sold it in a store. It's not something that can be compared to those crap skills. Putting the skill book away, Yi Zhao turned his gaze to the equipment once again. Spirit Turtle Armor Gold Level Perfection. Endurance plus 100. Skill. Spirit Turtle Shield. Resist 1000 points of damage. A simple introduction, although it was only gold level perfect equipment, the attributes were good, and endurance was directly added by 100. This equipment tank's favorite, it should fetch quite a bit of money. Put it away. After putting everything away, Xiaoqing came to Yi Zhao's side. Master, there's a little kingpin there. Do we need to take care of it? Little bastard? Following the direction of Xiaoqing's finger, sure enough, a small Wang Bao was moving slowly and leisurely. If he didn't look closely, he could really ignore it. After all, it was too small. 1 step and 3 turns back, 2 steps and 6 turns back, fearing that Yi Zhao would miss him like. Interesting. Knowing that both ferocious beasts and humans carry hatred in their genes, the one that doesn't come up to attack when it sees him but sneaks away is currently the only one of its kind. And could this be a simple kingbird that could appear in this danger zone? This bastard is not simple. Regardless of whether it was simple or not, Yi Zhao could not let it run away. The little bastard was more tender and tastier. Get this little thing for me. Don't hurt it. Xiaoqing made a move and came directly to the little bastard's side. After sensing Xiaoqing's aura, the little bastard kept fluttering on all 4 legs, wanting to escape from this place. Nah, it grows too small and its speed is really limited. You run again. I'll stew you in soup, yo. Little bastard directly froze there, raising his head, those green bean-sized eyes looking at Xiaoqing in disbelief. It was as if she was questioning how she could say such icy words inside her 37-degree mouth. Of course it didn't dare to gamble in the slightest. After all, the scene where Xiaoqing had just decapitated the giant spirit bone was still floating in front of its eyes. The giant spirit turtle that big was frozen into a turtle statue, let alone it, and it had absolutely no capital to fight back. Swinging for the fences, laying flat. The little kingpin was on all 4s, looking like he was ready to be slaughtered. With a pinch of one hand, Xiaoqing pinched its neck and lifted it in front of Yi Zhao. Master, it's this little thing. After seeing Yi Zhao, little bastard squeezed out a smile at Yi Zhao, who must not lose a smile in order to survive. Only the smile was more or less bizarre. A little kingpin that can actually humanize a smile. Interesting, so interesting. Identification. Deep sea bastard. Rank, 0. Power, 1. Agility, 1. Endurance, 2. Spirit, 1. Presentation. A waste turtle. With such balanced attributes, it really is a wasted turtle. Chapter 40. Calling Sister. But Yi Zhao did not believe that such a wasted turtle would be so weird and live in this dangerous area. Identify the bloodline. Deep Sea Baby Octopus. Divine Bloodline Jinhai Xuanwu. Bloodline Thinning. 0.001. Returns may be made. Yi Zhao laughed. He knew that this little Wangba was not an ordinary Wangba. God-level bloodline, Jinhai Xuanwu. The granddaddy of defensive beast pets. Once the return is successful, who can break his defense? Moreover, he was also seeing that if he wanted to find a beast pet, it didn't necessarily depend on strength. The higher the bloodline, the higher the intelligence of the ferocious beast. Just like the deep-sea little king's bastard, who was obviously trashy as hell, but possessed the bloodline of the Jinhai Xuanwu. It's no wonder he's here to stay. The bloodline suppression between ferocious beasts was very serious, and the giant spirit turtle couldn't even raise the thought of making a move in front of the little deep-sea kingpin. As for those reckless ferocious beasts that boasted of their strength, they simply didn't know how to assess the situation and couldn't see the enemy's strength, and the final result would only be death. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Zhao turned his gaze towards the little deep-sea kingpin. Burp! The little deep-sea kingpin, who was still looking around, suddenly noticed Yi Zhao's gaze and his body tensed up. He knew that his life and death were all under Yi Zhao's control. As long as Yi Zhao gave the order, this woman who had her pinched in her hand would split her with a sword. Her shell was hard, but it couldn't hold the woman's sword, so she could only choose to play dead, fearing that Yi Zhao would notice her. Unexpectedly, how could she hide this little action from Yi Zhao? Looking at her coy and scared look, Yi Zhao laughed. So cute, how can you not tease? Little green, look if this little deep-sea kingpin is dead. Yi Zhao's bad taste was instantly understood by Xiaoqing. Casually picking at the little kingpin's paw, it did freeze. It looks dead. Its claws are stiff. Play dead. Throw it away. Get rid of me now. Little bastard's heart pounded. All she could do now was pray that Yi Xiao and the others would throw her away. Dead. Then start a pot to boil the oil. Today the master will make you a spicy small wang bao, especially delicious, especially the shell of this small wang bao, especially tender. Oh yes, and the limbs just as tasty. Go and cut off its little claws, and give her a slice in the neck to drain the blood or it'll be fishy as hell. The more little bastard listened, the more he panicked. Yi Xiao has not been too cruel. She is just a small wang bao, not yet adult. How can she bear to make her into a spicy small wang bao? But is this spicy little bastard really good? Sucking slippery. The corners of little bastard's mouth involuntarily dripped with saliva. Is that making yourself sound greedy? A snacker too. Looking at the drool continuously dripping from the corners of the little deep-sea kingpin's mouth, Yi Xiao knew that she was being gluttonized by what she said. It's okay to crave your own body. Little bastard, craving? Want me to stew you up and give you a taste? Eh? The little deep-sea kingpin had just nodded his head when he realized something was wrong. With a swish, he reverted straight back to playing dead. But on second thought, he seemed a bit dull like that. Since you can't pretend, you don't have to. The little deep-sea ace opened her eyes and shook her head at Yi Xiao non-stop. She didn't want to be eaten. She was still small. No more pretending? The little bastard froze for a moment, and his face directly held a red color, as cute as it was going to be. Okay, Green, let her go. Yi Xiao was not worried about her being able to run away. The current deep-sea little bastard was just a battle scum. Even he could easily take it. The little bastard also knew his situation, lying on the ground and staring at Yi Xiao, but did not think of escaping. If the escape is unsuccessful, it will be made into a deep-sea spicy wangbang soup. Master, are you trying to contract her? Who wouldn't want to contract a divine-level bloodline Jinhai Xuanwu? Isn't this little bastard quite adorable? Just in time to give company. Lovely. Greenie surveyed the dopey little deep-sea kingpin. Honestly, she didn't feel it, probably because opposites attract. She just thought the little bastard was a bit dull and stupid. How could such a beast pet protect its master? It didn't matter, as long as her master liked it. The big deal was that she had all boosted her strength a bit so that she could protect her master well. It's good if master likes it. I'll protect master anyway. As for her, just treat her as one of master's playthings. Hearing Xiao Qing asking her to be Yi Zhao's plaything, the little Wangba quit. Her ancestor was a Zhenhai Xuanwu, and she was determined to revive her ancestor's glory. Even though they are now captured by humans, they can't be reduced to playthings. So she's going to protest and express her inner dissatisfaction. Yi Xiao didn't know what she was gabbling about. Looking at the speed at which she was talking, I'm sure it wasn't anything good. Yi Xiao couldn't understand, but Xiao Qing could hear it clearly. Ancestral glory? If you don't want to be a plaything for your master, then you need to show the strength you deserve. Do you have it? Why don't we spar? Xiao Qing took out the shattered shadow white tiger sword and looked at the little deep-sea kingpin with a provocative expression. The moment he saw the sword, all the bad memories from before all came back to him. If you mess with Green, you're looking for death. She was now clawed and powerless, and with this sword slash, she would not be able to survive without dying. Plaything is a plaything. It's better than being dead. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the king's weak. After she returned to her ancestors, she would fight her properly and see if her broken sword could still break through her defense. After thinking for half a day, the little bastard decided to concede. Shamelessly, he climbed onto Yi Zhao's shoulder and rubbed Yi Zhao's cheek affectionately. Lick the turtle. Little bastard didn't say anything. She could taunt her all she wanted, as long as she could live. Come, sign the contract. With his little life in someone else's hands, the little kingpin couldn't resist and obediently waited there. Pactography. A magic formation appeared on Yi Zhao's fingertips. The formation entered his body, and the contract was reached. From now on, little bastard was Yi Zhao's second beast pet. Master. After signing the contract, Yi Xiao was able to communicate mentally with the beast pet. Little bastard's milky voice resounded in Yi Zhao's heart. What a nice milky voice. Thank you, master, for the compliment. The little Wangba demonstratively rubbed against Yi Zhao's cheek. This hasn't even been a royalist yet, and already there's infighting and fighting for favor. Little bastard, call your sister. Master, can you not scream? Eh? If a child doesn't listen, it's undereducated. Dare to disobey him just after the contract, then the sky will not be turned upside down in the future. Greenie, do you still want to drink the Wangba soup? Drink. Sister, sister. The sound of Wang Beisup almost scared her soul away. Chapter 41. Jinhai Xuanwu. After all, it had just been contracted, and its status was far less than that of green. I'll let you be pleased for 2 days first, and then I'll take my time to clean you up after I've pleased my master. The dark little bastard. She couldn't hide her little mind from Yi Xiao. However, with her fighting prowess, there was no way she could be a match for Little Green. Little Green is good at attacking and Little Bastard is good at defending. The most she could do was make sure she wasn't bullied by Green. She's still young if she wants to bully Qing. Do you want to become as strong as Green? Little Bastard raised his head a bit confused for a long time. It was natural for her to want to get stronger. But with her current strength, it was hard and difficult to become stronger. The attributes were too weak. Even a severely injured ferocious beast had a stronger fighting ability than her. It was also the bloodline in her body that allowed her to stay safe and sound under the shelter of the giant spirit turtle. Now that she could become stronger, she naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. Think, master, I want to get stronger. The light was coming out of Little Bastard's eyes. Her desire to become stronger was stronger than anyone else's. So what do you want to do when you get stronger? Beating up certainly protects the master and makes him safer. Little Bastard looked at Yi Xiao somewhat sheepishly, having just been unguarded. He almost said what was in his heart. Yi Xiao did not have the good sense to blankly glance at her. The two of them have the same mind. This little secret can still be hidden from him. Master, can I really get stronger? The Little Bastard was still a little expectant, and spoke with a tremor in his voice. Of course, if you follow me, then it's a blessing for you. I naturally want to give you a new life. I see that you have the bloodline of the Jinhai Xuanwu in your body. Why don't I help you return to your ancestor? Can the real return successfully? For the bloodline in his body, Little Bastard was aware of it. It's a secret that's been passed down from their ancestors. Their ancestors had been working hard for generations, wanting to revive the glory of their ancestors, but the bloodline in their bodies was getting thinner and thinner, and they simply couldn't succeed in returning to their ancestors. By her generation, the bloodline of the Jinhai Xuanwu didn't know what kind of thinning had occurred, and the difficulty of wanting to succeed in returning to the ancestor was like climbing up to heaven. But if there was such a hope, she was naturally willing to accept it. Are you ready, Little Bastard? The little Wangba looked at Yi Xiao with a sad face. This little Wangba was really hard to hear. Master, people have names. Their name is Xian Ling, you can call them Xiao Ling. Xian Ling. It does sound better than Little Bastard, nay less playful. But since they have a name, they can't call them Little Wangba, and they have to give some respect to beast pets. Okay. Spirit, are you ready? Little Spirit jumped down from Yi Xiao's shoulder and rolled several times on the ground for a long time before stabilizing herself. Then she looked at Yi Xiao with a serious face. Always ready. Looking at Xiao Ling's expectant little eyes, Yi Xiao could not deceive her. Return. Ding. Detected that the little deep-sea bastard has a Jinhai Xuanwu bloodline in his body, and is undergoing a return to his ancestor. Bloodline activated. Return to ancestor successful. After the bloodline in Little Spirit's body was completely activated, a water tornado descended from the sky and wrapped Little Spirit up. Roar! The Little Spirit in bloodline activation couldn't help but howl. The Xuanwu's pressure poured out, and the ferocious beasts of the North Sea beach fell to their knees in unison, not daring to move a muscle. 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways. With the entire 99 water dragons, the entire North Sea beach was enveloped in water dragons. Xiao Qing brought Yi Xiao to a safe place and quietly waited for Jinhai Xuanwu's awakening. It was also that no one came to North Sea Beach, otherwise the scene was enough to scare them silly. The little deep-sea octopus has successfully returned to its motherland, Jinhai Xuanwu. The return has been successful, but the tornado is still wreaking havoc on North Sea beaches. Yi Xiao was a bit painless. This little guy was a bit too proud. Why, how much longer do you plan to wreak havoc? After Yi Xiao helped her return to her ancestor successfully, the system forced her loyalty to be pulled full. Now that he saw that Yi Xiao was not satisfied, Xian Ling did not dare to be reckless and hurriedly swallowed back the water dragon scrolls that had ravaged the North Sea beach. The water dragon scroll disappeared, and Jinhai Xuanwu's main body appeared in front of Yi Xiao. Snake head and turtle back. 20 meters long and 10 meters high. The face was a bit grim, completely missing the cute look it had before. Transform. It was long and imposing, but it was unappealing, and it wasn't appropriate to follow him around at such a large size. Divine favors come with their own transformation skills once they return to their ancestors. In front of Yi Xiao, Xiao Ling didn't dare to make much of a fuss. A water tornado surrounded itself and shrunk down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, the water light dispersed and a young girl around 14 or 15 years old appeared in front of Yi Xiao. Get dressed. These divine favorites were all incarnated without clothes, completely disregarding his feelings as their master. Yes, master. After turning into a little girl, she was still so playful and cute, clinging to Yi Xiao's side. Master, is this okay? Yes. But why are you a little girl look-alike? The little spirit's mouth turned away, not very happy with herself either. She did look a lot drier and smaller compared to Green. But she couldn't help it. This was what she looked like after she transformed herself. Master, I'm too young. Only 134 years old. So I can only be this big. 134 is too young. So old he could be his grandma. But for a turtle, 130-something is indeed a small child. Check the little spirit attributes. Divine favors. Zhenhai Xuanwu. Name. Xian Ling Little Spirit. Attributes. Water, Earth. Rank. 1. Power. 343. Agility. 278. Endurance. 746. Spirit. 321. Elemental immunity passive. LV full. Immunizes from both water and earth elements. Elemental mastery passive LV full. Can manipulate the elements of water and earth. Body of Xuanwu passive. LV full. Physique of the divine beast Xuanwu. Stamina recovery speed plus 500%. Injury recovery plus 500%. Xuanwu water shield active. LV full. Summons a water shield to resist 10,000 damage and can be replenished constantly in the sea, increasing the shield thickness with level. Xuanwu Earth Shield active. LV full. Summons an earth shield that protects against 10,000 damage and can be replenished in land at a constant rate to increase the thickness of the shield with level. PS. One time broken will not be able to be replenished. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Worthy of being a defensive beast pet. The skills are all defensive. Green's skill kills are pulled straight up, while Spirit's defense is pulled up. With a 10,000 point shield on sea and land, the person in the shield is safe as long as they don't get shattered all at once. Chapter 42. Try a move. The most crucial thing was that she was still a level 1 little guy. If she waited for him to grow up, I'm afraid that defense would have to be multiplied many times over. There were probably very few in this world that wanted to break through her defenses. Can the attribute sharing of 2 beast pets stack? Can. So what are you waiting for, share? With Little Green's attack power bonus, he now had Little Spirit's defense attribute bonus. At the same rank, no, across one rank there were very few people who could break through his defense, let alone take his life. Sister, you should also be your master's beast pet. What is your original body? Little Spirit's little mind Yi Xiao knew at a glance, but he didn't intend to stop it. After all, he also wanted to find out whether Little Green's attack was stronger or Little Spirit's defense was stronger. Green-eyed white tiger. Green-eyed white tiger? A god-level bloodline? Green didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. This is pure nonsense to ask. She is a small Wangba can return to the god-level bloodline, let alone her. She was the first divine pet to follow Yi Xiao, and the best resources Yi Xiao had given her. The district's little kingpin also wanted to challenge her position. Then sister, how about we spar? Just so I can show my master how strong I am. Proper little green tea. It's obvious that you want to show how powerful you are, but you have to say it in such a righteous way. Master! Go ahead, try her strength as a sister. You have to take care of your sister a little bit more or less, don't you? After receiving Yi Xiao's consent, Xiao Qing smiled. Then little sister Spirit. Sister will help you try your strength. As soon as the words fell, the shattered shadow white tiger sword appeared inside Xiao Qing's hand. Sister, be careful. Sister is going to do it. Broken Army Rising Dragon Sword. With a flash of sword light, Xiao Qing arrived in front of Xiao Ling and raised his hand. Bang! Little Spirit's hands clenched, and the earth gray barrier directly wrapped Little Spirit up. Sister, my defense is okay. A sword chopped through. The barrier didn't fluctuate at all, and Little Spirit stood there unharmed, her face filled with smugness. Xiao Qing hadn't threatened her just now, and now that she had managed to return to her ancestor, her fighting strength soared. Sister, you could actually push a little harder. My barrier is very resistant. Yi Xiao watched quietly from the side. Just now Shao Qing did not exert any force. But a sword went down and also chopped off 5,000 shields. Only little spirit stood on the ground. And in less than a second's effort, the 5,000 shield values lost were recovered. It's hardy, isn't it? Then, sister, I'll be polite and build up my strength. Shao Qing took a sword-drawing stance and began to build up his strength there, and the power in his body was constantly gathering towards the sword. Gold element, wind element, ice element. All the power was gathered in the shattered shadow white tiger sword. Sister, be careful. Your sister's attack is coming. Don't worry, sister, Bang! Before little spirit could finish his words, little green took the lead. In a flash of 3 lights, the shield turned into fragments in the sky. The little spirit man was dumbfounded and stood still, not knowing what to do. She didn't expect Shao Qing's attack to be so strong, cutting her defense into pieces with a single sword. Sister, it's quite normal to be happy about a return, but it's not right to be bloated. Our mission is to protect our master. If I'm an enemy, you're bringing our master into danger. Today, sister will give you a lesson so that you won't make mistakes in the future. After following Yi Xiao for such a long time, she knew Yi Xiao best. When Yi Xiao agreed for them to fight, she knew that Yi Xiao wanted her to educate Xiaoling. Sister, Broken army, rising dragon sword. Not giving her a chance to speak at all, Shao Qing's attacks followed. Without the protection of the shield, relying solely on his own defense, he was not too seriously injured, and at most, he suffered some flesh and blood. Levitation took several sets of combos before she let Xiaoling down at Yi Xiao's gesture. The petite little girl was punched in the face. The big innocent eyes just looked straight at Yi Xiao. Master, I was wrong. Little spirit admitted his mistake. Yi Xiao nodded with satisfaction. A healing spell was thrown directly over, and the injuries on his body healed in an instant. Now you know the difference between you? How would I know that Green is so powerful if I don't beat him up? Little spirit was completely honest, just be a good second. She couldn't be in the boss position. After sensing little spirit's change of heart, Yi Xiao no longer cared about that either. Little children, a little education is enough, and after education you must give a piece of candy to eat, not to hit the child's self-confidence. Actually, you're quite strong as well. There are only a few of the same rank that can withstand Shao Qing's full-force strike. Not to mention the fact that you two have a level difference. She's already level 10 and you're only level 1. When you raise to level 10, you might be able to withstand Shao Qing's attack. Little Green, take little spirit to brush up on her leveling and make up for it as soon as possible. Master, no, watch me. At North Beach, it was her home turf, so where was the need to actively seek out monsters? Roar! The little spirit howled, and the sound spread continuously down the beach, reaching every corner of the North Sea beach. Knock! 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 In a few moments' time, the North Sea beach resounded with tremors, and patches of ferocious beasts lined up towards this side. You see, Master, it's all about experience. He also didn't expect little spirit to have such a trick up her sleeve. Go fix it. Water tornado. Although the Jinhai Xuanwu was mainly defensive, there were still means of attack. The water tornado once again wreaked havoc on the North Sea beach, and wherever it went, the ferocious beasts were all torn into pieces. Level up +1. Level up +1. Level up +1. Thousands of ferocious beasts were all turned into experience, and little spirit's level kept rising. It didn't take a moment to raise it to level 5. This was still due to the fact that the experience gained from little spirit's kills needed to be split into 3, or else it could have been raised to level 10 by now. Even so, both Yi Xiao and Shao Qing were brought up a level. Your backpack is full. Please clear it promptly. Without realizing it, the backpack was filled to the brim. Little spirit, you continue to brush the monsters. I'll go back to clean up my backpack and expand it in the meantime. Otherwise this coming and going is quite troublesome. Little Green, transform your body. Let's fly straight back. This side of the North Sea beach was very remote. There were no transmigrators coming this way at all, and even if Little Green manifested her original body, she wouldn't scare others. Yi Xiao just flew towards Haicheng on the green-eyed white tiger. Look at that, what is that thing? What, holy, is this a new monster? Scout it out quickly. Chapter 43, Magnification. Green-eyed white tiger of God-level bloodline, hurry. What? A green-eyed white tiger with a divine-level bloodline. How is this possible? How could a ferocious beast with a divine-level bloodline appear in North Sea Beach? The two people couldn't believe it and looked at the green-eyed white tiger flying through the air. But fortunately, the green-eyed white tiger didn't notice them, or else their little lives would be finished today. Scared me to death. How could a green-eyed white tiger appear on the North Sea Beach? Are we still going? Could there be something wrong with North Sea Beach? The two had planned to go to the North Sea Beach to practice, but they didn't expect to run into the green-eyed white tiger. Go, why don't you go? In case there is a chance for us to be there, be careful, it's still not a problem. On the other hand, Shao Qing brought Yi Xiao to the city gates not far away, where it would not be possible to continue flying. Although the sea city was not big, there were experts, and if he directly leapt, he would easily be taken as an enemy and would be besieged at that time. Incarnate. Redisguising into human form, the two of them walked into the city gates and arrived at Shao Yunru's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Bang. Why do I feel as if this has happened somewhere before? Duong. The door of the room was kicked open by Shao Yunru, and compared to the last time, this time Shao Yunru was directly blown into a black man. He did not know whether he was angered by Yi Xiao or blown up, but the whole person was extremely gloomy. The current Shao Yunru was a gas tank on fire that could explode at any time. Say. One simple word was enough to prove Shao Yunru's emotions. Yi Xiao is also a person who knows how to judge the situation, at this time to catch up and talk nonsense, absolutely inevitable a beating. The pack is full, and this is something to honor you. Yi Xiao threw things out with a brain. A whole yard of materials which only made Shao Yunru's temper a little. I know you can go. Wait. I've got another good one here. See if you can use it. Take. Without beating around the bush, Yi Xiao took out the spirit turtle core. You see this? Spirit turtle core? The moment she saw the spirit turtle core, Shao Yunru's eyes lit up. This was something that could not be found, but he did not expect it to be obtained by Yi Xiao. The key Yi Xiao even took it out for her to use. No, this is too expensive, you keep it for your strength enhancement as well. I'll have enough with these materials for now. Looking at Shao Yunru's appearance, it was obvious that her heart was not in the right place. Obviously she wanted it, but for the sake of Yi Xiao's strength, she still resisted the urge to alchemize and refused. Take what you're given. What I can give you is certainly what I don't need. What's more, didn't you ask me to adopt you? This is a little bit of my sincerity. Yi Xiao did not even give her a chance to refuse and directly shoved the spirit turtle nucleus inside her hand. Don't refuse. I have business for you. Consider it an honorarium. Only after hearing Yi Xiao say this did Shao Yunru decide to take the spirit turtle core. Otherwise it would still be more or less embarrassing to let her take it for nothing. Say, what do you want? And I'll help you work on it. I'm brushing materials too fast here. My backpack is a bit small, and it's a bit of a hassle to go back and forth this time. Can you see if you can? Before Yi Xiao could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Shao Yunru. Have you never understood the forum? What do you mean? Looking at Yi Xiao's confused look, she knew that Yi Xiao really didn't know. She said Yi Xiao how to deliver materials once and then run to her once. Those who didn't know thought he had a crush on himself. Feelings don't know the function of the forum. The game forum isn't just a place for you guys to speak freely. It also has one of its greatest functions, trading. You don't have to keep running next time. Just pack the materials directly and trade them to me using the forum. It saves time and effort. I said, why do you keep running to my place? Every time you come, you disturb my alchemy. Emotionally, you don't even know that the forum has a trading function. Yi Xiao was silent. He was genuinely unaware that forums could be traded. I should have known to trade directly to Shao Yunru, wasting my time to make a trip for nothing. It was rewarding though, at least the trip showed him that he could trade directly in the future. I know. I won't bother you anymore. Take your time with the alchemy, and trade me directly if you have anything good to use. The two were also considered mutually beneficial, with Yi Xiao brushing materials to boost her alchemy proficiency. Shao Yunru refined good things for free for Yi Xiao to use. Without the slightest pause, the two of them rushed towards the North Sea Beach. On the other side, the two trannies were getting a little bit closer to the North Sea Beach. Not a single ferocious beast was seen on the outer or inner perimeter. They knew something strange was going on, and driven by curiosity, the two men took one step closer towards the danger zone. Are we really going to be able to do this dangerous area? If we go in, we might not be able to get out. Where's the chance if you don't take a risk? Can't you see that the monsters on the outer inner perimeter have all disappeared? There must be something wrong with the danger zone. I'll go myself if you don't, and don't blame me for not sharing your stuff when you do. After much thought, the two decided to enter the danger zone together. Danger is nothing in the face of chance. The two of them approached step by step, and soon arrived at the place where Xiao Ling was brushing the monsters. This, detection. If you don't explore, it's okay, but when you do, the person is directly paralyzed with fear. Zhenhai. Zhenhai Xuanwu. The Zhenhai Xuanwu of the divine level bloodline. No, it can't be. The Zhenhai Xuanwu hasn't appeared in how many years? Hasn't it already disappeared? How could it appear on the North Sea beach? Zhenhai Xuanwu they all knew, but this kind of divine beast had disappeared for many years, and in people's minds they were already extinct. How could they believe it when it appeared on the North Sea beach today? It's really true that my skill can check the bloodline of a ferocious beast. It's really the Zhenhai Xuanwu. If he could, he wouldn't want to believe it. But there was no way around it, it was just the way it was. The behemoth in front of him was indeed the Zhenhai Xuanwu. A green-eyed white tiger and a sea-suppressing Xuanwu. What's wrong with this North Sea beach? Run, run. While pondering what was going on at North Sea beach, a sudden exclamation from his companion interrupted all thoughts. Run? Run for what? He's going to zoom in. Nanny? Run. Looking back, Little Spirit was there storing up his power to brew a big move. If they didn't run at this time, they would also be implicated. Spreading their legs and running wildly in a desperate manner, they soon left the danger zone. Little Spirit naturally noticed the two of them little mole crickets as well. But she didn't take it to heart. These two couldn't even break through the defense of the main body even if they were allowed to fight. It was as if Green had looked at her in the first place and simply ignored it. Chapter 44. You want to see me whenever you want? After the two left, Xiao Ling's big move was successfully released. The entire danger zone was as if it had been ravaged by a tsunami. It was a mess, and the ground was filled with the corpses of ferocious beasts. If the two of them hadn't run fast, they would have been directly torn to pieces by the waves under this strike. Too terrifying. Is this the power of the Zhenhai Xuanwu? I think this Zhenhai Xuanwu is only in its juvenile stage. Otherwise, where is the reason for us to escape? Divine beasts, waving their hands between the mountains and the earth. Indeed, but it's just too weird. The green-eyed white tiger is back. The two men kept their heads down and huddled in fear of being discovered. It was only after the green-eyed white tiger left and entered the danger zone that they dared to get up from the ground. You can't come to North Sea Beach. It's too dangerous. I think this is an opportunity for us. This is the Zhenhai Xuanwu and the green-eyed white tiger. If we tell certain guilds about this news, they should be moved. We can exchange this news for something, don't you think? It's still you kid who's smart, go, two juvenile divine beasts. I don't believe they won't be moved. In front of the interests, the dangers were all a matter of priority, and the two of them left the North Sea Beach in a hurry. Yishao did not pay attention to them either. After all, they were just two teeny tiny mole crickets, completely unworthy of their attention. When he rode Little Green to the danger zone, the ferocious beasts in the danger zone had already been slaughtered by Little Spirit. Ding! Kill Giant Pincer Crab King. Experience Plus? Ding! Kill the King of Double-Clawed Shrimp. Experience Plus? Ding! Kill! Although the experience was divided into 3 parts, but it couldn't help the number of ferocious beasts. The experience materials were desperate to drill into the body. Backpack is full. Please clean it promptly. Just arrived at the backpack was occupied. Good thing he asked for more, otherwise this trip after trip to send materials the gods will be exhausted. Pack up and teleport. Little Green. You accompany Little Spirit to brush the monsters together to be able to speed up. Ding, your backpack is full. Packing for teleportation. Your backpack is full. Teleport. Yishao was teleporting recklessly here, while Xiao Yunru was in pain and happiness over there. In just 1 day's work, the materials sent by Yishao filled up her house. This is a complete lack of rest for me. Forget it. I can't let down Yishao's piece of goodwill. Let's raise the alchemy level first. For them super alchemists, upgrading didn't require brushing monsters at all. As long as they endlessly conducted alchemy experiments, their experience would naturally be able to rise. In just a few days' work, she had already become a rank 5 alchemist. According to how Yishao was feeding her, soon she would be able to break through to the 10th level or even stronger. And Yishao, who was at the North Sea Beach, also stopped fighting. Little Green and Little Spirit were killing like crazy. Half of the monsters in the North Sea Beach were missing, and the experience given was getting less and less. But it was good that Little Spirit's level had followed suit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for elevating to level 11. Gaining 10 points of free attributes and 10 points of fixed attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the divine pet green-eyed white tiger for raising to level 12. Gaining 500 points of fixed attributes, which have been automatically added according to the talent. Ding! Congratulations to the divine pet Shinhai Xuanwu for raising to level 10. Gaining 500 points of fixed attributes, which have been automatically added according to the talent. Both Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing had raised a level or two, only the experience bar was even longer after raising to level 10. As for Little Spirit, with the experience compensation mechanism, she quickly caught up to level 10, and after level 10 the rate of improvement would be comparable to theirs. Hungry. Hungry. So hungry. Come on, back to town for dinner. The two of them were blacklisted by the hotel, but Xiao Ling wasn't blacklisted. With Little Spirit around, the two of them could have a free buffet as well. Go, 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 go and teach the hotel a lesson. After Little Spirit Little Green transformed into human form, she followed Yi Xiao to woolgather the merchants. This kid is so blessed. He's followed by a beautiful girl and a cutie by his side. People are more angry than people. I don't know which family's young master. I really envy people. Unlike us, we still have to guard the city here. Just as he entered the city, he heard the talk of the guards behind him. Yi Xiao twisted his head and glanced at Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling beside him. They were indeed beautiful. Ugh! You guys just don't understand the joy of having too many beautiful women around you. Yi Xiao sighed and went straight to the trading market to sell the extra skill books on his body. Little Spirit, go get a presidential suite, we'll have dinner later. Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing wrapped themselves tightly, and just leave the rest to Xiao Ling. Injustice of the day, Hotel Ruijia, Ocean City. Yi Xiao brought Xiao Qing Xiao Ling here to whore out the buffet for nothing, and on the other side, the two of them who came back from the Beihai Beach, the first thing they did was to look for the Red Man Pavilion. The Red Hall Guild was one of the biggest guilds in Haicheng, and was very rich, so it was definitely right to look for the Red Hall for this kind of thing. We're looking for President Luo. There's something important that President Luo will definitely be interested in. Two transmigrants from nowhere actually wanted to meet President Luo. Are you related to the president?
No.
So, did you guys make any reservations in advance? No. So are you guys from the Reds?
No.
Nothing. Who are you to meet the president? After being reprimanded like that by the people from the Red Man's Hall, the two of them came to their senses as well. It seemed like it was indeed the case they were nothing, so what qualifications did they have to meet Luo Yu? Please inform. We really have important news to inform President Luo. Heh, everyone who comes to see the chairman has something important. Does the chairman have to receive them all personally? That mustn't exhaust us, your president, to death. Hurry up and get going. Don't waste time here. The man from the Red Man's Hall made a move to throw them out. And at this time, Luo Yu just happened to walk down, and the two of them were like seeing a life-saving straw, directly flying to Luo Yu's side. President Luo, we have something important for you. You too. Seeing them come forward to pester Luo Yu, the men rushed over, wanting to drive the two of them out. Let go of them both. It was in the territory of the Red Man's Hall, and he was sure that these two didn't have the guts to do anything to him yet. Besides, what could two level 10s do to him? Even a sneak attack wouldn't be able to break his defense. President, I'm sorry. I didn't handle it well. It's okay, you go down first, you two come up with me. He didn't have anything important to do right now anyway, so he just happened to hear what kind of important thing these two were up to, going so far as to haunt the Red Man's Hall in order to inform him. Tell me what's so important that I still have to be informed. Chapter 45, The Big Move. The two men looked from side to side. It doesn't matter if they're all on their own. Since Luo Yu had said so, then they would tell what they knew. President Luo, we have 3 requests, and after hearing the news we hope you can grant us. Don't worry. The news we bring you is definitely worth every penny, and will even bring the Red Man Hall to the next level. Luo Yu instantly became interested. The Red Man Pavilion wanted to go to the next level unless he broke through to a stronger level or had more powerful people join him. But nowadays, the strongest people basically had their own places to go, and it was impossible for them to come to the Red Man's Pavilion, so it was difficult to make the Red Man's Pavilion go to the next level. But now these two were saying that the news they brought would help take the Red Man Hall to the next level. That made him a little curious as to what news would be so helpful to the Red Man Hall. As long as your information is useful, what's 2 more conditions? Go ahead. After Luo Yu agreed, a smile appeared on both of their faces. We found 2 juvenile divine beasts on the North Sea beach today. A green-eyed white tiger and a Jinhai Xuanwu. Tensely, Luo Yu sat up straight, but quickly regained his composure. Green-eyed white tiger, Jinhai Xuanwu. What an international joke. These two kinds of divine beasts only exist in the documents. The reality has long been extinct. How can appear in the North Sea beach? Even if you want to cheat, you have to find a proper excuse. It was treating him like a little cutie. Teasing? I look like a cutie to you guys. Do I? How can President Luo be a cutie? You don't tease us. You're the ones who are teasing me. I don't know what your intentions are, but you've managed to waste my time. And this time I'm not going to bother with you. Come on. Invite them both. Seeing that Luo Yu was going to get real, the two men panicked a bit and hurriedly pulled their cell phones out of their pants pockets. At that time, they were afraid that Luo Yu wouldn't believe them, so they took pictures with their cell phones. President Luo, we really didn't lie to you. Don't believe me. Luo Yu took the two men's cell phones and compared them, although the distance was a bit far and the pixels were a bit blurry. But it was still possible to make out what the green-eyed white tiger looked like. Get it appraised for P marks. Although he let his men go and appraise it, Luo Yu's heart was already 90% sure. What these two say is true. The green-eyed white tiger frequents the North Sea beach, and there is also the Jinhai Xuanwu. The two divine beasts in their juvenile stage, if they could be contracted, then the status of the Red Man's Pavilion would be taken to the next level. At the thought of this, Luo Yu's eyes were all light. Redman Hall is going to flourish in his hands. President, really? There's no sign of modification. Okay. Issue a gathering order. All members of the Red Man Hall gather at the outskirts of North Sea Beach. Seal off the entire North Sea Beach. No one is allowed to approach. Anyone who dares to do so is an enemy of the Red Man's Pavilion. A series of orders came out from Luo Yu's mouth. Now that they had this head start, if someone else knew about it, they would probably miss the opportunity. You two stay in the guild for 2 days first. I will fulfill your requests as much as I can, and when we're done with the arrests, you'll be the vice presidents of the Red People's Hall. These two divine beasts were so important that it was worth it even if 2 vice presidents were promised. Of course, the 2 of them couldn't leave before they found the divine beast. In case the news leaked out, they would have missed the opportunity. Dad, I've risen to level 5. It's time for me to go out and practice. You promised me that you'd let someone take me out to practice after level 5. Just now you issued an order to go to North Sea Beach to kill monsters. Take me one. Just as Luo Yu was about to lead his men to look for traces of the divine beast, An pushed open the door of the room and walked in. She had been imprisoned inside her home for the past 2 days, and every day was spent hunting the ferocious beasts she had purchased back to upgrade. She didn't know why, but she just wouldn't let her out anyway. Now that he had easily risen to level 5, he could finally leave his home and go out to hunt ferocious beasts. Thinking about it made An feel excited. How could I forget there was this girl? Before, An wasn't allowed to go out. That was because Haichang had been in chaos for the past 2 days, and because of Yi Zhao's matter, a large number of experts had been dispatched from above. Moreover, there were so many hostile forces. If An was allowed to be outside, he could easily get hurt, which was why he found a reason to keep the person at home. Originally, An's 5th level was able to leave, and he could protect An's safety by arranging a little bit of people. But now that the entire Red Man Pavilion was going to go out and capture the divine beasts to go, the level 5 An going over there would be cannon fodder for death. He had only one precious daughter and would never allow any harm to come to her. Little Cloud, level 5 is just the starting point, not the end. If you want to have the ability to defend yourself, you have to get level 10. First go back and hunt those ferocious beasts that have no combat power. When will you rise to level 10? When will you go out to practice? You keep an eye on Missy and tell her to stay in the house and not to leave. It's the president. After saying that, Luo Yu left with his men, leaving An alone to stare. It was clearly promised, but now it's changed its mind. Why are you like this? Talk is cheap. I'm level 5. Miss, level 5 is really too weak to help. You'll affect the chairman and their play if you go. It's better for you to stay at home and brush up on your leveling. The big move by Redman Hall has raised a lot of eyebrows. But they didn't dare to say anything more. After all, the Red Man's Pavilion was rich and powerful. There was no need to offend them. What's more, there was absolutely no need to go to a barren place like North Sea Beach, and leveling elsewhere could be much faster than there. It was just that they didn't know why the Red Man's Pavilion was making a big deal out of it, and the entire guild was out in force. Are they going to flatten the entire North Sea Beach? Look at this stance, it's very similar, but think about it, it seems like it's not necessary. The experience of the monsters in the North Sea Beach is just like that, and with Chairman Luo's level, brushing the level isn't done here. I've heard that President Luo is a daughter slave. Could it be that the monster from the North Sea beach hurt her daughter? It's possible, Missy Guild. It can't be compared to us. Everyone was speculating about their actions, but no one would know that the purpose of their coming here was to look for divine beasts. You guard the entrance. The rest of you follow me. The group set off with great vigor towards the North Sea beach. On the periphery, there was not a single ferocious beast. Inside the perimeter, there wasn't a single ferocious beast either. There are traces of battle, and to be able to slaughter all of this area, it does look like it's a divine beast. All be careful. We're about to arrive at the danger zone. The divine beasts are likely to inhabit the danger zone. Thousands of people approached cautiously towards the danger zone. Chapter 46 Exclusive Copies. My God, what kind of destructive power is this to cause this scene? It looks like the divine beasts have left, but it also proves that they were right. The divine beasts stayed here. I just don't know if they'll come back. Luo Yu was a little disappointed. He had thought that he would be able to catch it, but he didn't realize that the divine beast had already left. Send 2 people to stand firm here every day, and report back as soon as you find any sign of the divine beast. Destroy the traces here and close up the team. Things like divine beasts could be encountered but not sought after, and it was already good enough to be able to get the news of a divine beast. Not catching it only means they're not meant to be for a while. But as soon as they came back to North Sea Beach, the Redman Hall would definitely be the first to know. It's just a shame that their wait is doomed to be in vain. Yi Zhao's level had already been raised, and he would not be practicing at the North Sea Beach in the future. The Reds came and went in such a hurry that all were baffled as to what they were up to. Still, it was somewhat unlikely that this bit of information would be hidden from the people at the top. The news had already reached Imperial City by the time Luo Yu gathered the people together. What do you guys think? The appearance of a green-eyed white tiger and a Jinhai Xuanwu on the northern sea beach of Haicheng? Could the appearance of 2 divine beasts be a sign of something? What? Green-eyed white tiger and Jinhai Xuanwu. Everyone was stunned when they heard the news coming from Ditsong. With 2 divine beasts appearing at the same time and in the same place, it would be hell if there weren't problems. Hurry up and send someone to investigate. If the 2 divine beasts can be controlled and cultivated, the power of China will take a qualitative leap. Right? These are divine beasts. Each one has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. We can't let other countries get their hands on them. Everyone's first thought was to capture the divine beast and cultivate it. Luo Yu went ahead and searched for it. The divine beast has disappeared. The suggestion from my side is to send someone to station at the North Sea Beach. Once the divine beast returns to the North Sea Beach again, take direct action. Seconded. Seconded. After everyone hung up the video, only Emperor Tsong and Underworld were left inside the room. Spectre, what do you think? Why don't you say anything during the meeting? Spectre smiled and shook his head, not explaining anything more. This guy, why is he weird? Didn't pay much attention to the Spectre, just assumed the Spectre was up to something. The Spectre who left the conference room directly found Yi Zhao's contact information on the forum. With his status and position, wanting to find Yi Zhao's contact information was as easy as it could be. When Ditsong spoke about this matter, Yi Zhao's figure surfaced in the heart of the underworld. How could I have thought of this guy? 2 divine beasts, it should be unlikely. But the more he thought about it, the more he thought it was Yi Zhao. He could only contact Yi Zhao to confirm now. Yi Zhao, who was eating the buffet under the mournful eyes of the hotel administrator, suddenly received a message from the forum. Top message. The underworld warlord? He even added my friend. Is the war god's friend bit so good to get? Although his mouth spat, his hand was still very fast, and he directly clicked agree. Ding! Ding! Hey, is there anyone around? Yes. Then hang up and read the message. Say fight, hang up. Picture. JPG. Recognize? Any relation to you, don't lie to me. Looking at the photo of Shao Qing's back sent by the underworld war god, Yi Zhao fell into deep thought. Lying? Or the truth? Lying would have made him lower. But the underworld war god clearly had the intention of favoring him, and if he were to tell the truth, he might receive the care of the underworld war god. This society spells it out. Talent? No. It's resources and context. There are so many geniuses in China, and the ones with talent are even more numerous, but to really grow up, you still need to have resources and a background. Now that the underworld war god was in front of him, if he didn't grasp it at this time, when would he grasp it? That's right. This is my beast pet, Little Green. Green. For Yi Xiao's frankness, the underworld war god was still very satisfied. It was obvious that Yi Xiao was treating him as one of his own. Green-eyed white tiger? That's right. The divine beast green-eyed white tiger. Got it. Everyone had secrets, and the underworld war god didn't ask too many questions. He only needed to know that the green-eyed white tiger belonged to the country of China, and that was enough. Then do you know about the Jinhai Xuanwu? Someone saw the green smoke white tiger and the Jinhai Xuanwu appear at the North Sea beach at the same time. Jinhai Xuanwu is my second beast pet, called Xiao Ling. Awkward. Yi Xiao possessing a green-eyed white tiger was still expected of him. But he couldn't accept it when the second beast pet was the Jinhai Xuanwu. Two divine beasts in one person. You can't be this lucky even if you step on dog when you go out. Are you really an orphan? After thinking about it for a long time, the underworld war god sent this message over. True orphan. Then you're really stepping on. It's okay. It's all about personal charm. After bantering with the spectral war god for a few moments to get back to business. Be careful in the future, and try not to let their instance appear in front of others. You're still weak. Someone is able to probe them. Divine beasts have a fatal attraction to anyone. Understand? Yi Xiao knew he was concerned about himself. I know. Thank you, spectral war god, for your concern. By the way, did you guys do that mess at North Beach? Yes. After receiving Yi Xiao's affirmative answer, the underworld war god was relieved. When practicing in the wilds of Sea City, it was inevitable that people with an interest would notice. Yi Xiao, this was a king bomb character. The underworld war god did not want him to be known too early. It would be best to find him a place where he could practice and still stay out of the way. Your two beast pets are too conspicuous. Practicing outside will easily attract the attention of those who are interested, and it's also easy to accidentally injure others. Tell you what, I'll post a quest on the official quest list, you go and take it. It just so happens that there's a hidden copy in High City with enough monsters in it for you to play with. The monsters inside are around level 15. Can they be taken down? A 15-level personal copy. The underworld war god was giving him a small opening. How can this not be accepted? It has to be. I was able to take it, thanks to the spectral warlord. Posted. Official channel, exclusive copy quest. Decaying skeleton abyss. Worth 10,000 contribution points. Limited time special. 0 contribution points. Worthy of the Psy warrior, he also gave him a limited time special. Upgrade properly. I'll wait for you in Imperial City. After cutting off the message, Yi Xiao checked this copy quest worth 10,000 contribution points. Skeletal Abyss of Decay. Exclusive copy of the mission. Yi Xiao. Mission requirement. Clear the abyss of all skeletons. Chapter 47. Reward. 10,000 contribution points and a set of gold-grade extreme equipment. The quest rewards all had to be 10,000 contribution points and a set of gold-level extreme equipment. The underworld war god really did treat him as one of his own. Such a good mission had been cheapened for nothing. Take the mission. Decaying Skeleton Abyss. Quest success block. Please proceed to the copy as soon as possible to complete the quest. Copy location. 111. 111. After accepting the quest, the location of the copy appeared directly on the forum, and he only needed to follow to find the location of the copy. Had enough. Half, I guess, one more person and half the food, I'm 30% full, and my sister has too big an appetite and eats too fast. Unlike me, who eats slowly. The dainty voice, coupled with that pathetic expression, was proper little green tea. Yi Xiao smiled and shook his head. There was no way. The two of them had too big of an appetite. He was full anyway. If you want to eat, wait till you get back. But I guess there's no chance of that. The hotel already has posters of the three of them ready. As soon as they left, the poster would appear in the streets of High City, unless Yi Xiao could still find another god's favorite, and then he could still go in and dabble in a meal at that time. Little green little spirit. Let's go. Let's go do the quest. Good. 2. The three of them followed the signposts on the forum map and quickly found the location of the copy. A somber portal, which had been sealed, with 2 official transmogrifiers holding down the doorway. Stop! Yi Xiao and the others were called to a halt just as they approached. It wasn't that they were suspicious of Yi Xiao's identity. It was just that the decaying skeleton abyss had been officially censored. What's the deal? Are they not allowed in here? The monsters inside have surpassed the critical point and are temporarily blocked by the officials. We will only be able to enter normally after the officials carry out the cleanup. The recovery time will be announced later. The monster has surpassed the tipping point, so it's no wonder it's sealed. But wasn't that just fine? Just enough for him to brush up his monsters and upgrade. A whole copy of monsters can go up multiple levels. I've been notified of the quest that has just been officially released. Decaying Skeleton Abyss. I'm here to clear the monsters inside. Let me in. Mission. They haven't received any notification from their side yet. Not to mention that if you wanted to clear a level 15 to level 25 copy monster, you would need at least a turn 2 squad to come. Sending Yi Xiao here alone is not a death sentence. Why? Do you need to check out my assignment? Look, the official defense seal just picked up the quest. Indeed, it was an officially released quest, and it was also an exclusive quest released by the god of the Underworld War personally, and Yi Xiao did have the qualifications to enter into the replica. It's just more or less dangerous to go in alone, right? Kid, do you know what's going on in there? The replica is filled with dead chi. You will be affected by debuffs when you enter the replica, and the monsters inside are all above level 15. It's even possible to encounter level 25 monsters. It's dangerous for you to go in alone. Level 15 to level 25 monsters. It wasn't exactly what he had in mind. I don't think these monsters should have very little experience. That would be great. Quickly, open the copy. I want to go in. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, I will go to the tiger's mountain. Since Yi Xiao had decided, they didn't persuade anything more. The seal is lifted. You may enter. Oh, and by the way, this is my exclusive mission, so remember not to let anyone in. With one man's copy, he'd be able to let go and slaughter with impunity. Things would be funny if someone came in halfway through and he made the mistake of killing them. Don't worry, no one will come. Inside can be all level 15 to 25 monsters who do not want to live. Come here to single copy. Go! After instructing 2 sentences, Yi Xiao took a step and directly stepped into the copy. Warning, warning, affected by debuff. Curse, 30 decrease in all attributes. Poisoning, 5 points of blood loss per second. Blue reduction, 5 points per second. Didn't do anything, the buff stacked first, but it didn't matter, it didn't affect him very much. Have you two been affected? What an impact. It's senseless, just eerie. Well, the weak one is him. Gaga. 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 The creepy sound of bones clashing rang out, and a pair of glowing eyes lit up in the darkness. The skeletal monsters of the abyss awoke at this moment, their tyrannical eyes staring intently at the 3. Skeleton General. Rank 15. Power 547. Agility 456. Endurance 555. Spirit 32. Skill Skeleton Cyclone Chop, Lieutenant General Skull and Bones. Rank 18. Densely packed with all skeletons. Not a high IQ but a pretty fierce fighter. Then start your show next. Let loose and kill as many as you can. As for Yi Xiao, he directly used the turtle breath technique to hide his breath. Coupled with such 2 super invincible existences, the abyssal skeleton wouldn't even notice him. Of course, for Yi Xiao's safety, Xiao Ling still added a layer of shield to him. Even if a monster attacked him, it would not be able to break through his shield in a short period of time. Sister, let's compete then. How about taking half of the food as a bet? Xiao Qing glanced at Xiao Ling. This little girl was really drifting. Competing with her to kill monsters, that wasn't purely looking for death. Since my sister wants to give food to my sister, how can my sister not accept it? After 3 counts, the game begins. The 3 of them didn't give these skeletons a second thought. For them, this was the best place to upgrade. 3, 2, 1, go. Sword Intent Fluctuation. Xuanwu Water Dragon Wave. The countdown ended and both men attacked at the same time. Draw and chop. The sword sweeps a large area, and the wave spits out a line. But anyone who came close to the 2 turned into nothingness in an instant. Sister is so tactful that she actually stored up her strength in advance. Each other. Isn't a sister the same? Both men had their own flowery little minds, and the 2 had secretly begun to build up their strength when they decided to fight. As soon as the match started, it instantly killed a field of skeleton minions. This led to a vacuum around the 2 for several seconds. However, the 2 didn't stop for too long, and directly rushed into the skeleton army, beginning a frantic slaughter. Ding! Kill Skeleton General. Experience plus 150. Ding, kill skeleton lieutenant general, experience plus 200. Ding, kill blood axe skeleton, experience plus 180. Ding. The experience really did give a lot, but it was just a shame that there wasn't much for the three of them to share equally. Chapter 48, Leveling Up. But these are all trivialities. So what if the experience is low, the monsters here can't even see the edge? If we can kill all these monsters, we don't know how much we can level up. Of course, this was a good thing for Yishao. For others, this was a disaster. It was no wonder that the officials would seal this place, and anyone who entered here under the second turn would basically die of exhaustion. Even Little Green and Little Spirit had their hands numb from killing. Odd is really a lot. Little Spirit, shield up, come back and rest for a moment. After receiving Yizhao's order, the two of them simultaneously retreated back into the shield. Xiaoling's feet stepped on the earth, and the shield was able to be replenished at all times. Even if the skeletons kept slashing, they couldn't hurt them in the slightest. Healing spells. Clarity technique. While the two rested, Yishao gave them their statuses topped up, which was the only thing he could do right now. After resting for a few minutes, the two were back in peak condition. Master, I'm going to turn into my body. This is too slow. Good. Shao Qing left the shield and directly leapt into mid-air. And with a flash of light, he transformed into a green-eyed white tiger. Absolute zero. Green flapped his wings quickly. Ice elementals continued to coalesce inside his mouth. With a tiger's whistle, Shao Qing skimmed through the air quickly, the cold air drawing a beautiful arc in the air. It's just that it's the splendor of their death. The skeleton monsters enveloped by the cold breath turned into ice sculptures, standing still and unable to move. Strangling winds. The wings flapped rapidly, and the strong wind coalesced in a matter of moments. The astral wind invaded and the skeleton monster was torn into pieces alive by the wind. As if a slow knife was pulling meat, a little bit of their bodies were twisted into smithereens. Ding. Kill skeleton minor general. Experience. Kill skeleton lieutenant general. Experience. The prompts kept ringing out. In just a split second of effort, thousands of skeleton monsters died under Little Green's wings. Only these monsters were just a drop in the bucket in the copy, and just after resolving these skeleton monsters, more skeleton monsters surrounded them in an instant. Little Green's wings were still flapping. The bodies of the skeleton monsters were flying across the air, and none of the monsters were able to get within 100 meters of Little Green. Kill monster. Experience. Ding. The backpack is full. Please dispose of it promptly. Ding. The backpack is full. Please dispose of it promptly. The backpack was actually a little bit smaller. The collector was still collecting, and the materials were constantly teleported to Xiao Yunrou's hands. But even so, it couldn't catch up with Shao Qing's speed of killing monsters. Send. Send. Keep sending. Are you crazy? Robbing the trading market now? Don't take me with you if you want to die. Yi Zhao's desperate sending of materials made Xiao Yunrou crazy. The speed of this sending was too fast. Other than robbing the trading market, she simply couldn't think of any way to collect materials so quickly. What are you thinking? Is the trading market that easy to rob? I don't have the strength even if I had the heart. All my materials come from regular sources, so just feel free to use them. Okay. No more talking, pack and send. After sending several packs in a row, Yi Xiao stopped. Shao Qing also transformed into a human form and entered the protective shield. The shield was surrounded by the corpses of skeleton monsters, the bones of which could circle the replica 3 times. That hurt. Too bad I ran out of blue. Before, without Little Spirit, she had to take care of Yi Zhao's safety and could not let go of her hand to attack. Now that Xiao Ling was protecting her, Yi Zhao's safety didn't need to be considered, and was even safer than when she was around. Kill the pain. Little Spirit looked at Little Green with a sad face. Watching Shao Qing slaughtering in the air was heartwarming to her, but all their actions had to be dominated by Yi Xiao. Yi Zhao's safety could not be neglected, and she could only stay by Yi Zhao's side to protect it. It hurts, it's really too good. It's been a long time since I've let go of killing like this. Master, quickly give me back my blue. I'll rest for a moment and continue to go out and kill. The Little Spirit grew more and more mournful. Master, the 2 beast pets, all of them were battle maniacs. How comfortable it was to stay and get upgraded. They were surprisingly not satisfied. The palm of the hand is all flesh, you can't hurt one without hurting the other. Little Green, you protect me in a while and let Little Spirit go out for a while. Yes, master. Shao Qing did not have any complaints. As long as it was what Yi Xiao commanded, She obeyed unconditionally. This was also the reason why Yi Xiao liked Xiao Qing so much. Xiao Ling still had some studying to do. Little spirit, go ahead. The rest of the monsters can be yours. Yes, master. After receiving Yi Xiao's approval, little spirit directly jumped out and landed to transform into a Jinhai Xuanwu. With this kick, at least a dozen skeleton monsters were trampled to death. All of them go to hell. Xuanwu water cannon. Little spirit opened her mouth, and the water elements in the air gathered in front of her mouth in a steady stream, forming an immense ball of water. As the power continued to pool, the water balloon grew larger. Explode. A loud boom resounded throughout the replica. Looking at Xiao Ling again, the area in front of him had already turned into ruins. The water ball pushed all the way across, and as long as the skeleton monsters that were in front of the water ball were in the way, all of them were crushed into smithereens. Pushing several kilometers horizontally, the water sphere directly burst apart, and the bursting water droplets turned into sharp swords spreading out in all directions. One after another, the abyssal skeletons were pierced through by the water beads. Ding! Killed abyssal skeleton. Experience. Divine Pet Green-Eyed White Tiger. Level up to level 20. Gain 1,000 points of fixed attributes. Divine Pet Jinhai Xuanwu. Level up to 20. Gain 1,000 points of fixed attributes. The host's level is raised to level 20, gaining 100 points of fixed attributes and 100 points of free attributes. Thick and thin. Little Greenie and Little Spirit took turns brushing the monsters. In less than half a day's time, the three of them had raised to level 20. A whole 10 levels had been raised. All three of them had been raised 10 levels equally. This was enough for a second turn if placed on a single person's body. Before and after a rough estimate of killing 100,000 monsters, to be able to raise to level 20, the girls had put in enough effort. That's with diminished experience, or they could still make a run up the ladder. Little Green, Little Spirit, well done. Go back and reward yourselves with a good meal. While others were still struggling at level 5, he had already broken through to level 20, exceeding others by a large margin. Being an orphan himself, he was able to get where he is today, all thanks to his own hard work, coupled with Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling's desperation, and finally the support of the system. System. Check the attributes. Name. Yi Xiao. Occupation. Beast Master. Beast Pet. White Tiger with green eyes. Jinhai Xuanwu. Rank. 20. Power. 353. Agility. 347. Endurance. 344. Spirit. 354. Chapter 49. I'm 22. The various attributes had already surpassed 300, and that was just the panel attributes. If he added the attributes shared by his beast pet, his hidden attributes had at least broken 1,000. This attribute was definitely the best in the same rank, and even the best when crossing the ranks, only that it was much worse compared to his own two beast pets. Divine Pet. White Tiger with green eyes. Attributes. Gold. Wind. Ice. Rank. 20. Power. 6,300. Agility. 6,134. Endurance. 6,255. Spirit. 6,450. Seeing Xiao Qing's attributes, Yi Xiao realized what it meant to be strong. It was only level 20, and the attributes had already exceeded 6,000. With this attribute, even a second-turn powerhouse would be hard to beat. In one word, invincible. Look again at the attribute panel of the Jinhai Xuanwu. Divine Favor. Jinhai Xuanwu. Attributes. Water, Earth. Level. 20. Power. 4,900. Agility. 4,700. Endurance. 7,700. Spirit. 5,700. Similarly, they were all level 20 divine beasts, and there was a difference in the attributes of the offensive and defensive types. Both Xiao Qing's attack speed far exceeded Xiao Ling's, but Xiao Ling's defense far exceeded Xiao Qing's. Overall, the attributes of the two were not too different. After all, they were both divine beasts. Seeing that the attributes of the two had changed drastically, Yi Xiao's heart was so beautiful. Don't freeze. The monsters have already surrounded up. You two make a move together and clear out all the monsters here. Since we're here, we don't need others to do it. A fly can't be too small, and there are so many of them here. Although the experience was a little less, killing them all was a good way to get a few more levels. What's more, so many materials can't go to waste. This half, green, can you fix it? Too easy. What about this like spirit? Don't worry, master. Just leave it to me. The two responded and killed towards the skeleton monster. Ding, kill. The beeps kept coming and the experience grew a little bit more slowly. The two of them kept hunting, and the materials in his backpack were going crazy. He didn't even know how many times he had teleported to Xiao Yunru. Hai Chung, Xiao Yunru's room. Faulty, really faulty. Who said alchemists are crazy? I think Yi Xiao is the crazy one. Okay? What is this? So much material. Won't you even let me take a break? Seeing that the materials were about to pile up all over the house, Xiao Yunru was really in pain and happy. With Yi Xiao so underwritten, her alchemy level rose miserably. But she's a human being, not a machine, and she can't even take a break from alchemy at all hours of the day. This guy can't be really wanting to adopt me. Sending me so many materials is wanting to be a bride price. What a big straight man. If you like it, just say so. Why beat around the bush about it? But Yi Xiao, this kid is quite handsome, so it's not unacceptable. Xiao Yunru's thoughts had drifted to outer space, and she was about to figure out what to name their child. Ding, new email message. Yi Xiao, material enough? Should be enough for you for a period of time. Alchemy, it said you now what level, will not still be a first-class alchemist. It that more or less some dishes, refueling efforts, hurry up to raise your alchemy level. Material is not enough, and I said, otherwise you level up does not come up, but cannot keep up with me the footsteps of this royal beastmaster. A whole series of words were sent in a brainstorm. Xiao Yunru's head grew big as she watched. Straight man of steel. Can't you post it in several installments? So much at once. The hell wants to see it. Although she said so on her lips, she still patiently read through Yi Xiao's words. Xiao Yunru. Brat. You are treating my place like a trash heap. So many materials, are you trying to tire me out? I'm a human being, not a machine. I can't alchemize 24 hours a day. Look at my room full of materials. Yi Xiao. This is stacked? Picture.jpg. Yi Xiao sent photos of the materials all over the floor to Xiao Yunru. Seeing so many materials, Xiao Yunru was confused, especially the two beauties beside Yi Xiao. They were really beautiful. What the hell is this guy doing? Materials all over the place, not to mention the company of beautiful women around him. Xiao Yunru. Beauty. Yi Xiao. Pretty isn't it? Xiao Yunru. Get lost. The thick jealousy could be felt through the screen. Damn straight. Can't talk at all. I'll give you 3 counts to apologize or I won't talk to you for 3 minutes. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. I'll give you 3 more minutes, and if you don't talk I'll really ignore you. This time Yi Xiao didn't let her down and called back in less than a minute. Yi Xiao. You're not going to get mad, are you? No. Xiao Yunru's mouthful of old blood almost didn't come out from his anger. The man really can't say anything nice at all. Xiao Yunru. Fist. Yi Xiao. Alright, in all seriousness, I'm already at level 22. You've got to hurry up and raise your alchemy level or else in a few days you won't be able to keep up with me, and then I'll be able to charter another alchemist. To adopt another alchemist? What heartless, desperate words. How did such cold words come out of the inside of his 37-degree mouth? How dare he say such things to a girl? Doesn't he know that it will break a girl's heart? Xiao Yunrua. Go and adopt your little sisters. You go live with both of them for the rest of your life. Yi Xiao. How did you know I was going to spend my life with them? Awesome. Yi Xiao, this was not wrong. Xiaoqing Xiaoling was his closest beast pet and was 100% loyal to him. And it's pretty and eye-catching, so naturally they're going to live together for the rest of their lives. Xiao Yunru was speechless. She didn't know whether Yi Xiao really didn't understand or pretended not to. What a way to pull the knife in her heart. Wait, what did he just say? Xiao Yunru seemed to feel that she had missed some important news and flipped the chat log up, checking it word by word. Okay. Seriously? I'm at level 22. 22? 22 levels? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's only been a few days since the transfer. How did he reach level 22? It should be 12th grade. He overtyped it. It must be. Xiao Yunrua. You're level 12? You're rising quite fast. I'll speed up and catch up with your upgrades as soon as possible. Yi Xiao, who was organizing his materials, suddenly received a message from Xiao Yunru.
Yi Xiao.
If your strength is not good, your eyesight is not good either. I said I'm 22, not 12. Understand? Xiao Yunru. Chapter 50. What are you doing in there? 22. Xiao Yunrua man had already been dumbfounded. She had been alchemizing so tirelessly, and now she was only a rank 7 alchemist. Yishao had actually directly broken through to the 22nd level in just 2 days. Riding a rocket isn't that fast. Could it be that he's been adopted by someone who specifically buys him ferocious beasts to hunt? That shouldn't be the case. Even if you kill without sleep, you can't break through to the 22nd level in so many days. Xiao Yunro was a little puzzled. She simply could not imagine that in Yi Zhao's hands there would be 2 divine beasts assisting her, killing monsters at a speed they could not even think of. However, she knew that Yi Xiao would definitely not lie to her. The current level of Yi Xiao was definitely 22 levels, and she didn't ask too many questions. Everyone had their own secrets. Bye, I'm going to alchemy. Yi Xiao is 22. She can't be far behind. It's too hard not to wait for the next one, who is as dedicated and devoted to the package as Yi Xiao. After the forum went offline, Xiao Yunru threw herself wholeheartedly into the alchemy business, not daring to stop for a moment. As for Yi Xiao, he had already started preparing for their next big meal. After all, the 2 of them deserve a lot of credit for such a large harvest this time, so they must be rewarded with a good meal, or at least let the 2 of them have enough to eat. As the owner, you can't be that stingy. Pack up and go back and we'll have a big dinner. Big meal. Hearing the words big meal, Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling's eyes both glowed. Before that they were eating raw, rotting meat and what was left of others. Ever since they followed Yi Xiao and tasted human food, they fell in love with the flavor. It's just that the humans prepare so little food that you have to wait half a day to eat each time, and you don't always get enough each time. Master, are you full? This is a point on which the 2 men are very much of the same opinion. The 2 pairs of big eyes just stared at Yi Xiao. They had put in so much effort. How could Yi Xiao not let them have enough to eat? Tubular. Oh yeah. Master is the best. The 2 of them hugged Yi Xiao's arm and kept pampering themselves. What upgrading and killing monsters are not as useful as eating and being full. Finish packing and let's go. At the entrance to the replica, the 2 men guarding the replica were waiting there in a pinch. It was almost a day's time that had passed, and Yi Xiao had yet to walk out of the copy. He couldn't have had an accident, could he, not coming out for so long? Officially specific people shouldn't be that easy to kill. Only they were a little out of breath when they said it. After all, the replica, what the situation was, they knew best. Why it was sealed, it was not because it was too dangerous inside. With that many monsters, even if 100 people went in, they wouldn't necessarily be able to stay for a day, let alone Yi Xiao being only 1 person. In the beginning, there were 100 people in the squad to go in to practice, but the result, not killed a piece of armor, only a dozen people left to escape out in a mess. Our task is to guard the entrance of the replica. The other things don't have much to do with us. There's no need to worry about that. That's right, life and death have their own destinies. The mission was given by the underworld war god and taken by him. Life and death doesn't have much to do with us. They had already looked down on life and death, and they didn't know how many people were lost in the middle of the copies every year. Only the living deserve to survive. It's still fresh air outside. The environment is really harsh inside. The sound of their discussion had just stopped when Yi Xiao walked out from the replica door. Out! Out! The 2 men looked Yi Xiao up and down. Looking at him, he didn't look at all like he had encountered a monster. Not a single wrinkle in any of his clothes. What's the situation? I don't know. Did the monster inside disappear? Impossible, the copy is always sealed. The monsters inside can't leave at all. And him? Just ask and you won't know. The 2 came to Yi Zhao's front and opened their mouths to directly inquire. You didn't encounter any monsters? Or did something special happen inside and the monsters are gone? Looking at the eyes of the 2 of them, Yi Xiao knew that they were looking at their neat and tidy clothes and suspected that they had gone in to go shopping and had not killed any monsters. If it wasn't for the fear of them doubting their lives, Yi Xiao really wanted to tell them his rank. Encountered, conservatively estimated over 100,000. Why, what's the problem? The 2 men froze directly in place. Although they were guarding the copy, they had never gone in and didn't know what was going on inside. All they knew was that less than 10 people had come out of the original squad of 100. 100,000 plus monsters. You're not kidding. What's the joke with this stuff? How much is how much? It's not like he has to lie about it. No, only more. What about monsters? Killed. The 2 men's voices unconsciously raised a trifle. Yi Xiao even said kill so lightly? Even if it was 100,000 ants, it would take a long time to stomp them out. What's more, it wasn't 100,000 ants in there, it was 100,000 skeleton monsters, so you can just say you can kill them. Yeah. Kill it, what's the problem? I just went in there to deal with the skeleton monsters, It's not like I'm going to visit a kiln. What am I going in there for if I don't kill the monsters and make a fuss about it? Entering the copy to kill monsters, how normal but things, although he may have killed a little more. But kill is kill, there is no need to be surprised. You two have an unstable mindset. You need to hone it more. Is everything all right? I'll leave if it's all right. I'm hungry after wasting almost a day.
N.
Hey, are the monsters all killed? Is it safe in there? At Yi Zhao's back, the two hissed out their greatest concern. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe. Not a single living thing. There was not a single living thing, so that proved that Yi Zhao had killed all the monsters in the copy. One man, one day, 100,000 monsters. What a genius this is. No, this is demonic. I guess only demons can do such things. What do we do? Just report it? There's no rush. Let's go in first and take a look. And if it's true, we'll report back to the top. This kind of thing can't be done sloppily, and if something goes wrong, they will be held responsible. Go! The two stepped into the copy with the determination of certain death. The screen shifted, and the two came into the copy, debuffs added to them as they were. Only the abyssal skeletons that were supposed to surround them had disappeared. The whole copy is quiet like no man's land. Look, the remains of the abyssal skeleton. It's true. Look at the number 100,000, only a little more. Demons, actually really took care of the 100,000 monsters. Report it. Report all the situation here to the Underworld War God. Chapter 51. Haicheng, Skill Bookstore. Yi Zhao is here again. Sir, you're here again? I wonder what skill books you're planning to peddle this time. Yi Zhao buy and sell skill books all in this store. Also considered the store's old patron. So when he arrived at the store, he was warmly welcomed by the waitress. Fruit plate and drinks all ready to go. There are a bit too many skill books this time. Let your manager come out. Don't worry, the commission is all on you. The service attitude. I'm very satisfied. Thank you, sir. The waitress left and in no time brought the manager to Yi Zhao. This gentleman, I heard that you have a bit too many skill books. I don't know. Don't worry. It's all from the proper channels. I just don't know if you can eat it. As long as it came from the regular channels, they could eat as many skill books as they wanted. Then please give me your forum account and I'll add you as a friend. Skill books. Yi Zhao packed them together. After all, the number was so large that the backpack simply could not accommodate it. Hearing that Yi Zhao wanted his forum account, the manager's eyes lit up. That's a large enough number to use the forums to pack and transmit it. This is my forum account. Roger that, roger that. A total of 2,375 skill books. Sir, please wait a moment. We need to do a value analysis. We can't let you lose out. None of this mattered to Yi Zhao. The amount of money was just a number. But this manager did things in a style he liked. I don't care if you lie to me or not, but I do care if you treat me like a little cutie. Play. I say, why don't you get busy and I'll have a meal first, and then I'll come back for your check when I'm done. Good, good. But how can I let you go to dinner by yourself, shout I? Entertain the guests well. Take the guests to a 5-star hotel for dinner, and put all the spending on my account. Yi Zhao, this time the skill book, they at least earn a small goal. It's not too much to ask Yi Zhao to have a meal. No, really, let's go to the buffet. With the amount of food Green and Spirit had, this one meal would have to exhaust them. Business is business, he can't screw people over, can he? We have a bit of a big meal, so we won't bother you. What are you saying, sir, looking down on us? It's not just a meal, what's there to be unable to afford? It's decided, listen to me. Let Shout I take you all to dinner, eat as much as you want. The manager is too kind to refuse. People had said so. If Yi Zhao still refused, it would be a slap in their face. That's a shame to bother you guys. It's okay, go ahead. Xiao Dai brought the three of them, Yi Zhao, to the restaurant that was just fine in Haicheng. Order. Greeting the waiter, the three sat down and were ready to order. Master, is everything on this edible? Is this stuff tasty? Before that, we ate from a buffet and took whatever we wanted. But now it's in a 5-star restaurant where the food is on the menu, one more exquisite than the other. The two hadn't ordered a meal before and didn't know what to do for a while. Those two pairs of innocent little eyes directly caught the eyes of all the men in the restaurant. In itself, it was a national beauty, plus that dainty cry of master. In an instant, their hearts melted. Damn you to hell. You can really be damned. The surrounding group of men gnashed their teeth and looked at Yi Zhao, itching to eat his meat and drink his blood. We were all men, so why should he be able to have the company of such two beautiful women, and even have them willingly call themselves masters? Is it just because he's handsome? I don't know what to order. So fry one book. Waiter, one book all fried. Be quick. I'm hungry. It's not just about being handsome, it's about having money. Yi Zhao's way of ordering food refreshed their three views. Fried a book. What a posh way to order food. I don't think you can beat 1,000,000 for this book. So that's how you can order food. Thank you, master. I've learned. Fire me up a copy too. 2 in all. The waitress on the side looked dumbfounded. Frying 2 books? This book is hundreds of dishes. They are only 3 people. Can they finish so many? Sir, these dishes. She could tell that the person in charge was Yi Zhao, so it was only necessary to seek Yi Zhao's opinion. Go on, we'll order more when we're done eating. Lunch bucket. That's the image everyone has of them. Fry 2 books, several hundred kinds of dishes. How can a normal person eat all of them? Eat half of them will have to hold up. The life of the landlord, savoring every dish, is magnificent. People are more angry than people. No wonder such a beautiful young lady is willing to follow him around and raise me like this every day. I have to say that the quality of service in the hotel is still very strong. One meal after another was brought to the table. Only they didn't get to the table nearly as fast as Green and the girls ate. Master, come and have a bite. Eat me, eat me. Master, you can't just spoil your sister. Little Green little spirit grabbed to feed Yi Zhao. In front of so many people, Yi Zhao actually had some small pride. Of course, his meal was just 2 bites. After feeding, the plate was clean, not even a bit of soup left. 1, 2, 10, 20. All eyes were on them. I would have thought that if they ordered so many meals, they just wanted to taste the flavors. Who would have thought that these 2 girls are really honest? As long as the dish is on the table, none of them can leave with leftovers. Not even a drop of soup was left. My mother Lu. These 2 girls, how so able to eat? This is how many dishes. How can they 2 still eat? 73 courses now, the whole 73, and looking at the 2 of them, there's absolutely no intention of eating more. Yi Zhao has stopped, 1 to eat a bite, more than 70 dishes also hold up. He didn't have a physique like little Green little spirit. You 2 eat, I'm full. Then, master, we'll let go and eat. Eat. Without Yi Zhao, the 2 ate faster, 200 dishes into the stomach. That stomach froze without any rumbling at all. Don't tell me. I really envy them. Eating so much and still maintaining that kind of figure. Yes, we are fat even if we eat a little bit. People eat so much and still maintain this kind of body, it's really enviable. And at a table not far away, 3 men were there watching Qing and the others. Hai Chang even has this kind of posture. I can't believe I didn't realize it before. What is this kid? What is his status? And why is he surrounded by such a beautiful beauty? Haven't seen it, but all the people who have a face in Hai Chang, we've seen them and know them. We've never seen this guy. Could he be from out of town? Chapter 52. Just making friends. To still dare to be so arrogant in Hai Chang, I, Zhao Bin, can't stand to watch. It's obvious that you're seeing color, and you have to give yourself an excuse. Liang Bin, don't make trouble. Someone who dares to be so high profile shouldn't be an ordinary person. But it was clear that Zhao Liangbin didn't take his companion's words to heart. What are you afraid of? We know all the dignitaries in Hai Chang. I'm not looking at my little brother as quite high profile. I just want to go and get to know him. Don't worry about it. Zhao Liangbin glanced at the corner of his mouth and did not place Yi Zhao in his eyes at all. If Yi Zhao was strong, he went up to give it to his friend. If Yi Zhao was not strong, then don't blame him for crossing the line. Hey! With a swish sound, Zhao Liangbin directly froze in place, and the hand that wanted to pat Yi Zhao's shoulder also hesitated to fall. A sword condensed by the wind element and a sword condensed by the water element were just on either side of his head. Looking at Shao Qing and Shao Ling's cold as ice eyes, he knew that these 2 were definitely not joking with him again. If the slap had gone down, his head would have moved directly. I. Zhao Liangbin is now neither in nor out, directly into a dilemma. This brother, my friend, just wants to get acquainted with you and make friends. It's not like that. Jab. Little Green little spirit rare tacit understanding a hand. Hand up sword fall. Directly chopped off Zhao Liangbin's arms. Fast and accurate, not giving them a chance to react at all. No one thought that they would be so bold. In front of so many people they dared to abolish Zhao Liangbin. Roll. Interrupt our meal again and die. If Yi Zhao hadn't instructed them in advance to try not to kill anyone in Hai Chang, Zhao Liangbin's head would have moved the moment he came over. His malice towards Yi Zhao was felt by them from a long distance away. If they had malicious intent towards Yi Zhao, then they were their enemies, and it was their duty to protect Yishao. This is too fierce, right? It actually chopped off Zhaoliangbin's arms. Zhao Liangbin? It's still true, the people of the Red People's Hall, this time they have caused a big trouble. How dare they hurt the people of the Red People's Hall? The Red People's Hall is extremely protective. This time they don't want to go out to upgrade and brush the monsters. But I have to say, these two are so strong. Zhaoliangbin has already turned 2. But he was still instantly secured. That man can be so composed that he's sitting there motionless at this hour. Is there a possibility that this guy is a soft touch and it's these 2 girls who are really doing the work? The noise of the quarrel here soon alarmed the people of the hotel. Only they gave up when they heard that there were people from the Red Man's Hall. Inviting the Red Man's pavilion is too much for your life. Don't be so angry. It's time to eat your food. They wouldn't dare make a move on me here. Yishao stood up and gently softened the 2 men's heads. The murderous aura on his body then dissipated. Yishao had stepped forward, so there was no need for them to worry, because this man had kept them from eating for the past few seconds, and they really deserved to die. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the killing intent in his body slowly spread out again. Okay. No offense, Master Feed you all, open your mouth. It took 2 bites of food to feed these 2 before they returned to their previous state. All that's left is to deal with Zhaoliangbin and the others. Although this matter was something that Zhao Liangbin had brought upon himself, Xiaoqing Xiaoling and the girls had gone too far. One person's sword directly chopped off someone's arms, and even if it was connected, it would still end up leaving aftereffects. This man, more than likely, is wasted. But whether he was ruined or not, Yishao did not care in the slightest. What he cared about was the black name on his head. A red name comes out on the head of a murderer, a black name comes out on the head of a wounded person, and a black name turns to a red name when 3 or more people are wounded. If you want to get rid of the black name on your head, you have to ask for forgiveness from the person who was hurt, or you will have to carry a big black name on your head for the rest of your life. This brother, how about discussing something? Forgive me and help me remove the black name from my head. He was chopped off both his arms and now he has to ask for forgiveness. What in heaven's name is so good? No. Can. Zhao Liangbin's eyes were filled with hatred. Asking him to forgive Yishao, that was absolutely impossible. In that case, it can't be helped. Yishao really wanted to settle this matter peacefully, but Zhaoliangbin doesn't look like he wants to settle. Anyway, hurting someone with a black name, breaking 2 arms is breaking a limb is breaking. Whoosh! There was no need for Yishao to speak at all. The 2 of them understood his thoughts in seconds. Raising his hand, a blade of wind and a slash of water cut through it, directly sliced both of Zhaoliangbin's thighs off by the roots. This? So mean. It's true that the prettier the woman, the more ruthless she is, can't afford to mess with her. Go. Zhao Liangbin screamed miserably and made a gesture to pass out. Don't pass out yet. You haven't said whether you forgive me or not. Forgive? You? Mom. It seems that the 3rd leg is also unwanted. It just so happens that today, by the way, I will help you get rid of it altogether. Dude, you're overdoing it. They couldn't keep their mouths shut as they watched Zhaoliangbin get sliced into a human stick. Even if the limbs were cut off, as long as they were repaired in time, they could still be used. But if it was cut off there, the possibility of repairing it was much smaller, and the most crucial thing was the shame. A man couldn't even keep his own brother, so what kind of face was there to live? Liangbin just wants to get to know you and make a friend. You don't want to just refuse. What's the point of doing it directly? You're not taking us at Redman Hall seriously. A big hat was directly placed on Yizhao's head as they tried to use the prestige of the Red Man's pavilion to suppress him. The Reds? It's just a guild. Dare you make a move in Sea City? Not to mention the fact that behind him stood the Underworld War God. If the Red Man Hall dared to make a move against him, it would be another slap in the face of the Underworld War God. The Underworld War God would not sit idly by. The Red Man Hall? Does he have a big face? And don't make friendships. Who's a brother to you? You guys deserve it? Lu Ji's face turned ugly. It was the first time he had seen that there was someone in Haichang who dared to not give face to the Red Man Pavilion. Kid, you're too crazy. Insulting the Red Man's Hall, you have to die. Meh. Yishao laughed. Dead? He could be really scared to death. With that, he opened the forums and looked up the name of the president of the Red Man Hall. Let me die? Go get this Luo Yu president of yours. I'll stand here. I'll see if he dares to kill me. Lu Ge froze all of a sudden. He was truly surprised that Yishao was so wild and without boundaries. Surprisingly, he didn't even care about Luo Yu. But he was right, even if Luo Yu was here, he wouldn't dare to kill Yi Xiao. Officially, there was really zero tolerance for their guild, and once they broke the rules, they were directly punished with capital punishment. Chapter 53. Surrounded with men. But that didn't mean that Yi Xiao could endlessly provoke the Red Man Hall. It's true that the red name system prevents them from laying waste to others in the city, but they likewise have a set of their own means of circumventing it. If they can't get a red name, then they'll get a black name first, and after crippling the person, then they'll get the person outside of the city, and then it'll be their freedom to abuse them as much as they want. Kid, I'll give you one last chance to apologize. Kneel on the ground and apologize properly to Liang Bin, and compensate Liang Bin for all the damages, and we can let this matter go. Past it all? Yi Xiao looked at Zhao Liangbin, who was lying on the ground and was staring at him angrily. This guy doesn't look like he can be past it in any way. There's nothing but hate in this guy's eyes. But whenever you let him off the hook today, turn around and this guy will be tripping behind your back. Yi Xiao hates the most behind someone counting him, cannot sleep peacefully at night. This will make his mood is very bad, easy to lose hair. The more Yi Xiao thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. It was obvious that they had only come for a meal, so how come there were so many ungrateful guys to offend them? Green. Eh. The two of them shared the same mind. Even without Yi Xiao opening his mouth, Xiao Qing knew what Yi Xiao was going to do. The one in his hand bloomed with golden light, and his hand rose and fell with his sword. With a puffing sound, Zhao Liangbin was directly sliced into pieces and finally turned into dust, completely disappearing from this world. To his death, he never expected Yi Xiao to make a sudden move against him. The surrounding crowd of onlookers also did not expect Xiao Qing to be so ruthless, daring to lay a deadly hand on Zhao Liangbin within the confines of Haicheng. How confident does this have to be in himself to dare make a move on the city? A ruthless man. A truly ruthless man who dares to strike within the sea city. Red name, this brother is fierce. What's going on here though? How come it's the lad who's red for this girl's kill? What do you care what he's doing? Run away. If you don't, the people from the Red People's Hall are going to kill us. Yes. In the city, it is possible to seek revenge on someone with a red name. Go, don't get caught in the crossfire. The faces of Lu Ji's few people had changed, and their expressions changed as they looked at Yi Xiao. Dare to kill someone in Sea City. Was it confidence in his own strength, or was it the ignorance of a fledgling? But that's all irrelevant. The murder of Zhao Liangbin is no longer a matter for them to deal with, so let's notify the president first. Good. You really have guts, daring to kill my Red Man Hall's people. If you have the guts to wait here, I'll see how you can still clamor when our president arrives. Lu Gu left with his men, not daring to stay for a moment. There was not much difference between their strength and Zhao Liangbin's. If Yi Chan and Xiao Qing could slaughter Zhao Liangbin, then they could similarly slaughter them. Looking at the departing backs of several people, Yi Xiao shrugged his shoulders and did not pay any attention to anything. It's good that these people are gone. They can still eat in peace. The flies are gone. Keep eating. Zhao Liangbin's body just stayed there, and the three of them acted as if they hadn't seen it, savoring their own food there. Waiter, what are you waiting for? Serve the food. Can't you see the plates are empty? Serve and serve and serve. The one who kills someone and sits down to eat with a light heart is also a ruthless man. You can't offend anyone but Yi Chun. In case Yi Chun gets upset and smashes their store, the loss will be heavy. Without a moment's effort, Luo Yu surrounded the entire restaurant with his men. As the president of the Red People's Hall, it was only natural for him to seek justice for his men when they were killed. Although the Red Man Hall had not yet reached the point where it was a one-handed affair, it was not something that anyone could touch. Especially in this acre of Haicheng, who shall not give him Luo Yu three thin face, even if it is the official, do things also have to discuss with him. Combined with what had happened in the meantime, he was already suffocating and had to find a place to vent his anger. Today, Yi Chun had just happened to run into his guns, and had gone so far as to kill his guild's people within Haicheng. Luo Yu's pace was all tinged with anger as he led the way to the restaurant. Just stepped into the dining room. The eye was the Zhao Liangbin that was cut into pieces. It's really too bad that there isn't even a whole body. Luo Yu's anger reached its peak at this moment, and the temperature of the restaurant dropped by 3 points with it. Who killed them? Get out. Yi Chen's red name was floating somewhere, and he knew that the one who killed was Yi Chun. But he just wanted to set this up. He wanted Yi Chun to personally stand out and apologize on his knees. Where's your father dining? If you want to see your father, wait in line. Yi Chun didn't even turn around to glance at them, and was there feeding Shao Qing and the others on his own. Ah, open your mouth. Is it good? Yummy. One more bite. I want the master too. The attitude of the three directly stunned everyone present. A third-turned powerhouse had been ignored. In all these years, it was the first time that Luo Yu had been so ignored. Good, good, good. Luo Yu laughed in anger and flung an appraisal spell over. Beastmaster. Rank? 22. Yi Zhao's basic information was clearly identified by Luo Yu. After seeing Yi Zhao's message, Luo Yu smiled disdainfully. So young to be at level 22, and still a royal beastmaster, no wonder he dared to be so rampant. Just what right did he have to clamor with him, a first-turn 22-level imperial beastmaster who was a third-turn powerhouse? The corners of Luo Yu's mouth slightly turned up, his face filled with disdain. What are you waiting for? Do I need to personally take action even for a first-turn 22nd-level ant? Those who kill people will be killed. Chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Whoever kills him first will be rewarded 100 points of guild contribution. Yes, President. Those who could follow Luo Yu's side were basically second-turn powerhouses. With so many second-turn powerhouses, it wouldn't be easy to solve a single Yi Chun. This was a head worth 100 contribution points, and such opportunities don't come along very often. Kill! A group of people dashed towards Yi Chun, showing no mercy, making a move to kill him with a single blow. If you want to hurt the master, go through us first. The moment the members of the Red Man Hall Guild made their move, Little Green Little Spirit was ready to fight. But when they were ready to make a move to resist, a powerful force directly sent the crowd of the Red People's Pavilion flying, and immediately after, a silhouette came from the sky, blocking the middle of Yi Chun and Luo Yu and the rest of them. Making a move within High City, you Red Man Hall is increasingly not putting me in your eyes. Or, Luo Yu, are you planning to rebel against China? City Lord Yang Tianqing narrowed his eyes and stared at Luo Yu with a mischievous face. He was the one who had just stepped in to block the attack of the Red Man Pavilion crowd, and now he was even more of a big hat on Luo Yu's head. Chapter 54. Giving a step down. This hat Luo Yu wouldn't dare to wear, but if he was allowed to retreat like this, then how could he still be the guild president? The people under his command were killed, and if he, as president, did not seek justice for his men who would trust him in the future. City Lord Yang, it's not that I, Luo Yu, don't give you face. Please take a good look at him. His head is topped with a red name. Don't you know the rules of High City, Mom? Even if I kill him here today, at most I'll be compensating the store owner for his losses. You have no right to interfere with our actions. For those with red names, they could hunt them down at will, and even Yang Tianqing couldn't interfere with their actions. Yang Tianqing naturally knew that Luo Yu had a point, but Yi Xiao was a person they couldn't move, even if it was Luo Yu himself. Luo Yu, we've known each other for more than 10 years, right? Yang Tianqing softened his attitude a lot as well. At least it was a top guild within Haichang, and Luo Yu's strength wasn't weak. If they really fought, neither side would be able to take advantage. More than 10 years, these 10 years I read People's Hall does not say that I have merit for Haichang, but how also have hard work, right? Every time the Imperial enemy, I read People's Hall did not say anything, right? Now that this guy is killing people from my guild in the city, you wouldn't want to favor him. Yang Tianqing looked at Luo Yu with a serious face and slowly said, I really have to favor this person today. You can't move. Luo Yu didn't expect such words to come out of Yang Tianqing's mouth. Going against him, the Red Man Hall, for the sake of a first-turn 22-level Imperial Beastmaster. What if I'm inclined to move? Little cute. All can see that Yi Xiao is problematic. How can someone who can make Yang Tianqing so protective be a simple task? But he's on the edge of his seat now, too. If this revenge wasn't avenged today, who would put the Red Man Hall in their eyes in the future, and it would have a serious impact on the guild's prestige when the time came. Luo Yu, after so many years of relationship, I can still harm you. This matter ends here. The losses of the Red Man Pavilion, the City Lord's mansion compensated. No need. Luo Yu directly refused Yang Tianqing's compensation. He only needed one today, and that was Yi Zhao's life. Let's just be businesslike. Rednecks can be hunted down and killed. You have no right to interfere. Yang Tianqing is very helpless. How is this Luo Yu just dead brain? It's just a dead henchman. Why fight with Yi Xiao? If this offended the people behind Yi Xiao, his Red Man Hall was going to be uprooted. Looking at Luo Yu's appearance, it was obvious that he couldn't listen to anyone else's persuasion. Luo Yu, I'll give you one last chance. Withdraw now and nothing will happen. If you persist and the Red Man Hall is uprooted, Don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. He's got people behind him. Don't ever gamble with the fate of your Redman Hall. You can't afford to. How the Redman Hall was a top guild, but now that it was being talked about like this, Luo Yu's face was more or less untenable. People live with a face. What's the point of having a face when you've lost it? Today, this revenge must be avenged even if it's not. Luo Yu had actually developed a desire to retreat, but with so many people under his command, he couldn't let his face fall to the ground. But whenever someone comes along and gives him a leg up, he goes down. But looking at all the sticks under him, I don't think anyone can understand him, let alone give him a leg up. Bet even if you can't afford it. I've never been a wimp at the Redman Hall. Everyone, get me ready. Dad, give me face. Let's just let this matter go. Just as Luo Yu ordered and prepared to make a move on Yi-chan, Yun appeared. If she hadn't quietly followed her, how would she have known that the person her father was dealing with was Yi Xiao? Although Luo Yu's heart was snickering, he still pretended to look unhappy. Little Cloud. Stop it. Father is taking care of things. Dad. I'm not making a scene. You can't touch him, he's my friend. If you dare to touch him, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. This. Everyone knew that he, Luo Yu, was a daughter slave. And Yun had said so, and with the city lord still there to block it, it would be a bit unreasonable to target Yi-chan again. It will be him destroying his own steps when the time comes. All right, father knows, this matter will be forgotten for your sake. But just this once, it won't happen again. The face of my Red Man's Hall is not for anyone to fall. Hearing that Luo Yu would not pursue the matter, and Yun and Yang Tianqing both breathed a sigh of relief. The Red Man's Pavilion is a major taxpayer in Haicheng. If it is accounted for here, the economic development of Haicheng will be delayed for a long time. This Luo Yu is really lucky to have given birth to such a knowledgeable daughter, or else the Red Man's Pavilion would cease to exist after today. Go back, bring the person back for a thick burial. All expenses will be managed by the guild. Life is a person of the Red People's Hall. Death is a ghost of the Red People's Hall. No one paid any attention to Yi Xiao the entire time. Yi Xiao didn't bother to pay attention to them and sat there eating his own meal. Originally, he had wanted to spar with Luo Yu, wanting to see the power of a third-turn powerhouse. With little green and little spirit around, even if it was Luo Yu, facing the two divine beasts, it would be just as white. Unfortunately, this guy listened to Yun too much and actually chose to retreat. What a pity. I wanted to try to see how powerful a third-turn powerhouse is. Me too, I wonder how strong the human powerhouses are, if they're a match for me and my sister. Guess we'll just have to find another chance. You two eat? I'll go over and say hello. Although it was not him who asked the city lord to help, but the city lord had stood up for him. Not going over to say hello was more or less a bit of a lack of understanding of the human world. Lord of the city. Not bad. Not bad. Very courageous. No wonder it's valued by Lord Underworld. Sure enough. As he had guessed, the city lord would come to his aid solely because of the Underworld war god. Keep a low profile from now on. I don't always make it. The red name on your head will be dealt with later, when I use my authority to help you deal with it as a black name. And you'll have to do the rest of the quests to clear it yourself. Directly erasing a red name, only someone of the rank of the spectral god of war had that kind of access. The city lord could only help him red to black, and to remove his black name, he had to either beg for the forgiveness of the injured person or go on a quest and use his contribution to clear it. Zhao Yongbin has been chopped up by him. Forgiveness is certainly not forgiven. To the Netherworld may also want to sue him. So he could only go for the officially released quests now. Thank you, Lord Castle Master. It's such a pain in the ass. Do a good job and don't let the Spectre Lord down. Someone who could be valued by the Underworld war god would definitely not be as simple as he appeared to be. Someone who could still be so calm in front of Luo Yu must have his own means of preserving his life. From Yi Xiao's eyes, he saw confidence. Even without his help today, he believed that Yi Xiao had the means to leave here unharmed. Based on this heart alone, this kid is not a simple character. Chapter 55. I'm here to save you. After a few words of instruction, the city lord left. Even though the Underworld war god told him to take care of Yi Xiao, but he was a third-turn level powerhouse anyways, there was no need for him to shamelessly curry favor with Yi Xiao. And he needed to go to Luo Yu to explain himself properly, lest he have second thoughts and have any mischief against Haicheng. President Luo. Looking at Yang Tianqing who chased out, Luo Yu frowned tightly. He's chosen to back down and still won't leave him alone. Is there anything else you want, Lord City Lord? We've been friends for more than 10 years. I was forced to do this. And you have to believe that I definitely didn't do this to harm you. It can even be said that I saved your red man Hall's life. Save us. Luo Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at Yang Tianxing, his eyes filled with incomprehension. How could he say it was for them when he had lost almost all the face of the red man's hall today? Then shouldn't I host a feast to thank you? Listening to Luo Yu's words, he knew that Luo Yu's heart was understandably filled with resentment. Behind this kid stands the specter. Yang Tianxing attached his ear and whispered, telling Luo Yu about Yi Zhao's situation. Now do you still think I'm doing you harm? Or are you strong enough to ignore him? He gave me the order to ensure Yi Zhao's safety no matter what, and you should know very well what kind of person he is. If you move him, will the Red Man Hall survive past tomorrow? Yang Tianxing stunned Luo Yu with a single sentence. Although he had thought that there was someone behind Yi Zhao, he did not expect that the person behind Yi Zhao would be the underworld war god. If it were any other war god, there would still be reason to speak, but the underworld war god, that was completely unreasonable. Brainless patronizing. If the god of the underworld war knew that he blocked Yi Zhao today, the god of the underworld war would come to his door to block him on another day. It's even possible that the entire Redman Hall is implicated. City Lord Yang, you're not lying to me, are you? He's related to the underworld war god? Yang Tianxing glanced at Luo Yu and shrugged helplessly. Is it necessary? Is there any necessary reason for me to lie to you? It's not like it would do me any good. It makes sense, it's not like Yang Tianxing is getting benefits from his body. There's no need to lie to him about these things. A cold shiver ran through him, which sobered him up. So what do I do now? The spectral warlord won't hold a grudge against the Red Man's Hall. If it was the underworld war god, he would have to consider whether he needed to mend his relationship with Yi Zhao. Damn it, what a success. Chop up the body and feed it to the dogs. Just know how to get me into trouble. Before knowing that Yi Zhao was a man of the underworld war god, he buried his own people thickly. Now knowing the identity of Yi Zhao, not to mention a generous burial, directly chopped up and fed to the dogs. Brother Yang, you say this? Before it was still called Yang Tianxing, but now he opened his mouth as Brother Yang. Able to bend and stretch, a great man is also a great man. I'm not the one you're asking for, and it's the first time I've met him, but I see that your daughter is quite close to him, and this is something you might be able to get her to think about. Right, Yang reminded me, right? This matter still depends on Xiao Yun. Today's matter is thanks to you, Brother Yang. Some other day please come to the Red Man Hall. I'll make amends to you. The two men parted ways after a few moments of politeness. What should be said has also been said. Luo Yu, as long as he is a smart person, knows how to treat Yi Zhao. Restaurant. After the people from the Red Man's pavilion left, Yi Zhao invited An Yun to sit and eat with him. Although he didn't need An Yun's help, but how many people help to open their mouths to speak? This point of human feelings still no. Besides, it's just one more mouth to feed. The little bit that flowed out of Qing's teeth was enough for An Yun to eat. Royu is your father? Pro-daddy. An Yun had never told them about her identity, but now that Yi Zhao also knew her identity, there was no need for her to hide anything. Oh dear father. Then why is his last name Luo and yours An? Does that mean you're a hugger? An Yun blankly glanced at Yi Zhao without any good reason. This kind of reason was something only he could come up with. I take my mom's last name. My mom's last name is An. What adopted? Don't talk nonsense. So, look at An Yun's appearance, more or less, and Luo Yu is not quite like that brown old man. How can give birth to such a good-looking daughter, most likely to be adopted? What follows mom's last name is probably an excuse made by Luo Yu. Eat, eat, eat whatever you want. It's my treat today. The four of them sat together, quietly savoring the food without being disturbed, and the food was served very quickly. Eat up. I'm full too. I had a really good meal today. What an appetite. I can't believe you eat so much and still have such a good figure. Two sisters. How do you do it? An Yun's eyes were all aglow. The two of them have eaten so much and their bodies haven't gone out of shape. Ask any woman who doesn't like it. Talent you can't learn. Isn't that what girls are supposed to eat? Do you have anything else? We'll leave first if there's nothing. After all, he wasn't that familiar with An Yun. It was more or less awkward to stay for a while, and after a busy day he was a bit tired and needed to take a rest. It was just that An Yun acted as if he didn't understand anything, pestering the few of them and not leaving at all. Do you have a place to stay? When I came here I saw that all the hotels have blacklisted you. Dogs are allowed in, not you three. Unless you go to another city, there are no hotels in C City that will let you stay. That's a serious problem. They've hoarded out too many buffets before and have been blackballed en masse by these hotels. It's a bit of a struggle to stay in a hotel now. It's a bit hard to go back to squeezing into a 20 square meter house. But that seems to be the only way to go at the moment. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Used to living in the presidential suite, now let him go back to living in a small wooden bed of 20 square meters, more or less still a little uncomfortable. But that was still better than wandering the streets. The big deal was to take the two of them back to the Imperial Beast space at night. Why don't you guys go to my house? I have a pretty big place to stay and I manage to eat. Good. Could be. I agree. Trouble or no trouble is not a problem for them. As long as they are fed and housed, none of this is a problem. So let's go. As long as they brought Yi Xiao inside their home, the two of them would be able to go to the next level, and it was just a matter of eating something, not a big problem. That's how the four of them arrived at the Red Man's Hall. Yi Xiao had just lost the face of the Red Man Pavilion, but as a result, in less than half an hour, he had come to the Red Man Pavilion's territory again. You don't have to be a bully to bully people like that. One by one, they surrounded Yi Xiao, with those vicious eyes itching to devour him. Chapter 56. Crazy Upgrade. What are they all doing? Break it up, break it up. Big Miss An-I-Yun had opened her mouth, so even if they had a problem they wouldn't dare to have a problem now. One could only watch as An-I-Yun took the three Yi Xiao people away like this. Don't go to all that trouble. Just get us a room with our master. We'll sleep with him. Yeah, we'll sleep together. For Xiaoqing and the girls, this was a very normal thing. They were all Yi Xiao's beast pets. Naturally, they had to stay by Yi Xiao's side at all times to protect him. But it was a different story when it reached An-I-Yun's ears. This scumbag, he slept with two people at once and they called him master. The point was that these two girls were not at all inferior to her in looks, and she had no advantage at all. No wonder Yi Xiao had ignored her all these years. So there were so many beautiful women around her. No, An-I-Yun, you can't admit defeat. They can serve by Yi Xiao's side. Why can't you? If you quit now, then you'll really lose. Steeling himself, An-I-Yun looked towards Xiaoqing and the girls. Can we sleep together? They were not repulsed by An-I-Yun, and they didn't know that An-I-Yun had so many small minds. Yeah, sleep together. Not giving Yi Xiao a chance to refuse at all, the three of them just stayed in Yi Xiao's room. Sister, yours is so big. Yours isn't too small. And it feels really good in your hand, isn't it, by your master? No, it's annoying. The master won't. Yi Xiao sat in the living room and just listened to them frolicking in the bath. Three women in one, which is not for a big lad like him to listen to. Nu, do something. At this rate, sooner or later, the heart of the Tao will be broken, so let's do something else first to divert our attention. I've dropped a lot of treasure chests in my previous practice, so I'll start with the treasure chests today. Open the reward chest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Holy Light Armor Gold Perfection. Holy Light Armor Gold Perfection. Defense. 50-70 Endurance plus 20. Strength plus 35. Physical Strength plus 2. Attributes are still very good. Gold Perfect Equipment can be sold for a good price. To Xiaoqing they use also good. Keep driving. Thunder Staff Star Diamond General. Attack. 250-299 Agility plus 37. Strength plus 43. Thunder Elemental Damage plus 5. Thunder Mage Exclusive Equipment. It was a pity that it was the Thunder Mage's exclusive equipment, or else his combat power could have been raised by a large margin again. Master, go to sleep. I'm so tired. People are tired too. Tired. Yi Chun, who was checking the attributes of his equipment, was startled, completely unaware of when the three of them had come out. But sleeping with them, Yi Xiao wouldn't dare. With Xiaoqing and the others, it was their own beast pet without any psychological burden. But with An-I-Yun, it was different. It was a crime. Absolutely not. You guys go ahead and sleep if you're tired. I'll just sleep on the couch tonight. No, together. The bed is big enough to put you down. It's hard to catch this opportunity. Absolutely can't let Yi Xiao give a run for his money. Tonight he just don't want to sleep, but also can't. This bed must be on. Sisters, help. For a month, Yi Xiao and Xiaoqing and the girls stayed at the Red Man Pavilion's premises. After all, there was no one but An-I-Yun who would take them in either. They were just too much of a foodie for the average person to provide for. Only Yi Xiao was not a person who ate and drank for nothing. Giving money more or less falls short of the mark, and some friendships are not measured in money. Anyway, killing monsters and leveling up was as easy as drinking water for him, so why not just bring her along to upgrade? Unfortunately, The abyssal skeletons have been pretty much killed, and the refresh rate has slowed down a lot, so there's not much time left for us to practice. Abyssal skeletons are not open right now, and there are still quite a few of them that will be refreshed every day. Yishao brought Anayun and the girls here every day to brush the monsters and upgrade. It didn't take long for Anayun to directly break through to level 15. As for Yishao, the speed of upgrading had slowed down, barely reaching level 25. However, Yishao was also satisfied with this. There should be no faster upgrade than him in his young life. The others were still hanging around under level 10, and he was already close to the threshold of the first turn. When he raised to level 30, he would be able to perform a second turn transformation, and then his attributes would be drastically increased. Of course, the most important thing to him was not the increase in attribute level but the increase in money. Selling skill books and equipment during this time, the deposit has broken a couple small goals. Been busy for almost a month now. Impacting level 30 today. Confident? Good. Little green little spirit had a cloudy face. No matter if it was level 30 or level 40 or 50, it was all the same to them. Any enemy is a sword as long as it's managed. And Yun had also seen how powerful the two Xiaoqing and Xiaoling were. If it was because of the two of them during this period of time, it would have been impossible for her to escalate and rise so quickly. Only this made her even more filled with a sense of crisis. The women beside Yishao were all so outstanding. If she didn't hurry up and catch up, she would soon lose sight of Yizhao's back. Let's go and directly kill the Skeleton King. Killing small monsters gives limited experience, and killing the Skeleton King is the fastest way to upgrade. After killing the Skeleton King, the copy would be refreshed in 5 minutes, and if he went on like this week after week, one day would be enough time for him to level up to level 30. Little Green and I will guard the corpse. Little Spirit, you lead Anayun to kill the small monsters. This little Anai has 2 little combat experience. The 2 belong to a group, and even if Anayun didn't kill the boss, their experience was shared equally. I'm strong. Don't underestimate me. She hadn't seen Yishao make a move in this month. The whole time it was Xiaoqing Xiaoling making a move to kill the monsters. In terms of combat experience, Yishao was not necessarily her match. Today, she had to show Yishao that she and Ayun was not a vase. After arranging everything, the group of 4 began the slaughter. Ding! Kill Skeleton General. Experience plus. Ding! Kill Skeleton Lieutenant General. Experience plus. Ding! Kill Skeleton King. Experience plus. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to 26 and gaining 10 points of free attributes. Congratulations to the green-eyed white tiger for leveling up to 26. Congratulations to Jinhai Xuanwu for leveling up to 26. With Little Green and Little Spirit around, the skeletons were slaughtered in the blink of an eye, and a few people were leveled up. Go on. Guarding corpses along the way and killing them along the way, the abyssal skeleton copy was cleared by him I don't know how many times. He had been busy until 6 o'clock in the afternoon before Yishao stopped the butcher knife in his hand. Congratulations to the host for raising to level 30. Congratulations to the green-eyed white tiger for leveling up to 30. Congratulations to Jinhai Xuanwu for leveling up to 30. Chapter 57 Skeleton Summoning. Aside from Anayun, Yishao and Xiaoqing, all of them had raised to level 30. The trio's rank was limited as a result. Ding! Level has reached level 30. Please complete the transfer quest as soon as possible. The transfer task is completed before you can continue to level up. Otherwise, the experience will no longer grow. Transfer quests once at level 30. Every time you raise 30 levels, you need to complete a transfer quest. And only by completing the transfer will you continue to gain experience from killing monsters. Of course, at the beginning of the transfer quest is very simple and allows teams to complete the task, basically level reached are able to complete. As you level up, the transfer quests become more difficult. The better the profession and the higher the talent, the more difficult the transfer quests become. Many people would be stuck at a certain stage for their entire lives, but once they completed their mission and broke through, that combat power would skyrocket. And Ayun, go ahead and find a place to practice on your own. With your current combat power, as long as you don't make a fool of yourself, you basically won't have any difficulty killing monsters. We've reached level 30 and need to complete the transfer quest. There's no way we can accompany you. Yishao had already raised to more than 20 levels with her and had already delayed quite a bit of time. Without her sharing her experience, Yishao and the girls could have raised even faster. It would be inappropriate to hold someone up at this point. You guys do your quests. Don't worry about me. I'll just practice on my own. Leave the door to the house open for you, and remember to come home when I return to prepare your meals. This was why little green little spirit liked N'Iyun. Every day when they went home, the food was really enough, and with N'Iyun around, they were fed every day and never went hungry. After sending N'Iyun away, Yi Xiao began to check out his transfer quest. Second turning tasks. Mission requirement. Kill 3 level 30 bosses. Each boss is limited to 1 time only. Time. Unlimited. 3 level 30 bosses. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely have to release a quest and seek a group. But for Yi Xiao, this transfer quest was too simple. Although the quest requirements more or less limited his play, otherwise he would have directly guarded the Skeleton King here and completed the transfer quest within half an hour. Kill the Skeleton King first, then look for the remaining 2 bosses. Little green little spirit, go. Previously, with N'Iyun around, little green little spirit hadn't utilized her strength at all. Now that there were only the 3 of them, they didn't need to hide, and Xiaoqing directly manifested her own body. With 1 wing, he brought Yi Xiao to the Skeleton King's territory. The 5-minute refresh time is up. The copy was reset again. The densely packed skeleton squad once again appeared in front of the 3. Behind the skeleton squad, a 50-meter-tall Skeleton King with a 12-meter-long machete in his hand was staring at them with a ghostly green light flickering in its eyes. For some reason, it inexplicably felt chills when it saw Yi Xiao and Xiaoqing. But a strong sense of territory quickly dispersed this feeling. Trespassing into its Skeleton King's territory was looking for death. Kill! The Skeleton King raised his arm and swung, the machete in his hand emanating a chilling cold light. The skeleton monsters that received the call set up a formation and approached towards the 3 of them step by step. Skeleton Air Force, Skeleton Army. 2 squares took up positions to kill towards them. There really is no one else with this call to arms. But alas, you have met me. Little green little spirit. First settle the mole crickets. Xiaoqing lifted her wings and soared. At this moment she was the king of the air. Wherever she went, not a single skeleton could resist. With just 1 move, hundreds of skeletons were pierced by the astral wind and their bodies fell to the ground like meteors. Ding! Congratulations on killing Skeleton General. Experience +0. Ding! Congratulations on killing Skeleton General. Experience +0. Ding! Congratulations on killing Skeleton General. Experience +0. Sure enough, without completing the transfer quest, that didn't give any experience at all, but it didn't matter, he wasn't too bad about this experience right now. Spirit, it's your turn to perform. Xiaoqing easily decimated a group of skeletons, and Xiaoling was naturally not willing to show weakness. Sea Dragon Roll. Little Spirit gently stomped her foot, and a 12 sea dragon rolls appeared out of thin air, directly killing and tearing the charging skeleton mini-generals into pieces. Ding! Kill! Ding! Kill! Just as inexperienced, Little Spirit easily decimated the skeletons on the ground. Now there is only 1 boss left in the Skeleton King. As long as he solved the Skeleton King and 2 more, his transfer quest would be complete. View Properties. Skeleton King Boss Transfer 1-3. Rank 30. Power 1300. Agility 1278. Endurance 1189. Spirit 980. PS. Transfer Mission. Attribute Enhancement. This boss attribute, a bit of intentional targeting. If not, he has 2 divine favorites, this boss attribute, unless it is the second turn of the strong, or even if the team is also very difficult to kill. This monster's attributes have been enhanced, although it's not as good as yours. But be careful and don't get hurt. Little green little spirit glanced faintly at the Skeleton King. It was true that it was a little stronger than the previous Skeleton King, but just a little. Which one of us? I'll do it. Just for a bit anyway. You do that then. The 2 weren't too interested in anything without experience, and there wasn't enough for the 2 of them to share with such a monster. As a sister, more or less to carry forward the spirit of humility, directly transformed into a human form to stay by Yi Zhao's side to protect. As for Little Spirit, she took a step towards the Skeleton King. Roar! The Jinhai Xuanwu let out a roar to the sky, and the entire copy showed signs of collapsing. Burial at Sea. With a stomp of Xiaoling's foot, a huge round of spells appeared directly underneath her feet, and seawater gushed out in a steady stream. In the blink of an eye, the Skeleton King was wrapped up. Burial. Click here. The Skeleton King couldn't even raise the thought of resistance, and then under the tearing of the seawater, it directly turned into powder. Congratulations on killing the Skeleton King. Experience +0. Progress of transfer tasks. 1-3. Congratulations on obtaining the prop. Skeleton King's Crystal Core. Congratulations on acquiring the skill book. Skeleton Summoning. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment. Skeleton King's Great Sword. Skeleton King. Although there was no experience, the rewards were still quite a lot: a crystal core, a skill book, and a bunch of equipment. It's difficult, but the rewards are quite generous, especially the skill book, which should be a high-level skill. The crystal core material is directly packed to Xiao Yunru. The equipment is useful to equip on, useless and so on, leaving here to sell directly. Check out the skill book. Skeleton Summoning. Consumes magic power, summons 3 battle skeletons, can be re-summoned upon death. Skeleton level is equal to that of the summoner. P.S. Wearable equipment, learnable skills, 100% loyalty. Chapter 58 National League. It's worthy of being a high-level skill book. The effect is just strong. And this skeleton summoning technique would continue to improve as he leveled up. 3 level 30 skeleton beaters that ignored pain and had no fear of death. Who wouldn't want a hitter like that? Skeleton Summoning. Click. 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 With a wave of Yi Zhao's hand, 3 small spells appeared on the ground and 3 skeletons drilled out from the spells. Skeleton Warrior. Attribute. Warrior. Flying Skeleton. Attribute. Warrior. Skeleton Mage. Attribute. Mage. 3 skeletons with completely different attributes. The land, sea and air all occupied. Not a single dead corner. Not bad. Not bad. These 3 little guys are a bit interesting. Put on your gear. After throwing the unwanted equipment to them, the combat power of the 3 skeletons was strengthened again, and the 3 of them together could at least exterminate a level 30 elite squad. Little green little spirit. The boss has been resolved. It's time to leave. Good. At the entrance of the replica, 2 guards greeted Yi Xiao familiarly. After all, Yi Xiao was the only one who came to the copy to clean up the monsters during this period of time, and without the harassment of the monsters, their work was a lot easier. Brother, mission accomplished today? It's done, and from now on this place will be yours. I won't be coming. After hunting for such a long time, the skeletons had been controlled to a certain extent that as long as someone came to hunt every day, the previous situation would not occur again. Dude, why don't you come? Yi Xiao came every day, suddenly not coming. Their brothers are still a little uncomfortable. It doesn't help me much anymore, and with the problem solved and the copies open properly, such a good place to practice can't be left to me alone. Well, I've got things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Patting the shoulders of the 2, Yi Xiao left the copy. By the way, he submitted the quest, which was an unlimited quest that the Underworld War God had issued to him alone, and he could submit the quest every day to mix up some contribution points. Congratulations on completing the task of clearing the skeleton abyss, rewarding 1,000 contribution points. Citizen level up, 7 levels. After Yi Xiao submitted the quest up, the spectral war god who was far away in the Imperial City also received the news. This kid, after dragging hard for more than a month, has finally given up and finished. If you pull the wool over my eyes again, I'll have to go myself. The Underworld War God let out a laugh without a good mood. Yi Zhao's contribution points could be provided by him out of his own pocket. Being wool gathered by Yi Xiao for a month, even if it was him, it was a bit of a meat ache. But it's a good thing that Yi Xiao is smart enough to know to finish the job. View mission log. The background will automatically record the progress of his mission for any special mission he receives. Skeleton King Boss. 1357 killed. Skeleton Monster. 38,760,000 killed. When the Underworld War God saw Yi Zhao's battle record, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This amount is not difficult for him. But it was important to realize that Yi Xiao hadn't been successful in his transfer for a long time, and before that, he was only a level 10 little guy. To be able to traverse the entire skeleton abyss at level 10, it was evident that he was powerful. Wait, why did this guy pick this time to submit his quest? He doesn't want to go and abuse the vegetables, right? This timing was stuck too well. There were only 2 days before the National League, and submitting the mission at this time, he had to doubt Yi Zhao's purpose. Spectral Warlord. How many levels? Just after submitting the quest, the Underworld War God sent a message. After all, they are the ones who take care of you, and special reminders should still be set. So as soon as the Spectral War God message came over, Yi Xiao replied directly. Yi Xiao, kid is gifted and stupid, barely upgraded to level 30, and is in the process of completing the transfer quest. Underworld Warlord. The spectral war god's entire being was bad, barely upgrading to level 30 in over a month's time. What is there to be embarrassed about in this nymphette? If this is a natural talent to be stupid, then the whole country, no, the whole world is stupid. Spectral warlord. You kids submitting a quest now? You don't want to participate in the National League, do you?
叶首 Eh?
Right. I almost forgot about the National League thing. Thanks to the god of the underworld for reminding me. I'll definitely participate as scheduled, and I definitely won't disgrace you. Underworld warlord. Is that what he meant? The National League, that is a tournament set up for all high school students to test their progress over time. Although Yi Xiao was also a high school student, he was clearly not in the same class as the other students. He was now level 30, and with his strength, he would definitely be able to easily complete the transfer quest in the next 2 days. By then, he would be a second-turn powerhouse. Second turn and first turn, that is an absolute gap. Then add 2 divine favorites, that is not purely bullying. Spectral warrior. The National League is a tournament set up for high school students across the country. A tournament set up to test them. Yi Xiao. I know, I'm in high school too. Why can't this guy understand what he's saying? It wasn't like he didn't know the situation Yi Xiao was talking about. But this competition would lose its meaning if Yi Xiao was let go. He's just abusive if he goes, so instead of that, why don't we just award him first place? Underworld warlord. I recognize your strength. You no longer need to participate in this type of competition. What kind of person is Yi Xiao? He won't give up until he sees a rabbit. Even though what the Underworld war god said made sense, it didn't dissuade him from participating in the tournament. After all, as long as it was a competition, there was definitely a reward for that first place. It was more or less inappropriate to make him give up his first place reward for such a plain reason. Yi Xiao, thanks for the affirmation of the god of the Underworld war, but I think I'm still close to being interesting. I still need to hone and hone more. It's better to participate. The Underworld war god on the opposite side of the chat box was about to be infuriated. He really didn't know if Yi Xiao was really confused or pretending to be confused again. Underworld warlord, you don't want to participate, it's not fair to the others. You participate, that's not just abusing the vegetables. Why don't I just award the first place directly to you? The Underworld war god had said so. What reason did Yi Xiao have to refuse? Yi Xiao, thanks to the god of spectral warfare, I'll take the first place then. But don't you forget there's also the first place reward. Help me pack and mail it over. Thank you. Yi Xiao spoke out his purpose. The Underworld war god instantly realized, no wonder this guy had always wanted to participate in the National League. The feeling was for the first place reward. This little guy. After sighing, the Underworld war god still decided to give the first place reward to Yi Xiao. If we don't give a reward, there's a good chance this guy will actually go to the national tournament with him in it, and that's too much of a balancing act. Chapter 59. It was going to be given to him anyway, and it's just the right time for him to take it since he's at the point of transferring. Underworld war god. You kid blackmailed into my head? Forget it. If you participate, the first place will definitely be yours. Let's just assume you're the first place. I've sent you the rewards. The prepared rewards were sent to Yi Xiao together. Ding. The god of the Underworld war has sent a mail. Please pay attention to it. Yi Xiao had only been joking with the Underworld war god, but he didn't expect that he would actually take it seriously and send him the first place reward. Since it was sent, it was claimed, and one could not apologize for the heart of the Underworld war god. Yi Xiao, thanks to the god of Underworld warfare, I appreciate the thought. I won't be participating in the tournament. After the two ended their conversation, Yi Xiao began to check the reward for the first place. Extraction. Advanced alchemy props. First order strength charm. First order agility charm. First order endurance charm. First order spirit charm. Alchemy props and advanced alchemy props at that. Certainly not unusual. There are only a few high-level alchemists in the entire country of China. And by the sound of the name, it's not a simple prop. View. First order power charms. Advanced alchemy props. After use, strength is permanently increased by 30 points. P.S. Props can be used 5 times per transfer. It was worthy of being an advanced alchemy prop, refreshing Yi Xiao's 3 views. It adds 30 fixed attributes at a time, and can be used 5 times per transfer. That's not an extra 100 points of fixed attributes for nothing. This is equivalent to having 1 more piece of extreme equipment than the same rank, so what are you waiting for if you don't take it? Giving it to Xiao Qing and the girls, they couldn't see much of a change. After all, their attributes were about to break 10,000 soon. Adding that extra 30 points doesn't hurt anything. But adding it to him is a different story, and it directly doubles his combat power. Take. Ding. Take the Strength Talisman, Agility Talisman, Endurance Talisman, and Spirit Talisman to permanently increase each attribute by 30 points. Power, 403, 433. Agility, 422, 452. Endurance, 407, 437. Spirit, 427, 457. Not bad. Not bad. A big increase in attributes. After leveling up to level 30, not counting the attributes of the shared beast pet, were on the verge of breaking through to 500. It's a pity that it's just too little. If only we could just pull it full, the transfer attributes would increase even more by then. Each transfer will be based on the original attributes will be increased by 25. The stronger the attributes before the transfer, the more the attributes will increase after the transfer. There's nothing wrong with people being shameless, and there's nothing wrong with being cheeky for your own sake. Leaf Xiao, Ghostly War God. This prop is quite good. As soon as Yi Zhao's message came over, the Underworld War God guessed his intentions. This was treating him like an ATM, giving a set of high-level alchemy props and not even being satisfied. Spectral Warlord. I know it does work quite well. The Underworld War God didn't even pick up on his words, and he went along with whatever Yi Zhao said. Wouldn't it be nice to be a little more sincere, to start playing tricks with me? It was also that he didn't know where to find a high-level alchemist who could refine props. Otherwise he would never have opened this mouth with the Underworld War God. Yi Zhao. Straight up. Where else can I get these props? I want to pull full attributes. Underworld Warlord. Want it? I don't have any more. These props are very difficult to refine, and the success rate is very low. If you want, wait for the Global League to start, go find it yourself. The Spectral Warlord didn't have any extra props on hand for him either. The only way to pull your full attributes is to go to the Global League. The Global League is a global tournament where a large replica opens on the day the competition opens for a month. At that time, all those who are willing to participate in the competition will be able to enter the replica to hunt. There are countless monster bosses in the replica, and the replica will open up different spaces depending on the level of the human. First turn had a hunting range of first turn, second turn had a hunting range of second turn, and there would not be too much difference in strength between each other. Humans can cooperate to hunt boss in the copy, through hunting boss to get rich rewards, equipment, props, materials, only can't think of, not inside. Of course there are as many opportunities as there are dangers. The copy boss is only part of the danger. The real danger is still from the people around you. The human heart is wicked, and human nature is powerless in the face of rewards. Backstabbing happens all the time, and there are real dangers and opportunities. Without a little bit of heart and means, you will only end up becoming someone else's stepping stone. Underworld Warlord. So, are you going to participate? It's dangerous. Really dangerous. You can perish if you're not careful. Any way you looked at it, it felt like the Underworld War God was luring him to participate. Is he, Yi Zhao, someone who is afraid of danger? Just kidding. In the face of absolute power, this danger is nothing. Yi Zhao. Not participating. Thanks for the reminder. Underworld Warlord. Yi Zhao is not according to common sense. In previous years, the students who were so stimulated by him basically chose to participate. This year, Yi Zhao was the most certain student. How come he didn't participate? In previous years, China had not done well in the Global League, and this year he was planning to let Yi Zhao participate and win glory for China. The god of the underworld. What if I have to let you in? Yi Zhao. Then I'll give you this face. There's no harm in attending, just this reward. After even cajoling and cheating a little more benefits from the hands of the Underworld War God, Yi Zhao was satisfied and agreed. Even if the Underworld God of War doesn't give him a reward, he is still going to participate. The Global League, the copy that opens up, has a lot of experience and rewards. Little cutie. Only then would he not participate. Little green, little spirit. Come home for dinner. It was getting late, and having risen to level 30 and hunted a boss today, it was enough. The remaining 2 bosses, it wouldn't be too late to wait until tomorrow to hunt them. The next day, all those who are not part of my DWS guild, evacuate. This place has been chartered by my DWS. If anyone comes near, shoot on sight. Outside of Sea City, on the outskirts of a monster killing site, the DYS guild's people stopped all the transmutants who were preparing to kill monsters and upgrade. The attitude was extremely arrogant and the behavior was very rude. Men, women, and children were all blocked by them on the periphery. Aren't you guys being too overbearing? We're not robbing your monsters either. We're just passing through here and going somewhere else to kill monsters and upgrade. That's right, we're just passing through, it won't affect you guys killing monsters, you can't be so overbearing. In the face of the crowd's protests, the DYS Guild's people just glanced at them lightly and snorted disdainfully. Chapter 60. Kill them all. Passing through? Then go some other time. DYS is occupying the place today and no one is allowed in. The group was annoyed at being blocked by the DYS Guild. They ordinary people practiced leveling by grasping every second. They couldn't delay their own upgrades because of them. They've got a lot of material to fight for a living. Aren't you guys being too overbearing? We're all from Haiching. You'll cause public anger like this. That's right, we're not robbing monsters, you guys are being overbearing. Besides, I'm going to the monster mountain to kill monsters. There's only so many ways to go, so how am I going to detour? Everyone protested, but the DYSs just looked at them so quietly. Their bodies still in front of the crowd, just not letting them pass. The DYS Guild people are too overbearing. Are we just going to let them bully us? Is there any king's law left? Strike together, break through first. I don't believe they dare to make a move against us. A voice suddenly came out from the crowd. No one knows who said it, but it does make a trifle of sense. That's right, why should a DYS Guild stop us from upgrading? We have to live too, break through. That's right, they don't even care if we live or die. Why should we give them face and break through? A group of people were shouting there, making a move to break through the DYS blockade and break into the practice place. Extinction Dragon Flame. Swish, swish, swish. A flame broke through the air and rushed straight at the transmogrifier who had broken through the barrier. Not good. Quick defense. The flames enveloped a wide area, directly enveloping everyone present. The good thing is that although the flames have a wide range of coverage, but the power is still almost, the people present still have some strength, full defense, or will be able to resist the attack. After canceling out the attack, the crowd looked at the DYSs in disbelief. This was something they didn't expect, that the DYS people would actually dare to attack them indiscriminately. Bunch of losers. The DYS man glanced at the crowd with disdain. This attack is just a warning. Anyone who dares to take another step forward will die. The crowd took 2 steps back in unison. Just now the DYS Guild had proved that they dared to make a move. If they continued on, they might actually dare to kill someone. As for resistance, or forget it, they don't have the guts at the moment. Don't look at the number of them, but in front of the DYS Guild, they still weren't enough. There were so many experts just guarding the outer perimeter, not to mention the inside. DYS's experts were definitely all here. Once there was a conflict, the people inside would rush out and self-defense against them. This was not the inside of Haichang. Even if they were killed, no one would do anything for them. The crowd was outraged and could only watch as the DYS people blocked off the outer roads. I wanted to ask, is there a boss in here? Just then, Yishao walked out from the crowd. He had started looking for the boss early in the morning, and when he saw so many people assembled here, he thought that there was a boss present here. If there was a boss, it would be perfect, and the second boss of the transfer quest would be considered complete. Hearing Yi Zhao's voice, the crowd turned their heads to look over without saying a word. Cool. One word. Seeing Yi Zhao's face, the crowd couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But handsome is handsome and cannot be a meal, and handsome man also need to distinguish between occasions. At this point, it's all saber rattling and he's running out to ask if there's a boss. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there must be a wild boss here. The DYS Guild had made a big deal of blocking this place off just to hunt the boss. You mention boss at this time, this is not purely looking for death. Chairman's orders, remove the guards. Everyone go in and hunt the boss. The boss has entered a bloodied state. Be quick. No one paid any attention to Yi Zhao at all, except for the guards on the periphery. The rest of the people all rushed towards the boss. They spoke without avoiding Yi Zhao and the others at all, and listening to their words, it was true that they were killing bosses inside. Master, we've come just in time. The boss is being killed inside, and it's already in a bloodied state, so we've saved a lot of effort. What a bunch of good people. Come on. Let's go in and take a look too. DYS ignored Yi Zhao, and Yi Zhao naturally ignored them. What guards, they were just heir to Yi Zhao. Taking little green little spirit with him, he directly bypassed the guards and ran towards the inside. There are those who are not afraid of death every year. Why are there so many this year? It's a pity that such 2 little girls are following such a man to death for nothing. Just now, the people from the DYS Guild had warned them that if they took another step forward, they would attack them. Brothers, do it. There are those who are not afraid of death breaking in. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Extinction Dragon Flame. Wind tornado. Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing had just stepped in with their front feet when DYS Guild's attack immediately arrived. These guys are a pain in the ass. Green glanced at them in disgust. Just at the moment when the attack came in front of Yi Xiao, a sword light flashed, shattering all the attacks with a destructive force. The aftermath of the sword light disappeared, and it went back towards the DYS's people to kill them. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of DYS's people fell after one strike, and no one could withstand Xiao Qing's strike at all. Ding is suffering from a malicious attack, can be used in self-defense, kill the enemy within 10 minutes will not be read name. So, Yi Xiao hadn't wanted to provoke them, he just wanted to kill the boss. But these guys just met him and laid their hands on him. It's not like he's a Madonna. He was never polite to his enemies. What's more, the system had already prompted him for 10 minutes for self-defense. In that case, Little Green, go settle the trouble. Hurry up and don't delay us from killing the boss. Good.
Shao Wing instantly comprehended Ye Shao's thoughts.
With a whoosh, he disappeared directly from the crowd. The crowd only saw the sword light roaming the sky, and Xiao Qing's ghost-like figure subdued everyone. Ah!
No.
In less than a second, a gurgling scream rang out. The gazes of the crowd unconsciously looked towards the DYS Guild's people. They couldn't help but suck in a breath when they saw the miserable state of the DYS Guild. One-hit kills. None of them could escape Green's sanction. Dryly, each sword stabbed at their hearts, ending their lives. Kill them all. Chapter 61 Evolved Boss. Who the hell are these three people? How dare they kill someone from the DYS Guild? Aren't they afraid of drawing retaliation from DYS? Go, go. Hide away before you get involved. Seeing Xiao Qing striking out to kill the DYS Guild's people, the crowd of onlookers all retreated 100 meters for fear of being implicated by Yi Xiao. Looking at their retreating steps, Yi Xiao just snorted disdainfully, deserving them to be blocked. No backbone at all. Who do they bully if not them? Humph. Yi Xiao didn't care doesn't mean Xiao Qing and the girls didn't care. They didn't have any good feelings towards this kind of spineless person. Whenever Yi Xiao gave an order, they would charge straight over, and in less than a minute, all the spectators present would die under her sword. There's no need to bother with them. Just fulfill our own mission. Eh! Blanking the crowd fiercely, the two followed Yi Xiao's footsteps and rushed towards the boss. Just as Yi Xiao and the others hadn't left for a while, the people from DYS Guild also reacted. Their men were killed just like that, and after all these years, the grass is 3 feet high on the graves of those who dared to do so. I didn't realize that nowadays there are people who can't think straight. Guild channel. Attention, attention, 3 people have broken in. A man and 2 women have broken in, and our people have been killed. Guild channel. Attention all, they killed guild members and broke in to grab the boss. The guild members who were guarding the periphery hurriedly sent Yi Xiao's message back. Guogang, who was waiting for the final evolution of the boss, looked at the news coming from the guild channel, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Killing his guild's people with the intention of robbing his boss was simply getting tired of living. You Ganglong, what's going on here? Explain to me how our people were killed and what kind of people broke in. Being questioned by the president like this, Yu Ganglong man was confused. He came in with his men after he got the message from the president. It was fine when he came. The group of transmigrators were all stopped at the periphery, and no one dared to break in at all. How is it that he just arrived and the guild was killed? It shouldn't be. When I came here they were all stopped outside. Those goons didn't dare to come close at all. Besides, we left so many people, how could we be killed? It did make sense to say that, although the main force was holding here, the peripheral forces should not be underestimated as well. 1 man and 2 women. How powerful would it have to be to instantly kill one of their men? Will? President. A man and 2 women, you look. All the people who came here today were from the DYS Guild, and suddenly 3 strangers appeared, and they were also a man and 2 women, so they were definitely murderers. Fine. There is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you barge in. I'd like to see just how strong you are. Guogang had absolute confidence in himself as the president. The strength of the second turned 47 levels. That was not blown out of proportion. Come on. Surround them first. It would take some time for the boss to advance, and the boss wouldn't leave at this time, so it was just time to take advantage of this time and settle Yi Xiao. A group of guild members surrounded Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing and the girls. For these people, Yi Xiao didn't care about them at all. His gaze was always on the boss. 2-headed crocodile python in progress. Overlord's bloodline. Rank 30. Attributes. Not yet evolved. An overlord-class boss with a great bloodline. It was no wonder that the DYS Guild's people would make such a big deal out of it. It looked like they wanted to capture an overlord-class bloodline boss. It was a pity that this boss Yishao couldn't make it. After searching all morning, he had only found this one boss, which he had to kill for the sake of his transfer quest. Wait a little for it to finish evolving, and when it does, then kill it. Okay. The trio's gaze was always on the boss, directly ignoring the surrounding DYS Guild members. It annoyed them, killing their people and robbing their monsters and now ignoring them. It's too floaty. Guogang didn't spoil their stinking problem and walked out from the crowd, looking at the three with a scowl on his face. You three scumbags are the ones who killed our guild? Now you're also coming to rob our guild's boss. You guys are too rampant and don't put us DYS in your eyes. Yishao turned his head and glanced at Guogang. That 1'6" little black fat man. To be honest, he really didn't put it in his eyes. If he didn't hear someone shouting, maybe he couldn't even see Guogang's existence. You talk again? Yishao's light-hearted sentence directly pissed Guogang off. Even the big guilds in High City had to call out to President Guo when they saw him, but now Yishao was shouting at him like this. If this didn't get his face back, who would put him in their eyes in the future? Kid, you're too arrogant. Arrogant? Yishao sneered and turned his head to Guogang. How can I compare to your guild in terms of arrogance? Block everyone's way, pack the field to brush the boss, and attack passersby at will, shoot on sight. Who the hell are we arrogant? Be smart and take your people and get out. Otherwise, shoot on sight. Give them back their words as they are and they can't stand it. The veins on Guogang's forehead burst out, itching to kill him with his eyes. Slaughter them for me. Chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Although killing each other among humans is not advocated, no one would care about such things in the wild. As long as you don't kill anyone in the city, no one will care. That was why Guo had just dared to recklessly allow his men to strike out at the Transfigurator. Kill! The DYS Guild's people waved their weapons towards Yi Zhao's trio to kill them. Warriors charge, mages cover, aides add status, and assassins assassinate from behind. The guild was not big and worked together quite well. Their attacks completely blocked Yi Zhao's retreat. If you wanted to live, you could only resist their attacks. Little scumbag. Today, I'll let you know what happens when you offend DYS. The DYS Guild could survive among the many guilds by relying on the tacit cooperation between their peers. Once surrounded by them, there was basically no chance of survival. Looking at Yi Zhao and the others standing still, the corner of Guogang's mouth slightly skimmed up as he seemed to have seen the tragic end of Yi Zhao's trio. Is that all there is? So boring. Xiao Ling glanced at it faintly, unable to raise any interest at all. Thought these people could give her a kick in the pants, but now it seemed she was overthinking it. Xuanwu Earth Shield. With a wave of Xiao Ling's hand, a spell formation appeared at the feet of the three, followed by an earth-gray shield rising up, firmly protecting the three. Chapter 62. Total Annihilation. A steady stream of attacks from the DYS Guild members slammed into the Xuanwu Earth Shield. Unfortunately, it was all in vain as the Xuanwu Earth Shield easily blocked all the attacks without even the slightest ripple. How is this possible? Guogang's pupils shrank as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Even he couldn't block all the members' attacks so easily. But Xiao Ling just waved her hand and blocked everyone's attacks with just a shield. Such a defense was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. Guogang knew that DYS had kicked the bucket this time, and it's an iron plate he can't afford to mess with. Damn. How can this guy be so strong? He's so strong. Why should he grab resources from us? Excessive. Guogang looked at the Yi Zhao trio with an unwilling face. The raised hand was slow to drop. He's afraid to make a move. If he did it again, he might offend someone to death, and the cost might not be something he could afford. Chairman, keep going? Guogang frowned, not knowing how to give the order. Seeing that the boss was about to finish evolving, a boss with an overlord-level bloodline would most likely turn into a saint-level bloodline after its evolution was complete. A saint-level bloodline beast pet was enough to take them to the next level. But the most important thing right now was to solve the Yi Zhao trio. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Leave here now. I'll forget about what happened, and Duis will be your friend from now on. I've already given you enough face. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Face can't fall on the ground. Even if you've gone soft, you have to go soft in a hard way, or at the very least, you can't lose face in front of your men. In his opinion, he had already given enough face to Yi Zhao. A person would know how to choose. Face.
Yishao laughed.
Is face something that is given by others? What kind of international joke is this? You earn your face. But it was clear that Guogang had no face to lose with him. A group of people couldn't even break Xiao Ling's shield, and they had the nerve to say that they were giving him face. Ah, little green. Go and give them some face. Let them know what it means to give face. Got it. Green had long been impatient to see them. Since they want face, then reward them well for their face. The long sword in his hand instantly struck out with a whoosh. Only the sound of the wind was heard but not seen. Not good, watch out. After all, he was a second-turn powerhouse, and his reaction speed was still quite swift. It was a pity that the reaction speed of the men under them could not keep up. By the time they saw Shao Qing's figure, they had already lost their consciousness, and only felt a spinning of the sky, and could even see their own bodies standing there. Why am I able to see my body? It's the last thing they realize, only they'll never get the answer. Shao Qing's sword directly chopped off the heads of a dozen people, and the equipment even exploded all over the place. It was only a pity that the transfer quest had not been completed, or else these people would have been able to provide quite a bit of experience. Master! Watching Shao Qing waving her long sword there, Xiao Ling was also a little itchy. Such a good opportunity. If she didn't seize it, it would be even less for her to do it in the future. Master, I want to go and have some fun too. My sister is quite lonely killing alone. I'll go and give my sister a hand. Without Yi Zhao's order, she didn't dare to act without authorization. If it was because of her recklessness that caused Yi Zhao to be injured, Shao Qing's sword could decapitate her bastard head. Go on, be careful. Each one was a murderous man, but they were all enemies, so it didn't matter. Don't worry, master. No one can hurt me. After setting up a double shield for Yi Zhao, Xiao Ling rushed out carrying the wolf's tooth stick. Shao Qing fought, like a dancing elf, with ethereal and natural movements that had a unique beauty. Compared to Shao Qing, Xiao Ling was much simpler and rougher, especially the moment she picked up the wolf tooth rod. She was the god of war. Wherever the wolf teeth stick went, there wasn't a single intact head. All of them were smashed into pieces by her. Fun, so much fun. The more Little Spirit fought, the more exuberant she became. The wolf tooth stick in her hand swung rapidly, and no one dared to come within 10 meters of her at all. Ding! Kill DYS guild member. Experience +0. Ding! Kill DYS guild member. Experience +0. The beeps kept ringing, and equipment and materials were dropping all over the place. But unfortunately there just wasn't a little bit of experience. While Yi Zhao was here enjoying Shao Qing and their battle in a cloudy manner, Guogang's heart was dripping blood there. The backbone of DYS is here in order to capture this boss. But now it was massacred by Little Spirit in such a way. How could Guogang not be heartbroken? Even if they slaughtered the Yi Zhao trio today, it would not be enough to make up for their guild's loss. And the guild would even be reduced to a third-rate guild as a result. And the culprit for all this was Yi Zhao. The more he thought about it, the more anger burned in his heart. Kid, I'll kill you. Without saying anything, Guogang waved his weapon and killed towards Yi Zhao, a second-turned powerhouse whose combat power was far from being comparable to that of Yi Zhao. Seeing Guogang who rushed over, Yi Zhao did not have a trace of panic and stood there quietly, waiting for Guogang to arrive. Bang, bang, bang. It had to be said that the attacks of the second-turn powerhouses were indeed strong, and the siege of so many people before had failed to cause the shield to ripple. Now Guogang's full-force strike had caused a crack in the shield. It's not flawless, kid. Offend me, Duis. Today is the day you die. Seeing the cracks created in the shield, a hint of smugness flashed across Guogang's face. Raising his hand, he was ready to continue his attack. But his hand had just lifted, and before he could slam it down, his movements stopped. It's not that he's gone soft, but he's afraid to move. A sword dangled from his left shoulder, and a wolfsbane swung over his right. Guogang was completely unaware of it and had no idea when these two people came to his side. Looking sideways at his men, Guogang man was dumbfounded. In such a short strike, the men were all killed, equipment and materials exploded all over the place, and not a single survivor was left. How is it possible? How can you guys be so strong? Guogang couldn't believe it. The backbone of his own guild hadn't lasted more than a minute. Obviously, if he was given just 3 more minutes, he would be able to end Yi Zhao's life. Unfortunately, those 3 minutes were never going to materialize for him. If they didn't move Yi Zhao, they might be able to live for a few more minutes. But Guogang was not open-minded and had to go and move Yi Zhao. Then you can't blame them for being merciless. They'll kill you with every move, and within a minute, everyone will be dead. Master, what to do with him? Do I need to smash him to death with a stick? Chapter 63, The Little Charmed Fox. Wait, wait. That's too aggressive, stoning people to death at the drop of a hat. He was the president of the DYS Guild, and he hadn't even enjoyed enough of the good times yet, so how could he let someone kill him? It's too much of a loss to take your own little life for a boss. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want the boss goes to you guys. How about we leave it at that? Guogang panicked. Yishao looked at him like he was an idiot. Boss? Does it have anything to do with him? Kill him and the boss is just as much your own. Green, Spirit, is this joke funny? Not funny. Is this guy an idiot? If we kill him, won't the boss be ours all the same? In front of Guogang, it was just made up. Listening to their choreography, Guogang froze, as if that was the case. As long as he was killed, the boss was just as much Yizhao's. Wait, just now I was joking, that I can give you all the treasures I have on me. Anything you want, as long as I have it, I can give it to you. Yishao laughed even more. How did this brain get to be guild president? Do you think I need a handout if I kill you and everything you have on you is mine? That's a damn good point. It's more or less idiotic to say that yourself. Guogang was silent for a moment. Other than that, he didn't have anything worthwhile, and could easily exterminate the entire DYS and wouldn't care about his little family fortune. It looks like you have nothing to say, Spirit, settle it. Yishao is not a saintly mother. Those who kill people will always be killed. Guogang didn't think to show mercy when he laid hands on him just now. If little green little Spirit hadn't been more powerful, then the one who lost his life might have been him. So in order not to find trouble for himself later, Yishao could only send him to have tea with King of Hell. Bang! Crisp and loud with a wolfsbane. Not even give Guogang the opportunity to regret. A stick down, together with the equipment hat, all smashed into pieces. A full durability smashed straight into a breakage is something only a small spirit can do. Guogang's body fell helplessly to the ground. And with his death, the entire DYS Guild was considered dead in name only. Aside from some minions on the periphery, the backbone of the guild had been exterminated, and it was believed that it wouldn't take long for DYS to be annexed by other guilds. Clean up the battlefield. In a few moments, the equipment materials on the scene were automatically collected. The materials Yishao transmitted to Xiao Yunro in a brainwave, these materials were enough for him to use for a period of time. As for equipment, with so many people in the DYS Guild, there was almost one set of equipment for each person with nearly 500 loose pieces. The only regret was that none of the people in the DYS Guild were very strong, and the vast majority of the equipment on their bodies was silver-level general equipment. Only a few people were wearing gold-level equipment, while Guogang was equipped with star diamond-level equipment. The attributes are so bad that they will be exchanged for money when the time comes. Even the equipment on Guogang's body, which he couldn't even look at, let alone anyone else's, could only be exchanged for money. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yi Zhao's gaze once again looked at the two-headed crocodile python. At this moment, the two-headed crocodile python had quietly completed its evolution. If it wasn't for Little Green keeping an eye on it at all times, it might have already escaped. Two-headed crocodile python. Evolution complete. Half-saint bloodline. Rank 30. Having evolved into a half-saint level bloodline, he hadn't been able to break through to the saint level after all. If it was able to break through to the saint level, Yishao would still be able to keep it alive today and sell it at a high price to those who needed it. Unfortunately, the half-saint level, in the end, was difficult to reach. Instantly, Yishao lost interest in him. You too, who's going to slaughter him? I'll go. Little Spirit didn't hit it lightly. It'll damage its fur and it'll sell for quite a lot of money. Aye. Its fur will fill you up at least 3 times. Before Xiao Ling could retort, Xiao Qing silenced her with a single sentence. Eat a full meal 3 times and this is a serious problem. You do it, sister. Don't hurt its fur. Xiao Qing smiled faintly, and with a gentle push of her feet, she swished and arrived directly in front of the two-headed alligator python. Roar! The two-headed alligator python had been vigilantly looking at Xiao Qing from the very beginning, only that it didn't expect Xiao Qing's speed to be so fast. Having just finished evolving, it should be the fastest in terms of fighting power and reaction. But Xiao Qing's sword was piercing into its heart, and it didn't even react. By the time it reacted, the powerful force had already surged into its body, destroying its internal organs. The two-headed crocodile python screamed miserably, and its large body slammed heavily into the ground. its life breath fading rapidly. Ding. Kill boss double-headed crocodile python. Experience +0. Advancement tasks. 2-3. Ding. Get props. Crocodile python core. Ding. Equipment obtained. Crocodile python set star diamond perfection. A very sparse and usual reward. The only thing that caught the eye was the star diamond perfect grade crocodile python set. Of course, Yishao didn't really care about this. What he needed was to complete the advancement quest with the second boss in hand. He was now only one boss away. As long as he killed one more, he would have successfully advanced. Little green, little spirit. Continue searching for the boss. DYS Guild's matter was not on Yizhao's mind at all, and after killing the boss, he left without caring about their corpses. Not for a while. The scene's tragic state was then revealed, and photos of the DYS Guild members' corpses were uploaded to the forums. It can't be. DYS Guild is also a prestigious guild in High City, and now it's been destroyed. So tragic. Guogang is the worst. His head was knocked to pieces. It's a good death. Who made them act so overbearingly? They got what they deserved, messing with people they couldn't afford to mess with. Inside information, the extermination of DYS is a man and 2 women. At the scene, very young, need photos of private chat. The destruction of DYS set off a frenzy on the forums, with everyone discussing the situation of the 1 man and 2 women and speculating about their identities. Unfortunately, no one had been able to investigate the identity of the 3 Yishao people so far. As for Yizhao's trio, they had already found the 3rd boss. Their minds were all on the boss and they had no time to pay attention to the forums. But even if he knew, he didn't care. Boss Phantom Fox. Overlord's Bloodline. Rank 30. PS. Specializing in charm attacks, those with weak wills should run for their lives as soon as possible.
Yishao laughed.
The system had even insinuated that it was impossible for the district charm attack to charm him. His will was so exceptionally strong that Lu Xiaohui had to call him master when he saw him. Just a little chimera fox. Chapter 64. Successful transfer. Pretty girl, you're so pretty. Come play with your brother. I'm the best at hurting people, brother. Come here. Just 3 seconds after the words went out, Yizhao's eyes started to get lost. His eyes directly turned into a peach shape, and he giggled at Phantom Fox with a lewd face. Master is surprisingly good at this. Yes, he was able to hold on to such 2 beautiful women of ours in front of him, and now he's being charmed by a Tai fox. The 2 just watched in silence. Although Yishao was charmed, there was no danger to his life. It is also their duty to make their masters happy. Just let Yishao have a quickie inside the world of charm. It was a good thing there weren't any people around and no one knew about his scandalous behavior. Yishao was just being manipulated by Phantom Fox, immersed in his own world of YY. Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling did not make a move for such a long time, and Phantom Fox thought that they did not care about Yizhao's death. After playing for so half a day, it was tired of playing and decided to kill Yishao. With a turn of the tail, thousands of tail hairs were like steel needles, shooting straight towards Yizhao's head. Little fox, that's a bit much for you. If the Phantom Fox was honest and allowed Yishao to have a quickie for a little while longer, it would still be able to live for a little while longer. It's a pity that this guy is a bit ungrateful and even tried to assassinate his master. That's something they can't just stand by and do nothing about. With a wave of Xiao Ling's hand, a shield directly blocked in front of Yishao, and all of the Phantom Fox's attacks were blocked. Little Spirit's sudden strike caught Phantom Fox off guard. Both of them were clearly standing by just now, so how come they're going to make a move now for good reason? But having struck out, they were the enemy. A hint of winks flashed in the eyes of the Phantom Fox, directly launching a mental attack on Little Spirit. Excluding professions that specialized in spiritual power, it would be difficult for the average person to resist the Charming Fox's charming attack. Unfortunately, Little Spirit, the 2 of them are not human beings. The spiritual power of the 2 of them far exceeds that of ordinary people, and it is simply impossible for the little Phantom Fox to charm the 2 of them. The wintry light smashed into the 2 men without even the slightest ripple. Phantom Fox's tiny head was filled with large question marks, as if she was somewhat puzzled as to how her attack had failed. Little Fox, had enough fun? I'm going to make a move if you've played enough. The Cage of the Sea. A spell formation suddenly appeared underneath the Phantom Fox's feet, and without waiting for it to react, a cage directly enveloped it. Bang, bang, bang. The reacting Phantom Fox began to flee in all directions, but no matter how much it charged, it just couldn't break free from the cage. Don't struggle, it's quick, it's just a stick. After saying that, little spirit exerted force under her feet and came to the side of the phantom fox in an instant, and the wolf tooth stick in her hand that flashed with the aura of death slammed. Bang! With a loud bang, the ground was directly smashed in pieces and opened up. As for the phantom fox, it was even worse than the broken ground. There were no more intact bodies to be seen, except after the puddle of blood that remained on the ground. Ding! Kill boss fox, experience +0. Acquisition of props. Charming fox core. Acquired equipment. Charming ring obsidian extreme. Obsidian extreme's charm ring. After hearing the system's beep, Yi Xiao struggled out of the charm state. It was a bit embarrassing, I guess, but fortunately there was no one else's around, so no one would laugh at him. His will was still strong. Today was just an accident. Next time he would never be charmed. After secretly swearing in his heart, Yi Xiao turned his gaze to the charm ring. This was the best gear he'd gotten so far. Obsidian extreme equipment. Put on the trading market are priced to exist. I didn't expect the tiny phantom fox to be able to pop out this kind of equipment. View properties. Charming ring obsidian extreme. Spirit +170. Agility +140. Strength +70. Endurance +70. Magic recovery +15. Skill hit effect +15. Active skill. Charm. Cooldown. 60s. PS. Release a spiritual attack on the enemy. Charm the enemy for 1.5 seconds. During the charm period, the enemy will not actively attack. The stronger the enemy's will, the weaker the charm effect. Ne Xiao Yi is uneducated. A sentence walks the world. After he saw the attributes of the charm ring, he almost bit his tongue off. Those increased attributes alone were already not comparable to unusual equipment. Not to mention he has the active skill, charm the enemy for 1.5 seconds. With such a strong will he could be charmed, let alone anyone else. Releasing charm once could make the enemy passive for 1.5 seconds. 1.5 seconds was not much, but between masters, 0.1 second could tell the difference between victory and defeat, let alone 1.5 seconds. Great stuff. What a great piece of equipment. Such a good life preserving God's clothing. Do not equip are sorry for themselves. Ding! Congratulations on completing the transfer quest. Do you want to carry out the transfer? The 3 bosses have been successfully killed, the transfer task has been successfully completed, and the next is the critical moment of the transfer. As long as he completed the transfer, he would be able to continue upgrading. Transfer. As soon as the words fell, a spell formation enveloped Yi Xiao in it, and a warm current began to spread along his body. Yi Xiao clearly felt that his body was getting stronger. Ding! The transfer is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully making the second turn. Physical fitness. Basic attributes are being improved. Elevation successful. View properties. Having succeeded in the transfer, it was natural to see how strong he had become. Name: Yi Xiao. Occupation: Beast Master second turn. Beast Pet: White Tiger with green eyes. Jinhai Xuanwu. Rank: 30. Power: 988. Agility: 963. Endurance: 941. Spirit: 1034. When Yi Xiao saw his attributes after his second turn, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Attributes are looking at breaking 1,000, and spirits have even broken 1,000. With this attribute, it exceeded the same rank by an unknown number of times. Of course, this was only the addition of the body attributes and equipment. If he were to add the invisible attribute addition of the beast pet, the current him, his attributes should be able to break 2,000. YEXIAO, Elder Underworld, successfully transferred, already turned 2. But I'm still too weak. Each attribute is only over 900. Only the spirit breaks 1,000. Am I too weak? The underworld war god, who was in the middle of a meeting, suddenly received a message from Yi Xiao and couldn't help but freeze. Having just turned 2 and 30, the various attributes had already broken through more than 900, and the spirit had even broken through 1,000. This guy is coming for his own Versailles, right? To no other transmutators, after 3 turns, attributes can only break 1,000. This guy 2 turns on the achievement of others 3 turns, now even have the nerve to come to him to cry that he is too weak. Chapter 65 Second Occupation. Really damn it. Spectral Warlord. Okay. Got it. Such an understatement, it doesn't pay any attention to him at all. How can this be done? How can such a strong attribute of his be glossed over with such a sentence? Yi Xiao, Elder Underworld, I'm so weak that I won't be able to contribute to my country in the future. See if there's anything on your side that will allow me to improve my strength. I'm grateful for that. The fox finally showed his tail. He knew that Yi Xiao was definitely not as simple as showing off when he reported the news to him for good reason. It's a move in for a move out. It's coming to him to ask for favors. However, Yi Xiao was really worth cultivating for him. In his knowledge, there was no one in the younger generation who could have such a strong fighting power as Yi Xiao. Cultivate it now and it will give back better in the future.
Espectral Warlord. No.
Something definitely has to be given, but it can't be given so easily. It has to make Yi Xiao remember his favor. Yi Xiao, really? Elder Spectre, you won't lose by investing in me. Spectral Warlord. Really, no? Yi Xiao? I don't believe it. Underworld Warlord. After teasing Yi Xiao for half a day, the Underworld War God still packaged the stuff and gave it to Yi Xiao. Underworld Warlord. Second career transfer book. Take it and get the hell out of here. Yi Xiao knew that there was something good in the hands of the Underworld War God. And sure enough, after such a tangle, the good stuff arrived. Second career transfer book. Ordinary people couldn't get their hands on it at all, and it was only possessed by people at the level of the Underworld War God. Yi Xiao. Thanks to Elder Underworld. After hanging up the connection, Yi Xiao's face was filled with smiles. Yi Xiao was happy, and so were Xiao Qing and the girls. Congratulations, Master, on your advancement. 2. Yi Xiao advanced. They also followed the successful advancement. The combat power directly doubled in the future to be able to better protect Yi Xiao. It's all thanks to you guys. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to transfer so quickly. Yi Xiao gently caressed the hair of the two. The two of them had a face of enjoyment as they snuggled in Yi Xiao's arms. We can have today, all because of Master. Master's credit is the greatest. Yes, 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 it's all because of Master. Without Master, we wouldn't be where we are today. The two of them patted Yi Xiao's horse together, and Yi Xiao was very flattered, not stopping with a smile on his face. All right, stop patting my horse. We don't have to be so clear-cut. The Master will still need to rely on your protection in the future. With us, the Master is definitely the safest. Their strength, Yi Xiao believed in them. As long as he did not deliberately play dead, then no one would be able to kill him. I believe you guys, the transfer has been successful. I have another copy of the second career transfer book here. So let's help the Master complete his second career first. Good. After pacifying the two, Yi Xiao directly used the second profession transfer book. Second career transfer book opens. Open quest. Kill 1 second turn level 50 divine bloodline boss. The joy of having just succeeded in the transfer was instantly washed away. No wonder there are so few people who have started a second career over the years, so to speak. The task is simply too strong. The second turn 50 level boss had already been able to brush down a large portion of the population, and as a result, there was now a need for a divine bloodline. With all these conditions mixed together, that's difficult to imagine. Even if he had little green little spirit, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for others. After all, they were all divine level bloodlines, and no one was weaker than anyone else. No wonder the Underworld War God sent this over. He didn't think I could strike it down. But he really thinks highly of me. Even if I could kill the boss, where would I find this boss? A god-level bloodline boss, that was a hot existence, and with his news network, this kind of boss wouldn't even be his turn. It seems like we can only trouble the Underworld War God once again. Imperial City Conference Room. After the Underworld War God transmitted the second profession transfer book to Yi Xiao, he couldn't suppress a smile on his face. In all these years, it was the first time they had seen the Underworld War God smile so happily. Spectre, do you know something? Although the Haicheng Dys Guild is a small guild, but it was destroyed by a group of people, we have to pay attention to it, in case it's a secret force. Before they could finish, the Underworld War God stopped them. There is no need to investigate this matter. Everyone looked at the Underworld War God in confusion, not knowing what the Underworld War God meant by this. Spectre, Haicheng is also considered your hometown. Now that your hometown guild has been annihilated by a group, you're surprisingly not investigating. It can't be that you know the murderer, right? If the Underworld War God recognized it, then this matter could only be left unsettled. Oh, recognize you have a problem with that? The spectral god of war merely glanced at them, and the crowd fell silent. Going against the Underworld War God was something they wouldn't dare to do except for the few bigwigs above them. There was also a gap between the war gods, and if the Underworld War God wanted to clean them up, he could do it with a wave of his hand. No comment, since you recognize the Underworld, We will not pursue this matter. We are just worried that it is the dark forces that are striking against the humans. Since you recognize it, it should be a minor conflict between them. The underworld war god didn't say anything more, only nodding his head, signaling that this matter should be left at that. Yi Xiao, but one of his secret cards, he was still waiting for Yi Xiao to give him a long face. Being missed by these people, then Yi Xiao would not be exposed early. By the way, you must not investigate, understand? The tone was still so flat, but his attitude said it all. If they really investigated this matter, they might annoy the underworld war god. It wasn't worth it to offend the underworld war god over such a trivial matter. It seems like this person has a deep relationship with the underworld war god. As long as it's not a shadowy force, as for what relationship with the underworld war god, there's no need for us to look deeper into it. It's not worth it to offend the underworld war god for the sake of a second-rate guild. A few people looked at each other, and the matter passed. Ding, you have a new message. Please check it. The things in the meeting were basically all discussed, and at this time the news from Yi Xiao also came over. This kid, he really likes to bother people. After seeing Yi Xiao's message, a smile unconsciously appeared on the spectral war god's face. The crowd looked at the spectral war god's smile and felt more and more that something was wrong. In one meeting, the underworld war god laughed an unknown number of times. They had never seen the underworld war god laugh so happily. Spectral warlord, your quest is to kill a turn 2 level 50 divine bloodline boss? When the underworld war god saw Yi Xiao's second profession transfer quest, the person was a little confused. It was important to know that Yi Xiao had only just turned 2, and as a result, the quest was asking him to kill a turn 2, level 50, divine bloodline boss. A divine bloodline boss at level 50 of the second turn should be able to cross the line and kill a third turn elite squad. Chapter 66. Just turn 2. However, compared to the mission, he was more concerned about Yi Xiao's second profession. It was important to know that the more powerful the profession, the more difficult the task would be, and it was important to know that when he had opened his second profession, he was only killing 10 normal bosses that were equal to his level. Yi Xiao was so difficult that the second profession was definitely not ordinary. After thinking about it for half a day, I still had no ideas and wondered what profession would be able to stand up to such a difficult task. But it didn't matter. When Yi Xiao finished his mission, he would naturally know. If Yi Xiao couldn't accomplish it, it would all be empty talk. The most important question right now was where to find a turn 2 level 50 divine bloodline boss for Yi Xiao. Wait a minute. There's a turn 2 level 50 divine bloodline boss under the jurisdiction of any of you. There were naturally some within China, but everyone had their own jurisdiction, whether it was a copy or a wild boss, it was basically within their jurisdiction. Although he was powerful, this kind of overstepping of authority was something that he should try not to do. After all, we are all the war god of China, head up, head down, can't guarantee that we will trouble others at some point. Now that there was no boss that met the quest requirements in his own jurisdiction, he would have to go to someone else's jurisdiction to take a look. Of course you guys don't worry. I'll give enough payment, and I definitely won't let you guys suffer. Bosses of divine bloodline, every one of them was a treasure, and humans were still waiting for them to reproduce offspring for human use. After all, they were divine bloodline bosses. Each one of them was a super powerful combatant. A second turn level 50 divine bloodline boss. What are you looking for it for? The underworld war god didn't hide it from them either, and said faintly, the back needs to complete the second profession transition, and it requires killing a second turn level 50 divine bloodline boss. A second profession? Wouldn't it be too late to change professions now? It's a bit of a delay in progress. It is indeed a bit late at his current level. He might as well cultivate his first profession in peace. As they heard that the underworld war god was doing it for the sake of his juniors, for the sake of a second career change, they couldn't help but open their mouths to discourage them. It wasn't that they were heartbroken about the boss. Being able to make the underworld god of war owe a favor by giving away a boss with a divine bloodline seemed to make sense. It's just a little too late for a second career change. They were all people with second careers, so they could roughly estimate the person's strength based on the difficulty of the second career. The strength of this descendant of the underworld war god was at least at level 50 of the second turn, and it was even possible that he was at level 60 of the second turn, and the third turn was possible. Usually they would choose to open their second career when they had just turned 2. It was difficult to open their second career only at this time, and they also lagged behind others by a lot. However, at this point in time, the underworld war god's personal matters, there was no need for them to get involved too much. Huang Quan, I seem to remember that there is a turn 2 level 50 boss on your side. Not this one on my side. It's just finished giving birth and there are still 3 cubs that need to be nursed. It would be too much of a loss to be killed, so you'd better take a look at the ones in your precinct. Qingfeng, you should have one on your side, and you should have bred quite a few artificial divine beasts, so sending one to the underworld war god shouldn't hurt. The green phoenix war god glanced faintly and nodded without refusing. After artificial intervention, it did cultivate a few fierce beasts of divine bloodline, but the technology is not yet up to par, and the cultivated divine beasts are uncontrollable. Consider this for yourself. All of the normal divine beasts had opened up their spiritual wisdom, and some had even reached a cooperation agreement with humans. But this kind of artificially interfered out divine beasts more or less still have defects. The spiritual wisdom is not opened for the time being, and only know how to kill. The combat power is even more than the general divine beasts. I've passed on the position to you, so go or don't go, you can think for yourself. The divine beasts of artificial intervention, the underworld war god had also heard of them slightly. For the sake of the development of the country of China and for the sake of the power of the imperial beast masters, many powerful alchemists were involved. Just for the sake of letting everyone in China have a divine beast. Right now it was already able to artificially intervene to produce divine beasts, which was a great progress for China, and it was believed that it wouldn't take too long for this technology to succeed. Blazing bird of prey. Blazing flames of Inferno City. Location: 111.111. After receiving the address transmitted by Qingfeng, the underworld war god nodded his head to indicate that he knew. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Let me know when you're going to Yen City and I'll go with you. It wasn't that he was uneasy about the underworld war god. After all, even real divine beasts were not necessarily a match for the underworld war god, let alone an artificially interfered divine beast. She was just curious as to what kind of person could make the underworld war god wipe off his face to beg for a favor. All disperse, it's fine. After resolving the issue of the underworld war god, Ditsong gave an order and everyone left the conference room. Only those close to the spectral war god remain. Big brother, what kind of person is it that deserves you to personally open your mouth and let you take the initiative to owe a favor? It shouldn't be an ordinary person. The underworld war god glanced at Shura beside him. This was his own little brother that he had brought up with his own hands, and loyalty was not a concern at all. Even after becoming the god of war, still big brother long and short follows his ass. You'll meet him soon. His talent is the strongest I've ever seen. As long as he doesn't die, his future achievements will be higher than mine, and he might even break through the limits. The god of the underworld war is something. The first person with talent in 100 years had never seen him compliment a junior so much. They didn't expect this to come from inside the mouth of the underworld war god. What do I hear? Is this what my big brother said? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Big brother's talent crowns the ancient world. Absolutely no one can surpass you. The underworld war god shook his head. He didn't want to admit it either, but it was the truth. To be able to master 2 great divine beasts in the first turn, and just after the second turn, the difficulty of the quest reached that of a 3rd turn powerhouse. This talent was definitely not something he could match. He just turned 2 today. What happened to the 2nd turn? What did the 2nd turn? 2nd turn? Big brother say. Shura was just about to retort with a couple of words when he froze for a moment. Just turned 2 today. No, the difficulty of that 2nd career is clearly that of a 3rd turn powerhouse. How could it be accomplished by a little guy who just turned 2? He just turned 2 today, and I just gave him the 2nd career quest. Shura didn't know what to say for a moment. He's not a cutie. Naturally, he knew what it meant. Having just turned 2, the difficulty of the 2nd profession reached that of a 3rd turn powerhouse. That talent. It was indeed stronger than the underworld war god, stronger than all the war gods present. Chapter 67 Qingfeng, you've passed. It's true that the talent is nothing to write home about, but can he, a 2nd turn level 30, be a match for the boss? Even if it was an artificially bred divine beast, it was still a 2nd turn level 50, and its combat power was no worse than normal. Who knows, in case of a kill, it's still a possibility. Regarding Yi Zhao's talent, the underworld war god was very certain, but it's up to him to get the job done. Interesting, big brother. Bring me along. I want to meet this little guy too. It was surprisingly possible for a 2nd turn level 30 to kill a 2nd turn level 50, and he believed that the underworld war god wouldn't believe it, since he said that it proved that Yi Zhao was truly capable of accomplishing the mission. If this is really the case, then it is a bit anticlimactic. The talent combat power is double excellent, not to see it all sorry for themselves. It's up to you whether you go or not. It's in Inferno City anyway. Go, why don't you go? In case this little guy can really grow up in the future. I'm also considered to be hugging the thigh, close to the water, mixing up a face is not bad. There is an element of hilarity to it, but what Shura says is not without merit. Now and Yi Shao mixed a face. In the future it is not allowed to hold a big leg. Z City. Yi Shao, who had not received any news from the underworld war god, came to the trading market and sold the useless equipment on his body. Maki. Rounded up to 38 million. No problem. Yi Shao is also an old patron, the price aspect of the understanding is similar, these equipment is almost down to these money. After all, they were all DYS Guild Rags equipment, and the store was considered conscientious to sell them for that amount of money. More or less, you have to let people's stores make a little bit of money. No problem at the price you got. Deal. After selling the equipment and skills, Yi Shao is also considered a small savings, so a few days' time already close to 10 small goals. Now you can put at least 1 sausage and 2 eggs in your instant noodles. Ding! You have a new message. Just after selling off the useless things in his hand, the news of the underworld war god came through. Spectral Warlord. Blazing Flames Secret Realm. Yen City. Location 111.111. 5 p.m. No see you there. When he received the news from the underworld war god, the corners of his mouth were grinning up to his ears. He knew the underworld war god wouldn't let him down. This is the power of connections. If you let him look for their own, I don't know how long it will take to find the second turn of the 50 level of the divine bloodline boss. Now all he needed to do was send a message to the god of the underworld war, and the god of the underworld war helped him find it. The key spectral war god was also planning to personally go up to the battlefield to escort him. The target of the quest was, after all, a second turn level 50 god-ranked bloodline boss, and he really didn't have a clue in his heart. Although Little Green and Little Spirit were strong, they wouldn't necessarily be a match for the boss. As for him, it's more of a giveaway. Now it was good, with the underworld war god personally escorting him, even if he wasn't an opponent, his little life was still guaranteed. The greatest sorrow a man can have is when he is gone and his money is unspent. Go, 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 spend the money. Arm yourself and pull your fighting weight before you do. Boss, buy equipment, obsidian level equipment, take a look. This one and this one, I'll take these two. Obsidian Cloak. Attributes. Strength plus 230 agility, plus 340 stamina, plus 140 spirit, plus 220. Strike plus 23. Spellcasting speed plus 17. Skill. Stealth. PS. Using the equipment skill, you can hide your breath and figure for 30 minutes. Obsidian 5 speed shoes. Attributes. Strength plus 170 agility plus 370 endurance plus 220 spirit plus 170. Attack speed plus 19. Strike damage plus 30. Skill. Blinking. PS. Using the equipment skill, you can flash forward a distance of 100 meters, with a cooldown time of 30s. Just 2 pieces of ordinary and not too good equipment almost didn't empty his family's fortune. But it also added a little bit of life preservation ability for both of them and made them safer against the bosses. 1 for each of you, Green your cloak and Spirit your shoes. Go set off for Yen City. After putting their equipment on, the 3 of them set off in a teleportation array. After paying the expensive teleportation fee, the 3 of them smoothly arrived at Yen City. Don't say, this teleportation array is a bit expensive, but it's safe and fast. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at Yen City from High City. Looking at the time, there were still hours to go, and all 3 had been working hard all morning and hadn't had lunch yet. Let's go, let's eat. We'll have the strength to fight when we're full. The only thing you can't live up to is the food. Hearing that Yi Shao was going to take them to dinner, the 2 of them were in high spirits, and there was a light in their eyes. Fry a book. Yi Shao also didn't have a hotel in Huhoyan City. Of course, the main reason was because the hotel buffet was no longer enough to satisfy both of their appetites. Both of them have mouths that are so tricky right now that they can't be satisfied by anything that isn't tier 3-star level or higher. After draining the remaining money from Yi Shao, Tire Samsung also managed to go out of business. After all, the meals they prepared were all consumed by Little Green Little Spirit. After eating and seeing that it was almost time, the 3 of them set off according to the address given by the spectral war god. Managed to make it to the Blazing Flame Mystery by 5 o'clock. The location of the Blazing Flame Mystic Realm is surprisingly in the crater of a volcano. Master, be careful. This place is weird, and it gives me a very dangerous feeling. Eh? Xiao Ling's frown deepened, The environment here made her uncomfortable, and it felt like the moisture inside her body had been vaporized. Master, be careful. Just as the two of them were observing their surroundings, a ball of flame smashed down out of thin air, landing just in front of Yi Xiao. The two who sensed the danger did not have any hesitation, and the two shields of the little spirit protected Yi Xiao firmly. Xiao Qing, on the other hand, went into a fighting stance, and whenever someone appeared, she would cut them down with a thunderous strike. Good reaction speed. No wonder the specter was able to look at you. The flames slowly dispersed, and a silhouette slowly walked out of the flames. Little guy, you should be the one who regimentally destroyed the DYS Guild. Have you figured out how to die? The DYS Guild? Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Qingfeng. Identification. Not enough authority to inquire. The appraisal technique was surprisingly unable to appraise the attributes of the Green Phoenix. This proved that Qingfeng's strength far exceeded that of him. The DYS Guild actually had such a powerful backhand. But it didn't matter, the people had already been killed and the guild had been destroyed. And since they dared to do it, they weren't afraid of anyone coming to their door. Little green, little spirit, battle status. If you want to fight, I'll fight. At Yi Xiao's command, little green little spirit was about to manifest her own body and engage in a life and death duel with Green Phoenix. Qingfeng, you passed. Chapter 68, The Secret Realm of the Blazing Flame. Just as Yi Xiao and the others were about to make their move, a black mist appeared out of thin air, and the figure of the Underworld War God slowly appeared. After seeing the Underworld War God appear, Qingfeng shrugged and retreated to the side. It's no fun. I was just about to tease him and spoil the fun. Looking at the tone of Qingfeng's speech with the Underworld War God, it was clear that Qingfeng was not his enemy. Yi Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he wasn't really sure that he could survive a powerful existence that couldn't even be identified by the appraisal technique. Elder Spectre. Eh. He nodded his head slightly to Yi Xiao in greeting, but his gaze was fixed on Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling. Worthy of being a divine beast, it is indeed powerful. As a war god powerhouse, this point of eyesight was still there, and with a glance over, he was able to feel the power in little green little spirit's body. The two of them were still not fully grown. When they grew up, it would be enough for Yi Xiao to cross this world. Elder Underworld. Who is this? Green Phoenix War God. Green Phoenix War God. No wonder we can't identify her attributes. The Green Phoenix War God was also a well-known war god in China, and like him, he was a royal beast master, whose combat power was no worse than that of the Underworld War God. I didn't expect that this time, she would be alarmed together, and with the two god of war escorting him, that transfer mission was basically secure. Then Senior. Let's. Yi Xiao was a little impatient and wanted to go in and kill the boss to complete the second profession quest. After all, after opening his second profession, he would be able to continue upgrading, and although he could upgrade now, the free attribute points given were too little. If he could transfer to a second profession, 10 more free attribute points would be sent to him so that his attributes could be maximized. This is why many transmuters choose to start a second career when they have just turned 2. Wait a moment. There's another person coming. When he arrives, let's enter the blazing flame mysterious realm together. Anyone else? My god. This is the Emperor's treatment. To be able to make the Underworld War God wait, that status would definitely not be lower than the Underworld War God. At the very least, it had to be a war god powerhouse. He admitted that a turn 2 level 50 divine bloodline boss was strong. But no matter how strong it was, it couldn't be a match for the god of war. And 3 war gods were deployed at once. How strong must this boss be? He was even a bit skeptical that the Underworld War God was not using him as bait and had ulterior motives for him. Coming. Just as Yi Xiao was having doubts, a voice breaking through the air rang out. It was followed by the loud sound of a massive earthquake cracking. There was no floating of the Green Phoenix War God, nor was there the weirdness of the Underworld War God. There was only the bravado of a true man. The complete and utter aesthetics of violence. The way it landed was so different that the smash barely pierced the volcano. Boss, safe landing. The Underworld War God rolled his eyes in dismay, but he was clearly used to this type of landing from Shura. After all these years, he couldn't change, it was kind of Shura's style. Yo, there are beauties, 2 beauties, where are they from? Do they have a date? Get to know each other. How about adding a contact? After landing, Xiao Luo saw Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling beside Yi Xiao at a glance. A lewd old face directly came over. As for Yi Xiao, he was quite normally ignored by the Shura war god. Roll. Shame on him for throwing himself in front of Yi Xiao. the underworld god of war went up and kicked Shura directly. It goes fast and comes back fast. The Shura war god was like a dog's leg, respectfully waiting at the side of the underworld war god. Boss, give some face, will you? I'm a god of war and you're still kicking my ass. Don't be ashamed. Okay. Straightening his collar, the Shura war god reappeared at Yi Xiao's side. Little guy, you're the good seedling that the boss values? Not bad, pretty good looking, and just about as good as me. Keep up the good work and you may catch up with me in the future. For the Shura war god's cheekiness, Yi Xiao could only smile. This rough and lewd uncle's face is not linked to handsome at all. But at least it was a war god powerhouse, so more or less he had to give 3 points. Thanks for the compliment, Senior Shura. Alright, it's too vulgar, what senior or not. I see that you kid is good. In the future you can just call me an old brother. With a single sentence, the Shura war god drew closer to Yi Xiao. Don't look at him like he's big-headed, but he still has a very good eye. The first moment he saw Yi Xiao, he knew that he was not a pool animal, and that he would definitely be the best human being in the future. Now first pull a good relationship, let him call him an old brother, in the future cannot support him. Elder brother Yi, introduce these 2 beauties to old brother for me to get to know. Little green, little spirit. For simple words, no unnecessary introductions. Shura blinked her big eyes and just looked at Yi Xiao. The introduction was not introduced like this. More or less described the occupation, rank, and especially the hobbies and interests, and any matrimonial aspects. This kid's emotional intelligence leaves a lot to be desired. Ye oldie. Alright, since everyone is here, let's get going. Without even giving the Shura war god a chance to speak, the underworld war god lifted him by the neck and turned around to leave. Everyone has their secrets, and it would be rude to pry any further. Qingfeng, open the secret realm. Qingfeng nodded and took out the secret realm key. The entrance to the secret realm was on the crater. Throwing the key inside the crater, a teleportation array appeared out of thin air. The Green Phoenix War God Spectral War God was the first to step into the secret realm, followed by the 3 of them, the Cultivator War God and Yi Xiao. Blazing Flame Mystic Realm. It's hot, Master. Take me back into the Imperial Beast space first. I'll come out when I need to fight. Just after stepping into the Blazing Flame Mysterious Realm, a heat wave enveloped the crowd. The secret realm had been baked by the heat wave to the point where the ground was cracked, and as far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single surviving plant. Little Spirit was even more sensitive to this kind of environment. This kind of environment made her very uncomfortable, so she could only stay in the Imperial Beast space first. Come back. The little spirit disappeared with a swish, and apart from Shura, the underworld and Qingfeng obviously already knew what was going on, so they didn't make a big fuss about it. Does she say? The Shura war god is not a little cute either. Instantly realized. No wonder when Yi Xiao was introduced before he only had the name, the feeling that this was someone's beast pet. The thought that he had just had to talk about love with a beast pet made that face bashful. Brat, you didn't even warn me, causing me to make such a big fool of myself. Yi Xiao just smiled and scratched his head, not saying much. As for jokes, that's impossible. Little green little spirit is really pretty and it's hard for those who see it not to be moved. Okay. Time to get down to business, and don't forget what you were told to come here for. Chapter 69. Skill Upgrades. The underworld war god couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. Yi Xiao, just wait here. If you're bored, you can kill the monsters, and when we bring you the boss, you'll be ready to strike to kill it. The transfer quest was a personal quest. They could protect Yi Xiao's safety, but they could not help Yi Xiao kill the boss. Good. Although he didn't know what they were going to do, but to be able to startle 3 war god level powerhouses, it certainly wasn't something he could participate in. It was already good enough to have a war god powerhouse bring the boss over and help him pillage the battlefield in the meantime. As for the mission, he still had to complete it himself. After instructing Yi Xiao, the underworld war god looked at Qingfeng and Xiao Luo beside him. Be careful. Don't plant yourself here. Qingfeng, you and Xiao Luo go ahead and deal with that war god level divine beast, and you bring the boss to Yi Xiao first so that he can complete the quest first. Good. While the 3 were so glib, Yi Xiao on the side was stunned. War god level divine beasts? There are war god level divine beasts here. Although Yi Xiao had 2 divine beasts in his hands, but counting them both, they were only considered to be divine beasts in their formative years. And when it came to the god of war level divine beasts, that was the full body and the stage where the divine beasts had the strongest fighting power. I didn't expect that in this place was the lair of a war god level divine beast. No wonder the environment here was so harsh that even little spirit couldn't withstand it a bit. The underworld war god really looked up to him, daring to bring him to such a place. However, anyone with no brain problems knew that this turn 2 level 50 divine beast boss was definitely related to the war god level divine beasts. It may even be its heir. Elder Underworld, you really think highly of me? Is this place for me to come to? It's not like I'm asking you to deal with it. Leave the war god level divine beasts to us. You quest boss yourself. But at least the psionic war god was his umbrella. He didn't want the psionic war god to break down here. Knowing that the combat power of divine beasts could be too much stronger than that of humans, he was somewhat skeptical that these three were the opponents of divine beasts. War god level divine beast, are you guys its match? Why don't we gather more people? This way there is certainty. A little guy of the second turn was actually worried about a war god powerhouse. Shura slapped Yi Zhao's head directly. Little fellow, do you have any misconceptions about the boss? A mere war god level divine beast. The boss can handle it all by himself. Letting us come is just for us to learn from the combat experience. You've got the heart for it, you might as well care for yourself. This Yi Zhao really didn't know. After all, with his current strength, there was no way to detect the depths of the underworld war god. But Shura had said so he didn't need to worry. Yi Zhao, in half an hour or so, Qing Feng will bring the boss to you. Remember, you only have 2 hours. 2 hours no matter if you can solve it or not, you have to leave here. 2 hours is the limit, remember. Although the underworld war god and the others didn't fear the war god level divine beasts, they couldn't stop the war god level divine beasts if they wanted to leave. They could only block the breath for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the seal would be destroyed, and then it would notice Yi Zhao's fight. Once it discovered Yi Zhao's trail, then Yi Zhao would be in danger. The war god's mandate was naturally something he had to take to heart, and for the sake of his own little life as well, he definitely couldn't go beyond 2 hours. Once the 2 hours were up, there would be no hesitation at all to leave the secret realm directly. For Yi Zhao, the underworld war god is still very assured this doll talent is good, but he listens to advice. There is danger is absolutely the fastest run. The underworld war god was just about to leave when he seemed to think of something else, and just like an old father, he turned his head and instructed 2 more times. By the way, there are quite a few monsters in the Blazing Flame Mystic Realm with quite advanced bloodlines, so you can look for one that suits you. Gone. After watching the underworld war god leave, Yi Zhao silently sighed. It looked like the underworld war god had already guessed his ability. A war god powerhouse should not be underestimated. However, this was normal, but anyone who had known him was able to spot the problem: a green-eyed white tiger and a Jinhai Xuanwu. Divine favorites are not that easy to obtain, and there are still 2 of them. Now it seemed that none of this mattered. The underworld war god didn't seem to have any bad intentions towards him at the moment. Moreover, he didn't intend to hide it for the rest of his life. He would have more and more divine favors in the future. And when that time came, he would naturally attract the attention of others. Since the underworld war god has said so, let's go and take a look in case we can find another sister for you. Another sister. Shao Qing sighed silently, looking a bit forlorn. As Shao Qing was his first beast pet, Yi Zhao naturally had to consider her feelings. If Little Green was unwilling, he was in no hurry to contract a 3rd divine pet. What's the matter, Green? Don't you want another sister? Shao Qing hurriedly shook her head in denial. No, Master, I'm willing to accept several sisters no matter how many. It's just that I'm a little distressed about my master's wallet with 1 more sister. My master's wallet is going to drop even faster, and I'm just afraid that we'll all go hungry together then. Yi Zhao thought she was worried about something. Turns out he's worried about his wallet and afraid he won't have enough to eat when the time comes. Snacker. Lightly scratching Green's nose, he petted her head in favor. Don't worry. If there's a mouthful of soup for me, there's a mouthful of meat for you guys. You definitely won't starve. The days of dilly-dallying are over. From now on we'll eat till we drop. With his current strength hitting materials easily to the extreme, it was still easy to earn some food money. Go! Shao Qing carried Yi Zhao in search of the ferocious beasts in the Blazing Flame mysterious realm after manifesting his original body. In a few moments, the fallen ferocious beast was found. View. Flamingo. Overlord Flamingo King Bloodline. Rank? 25. The attributes were still very good, and that was just a random ferocious beast in the secret realm. A random fallen one is an overlord level bloodline, so I can't say that I can actually find a 3rd beast pet. Green. Slaughter it. The overlord level bloodline didn't look too bad, but it wasn't suitable for him, and those of this level were only worthy of being slaughtered by him. Little Green's wings quickly flapped, and a blazing attack swept towards the flaming giant bird. Medium. Only a miserable scream was heard as the flaming giant bird was torn to pieces by the astral wind without even reacting. Ding, kill flaming giant bird. Experience plus 370. Experience added to skills. New skills are opened after the second turn, and experience value can not only be upgraded, but also used to improve skill proficiency. He didn't want to upgrade until he opened his second career, so he could only add experience to his skill proficiency. Chapter 70 Immortal Divine Phoenix Bloodline. Go, keep killing. Half an hour of buffer time was enough for Yi Xiao to search for a lot of ferocious beasts. Blazing Ants. Overlord Blazing Ant King Bloodline. Rank 27. P.S. Please consider carefully when fighting in a team, as many ants will bite the elephant and will not stop until they are dead. Those with an intense phobia would probably have no desire to fight when they saw the blazing ants all over the ground. Don't look at the small size of these guys, but their fighting strength was extremely formidable. Even those who were much stronger than them were unwilling to mess with them, and once they were entangled by them, they would likely be dragged alive. However, this was not too difficult for Shao Qing. A group of ground-crawling ferocious beasts was just a group of ferocious beasts. Even if the attack could spread into midair, the power was greatly reduced and could not hurt Shao Qing at all. Do it! Slaughter them all! Gotcha! Gungjin Storm. Shao Qing's body emitted a golden light, accompanied by the astral wind, and the attacks poured down in a desperate manner. Each astral wind would take away the lives of 10 blazing flame ants. The blazing flame ants were frightened and hissed in bursts at Shao Qing in midair. A steady stream of attacks came towards Shao Qing. Unfortunately, their bulky attacks couldn't harm Little Green at all, and Little Green dodged all the attacks with a single aerial turn. In passing, a Gungjin storm took away the lives of dozens of blazing flame ants. Ding, killed blazing ants. Experience plus 330. Level of healing technique raised to LV2. Ding, killed blazing ants. Experience plus 330. Level of healing technique upgraded to LV3. A steady stream of beeps rang out, and although the level didn't increase, the skill level was being upgraded. Healing Art LV Full. Heals the Imperial Beastmaster and Beast Pet by 3000 blood. Clarity Art LV Full. Restores 3000 blue to the Imperial Beastmaster and Beast Pet. Level Pull Full. The average nurse is not as high as his milk, no cooldown healing spell, one time is 3000 blood. Little Green. Slip them. Attract all the blazing flame ants in this area, and finally destroy them in one fell swoop. Copy that. Flying through the air, Shao Qing directly dropped her altitude to half, a height that was just in the blazing flame ants' hate range, but their attacks couldn't harm themselves. Shao Qing quickly swept over the heads of the blazing flame ants without attacking, just flying around. When had the blazing ant legion ever suffered this kind of nuisance? It's never been them chasing after the enemy to kill them. When have they ever been toyed with so much by the enemy? Roar! Roar! The army of blazing flame ants let out bursts of hissing sounds, their scarlet eyes staring at Shao Qing and Yi Xiao in death. It's horrible, horrible. Greenie. They glared at me. Let's see who glares hard. Go up there and give it a big mouthful. Yi Xiao, who was protected by Shao Qing, was fearless, and when he saw the legions of blazing flame ants glaring at him, he was not used to these guys. Little Green directly swept low in the air and slammed a tiger claw directly into the blazing flame ant's face. With a slap, the faces of the 3 blazing flame ants were directly torn apart. Go on. Under Yi Xiao's manipulation, Shao Qing just slapped them one after another, constantly humiliating them. In a matter of moments, the legions of blazing flame ants lost their minds, each one of them red-eyed, frantically chasing after Shao Qing's figure. As the legions of blazing ants hissed, more and more blazing ants joined the ranks of those chasing Shao Qing. In less than 10 minutes, the hordes exceeded 3,000. The more the merrier. The more the merrier. View. Yi Xiao went over with a detection technique and the information of the blazing flame ants appeared in front of him. It was a pity that the strongest of the more than 3,000 blazing flame ants was an overlord-level bloodline. For others, such a bloodline was already very good, but for him, the overlord-level bloodline was a bit too low. Master, didn't you find it? No, slaughter it. After half a day of skulking around and having enough fun without a suitable partner, it's time to slaughter them and let them turn into experience. Master, sit still. Shao Qing made a sharp stop in the air and aimed a sharp freezing storm at the legions of blazing ants below him. Phew! As the cold wind whistled past, more than 3,000 blazing flame ants were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Clarity technique. The two of them worked together quite well, and with Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing was able to release skills with impunity, and there was no lack of blue at all. Snap! Claw after claw went down, directly slapping the frozen blazing flame ant into pieces. Ding! Congratulations on the kill! Ding! Congratulations on the kill! Ding! Congratulations on the kill! The beeps kept ringing, and all 3,000 blazing flame ants were turned into experience. Master, mission accomplished. Little Green landed on the ground with a proud face, and all traces of the blazing flame ants had disappeared, leaving only a floor of ice slag. Good job. Go back and reward you with 2 big meals. There was still some time before the half hour, and there was still time to keep brushing. Such a great opportunity must be taken advantage of. Keep brushing. After replenishing her status, Xiao Qing carried Yi Xiao to continue luring monsters in the secret realm. A few moments to find a new ferocious beast. Detection. It's useless. Slaughter it. Detection. Useless. Overlord level bloodline. Slaughter. He encountered several sets of monsters one after another. All of them were Overlord level bloodlines that didn't help him in the slightest, and all of them were slaughtered by Xiao Qing and exchanged for experience. The time is almost up, and it looks like we won't be able to find the right one. This kind of thing all depended on chance. After all, a god-level bloodline wasn't that easy. Just as the two were about to retreat, an obscene figure appeared in front of them. At the same time that Yi Xiao Xiao Qing discovered it, it also discovered Yi Xiao Xiao Qing, and seeing that the two were staring at it, with that naked possessiveness in their eyes, it panicked and turned around to run. Surprisingly, he still knows how to escape. Little Green chased after him. Xiao Qing was also interested in it. After killing so many ferocious beasts, this was the first one that fled at the sight of them. In terms of intelligence, this one was smarter than the other ferocious beasts. Little Green's wings spread out, and with a whoosh, he instantly chased after him. The sweaty hairs on its body stood up as it felt the oppressive feeling coming from behind it. Run? It seems impossible to run away now. Then it's just a matter of fighting to the death. Fighting to the death for your own little life. Medium. With a cry, he directly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to angrily stare at Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing. Not running, little one? Ignoring Yi Xiao, the chicken's beak opened and a ball of flame swept towards Yi Xiao. Fire breathing? Yi Xiao became more interested in him. The little guy could even breathe fire. Not bad, not bad. Detection. Turkey beast. Bloodline. Divine Immortal Divine Phoenix Bloodline 0.001. Can be returned to the ancestor. Rank? 20. The attributes were trash. Any ferocious beast in the blazing flame mystic realm had better attributes than it. But in terms of bloodline, this little turkey beast was much stronger than the other ferocious beasts. The bloodline of a god-level immortal god phoenix. It's no wonder it survives in such heat. Chapter 71. Phoenix bathing in fire, Nirvana reborn. Medium. 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 With a loud cry, small balls of fire poured toward them. After spraying 36 small fireballs in a row, the turkey beast directly sat down on the ground. Desperately over. It's up to God to decide whether or not you'll survive. That's cute. Even Green couldn't help but give a compliment. This little guy looks so cute, especially with that little look of resignation. Cute as it is, this little fireball is going to kill us. A little lesson, don't kill it. Sisters. In case it's a brother. Beaten to death. The small fireball arrived in an instant. Such an attack Xiao Qing didn't even bother. Even if she was hit head-on by it, it wouldn't cause any damage to her. But Yi Xiao asked to give it a small lesson, so it could only be a small lesson. Phew! With a flap of his wings, the small fireball directly changed its direction, and with the fire borrowing the wind, the small fireball directly turned into a large fireball, attacking and killing towards the turkey beast at a faster speed. Clank! The turkey beast was directly confused. It can still be played like this. Is this considered to be spitting out fireballs to roast itself? The turkey beast didn't have a chance to react at all, and by the time it did, the large fireball had already arrived in front of it. Clank! 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 The fireball smashed into the body of the turkey beast, instantly wrapping it, and the turkey directly turned into a roasted turkey. Watching the turkey beast struggling and screaming miserably on the ground, Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing were quietly admiring from the side. Good fragrance master, or we. Such a fragrant roasted turkey flavor made Xiao Qing salivate a little. Even Yi Xiao drooled a little. But this little turkey can't be eaten. The immortal divine phoenix bloodline. Eating it and then trying to find another one would be very difficult. Go back and master treat you to a roasted turkey. This won't do. It's your companion. It's a waste to eat it. Although more or less unwilling, but Yi Xiao had said so. Then she could only force herself to hold back her saliva and help the turkey beast cool down first. Any more baking and this guy will be really cooked. Xiao Qing lightly exhaled a mouthful of cold air, directly extinguishing the fire on the turkey beast. Yi Xiao took one step to the side of the turkey beast, and a magic formation appeared above the turkey beast's head. Contract, die, take your pick. Looking at the magic array in Yi Xiao's hand, the turkey beast was confused.
在赤焰秘境，它是最底层的存在，谁见了都能欺负一下。
If it didn't have a special ability to save its life, it might have died here a long time ago. With an existence as weak as his, it couldn't think of any reason that would warrant Yi Xiao contracting it. Yi Xiao could see the doubt in its eyes, and then a healing spell was thrown over to heal the injuries on its body. Accept the contract. I'll help you return to your ancestors and give you a whole new life. Follow me and no one will bully you in the future. Do you want to stay in this secret realm for the rest of your life? Yi Xiao's voice seemed to have a strange kind of magical power in general. Every sentence spoke to its heart. He's had enough of this hole, he wants to see the big wide world. Medium. The turkey beast snapped its head up and let the contracted magic array directly into itself. Ding! Contract successful. Beast pet turkey beast. Can you really give me a new life? The voice of the turkey beast appeared in Yi Xiao's mind. Unsurprisingly, it's sisters. Just what he wanted. If it was a brother, that would be really bad to get along with. In a moment you'll know. Your decision today will be the best choice you've ever made in your life. Okay, I believe you. Anyway, it's deeded, and there's only one thing to choose to believe. Regarding the attitude of the turkey beast, Yi Xiao was satisfied. The third divine pet had arrived, and his strength had increased by a large margin. Little turkey, as for me, I'm your big sister. From now on you'll call me Sister Qing. Okay? Just now it was beaten by Xiao Qing. To Xiao Qing's strength it is recognized. Call a big sister is not bad. You also have a second sister. You'll call her Sister Spirit, and treat your second sister as you would me. Okay? And I know Sister Qing. This little guy was quite sensible and Green was satisfied. As the boss, her opinion was still very important, and Yi Xiao's greatest fear was that they would fall out. With Green as a role model, they can't turn over a new leaf. Master, that's enough. This little guy is good. I'm satisfied. Eh? After receiving Xiao Qing's approval, Yi Xiao prepared to return the turkey beast to its ancestor. Get ready. I'm going to help you return to your roots and give you a second life. Return. A complex magic formation appeared in Yi Xiao's palm, and then the magic formation was not inserted into the brow of the turkey beast. Ding, immortal divine phoenix bloodline detected. Is it to be returned to the ancestor? Return. In the process of returning, please wait. Medium. The bloodline power continued to activate, and a ball of undead flames enveloped the turkey beast. As time passed, the undead fire burned hotter and hotter, and even Yi Xiao Xiaoqing was forced back hundreds of meters. Medium. A loud and clear phoenix sound rang out. The immortal flame then didn't enter the fire bird beast's body until the fire bird beast absorbed all of the immortal flame. Swish. The firebird beast opened her eyes as if there was an undead fire dancing in her eyes. Medium. The phoenix is singing in the 9 heavens. At this moment, the firebird beast completely completed its evolution. From a tiny firebird beast, it evolved into an immortal divine phoenix. It was seen clad in colorful feathers, soaring through the air, cutting out a multicolored haze. Come down when you've had enough of being smug, little one. Evolving into an immortal divine phoenix, the turkey beast knew that this moment had changed its fate, and excitedly soared several times in the air. It was only after hearing Yi Xiao's call that it retracted its wings and landed on Yi Xiao's head. After all, it was only a small phoenix that had just returned to its mother, and it was still small in size. It's warm and cozy. Don't be ridiculous. Little one, this is my head, not your nest. Here, let me see your attributes first. Holding the immortal god phoenix in the palm of his hand, he began to probe its attributes. Divine favor, immortal phoenix, attribute, fire, level, 5. Power. 1380. Agility. 1570. Endurance. 1230. Spirit. 1490. Elemental immunity passive LV full. Immunity to fire elemental damage. Elemental affinity passive LV full. Extreme affinity for the element of fire. Skill damage increased by 150%. Immortal body passive LV full. Unique physique of the immortal god Phoenix. Immune to lethal damage. Can be reborn in fire. P.S. The Phoenix bathes in fire and is reborn in nirvana. The more times it is reborn, the stronger its battle power is. Active skills. Immortal fire. Sea of Purgatory fire. Red Lotus fire. Barrier of fire. Flame incarnation. Seeing the attributes of the immortal god Phoenix, Yi Xiao straightaway called out good guy. Although it was only a single attribute divine beast, it was powerful without bounds. Chapter 72 Imperial Sister Phoenix Flame. The attributes alone already rivaled Green's. The key is that this guy has a special passive skill. Reborn in fire. Immune to lethal damage. My god. This is too heavenly. As long as there are flames, they are able to be reborn in nirvana, and the more they die, the stronger they fight. This is just off the charts. Yi Xiao looked at the immortal god Phoenix in disbelief, and it took a long time for his excitement to calm down. And that's when the Firebird beast was also feeling the booming power within its body. Master. It's really strong. The Firebird has transformed into an immortal divine Phoenix. It's truly against the odds. Master, you didn't lie to me. The Firebird beast's eyes were on fire, itching to melt Yi Xiao. Many thanks, Master. From now on, I will be Master's most loyal beast pet. Snap! The Firebird beast had just finished speaking when he received a heavy slap on the back of his head. This little guy has drifted a bit, just evolved into the undying divine Phoenix is going to snatch her position as the #1 beast pet. Sister Qing, what are you doing hitting me? The Firebird beast looked at Xiao Qing with an aggrieved face. She didn't know why Xiao Qing slapped her. I am my master's first beast pet. You are the 3rd beast pet. Recognize your position. Yes, Sister Qing, I know I'm wrong. The attitude of admitting his mistake was sincere, and Green expressed his satisfaction. Evolution is good. I can feel the power in your body. Serve your master well in the future. Your master's safety comes first. Understand? I know, Sister Qing. After praising him twice, Xiao Qing turned her gaze to Yi Xiao. Master, the name Firebird Beast is too unpleasant. It's better to give her a name. Although the Firebird Beasts came late, they were all their own beast pets, and this should still be treated equally. The Firebird Beast is indeed hard to hear, and now that you have gotten rid of the body of the Firebird Beast, the immortal god Phoenix, the blazing flame mystic realm, why don't we just call you Phoenix Flame? Thank you, Master, for the name. Whatever the name was, it was better than Firebird Beast, and Phoenix Flame was kind of her first official name. Can you take shape? The immortal god Phoenix's original body was still a bit flashy after all, and after taking form, he could also follow his side and still not be discovered by others. It can be transformed. Master, wait a moment. Phoenix Flame leapt into the air, and the undead fire directly wrapped her up. The colorful feathered wings transformed into a colorful Cheongsam. The wings transformed into a luxuriant jade hand, and the immortal fire transformed into a fire-red big wave of long hair. The front convex S-shaped body and long, slender, white, long legs put Yi Xiao's eyes straight. The face of an angel, the body of a devil. The big fiery red waves are especially striking. Royalty, it would really be perfect if we could get some fishnet stockings. Although he didn't know what a fishing net sock was, but as Yi Xiao's beast pet, his mind was still connected, so he naturally knew what Yi Xiao was thinking. District fishing nets, that's not a handful of fires. The undead fire flashed and the fishing net stockings appeared directly on those long legs. Beautiful, beautiful. So beautiful. This fishing net does suit you. Yi Xiao was still very satisfied with this state of Phoenix Flame. Compared to Xiao Qing's high coldness and Xiao Ling's childishness, Phoenix Flame had more than a hint of flirtation. What man could not be attracted to such a flirtatious royalty? Yi Xiao's saliva was about to fall. Humph. Looking at Yi Xiao's piggish appearance, Xiao Qing on the side could not help but let out a cold snort. Isn't it just big wavy S-shaped fishing net stockings? She can change into that too. Master, I can change if you like. Not giving Green that chance, the Imperial Sister was good, but one was enough. Besides, I'm used to seeing Green so much, so I'm not used to a different look. No, that's fine. Just maintain your original look. Master, I can really do it. Green. There's really no need, you look fine the way you are now. He said that it was quite good. But his gaze was always on Phoenix Flame. Humph. Looking at Xiao Qing's disgruntled expression, Yi Xiao just smiled awkwardly but did not avert his gaze. In conjunction with Yi Xiao, Phoenix Flame also posed in a variety of provocative pose, and it took a long time for Yi Xiao to recover his mind. Wipe the saliva at the corner of the mouth and quickly change the topic away. This is a bit seductive, and it is easy to look at it again and not be able to hold it. Little Phoenix, I think you also know the purpose of our coming in. Our goal is a second turn 50 level boss. I don't know you. Don't worry, Master. Just leave it to me. This is my home turf. I won't let Master down. Don't look at Phoenix Flame right now, she was only level 5, but she had a special talent that allowed her to be reborn from the fire. The Blazing Flame Mystic Realm was her home turf, and it should be fine to deal with a second turn level 50 boss. Then, Little Green. Let's go back to the exit of the secret realm and wait for the arrival of the Green Phoenix War God, and help Little Phoenix level up on the way. Good. The three of them brushed the monsters as they walked, and due to the level difference, coupled with the fact that Yi Xiao had dominated all of his experience to Phoenix Flame, by the time they reached the entrance to the secret realm, Phoenix Flame had already leveled up to level 15. Giving her a little more time, breaking through to the first turn wasn't impossible. Deep within the Blazing Flame mysterious realm, outside the lair of the war god level divine beast Fire Jiao, the three specter men were sneaking closer. A kilometer-long fire augur was sleeping coiled there, and beside the fire augur, there were several other fire augurs sleeping coiled. One of the heads was exactly the target of Yi Zhao's mission this time. Of course, it was also the most favored heir of the Fire Jiao. After all, its bloodline was the purest and closest to it. It looks like the Fire Jiao is watching its heir very closely. This is not going to be easy. It can't be helped, having taken away quite a few of its children before. The Fire Augur has been very vigilant these days, and it's hard for ordinary people to get their hands on it. Qingfeng was also quite helpless. Fire Jiao's strength was slightly stronger than hers, and over the years, she had taken away quite a few of Fire Jiao's heirs for the sake of the Imperial Beastmasters under her command. This made the Fire Scroll annoyed, and was not giving her any face at all this time. So one could only rely on the Underworld War God and the others to help. Seeing how much the Fire Jiao favors it, negotiation should be out of the question. So let's follow the plan and just take it by force. Qingfeng, you're fast? Hide first and wait for the two of us to trap the Fire Augur before you make your move. After giving the boss to Yi Xiao, the three of us will educate the Fire Jiao properly, and let it know that humans are powerful. Good. After saying that, Qingfeng took the lead in hiding, concealing her aura to such an extreme that if she didn't look closely, she wouldn't be able to feel Qingfeng's presence at all. After seeing Qingfeng hide, the Underworld War God and Cultivator glanced at each other. Aiming at the Fire Augur, they launched their attacks at the same time. The Underworld. A huge black curtain appeared behind the Underworld War God, directly enveloping the Fire Scroll. Shura Chop. The moment the Spectral War God's domain enveloped the Fire Jiao, the Shura War God's powerful slashes followed. Chapter 73, Killing the Jiao. The two had worked together for so many years that the tacit understanding was engraved in their bones. As the move went down, the Fire Jiao didn't even have a chance to react, and could only passively resist this slash from the Shura War God. Roar! The Fire Jiao, who had resisted the Shura War God's slash, had a huge wound cut into his body, and blood continued to flow down the wound. The intense pain continued to stimulate it, and every now and then it let out an angry roar. The hideous gaze was dead on the two men.
Humans, dammit.
After seeing clearly the Underworld War God and the Cultivator War God who had sneaked up on it, the Fire Jiao rose up in the air and smashed its tail towards the two of them angrily in a smooth manner. Don't fight it hard. I'd like to try to see how powerful this is. Frontal hard contact was what a man should do. Even if it was a Fire Augur, Shura never wanted to dodge. With a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, he just met them. Drink! Ah! Shura shouted. The muscles on his body began to crazily surge, and the shield in his hand emitted a burst of golden light, forming a huge golden shield. The shield was just in front of the two. The Fire Jiao's drawn tail slammed heavily on top of the shield. Boom! A loud roar sounded. The golden light on the shield was directly siphoned away, and Shura's entire body fell back a dozen meters. The powerful force directly shook him back, and his bulging muscles trembled slightly. This is quite strong. After resisting the blow hard, he suffered a bit of a loss, but he was able to block it, and the fire augur hung in midair, just staring straight at the two of them. Humans, you dare to sneak up on this augur. At this point in time, you are still biting off more than you can chew and saying some wordy things. The underworld war god glanced at the fire Jiao before looking at Shura. Is it still okay? Big brother, are you joking? The district fire augur is just a mere fire augur. Just now was just a warm-up. The real battle has just begun. After saying that, Shura put away the shield in his hand and held his sword with both hands as a blood-red murderous aura began to spread on his body. The killing aura wrapped the long blade, and only now was Shura considered to have truly entered the battle state. Serious? Then I'll be serious too. With a wave of the spectral war god's hand, a ghostly black staff appeared in his hand. Do it! Whoosh! In a tenth of a breath, the Shura war god disappeared, and by the time the fire Jiao reacted, the Shura war god had already appeared with a sword out of its chest. Shura Ghost Chop. The deadly threat caused the fire Jiao's pupils to shrink violently. Its defense had far exceeded that of the average war god, and those who could make him feel fatally threatened, or even want to retreat and dodge, the Shura war god was considered to be number one. But the dignity of the augur prevented him from retreating. This retreat meant that it was inferior to humans, and this face could never be lost. Reverse scale fire shield. The fire Jiao gave Shura enough face to directly use his strongest defense to parry his attack. But the moment the shield was formed, there was a crunching sound and it just shattered. The fire augur was directly dumbfounded, couldn't believe the scene in front of it. Broken? It's just broken? Can't be. Shura's attack hasn't even arrived yet. How can it break? The only other possibility is the spectral warlord. Looking around, the staff of the underworld war god was pointing in the direction it was in, and a palpitating power was still coalescing above the staff. It looked like the shield had just been broken by him. To fight me and still dare to be distracted. Isn't that looking down on me too much? Chop! Just now, Fire Jiao's attention was all on the underworld war god, completely ignoring the Shura war god who had already struck out at him. The reverse-scale fire shield that was not there could only rely on the defense of the body to harden against the strike. But in front of the Shura ghost slash, the defense of the main body was as fragile as a piece of paper. The blade slashed through, from bottom to top, and 100-meter long wound appeared on the body of the fire-scaly dragon. If it hadn't reacted and backed away, this blade would have been enough to cut him in half. But even so, the slash still gave him a heavy wound, and the killing aura from the attack prevented its body from recovering. Without dispersing the killing spirit, the wound will never recover. Damn all of you. The fire Jiao, who had received heavy blows one after another, was a bit angry. Inexplicably attacked, inexplicably seriously injured, who in their place could not be angry. The angrier the fire augur gets, the calmer it gets. Facing two war god level powerhouses, carelessness would only cause one to die faster. The Shura war god was good for the time being, but judging from the battle just now, this guy was a complete mangaka. This kind of person is rather good to deal with. The person who really made him feel tricky was the underworld war god. This guy is all creepy. Just now, it even used an unknown attack to easily break through its defense. I don't know what other shenanigans he's got up his sleeve, and if you're not careful, you're gonna get hit. Looking at the fire Jiao's gaze was always on the spectral war god. Shura expressed his sadness. This guy doesn't take himself seriously at all. At least he was a god of war, so he had to give some face more or less. In that case, I'll just have to bring out my full strength to gain its respect. Killing chi into the body. Only I, Shura, 3 heads and 6 arms, ghost chop? Shura's big move was just halfway through brewing when the underworld war god suddenly appeared at his side and pressed his big move down. Our goal is to delay, not kill him. If you kill him, Qing Feng will be angry. The fire augur was Qingfeng's fortune tree, and it had to be relied on every year to produce fierce beasts with divine-level bloodlines. The imperial beast masters within the jurisdiction all rely on this for their meals. This, if the fire Jiao is killed, it will undoubtedly cut off the future of the imperial beast masters and smash Qingfeng's rice bowl. It would be strange if Qing Feng didn't fight them to the death. Almost went to my head. Still can't control the killing aura well. Dispersing the murderous aura from his body, Cultivator stood behind Underworld, and the two of them just quietly watched the fire augur. Just now, he had also sensed a strong killing opportunity from Shura, but as a result, these two people now stopped in place and didn't move a muscle. The fire augur was a bit confused. Have absolutely no idea what these two are up to. The enemy is not moving, so I will not move, and I will take this time to expel the killing chi from my body and recover a little bit if I can. The specter and Shura just watched it silently, not taking advantage of the opportunity to strike. Where did the fire Jiao know that just as it was speculating about the underworld and the god of war, a person had quietly sneaked into the middle of its lair? The target was none other than the sleeping heir at its side. Brother Fire Jiao, I'm really sorry. I'll take care of all your children this year. So keep up the good work and give birth again. After seeing that the fire scaly Jiao was enveloped by the domain, Qing Feng quietly dived into the middle of the fire scaly Jiao's nest. The explosive flame fire Jiao that was in a state of slumber violently opened its eyes and looked around vigilantly. Looked around for a long time and didn't find anything unusual, but it always felt as if something was staring at it, giving it a chilling feeling. Chapter 74, Subduing the Fire Scale. The reaction of the explosive flame fire Jiao satisfied Qing Feng. All the other fire Jiao did not react, only it, the artificially interfered fire Jiao, detected the abnormality. Although this little guy's personality was tyrannical and his temper was still unstable, it represented the success of their experiment. Little guy, there's really nothing you can do. Who made your level just right? We can only kill you this time. The explosive flame fire Jiao was also considered a half-baked product. Although it possessed the bloodline of a fire Jiao, there was still a bit of a gap in personality, attributes, talent, and all aspects. After Yi Xiao killed it and completed the mission, she would take the corpse of the explosive flame fire Jiao back to continue her research. We will strive to complete the experiment as soon as possible and artificially create divine beasts, the gospel of China's imperial beast masters. Do it, Green Phoenix. The explosive flame Jiao had just let its guard down when Qing Feng struck. The main reason why she was honored as the Green Phoenix war god was because her beast pet was a divine bloodline Green Phoenix. Qing Feng struck out, and a ball of azure-colored flames enveloped the explosive flame Jiao. Roar! The explosive flame fire Jiao that was suddenly attacked couldn't help but let out a roar. The fire Jiao inside the nest heard the roar, and without any hesitation, turned around and fled directly towards the outside of the cave. Looking at the fleeing fire Jiao, Qing Feng didn't take action and just watched the explosive flame fire Jiao from the sidelines. Now the exploding flame fire Jiao all understood that Qing Feng and the girls were targeting themselves. However, it couldn't figure out how a hallowed battle god-level Imperial Beastmaster could have set his sights on him. What you can't think about then you don't think about. Saving your own little life is the most important thing. The explosive flame fire Jiao endured the burning sensation on its body and hardened itself against the green flames, rushing out of the Green Phoenix's encirclement. As irritated as it was, it knew how to save its life. To fight hard with the Green Phoenix at this time would be suicidal, and only by finding refuge in the fire auger would it be able to save its own little life. Want to run? Green Phoenix, stop it. The underworld war god and the girls had bought her time. If she let it escape, then she would lose face as a war god. Green Flame Cage. Soul Scorch. The moment the explosive flame fire Jiao escaped, a magic formation suddenly appeared on the ground, and the green flame cage directly wrapped the fire Jiao. No matter how much it charged, it failed to break through the blockade of the green flames. Without even giving it a chance to resist, soul searing ensued. The flesh didn't suffer any damage, but the soul was burning, and the explosive flame Jiao collapsed on the ground and wailed in pain, seeing that its spirit was about to collapse. Green Phoenix stopped attacking. Her purpose was to bring the explosive flame fire Jiao to Yi Xiao, not to help him out. If she made a move to kill the explosive flame fire Jiao, it would be meaningless and Yi Xiao's mission would not be accomplished. Green Phoenix, grab it. Don't kill it. The Green Phoenix manifested its own body and directly grabbed the explosive flame Jiao. Go! Qing Feng grabbed the explosive flame Jiao and prepared to retreat. And at this time, the healing fire Jiao seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. And when he saw the explosive flame fire Jiao that had been captured by Qing Feng, he let out a roar up to the sky. Let go of it. Year after year, the heirs were taken away, and before, the fire auger was not strong enough to endure it. Now that it was a war god-level existence, it absolutely could not watch its heir be captured by a human. Red Lotus Hellfire. The fire Jiao's entire body was shrouded in flames as it transformed fire with its body and charged towards the Green Phoenix. Even the air was scorched by the flames on it. A strike that contained anger naturally had extraordinary power. However, it was obvious that the Spectre and the others had long been prepared for battle, and this scene had been thought of at the very beginning again. Shura Ghost Chop. Just as the fire Jiao rushed out less than 100 meters away, Shura's attack arrived. Exploding clothes, muscles surging. A dense, murderous aura continuously gushed out from the long blade. This blade only attacked without defense, gathering the strength of the whole body to converge in an all-out chop. If the fire Jiao were to resist it, this blade would be enough to split it in half. If he dodged, that green phoenix would leave this place with the explosive flame fire Jiao, and it would be as hard as heaven to catch up again. Damn, damn, damn all humans. The angrier the fire augur got, the clearer his mind became. It knew that it absolutely could not resist Shura's attack, but as it watched its heir being captured and it was unable to do anything about it, the anger in its heart just kept burning again. Fire scaly incarnation. Right at the moment when Shura's long blade chopped down, the fire augur directly split into two, transforming into two fire augurs. One faced Shura and one went straight after Green Phoenix. This has two brushes. Really underestimated it. After the fire Jiao had transformed, its combat power had shrunk by half, but it had also pestered Xiao Luo for a short period of time, so that he had no way to continue blocking it from chasing after Qingfeng. Big brother. This guy is running away. Shura was entangled by the fire Jiao and had no way to catch up, so he could only seek the help of the underworld. Ban the air. The specter glanced faintly at the wildly running fire Jiao and lightly waved the staff in his hand. The fire Jiao directly stayed in mid-air, unable to move its body at all except for its large, gurgling eyes. How could it be? Fire Jiao looked at Spectre in disbelief. How powerful it had to be to make him defenseless. Drop. A wave of the staff. The fire augur was like a falling meteor, smashing down towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The powerful force directly smashed the ground into pieces. The fire Jiao, on the other hand, was like a statue, confined to the ground and unable to move. Ha ha ha, little fire augur, does it taste good? Shura cut down the fire Jiao incarnation with a slash, came to the side of the imprisoned fire Jiao, and laughed to himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a human have such a strong power? The fire Jiao that had been promoted into a war god simply didn't believe that humans could possess such a powerful force. After the fire Jiao incarnation was decimated, all of its power returned to its original body. Tried to resist, its body could only tremble slightly, trying to fight back was simply impossible. Don't move. If you don't want to die, stay here obediently, and if you think of resisting again, the knife in my hand won't show any mercy. Seeing that the fire Jiao was still planning to resist, Shura's murderous aura-filled blade directly went to its neck. That icy-cold killing aura kept hitting its flesh. If it dared to continue resisting, Shura's blade would definitely not show any mercy. The anger in the fire Jiao's heart was burning, but Shura's blade was a constant reminder for it to endure. Roar! After an unwilling roar, the fire Jiao resigned itself to its fate and paralyzed on the ground, no longer resisting. It would have been nice to waste the effort. The entrance to the secret world. Yishao was still hunting small monsters with Shaoqing and Phoenix Flame. After their tireless efforts, Phoenix Flame had already arrived at level 20, and his attributes had been greatly improved. Coming master. Someone is approaching. Shaoqing and Phoenix Flame looked into the distance at the same time. The two of them firmly protected Yishao behind them, fearing that Yishao would have any accidents. Chapter 75 Completion of the Mission. Don't worry, it's Senior Green Phoenix. Just as they sensed Qingfeng's arrival, news of the underworld war god came through. The three dropped their guard and waited for Qingfeng to arrive. Surprisingly, it's the divine favorite Green Phoenix, worthy of being a war god powerhouse. Yi Zhao's eyes stared straight at Qingfeng, which was the first divine pet other than his beast pets. The appearance was handsome and the strength was strong, no less compared to Shaoqing and the girls. Master, it's strong. Better than us. Little Green and Little Phoenix's gazes had also been on Qingfeng's body. It was also a divine favor, so it was natural to compare them in secret. As a result, it was clear that the current Qingfeng was not something they could compare to. In terms of rank strength, Green Phoenix crushed them, but in terms of bloodline, Little Green and the girls crushed Green Phoenix. Qingfeng's bloodline was only about 50% thick, while Shaoqing's bloodline was 100% thick after their bloodline returned to their ancestors. In other words, Shaoqing and the girls could form a lineage of their own and be the existence of an old ancestor in the future. Green Phoenix drop. The flames on Qingfeng's body dispersed and slowly landed on the ground, where the explosive flame Jiao was thrown like a dead dog. Kid, it's really something. No wonder the specter thinks so highly of you. Qing Feng saw Phoenix Flame beside Yi Xiao at a glance. The one who was beside him before did not have this girl. Apparently this was encountered after entering the secret realm. The Blazing Flame secret realm was not open to the public, and there were no outsiders in here at all. Therefore, the only explanation was that this imperial sister came in the form of a beast pet. If a beast pet wanted to take shape, it could only do so if its bloodline reached the saint level or even the god level. There were 2 divine pets before, and Yi Xiao's request would definitely not be lowered, so that proved that this was also a divine pet. One person mastering 3 divine pets was something she couldn't even think of. A royal beast master would already be burning incense if he could have a divine pet in his life, and there were even royal beast masters who could not have a divine pet in their entire lives. If everyone had Yi Xiao's ability, why would they need to delve into artificial divine beasts? Yi Xiao also knew what the Green Phoenix war god was lamenting about. He just smiled and did not explain anything more. This stuff relies on 1 point of luck plus 9 points of hard work and 90 points of help from the system. How else could he have so many divine favorites? Hurry up and do it. This guy's soul has been heavily damaged. Now is your best chance to kill him. Yi Xiao also did not have any hesitation. What does not take advantage of people's danger, all is bull. Can complete the task is the most important. Do it. Having received the order, Little Phoenix directly manifested his own body. Ice storm. With a tiger's roar, the ice and wind elements quickly condensed, and a cold ice storm enveloped towards the explosive flame fire Jiao. As the storm swept through, the ground was directly frozen while also being torn apart by the storm. In the blink of an eye for a moment, the cold ice storm came to the side of the explosive flame fire Jiao, and the bone-chilling ice cold directly froze it into an ice sculpture. Even the powerful body of the explosive flame fire Jiao was somewhat unable to carry Shao Qing's attack. It's not over yet. Sea of Purgatory Fire. This was her home turf, so she couldn't let green take the limelight. Little Phoenix let out a phoenix cry, and the undead fire quickly condensed under her wings, forming 2 flame storms. Boom! The flame storm shot out, directly bursting on the explosive flame fire Jiao, forming a sea of fire. The fire of immortality, living and eternal, is dead when touched. The cold ice instantly melted, and the explosive flame Jiao was once again enveloped by undead fire. Extreme cold, extreme flames. The explosive flame Jiao painfully rolled around in the sea of fire, but it was never able to get rid of the immortal flame's entanglement. Master, I want to fight too. Watching Little Green and Little Phoenix fight, Little Spirit also had some itchy hands. The limelight couldn't just be let out of the 2 of them. She had to defend her second sister's position. The environment here is not suitable for you to fight. Are you sure you want to come out? The environment was unsuitable, but it didn't affect her battle. This explosive flame fire Jiao didn't have much fight left in it. She just needed to go up and make up for it. Out of the way, all of you, this lady is here. Little Spirit flew out from the Imperial Beast space and landed directly in his main body, stepping directly on the face of the explosive flame fire sculptor with 1 foot. This foot trampled all the hopes of the explosive flame fire Jiao, and with a single kick, the fragile head of the explosive flame fire Jiao was directly trampled. Where's the boss? Yi Xiao shook his head helplessly, then pointed at Xiao Ling's feet. Nah. Dead? No way. So fragile. I haven't even powered up yet. Little Spirit was more or less dissatisfied, originally wanting to come out to show off her female style. But the result was that the explosive flame fire Jiao was too fragile, and her head was crushed and returned to the west with a single kick. My guess was right. It really is 3 divine beasts. Although she had already guessed it, she still couldn't help but be taken aback when she saw the 3 divine beasts with her own eyes. Master, the 3 of them have unusually strong bloodlines and will achieve more than me in the future. Qingfeng's eyes were filled with envy, especially when she saw Phoenix Flame. She was only a green phoenix, while Phoenix Flame was an immortal god phoenix with a much thicker bloodline, 1 level higher than her in bloodline, completely crushing her. At this moment Qing Feng sort of understood why the phenomenon, who hadn't come out of the mountain for so many years, was so active. If she had such a powerful back, she was also active. As long as Yi Xiao did not fall, his future achievements would definitely far exceed any of them. All of them had already mastered 3 beast pets now, and in the future they might even master 4, 5, or even more. Qing Feng was over here talking about Yi Xiao and the girls, while Yi Xiao was there receiving the rewards. Ding! Kill the explosive fire Jiao. Experience plus 200 W. Acquisition of props. Fire Jiao Crystal Core. Acquired Skill Book. Fire Jiao Split. Access to equipment. Drops a ton of materials, skill books, and equipment. However, Yi Xiao did not focus on these. His focus was on the second occupation. Ding, quest completed, is the second profession opened. Excited heart, trembling hands, easily solved the second turn 50-level boss. The second profession's quest was completed. Don't look at the ease with which he accomplished it, but this was all relying on the help of Qingfeng and the girls to heavily injure the explosive flame Fire Jiao ahead of time, which allowed him to easily resolve it. Otherwise, with his strength, he would still have to put in a lot of effort to deal with the second turn level 50 explosive flame Jiao. If there's nothing else, you stay here, brush up on the monsters and upgrade, and I'll go help them with the fire auger. Let's leave together when we settle the fire Jiao. After Yi Xiao had completed her mission, there was no need for her to continue guarding, and all that was left was the War God level Fire Jiao. Good. With 3 War God powerhouses, there shouldn't be any major problems in dealing with a fire auger. After seeing Qingfeng leave, Yi Xiao directly opened his second profession. Turn on. Ding. Opening the second career. Please wait. Chapter 76. Night of the Divine Beast. Ding. The second profession was opened successfully. As the prompt sounded, a golden light appeared above Yi Xiao's head, and it was as if his entire body had been sublimated. Congratulations on becoming a Knight of the Divine Beast Special. Congratulations on acquiring the special skill. Masterful Riding. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Talent. 100% Divine Beasts. With the difficulty of the mission being so high, it's normal to open up a special profession. Divine Beasts are proper Divine Beasts, Knights are proper or not, I don't know. How he rides it, that's his business. Human form Knight or Beast form Knight. It's exciting to think about. Nasty Master. Master, I can do anything. Master. Come on, I can do it. They and Yi Xiao shared the same mind, what Yi Xiao was thinking in his heart. They all knew clearly. They were 100% loyal to Yi Xiao, so no matter how Yi Xiao wanted to ride them, they were willing.
呸呸呸，想什么呢，伙伴，受宠，我是正经的骑士。对，我是正经的，是职业不正经。
After dispelling the superfluous YY thoughts from his mind, Yi Xiao looked at the skills and talents. That was his main concern at the moment. Special skill. Mastery of riding. After using the skill, the transmuter's riding skills will become extremely exquisite, and in the riding state, both the transmuter and the divine beast will be empowered by the skill, and the full attributes of both the human and the beast will be increased by 20% within 1 hour. P.S. The higher the level, the more the attributes will be enhanced, with a 1% increase for each level up and no upper limit for enhancement. A. God Skill Ah. Seeing the introduction of the exquisite riding skills, Yi Xiao could not help but let out an exclamation. In the state of a human riding a beast, the full attributes are increased by 20% for 1 hour, and the higher the key level, the more it is increased. When he turned 3, after the God of War, that attribute boost was even more terrifying. Growing skills scary as hell. The only drawback is that you can only ride 1 at a time. If you can ride 3 or 4 at a time, then the attributes shall not rise to heaven. With Shaoqing's and their current attributes, coupled with the addition of the superb riding skills, the single attribute would be able to directly break 10,000. The third turn powerhouses were probably not even their opponents anymore, and the only way to fight them was to be a war god powerhouse. Fierce and powerful. Yi Xiao was satisfied with the superb riding skills. At the very least he was a real man for this hour. And how many men can ride for an hour? Few and far between. In his heart, he was so pleased with himself that he turned his head to look at the god-level talent. Divine Talent. 100% Divine Beasts. Get 100% attribute bonus from God's favor. No God's favor cap. Can be cumulative. A brief introduction, but it made Yi Xiao almost bite off his tongue in surprise. What an unbelievable talent this is. It doesn't go hand in hand with Bloodline Return. Bloodline Rejuvenation allows ordinary beast pets to become divine pets, and divine beasts share 100% of the divine pet's attributes again. The key is that there is no limit of divine favor, and the more divine favor you have, the higher the attributes will accrue. Now that he had 3 divine favorites, that cumulative attribute would directly break 20,000. Humanoid God Beasts. The divine beast of divine beasts. The moment he gained the talent, he didn't need the protection of Shaoqing and the girls, he was stronger than them. Plus the various bonuses from equipment skills. He even had the confidence to battle the God of War. Of course, this was only the mindset after the expansion of power. really cutting against the god of war, dying without even knowing how to die. The attribute skills of the god of war had all been sublimated and evolved, not something he could compare to now. Kill monsters, upgrade and kill monsters. Compared to Yi Zhao's excitement, Shao Qing and the girls were a little less excited. Yi Zhao's strength had risen greatly and had even surpassed them, so they were not particularly important and irreplaceable. Both the fear that the master is not too good and the fear that the master is too good. They're so conflicted. What's the matter? See how you guys aren't very excited? Shouldn't you be happy that your master has become so strong? Yi Zhao quickly sensed the change in their mood. They were still unhappy when they became stronger instead. We are happy that master has become stronger. But master, you are now too strong for us to be essential, and you won't be relying on us for future battles. Looking at Shao Qing's mournful eyes, Yi Zhao went up and gently softened her hair. He thought it was something, but he didn't realize it was because he was too strong and they had lost their sense of security. Who says I don't depend on you guys? You'll always be my closest companions. I won't go easy even if I get stronger. Which Imperial Beast Master battle have you guys seen is in person? So you're worrying too much, you still have to do the fighting, and I, the master, will just watch from the sidelines. If Yi Zhao was like this, then they would be interested. As long as Yi Zhao still needs them. Master, ride me first? I want to feel your riding skills. Shao Qing looked at Yi Zhao with a coquettish face. It was more or less ambiguous coming from inside her mouth, and that flirtatious little look almost made him lose his grip. Master, I want to ride too. I want it too. Master, you can't favor big sister, we all want to be ridden. One by one, they're all starting to fight for favor. In that case, it's a good idea to ride them one by one so no one loses out. Green, you go first, 10 minutes each, the master is the fairest of them all. Good. As the eldest sister, naturally, she was to be ridden first. Shao Qing directly manifested her body, and Yi Zhao leaped and rolled over to Shao Qing's body. After opening the second profession of Divine Beast Rider, it felt different to ride it again. Powerful strength spread to the whole body. The two of them were more in tune with each other. No need to communicate. A look knew each other's thoughts. Master, this feeling is amazing, and my strength feels enhanced. It's natural. Checking the attributes of the two, all of them were enhanced. Charge and kill. With a command, Little Green led the charge, charging into the group of murderers, taking away the lives of a large number of ferocious beasts with a single claw and a single wing. Little Phoenix and Little Spirit could only follow and watch with their eyes. Who makes her a big sister and has priority. But the good thing was that it was only 10 minutes, and once the 10 minutes were up it was their turn. 10 minutes later. Big sister, master. It's my turn. 10 minutes are up. Once the 10 minutes were up, Little Spirit directly rushed up and stopped the increasingly excited Green. Big sister, the master wants the reign. You can't take advantage of the master. Yes, 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 big sister, let's be fair. There was some reluctance, but there was no way around it. The master wasn't hers alone. Well, master, you go ride them, 10 minutes each, and when you're done it's my turn again. Good, good, good. Yi Zhao was also helpless. Since opening his second career, he seemed to have become even busier. The divine favorites under his command all fought to let him ride them, riding this one and that one to be jealous. Hey! Having too many divine favorites is also a sin. Chapter 77, Unmatched Talent. On the other side of the blazing flame mysterious realm, the Shura war god was sparring with the Fire Jiao in martial arts. The Fire Jiao had an annoyed look on its face. If it wasn't because it couldn't defeat the underworld, how could it possibly serve as a chaperone for the Shura war god? It's so stifling to have your child taken away and to have to stoop to being someone else's sidekick yourself. Dare to be distracted when sparring with me, Fire Jiao, you have not taken me too seriously. Ikijiru Upanishad Batusai Chop. Drink! Xiao Luo let out an explosive shout, and the long blade in his hand that was storing up power chopped towards the Fire Jiao with a thunderous momentum. Jab. As strong as the Fire Jiao was, it couldn't resist the chopping attack of the cultivating god of war, and as soon as the blade went down, his chest was directly torn open. The pain-eating fire augur let out a burst of roar. Augur fire dance. It wasn't its style to be passively beaten, and besides, the Spectre wasn't making a move right now. As long as he didn't kill Shura, the Spectre would have no reason to make a move against him. Since this was the case, then don't blame him for being impolite. Blazing flames wrapped his body. His body was covered in flames, and he arrived in front of Shura with a whoosh. Shura, who had just finished using his skills, was simply too late to make a decent defense out of it. He could only passively hold his sword across his chest to fend off the strong counterattack from the fire augur. Bang! With a loud bang, Shura was directly shaken back 100 meters. A fishy sweetness in his throat was forcibly pushed back. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of Fire Jiao again. It's not over yet. The battle has only just begun. Raise the fire and burn the sky. Starburst. Flaming sky fire rain. The fire augur has nothing but skills. With one move, the attack was like no money, slamming towards Shura. Shura had no choice but to passively fend off the attacks. The clothes and hair on his body were all burned up. Every now and then there's also a smell of barbecue. Groove. It's not over. Shura Tiger Hunt. Endlessly being attacked, Shura was also a bit annoyed, and hardened himself against a strike from the Fire Jiao, going up to fight a hard move. As a result, that's a lose-lose situation. Shura's brother was burned out in a cloud of black, while Fire Jiao's chest had an additional chopping mark, and blood was dripping out in a desperate manner. One person and one augur backed up at the same time and did not continue to attack. They were just sparring, not splitting life and death. There was no need to fight to the death. You're okay. Spectre did not intervene in Shura's attack without authorization. Such a good target for practice is perfect for Shura. If he helped, Shura would never grow in his life. Not to mention that with him here, nothing will happen to Shura. Bah! Don't worry, big brother. It won't die. Lightly spitting out a mouthful of blood foam, Shura glared angrily at the Fire Jiao with both eyes. I had known that this guy was difficult, but I didn't expect it to be difficult to this extent. His physical defense was stronger than him, his recovery ability was stronger than him, and his fighting strength was not weaker than him. This was still the territory of the Fire Augur, and it would be too disadvantageous to fight the Fire Augur here. I lost slightly by 3 points this time, but the next time we meet, I'll be able to beat the crap out of him. A loss is a loss. Nothing you can't admit. The Fire Jiao's body had recovered and his chi and blood were still shaking. If the Fire Jiao launched an attack on him at this time, there was a high probability that he would lose. Of course, defeat was defeat. Death was not to be. If he was bent on running, the Fire Augur could not help him at all. Failure isn't scary. Upgrade properly and surpassing him is a matter of time. Forbidden. With a wave of the spectral hand, the spectral black magic formation appeared directly above the head of the fire scroll. Without waiting for him to react, a force majeure pressed him to the ground. No matter how much he resisted, it was to no avail. Damn you, you don't talk about martial virtues, but you engage in a sneak attack. The specter glanced at the Fire Jiao, and with a wave of his hand, the magic formation was removed. Only before he could be happy, another wave of the specter's hand caused it to be suppressed into place once more. Gave you a chance, you're not up to it, so you can't blame me for not being martial this time. The glib remark almost didn't make the Fire Scow die. But soon the mood stabilized. Whether the specter spoke of martial virtues or not, there was no way he could be a match for the specter. Instead of resisting, I'd rather be a good boy and wait here for the judgment. Kill or die as you wish. My beast race will never be a slave. This was the last dignity of the Fire Jiao. Qing Feng had tried to take it in for a long time, and every time he had refused. This operation was, in its opinion, a setup made by Qing Feng in conjunction with the underworld and the others. The goal is to bend it into favor. Although he was only a divine beast, he had his own dignity and would definitely not be so resigned to his fate. Just then, a wave of green flames appeared in front of the crowd. Qing Feng's exquisite figure could still be seen through the green flames. It's really you, I'm telling you, absolutely impossible. There's absolutely no way that I, Fire Jiao, can become your beast pet. After seeing Qing Feng's arrival, the Fire Jiao instantly became violent. In its opinion, the cause of all this was Qing Feng, capturing his child and having people come to surround it. If it wasn't for the underworld trapping it, it would probably have rushed up and fought with Qing Feng by now. Qing Feng lightly glanced at the Fire Jiao and didn't pay much attention to it. Accepting him as a beast pet, Qing Feng did want to, but it wasn't a must. The God of War also has the dignity of the God of War. The beast pet she wants needs to be 100% loyal to her, like the Fire Augur, all the anti-bone. Send her she wouldn't dare to want. I'm coming. All settled. Qing Feng nodded with a smile on her face. With me, that's still a breeze. But even without my help, I think that little guy is still a breeze. A green-eyed white tiger, a sea-suppressing Xuanwu, and an immortal divine phoenix, 3 divine pets, I'm all red-eyed. When Qingfeng said that Yi Xiao possessed 3 divine pets, the underworld and cultivator obviously froze for a moment. The underworld war god was considered to know Yi Xiao very well. Before that, he possessed 2 divine beasts, the green-eyed white tiger and the Jinhai Xuanwu. He had mentioned it in passing before, but he hadn't expected to find it. A mortal divine phoenix, a super divine beast whose bloodline was even thicker than that of the green phoenix. I wasn't wrong about this little guy. His talent is far beyond our imagination. Indeed, this little guy's talent is unrivaled. I went through a lot of trouble to get the loyalty of the green phoenix, but as a result, this little guy, in his second turn, possesses 3 divine beasts with even thicker bloodlines. People are more angry than people. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. It was as if Yi Xiao possessed the divine beast edge, and the divine beasts didn't want to fall back on it. If she wasn't unsure, she really wanted to slice up Yi Xiao and study him. Since Yi Xiao has already succeeded, there's no need for us to continue lingering. Let's go. Good. Give me 10 minutes. I'll take care of the problem. Fire Jiao is bullying and always thinks that she doesn't dare to move him. If she didn't see that he still has 3 points of research value, she would have to slice him up today. Although he couldn't kill him, it was still possible to beat him up to take out his anger, not to mention the fact that he was now controlled by the specter, so he could take out his anger as much as he wanted. Chapter 78, Big Brother? Low-key. What are you doing? Looking at Qingfeng, who was walking towards him step by step, Fire Jiao was a bit flustered. This is holding back her bad thoughts. He would rather face the underworld war god and take a beating than face Qingfeng. Sure can be killed but not humiliated. Qingfeng, I tell you, I will never give in. That's a lot of bull. Just to show you have a long mouth. Does my mom need you? How good do you think you are, Trough? Having just arrived and been sneered at by Fire Jiao, Qingfeng was holding her anger. It's all settled, too, and there's still plenty of time left, so he must be properly educated. Day by day, green flame. Soul fire. One attack after another smash towards the Fire Jiao in an overwhelming manner.
No.
Don't. It's too loud. Qingfeng glanced at the specter, who waved his staff, and the fire augur directly shut up. In front of Qingfeng, she didn't even have the qualifications to wail. Unable to move, unable to howl, the fire augur's heart to die. Wanting to beg for forgiveness, he froze and couldn't say a word, and was just beaten up by Qingfeng for 10 minutes. If it wasn't for Spectre and the others stopping him, Qingfeng could have tortured him to death. Almost done. If you keep fighting, you'll die. It's hard to have such an obedient one. It's hard to find a replacement if you kill it. Being so persuaded by the underworld, Qingfeng also calmed down, smoothing out the folds of her clothes and resuming her usual dignity. You guys are right. It's the only one that's still obedient, and killing it won't really find a replacement for a while. I'll have a word with him. Don't worry, just a word. Absolutely no hands. Qingfeng walked up to the Fire Jiao and attached her ear to murmur a few words in the Fire Jiao's ear. In an instant, the pupils of the Fire Jiao dilated, and his face was filled with panic. Woo! The Fire Jiao wanted to speak, but being controlled by the underworld, he couldn't say anything and could only look at the underworld with those pleading eyes. How had Spectre ever seen such a Fire Jiao? He still liked the unruly and untamed appearance of the Fire Jiao before. I really don't know what Qingfeng had told him that would make him scared like this. Solve. Don't, please. I'll make a contract with you, a master-servant contract. I'll be 100% loyal to you. The first thing that came out of his mouth was defection. But he couldn't afford the current Qingfeng. Sign a contract? Wait. I'll sign it someday when I'm in a good mood and think you're still useful. I'm not in the mood today. Master. Please. The deed. I'm obedient. But no matter how much the Fire Jiao prayed, Qingfeng ignored it. Let's go. Yi Xiao is still waiting for us. There seems to be no problem here with the Fire Augur, and their mission is considered accomplished. Go. The entrance to the secret world. Yi Xiao was riding a beast pet to attract and kill monsters. There were so many monsters here that Yi Xiao didn't know how many times he had replenished their blue. But the effect was also very good. All the experience was added to Little Phoenix, and her level managed to catch up, reaching level 30 of the second turn. Skill. Charge. Launches a charge at an enemy, increasing speed by 300%, hitting the enemy for 150% damage and a 50% chance of causing a stun effect. Knight's exclusive skills. skills that belonged exclusively to knights. Divine Beast Knights were also knights and were just as capable of learning them. It also popped a nice skill book. Nice. The entire secret realm was his, but he had killed a lot of monsters during this period of time. The monsters were high-leveled and gave more experience. The dropped materials were also all high-level materials, and all of them were teleported to Xiao Yunru in a single brain. Xiao Yunru managed to reach level 20 after this period of torture. Of course, the dark circles under her eyes were also but black. She didn't have time to rest during this period of time. The materials transmitted by Yi Xiao piled up the house to the brim. But whenever she rested for a moment, the material could overwhelm her. Xiao Yunru, you're such a good buddy of mine. Yi Xiao, do my best to underwrite you. Don't worry. There will be more and more material in the future. Xiao Yunru, don't want to say anything more. Just pull the plug for 3 minutes. After chatting with Xiao Yunru for a few moments, Yi Xiao turned his gaze to the distance. It's been so long and the three of them haven't arrived yet, so nothing should happen. It's not good to be here in the middle of nowhere, in case you go over and disrupt someone's plans. Wait for half an hour. If they don't go out, we'll go and see what's going on. Go ahead and bring me the frozen guy. Yi Xiao hadn't forgotten the agreement with Maniac, nor had he forgotten his dream of spreading his beast pets all over the world in the first place. Just now, while fighting, a ferocious beast with a saint-level bloodline was discovered. It was a bit of a drop in the bucket for his own use, but selling it to the maniac would have to remember him as a favor. Little one, I'm sending you a creation. Take advantage of it. Bloodline return. Ding, bloodline rejuvenation in progress. Return to ancestor successful. Blazing Monkey King, holy bloodline. Master, the one with the handle, don't like it. I think you should know my plan very well. Don't show any cracks. Got it? Yes, master. After the return of the ancestor Blazing Monkey King, loyalty directly pull full, although there is no contract, but the same will not betray Yi Xiao. After taking the Blazing Monkey King back into the Imperial Beast space, Yi Xiao directly contacted Maniac. Yi Xiao, hello, it's been a long time. Maniac, who was busy in Imperial City, suddenly received news from Yi Xiao and was violently startled. Yi Xiao, he knows the super rookie that the god of Underworld War looks at. Since adding the contact information, both of them hadn't contacted each other, and now Yi Xiao actually took the initiative to contact him. Without looking at the face of a monk, Yi Xiao had taken the initiative to greet him, so he naturally couldn't pretend not to see it. Maniac, hello. It's been a long time. I didn't think you'd take the initiative to send me a message. Maniac, is there something going on here, big brother? As long as I can do it, feel free to order. The Maniac was more enthusiastic than he could have imagined. And of course he knew that Maniac was warming up to him because of the spectral war god. Yi Xiao, what big brother? I'm just a minion who just turned 2. I wouldn't dare to call myself a big brother in front of you. Maniac. Versailles isn't so Versailles either. Turn 2 really isn't much of a big deal. But this is only on the older generation. Yi Xiao has only just succeeded in transferring for how long? His peers are now at level 10, 15, or even still hanging around below level 10. Maniac. This is the second turn? Awesome, brother. Give you some more time. I'm no match for you, funny. Although Yi Xiao was tempted to say that it was now that you were not my opponent, he decided to keep a low profile in order to save the face of the Maniac. Yi Xiao. I won't say any more nonsense. There's something for you. Chapter 79. Save it for me. I'll take it. As expected, there was nothing to do. Yi Xiao suddenly contacted him, must have something to beg him to handle. Consider it an investment. It was also considered to give face to the Underworld War God. As long as what Yi Xiao asked for was not excessive, he would definitely help if he could. Maniac. If there's anything you want to do, just say it. There's no need to be so polite between us brothers. I'll definitely help if I can. Although he knew that the Maniac was speaking politely, it was a comforting thing to hear and made people want to work with him. Yi Xiao. It's actually not too big of a deal. It's just that there's a saint-level bloodline beast pet on hand that hasn't been contracted after being tamed. I don't know if you need it on your side. Yi Xiao. If you need it, this beast pet will be sold to you. If you don't need it, help me find a channel to sell it. How about that? Maniac. Maniac was dumbfounded directly in place. This is not a brother, it's like his new parents. A beast pet with a saint-level bloodline was actually going to be sold to him, and it was also a beast pet that had no contract after being tamed. This was the dream of how many Imperial Beast Masters, and now that it was right in front of his eyes, it was more or less unbelievable. Maniac. Are you serious? A holy bloodline? Yi Xiao. Childish, you can come and wait at the entrance of the blazing flame mystic realm first. I'll hand over the beast pet to you, and then give me an offer after you test it. Giving it away for nothing is definitely out of the question, and people generally don't value things that are given away for nothing. It is only when you spend a lot of money that others will cherish it and even be grateful for it. After all, Saint-level bloodline beast pets had a price, and those that were tamed without a contract were even more priceless. Cute little thing. Only then will you sell it. The more Maniac thought about it, the more excited he became. This was an opportunity he had to seize, no matter how much money it was. Even if he had to dump his family's money, he had to get his hands on this beast pet. Wait. Where did he just say it was? The blazing flame mystery? If he remembered correctly, it seemed like today the underworld war god had taken both the Shura war god and the green phoenix war god and set off for the blazing flame mysterious realm. The purpose was to help a descendant make a second career change. Does it? That guy is Yi Shao? Second turn, blazing flame mystic realm, the descendant that the underworld war god looks up to. Solid hammer. This man is Yi Shao. Damn man to man. But Yi Shao is so brotherly, even thinking of me at this time. Maniac. Brother, wait for me, you must wait for me. I'll teleport over right away. Keep the holy favor for me. I'll take it. Maniac made contact while hurrying off in a teleportation array. Yi Shao also knew how attractive holy favor was to them. The reason why he gave it to the Maniac was because he knew him, and secondly, it was also considered to sell the underworld war god a face. After all, the Maniac is the people of the underworld war god, more or less is also considered to be their own people. The fat water does not flow outside the field. Cut the connection and wait for the Maniac to arrive. It didn't take long for a loud bang to be heard, and the Shura war god made his entrance with another one of his loud and amazing smashes. Hearing this loud sound, Yi Shao knew that the three of them had returned safely. Ha ha ha, brother Yi, pretty fast. I originally gave you 2 hours. I didn't expect to kill the boss so quickly. The grandiose voice of the Shura war god made people's moods a lot more pleasant. Thanks to the green phoenix war god, and the help of the three of them, or I wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. Big wave imperial sister. Hello, my humble Shura. God of war, can I get to know you? Seeing Xiao Huang's Shura, he was directly mesmerized by the imperial posture. Snap! The underworld war god couldn't take it anymore and slapped his hand directly up. Get out of the way. See one and love the other. The face of the god of war has been disgraced by you. Shura shrugged helplessly. He didn't want to But the opportunity is not the apple on the tree. Do not strive for it. This life cannot hit his head. If I don't fight for it, I won't be like you too, a bachelor for life. The Shura war god couldn't help but murmur there. The result was being angrily glared at by the underworld war god and the green phoenix war god with the eyes of death. This guy had been drifting more and more lately. How dare he make up the two of them? That is, Yi Shao is here. Give him some face, otherwise today must let him know a little. Big brother will always be your big brother. Come find me when you get back. I have something to discuss with you. I also have something to discuss with you. So remember to make a trip to me. The Shura war god didn't dare to refuse at all, keeping his head down and pretending not to hear. What are the minds of these two people, he knows best, but wherever you go, do not lose a layer of skin. Are sorry for the identity of the old bachelor. After resolving the Shura war god, the underworld war god turned his gaze to Yi Shao. Your second profession has been opened, right? Is it convenient to reveal? After all, this was someone else's secret. If Yi Shao was not willing to disclose it, they would not ask too much. There's nothing to hide from you guys. My second profession is Divine Beast Knight. Knight of the Divine Beast? Ride. This was the benefit of a great unity of thought. The underworld war god and the Shura war god thought exactly the same as Yi Shao when they heard about this profession. Both looked at him with a peculiar look. As for the green phoenix war god, he looked at them with a puzzled expression, not knowing what the few of them meant. Simply a knight, only alternatively, I ride a divine beast. You know, the more this stuff is explained, the worse it gets. Interpret it however they want, their own minds are very pure. Got it, we all got it. What are the bonuses of a divine beast rider? It can't simply be just riding. It's also okay, in the night state, within an hour, the human pet's attributes are increased by 20%, and for every level up, the attributes are increased by 1%. The three of them looked at Yi Shao with a confused expression. What did they just hear? 1 hour, 20% increase in attributes. and 1% increase in attributes for every level. I'm afraid this isn't a mishearing. What kind of anticlimactic profession is this? No kidding. No, that's just the way it is in this profession. I think it's okay. Versailles still in Versailles. They put up with it. At least it was a profession that had been exchanged for killing a second turn level 50 god level boss, so it was normal to be a little stronger. It was just this attitude of Yi Xiao that made them want to go up and smack him with a big mouth. With all these attributes, how dare they have the nerve to say it's okay? Unbeknownst to Yi Xiao, he was telling the truth. He hadn't told them about his talent yet. If they had known about their god-level talent, they might have thought that this attribute was commonplace as well. A second career is so enviable. Why am I not a divine beast knight? I want to ride too. By the way, Yi Xiao, which college are you planning to enter in September? Being glared at by the Underworld War God and the Green Phoenix War God, Xiao Luo immediately changed the topic, and if he didn't change it, he would be beaten up in the next second. Asked so suddenly? Chapter 80. Backdoor. It's true that those who know what's good for them will live for a long time. No wonder Shura could grow to be a war god powerhouse. There are fine things in Mang. I haven't considered the matter of school for the time being. After all, as you all know, I can't do with this talent, plus I'm still poor, so I can't help it. So I wanted to see which school had the best benefits package, and we definitely picked the school with the best package, didn't we? This guy is really spooky. The three of them sent him a blank stare in unison. That's starting to knock it out of the park. However, he was also had the capital to knock it out of the park. Who among his peers could be like him, having mastered 3 divine beasts at the second turn? Now, with the addition of his second profession, he was directly invincible, and even if he faced a third-turn powerhouse, he was just as capable of fighting. You're the one the boss has his eye on, and with the boss's status, even if you hugged an old sow to get in, you'd have to be treated as a guest of honor. That's the way to talk. It's no wonder you get beat up from time to time. It sounded like he was praising the spectral war god's status in China, but it felt awkward anyways. It was said as if he, Spectre, was the kind of person who used his power for personal gain. Don't listen to Shura's nonsense. Although I have so much energy, I don't care to use this method to Cypriot. How much resources I can grasp by myself, it all depends on my own ability. Relying on others is not a permanent solution after all. But I think with your natural talent, even if you go to the college as well as able to blossom, is the gold he can always shine. That's true, the pie is pretty big. To sum it up in a nutshell, no backdoor for him. But it doesn't matter, no backdoor or no backdoor. He is a backdoor himself, and when he gets to school, I'm sure the school will find him if he blossoms a little bit of talent. At that point, what resources are not available? I know, I'll be good when the time comes. For Yi Zhao's attitude, the Underworld War God was still very satisfied. Not arrogant, not impatient, knowing how to advance and retreat. A good seedling worth cultivating. Remember, don't expose your talent for the sake of a small profit. China is not as safe as you think, and we are not always present to protect you. Divine favor. The temptation is not normally great. Indeed, I'm a bit moved by the look of it, not to mention others. If it wasn't for the fact that you're from the underworld and a little bit handsome, I'd be tempted to kill and snatch the beast pet over. He's still simple. Divine beasts might be a rare thing to him, but to others it was a supreme treasure. It was also the fact that the Underworld War God didn't have a scourge on him, but if it was another person, he might have already killed and snatched the beast pet away. Before one has the strength to rival a war god, one cannot easily reveal one's bottom card. Seeing that there was more than a hint of alertness in Yi Zhao's eyes, the Underworld War God was a little more relieved. He didn't want Yi Xiao to fall down halfway. That would be a major loss for China. Of course, we still need the resources we should have. Isn't your beast pet able to take human form? I can help you with their enrollment, so you'll have 4 enrollment rewards alone, which is quite a haul. It's amazing how bugs can still be so stuck. However, this wasn't a bad idea. As long as Xiao Qing and the girls didn't transform into their original bodies, no one would be able to detect their identities. Don't take resources for nothing. Many thanks to Elder Spectre. Place me at Magic City University if you can. He had learned about the various colleges and universities before, and the top ones were Imperial City University and Magic City University. In comparison, Empire State University is even better. The reason why Yi Xiao didn't choose Imperial City University, on the one hand, it was because the social relations inside Imperial City University were too complicated. To put it simply, if you throw a stone with your eyes closed, you won't even know who's the youngest member of the family you hit. Where can I go? Powerful and talented, small groups are too complicated. Yi Xiao does not like to hook up, and is even more reluctant to waste time on it. With this time, it would be better to brush more monsters and upgrade. Compared to Imperial City University, this is much less common at Magic City University. Of course, the most important thing was that he still remembered what Madman had said back then, that there was a Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm in the Demon City. Going to Magic City University was just enough to touch the bottom of this Dragon Blood Mystery Realm. If he could really find a suitable one, then he would have the 4 divine beasts together. Magic City University, that's not bad. You shouldn't go back to Haicheng. There shouldn't be anything worth staying there. And I think there are a lot of people in Haicheng who aren't too welcoming for you to go back. The reputation of Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing and the girls had already stunk in Haicheng. How many stores have suffered from dabbling in food and drink? If Yi Xiao and the others were able to leave, all the shopkeepers would have to burn high incense. This is for you, the spectral badge. If any official comes after you for trouble, you can show him the spectral badge, and it might help you out of some trouble. The things sent by the god of the Underworld War, where there were unusual things, the badge was small, but it represented the god of the Underworld War. Seeing the spectral badge, he believed that the official people would give the spectral war god this face. All right, what's to be accounted for is accounted for, and it's up to you what to do on the rest of the way, so we'll leave. A flower in a greenhouse can't grow. He can shelter Yi Xiao for a while, but not for a lifetime. It was all up to Yi Xiao himself as to how far he could grow in the end. Many thanks to the 3 seniors. In the future, if you have any use for Yi Xiao, feel free to ask. With Yi Xiao's words, they were relieved. That's a favor they take. I have only one request. Just don't betray your country. He had worked hard to cultivate Yi Xiao for such a long time, and the best resources had been given to Yi Xiao, and if Yi Xiao betrayed the country in the end, then he would be bound to personally reclaim everything, including Yi Xiao's life. That's for sure. If it's not my race, it's not my heart, and I don't trust them to be sincere with me, cutie. It's only then that they would betray their own country. This was indeed Yi Xiao's sincere words. Betraying the country did him no good at all, and in China, with so many backers, why bother running off to an unfamiliar place to be someone else's lapdog? The 3 also saw the sincerity in Yi Xiao's words, and they believed that Yi Xiao would not betray China. Gone. After sending Yi Xiao to the exit of the secret realm, the 3 of them were the first to leave. Boss, I didn't expect you to have your Iron Tree Blossom moments. Back then, how many God of War begged you to go through the back door and you were unwilling to do so? But now you are going through the back door for Yi Xiao alone. Qing Feng looked at the foolish Shura and really didn't know how he had cultivated to a war god. The underworld naturally has his reasons for doing things. You wouldn't simply think that he's just doing it to backdoor Yi Xiao. Isn't it? Shura was meditating there, and after thinking for half a day, he didn't think of the spectral war god's intentions. Chapter 81, Going to the Magic City. You're still too young. There's so much more to learn. Work hard, Junior. Study hard. The 2 men tapped Shura on the shoulder, left and right, and turned away. The Shura were confused, looking at the backs of the 2 men as they walked away, not understanding at all what they were saying again. Hey, you 2 don't need to be taciturn at this point. What kind of riddles are you playing with me? Come on, tell me what's going on. Shura slammed his feet together and chased after them towards the 2.
呸呸呸！修罗战神怎么还是这么暴力？出场离开的方式简单粗暴。
The maniac who was hurrying was almost knocked off his feet by the storming away Shura war god. Luckily, his Lion King dodged fast enough. If he had been hit by the Shura war god, both of them would have been smashed to smithereens. Ye old, I'm here, hi. After moving his gaze away from the Shura war god trio, Maniac looked at Yi Xiao at the entrance of the secret realm. His guess wasn't wrong at all. The only one who could make the 3 war gods come out was Yi Xiao. After warmly greeting Yi Xiao, Maniac landed beside Yi Xiao in his Lion King. Elder brother Yi, the holy favor is still here, right? Old brother. I came here fast. You can't sell the holy favor to someone else. Looking at the Lion King's tired appearance, Yi Xiao knew that Maniac hadn't lied to him, and that they had indeed rushed here as fast as they could. Older brother, are you so distrustful of old brother? I've promised to give it to you. How could I possibly hand it over to someone else? The holy favorites are all reserved for you. I was just about to send you a message that will meet you in Magic City. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Hey. Maniac scratched his head and giggled there. However, his eyes were always on Yi Xiao. The eyes were too hot. Yi Xiao was a little unable to carry it. All right. Since you've arrived, old brother, I'll leave the Blazing Monkey King to you. You can take it back with you for testing, and when you've determined its bloodline, we'll discuss how much. How about that? After seeing the Blazing Monkey King, Maniac's eyes lit up. This look, so handsome, especially those eyes, so bright, at a glance, smarter than his Lion King. This didn't need to be tested at all, it was definitely a saint-level bloodline beast pet. Older brother, you're not out of line. What is our relationship? Family does not say two words. To you I can still trust. There's no need to test it, this is a beast pet with a saint-level bloodline. I'll take it for any amount of money. Yishao just likes people who are in pain. But fellowship is fellowship, and there are procedures to be followed. Older brother, it's not a matter of trust or not. If you go back and test it, everyone will be relieved not. And I'm sure you don't have that much money on you either, don't you? I'll give you time to get the money together. A beast pet with a saint-level bloodline shouldn't be cheap. Of course, with our brother's feelings, I don't have anything to give you. But I just don't want our brother's feelings to be mixed with interests. Don't you think so? Anyone can say pretty words, but there are not many who can say it to someone's heart like Yishao. Hearing Yishao say this, Maniac was moved to tears. Fellowship is fellowship and should never be mixed with any interests. Older brother, you are right. We are public and private. Friendship cannot be mixed with interests. After my brother I go back and test it, I'll issue you a suitable price list, and you'll see if you can accept it. If you're not satisfied, old brother, I'll auction it for you, and I definitely won't let you suffer. A small saint-level bloodline beast pet was just a small one. There was no such thing as a loss. Even if it was given to Maniac for nothing, he wouldn't be able to suffer too much of a loss. Older brother, you say this, how much money you can give, little brother will sell how much money. No need to auction, it's a deal, say it again can hurt feelings. I may have to trouble old brother for something in the future. If you postpone it, I won't dare to trouble you in the future. Yishao have said so, madman also no longer pretense, this love in the heart is good. Then, old brother, my brother will leave you alone. Take him back to be tested first, and then call you the money as soon as possible. Good, hard work. Wait. Maniac was just about to leave when Yishao stopped him. You still have things to do, old man? I just wanted to ask you where that Dragon Blood Mystery Realm you told me about earlier is located in the Demon City. Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm, ah. I'll send you the address of the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm. The Dragon Blood Mystery Realm wasn't really a secret in the Magic City. As long as one looked for someone to ask around, they all knew where the Dragon Blood Mystery Realm was. Of course, the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm is not something that anyone can go into, and those who are not strong enough to go in will only be sending them to their deaths. After all, dip into the dragon's stuff, and even the weakest monster will become strong. The weakest ones were turned to monsters, but this shouldn't be a big problem for Yishao. What, are you going to Magic City? Hey, isn't it almost time to choose a college? I'm going to visit Magic City University and go ahead to familiarize myself with the environment. It was only when Yishao said this that the maniacs remembered that Yishao had just succeeded in his transfer not long ago. It was just that his performance was too demonic, which caused him to overlook Yishao's age. Magic City University is not bad. It's suitable for a super genius like you. There are too many small teams in Imperial City. Instead, it's not conducive to your development. By the way, old brother, a friendly reminder, don't offend the surname Feng when you go to the Magic City. The Feng family's eldest miss. That's a little witch, a dangerous person. Perhaps Feng Qian's level wasn't very high, but no one dared to mess with Feng Qian at all in Magic City. The Feng family's dual war gods were no joke. Feng's family has a single male offspring for 18 generations, and it's hard to have such a small daughter that is held in the hands are afraid of falling. Offending Feng Qian was offending the Feng family war god, and the end would be tragic. Thanks for the reminder, old brother. I know, the Fengs. Hopefully they wouldn't have any interactions. As long as Miss Feng didn't mess with him, he naturally wouldn't mess with her either. But if the Feng family's eldest miss had provoked him without opening her eyes, then don't blame him for escaping. That was a double god of war, not something he could afford to mess with, and there was no shame in running away. Thanks a lot, old man. Hey, don't mention it. These are the basics of Magic City. Any person you ask will tell you. Then I'll leave if there's nothing else. Good. After Berserkers briefly told Yi Shao about the situation in the Magic City, they left with the Blazing Monkey King. After sending off the maniac, Yi Shao looked for the trading market to sell out the useless equipment and skills, and then rode the teleportation array directly to the Magic City. By the time he arrived at the Magic City, it was already dark, and Xiao Qing and the girls had been tired all day. That's not how production team donkeys are used. When you promise them a good meal, naturally you can't go back on your word. Master, where is the best hotel in Magic City? Magic City Hotel, eat well, sleep well, the gods have to linger. As long as you want, he has it. Chapter 82. You're a black cab driver. Attach your ear. I'll sneak up on you. Press 1 on the bedside phone. There's a special service. Home flowers may smell good, but it's nice to pick wildflowers once in a while. The driver master gave Yi Xiao a look that all men understand, and Yi Xiao instantly understood. But he's a decent man, he hasn't even eaten the family flowers clean, what wildflowers to eat. Got it, brother. Just go to the Magic City Hotel. Hey, that's right, 200 each. 200 per person, this is not a pure black car. Even robbery is not as fast as he makes money. Brother, this is not some two black, one person 200, you simply robbed it, just 20, go or not go I find the next one. Riding a shared bike to a bar, we should save and spend. Spending 800 on a cab is absolutely impossible. Brothers, there is no you so cut the price. One person 200 you directly cut the price of 20, walk on the car. Yi Xiao's old back almost flashed. Good lord, so much overcutting is acceptable, it seems to be overpaying after all. But $20 this gross, he will not care. For people directly on the car, straight to the Magic City Hotel. 3 minutes later, the Magic City Hotel arrived. Yi Xiao looked at the driver with a sad face. Just 2 curves, he had the nerve to charge 20. It's only a 10-minute walk. Brother, let's not be a bit unkind, right? So close. How do you have the cheek to find me to collect 20? You love me, and you set the price? I agreed to it, is there a problem? Yi Xiao think carefully, really no problem, the price driver master wanted. He did not agree, he returned the price, the master agreed. You can't blame the master driver for what you want. Then why didn't you tell me the Magic City Hotel was here? Did you ask? Well, didn't ask. In 3 words, the master driver was speechless. But Yi Xiao, where is the master of blowing losses? $20 to spend $20 worth. I've spent all my money. Why don't you tell me again, master, where the Magic City trading market is? Turn right up ahead. It's close. So how far is Magic City University from here? The Magic City University just happens to be in the opposite direction from the Magic City Hotel, in the southernmost part of the Magic City. If you want to go, I can give you a 20% discount, 180% for one person. It's that time of the year, and you're still trying to sell yourself. Yi Xiao would be damned if he believed him. By the way, I'm poking around. Before Yi Xiao could ask the question, the driver master took his. Stop, $20 to inquire about this is already enough. A big man, do not buckle and swish, will be looked down upon by the beautiful women. I really don't know how these 3 beauties look at you. Can you afford to feed them with such a deduction? Let's go. If you want to take a taxi, you can prioritize me, boy and girl. After saying that, the driver master took off with a kick of the gas, afraid that Yi Xiao was asking for directions. If they were all asked by him, how would they make money? $20 is a loss, it doesn't hurt. If he continued to ink like this, he was probably going to be glared to death by these 3 people. The trio's stomachs had been growling for a long time. They needed to eat a lot of food. Let's go, have a big meal. Let loose and eat whatever you want. Boss, fry 1 book. No, fry 3. A meal. Yi Xiao's wallet dried up a lot. High-grade hotel, eat well, but cannot hold the 3 women's appetite is too big. The hotels are wiping out zeros, still costing $10 million. But 10 million is 10 million, and the 3 of them are fast at striking gold, so they can earn their money back by casually entering a copy of the meal. Compared to Little Green and Little Spirits wolfing down their food, Little Phoenix was much more civilized. She was careful with her food, but looking at the peach blossom in her eyes, it was obvious that she was attracted to the food. Is it good? Yummy, master is so nice. Thank you, master. This is the first time I've tasted such delicious food. Follow the master. You can eat such good food every day. Calm down, put in more effort and strike more gold, or the master will have to wash dishes for people. After eating and drinking, I opened a presidential suite under the ambiguous eyes of the beautiful receptionist. Going to the fairgrounds? They were in a good mood as long as they strolled around after dinner to cool off, and as long as they followed Yi Xiao. The 4 of them arrived at the trading market. The Magic City trading market was, indeed, mostly larger than the Sea City trading market. And there are way too many trannies. Even at night, there was an endless stream of people inside, with second-turn powerhouses all over the place, and third-turn powerhouses could be seen 1 or 2 from time to time. Boss, do you have any skill books for second-turn knights? In the future, his battle form would basically be a knight state, and learning a little more knight skills would do him more good than harm. Yes, lots of them. What kind of knight skill books do you need? Law knight, war knight, paladin? There are different types of knight skills, and although the skills are all common, the power they exert is different. I need knight skill books that enhance the abilities of beast pets. Although he was very strong, Shao Qing and the girls would not allow her to make a move. Once he did, he would make a few of them think he had lost his usefulness. For the sake of their self-confidence, Yi Shao decided to lie low. Sentinel, the owner had been selling skill books for so many years, and naturally, he had encountered those who requested like Yi Shao. 90% of the people who asked for such a thing were Imperial Beastmasters. After all, the Beastmaster's beast pet was really strong, but the Beastmaster was really weak. Beastmasters rely on their beast pets to fight, and the stronger their beast pets are, the stronger they are in battle. Boss has a good eye. Do you have any skill books in this area? Of course I have, please wait. After waiting for a moment's effort, the boss took out 2 knight skill books. Currently there are only these 2 skill books that are suitable for you. See if they fit. Yi Shao picked up the skill book and examined it for a moment. War Cry. Knight's exclusive skills. Unleash the war roar. Sacrifice 30% of your blood. Strengthen your strength, speed, and defense, and have a 1% chance of emitting an immunity from death status. The first moment he saw War Roar, Yi Shao liked the skill. Sacrificing just 30% of his blood was just a matter of him replenishing it with a single healing spell. But the attribute bonus is real, and there is a probability of triggering the death-free status. I'll take this skill book. How much is it? Boss, buying and selling based on conscience, fair and square. There will be many more opportunities for us to work together in the future. Having already been punked out by Master Driver, he didn't want to fall for it again. This store is all marked up, so don't worry, you definitely won't be screwed. This skill book is a relatively rare knight skill book, so the price will be a bit more expensive, a bite price of 3 million.
Chapter 83魔城克我
$3 million, it's worth it, as long as you can improve your strength. $3 million spent is spent. Okay, I'll take the skill book. Yi Shao swiped the $3 million very sharply, and the skill book arrived. Boss, I want the knight skill book too. Just how much was his one just now? Yi Shao had just made the payment when a knight came beside him, wanting to buy the skill book he had just purchased. Child and man, that skill book is relatively rare, a bite price of 3 million. Hearing the boss say this, Yi Shao knew that the boss was not lying to him. The skill book was indeed worth 3 million. Bull, $1.5 million for the second bite. No, you're killing the price too hard. I'm going to lose money doing this. What loss of capital? I came to you here so many times. How much you enter the price I know? 3 mouth price of 1,800,000. Cannot give a word, I am very busy. Deal. The knight paid $1,800,000 to just take the skill book away. He didn't forget to give Yi Shao a chance to fiddle with the skill book in his hand when he was leaving. A $1,800,000 bought away the skill book, and a $3 million bought away the skill book. Any way you look at it, he looks like the ingrate. Are all the people in Magic City like this? The set is too deep, right? Cannot be defended, bullying outsiders. He wants to go back to Haicheng. The people of Haicheng are really too simple. Boss. Yi Shao looked at the store owner with a sad face, hoping that he would give him a reasonable explanation. Huh? Why, this guest, is something the matter with you? The store owner turned around as if he didn't recognize Yi Shao, looking at him with a warm face. That's no fun, boss. I just bought a skill book from your store, and now you're pretending you don't recognize it? You misunderstand. I'm not pretending I don't recognize you. We're just serving with a smile. The same for all customers. Otherwise, you're going to get dinged. Yi Shao didn't care if he smiled or not. Giving him more than $1 million for nothing, he smiled happier than the boss. Let's talk about the matter of the skill book. Didn't you say that this skill book had a price of $3 million in one bite? How come he just took it for $1,800,000? Oh, you mean skill books. The boss put on a look of realization and began his defense. He $1,800,000 to take away, that is because $1,800,000 to sell. I also favorable to earn. I certainly cannot lose money to do business, thanks to the guests for heart. You can rest assured that the price of this aspect I control very strict. If he wasn't new to the country and didn't know the rules, Yi Shao really wanted to slam his fist on it. Is he worried about losing money for his boss? He was inquiring why others could take it for $1,800,000, but he himself had to spend $3 million, which was not treating him as an ingrate. Did I mean that? Why do I need $3 million for my skill book? Give me a reasonable explanation. I offered $3 million, you accepted, and a deal was struck. Does that require any explanation? Yi Shao didn't know how many times he was speechless. Coming to the Magic City felt like he was being restrained. Every time you take a loss, you also have to be disliked for not being able to say anything, and the point is that what other people say is still okay. Then why is he selling for $1,080,000? He's counter-offered. Didn't you say $3 million for a bite? Yeah, I didn't agree to his second price of $1,500,000. I agreed to his third price of $1,800,000. Is there a problem? No problem. There was a kind of clear stupidity in Yi Zhao's eyes, and he believed that the boss at this moment definitely thought of him as a little cutie. God TM second price, third price. Bargaining can be so refreshingly easy to say. Return it, I'll return it. Sorry, no returns will be accepted once sold. Only secondary recycling. How much is secondary recycling? 1 million. Yi Zhao really didn't want to say anything. Together today he was the wrongdoer for sure. $3 million, it's enough to pay for a meal for one of Green's girls. Count your blessings and bring me that skill book. I've already suffered a loss with this one, so I'll be sure to get back on my feet with the next one. Skill book. Knight's Trample. Knight's exclusive skills. Knight Trample on the enemy, sustain trampling damage to the enemy within a range of 50 meters around the body, reducing the enemy's 15 of the material resistance of the legal resistance, 3% probability of the enemy to produce a taunting effect. PS. Works better with the charge skill. The skill effect is not as good as War Roar, but it's also a good knight skill, and he also masters the charge skill, so the two just go together. This skill is one of the few supergroup attack skills among the knight skills. Killing small monsters in seconds has a strange effect, and as the level of the mount increases, the skill damage will also increase. Guessed you can really consider it. This skill book is really good. The store owner sold the skill book. This time Yi Zhao didn't believe his bull. This time he was going to use the experience summarized by his predecessors and cut the price directly in half. That's a good skill book. Straight up, how much? Child's Play. This skill book is not as good as War Roar, at a price of $2 million. The second price is $1 million, no, $800,000. If it's more expensive, I don't. Deal. Before Yi Zhao could say anything harsh, the store owner directly agreed, which caught him off guard. It's rather hard to hold back half of a boo-boo and pull half of a pinch off. You agree? $800,000. Agree, why not agree? I can make money. Sell a book counts, Changhui 800,000, swipe card or cash. After swiping away 800,000 and getting the skill book, Yi Zhao was still a bit confused. Fighting with the store owner, he is still too tender. In the future, cut the price directly to the waist, must let them out some blood. Old Lu, bullying the kids again. Let's see. Isn't this Knight Trample, Rotten Street Knight skill book? This goes to the official Knight platform to certify the Knight profession, and the official will mail a free book on that day. Old Lu, how much did you sell again? Not expensive, $800,000. Yi Zhao really wanted to die. That's all it takes to cut into someone else's waist, and they've played him for a fool. Obviously a free skill book, he froze to spend $800,000 before and after a total loss of $2 million. $2 million. It's not much, but it's a clean loss of face. Yi Zhao did not want to stay in the trading market for a moment. Magic City people are xenophobic, bullying freshly arrived elementary school students like him. Excellent city next year. He must give Magic City a bad vote. Master, it's okay. If we run out of money, we'll just earn it again. With our sisters here, Master, are you still afraid of running out of money to spend? Yes, yes, yes. Don't be dismayed, Master. The money, we can earn it. We earn it. Chapter 84. Master, you're unskilled. With 3 little babies this cute, what could he not be satisfied with? It's been a hard day's work. Get some rest. Take Phoenix for a bath. Take care of your sister, and familiarize yourself with human equipment. For the presidential suite, the two of them were already familiar with it, and they knew everything that was configured in it like the back of their hand. Come on, Lao-san. Take a hot bath. It's extra cozy. My God. Lao-san, yours is surprisingly big. Squeeze it and see if it's real. Big sister, second sister, yours aren't too small. I'll squeeze them too. The trio frolicked inside the bathroom, looking vaguely at the trio's silhouettes through the frosted glass. Blah, blah, blah. What's there to see? The mind resists, the will resists. The eyes, however, were completely out of control. Master! Is it nice? Master. Want to give it a try? The 3 sensed Yi Zhao's thoughts, stopped laughing and joking, and walked out of the bathroom half-covered. Goo-doo! These 3 are getting more and more immodest. They've even learned to seduce their master. Black and white silk plus desire. The gods can't stop them. Hey, 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 enough playing for a while. Get dressed. Master, you are a divine beast knight. Do you want to ride? 180,000 words have been omitted. It wasn't until noon the next day that Yi Xiao held the wall and walked out from inside the room. 3 goblins that hit too hard. Master, that's not because you can't. Your skills still need to be strengthened. Second sister is right. Master, you are too much of a rookie. The techniques were still taught to us by you, and as a result, you ended up not being able to do it instead. When the passing people heard the sound of several people talking, they all froze in place, and the gaze was enough to kill Yi Xiao. All the good cabbages are letting the pigs go. Or 3 big and beautiful cabbages. How come it's all cheaper for Yi Xiao alone? 3 young ladies, my nickname is One Night 18 Wolves. The body is twice as good. Do you want to consider me? I guarantee to give you a satisfactory answer. 3 people together is also okay-o. Being looked at with such lewd, horny eyes and coming up to hit on me. The 3 were upset. How can a crooked person come up here and talk to you? Roll. Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling didn't spoil him. Their good temper was reserved for Yi Xiao. As for others, whether they were alive or dead had nothing to do with them. One for all, chicken and egg. It was just so lightly wasted. Hiss. Yi Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and unconsciously clenched his legs. These 2 ES are so tigerish. Can you kick this thing? They'll be dead for life. A punk. Don't even look at what you look like. Do you deserve it? Compared to our master, you're way off. Our master is the best. Just a little less skilled. The 3 of them snuggled up to Yi Xiao's side with a mesmerized look on their faces. Hey! Yi Xiao couldn't help but let out a bitter smile as he looked at them. It's just a game of mahjong. Why say I'm not good at it in front of so many people? We'll continue tonight. We have to kill you all. No one is allowed to escape halfway. After Yi Xiao said what happened, the crowd was confused. However, they preferred to call Yi Xiao a real man. Faced with 3 great beauties like flowers and jade, he was surprised that he could resist the urge to play mahjong for a night. Bull. Godman. The crowd left after watching the action for a while. Playing mahjong, they don't care. As for Yi Xiao, after taking the 3 girls for a brief bite and eating all the food prepared by the hotel, he set off for the Dragon Blood Mystic Realm. Hey brother, we meet again us? Where are you going to hang out? I'm particularly familiar with Magic City. As long as you say the place, I can send you there as fast as I can. Yi Xiao seriously suspected that this guy was squatting at the door to watch him. But at least it's a familiar face, so at least it's safe. Dragon Blood Mystery Nose? Hey, Ara is from Magic City. How come you don't know about the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm? I can take you guys there. The speed is definitely the fastest. It's good to know about the Dragon's Blood Mystery. We're all acquaintances. So let's cut the crap and give a sincere, childlike price. 200 for one person, 600 for the chartered car. Look at our friendship. Count you 500. You definitely want a bargain, minimum 400, go or not. Killed the whole thing as if he was taking advantage of it. He wasn't the newcomer from yesterday. He was an old man who had stayed for a day, and there was absolutely no way he could be fooled by such a simple ruse. I'm taking care of your business and you're using me as a big head. Do you think that's appropriate? Do you really think I don't do strategy at night? See? The people of Magic City have already given me the price. From here to the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm, it's at most $50. Anything more is a ripoff. 25, only 25 for you. Go or no go. Dude, you're this. Love to go. Go 30, up $5. It's all about raising a family. It's not easy for us ordinary people, is it? We can talk about $5 in the car, how about it? Hey, if you don't have 1,000 kilograms of burden on your body, who would want to cheat? You guys don't understand the pain of people at the bottom like us. The driver's master suddenly got emotional. Looking at him, he really didn't look like he was lying either, and he could afford it just as well even if it was 300, not to mention 30. What he doesn't like is being lied to, he just doesn't want to be the wrong guy. Since the master driver agreed to 30, there was no problem giving a few reds. Let's go, and talk about the 300s on the way. This? Go away or I'll find someone else. Go, go, go. Enthusiastically inviting the 4 of Yi Xiao into the car, he rushed towards the Dragon's Den secret realm with a kick of the gas pedal. First-timers aren't familiar with Magic City, right? It's okay. Not a big problem. I have a guide to Magic City here. You guys can take a look at it, and you can ask me if there's anything you don't understand. I made this with all my heart. Man, look at it, hey. The master driver rubbed his fingers together, his meaning unmistakable. To make money, no. Yi Xiao simply scanned a bit, indeed found that the guide did a good job. Eating, drinking, practicing, and brushing monsters are all labeled. Straight up, how much? 500. The driver master glanced uncertainly at Yi Xiao, but whenever Yi Xiao was a little dissatisfied, he lowered the price. 500 is 500, by the way. Introduce the forces of the Magic City. Okay, this is the one I'm most familiar with. I have to say, the master driver is still very talkative, all the way to the eloquent talk without stopping. While reading the guide and listening to his explanation, he had a general understanding of the Magic City. One thing can be confirmed: in the Magic City must not provoke the surname Feng, cannot afford to provoke. Chapter 85 Master Suck More. Chatting along the way, it didn't take long for the group to arrive at the city gates. Going out and turning right for 300 meters is the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm. You should know the rules. Life class professions like ours have low life preservation abilities. Going out is easy to lose one's life, so I'll trouble you guys to take a walk. Yi Xiao was sympathetic to his hard work, but not delivered to the place. This high and low cannot be. Bad reviews are not so bad to give him, but the deduction of money is certainly to be. 30 for the fare, 300 meters to go. $5 deducted from you, no comment. The driver master looked at Yi Xiao with a sad face. A whopping $300 is all it takes just to talk to him, and now he's docking him $5 for a 300-meter distance. Brothers, be generous. Just 300 meters away, you take pity on me. This $5. No, public is public, private is private, not delivered to the place. This $5 must be refunded. Not refunded, I will complain about you. Give you a bad review, you believe it or not. Yi Xiao was so rigorous in his work, he would never let anyone take advantage of him. Seeing how determined Yi Xiao's attitude was, the driver master reluctantly found him $5. Let's go. I'll find you next time I need you. We don't need you for the rest of the way. We'll just go on our own. After putting $5 inside his pocket, Yi Xiao led the three girls straight to the Dragon Blood Mystery Realm. You guys go into the Imperial Beast space first for now, and wait for me to summon you after I enter the secret realm. With a wave of Yi Xiao's hand, the three of them were directly loaded into the Imperial Beast space. Yi Xiao, on the other hand, wore the Thousand Changes mask, which was Xiao Yunru's latest alchemy product. With the Thousand Changes mask on, no one under the God of War could see his original face clearly. As long as others couldn't discover his identity, he could let Xiao Qing and the girls kill monsters and upgrade with impunity. After arranging everything, Yi Xiao walked towards the Dragon Blood Mystery Realm. When he arrived not far from the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm, he was shocked by the situation surrounding the Mystery Realm. The transmigrators were truly countless, from third-turned powerhouses to second-turned powerhouses. Tens of thousands of people were concentrated near the Dragon's Blood Mystic Realm. This secret realm is still really hot. However, this was normal. The monsters in the Dragon's Blood Mystic Realm were gigantic and endless. Even if they kept hunting, there were still many monsters in the Mystic Realm. After all, any monsters killed will be resurrected in the Dragon's Blood altar. Dragon Blood Ant Beast Pet, freshly caught, fair price, first come, first served, don't 99.98, don't 998, just 98 Dragon Blood Ants to take home. Seeking a team, powerful mage, seeking a strong team. Is there any experienced dabbling group? The scene was very lively. There were groups, those who acquired materials, and those who sold beast pets. Yi Xiao walked into the crowd without attracting anyone's attention. Every day, he didn't know how many newcomers came to the Dragon's Blood Mystic Realm. No one would even care about a second-turn stranger like Yi Xiao. The aura of Dragon's Blood is very strong. It seems that this Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm isn't simple. Perhaps there might actually be dragons that have fallen inside. How many years has this Dragon Blood Mystery Realm existed? And the Dragon Blood aura is still so strong, so I guess it's not a simple dragon. Yi Xiao scanned through the crowd and finally looked at a small old man in the corner. Beside the little old man were many cages holding ferocious beasts, only that the cages were covered by black cloths, so that they could not be seen in the cages at all. Opening a blind cage? Interesting. Yi Xiao walked forward and casually glanced at it. Old man, you're $50 million a cage. Can't be looked at. Chosen by luck. Bloodline uncertain. Rank uncertain. Once sold. No refunds or exchanges. The only thing that can be guaranteed is that these are from the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm. And little one, don't just probe people. Hasn't your lord told you that? The old man did not even open his eyes to look at Yi Xiao for more than a glance and introduced himself there. It's normal for strong people to be a bit arrogant. This old man was still the first to be able to detect Yi Xiao's detection. Sorry for being cautious when I first arrived. No offense to the old man. It's good to keep a low profile when you're out and about. Hell if it's some old monster pretending to be a pig in a poke. If he really offended someone he couldn't afford to mess with, the underworld war god and the others wouldn't be able to rush over to save him. Bye? Don't interrupt my business if you don't. The location, the temperament, no one but him would even come over. Look. System view. Yishao also just try to see, after all was covered, and do not know what is inside. Now let's see if the system can be detected. Dragon Blood Ghost Shark. Holy Bloodline Dragon Blood Ghost Jiao King. 0.0001. Can be returned to ancestors. Level 237. Just after looking at the first cage, he found the Saint-level Bloodline Dragon Blood Ghost Jiao King. The bloodline is not bad, it should fetch a good price. After removing his gaze from the Dragon Blood Ghost Shark, Yishao looked at the second cage. Dragon Blood Lion King. Overlord level bloodline. Level. Second turn 30th level. Just like maniacs, it was okay for ordinary people, but for Yishao, this kind of beast pet was completely useless and not worth the price he paid. Next. Dragon Blood Crocodile. Overlord's bloodline. Level 233. After scanning the circle, other than the Dragon Blood Ghost Shark, they were all Overlord level bloodlines, nothing of great interest. Watch this, you're holding up my business. Yishao had been inking here for half a day. The old man was a little impatient and was even ready to open his mouth to drive Yishao away. Yes, so pick anyone to bet on. Just this one, swipe your card. When Yishao lifted the cage of the Dragon Blood Ghost Shark, the old man's eyes opened slightly. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and he resumed his previous state after glancing at Yishao. No refunds, let's go. After swiping the card, Yishao put away the Dragon Blood Ghost Shark. It was not suitable to give it a return here for the time being, and it would be easy to expose one's base. Moreover, the royal beast space has Shao Qing and the girls, the little brat shark can't make any big waves. After watching Yishao leave, the old man put away the cage on the ground with a wave of his hand. Interesting little guy. The secret realm of dragon's blood. Yishao did not delay much time outside and directly entered the Dragon Blood mysterious realm. As soon as he entered the Dragon's Blood mystic realm, the rich dragon's blood aura surrounded him. What a strong aura! If this is a dragon that has fallen, how strong a dragon must it be? Greenie, why don't you guys come out and move around? After releasing Shao Qing and the girls, the three of them greedily sucked in the flavor of the air. You guys are? Hungry? No, the scent that fills the air is soothing to us. The more we breathe, the stronger our bodies become. It's such a great place. Master, why don't you inhale more too? It's good for your body. Chapter 86. Who do you ride? Yishao gave them a half-hearted look. He believed that Shao Qing and the girls wouldn't lie to him. His nostrils flared and he inhaled with force. The air rich in the scent of dragon's blood was inhaled inside his body. Vomit! Yishao took a sharp breath, almost didn't make him vomit in disgust. These three little ES had learned to be bad. They even lied to him. Still, the driver master is reliable. Before he came, he also reminded him that he can't stay in the Dragon's Blood mystery realm for more than 24 hours. Otherwise, he would be corrupted out of his mind by the scent of dragon's blood and turn into a senseless monster. How dare you guys lie to me? Are your asses itching for a beating? Cheat. No, Master, we really didn't lie to you, it's really comfortable here. I just felt like my strength has increased a lot more. Yeah, I feel the same way. The scent is so comforting. The three women had a look of enjoyment on their faces. Check the attributes of all three of them. Sure enough, they hadn't lied to him, this place was heaven for the three of them. The attributes were surprisingly growing upwards at a slow pace, although it was only a little bit of an increase, but in the long run it was not a small improvement. It should be because they are divine beasts. Dragon blood helps them but harms humans. Yishao didn't dwell on these anymore. With his current strength, he didn't really need these growths. There were only two purposes for coming to the Dragon's Blood mystic realm today, and one was to find out if there were any suitable beast pets. The second one is to brush up the monsters and upgrade. The three of them had all leveled up now, and their second professions had been opened, so it was time to upgrade a bit. Organize the mission. Let's split up. But the distance is not too far, speed kill, we need to level up as soon as possible. We can't be pulled too far away from others. Niun? Xiao Yunru? Fellow students? For Yi Zhao's order, the three of them were obedient, even if it was a second-turn monster. The attributes were just as bad as theirs, and they were easily abused. It was just that right now there was a very important problem that Yi Xiao needed to solve. There were 3 of them and only one of Yi Xiao, so who did Yi Xiao ride into battle? The eyes of the 3 were just staring straight at Yi Xiao, the aspect of being favored by their master. They refused to give in. Master, you see I'm new here. I'm still not familiar with Master's fighting style. Master, you fight with me? Hey! Before little Phoenix could finish speaking, little green little spirit kicked her out with a single kick. You Junior even tried to usurp the throne. The Master's body is delicate. What if he gets hurt riding you? Not thinking about the Master at all. Come on, who let the 2 of them be the oldest and the youngest? She, a junior, had no say in the matter for the time being. When Yi Xiao collected little 4, little 5, and little 6 in the future, she would also be able to show off her big sister's authority. You guys discuss. I'll go kill monsters and upgrade first. Phoenix patted his ass and left. Currently there were only 2 competitors left, and the 2 of them, Little Green and Little Spirit, did not allow a single step to be taken, just staring wide-eyed. Master has to ride me. On what grounds? On the grounds that you're the boss. You're just a little bit earlier than me. I'm not convinced. The only one who dared to talk to Qing like that was Little Spirit. If it were someone else, the shattered shadow white tiger sword would have directly slashed up. In terms of seniority, you have to call me big sister. Is there a problem? No problem. In terms of strength, I'm a little stronger than you. Is that a problem? No problem. If Green had said that it was stronger than her, she would have denied it, but if it was just a little bit stronger, this was the truth. Yi Xiao usually pampered Xiao Qing, and good equipment skills were given priority to Xiao Qing. The combined strength came down to the fact that Xiao Qing's combat power was indeed a little bit stronger than hers, but it didn't affect the big picture. In terms of familiarity, does the Master know me better? Is that a problem? No. Master can fly when he rides me. When he rides you, he can only run. I'm better than you in terms of comfort. Is there a problem? Nope. The more he said, the more Little Spirit lost his breath. Not being able to fly had been a lifelong pain in her ass, and while she could reach the heights that Green and the others flew with a single bounce, it was bumpy and uncomfortable. Since you're fine with it, what are you still grabbing for? Go brush the monsters aside. Master, come with me. As a big sister, she should take out her big sister's vigor and convince them in a few words. Yi Xiao did not get involved and quietly watched Xiao Qing win. In terms of riding, Yi Xiao's heart still favored Xiao Qing. After all, it was too familiar and the battle was smooth. Little Spirit can't. Dead last in comfort level. Good for ground fighting. Can't fly is her weakness. Little Phoenix's words, there is so much interest in wanting to ride. But it came too late, the roots are unstable, and it is not a match for Little Green Little Spirit at all. So now you can only ride Green to fight. Decided. Well, Master, ride me into battle. Little Spirit glanced at Yi Xiao aggressively and hummed as she turned around and left to kill monsters. The 2 of them stayed in their human form to kill monsters, changing out of their original bodies, and without an Imperial Beastmaster beside them, they could easily be misunderstood as wild monsters. There were many strong people in the secret realm. If he was taken captive by them, he should cry. As for Little Green, he didn't need to worry. With him around, this was a beast pet with a master. Little Green, look for places where the dragon blood scent is strong and try to lure the monsters together. I'll look for any partners first and kill them if there aren't any. Good. Little Green manifested his main body, and after his second turn, Little Green's body size had reached a length of 100 meters. Yi Xiao sat on Xiao Qing's head, just like a flea, without careful observation. His existence could not be seen at all. Little Green, you're too big now. Shrink down a little so that your master can have some presence as well. Although the current Green is very dominant, it's useless without his dominance. You have to take him, the master, with you to pretend to be 13. Good. According to Yi Xiao's body type, Xiao Qing appropriately changed her body type. After shrinking to a length of 30 meters, Yi Xiao still had some presence sitting on Xiao Qing's head. Good, depart. Fly low and lure the monsters. Although the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm randomly teleported people away, there were so many people who broke into the Mystery Realm that they could more or less run into a few on the way. What the hell is that? It's so oppressive. Green-eyed white tiger, divine beast green-eyed white tiger. A super existence that rivals dragons in its maturity stage. This thing has unexpectedly appeared in the middle of the secret realm. Take a picture, take a picture. My God. There's actually someone on the head of the green-eyed white tiger, a royal beast master? I don't recognize it. Is this the rising genius of Magic City? No impression. Magic City is interesting this year. The super genius of the Imperial Divine Beast. Looking at his age, he should be going to Magic City University. It's going to change the sky. Flying low and attracting monsters along the way while attracting a lot of attention. Chapter 87. Killing Frenzy. It didn't take too long for the forum to explode. Everyone was discussing the appearance of the green-eyed white tiger and Yishao. It was a good thing that Yishao had done a disguise. Otherwise the current him might have been fleshed out by everyone. Underworld War God. This kid is quite smart. He even knows about disguise. Less than War God level. Can't see his disguise. Green Phoenix War God. It won't be possible to hide it for too long. Strong people, after all, grow up in battles. I hope he can survive until the end. Shura War God. What are you two playing dumb riddles again? Say it to me. We are all on our own. Don't be so outgoing. Their discussion. Yishao did not care at all. From the moment he rode out on green, he knew that he was definitely the hottest pup on the scene. Dragon Blood Ghost Fox. Overlord's Bloodline. Level 238. Dragon Blooded Steel Tooth Ants. Overlord's Bloodline. Level 2/42. Easily lured hundreds of monsters. After some probing, not a single one with a divine level bloodline was found. Although they all had the aura of a dragon in their bodies, they were merely controlled by dragon blood, and their essence did not possess a dragon's bloodline. Charge. Night Trample. Shao Qing carried Yishao and rushed towards the area where the monsters were densest. Snapped. The aftershocks from the trampling easily crushed them into smithereens, crackling like swatting flies. Even the second-turn monsters were the same. None of them were able to resist Shao Qing's strike. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. The beeps of kills kept ringing out. I think Little Spirit and the others had opened up. With 3 divine beasts killing monsters at the same time, the experience was even barely enough to catch up with the others. Otherwise, you'd have to split into 4 each time and kill 4 times as many monsters as the others to barely catch up. It's good to be back on track now. Green, keep killing. After killing patches of ferocious beasts, the other ferocious beasts also reacted, each roaring with rage and frantically attacking Shao Qing. In the face of such an attack, Shao Qing didn't even bother dodging a bit, and hardened herself against their attacks and charged straight up. Let's dodge if we can, although the damage is not great. But if you rub a little skin, the master is also heartbroken. Healing spells. Not giving Shao Qing a chance to get hurt at all. Just as their attacks slammed up, Yi Zhao's healing spell went up. Drop 1,000 blood and pull 3,000 straight. Absolute 0. Shao Qing opened his mouth and continuously sprayed cold air, flying low around the ferocious beasts in a smooth manner. In a moment, the cold air enveloped them. Click! 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 The ferocious beasts that were enveloped by the cold chi didn't even have a chance to resist. The moment the cold chi enveloped them, their flesh and souls were all frozen solid. A murderer ice sculpture just floated in front of Yishao. Windblade. With a casual flap of his wings, Shao Qing turned around and left without looking back. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. True beasts never look back. Shao Qing could hold back, but Yishao could not hold back. Turning his head to look, the scene was extremely tragic. Under the ravages of the wind blade, the ice sculpture directly turned into a smash. Each wind blade sliced through the bodies of at least 10 ferocious beasts, and even if they were outnumbered, they could only crumble into scraps when faced with the powerful Shao Qing. Collect. A ground of materials, equipment, skill books. Yishao directly collected things. Yishao. Dear alchemist, the rain of materials is coming. Prepare to receive it. Friendly advice. Lots of it. Get ready. After reminding Shao Yunru, Yishao handed over the materials he had laid down to Shao Yunru. On the other side, Shao Yunru had gotten used to it, refining quite a few good things and earning dozens of small goals during this period of time. Then he changed to a larger storage room, purchased some alchemy equipment, and used the rest of the place for Yishao's materials. Human energy was limited. At this rate, it would have to be exhausted by Yishao. A bigger place for a change, and she'd be able to sleep in peace. Shao Yunrui, feel free to pass it around, come what may. The materials teleported out, and Green continued pulling monsters while he sat on top of Green's head and checked his harvest. Gen 2 Machete, Obsidian Perfection. Attributes: Strength plus 230, Defense plus 550, Strike plus 20, Life Stealing plus 20. Feature: Life Steal from attacks now overheals you, and the overflow is stored as a 5350 level-based shield value that slowly decays if you haven't dealt or taken any damage in the previous 25 seconds. It was worthy of being Obsidian Perfect grade equipment, with strong attributes and even more perfect special effects. Shao Qing didn't need equipment for the time being, and as a master he should also be treated equally. It was also time to find a few suitable equipment for Xiaoling and the girls to boost their combat power. Let's leave this one to Little Spirit, after all. It fits with her name as well, Xuanwu Machete. Not bad, not bad. Just thinking about the scene of Xiaoling wielding a machete to kill monsters, Yishao wanted to laugh. After Yishao had finished checking the things on his body, Shao Qing had lured a few hundred more monsters. Unfortunately, although they were strong, none of them could be used. All of them were Overlord-level bloodlines, and there wasn't even a single Saint-level bloodline. Kill it! After receiving Yi Zhao's order, Shao Qing didn't need to show any mercy to them. An extremely cold storm quickly coalesced in front of his body, and ice cones continued to coalesce in the air, and as the storm was unleashed, the ice cones poured down in a desperate manner, piercing and freezing them in a matter of moments. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 31. Green-eyed White Tiger, Jinhai Xuanwu, and Immortal Divine Phoenix leveling up to level 31. Through the tireless efforts of the three of them, their level smoothly came to the 31st level of the second turn. The upgrades are still going fast. Master, I'm going to continue luring the monsters. Although these guys are weak, after killing them, they'll emit an even stronger smell of dragon's blood. I like this feeling. Yi Xiao was protected by Shao Qing and was not attacked by the dragon's blood aura. Since Shao Qing liked it, he naturally couldn't let Shao Qing down. Go ahead and kill as many as you like. Yi Xiao is always staring at the monsters that are attracted. The two of them have a common mind, and what Yi Xiao notices Shao Qing naturally won't do anything. As for the rest of the useless ones, they can only blame their bad luck. However, if there was a god-level bloodline in one's body, one wouldn't have to suffer this great calamity. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Seemingly infected by Shao Qing, the three of them began to kill like crazy, and the system's beeps that don't want to die. All the surroundings were cleared out of a vacuum by them, and a 10-mile radius was slaughtered, with not a single ferocious beast remaining. Chapter 88. Bombardment of News. My God! Whose little girl is this, with such a formidable fighting ability? It's too scary. The second turn monsters are like leaks. We were suppressed to fight as a group, but now she decimated them so easily. Are there so many demonic geniuses in the Demon City this year, with the Divine Beast Imperial Beast Master in front and this demonic girl behind? The place where Little Spirit and Little Phoenix appeared caused the crowd to gasp. The speed at which they killed monsters directly made the bystanders retreat. Robbing the monster? No one dares to rob it at all. A few ungrateful ones just tried to go up and mix their experience, only to be slapped out of the room by them. Later, people also learn honest, obediently on the sidelines to watch on the line. The monster will also be refreshed, really by a woman fan flying out. That face is really lost. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Ding! Leveled up to 32. Attributes upgraded. After killing another large batch of monsters, the level was successfully raised to 32. 2 levels up in one day. There's no one else's efficiency. View properties. Name: Yi Xiao. Profession: Beastmaster, second turn Knight of the Divine Beast. Beast pet: White Tiger with green eyes. Xuanwu in the sea. Immortal Divine Phoenix. Rank: 32. Power: 1188. Agility: 1096. Endurance: 1077. Spirit: 1225. PS. Purely personal attributes. Do not add the attributes of the shared beast pet. Not bad math. Simply just do not want to add. Having opened his second profession, Yi Zhao's free attribute points also increased by 10 points, and his strength was directly pulled full. Open Green's attribute panel. Divine pet: White Tiger with green eyes. Attributes: Gold, Wind, Ice. Level: 32. Power. 9,600. Agility. 9,255. Endurance. 9,077. Spirit. 9,450. It closed after briefly checking his and Green's attribute panels. This was all within his expectations, and with 2 more levels, Little Green's attributes would directly break 10,000. Green continues to lure and kill monsters. In a day's time, he didn't know how many monsters he had hunted and killed, and his level had managed to rise to 32. Goo! Goo goo! Xiao Qing looked at Yi Xiao with a sad face. Upgrading is important, but I'm so hungry, I don't have the will to fight if I don't get enough to eat. Master! Today's harvest wasn't bad, although he didn't find a suitable beast pet, but leveling up by 2 levels was fine. Green and the girls made a big effort today, so we must take them for a good rubdown. He's not a landowner, he can't just exploit their labor. Wrap it up, go home and eat. Dinner. It's finally time to eat. Eat, eat, eat. After hearing Yi Xiao's call, Little Spirit Little Phoenix stopped her hand movements at the same time and ran towards Yi Xiao without saying anything. Don't follow, whoever does will die. It's amazing that anyone would presume to follow them. They didn't want to bring trouble to Yi Xiao, and with one move, they directly scared off the people following them. Only after purging the unknown people around them did the 2 return to Yi Xiao's side. Master, eat meat, I want to eat meat. I'm so hungry. Master, let's get out of here. Don't worry. The people who didn't follow us were driven away. Master, are you full? The 3 snackers, killing monsters and upgrading, are not so combative as eating. But seeing as how they've been working so hard to kill monsters today, they're gonna have to manage today anyways. Eat all you want. Let loose. The master's wallet is bulging again. Hunting so many monsters, the equipment and skill books dropped could be sold for several small goals. You're very kind, master. Trojan horse. Taking advantage of Yi Xiao's unpreparedness, Xiao Qing directly sent a fragrance up. Yi Xiao was blinded. Little Spirit Little Phoenix was dumbfounded. But soon they reacted, and one by one, angrily denounced Xiao Qing's meanness. It's despicable to take advantage of your master after being ridden by him for a day, not to mention the fact that you're still taking advantage of him. I don't care, I want it too. Master, aroma. The 2 of them didn't care and hugged Yi Xiao and just gnawed on him. And finally, a demonstrative look at Green. Okay, y'all come back first, let's get out of here. After putting all 3 away, Yi Xiao changed his face again before walking out of the Dragon Blood Mystery Realm. Only after making sure no one was following him did he head towards the Magic City. Unbeknownst to him, not far from the entrance of the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm, an old man was closely watching everything he did. Kind of funny, little guy. After watching Yi Xiao leave, the old man closed his eyes again and sold the beast pet blind box there. Ding, you have a new message. Please check it. Yi Xiao, who had just walked to the city gates, suddenly received a forum message and opened it to see that it was no one else but Madman. Maniac. Big brother. From today onwards you are my own big brother. I knew you wouldn't lie to me. Saint level bloodline? Bloodline concentration as high as 98%. Maniac. Brother, do you know what this means? Do you know what 98% means? Maniac. Saint level top beast pet? Unbeatable existence among saint pets. Even comparable to some divine pets with thin bloodline. Maniac. Brother, here's the test report. Take a look. I'm really excited. Madman. I don't know how much to give in terms of price. After all, no one has ever sold such a holy pet with such a strong bloodline. The market price of holy pets sold in the past was around 5 billion. This one is definitely worth more than 5 billion. Maniac. So brother, see how much is the right amount. Name your price and I will definitely not return the favor. Maniac. Brother, good brother, are you there? Are you busy? Be sure to get back to me when you're not busy. Waiting online. Message bomber. In a moment's time, he received a dozen messages from Maniac. You can see from these messages how excited he is at the moment. It's just a saint-level bloodline beast pet. What's the point of being so excited? You haven't seen the world. Maniac. Brother, you're on the line. Please, come back to the message. Do you know what it's like to have a beast pet in front of you that you can't contract? Maniac. Brother, my own big brother. I wanted to answer him properly after dinner, but the guy was bombarding me in a really overwhelming way. Yi Xiao. Don't rush. The more you rush, the slower you get. Maniac. Okay, brother, you first busy? Yi Xiao. You contract it first. The beast pet is yours anyway. Maniac. No, I'm a man of principle. Public is public, private is private. The beast pet doesn't belong to me until there's a deal. To be able to resist the temptation of a holy favorite, this person is still deliverable, still good. Yishao, contracted it at the price you said, $5 billion deal, do not haggle with me or you give me back and do not bombard me in the busy. Chapter 89 Money in Circulation. Yishao really didn't want to collect his death bombardment. But in the madman's opinion, Yishao was afraid that he was bargaining for an excuse, just to make him feel at ease to contract a saint-level beast pet. The maniac who was far away from the imperial city was moved to tears. Being able to know Yishao was really the greatest blessing in his life. Ordinary saint beasts could fetch a high price of $5 billion, and they were still priced to sell. So rich bloodline of the holy beast but also has been tamed, Yishao surprisingly also just want him $5 billion, biological parents are not his so willing. However, the priority was not to be busy moving, but to get the $5 billion together for Yishao to send it over as soon as possible. People had so generously sold him the holy favor at a low price, if he still owed him the payment, then he would really be too much of a bad thing. Before, there was almost a savings of about $3 billion and I still need to borrow $2 billion as long as I contracted the Blazing Monkey King, the speed of hitting the money will be much faster, and paying back the $2 billion will be simple. The average brother doesn't have this much money. Sure, a war god. Forget it. He's not the one who saves money. It's better to find the underworld war god to borrow some money. Lord Pantheon, can you lend me $2 billion, and I'll pay you back in a year. Maniac's sentence almost didn't choke the underworld war god to death. He thought that Maniac was looking for him for something. But it turned out that the moment he opened his mouth, he was borrowing $2 billion. Looking at Maniac's expectant little eyes, the underworld war god couldn't say that he wouldn't borrow it. After all, Maniac had been with him for more than 10 years, and his loyalty was surely unquestionable. But he doesn't have that kind of money on hand right now. He spent all of it. You wait. The money is not there, but you can't lose face, so let's find someone to borrow it first. Underworld war god. Yishao, lend me $2 billion first. I'll pay you back in a couple days. The moment he received the message from the spectral god of war, Yishao was a little confused, the hallowed god of war, even looking for him, a small minion of the second turn, to borrow money. Miracle. It really is a miracle. Don't say anything about owing or not owing a favor. The underworld war god has helped him so much, it's okay to give away $2 billion for nothing. After all, you certainly can't hire 3 war god powerhouses to protect you for $2 billion. God of war. You're talking nonsense, you're slandering. $2 billion is not money. It works. Yishao, wait a minute. I'll transfer you right away. Yishao didn't have that much money on him either, but he had just sold a holy pet for $5 billion yet, so he would find Maniac to turn over it first. Yishao, have you got $2 billion? Help me transfer $2 billion first. $5 billion no, $2 billion that's still there. Maniac, I have $3 billion here. I'll transfer it to you first. The remaining $2 billion will arrive later. Yishao, $2 billion have been transferred to you. Please check. Underworld warlord. I'll give it back to you in a few days. Yishao. Senior is joking, $2 billion as my filial piety. It was not in vain that he was so optimistic about Yishao, $2 billion said to borrow, is a good kid. $2 billion has been transferred to your account. Check it. Worthy of being the best underworld warlord for his subordinates, don't look at the person cold. But for his subordinates it was absolutely nothing to speak of. Thanks to the god of war. I'll definitely pay it back with interest after a year. The underworld war god waved his hand, completely unconcerned about the $2 billion. With his strength to earn $2 billion that is not easy, interest naturally do not want, but the principal still have to be. Otherwise the word would get out and everyone would come to him for a loan, so would he refuse or not? All right, go down. The interest will not be charged to you. Just pay back the principal clearly as soon as possible. Taking the borrowed $2 billion, Maniac did not bring any hesitation and directly transferred the money to Yishao. Maniac, brother, $5 billion, do you think it's okay? Can I deed it up? He knew that $5 billion he was taking advantage of a great bargain, and was afraid that Yishao would regret it, so he asked in advance if he could contract. Money Yishao received, but this guy is more or less a bit abrasive. Yishao, mo disturb. Thank you. That's not my holy favor. That's your holy favor. When Yishao said this, Maniac instantly understood that from now on, this blazing monkey king belonged to him. Maniac, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. There was no reply to the Maniac's message, and if he replied any further, there was no telling how long the guy would pester him. But why does this money always feel so familiar? Doesn't matter. It's money from freeloading anyway. However, the price of this Saint Pet was still a bit out of his expectation. An ordinary Saint Pet could even be sold for 5 billion. That divine pet must be worth tens of billions, not to mention his 100% bloodline rich divine pet. How can it be worth hundreds of billions? Sleeping with $300 billion a day and surprisingly worrying about not being able to afford to eat. Hey, look at my memory. I forgot that there's a dragon blood ghost shark. This thing is also a saint-level bloodline. Let's see if Maniac can eat it. 5 billion more if you can, and save a mouthful of rations. After bringing up the dragon blood ghost shark, there was no unnecessary nonsense and he was directly returned to his ancestors. Homecoming successful. King of the dragon blood ghost sharks. Master. Not bad. Quite handsome, don't worry. I'll find you a nice master. Remember my plan, what our goal is. World domination. The children are teachable. After returning the dragon blood ghost shark to its ancestor, Yi Shao reconnected with the maniac. Yi Shao, is it in? Maniac. In and out. Whenever you call. Maniac, who was immersed in the joy of the successful contract, suddenly received Yi Zhao's message and immediately suppressed his joy and quickly replied back to Yi Zhao's message. The attitude was proper, and he didn't get carried away just because he had contracted a holy pet. Maniac. Brother, what is it that you have to do? You can tell me, I'll be there for you and I'll be there for you. Yi Shao. It's nothing too important. It's just that there's still a saint-level bloodline dragon blood ghost shark king on hand. Tamed. Let's see if you can eat it here. The maniacs were stupid. Are holy graces so lame now? When did Yi Shao become a holy favor wholesaler? How one after another? What's wrong? Can't eat? Can't eat it, then I'll find someone else. Seeing that Maniac hadn't replied to the message in half a day, he thought that Maniac couldn't eat. Maniac. Don't, I can do it, Can you do it for $5 billion? Give me some time to get the money together. I'll take this dragon blood ghost shark king. Yi Shao, you misunderstand. I'm not forced to let you buy. I'm asking you to help me deal with it. This guy a day rations to eat a lot of it. Early treatment early to save money. Maniac. No misunderstanding, I'll take it $5 billion, but you have to give me some time. Do you think it's okay 1 month? I'll transfer the money to you. Yi Shao. Don't you have the blazing monkey king? Why do you need the dragon blood ghost shark king? Maniac. Would you mind too much money? I wouldn't mind more holy favor anyway. That was a trifle true, and he likewise didn't mind having a lot of divine favorites. Since Maniac wanted it, it would be better to give him the dragon blood ghost shark king for a month, just a month, and this money on hand would be enough to spend for a long time anyway. Chapter 90 can't be messed with. Yi Shao. Since you want it, come over to the Magic City Hotel. I'll stay there and you come and take the dragon blood ghost shark king away. Maniac. I'm at the entrance to the teleportation array. Wait for me. In order to get the holy favor, Maniac was really aggressive, and before the conversation was even finished, he was already running towards the teleportation array. But it didn't matter, it was just a holy favor, the probability of getting it was still high. Maniac can't keep all the holy favorites for himself. Feed Maniac first so he can do his job in peace. Yi Shao. Waiting for you, we're eating downstairs. You come faster, maybe you can catch the last train. You can give him holy favor, but letting him eat, that's purely polite. The food was all Shao Qing's and theirs. No one dared to go up and grab the food except him. Otherwise, they would know the power of the divine favorites. Boss, fry several books. Follow this and serve them quickly. I'm hungry.
Serve, serve, serve.
The 4 of them started to build furiously. Of course, the one with the least amount of meals was Yi Shao. Casually eating a little bit of side dishes were full. In less than a 20-minute affair, Maniac arrived at the Magic City Hotel in a flurry of activity. Big brother, here it is. After seeing Yi Shao beckoning, Maniac bumbled over. Sit down and eat? It just so happens that my stomach is hungry. Then I'll sit down and eat. Or forget about it, let's get down to business, eating and all this is secondary. Maniac was just about to sit down and eat some when he was met by 3 pairs of innocent eyes. A look that, years later, Maniac couldn't forget. If he dared to sit down and take a bite today, he could guarantee that he would never be able to leave this table alive. In that case, let's get down to business. Come on, follow me to my room. There were a lot of people here, and Yi Shao didn't want to be noticed by them. You 3 eat slowly. There's no rush. Add more if you don't have enough. Yes, eat as much as you want. I'll cover all your spending today. No, I can. Do it myself. Not giving face, isn't it? I'll pay for today's consumption. You three eat whatever you want. No need to be polite with me. Looking at the weight of the trio, you can't get down today without a couple million. But it doesn't matter, Yi Xiao billions have given him time, spend a few million and what is it? So this meal today had to be on him. Okay, let's go. After arriving at the room, Yi Xiao handed the Dragon Blood Ghost Shark King to Maniac. Looking at the dragon-blooded ghost Scalp King, the desire in the eyes of the maniac could not be blocked. This dragon-blooded ghost Scalp King was too much in line with his aesthetic. Brother, make sure you give it to me. This ghost Jiao King is really too handsome. Give me a month's time. I'll gather 5 billion, for sure. Money is not in a hurry for now. Let's open up the market first. You don't have to be in a hurry with the money. You should know that it's only because I trust you that I'm handing over my holy favor to you. You don't want to sell me out. Don't worry, I, madman, will not disclose a single bit of information about you even if I die. I, the people of the underworld divine warfare, only have one word for it, and that's tough talking. It didn't matter if it was leaked, but he still wanted to keep a low profile. These 2 holy pets will be given to you. The Dragon Blood Ghost Shark King won't charge you. As for the future holy pets, I don't think you'll be able to eat them. Of course, the Dragon Blood Ghost Jiao King isn't given to you for nothing. You need to help me get through the market. I'll have Saint Favors one after another after that, and you'll have full authority to deal with them at that time. The quality won't be worse than the Blazing Monkey King or the Dragon Blood Ghost Shark. Of course, you can also participate in the auction if you have the money to do so, and when you get that holy pet, it will be yours. 2 holy favorites were already his limit. The money spent on the purchase is but a small amount. It is the subsequent training that really costs money. It wouldn't be a few billion that would stop it, it would be at least 100 billion, and the average person really can't afford to cultivate it. Of course, if it can be cultivated, the achievement is not something that can be reached by ordinary people. 2 holy pets were already his limit. Greed was not the better, the more holy pets the better. Don't worry. I'm not that greedy. I'm already satisfied with having these 2 holy favorites. As for the other holy favorites, it has nothing to do with me. As for sales, you don't have to worry even more. Our underworld god battle will be able to eat them. We are fat and water. They are all people of the underworld god of war. How about giving priority to supplying our fighters? The underworld divine battle, from the name it should be someone from the underworld war god. Of this he had no knowledge. However, if they could eat it, he would be willing to prioritize supplying it to the underworld god war. I will discuss this matter with Elder Underworld. For the time being, there are only these 2 on hand, and I don't know when the next one will be available. I'll contact you when I have it. Is there anything else? If there's nothing, you can go ahead. I won't keep you here. The deal was struck and Yi Xiao did not keep him. A brown man wasn't worth his attention, either wasn't he, and how could he be as eye-catching as the little green trio? Maniac didn't want to stay here for long. He was still waiting to go back and familiarize himself with the 2 holy pets. I'll leave you then. Don't worry. I'll help you publicize it. In a puff of smoke, the maniac was gone. Of course, he's still very committed. Before leaving, he pressed $10 million at the counter, which was considered to be a bill for Yi Xiao and the others.
Roll.
You have 1 second to get out of our sight or I'll kill you. Don't interrupt our meal or no one can protect you. Just as he came downstairs, he heard the 3 of them talking, and this tone of voice, it looked like they were a bit angry. The 3 of them were grumpy, but they never got into trouble and devoted themselves to eating. It was thought that some ungrateful person had messed with the 3 of them. Of course, this was within Yi Xiao's expectations. After all, the 3 of them were as beautiful as flowers. There were always men who couldn't control themselves. Excuse me, please. Yi Xiao squeezed through the crowd, wanting to see what was going on at the scene. Make nifty coins, don't see the old? Bang! Really give him face, do not do it, really think he is good-tempered. Without waiting for him to finish, Yi Xiao kicked over and directly sent him flying out, flying through the wall and onto the street. Green, what's going on? Master. 3. To the other 3, they were cross-eyed, but to Yi Xiao, a smile instantly appeared on his cold as ice face. Especially the title, it really made them envious. Master? These 4 guys are really having a good time, aren't they? What a damn thing. 3 chicks this beautiful are all his, and they call him Master. Drought kills drought, flood kills flood. Shut up all of you, to be able to have such beautiful 3 women, you guys think he would be an ordinary person? The person who dares to make a move against Pang Pang Hai here, do you guys think he would be an ordinary person? Shut up if you don't want to die. Don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with. The crowd of onlookers instantly came to their senses. What was said made sense. Yi Xiao dared to make a move in the magic city with impunity. Without a background, they didn't believe it. Chapter 91 Strong Dragon Blood Scent. Regarding their speculations, Yi Xiao just smiled faintly and did not explain anything more. Let them speculate all they want, as long as he doesn't say anything, no one will know who he is. Green. Tell me, what happened? Did someone harass you for dinner? Eh. Speaking of which, Xiao Qing's trio had an annoyed look on their faces. It was because of that huge sea that caused them to eat a lot less food. It's annoying to be interrupted on the way to dinner. That fat guy was so annoying, delaying our meal and saying something about making a friend. What did he say his name was? Fat Wintermelon? It's not a good thing anyway. Master, it won't get you in trouble. Yi Xiao doted on them and stroked their heads with a disinterested face. In the future, don't care what kind of melon he is. As long as he takes the initiative to look for it, just kick it away. This kind of person is not worth getting angry. Let's eat. The four of them sat and ate as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, Pang Hai, who had been kicked by Yi Xiao, woke up from his unconscious state. His Pang family's youngest master was now being beaten up, and in front of so many people at that. It was tolerable to cook, but not tolerable. Pang Hai couldn't tolerate it. Patted the footprints on his body, re-entered the Magic City Hotel, and came to Yi Xiao with a heavy anger. You boy! Bang! Another kick, crisp and clean, same position, same shape. Huge sea rose up in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Master, how was it? It's cool. That's the way it has to be with them. Poor Pang Hai. He didn't even get a good look at Yi Xiao's face before Xiao Qing kicked him out. You! Bang! I! Bang! Don't say, this Pang Hai is really patient and also quite giving face to the rain. Everyone let kicked out. It's my turn again this time. This little fatty has some willpower. He's still coming up after all this. Yi Xiao looked at the huge sea that rushed up and moved his ankle. As long as he opened his mouth, Yi Xiao kicked out with this kick. Don't kick. Don't kick. I'm not here to pick a fight. After being kicked 4 times in a row by Yi Xiao and the others, Pang Hai resigned himself to the fact that this guy was not giving him any face at all. Go up there again looking for a fight and get kicked. And anyone who dared to kick his ass here surely couldn't be an ordinary person. Sensing words and colors was their basic skill. Yi Xiao was imposing and suave. His movements were crisp and clean, lifting and closing his feet with a master's demeanor. So he decided that Yi Xiao was likewise a great young master, and he didn't recognize him, so that only proved that he was an alien great young master. This kind of person cannot be offended, and a few kicks can be nothing. Master, this little fatty has actually learned his lesson. It's still the master who's great. The 3 opened their mouths and praised Yi Xiao there, which made Pang Hai even more convinced of Yi Xiao's identity. Master. The 3 flowery and beautiful ladies actually called him master. How can you do this without a certain status? Fatty, what's the matter with you? Yi Xiao did not raise his head to look at Pang Hai, chewing the steak gently and swallowing it, after being waited on by Xiao Qing to wipe the grease stains on his mouth. Cool. So handsome. Impeccably handsome. Not bad for a young master who dared to kick his ass. Young master, I've come to apologize. It was me who was ungrateful before. If I had known that this was one of your people, I definitely wouldn't have come up and accosted you. That young master. Today's meal is on me. Okay, you're generous. Don't bother with me. That's interesting. After kicking someone off so many times, he was still not angry, and even apologized to him and invited him to dinner. It's amazing that there is such a good thing in the world. Since everyone else was so enthusiastic, there was definitely no reason for him to refuse. You kid is very sensible, I like it. So I'll give you a chance to perform today, and what happened before is also written off. Thanks a lot. After saying that, Pang Hai went to pay the bill with his ass, and in the meantime he gave the repair cost of the wall as well. After all, he's the one who wrecked it and he deserves to pay for it. Young master, get acquainted. My name is Pang Hai. Pang family, you can just call me Fatty. If it was put on an unusual person who dared to call him a little fat, he would have slapped him on the face. But put it on Yi Xiao, it's a term of endearment for him. Don't pry into my identity, you're not qualified to know for now. Got it? Got it, I got it all. The more mysterious Yi Xiao was, the more awe-inspiring Pang Hai was, staying by Yi Xiao's side respectfully and serving them carefully. Okay. If it's okay you can leave, we're going to rest. After eating and drinking, they were ready to rest. Then have a good rest, and I wish you all good martial luck. Polite, knowledgeable, a little chubby, but still cute. After sending off little Fatty, Yi Xiao and the four of them went back to their rooms to rest, and set off early the next morning for the Dragon Blood Mystery Realm. Today, we continue to brush and practice, and continue to search for a suitable beast pet. Yo, Monkler. Still here today. Just after arriving at the Dragon's Blood Mystery, I saw that the old man who made the blind box yesterday was still there, sweeping around for a new batch of beast pets. Is this new stock? How's the quality compared to yesterday's? Why are you still hurt? Yesterday, the old man's body was not injured, but today his breath was much more withered, and he was still able to smell the faint odor of blood. Apparently, he had just entered the Dragon's Blood Mystic Realm to capture a ferocious beast, and was injured. Just caught, freshly baked ferocious beasts. Have some fun. In case you win the bet, you'll make a fortune. Yi Xiao smiled and shook his head. The overall quality of this batch was indeed stronger than yesterday's. Unfortunately, they were all ferocious beasts with Overlord-level bloodline, and these ferocious beasts did not have any attraction to Yi Xiao. Master, he has a very strong dragon blood aura on him. Quite strong. I feel it too. It's so thick, thicker than 1,000 monsters combined. It's really strong and feels comforting. After Yi Xiao approached the old man, Xiao Qing and the girls all felt the dragon blood aura from the old man's body, and it was an unusually strong dragon blood aura. Grandpa, how many ferocious beasts can you capture every day here? Reveal the news. Where the quality is good, I'll try it too. Money is tight, and I'd like to make some money to spend. With such a strong dragon blood aura on his body, he had obviously gone to an extraordinary place, and if he could inquire about it, he could take his chances, and there might not be any unexpected gains. However, the old man was not that stupid. Raising his eyes and glancing faintly at Yi Xiao, he lightly spat out a sentence. You? Not even close, going to die. Just go in there and brush up on the little monsters in peace. It's not for you there. It's looking down on him. But you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so take your time and ask around, you'll find out sooner or later. Chapter 92, The Big Bed. Got it. After chatting for a couple of sentences, Yi Xiao turned around and left, entering the secret realm to repeat the process of luring and killing monsters. And in the deep hidden corners of the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm, drop by drop, the dragon's blood was falling lower and lower, and underneath the dragon's blood was a hideous dragon's head, with only the dragon's head missing from the rest of the body. It's been 100 years, damn humans, to plunder my dragon's blood again and again and again. The dragon head's face became more and more hideous, but there was nothing it could do. There was no way for him to move now that he only had one dragon head left. It had been working hard for the past 100 years, trying to repair its body. But every time it came to a critical moment, someone would appear and plunder away its dragon's blood, causing his efforts to go down the drain. But even so, it still didn't give up, continuously condensing the dragon's blood in an attempt to breed a new body. The body was about to grow out, but it turned out to be broken up again yesterday, and all the dragon's blood was plundered away. This time it really enraged him. Give up, don't condense, just hang on half dead. Anyway, there is no way to get out of this life. Evil dragon, you can now condense your body, and after this condensation, we will not continue to plunder dragon blood. Are you serious? To this voice, the evil dragon was extremely familiar. It was this person who gave him a fatal blow every time he was at the critical moment of condensing his body. Now he had actually agreed to condense his body himself. That's a once-in-a-century sighting. You won't lie to the dragon, you humans are cunning and fickle, and when the time comes to strike me a fatal blow while I'm off guard, the fruits of all my endeavors will be yours. In the face of the evil dragon's questioning, the voice in the darkness merely laughed contemptuously. Do you have any choice but to believe? Believe, and you may be able to succeed. Don't believe, and you never will. The evil dragon was so hateful. What a dashing dragon it was back then. But now it was confined here and could only act as someone else's blood-making machine. I'll believe it this once. If you dare to lie to me, I will not let you go. Yi Xiao simply did not know that there would be such a place in the depths of the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm, and that a secret deal was going on. He's been busy killing monsters now. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Congratulations on leveling up to 35, and the leveling up of the beast pet to 35. Half a month later. Congratulations on leveling up to level 40, and the leveling up of the beast pet to level 40. January. Congratulations on leveling up to level 45 and the leveling up of the beast pet to level 45. After a month of continuously killing monsters in the Dragon's Blood mystic realm, Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing leveled up to level 45 in a brainstorm. This was still because Yi Xiao had to sift through the ferocious beasts for beast pets with good natural talent, or else they would have been able to kill the monsters at a much faster rate. 2 were found for the saint-level bloodline, and none for the god-level bloodline so far. Although there was some small disappointment, but there was no way this was fate. One couldn't find a god-level bloodline every time. More or less one had to give others a little chance. The material is transmitted to Xiao Yunru, the holy pet is taken away by the maniac and sold. The skill book equipment can be used to wear, and those that can't be used are sold off. Personal wealth managed to break through to $10 billion. A whole 10 billion, and that didn't include the money that maniac and the others owed. If he added the money from the sale of the holy favors, he had already managed to break 30 billion. View personal attributes. Name, Yi Xiao. Occupation, Beast Master, Beast Knight, Beast Pet, White Tiger with Green Eyes, Xuanwu in the Sea, Immortal Divine Phoenix. Rank, 45. Power, 2170. Agility, 2023. Endurance, 2055. Spirit, 2222. The dual career addition and the substantial increase in his personal attributes directly caused his single attribute to break through 2000. His attributes had made such a breakthrough, not to mention Xiao Qing and the girls, their attributes had increased even more. Breaking 10,000 was definitely there. After closing the attribute panel, Yi Xiao led them out of the Dragon Blood mystic realm. They hadn't slacked off all month, and the results had been remarkable, and it was time to relax. And tomorrow is the start of the college semester, so it's more than a little bad to be late. Although he had the Underworld War God through the back door, he couldn't afford to be bullying, and it would be the Underworld War God's face that would be disgraced at that time. School starts tomorrow. Let's get ready and buy a villa near the school on the way. Living in school, that is impossible. In this life he is not willing to live in 8 rooms. He is so rich, completely have the strength to buy a villa by himself. Of course he was doing this solely to prevent anyone from discovering Xiao Qing's identity of the girls, and definitely not for the sake of living a shameless life with them. Are you going to buy a house, master? I'm going to sleep in one with my master. Can the house be decorated for me? Impossible. 2. Without waiting for Yi Xiao to speak, Little Green Little Spirit sternly rejected Little Phoenix's unreasonable request. They can never let Xiao Huang and Yi Xiao be in the same room. They have to sleep together, and the rooms have to be set up together. 1 room, 1 bed. Room you set up together. Okay? Okay. Fearing that they would make a scene, Yi Xiao decided in advance. They were unconditionally supportive of Yi Xiao's decision, as long as they could live with him. In order to purchase the house, they even left their meals behind as Yi Xiao led them to the real estate agent. My requirements are simple. It's close to Magic City University, and it doesn't have a lot of rooms. It has to be big, preferably a big villa of the kind with only 1 bedroom. The beds should be large, the kind of big beds that can accommodate at least 10 people. Yes, the bed must be big and soft. Yi Xiao brought up his request and directly confused the real estate agent. It was a simple request to say the least. She had never seen a guest make such a simple request before. But it was a bit difficult to say that it was difficult. After all, this was the first time she had heard of such a large villa. That's very elegant of you, sir, and the loins are good. With a king-sized bed that accommodated 10 people and 3 beautiful women by his side, a person would know what he was thinking. Of course, they don't interfere with their clients' choices. Your terms are simple, but it will take 2 days to help you remodel. Rest assured, our team is the most professional and will help you remodel a room that absolutely meets your requirements and has the highest level of privacy in the industry. There will be formation masters on the periphery of the villa to set up formations for you. Of course, these are all charged. I will make a list of charges for you. You can choose on your own. Do you think it's okay? The real estate agent was very nice and explained everything about where to spend your money. In less than half an hour, the design drawings and the list of charges came out. Yi Xiao was very satisfied, and the 3 of them were also very satisfied. Is this our future home? Chapter 93. I'll sign you up. Yi Xiao stroked his head favorably. Yes, this is our future home. Do you like it? If you don't like it, we'll change it. No change. Love, love, love it so much. The bed was so big that it could sleep 20 people, even if they rolled around on it. What about you guys? Do you all like it? Like. I like it when my master likes it. Little Spirit, Little Phoenix. The tiger with a heart of gold. Since all three of them like the cottage, it's settled. Just follow this design. Okay, sir, this is our specific contract. You see, the price is expensive, but the follow-up of our maintenance is also quite timely, to give you the most intimate service. Probably read the contract, all the maintenance is all there. Even the cleaning has a fixed person to come to the home to clean. Do not need him to worry about the home at all. Yes, sign it. With a big hand, 10 billion went out. In this magic city where every inch of land was expensive, the price was already expensive, plus the various designs, it directly cost him $10 billion. But 10 billion is 10 billion, as long as they like it. Money this thing, life does not bring, death does not take away, make money is to spend, do not spend to stay, burning paper are too much trouble. The contract was signed, the money was paid, and the house was finalized. You will be able to arrange to stay at the hotel for only 2 days. Come on, let's go back to the hotel first, so we can move in when the house is done. Ding, you have 2 new messages. Please check them promptly. Just as Yi Xiao was about to leave, someone sent him a message. Xiao Yunru, where is everyone? You can't be unaware of today's enrollment. I've already finished enrolling, so hurry up and come. And Yun, enrollment for Magic City University today. Have you signed up yet? I'm done enrolling. And Yun and Xiao Yunro sent him a message to sign up at the same time. And Yun came to Magic City University solely to chase Yi Xiao's footsteps and wanted to be with him. Xiao Yunru, on the other hand, was much simpler. She simply wanted to be adopted by Yi Xiao, and she had gotten a taste of the sweetness during this recent period of time. There was no shortage of that alchemy material at all. The materials sent by Yi Xiao were enough for her to use for a day at a time. Yi Xiao, enrollment? Sign up for what? Isn't it tomorrow? And Yun, tomorrow is the start of the school year. You have to enroll in classes today, and you have to be tested to see if you have the qualifications to enroll in school. Xiao Yunrui, enrollment in a separate class, a big brother. You will not be here yet. Awesome. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. Did he need to enroll? It doesn't seem to work too well. He was a genius that the underworld war god had stuffed in through the back door. But just in case, it's better to check it out. Just in case he misses the sign-ups when they won't let him in, that would be embarrassing. Yi Xiao. I know. I'm near Magic City University. I'll be enrolling soon. Let's have dinner together later? It's been a long time. And good. Xiao Yunru. No time, busy. Xiao Yunru's reaction was all within his expectation. This guy only had alchemy inside his head. Eating was a waste of its time. As for Yun, it was likewise within his expectation that this girl would agree to all of what he asked for. Typical relationship brain, the kind that gets sold and counts the money for you. Yi Xiao. I was going to say I'd give you a nice alchemy material, since you don't want to. Xiao Yunru, address on call. Little man, I can't pin you down yet. After hanging up the communication, Yi Xiao led the 3 girls to Magic City University. Just after arriving at Magic City University, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The large entrance to the school was now becoming extraordinarily crowded. All of them were students who hadn't been transferring for long and were now coming to Magic City University to enroll. One really can't underestimate the people of the world. I didn't expect there to be quite a few geniuses in the younger generation. Yi Xiao thought that his talent was already unparalleled. Now that I look at it, I'm able to get where I am now, all because of the system. System. Finally found it? By himself, with the help of the system and the divine favor, this was the only way to reach the second turn of level 45. But what about these students on the scene who didn't have a golden finger with their own natural strength? There were quite a few of them who had actually broken through to the second turn. Although it was only a simple second turn at level 30, which was still a long way behind him, it was enough to prove their talent. The rest of the students were also close to level 30, and it wouldn't take too long for them to turn too. Is it strong, master? I think it's just like that. I can spray a whole bunch of them to death in one breath like that. Green looked around the room and was not interested in them at all. In Xiao Qing's and the girl's eyes, these people were like mole crickets, the kind that could blow a large swath of people to death with a single breath. Sure, keep a low profile, we may be strong. But we have to keep a low profile, we can't be found out of the ordinary, understand? Understood. But it's really boring. Let's hurry up and sign up. Let's eat afterward. It really isn't much fun except for the crowds, and school starts tomorrow, so sign up first. Beauties, 3 big beauties and 1 big handsome guy. Eh? A sudden gasp came from the crowd, and the scene instantly fell silent. But they didn't look back. They were all familiar with this routine. Someone had already teased them with it before and then cut in line to enroll. Being on the receiving end once is fine. Being on the receiving end twice is just plain stupid. Still trying to pull the same old stunt. and no one's going to fall for it.
报名报名，先报名，人太多了，报名为主，美女为辅。
But these 3 beauties are really beautiful. Beautiful indeed. Especially that big wave. I love it, it looks hot. Shouting continued to come from around them, and even the previously indifferent students couldn't help but turn around and look. When they saw the trio of Yi Xiao and Xiao Qing, they couldn't help but let out a gasp of beauty and handsomeness. Brothers, sisters, can you let me go over and sign up first? Phoenix was the best at dealing with this sort of thing, with a ruffle of her hair, a twist of her body, and a pinch of her voice. A brother and sister, straight up male and female. Come on, you guys sign up first. I'm in no hurry. I'm fine here. Come over to my place and sign up. Thank you, a couple of brothers. Even the sophomore and junior seniors at the registration desk were mesmerized. How in the world can there be such an enchanting girl? Paper. Give me paper. In public, stinky face, you even jerked? The nosebleed, ah. Schoolmates, you can't grasp it. Let the senior come. The senior is the best at dealing with this kind of scene. As he spoke, he thought he was handsome and posed, then walked towards little Phoenix. Showing a pair of big white teeth, he thought he was handsome. 3 beauties? I'm junior senior Lise. You're not familiar with the enrollment process. The senior can personally take you and complete the enrollment process in no time. Chapter 94. Senior? Kill in a second. Little Phoenix looked at Lise with a disgusted expression. How did this guy have the nerve to come up here? The look was so disgusting it made them gag. 3 schoolgirls? Let the senior. Lise was just about to reach out and take Xiao Huang's arm when she dodged out of the way. She is a clean freak, except Yi Xiao will not allow other men to touch. After being dodged by little Phoenix, Lise was also a bit embarrassed, but fortunately his skin was thick enough to ha-ha as if nothing had happened. Come, schoolgirls, come this way. The seniors will help you with your enrollment. The 3 of them ignored him and only turned their gazes to Yi Xiao, who was on the side. Yi Xiao just smiled and did not intend to get involved. How could he intervene in such a nice play? Feel free to settle this as you please, just so you can learn how humans get along before the end is revealed. Learning how humans get along, ah. Xiao Qing closed her eyes and pondered for a while, instantly understanding what Yi Xiao meant. Turning over, she looked at Lise with a winking smile on her face. Senior, I just heard you say that you are a junior? To be able to enter Magic City University, I guess you must be very strong. When it came to strength, Lizina was confident. Which one who could join Magic City University was not superbly gifted. Even if he wasn't the top of the bunch, it wasn't something that could be compared to anyone else. Coupled with his studies at Magic City University over the years, his strength was even far beyond that of the average person. But in front of the schoolgirls, it was more or less necessary to keep a low profile. It would not be good to leave an impression of pride and arrogance. Sister compliments, senior is just a few years older than you guys and has seen a bit more. Right now it's just a second-turn 55-level paladin with sloppy strength. It's just barely making it into the top 100 list of Magic City University. It's not worth mentioning. He said on his lips that it was not worth mentioning, but the smugness on his face could not be concealed. Looking at his complacent appearance, Xiao Qing and the girls became even more disgusted, but for the sake of their own plan, they still put on a look of adoration out. Wow, Senpai is actually a student of the top 100 list, a level 55 paladin, so powerful. Senior is so powerful, can you instruct the 3 of us, so that we can also see Senior's majesty? Average, and not very strong, pointing you guys, and instruct you? Lise still had a smug smile on his face, but his body froze. This hit him by surprise, how good to point again. When those schoolgirls heard about his strength before, they all gathered around him, itching to fall back on him. How come when it came to Green and the girls, they had to let him point them out instead? No schoolgirls, you want me to instruct you? I'm a 55-level powerhouse. I'm afraid It's okay. We're ready for this. It's not about seeing our academy seniors. Besides, there are still 3 of us, so we'll be careful. Senior won't be afraid, right? Or is it that even the simple request of a schoolgirl can't be satisfied? Is it that Senior can't? Yin and Yang, they can really learn to understand. 3 words let Lise on the head. How can you not in front of a beautiful schoolgirl? Lise tapped his chest, his face full of confidence. This small request will naturally be satisfied. This is not afraid of hurting you. After all, the fists and feet without eyes. In case of bumping, how sorry you. It's okay. Senpai, let us see the majesty. Since Xiao Qing and the girls had said so, with adoration in their eyes, how could they not be satisfied as seniors? Good, but Elder is a paladin and will not bully you, so feel free to attack. Elder will only defend, not attack, lest he injure you by mistake. Lizzie is really taking chivalry to the max. Not attacking, only defending. In a way, he did make the most correct choice. After all, it was the only way to have that slight possibility of surviving a blow. Senpai is awesome, so we can attack. Don't be in a hurry, schoolgirl. You're going to be blacklisted for attacking seniors so much. Wait for us to sign a cutting agreement. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome when the time comes. Sign the cutting agreement. Come on, schoolgirls. Tap yes and we'll cut. Novelty. I'm sure it's a big city that knows just how much. Only today did Yi Xiao realize that there was a cutting protocol. It's a nice thing to have, and with a cutting agreement, there's no fear of black names. Don't kill me. Just teach me a lesson. After Xiao Qing and the girls finished signing the cutting agreement, Yi Xiao secretly sent a message to the three of them. Although this guy Li Zhe was disgusting, he hadn't done any great evil, so it was good to teach him a lesson. There was no need to take his life. Nodding at Yi Xiao to indicate that they knew, they turned their heads to resume their worship and said to Li Zhe, "Then, senpai, we may begin." The three of them set up a long serpentine formation and just stood in front of Li Zhe. "Come on, senior I." In Li Zhe's opinion, the three elementary school girls who had just come to report, how strong could they be? Not to mention resisting the attacks of the three of them, even if there were 10 more, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Unfortunately, it all came from what he thought. The words are not even finished yet. The eyes are 3 days of slender white long legs, immediately followed by an inexplicable pressure. Blocking. Must block. Not blocking will kill you. By the time Lisa reacted and tried to resist, the 3 feet had already hit the red heart, head, chest, and stomach. Li Zhe only felt a tearing pain coming from his body, and his internal organs seemed to have been kicked to pieces. A sweet taste came from his throat and he froze, not being able to hold it in, spitting out blood in midair. Wow. Bang! Li Zhe's entire body was embedded inside the wall of Magic City University. Don't say, this wall is really strong, all this not yet collapsed. Looking at Li Zhe, who was wailing and vomiting blood inside the wall, no matter if it was a enrolled freshman or a sophomore or junior, all of them were silent. Seconds. Real seconds. There was a suspicion of gullibility, but it was still a spike. The top 100 students of the Magic City University, the junior second turn 55 paladins, were unexpectedly killed by 3 little girls. Monsters, right? Are these 3 guys monsters? A second turn level 55 powerhouse was actually killed by them in seconds. Which city's monster is this, to have come to Magic City University as well? The crowd unconsciously took 2 steps back, which was considered respect for the strong. It was absolutely impossible to kill Li Zhe in seconds with their strength anyway. Even in the case where Li Zhe's love interest was 1 against 3, they were just as no match for Li Zhe. Is this the strength of a third-year senior at Magic City University? So weak. Yes, big sister, I only used 70% of my strength and he couldn't do it. Thanks to me being smart, otherwise this kick would have killed him. Chapter 95, The Worst Class of Seniors. Senpai, are you okay? It's not going to be this. The 3 of them were practically killing people to death, beating them to this miserable state, and they were still there in the shadows. It doesn't look like Senpai is going to make it. Lisa was caught in the wall, not even trying to come to his senses, and those 3 kicks directly shattered his dignity. The key he felt the unrivaled power from these 3 kicks now go out that is purely looking for abuse, might as well pretend to be unconscious inside the wall. Are there any other seniors out there? The 3 of us sisters will accompany you. There was dead silence. What an international joke. Even the top 100 players have been beaten into this miserable state. They go up is not looking for death. Those present were all human beings, but no one was foolish enough to go up and send themselves to their deaths. After seeing that no one came forward, the 3 of them shrugged and came to Yi Zhao's side. Master, settle. This class of seniors is truly the worst I've ever encountered. Not a single one that can fight. It's too disappointing. Well, go sign up. Xiao Qing, this mouth, definitely watched too much TV. In the beginning was still such a well-behaved little girl, now become shifty. The 4 of them just logically enrolled, and wherever they went, the enrolled students retreated, fearing that they would be missed by Xiao Qing. Of course, the enrollment speed is so fast, completely because they saved the verification of the strength of the link, can beat Li Zhe to the wall to key out how the strength is also enough to enrollment. They didn't dare to talk about it until Yi Xiao and the others walked into the campus. My God, These 3 girls are definitely at the super genius level. They actually crossed the ranks to finish off Senior Lise. There's something to see this year, with so many geniuses coming. There's a lot of competitive pressure. I'm not looking for anything else. It would be nice to get through freshman qualifying in peace. After the registration was over, Yi Xiao went to the new student reception to receive the new student enrollment rewards. To be able to enter Magic City University, talent and strength are indispensable, and the resources subsidized by the school are naturally not few. The 4 of them receive 4 supplies at once. Yi Xiao, Imperial Beast Master, 2nd turn level 45. Yi Qing, Mystic Profession, turn 2, level 45. Xian Ling, Mystic Profession, turn 2, level 45. Phoenix Flame, Mystic Profession, turn 2, level 45. The director looked at the 4 men's enrollment packets and was pleased. Although they didn't know the exact occupations of Xiao Qing and the 3 of them, their ranks already said it all. Turning 2 and level 45, the occupation is definitely not weak. Not bad. Not bad. I'm Governor Feng, the freshman director of Magic City University. You guys should be here to receive freshman supplies. Yes, Director Feng. Surname Feng, Magic City. 90% chance it's that Feng family. If you cannot mess with it, do not mess with it. Make a good relationship and act in the future is also convenient, but also can be regarded as one of their own connections. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the ones who came in through the back door of the underworld war god. 1 man and 3 women, the highest treatment. Before, I thought it would be some kind of 2nd generation, but I didn't realize that I was the one who was prejudiced to look away. Governor Feng was very satisfied with Yi Zhao's 4 people. Everything that had just happened at the entrance of the school was all under his watchful eye, and he could tell that Xiao Qing's few people hadn't used their full strength to deal with Li Zhe at all. Even if Li Zhe went all out, he wouldn't be a match for them. Although Li Zhe is mediocre in school, he's also a student who can squeeze into the top 100 list, and there aren't many people who can kill him in seconds. The fact that a few of you were able to kill him in seconds is enough to prove that your strength is worthy of the highest level of reward. After saying that, the director took out 4 of the highest level freshman rewards. Yi Xiao was just about to take the reward when Feng Du withdrew his hand and then looked at the 4 with a serious face. There's something I still need to say to you, even if you're from the Spectral Warlord. Here, it's Magic City University. Universities have university rules. I don't care what you guys came in through the back door for. Once you break the rules of Magic City University, the face of the god of underworld warfare will be just as bad. Got it? The 3 of them, Xiao Qing, did not take Feng Du's words to heart at all. Originally, they had enrolled in school just to let Yi Xiao get an extra reward. The 3 of them turned their gazes to Yi Xiao, leaving it up to Yi Xiao to make the call. Feng Du similarly looked at Yi Xiao. He knew that all 3 of them were dominated by Yi Xiao. Don't worry, Director Feng, we just simply want to come to school. As long as others don't mess with us, we naturally won't cause trouble. But if someone messes with us, I will naturally dispose of it. Director Feng had said so. What else could Yi Xiao say, reaching out and taking the freshman reward in his hand? Then thank you, Director Feng. Thanks to Director Feng. 3. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Wait. Although he didn't know the purpose of Yi Xiao and the others coming to the school, he had to say that the 4 of them were currently at the top of the freshmen. Yi Xiao knew that it was the Imperial Beast Master, but what occupations the other 3 had he wasn't sure. Director Feng, is there anything else you need? I'd like to find out what the 3 of them do for a living. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. This did not seem to be anything worth hiding. Only the 3 of them were his own beast pets, and he had to make up any specific professions now. Yi Qing, Magic Warrior, Dual Cultivation, Level 2 Turn 45. Xian Ling, Sacred Shield Warrior, Rank 2 Turn 45. Phoenix Flame, Undead Mage, Level 2 Turn 45. Magic Warrior, Holy Shield Warrior, Immortal Mage. All of them are mysterious professions that I've never heard of. Doesn't matter though, just know what they do for a living. Too much interference can cause discomfort for others. Good. I know all about you guys. School starts tomorrow, so don't be late. Here are the classes you'll be placed in, and the Academy Guide, so you can learn about it ahead of time. College isn't like high school. You won't be taught the basics here anymore. It's a small society, and you can only live on your own. Of course, the Academy won't be stingy with its rewards. What contributions you make and what rewards you get will be accumulated for you in the form of points when the time comes, and you can exchange them for everything you want at that time. For the specifics, Take your time to learn about it after you enroll in school. So I won't say any more nonsense. By the way, the Underworld War God is giving you guys a backdoor deal. You're all treated as top geniuses, 10,000 points each. Although he didn't know what the points were for yet, but listening to Director Feng's words, these points were hard currency in the school. Director Feng, can you transfer all 4 people's points to my account? Eh? Director Feng looked at Yi Xiao with a dumbfounded look on his face. How could he say this as a matter of course? This is too shameless. Chapter 96. You want to rebel? What did you just say? The points were all transferred to your name. He should have just told them about the importance of points. How could Yi Xiao still say something so irresponsible? That's right, they can just transfer the points to my name if they want to. Yes, we do. Turn it, we don't need it. Governor Feng was confused. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. This was 10,000 points, which could be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources at the school. Now they even wanted to transfer the points to Yi Xiao. He couldn't figure it out. Although Yi Xiao was a little bit handsome, the 3 of them were equally poised. Not so much that they would give up such huge cultivation resources for a little bit of beauty. 10,000 points is a very large amount of points that can be exchanged for quite a few cultivation resources. Are you guys sure you're just going to give it up? Oh. Thanks for the reminder to turn, Director Feng. Can points be eaten? Turn away, turn away. Turn. Seeing the resolute attitude of the 3, Feng Du knew that they would not listen to him no matter how much he tried to persuade them. Even if they transferred the points to them, they would still transfer them to Yi Xiao. Instead of that, it would be better to transfer the points to Yi Xiao. You kid really stepped on to meet such 3 good girls. Yi Xiao just laughed and did not refute anything anyway. They were one when he was strong. Xiao Qing and the girls were also strong. Director Feng, you're wrong. It's us who stepped on. Big sister is right. Agreed. Feng Du no longer say anything more. 3 love brains, eyes only Yi Xiao, and so on later to suffer losses will know that he is for their good. Live on campus? The college has equipped dormitories with decent accommodations. No, we're staying at the villa. Showing off your wealth. Nakedly showing off your wealth. Where can an average student afford a villa near the college? Only after watching Yi Xiao's 4 people leave did a smile appear on Feng Du's face. Although he did not know the purpose of the Underworld War God arranging for Yi Xiao and the others to come in, he thought that they would not be here to jeopardize the school. When you enter Magic City University, you are a student of Magic City University. The new student had already reached level 2, turn 45. This was not something that an unusual transmogrifier could do. Not to mention the newbies who just made the switch, and it's only been 2 or 3 months. Even if they were geniuses, at most they had just broken through to level 30 of the second turn at this time. To reach the heights of Yi Xiao and the others, one would have to be at least a sophomore. Imperial City University? There's something to see this year. After leaving Governor Feng's office, Yi Xiao's identity changed. Magic City University student. Points. 40,000. Wear this title in the college range attack plus 15, agility plus 15, endurance plus 15, spirit plus 15. No wonder people are trying to find ways to join powerful organizations. The attribute bonuses are really enough. Within the boundaries of the academy, students who wear the title are able to easily defeat students of the same rank who do not wear the becoming. The stronger the organization, the stronger the attribute bonus. This is also considered a kind of protection for students, but of course only within the college. Leaving the campus area, the attribute bonus will be reduced to 3. Let's go and find An Yun and Xiao Yunru for dinner. After sending a message to the 2, the 6 met at the Magic City Hotel. Yi Xiao, you damn well can This is only a few months Surprisingly, there are so many beautiful women around. When did your boy have so much charm? A few beauties, what do you see in him? Is he handsome? Or is he rich? Does it mean he lives well? Xiao Yunro still had a heartless look on her face. She was the only one who dared to talk to Yi Xiao like this. As for An Yun, she was looking at Yi Xiao with a face of eating. Before it was clear that there were only 2. But now there was an additional one, or a big wavy imperial sister, her status one. Xiao Yunru. Can you damn well act like a woman? How can this come out of your mouth? Am I, Yi Xiao, that kind of person? They are all my beloved family members, hand and foot relatives. Listening to Yi Xiao's hypocritical words, Xiao Yunru just laughed. Mix it up before you do it? Roll. A few people were talking and laughing as they made their way to the hotel. When he saw Yi Xiao and the others, the waiter knew what to do. What right does this kid have? 5 beautiful women surrounding him alone. It's enough to have money and a good face and a good life and a good body. Envious. But unfortunately the loins are not strong. Half an hour later, Xiao Yunru was dumbfounded by the sight before her. A table full of food. Yi Xiao, are you a pig? So many dishes. Can you finish them? Obviously Xiao Yunru was unaware of Xiao Qing's and their fighting strength. This bit of rice was not enough for them to stuff their teeth. Don't worry. This is just foreplay. The real thing is yet to come. Little green little spirit, introduce this sister. To Aniyun Xiao Qing Xiaoling has become familiar with. Before Aniyun was very caring to them, all kinds of delicious food were given to them. In their eyes, Aniyun was a friend second only to Yi Xiao. This is Lao San. Just call her Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix sister. So pretty. What a great body. Let's eat. Don't be polite, we're all on our own. Under Xiao Yunro's surprised little eyes, several people fed Yi Xiao one bite at a time. Ancient emperors didn't have it as good as he did. Watching them serve Yi Xiao in such a way, Xiao Yunru felt that she had received 1 billion tons of violent attacks. With that, a slap went straight up. You're really spoiled. You don't even know how to eat after transferring. Eh? Watching Yi Xiao being slapped by Xiao Yunru, the 3 girls gazed over with more or less a hint of ill will in their eyes. Beat their masters to their faces. It was also that Yi Xiao did not give the order, or else the current Xiao Yunru would already be in pieces. Owner's own. This is the master's childhood friend. Just like to joke. You don't have to take it seriously. There's no need to be hostile to her in the future. She won't harm me. Feeling the hostility within Xiao Qing and the girls, Yi Xiao hurriedly explained twice. He couldn't let Xiao Qing and the girls hold a grudge against Xiao Yunru because of this jokey move. Hearing Yi Xiao's explanation, the hostility in the hearts of Xiao Qing's few people was sort of dissolved. But they still didn't want anyone to make a move on Yi Xiao in front of them. This is the only time it will not happen again. If there's a next time, don't blame us. For the last time, to give you a face. Gu do. Even though Xiao Yunru was greatly grinning, she could likewise feel the hostility in Xiao Qing's trio. She was just an alchemist, how could she be a match for Xiao Qing and the girls, and was instantly scared and honest. We're all on our own. You're making it hard for me. Or do you not listen to my words either? Threatening my friends in front of me? You guys want to counter? Chapter 97. I'm not interested in him. These 3 guys had drifted a bit lately, and if they dared to do this to his friends now, they would be riding on his head and ting on him in the future. As a master, it is natural to have the majesty of a master. Spoiling them will only make them lose their sense of proportion. After seeing Yi Xiao angry, the 3 girls instantly became honest. It was the first time they had seen Yi Xiao so angry. Master, we were wrong. We won't dare again. Don't call me master. You're the ones who own me. Threaten my friends to my face. There's nothing you wouldn't dare to do. Without waiting for them to explain, Yi Xiao interrupted them. Seeing Yi Xiao defending her so well, Xiao Yunru was still quite touched. But to make them fall out over her was a bit of a fuss. Besides, they were just defending Yi Xiao. They didn't do too much harm to her. All right, your kid is really different now. Lecturing one thing after another. What's there to be angry about this little thing? They're doing it for your own good. And they were just joking with me just now, don't you think so? Xiao Yunru kept winking at them, and the 3 of them were not cuties. They knew that Xiao Yunru was giving them another step down. Sister Xiao is right, we were just joking around. Not really. Just kidding. The 3 of them walked down the steps before Yi Xiao's anger subsided. You're still as kind as when you were a child, and I'm not a cutie. I can't see with eyes as big as yours? Snap! Just as Yi Xiao finished speaking, Xiao Yunru slapped her face. Brat! Give you steps and you go down, no end to it, let no one eat. Down. This time, Xiao Qing's few people did not dare to react. After all, this was their mode of getting along with each other, and interfering too much was likely to make Yi Xiao unhappy. All right, the atmosphere is all embarrassed by you. Eat. Sisters, let's compare and see who eats fast and much. Looking at the atmosphere a bit stagnant, Xiao Yunru began to liven up the atmosphere and successfully brought the topic to dinner. In terms of eating, the 3 greenies have yet to convince anyone. Sister Xiao, in terms of eating, you're far behind. I don't believe it. I've been a big appetite king since I was a kid. My favorite thing is to eat. You guys are so skinny. How can you possibly eat more than me? Come and compare. The result was self-evident. Xiao Yunru had eaten not 1/10 of what they had, and her stomach was stretched to the point of exploding. You still showing off? Your stomach is about to explode. Xiao Yunro blankly glanced at Yi Xiao without any good sense. Auntie, I'm still not trying to ease the atmosphere for you, treating my good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. But they are really able to eat. They eat so much and their stomachs don't even bulge. Xiao Yunru didn't know their identities yet, and her eyes were filled with envy as she watched them eat so well. Guess why they call me master? Men's bad taste, you've been holding it in since you were a kid. I know you too well. Yi Xiao was speechless. What a man's bad taste, he's a decent man and has never had that kind of thought. Can't you think of anything serious in your damn head day in and day out? Can an alchemist think serious thoughts in his head? That's true. Alchemists are all fantasists with pie-in-the-sky ideas. But it was the only way to refine something unusual. Remember my profession. Beast masters. What's not to remember? Xiao Yunru blinked her big eyes and looked straight at Yi Xiao before turning her head to look at the three Shaoqing people. For a split second, a million thoughts went through his mind. Get it? Looking at Xiao Yunru's confused expression, Yi Xiao wanted to laugh. Good your Yi Xiao, no money you tell me I said to find you a suitable beast pet. Did not think that you were so anxious. Surprisingly play a human pet, One face, two faces, five faces. The five Yi Xiao people just stared at Xiao Yunru with wide eyes in disbelief. But anyone in their right mind can figure out what's going on. As a result, when it came to Xiao Yunru, the divine favor directly turned into a human favor. What are you guys looking at me like that for? You should be looking at him. This guy plays so sick. Snap! Yi Xiao slapped up. If he didn't stop her, he didn't know what she would say. The human favorites are all screwed up for him. Is he that BT? You shut up. I am a decent man no? What man's favor? Don't talk nonsense to corrupt my reputation. This is my beast pet, God's pet. It's an incarnation, not a human pet. When Yi Xiao explained this, Xiao Yunru was even more surprised. God's favorites, 3 of them. Of course, she also knew that the walls had ears, and it was not appropriate for everyone to know about this kind of thing, and whispered in her ear. God's favorites? 3 of them? Are you sure you're not joking with me? The 3 of them are divine beasts. Although she was an alchemist, she also knew the value of a divine pet, one of which was unattainable, let alone 3. No one else would believe that a person could have 3 divine pets. What am I lying to you for? Or why do you think they listen to me so much? The master speaks the truth. That's it. Can be trusted to. Xiao Yunru's world collapsed. She had just actually compared her meal size with 3 divine pets. She couldn't beat them even if she held out. Good boy, I've known since I was a kid that you had it in you. No wonder the material was coming in the mail to me in large batches, that makes sense. Xiao Yunru is still very discerning well. I know that your kid will have future success. Let you be adopted in advance. The rest of my sister's life is in your hands. I'll rely on you to stay in the future. And with our relationship, it shouldn't be a problem to become a first lady. First lady? There's a problem, a big problem. For pairs of eyes looked straight at Xiao Yunru when she said these words. Did you guys? Me say something wrong? Being looked at by the 4 people like this, Xiao Yunru felt more or less creeped out. I was just kidding, you guys can't be serious. There was no way for them not to take it seriously. Yi Xiao and Xiao Yunro's relationship was too close. Before, Yi Xiao had never berated them, but now he was berating them for Xiao Yunru. If Xiao Yunru was just Yi Xiao's friend, it was fine. But wanting to be their mistress, this they could not agree to. And Yun naturally disagreed. We are all women, why should you be the hostess? That, I was really joking, your master and I are just friends, childhood friends, I'm not interested in him. The more I hear this, the more it sounds counterintuitive, and they will never believe it. When they let their guard down, this woman will make it to the top. Chapter 98, You Fund My Efforts. Looking at their eyes, Xiao Yunru knew that they didn't believe it. These women were too jealous, and if they weren't given a proper explanation today, they wouldn't let it go so easily. I really didn't mean to rob your master. Forget it. I'll stop pretending and show my cards. I'm actually a man. Don't look at me like a woman. I'm actually a man. You wonder how your master could have gotten so high with me if I wasn't a man. Xiao Yunru gave Yi Xiao a warning look, signaling him to cooperate with him. Yi Xiao could only succumb to Xiao Yunru's why might. Yeah, he's actually a man, he's just moving technology. After hearing that Xiao Yunru was a man, the 3 of them, Xiao Qing, could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Children are still simple enough to make up 2 random reasons and believe them. After retracting their gaze from Xiao Yunru, the three of them once again looked at the food in front of them. A few people also knowingly stopped bringing up the subject, so as not to be missed by Green and the others when the time comes. Have you made any progress lately? What's the success rate? Speaking of this, Xiao Yunru became interested. After wasting so many of Yi Zhao's materials, naturally the success rate was going to be improved. After being squeezed by Yu for this period of time, the success rate has reached 30, and with the addition of the professional talent, the success rate has basically stabilized at around 50. Half and half of the success rate has been considered very good. Very few alchemists' success rate can reach 50, can reach 30 has been the mouth of the people inside the master. So what level of equipment can you transform now? Those under Obsidian can try, and the success rate of transformation is also at 50. Under Obsidian, it was just right for these recent graduates, and if it could be remodeled, with school starting tomorrow, weapon sales would surely increase dramatically. Open a weapons store? 2. The two men said in unison, clearly coinciding in their thoughts. After all, the price difference between normal equipment and modified equipment was still huge. Yi Xiao could beat the equipment, Xiao Yunru could transform the equipment, and when they partnered up to do business, it would be a pure profit. And the store is readily available, and with a villa as big as his, he only comes back to stay once in a while. Just need to do a business license. Xiao Yunru can open a store to do business. It is also considered to subsidize the family. The cost is almost zero and you can make a living expense. Not bad, not bad, that's a great idea. Freshmen and sophomores basically use star diamond level equipment, and very few can afford obsidian level equipment. And there's a probability of transforming the equipment into star diamond grade item equipment. That's a wide audience, and I can still take the opportunity to hone my skills. And when they've risen to the 3rd year of college, my skills will be able to transform obsidian equipment as well, and I'll be able to continue to sell them. Nice guy. The pits have caught a bunch of people in the pit. But it's really a good deal. Alright, that's it, you're solely responsible for this matter. From now on you'll live inside my villa. Contact me directly if you need anything. Give money to money, materials to materials, and equipment to equipment. We'll split the final proceeds 50-50. Yi Xiao financed it, she contributed, and the proceeds were split 50-50, which was fair. We definitely need to invest in the early stages, and the equipment you fight isn't always enough. We also need to start the business of recycling equipment, which requires money. How much money do you have on you right now? Let's get it together and set it aside for store operations. Although Yi Xiao had a divine pet to help him and was able to kill monsters quickly, the materials and stuff were given to him, and he couldn't buy much money by relying on loose clothing and skill books. It's nice to have a few small targets on you. We've only just launched and we need tens of billions of dollars to operate. It cost over $10 billion to buy the villa, and Maniac had called in the money from the other holy favors as well. There's barely 20 billion or so left on it. But he couldn't figure out that a small weapon store would require more than $20 billion of operating capital. You have not done business. Naturally do not know the difficulties of doing business. More than 20 billion, just enough. Enough! How much you say? It was at this time that Xiao Yunru reacted. What Yi Xiao just said doesn't seem to be 200 million. There seems to be 2 zeros behind it. 20 billion, what's wrong? Doing business turned out to be so difficult, The operation will have to invest $20 billion. Forget it, I believe in you doing business. 20 billion is 20 billion, big deal, I'll make more. Nice guy. It's really $20 billion. Xiao Yunru's 3 views exploded. Yi Xiao, this is a rich woman who has fallen in love with someone's family, directly gave $20 billion of pocket money. She, the thief and money-making alchemist, had but a few small targets on her hands. As a result, when it came to Yi Xiao, he directly came up with 200 small goals. You're awesome. Since Yi Xiao was so rich, she didn't need to worry about anything. She just needed to remodel her equipment in peace. That, you guys eat first, I'll remodel on my end. I can't wait. By the way, Yi Xiao, you but the business license. Anyway, the meal was almost over, and I had nothing to do, so I went to find a trip to Governor Feng to help with the business license. After all, it was a super genius stuffed by the underworld war god. This face Feng too still had to give. In less than an hour, the proofs for the opening of the store were all in place. You watch the remodeling of this equipment, the villa will be remodeled in 2 days, and 2 days after that you'll be ready to open. Now, go to bed and get ready for school tomorrow. It's amazing how unfamiliar it still feels when you haven't been to school in months. Day 2. A few people had assembled early at the restaurant of the Magic City Hotel. It's a new semester and the first day of school, so let's eat first. After spending $4 or $5 million to fill a few people's stomachs, they set off for the academy and company. Gather in the playground, everyone go gather in the playground. Ah, there will be a good show in a while. There are freshmen challenging the top 100 of the academy. What? Such an exciting event on the first day of school? Which freshman is so powerful that he directly challenged the academy's top 100? It can't be those 3 girls from yesterday. They took care of the top 100. Lise. Senior Lise has put out a statement that he was letting off steam at the time, which gave them the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, there's no way they could have been a match for Senior Lise. It's not the 3 girls from yesterday, it's some other freshmen, and I hear they're exceptionally powerful super geniuses as well. Online humble request. What is the College 100 Challenge and can freshmen participate? Didn't you read the freshman handbook you were given yesterday? Manual? What manual? I think I threw it away. You're so brave. Let me tell you about it. The Academy Top 100 Challenge is a list of strong people set up for freshmen through juniors. The higher the ranking on the list, the more points you get, the more rewards the Academy gives, and the settlement is made in January. Chapter 99. Can we not wear it? Then wouldn't that make it the most competitive time by the end of the month? And for the rewards, everyone should choose to rush the list. That's right, the last 3 days of every month are known as the Death Contest List Day. The competition is that fierce. Today is the last day of the Death Contest List Day. If you want to get the rewards, then you have to be on the list. You should know that the rewards for being on the list are very generous. If we can get lucky enough to be on the list, it would directly open the gap between us and our classmates, but it's a pity that we're not strong enough to fight with the seniors. Yishao, several people on the sidelines quietly listening. Yesterday, after the end of the registration, was busy eating and opening the store. There is no time to care about what the top 100 tournament. As for whatever freshman handbook, I don't know what nook or cranny it's in yet. There are points to be gained. Won't you take part in it, Yishao? Attend? Why don't you attend? This is an opportunity. If you don't attend, you'll miss it. Do you attend? Of course, I'm also a second-turn powerhouse now, so naturally I'm going to give it a try. He hadn't realized until An said it, but this little girl had actually managed to break through to the second turn. It was not as good as him, but it was considered one of the best in the younger generation. Let's go then. Sign up for the challenge. Find the place, directly sign up for the challenge. Want to be on the list? Then only challenge the strongest on the list. Those who are not on the list can only challenge the strongest below 90, and only if the challenge is successful can they continue to challenge the strongest below 70. And so on, no more than 10 per challenge. Freshmen challenging the top 100 seniors is big news that will blow up the campus. Freshmen, sophomores, and juniors all gathered on the playground. The moment for us freshmen to raise our eyebrows has arrived, daring to challenge the top 100 list on the first day. If this is really taken down by him, it will be a bright face. What an insouciance. Little one, weigh your strength. Hey, the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers when we are not also so over it. More experience, some things will all understand. The new student wants to challenge the top 100 list, is still far from it. Facing the provocation of the seniors on the side, the new students could only be silent. What the seniors said was also true. They had been cultivating for a longer period of time, and their strength was also stronger. With their strength to challenge the top 100 list, there was indeed a bit of a gap. But to just deny them all, they were still a little unconvinced in their hearts. At the very least, it was an indisputable fact that Xiao Qing's trio had kicked Li Zhe's ass yesterday. Of course, they only had a couple of dark thoughts in their minds. Why hasn't it come yet? It can't be pigeonholing us. What's the rush? It's not time yet. The challenge doesn't start until 10 o'clock. Have some patience. I don't know if the 3 sisters participated yesterday, but that kick yesterday was so handsome that I want to see the 3 of them kick someone today. Yes, I want to see it too. I don't know if anyone will challenge Li Zhe today. If I can still see yesterday's scene of kicking the top 100, I will die without regret. It's exciting to think about. Everyone was talking about Li Zhe's fight yesterday. On the other side of the top 100 seats, the 90 to 100 strongest people were sitting there waiting for a challenge. Li Zhe himself was sitting in the special seat with a dark face. A few people around him enjoying the scene. Li Zhe, you're really famous this time. Among the newcomers, your prestige is unrivaled. Our Li Zhe student has really taken chivalry to the limit, being kicked to the wall by 3 women who can't key down, really giving our top 100 list a long face. Li Zhe lightly glanced at the few people and didn't say anything more. Yesterday he did lose and was kicked against the wall, unable to move. Is it funny? Naturally funny. Having been in the same class for many years, I'll give you a friendly reminder that those 3 girls yesterday were no ordinary people. I was no match for them, and if I were to meet them again, I would lose just the same. You guys. Li Zhe smiled contemptuously. The same can't go more than one round. Being belittled by Li Zhe in such a way. Hu Wei sneered, not believing what he said at all. You don't take everyone as you, you're trash, we're not. 3 pussies are just 3 pussies. But if they dare to challenge me, I'll bring back the face of the top 100 strongest. The two were taunting each other here. After all, Li Zhe was ranked 1 place above him, and he had always been very unconvinced. He's gonna step on Lizzie's face and climb up this time. Here it comes, here it comes, here comes the challenger. A tawdry teenager in a vestment waved his hand in a pinch and walked out. The moment he saw the challenger appear, the scene went straight to silence. Freshman, who are you challenging? Here are the 90th through 100th places on the top 100 list. State your goal. Zhang Heng's staff turned and pointed directly at Li Zhe's body. I'm here to challenge Senior Lizzie. Is that okay? If the senior needs to recuperate from his injuries, I can challenge someone else. Hearing Zhang Heng's words, the crowd laughed. Everyone knew what he was talking about. It was mocking Li Zhe for getting kicked in the wall by Qing and the girls yesterday. Without a word, Lizzie jumped into the ring with a black face. Cut the crap and get started. With just a faint glance, Li Zhe had a general understanding of Zhang Heng. Turn 2, level 30, and it still looks like it's a lawgiver. Then be careful, senior. My attacks are very too much bull. Get out. Without waiting for Zhang Heng to finish his sentence, Li Zhe arrived directly in front of Zhang Heng with an explosive dash. A kick to his face. Less than halfway through Zhang Heng's incantation, a big 4 or 5 foot kicked him in the face, sending him flying straight out, flying dozens of meters before coming to a stop. The scene was silent, the freshmen were silent. This was far from the scene they had imagined, having thought that Zhang Heng would be able to resist Li Zhe, or even defeat him. I didn't expect to lose so abruptly in the end. A kick to the face that ended the fight outright. Is this the strength of a top 100 powerhouse? It looks like Senior Li Zhe's kick made them come to their senses. Do you really think the top 100 strongest people are a joke? Yesterday, Li's senpai was just being chivalrous and was sneak attacked by them. You guys don't really think that Li's senpai doesn't have any strength, do you? You learn from your mistakes, and you learn from your mistakes. In regards to defeating Zhang Heng, Li Zhe didn't show any indication and didn't even look at him with his eyes for more than a moment. Glancing faintly around the scene, he turned and returned to the special table. Defeated so fast, I wasn't even ready for it. Yi Xiao did not pay attention to the battle in the ring. He knew that Zhang Heng was definitely not Li Zhe's opponent. No matter how weak Li Zhe was, he was still a second-turn level 55 powerhouse, and other than a few of them, there were very few newcomers who could defeat Li Zhe. Master, since it's not ready, let's not wear it, okay? Chapter 100, Too Shameful. Under Xiao Qing's and their expectant eyes, Yi Xiao refused their unreasonable request. Why don't you guys have any team spirit at all? This is for me. This is for everyone's sake, for the good of the team. You guys, who am I earning money to feed? I can only eat a few dishes at a time. For us. 3. Since you know it's for your sake, what's there to get hung up on? Clothes are just that. Things outside of your body, don't worry. The master gives you a guarantee that they will definitely not laugh at you when you get on the field. Everything is a cloud before face value. Yi Xiao click is a PUA. The 3 women were bluffed by him. Under Yi Zhao's half push, the 3 girls put on the clothes with the advertisement printed on them. Song font, black, bold, slanted. Yi Xiao Equipment Store, Yi Xiao Xiao Yun Ro for short. Address, contact, recycled gear contact. Large quantities of discounts, children and men, then the heart. Yi Xiao also shamelessly printed his picture on his clothes. In his words, I speak for myself. Not bad. Not bad for my idea. It's perfect. 3 faces were helpless. Even if they were divine beasts, they still needed to have a face, okay, and wearing these clothes, they more or less felt bashful. Master, why don't you wear it? Suddenly Xiao Qing looked like she had discovered something. The 3 of them obediently put them on. But Yi Xiao was still wearing his usual clothes, with no intention of changing them at all. Huh? What? Clothes? Where? Let's get together. Yi Xiao scratched his head and pretended to not understand. What an international joke. He's shameless. If he goes out wearing this, he'll lose face. Wearing it was out of the question. Never in my life could I wear something so shameful. But it couldn't be said in front of Green and the girls. What if the 3 of them don't want to wear it then either? Wear it, why not? It's not time yet. I'll naturally wear it when it's my turn to go up. Right now it's a battle between the three of you, you guys go up first. Looking at Yi Zhao's sincere little eyes, he shouldn't be able to lie. Lying to his own beast pet, this kind of thing. Yi Zhao shouldn't be able to do it. Then we'll go on stage first, it's really troublesome, and we can't directly challenge the first place. Otherwise how painful it would be to directly challenge the first place. The three spat before heading towards the ring in the center of the playground. Here we go, here we go. Here come the three sisterhoods. Some sharp-eyed freshman spotted Xiao Qing's trio at the first moment and couldn't help but exclaim. What they were most looking forward to was the performance of Xiao Qing's trio. If they could still easily crush the powerhouses on the top 100 list like they did yesterday, it would really be too much for their new growth face. It's so beautiful, worthy of being the three sister flowers. On behalf of all the freshmen of Magic City University, I will designate the three of them as the freshman school flowers. As wild as you are, I will allow you to take my place today. I've allowed it too. It's so beautiful. Wait, what's that? As Green and the girls continued to approach, someone noticed what they were wearing. Yi Zhao Equipment Store, children and men, large quantities of discounts, contact. What the hell? An advertisement, and comparing hearts. My God, what kind of person came up with the method of advertising? Absolute. I kind of remember this equipment store. I must patronize it sometime. Listening to the murmurs of the people around them, Xiao Qing's trio's faces turned more than a hint of bashful red. Big sister, are we still coming to the master's arrangement? This? Come on. Just for today anyway. The master's orders can't be disobeyed. Xiao Qing's heart was very resistant, but they couldn't disobey Yi Zhao's order. After all, last time Yi Zhao was already very angry. In incurring Yi Zhao's anger, they couldn't even forgive themselves. So I'll yell 3, 2, 1, and we'll start together. Good. 3, 2, 1, jump. With a flourish, the trio jumped right into the ring, and then began their individual solos in front of all eyes. Yi Zhao, you are the best. Yi Zhao, you are the strongest. Buy equipment on Yi Zhao. Sell equipment also go to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao Equipment Store, strong, quality, great. Children's, good price, whoever buys it. Dancing according to the movements Yi Zhao pointed out, the inside of his mouth was still vibrant. By the time all the words were said and done, the trio just felt like there was nothing left in the world. Shame on you. If they didn't have a game coming up, they really wanted to find a place to hole up. The kid's grown up. I can't believe he knows how to be shy. But that's good. It's getting more and more human. Yi Zhao shamelessly commented below, and Ni Yun on the side didn't want to say anything, but could only give her a despicable look. It was a good thing that she wasn't Yi Zhao's beast pet, or else more than the three of them would have died today. Yes, we will definitely patronize. We have to go, we have to give you sisters this face and give us a discount when we get there. Definitely go. Tell us the address and I'll place the order now. After a few moments of silence from the crowd watching the match, there was a loud cheer. The effect was even better than they had imagined, and it was surprising that so many people responded to them. Master is right. These guys are all LSPs and are salivating over our beauty. Come on, race. I'm going to put this memory out of my mind. It's a lifelong shame. After the three of them would pose for a while, they turned their heads to look at the 10 strongest people on the top 100 seats. Just now it's just warming up the scene, enough of the drama. Which one of you is coming down to cut a deal? Why don't you come down and spar, senpai? You really didn't enjoy yourself yesterday. Yes, senior. Come on, we're having fun. The three of them turned their gazes to Li Zhe. Without any hesitation, Li Zhe directly twisted his head to the side and didn't pick up on their conversation at all. Whoever wants to fight can fight, he's not going anyway, having just accepted a challenge with 3 immunities. It was hard to squeeze into the top 100, but now it's a big loss to be knocked down. How much can face be worth? Keeping the resources at hand is king. Am I mistaken? Senior Li Zhe actually chose to avoid the battle. Didn't you say that yesterday Senior Li Zhe was promoting chivalry? Why is he still avoiding battle today? It's not like he's afraid. Could it be that these 3 sisters are really strong? So strong that even Senior Li Zhe has to avoid them. Listening to the discussion from the stage, Hu Wei couldn't hold back. Li Zhe, Li Zhe. At the loss of me thinking of you as an opponent, I really overestimated you, you're just a waste. It's just that you lost to this kind of claptrap clown yesterday. But today you even chose to avoid the battle. The face of the top 100 strongest people has been disgraced by you. Chapter 101 Unknown Author. Since you don't dare to fight, sit there obediently and watch. I'll get you back the face you lost. Li Zhe looked at such an arrogant Hu Wei and just smiled, giving him a friendly reminder in the process. Then you should be careful, they're strong. In response to Li Zhe's advice, Hu Wei just sneered and said, strong? There hasn't been such a precedent in Magic City University, and there's no door for a freshman to challenge a top 100 powerhouse. Today, as a senior, I'll teach them a good lesson, so they'll know the sky's the limit. This is Magic City University, not the small place they stayed in before. In their place, they might be able to flaunt one or two, but in Magic City University, it's the dragon that has to be coiled, and it's the tiger that has to be lying down. Since Hu Wei wouldn't listen, he couldn't be blamed. Whatever. I'll wait here for your good news. Humph. With a cold snort, Hu Wei leaped and came directly to the ring. All three of you, one by one or together, I don't care. Hu Wei had his hands behind his back and had an untamed look on his face, not putting Xiao Qing and the girls in his eyes at all. What kind of thing is that? So condescending. Our master isn't even that condescending. That's right. His strength is not good and his temper is quite big. Sisters, who's going to clean him up? Why don't I go? I'm the most senior and weakest, so I don't need my sisters to make a move for this kind of trash. After being returned to her ancestor by Yi Xiao, she hasn't had a decent feat yet. So let her show her performance today and fight for Yi Xiao's face back first. Okay, then you do it. They were still confident in Little Phoenix's strength. The two of them leapt directly to the stage, and only Hu Wei and Xiao Huang remained above the ring. You can get ready. Okay, then. Give me defeat. Hu Wei didn't even want to say one more word of nonsense. His foot stomped. The ring instantly split apart in pieces, and he arrived at Little Phoenix's side with an explosive dash. Eh? Looking at Hu Wei, who suddenly burst into action, Little Phoenix froze for a moment. This was nothing like the plot of the novel she read. Don't those authors say that in a fight you announce yourself, then do a half hour of talking and then finally start the fight? How everything changed with her. Hu Wei only asked her if she was ready and went straight for her. In her haste, Little Phoenix just raised her hand to parry Hu Wei's attack. The blow directly shook her back several steps. So much for you. With the first strike test, he had already roughly understood Little Phoenix's strength. The strength was still very good, but at this level it was impossible to be his opponent. Just took the opportunity to hit Lizzie. Little girl, you don't think I'm a loser senior like Li Zhe, do you? I'm this month's top 100 keeper. And you're not even close to getting into the top 100. Top 100 gatekeepers? Seniors, what does Senior Hu Wei mean by that? The newcomers were asking questions if they didn't understand, and the seniors on stage were explaining the unspoken rules of the academy to them. The rewards are also different between the top 100 lists, like Senior Hu Wei and their 91 100 list powerhouses have a 500-point reward every month. For every 10 advances, the points increase by 100, 81 90 600 points, and so on up the ladder. You should all be clear that points are the passport to the academy. No matter what you do, you need points to live, you need points to enter the duplicates to practice, and you need points to exchange resources. So for the sake of points, the strongest people on the top 100 list will play a little smart, just like Senior Hu Wei. His strength is perfectly capable of entering the top 90, but he stays in the bottom 10 just to earn points from challengers. Now you guys challenge him for free. That's because you are new students. There is a free chance to challenge him once a month. After that, if you want to challenge him, that is available to pay points. Challenges are paid once for 500 points. Successful challenges are rewarded with 500 points. And if the challenge fails, the points all go to the person being challenged. They guard the gate in the bottom 10, and those who want to get on the list will have to challenge them. But as you should have expected, challenging them basically won't be successful. But there are always people who want to take their chances every month, and that earns more points than the monthly rewards. Not bad for a small community that learns so much. Hearing the senior explain it this way, they instantly understood. That's a bug in the card academy. Doesn't the academy care? Letting them whore out points for nothing every month? And it doesn't also cut off other people's eligibility to be on the list. The seniors were like looking at cuties, like looking at them. In the academy, strength is honored. As long as you have the strength, are you still afraid of not making the list? Not going up can only mean that you're not strong enough. Just if you're not strong, why should the academy give you more attention? What's the loss anyway? The points are given to whoever is not given. Good point. It boils down to the fact that they are too weak. In that case, the three sisters are completely out of luck. There's no way she's a match for Senior Hu Wei. Are you kidding me? Senior Hoover. Phoenix Flame wins. promoted to 96th place on the top 100 list. Before the people on the stage could finish pretending to be B, news came from the stage that Phoenix Flame had won and was promoted to 96th place on the 100-strong ranking. They're all confused. What's the situation? Just knowing the ins and outs of the top 100 list and Hu Wei loses. Didn't we just have the upper hand? What the hell happened? The crowd turned their heads to the ring, only to see Phoenix Flame lightly stepping on Hu Wei's body with one foot, while Hu Wei was lying in the ring spitting out blood non-stop, looking like he was about to die. What are you waiting for? Send someone to the school nurse, what if they die? With that, Hu Wei was carried away, and Phoenix Flame smiled and nodded at the crowd before pointing to the advertisement on his body. Yi Xiao equipment, just strong. A final commercial and a turn to leave the ring. That little ninny smart. Now that everyone's attention is on her, the best time to advertise, Phoenix Flame seizes it, and Yi Xiao says that the child has grown up and understands. And a portion of the stage was still in a state of confusion, completely unaware of what was happening. Watch the replay, we need to watch the replay. Huvi lost so fast, didn't see what was going on. Yes, 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 we demand to see the replay, how can Hu Wei lose? At the request of a crowd of people, they could only unfold the large screen, showing a replay of the battle they had just fought. The scene goes back 5 minutes. Phoenix Flame, who had hardened himself against Hu Wei's explosive charge, stopped in his tracks. That blow just now made her feel a little pain. It was faint, but it hurt. An unknown fiction author told her that when an enemy slaps you in the face, you have to cut off his head and never let him have the power to fight back. Chapter 102. I give up fighting. In order to prevent Hu Wei from continuing to make a move on her, Phoenix Flame decided that there would be no mercy. Without waiting for Hu Wei to react, Xiao Huang came to Hu Wei's side with even faster speed, leaving only a shadow on the ground. By the time Hu Wei reacted and tried to resist, a slender leg had already arrived at his chest. Hu Wei didn't even have time to block, only to hear a crisp bone-cracking sound. The intense pain made him feel as if his chest was being torn apart. The immense power was still eroding his body, and his entire body flew backwards in the ring for more than 10 meters before falling heavily onto the ring. Wow! Hu Wei violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath directly withered. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Xiao Huang didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and followed him up, making a gesture to make up another kick. If he hadn't been stopped by Yi Xiao in time, Hu Wei might have already been a corpse. The moment Xiao Huang retracted his foot, Hu Wei was in a hurry and fainted directly. Perhaps for now, unconsciousness was his best option, as if it were yesterday's Lizzie. This is so strong. Senior, what did you just say? Newcomers can't go up on the top 100 list? Hey, Senior, don't go away. Tell us more about the list. After checking out the replay, they realized how good the green trio was. One couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, coupled with the fact that Xiao Huang left no stone unturned to introduce Yi Xiao's equipment store. Giving Xiao Huang a face, they all had to go and take a look. Hey, it's really weak. The top 100 list is nothing more than that. With that said, Phoenix walked out of the ring. Her time to perform was over, and the rest was up to Green and Spirit. On the other side of the top 100 seats, Li Zhe was finally able to raise his eyebrows and look squarely at the crowd. A few of you? Do you have any ideas? Although there was a gap in the strength of a few of them, it wasn't much worse, and they definitely couldn't kill Hu Wei in 1 JIO second. Very strong. We're the ones who underestimated her. After receiving the acknowledgement from a few people, Li Zhe smiled. I've kindly warned him, and look at that, shame on you. It's not that I'm weak, it's that they're too strong, so it's not normal that they can't beat them. When he was beaten up by himself alone, Li Zhe's heart definitely did not feel pain, but seeing Hu Wei being beaten up like this made him feel pain in his heart. At least in the future, no one would talk about him being killed by the 3 of them in seconds. Anyways, he was 1-on-3 while Hu Wei was killed 1-on-1 in seconds, so by that math, he was still stronger than Hu Wei. Soothing. In a hidden space above the academy, the principal was enjoying the game with a group of school leaders from Governor Feng. By all rights, such a small competition could not have attracted their attention at all. But it couldn't be helped that the people involved in the challenge were personally arranged by Spectre. They also wanted to see how strong the people arranged by the Underworld War God were. Now that I've seen it, it's really strong. 45 levels kill 55 levels in seconds. Not bad, this kid from Underworld finally knows to stuff me with some good seedlings, Imperial City University. This year we can finally have a good competition. After being a dick for hundreds of years, he was finally able to puff out his chest this year, so how could he not be happy? So principle, they focus on it, try to fulfill any needs you have. But don't go overboard, take your own measure. Understood. After killing Hu Wei in seconds, Little Phoenix came to Yi Zhao's side with a bounce. Master, how was the performance? Was it satisfactory? Not bad, not bad. Especially the advertisement at the end. It was really well done. Rewarded with a lovey-dovey moi moi moi. Me too. Mamma mia one. Yi Zhao is a fair person, usually on the merits of the reward, white whoring his kiss that how can. Want to either well done, small Phoenix, how do you see it? The greater the audience reaction, the louder the master's mammy. This cheapness can't be taken up by Little Phoenix alone. Big sister, you have the finale. I'll go first. Without waiting for Xiao Qing to react, Xiao Ling directly leaped onto the ring. Bang! The ring, which was already somewhat broken, was crushed by Little Spirit's foot. Don't have to pay for it, I didn't think it was so unstable, that one I don't have the money to pay for. Little Spirit really stepped on everyone's heart with this one. Although the ring wasn't anything too sturdy, but how it was also cast with iron basalt, unusual people couldn't even leave traces on the ring. But Little Spirit was good, and with one foot, he directly stepped on the ring and shattered it into smithereens. Real smithereens, not even a bit of residue. You don't have to pay for it, just a moment. The ring shattered, and Feng Du stepped out, and with a wave of his hand, the ring was directly restored to its original state, and was even strengthened from its original foundation. The game continues. With that, he turned around and left without a word. The ring was restored and Spirit's mood calmed down. It's good that you don't have to pay for it, or else what if you go back and Yi Zhao deducts her meals? Advertise. Right, let's advertise first and make Yi Zhao happy so he won't deduct food. That, walk by don't miss. Look at our Yi Zhao equipment store, after 2 or 3 days to open, just in front of the college, quality assurance, reputation guarantee. On opening day, 10% off everything. First come, first served. The commercials went on for 10 minutes before Spirit turned to look at the top 100 special. The conversation was terminated and the fight was next. So, which one of you is going to fight me for a bit? Let's make this quick. No one could see through the strength of the 3 sisters, much less know what their professions were. Going down to fight rashly would probably be what happened to Hu Wei. After Xiao Ling finished speaking, the scene fell into dead silence, and no one answered the battle for a long time. Since no one was answering the battle, then Xiao Ling could only find her own target. After half a day of looking, only Li Zhe alone was the most familiar. After all, he was their good senior. Senior Lizzie, you? I'm exempt. He's already been challenged today and has 3 exemptions. That's why he's now able to say the words I'm exempt with pride, with pride. Lisa was exempt, and the others didn't look so good. Had they known that they would have struck out when dealing with Zhang Heng at the very beginning. Now it's good to run straight into the toughest of the 3 sisterhoods. In that case, Little Phoenix just challenged the 96th place, so I'll reluctantly challenge the 95th place. Hey, 95 or me, I'm exempt. Lizzie was pleased. Spirit was speechless. Wasted too much time on Lizzie. 94 then. Wu Qing knew he couldn't hide. Damn Li Zhe. If he wasn't exempted from fighting, how could it be his turn to fight? Now that he's been chosen, there's only fighting to be done. Wu Qing's figure flickered, as ethereal as ever, landing on the ring without stirring up a single speck of dust. Hello, schoolgirl. Chapter 103. I admit defeat. Say hello in the opening round before you get beaten to death later. Looking at Wu Qing acting like a humble gentleman, those who knew him were a bit dumbfounded. Was this still the Wu Qing they knew? What about that egotistical Wu Qing? Hello, senpai. Xiao Ling was also a good girl. Wu Qing had greeted her warmly, so how could she still ignore it? Then senpai, are we ready to start fighting? These 3 sisters, each and every one of them was a fighting maniac, and Wu Qing's scalp went numb. There's no hurry, schoolgirl. Shouldn't we get acquainted before the battle? Senior me. My name is Wu Qing, Berserker, 2nd turn level 57. What about you? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Is it that much trouble? Little Spirit was after all in contact with people who were still very simple-minded. Although I found it a bit of a hassle, I introduced myself. Of course, she hadn't been foolish enough to divulge the news that she was a god's favorite. Xian Ling, Sacred Shield Warrior, Turn 2, Level 45. What, 2 turns and 45 levels? What a joke. Is this still a freshman? How can a freshman turn 2 and level 45? This is definitely a sophomore sister. No wonder they're so strong. They're emotionally strong at the second turn 45 level. Don't be sour, I just checked on the campus network. Xian Ling. She is indeed a freshman. People are more angry than people. Just because we are mediocre doesn't mean that people are mediocre too. One sentence directly broke the defenses of the freshmen on the floor, and even some of the sophomores had a bit of a mind explosion. A freshman ranked higher than all of them who wouldn't explode in their minds. Divine Shield Warrior, never heard of it, should be a special profession. The only good news was that Little Spirit was only a level 2 turn 45, while he was a strong level 2 turn 57. Sacred Shield Warrior, as soon as it sounded like a defense-based profession, perhaps she could resist her own attacks, but it was absolutely impossible to cross the line and defeat him. A tie doesn't count as a successful challenge. A smile flashed across Wu Qing's face at the thought. The gods were still very much in his favor, giving her a defensive opponent. So, schoolgirl, are we ready to start fighting? Good. Little Spirit had long been a bit impatient, and after waiting for half a day, it was finally time to fight. 3, 2, 1, the battle begins. With Hu Wei's previous experience, Wu Qing didn't dare to have any carelessness and struck out with his full strength. Super Berserk. Bloodlust. Possessed. The Wu Qing in battle and the Wu Qing when speaking were in 2 completely different states. After berserking, Wu Qing was covered in a bloody aura as he wielded his double axes and slashed towards Xiao Ling. Super Berserking. All attributes plus 15%, transformed into a fighting machine, ignoring pain. Bloodlust. Strength plus 13%, normal attacks come with a blood-sucking effect. The lower the blood level, the stronger the blood-sucking effect. Enchanting. Adds an enchantment effect to the weapon. Breaking defense rate plus 15%. Bludgeoning rate plus 15%. Inflicts slashing damage with a bleeding effect. Not to mention, Wu Qing's set of skills were quite a match, bringing his own strength to the limit. Shield come. Looking at the frenzied Wu Qing, Little Spirit just gently snapped her fingers, and a gray and earth-colored shield wrapped her firmly. Chop! Jabla! Wu Qing leapt forward and aimed his double axes at Little Spirit's head with a slash. Bang! Without any surprise, Wu Qing was directly bounced off the shield, and the shield did not even create a single ripple. That can't be all, it's so weak. I don't know if it was Little Spirit's words that had stimulated Wu Qing, but Wu Qing, who had been shaken off, leapt into the air and once again arrived at the top of Little Spirit's head. At the Little Spirit was to slash vertically, horizontally, and diagonally. As long as it was a method he could think of, he had used it, but this shield outside Little Spirit's body just wouldn't budge. Who? It took 10 minutes to chop and slash thousands of axes, and it almost didn't wear him out. Wu Qing stopped where he was and panted heavily, his reddened eyes staring at Little Spirit in death. It seemed to be thinking of a way to deal with the Little Spirit. But how could Xiaoling give him this opportunity, if it wasn't for the sake of letting everyone see more advertisements on her? How could she allow Wu Qing to attack her like this? Now the time is almost up. It is easy to cause visual fatigue to the audience if they continue to watch, and it is time to end the fight. You fought enough too, so I'll slash and hope you can resist. With a wave of Xiao Ling's hand, the Xuanwu machete appeared in her hand. This is the weapon of our Yi Xiao equipment store. Oh. Even at this time still do not forget to give Yi Xiao equipment store to make an advertisement. Xuanwu chop. It was said to be a Xuanwu chop, but it was actually just jumping up and slashing at Wu Qing. Don't run, oh. Running could be more costly. Cutie. It's the only thing that stands still and doesn't run. From a long way away, Wu Qing felt the great power coming from the machete. This knife, if you do not avoid, not to be cut to death, both arms will have to waste 2 months. Bang! The Xianwu machete chopped down, and Wu Qing jumped back in a chain to avoid the fatal blow. The machete hits the ring hard. The ring, which had just been repaired and strengthened by Director Foam, was once again turned into a pile of rubble. The machete slammed into the ground and the crowd felt a tremor in the earth. My God! How powerful this must be. I can feel that sense of power even from this far away. Stop it, I almost lost my little brother. Her blade aura has spread all the way here. But if I go any further, I'll have to say goodbye to my little brother. Is this still a second turn level 45 powerhouse? I feel like a third turn powerhouse is just like that. Little Spirit smiled faintly at the frightened audience, then looked at Wu Qing with some sorrow. Look at you. I told you not to hide. Why don't you stop? Since you're so dishonest, I'll just have to help you be honest myself. The water cage. Xiao Qing's fists clenched, and a cage rose directly from the ground. And without waiting for Wu Qing to resist, the cage stripped him of his freedom. Struggle, scream. The more intense the struggle, the more I like it. Bound. Wu Qing was directly bound into a large shape by Xiao Qing, and the double axes in his hands were also removed, which really made Wu Qing a living target. Get off me. Get off me. Isn't that much more honest? Don't worry, it'll be quick. My machete is very sharp, and I'll never let you feel any pain. Xiao Ling held the machete in her hand and just aimed it at Wu Qing's body. Basilisk chop. I concede. Wu Qing could still tell the difference between fighting for his life and giving it away. This was simply not something he could resist, and then in the hands of Little Spirit, he was like a toddler who had just learned to walk with no resistance at all. Bang! The machete stopped a fist's distance in front of him just as the words I conceded were uttered. Chapter 104. Everyone goes to the show. But if he said it any later, that was going to cut him open. She's really going to kill him. Crazy, crazy, you're really a ing crazy person. A top 100 challenge and you want to kill people. Wu Qing looked at Little Spirit with a horrified face, and without any unnecessary nonsense, he turned around and fled. Whoever loved to participate in this top 100 tournament, he was not going to participate, especially with these three sisters, he definitely was not going to participate. This is killing me. Looking at Wu Qing's fleeing back, Xiao Ling just shook her head and smiled. That's all the guts you've got. It's too weak. Empty of strength but without the courage to fight for his life. Such a person will not live for long as well. The challenge was successful. Xian Ling is ranked 94th on the top 100 list. After hearing the sound of a successful challenge, a smile surfaced on Xian Ling's face before he posed a few posts to the audience on the stage, giving them a 360-degree, deathless look at the advertisement before jumping out of the ring. Master! Onagio! Awesome! I knew my Little Spirit was the best. Here's a moi. What's the point of advertising so hard? It's not to let Yi Xiao spoil him a little. Being Yi Xiao Miaomo won. Everything I did today was worth it. They were mushy here, and the audience on the other side of the gallery hadn't reacted from the situation they had just been in. Li Zhe was defeated, Hu Wei was defeated, and now even Wu Qing was defeated. Seniors lose to freshmen one after another. The freshmen were naturally happy and felt as if they had won, but the upperclassmen seniors' faces were a bit ugly. Every year there are freshmen who challenge the top 100 list, but it never works out. The school doesn't stop the freshmen from challenging them so that they can put pressure on the freshmen to know that there is a world beyond the sky and a world beyond the human race. I didn't realize that this year the people had flipped and the sky had fallen. 3 top 100 powerhouses were taken out one after another, and the senior's face was completely disgraced. Demons! This year's freshmen have really slapped us solidly in the face. They were bullied by the seniors when they first enrolled, and now it's so hard to have new students and they still end up being bullied. Feeling that they are the only ones who are the best bullies, the old and the young are caught bullying them. The 3 sisters have already won 2 of them, and there's still the last one left. I think it's the strongest one. I really don't know who can stop her. Master, we've already advertised about as much as we can. I'm afraid they're visually fatigued, and advertising too much will easily cause the viewers to be disgusted, or I'll just forget about it. Green is still a little bashful. As a big sister, Face should be taken care of more or less. But how could Yi Xiao agree to such an unreasonable request? Beast pets should be treated equally, so if you agree now, how can you coax them later? No, Green, put away that little mind of yours. As a big sister you have to set an example for your sisters. I'm sure you can do a good job. Xiao Qing didn't want to say anything more. It wouldn't make sense to reason with Yi Xiao. Since there was nothing Yi Xiao could do here, she could only fight quickly. As long as the fight was over quickly, no one would have too deep an impression of her. Green leaps to the ring. As a big sister, it is natural to challenge the strongest. Whoever is 91, come down and accept the challenge. Naming a challenge for 91, Lan Kai jumped out of the ring with a bitter smile. You must be the strongest of the 3 sisters. Get acquainted. My name is... Cut the crap. Can we get started? Qing looked a little impatient, but this attitude annoyed Lan Kai. How to say that he is also the 91 of the 100-strong list? Xiao Qing, this is not giving him any face at all. Elementary school sister. You are a little too arrogant, too wild must. What's crazy or not, it doesn't matter at all to Green. She's invincible anyway, so feel free to do as you please. Her good looks are always only for Yi Xiao, other men step aside. Can you fight now? Don't bull so much, it's busy. It looks like Green can't talk properly. In that case, it's all hands on deck. Magic shield. Equipment Earth shield. Without further ado, Lon Kai directly activated his skills and put 2 layers of shield on himself. After all, he was a Thunderbolt Dharma King with high feats and weak defenses, and he added 2 layers of shields to himself before chanting. If they were dealing with ordinary people, a layer of shield would be enough, but Xiaoqing and her 3 sisters were weird, and 2 layers of shield was more insurance. Elementary school girl. Today the senior will teach you what it means to respect your teacher. Thor's fury. Lon Kai let out a long whistle up to the sky and began to chant rapidly, the power of thunder and lightning pouring inside Lon Kai's body in a steady stream. What an inkling! Launching a skill even required a chant. She had never even seen such a weak opponent. With a single hand, the shattered shadow white tiger sword directly appeared in her hand. A burst of punches came straight to Blue Kai. Ignoring the equipment shields and magic shields on him, he raised his sword and stabbed. If you want to pierce through my shield, unless your attack can break 10,000, don't think about breaking through my defense at once. Blue Kai was very confident in his shield, regardless of the fact that Xiaoqing continued to chant there. Poor child, actually resisting Little Green's attack. Yi Xiao shook his head and gave Xiaoqing a command not to hurt anyone's life, then quietly watched the match. The shield might be useful to others, but to Qing it was as fragile as paper. Cold stab. The shattered shadow white tiger sword was rapidly condensing cold ice power, an ice sword instantly taking shape, and the piercing coldness could be felt from a long distance away. Click, click. With 2 crunching sounds, the shield on Lon Kai didn't even last a second, and it directly shattered open with 2 clicks. Lon Kai could not have imagined that his protection would be so fragile, and with his mouth still chanting, he could not even stop before the shattered shadow white tiger sword arrived in front of his face. You are pathetically weak. Pissed. Taking the opportunity to also taunt, without the slightest bit of mercy, a sword directly pierced through Lon Kai's shoulder. If Yi Xiao hadn't told her to stay alive, the sword that pierced through his heart would have been his. The ice power continued to spread along the wound, and the bone-chilling coldness prevented Lon Kai from feeling the pain of the wound. Click, click, click. In an instant's effort, the cold ice power spread throughout his body, and Lon Kai directly transformed into a humanoid ice sculpture. Instantaneous seconds again. The 3 sisters were too strong. None of the bottom 10 of the top 100 list were their opponents. All of them were seconded. The challenge is successful. Yi Qing is promoted to 91st place on the top 100 list. After hearing the news that the challenge was successful, a small smile appeared on Xiaoqing's face as she turned around and jumped out of the ring, but quickly ran back again. That Yi Xiao equipment store is good. Everyone go to hold more. Chapter 105, The Second Ice Sculpture. To everyone's surprise, Green escaped. No one expected Green to come back halfway and read a commercial line. That shy little expression, they just love it. I feel like I'm in love. Hey, wake up. Wake up. Take a piss and look at yourself. Do you deserve it? This is my wife, so don't even think about it. All of you are out of your minds. You just attended our wedding yesterday and you've forgotten so quickly. Whose urine is yellow, come and wake them up. At this time, a teacher came to the ring. After all, Lon Kai was a student of Magic City University. They couldn't just watch their student die in the ring. Hiss. It's cold. When he touched the Blue Kai that had been transformed into an ice sculpture, the extreme cold power came at him and even tried to freeze him. But without the subsequent power to back it up, it simply wasn't enough to hurt him. And Xiaoqing had no intention of taking Lon Kai's life, or else the current Lon Kai would already be a corpse. Yi Qing, I, Zhang Rong, have come to challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Zhang Rong you? Bad rule. The top-ranked ones can't challenge the bottom ones. Zhang Rong naturally knew the rules, but she couldn't just stand by and watch Lon Kai get beaten up like this. The two were childhood sweethearts, and her heart ached to see Lon Kai get hurt, so she wanted to avenge Lon Kai. It was only that her ranking was too high to challenge Xiaoqing, so she wanted to provoke Xiaoqing into challenging her. My God. The 81st ranked Zhang Rong has actually stepped forward. This is something to see. Who let Sister Zhang Rong and Senior Lon Kai be childhood friends? It's justifiable to avenge one's own man, but unfortunately it's just out of order. Seniors, a weak question. Is this Sister Zhang Rong very strong? The sophomore and junior on stage blankly glanced at the freshman who had asked the question. What do you say, ranked 81, you call that strong? 81 ah. Can it also kill Lon Kai Sr. and the others in seconds? They just wanted to retort a couple of times, but they didn't know how to do so. Although rank 81 Zhang Rong was very strong, he wasn't so strong that he could kill Lon Kai in seconds. That, and let me say this weakly, she doesn't seem as pretty as the three sisters either. The text is not good enough. All of their faces were lost today on the three little green sisters. Are you boy trying to get an education in the love of seniors? What are you lifting with us? Zhang Rong is still screaming in the ring, trying to force Green out. Green, what do you think, want to play with her? What about the master's meaning? For unnecessary battles, Xiao Qing was not interested. There was no little benefit to her. As for the points, sorry, she couldn't see them. I mean, there's still room for more advertising. After all, it's all money, enough for the three of you for ages. Good. If Xiao wants to fight, then fight. 81st place is just a slap in the face, not much difference from 91. Challenge? 81 Zhang Rong. Accepted. Hearing Xiao Qing's challenge, a smile appeared on Zhang Rong's face. Today she was not only going to defend the honor of the old student, but she was also going to save face for her boyfriend. Kane. Without further ado, since the challenge has been accepted, the fight will begin straight away. With a strangle of the spell, Zhang Rong disappeared into thin air. Where are the people? Why can't I detect people? I can't believe it's disappeared. Where is it? Where is it? The new students were all searching for Zhang Rong, and smiles surfaced on the faces of the older students on the sidelines. Zhang Rong they can be too familiar with. Professional shadow stabber. What he is best at is sneak attacks and killing people in the middle of nowhere. Under certain circumstances, she could even cross the ranks to kill a third-turn powerhouse. If you wanted to restrain Zhang Rong, you would have to be exceptionally strong in spirit power and be able to detect Zhang Rong's movements. Either the defense was exceptionally strong and could protect itself the moment Zhang Rong struck. Kind of. Xiao Qing glanced faintly towards the side. She was able to clearly detect Zhang Rong's presence. Zhang Rong was not far behind her at the moment, killing towards her with a dagger in her hand. This was to stab her in the back. But even after noticing it, Xiao Qing didn't move. An unknown author said to defeat your enemy in her best area. That way you can reap the most pleasure. Since she wanted to sneak up on her, she let go and let her have a good sneak attack. It's up to her to make it work. Green stood quietly above the ring, as if she hadn't noticed anything. Triple stab. Zhang Rong's voice suddenly appeared behind Xiao Qing, and the dagger in her hand that glowed with an eerie green light was rapidly drawing stabs. I'll give you a lesson today, so you'll know what it means to be someone else. With such a close distance, Xiao Qing had no room to dodge, and the strike scored. The corner of Zhang Rong's mouth slightly skimmed up, and without any hesitation, the dagger in his hand stabbed towards Xiao Qing's back waist. Don't ask why you zapped the word hindquarters, because it hurts, it's not fatal, and the point is that the pussy green is so pretty that she's a little jealous. Spoil her a loin and you can do it less often in the future. Idiot. Before Zhang Rong could react to what Xiao Qing said, the dagger managed to stab Xiao Qing's body. Only it turned out to be nothing like she thought it would be. The dagger did pierce through, but it merely pierced through the outside coveralls, not to mention piercing through the waist. Not even the skin was injured in the slightest. Even the powerful recoil cracked her tiger's mouth, and the dagger was directly sent flying out. No way, how is this possible? Zhang Rong didn't care about the injury on her hand and looked at Xiao Qing with a face of disbelief. Although her attacks weren't very strong, she was still a second-turn level 59 expert anyways. With such a sneak attack, even a shield warrior who was known for his defense would have to receive a superficial wound. But what about Xiao Qing? His body was like a steel cast. The dagger had no effect at all when he stabbed it. The key was that she was still just a level 45 freshman with an attack high enough to be able to kill Lon Kai in seconds, and a speed so fast that Lon Kai couldn't react. Now it's even stronger defense to the point where it's as strong as a humanoid monster. What kind of pervert would have to have such an attribute? Distractions aren't allowed when fighting. Just in the moment Zhang Rong was distracted, Xiao Qing moved. The entire ring was wrapped in a cold aura, and in the blink of an eye, her body was wrapped in frost. You can't take it hard, you have to run away. This was Zhang Rong's first thought, but if she hesitated for a second, her body would be frozen. Hidden flash. Too late. Absolute zero ice. Zhang Rong's feet just powered up to try to evacuate this field, but in the end he was still one step too slow. With a wave of Xiao Qing's hand, the cold air instantly wrapped Zhang Rong. Click here. The second humanoid ice sculpture appeared, and Zhang Rong was completely frozen, without a single bit of combat power. Chapter 106 Apologize to Sister Feng. Challenge successful. Yi Qing promoted to 81st place. Hearing the sound of a successful challenge, a deathly silence fell over the scene. They knew how strong Zhang Rong was. If it was a sneak attack, Zhang Rong rarely had any opponents, and even if it was a frontal hard fight, he was not weaker than the average person. But just such a strong person was frozen by Xiao Qing. A humanoid ice sculpture just appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It really is a husband and wife who have sealed the ice. If no one else fixes it, these two are straight-up ice burials. Xiao Qing stood on top of the ring, without sorrow or joy, as if she was a bystander who stayed out of it. The battle in front of her couldn't generate a single ounce of interest. Does that? Want to be as strong as me? Go to Yi Zhao's equipment store to give you the ultimate experience. High-octane, adorable. Two different states appear in one person. Instead, they preferred Nen's advertised green to the way they had fought before. Such a woman is grounded. Go, we'll be there. That's right, I can't give face to anyone without giving face to you. I'll take care of this business. It's no good if the King of Heaven comes. Listening to the clamor of the crowd, Xiao Qing came to Yi Zhao's side with a smile on her face. Master, how did I do? I advertised well, didn't I? The cheers have proved everything. Sincerity is the biggest must-have. Very good. I'm satisfied. That. Green pointed to her cheeks. She had performed so well. She had to be rewarded more or less. Didn't she? You can't favor one over the other. Not to mention she's the big sister. Mamma mia, mamma mia. Yi Xiao lifted his mouth to go up on either. Looking at the face of the kiss to Xiao Qing a turn, directly sent him a mouth toot. Moo. Crisp and loud. The first kiss was taken away from Green just like that. Hee. Ignoring the clueless Yi Xiao, Xiao Qing smiled and stepped aside. Big sisters are going to have big sister family emporiums. They kiss their faces, but they should never kiss their faces themselves. Good big sister. How dare you be so despicable as to take advantage of your master? That's right. We all just kissed our faces. You went too far by kissing your master's mouth. Not convinced? You bite me. Looking at the three girls fighting there, Yi Xiao just smiled. This girl is getting more and more bold. How dare she steal a kiss from him? But it didn't matter, they were all on their own. A kiss wasn't much less. And anyway, the cells on his lips were renewed every day, and he had his first kiss in every day. Okay. Stop it. All three of them were on the list, and now he was the only one left who wasn't on the list. Although that point of points is not very useful to him, but the mosquito is also meat, 1 more point counts as 1 point. It's my turn to go up next, and I'm going to go up and perform. Go, master. You're the best, master. Clothes, master. Overalls. Hey, master, your clothes. Looking at Xiao Qing chasing after him with his clothes, Yi Xiao didn't dare to have the slightest stay and hurriedly ran to the ring, which avoided the embarrassment of wearing overalls. What kind of international joke is this? He's the boss. How can he do such a shameful thing? A few of you in the specialty seats, one of you come down and spar with me. After Yi Xiao appeared on the stage, the reaction was very usual. The only ones supporting him were those little girls who were guilty of being nymphomaniacs. Big old men are largely uninterested in men. It's no fun, it's no fun. The three sisters' battle is over and so is my youth. This guy is so vain at first glance that it's basically unlikely that he'll make the list. According to reliable sources, this kid has an extraordinary relationship with the three sisters' flower. His name is Yi Xiao, and the store that the three sisters advertise is called Yi Xiao Equipment Store. And the four of them came together yesterday to enroll. Oh? Together with a great relationship, then I'll have to enjoy it. What kind of man can play with three sisters? In their opinion, Yi Xiao was at most a friend of the three sisters. The master as such. They'd never guess it in their lives. If they knew that Yi Xiao was the master of Xiao Qing and the three of them, they didn't know how many people would disembowel themselves on the spot. Why don't you Li's senpai? You come down and try. Li Zhe glanced at Yi Xiao. This guy was ghostly, not like an existence looking for death. Since he dared to open his mouth, he must have his backbone. Think about the three sisters and how anyone who could walk with them could be ordinary. Strike. Li Zhe had one more strike left in him, which was used directly on Yi Zhao's body. Let someone else try it first, just in case this guy is really strong. Previously, When Li Zhe chose to strike, they were still ridiculing Li Zhe's cowardice in their hearts. But now they were truly envious. The three people who fought with Xiao Qing were now carried away, and now that they were fighting with Yi Xiao, it was likely that they would be the fourth to be carried away. Senior, that's really bad of you. When it's time to fight, you still have to fight. Don't worry. I'm not as violent as them and I'm weak. Starting to get schematic. How could he fall for this kind of agitation? No fighting, determined not to fight. Fighting today to get him. He had a feeling, but anyone who dared to step into the ring was going to be carried away 9 times out of 10. Strike. Lizzie can't get enough of oil and salt. People had this right to strike, and Yi Xiao could not force them to come down and fight. Unfortunately, I was going to beat you up, but you dodged it. Yi Xiao was a little lost in his heart and turned his head to look at the others. Have any of you come down voluntarily? I'm going to have to call the roll if there isn't. The few people on the top 100 seats coincidentally twisted their heads to the side. It was impossible to take the initiative, so let Yi Xiao name them. Life and death are destined to be rich and famous. Elementary school brother, why don't I play with you? Is that okay with you? Just as Yi Xiao was about to call the roll, a beautiful shadow appeared on the top 100 seat. When they saw the visitor, the few people on the special seats stood up in unison and gave a respectful salute. Sister Feng. All sit, all sit. Sister Feng? Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes and stared straight at her. When he came to the Magic City, many people warned him not to offend the Feng family. So Yi Xiao did not want to get in touch with the Feng family. In his heart, he actually refused. I can refuse. I advise you to reject Sister Feng's date at the very best. If you're not afraid that these 3 years of college life are hilarious, you can reject one and try. Yi Xiao frowned. It seemed that this Sister Feng was undoubtedly a member of Feng's family, and that she had a certain amount of energy in the academy, otherwise they wouldn't have been so respectful to her. Hey! Don't you want to introduce yourself first? How are you talking to Sister Feng? Apologize to Sister Feng. Just as Yi Xiao finished speaking, a bunch of doglegs on the top 100 seats stood up and berated him. Chapter 107. Keep barking. That's a little baffling. It was just a matter of asking her to introduce herself, so what's with all the loyal dogs protecting her? You, and you, which one of you 3 will go first, and I'll challenge them one by one. There are 3 more fires in the mud. He really thinks he's a soft touch. Let's break the dog's legs first. A few people also did not expect Yi Xiao to be so rigid as to directly challenge the 3 of them. Now that he hadn't gotten to the bottom of Yi Xiao, going up to fight him was likely to be carried away. Add to that the bad relationship they now have, and there's a good chance they're going to get beaten up. Why, wasn't the dog barking quite happily just now? Why don't you dare to bark now? Feng Lily looked at Yi Xiao with interest. In the past, those who came to Magic City University would more or less give 3 thin faces after realizing that she was a member of Feng's family. Like Yi Xiao, there were really very few that were frontal and hard. She was interested in Yi Xiao. What's the matter? Schoolmates are looking for a challenge from you, and you don't even have the courage to accept it? When did the ethos of Magic City University become like this? Or do you guys need me to help you step up your training a bit? Hearing Feng Lily's words, the 3 of them couldn't stop their bodies from shivering. I'd rather mess with King of Hell than Sister Feng. That's no joking matter. If he was targeted by Feng Lily, it would truly be worse than death. I'm on. Don't you 2 grab it, it's still me. There was still a possibility of winning a fight with Yi Xiao, but being targeted by Feng Lily would be really bad luck. So they hardened their heads and went up to fight Yi Xiao even if they ended up being half-beaten. Senior, what is this Sister Feng's origin? How come it feels like everyone is afraid of her? Shoo! Be careful what you say. You guys remember. There's a saying in Magic City University that it's better to mess with the King of Hades than Sister Feng. And if you offend Senior Sister Feng Lily, you'll have a harder time than death. As for Sister Feng's information, you guys shouldn't inquire. The more you know, the worse it is for you. Ignorance can sometimes be a blessing. Obviously, those who knew Feng Lily's identity were in awe of her. The crowd also labeled Feng Lily as someone who couldn't be messed with in their hearts. As for Yi Xiao, he was still tangling with the 3. Alright, you guys don't need to grab it either. The ink is dead. I'll give you a chance. All 3 of you go together and save me the trouble of tackling them one by one. Arrogant. Looking for death. Ignorant. If it was one-on-one, they might have been worried that Yi Xiao's strength was strong and they were no match. But 1-on-3, they don't need to worry at all. With the strength of the 3 of them, they combined to easily take down everyone below the 30th place of the 100-strong ranking. Against a Yi Xiao that's not a handful. Kid, take back what you just said, or don't blame the three of us for being unkind. Young man, don't be so wild. 1 against 3, do you have the strength? Cut the crap and fight or not. What's the point of wasting this time with them? Hurry up, I still have things to do. If you guys don't do it, I'll do it. Once I do it, the 3 of you won't even have room to fight back. It's all this time and Yi Xiao is still clamoring. Of course, he did so with great deliberation. Only if you show absolute talent will the school spend big resources to develop you. Besides, he hadn't used his divine favor either. Now that his basic attributes had broken 30,000, a random slap down was not something they could resist. The 3 of them glanced at each other. Since Yi Xiao had spoken out of turn, let him know the price of arrogance today. There was some loss of face in the siege, but equally there was loss of face in being carried down by a schoolboy who had been badly injured. If it's all about losing face, why not find a way to do it that makes you comfortable? Together. Good. The 3 don't care about the boos from the stage and jump into the ring together. Elementary school brother, today we'll fulfill your little wish and let the seniors teach you what it means to keep a low profile. The strength is not good and you have to take advantage of it on the lips. Yi Xiao was also too lazy to say any more nonsense to them. It's starting, so be careful, the 3 seniors. As soon as the words fell, Yi Xiao's feet exerted force and the ring was stepped into pieces with a bang. And the shattering of the ring did not affect Yi Xiao's fight in the slightest as he arrived in front of the trio with an explosive charge. The shadow of Yi Xiao's explosive charge still remained on the ground. When they realized it, Yi Xiao had already arrived in front of them, and the slap had already called out to their faces. The wind of the palm was so cool that one could even clearly feel the flesh on his face trembling. Not available. Snap. A left-hand slap and a right-hand slap. 2 slaps went down, they didn't even have a chance to react. Half of their face was directly slapped into smithereens, and a large portion of their teeth fell out. Don't look like the injuries are serious, but they are actually just some superficial wounds that can be recovered with some casual treatment. And consider those 2 slaps a free facelift for them. Easily taking care of 2 enemies, there was only one left in front of him. Zhao Junman was dumbfounded, standing still and looking at his 2 companions who had been knocked down, and then looking at Yi Xiao who was walking towards him with a smile on his face. Devil. Pervert. This guy is definitely not normal. You don't come over here. Zhao Jun couldn't help but take 2 steps back. I recognize you for admitting defeat. Not giving him a chance to admit defeat and surrender at all, just now the dog was barking so painfully, and now when he saw that he was not his opponent, he surrendered and admitted defeat. There is no such thing in heaven. Yi Xiao casually went over to a big mouth. This time he didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. The slap solidly smashed into Zhao Jun's mouth. The slap directly knocked back his subsequent words and knocked all his teeth out. Senior, didn't you just clamor for greatness? How come you're so weak? Is the senior giving me face? Afraid of hurting me? Then I really need to thank senior. Kunmd, bark, bark. I'll make you bark. Yi Xiao began his solo show, punching and kicking the 3 seniors who had lost their fighting ability. The 3 could only silently endure Yi Xiao's output. As for admitting defeat, they did not dare to say it. Yi Xiao was staring at their mouths all the time. If they said one more word, Yi Xiao would definitely smash their mouths. After beating for a full 20 minutes, Yi Xiao was satisfied and stopped. Where's the medical team? Quickly send a few seniors for treatment. Why don't you guys know how to feel sorry for people? Go, 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 go. The few people from the medical team blankly glanced at Yi Xiao without any good reason. In terms of shamelessness, he really is the best in the world. Beat someone up like that and he managed to put on a good-for-you face. After carrying the 3 away, only Yi Xiao was left in the ring. What are you waiting for? Are the results of the match still out? Chapter 108. Why don't you go and rob it? Congratulations. Yi Xiao has been promoted to 97th place on the top 100 list. After successfully promoting, Yi Xiao nodded his head to the crowd in a slight gesture before turning around and preparing to leave. He had already managed to enter the top 100 list, and the rest no longer had much to do with him. After that, someone challenges him and he just comes and walks the walk. The challenge was also over, and Yi Xiao jumped out of the ring and prepared to leave. Elementary school brother, are you just going to leave? School sister is waiting for you here. Why don't you play with school sister? Vaughn Lily squirmed and took a step into the ring. The touch of Snow White under the Cheongsam shook Yi Xiao's eyes from time to time. This woman, demonic. And it's still the Vaughn family. He didn't have any roots in the Magic City for the time being. So let's keep a low profile first, and Feng's family should not be messed with if they can. I'm really sorry, senior sister. I'm too tired from the battle just now to continue the challenge. I'm really sorry for failing, senior sister. Yi Xiao declined very politely, but anyone with discerning eyes could see that he was just not wanting to fight Feng Lily. Yi Xiao's current appearance, which had traces of exertion, having just solved the 3 people, it was only the strength of waving his palm. What if I say no? Feng Lily stood there, looking at Yi Xiao with a teasing face. She was interested in Yi Xiao, so she was going to have some fun with him.
No.
Yi Xiao smiled and turned towards the bottom of the ring. Threatening him, he hated it when people threatened him, trying to fight, no way. Looking at how Yi Xiao did not give face, the smile on Feng Lily's face stagnated, and there was more than a little bit of displeasure in her eyes. If you want to leave, defeat me and I'll let you go. Heaven and Earth formation trapped. Swish, swish, swish. 3 array flags flew out, and with a flash of golden light, the array was completed. The moment the formation enveloped, the scene in front of Yi Xiao changed. The ring, the audience, all disappeared, leaving only a white world. Sister Feng, what exactly are you doing? Without much thought, this was definitely something Feng Lily had gotten up to, trying to trap him. The danger was definitely not dangerous. Even if it was the Feng family, the same wouldn't dare to suddenly make a move on the academy students in full view of the public. How about sparring with me? I refuse. Then you'll stay here. I remember the last person I rounded up for 3 months. And of course from time to time I'll come and spice things up for you. Formation Master, a difficult and disgusting profession. Like the Imperial Beast Master and the Alchemist, this is a profession that burns money. The formation flags in the hands of Formation Masters were all made from extremely rare materials, and the formation patterns inscribed on them were also difficult. However, once a Formation Master grows up, that killing power is in no way weaker than that of a Royal Beast Master. Senior Sister Feng, why are you doing this? You're breaking the school rules by striking out randomly like this.
Ido.
To fight or not to fight, if you don't, you'll stay here for a month to calm down. This is more or less a bummer. However, Yi Xiao was not without a solution. Senior sister, then you're underestimating me too much. It's just a mere formation. Feel free to break it. Now Feng Lily became even more interested. Yi Xiao actually said that her formation was casually broken. It was important to know that her talent for formations had been recognized by many powerful people, and the strength of her formations was fully capable of dealing with third-turn powerhouses. Now it was said to be casually broken by Yi Xiao. In that case, she really wanted to see what it meant to be casually broken. As long as you can break through, I won't give you any more trouble. Yi Xiao laughed and did not say anything more, but directly contacted the 3 Xiao Qing people. Whoever of the 3 of you breaks this formation first, the master will reward you with a lovey-dovey. I hear there's a Mamma Mia. The 3 women couldn't help themselves. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more craters directly appeared on the ground, and the 3 women flew into the sky at the same time, delivering a fierce blow to the heaven and earth formation in the ring. Shattered shadow, extreme cold slash. Raging waves. Burnt gold gravel. Little spirit, little phoenix's skills struck on top of the formation at the same time, and with 2 crunching sounds, the formation dissipated directly from the ring like a mirror. Even the formation flags were affected by little spirits and their attacks, and one by one, they all developed cracks. Little spirit, little phoenix broke the formation, while little Qing slashed at Feng Lily with a sword. The threat of death constantly loomed over her as one formation after another assaulted towards Xiao Qing. But in front of absolute power, these formations were completely inadequate. One sword broke all the laws, and all the formations were all chopped to pieces. Finally, the sword was on Feng Lily's neck. Don't move, move again, die. Meeting up with Qing's icy eyes, she knew that Qing wasn't lying. However, whenever she dared to make any movement, this sword of little greens would chop down without mercy. Feng Lily was kidnapped, and Yi Xiao also walked out from the formation, gently caressing her hair before taking a step in front of Feng Lily. Sister Feng, how is it? Convinced? Why should I serve? It was the 3 of them who broke the formation, not you, so why are you being complacent again? Indeed, after all, there were only a few people who knew his true identity. Since Feng Lily was unconvinced, let her be unconvinced. So what are you going to do now, schoolteacher? Cool. Well then, 10,000 points or you die, choose one. Yi Xiao looked at Feng Lily with a smile, but the icy words were constantly irritating her. 10,000 points? D? Junior brother, Do you dare to kill me? The academy is forbidden to kill. After staying at the academy for so many 2 years, Yi Xiao was still the first one to dare to say something that would make her die. Interesting. So much fun. Senior sister, you attacked me first. Even if I kill you, it's still self-defense. Or you can try and see if I dare to kill you. The playful smile on Feng Lily's face instantly messaged, looking straight into Yi Xiao's eyes, as if she wanted to see something from his eyes now. But it was disappointing. There was nothing in Yi Xiao's eyes. After a moment of silence, Feng Lily decided to compromise. 10,000 points was quite a lot, but it wasn't a lot for her, and compared to her own life, 10,000 points was still a good deal. Junior brother, you won? Senior sister will earn you 10,000 points here. No, it's 40,000 points, 10,000 for 1, 40,000 for 4. In terms of Leoneizing, Yi Xiao is still a professional. After all, resources were earned by one's own efforts, and the more points she had, the better the resources she could redeem. 40,000 points? Why don't you go and rob it? You might as well kill me. In that case, let's fulfill senior sister's wish, green, kill. Yes. Yi Xiao gave an order. The shattered shadow white tiger sword chopped towards Feng Lily's neck without any hesitation, saying whatever. Wait, I'll give 40,000 points is 40,000 points. Chapter 109. Another 40,000. 40,000 points was a lot, but one's own little life was more important. When he saved his little life, he would slowly settle the score with Yi Xiao afterward. Yi Xiao was still the first person who dared to blackmail her. Xiao Qing, don't hurt our senior sister Feng. The shattered shadow white tiger sword once again rested on Feng Lily's neck, and the cold light shining from the sword gave people a chilling feeling. Feng Lily was also true to her word and directly transferred 40,000 points to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao is naturally a man of his word. After all, it's Feng's family, can't be offended too much. Taking the points and giving Xiao Qing a wink, the sword in Xiao Qing's hand was put away. The 3 women came to Yi Xiao's side and quietly waited for Yi Xiao to give orders. Damn. What kind of virtue did this kid accumulate in his previous life? How can he have friends like the 3 sisters? Look at him. It's like the 3 sisters are the ones licking the dog. Bull. How can my 3 sister flowers be dog lickers? We call this being 2 for a friend. If you can't talk, you shut up. After the points were in hand and all the problems were solved, Yi Xiao prepared to leave with Xiao Qing and the 3 of them. What, elementary? Are you just going to leave? Being threatened, how could Feng Lily just let it go? Having been caught off guard by Green and the girls earlier, that didn't mean she would let it go so easily. 5 elements absolute spirit formation kill. 5 formation flags of different colors flew out of Feng Lily's hands and were inserted in the 5 corners of the ring, simultaneously wrapping up the 4 Yi Xiao. Elementary school brother. Senior sister's points aren't that easy to come by. Fire kills. The flames in the sky enveloped towards the 4 people. Little Phoenix looked at it and sighed silently, waving her hand. A flame barrier appeared in front of the 4.
在不死火面前，5行绝灵阵的火焰就像是耗子见到猫一样，刷刷刷地掉落在地上，根本不敢靠近4人分毫。
N.
Feng Lily looked at Xiao Huang with some surprise. This little girl was even hiding her clumsiness, being able to resist her flame attack with ease. She didn't look like an ordinary person. But it doesn't matter, the fun is just beginning. Earth spikes. So boring. Little Spirit glanced at the ground and gently stomped her foot, and an earth-gray shield wrapped the 4 of them. The earth spikes stuck to the earth shield without a single ripple. Water extinction. Xiao Ling's mouth opened and all the water elemental power surged into her body. Golden chaos. Wooden strands. The 5 elements of power were all out, but they just couldn't shake Little Spirit's shield. Master, it's so boring. I'm hungry. Me too. I'm so hungry. Can we please end this boring game? Yi Xiao had wanted to experience more of Feng Lily's methods. As a result, this wasn't powerful. Half the time she couldn't even break Xiao Ling's defense. He couldn't ignore the belly of his beast pet just for the fun of it, either could he. Green, settle it. Chop. The sword came out of its sheath, and a half-moon arc of sword light chopped out. With only one sword, the 5 elements formation flag was chopped into pieces. The formation was broken. Feng Lily wanted to continue to set up the formation to attack, but before the formation flag in her hand could be thrown out, Xiao Qing's sword came to Feng Lily's neck. Thanks for taking care of it, 40,000 points.
No, D.
You only get one chance, and I hope you make the most of it. After striking out at him one after another, Yi Zhao's patience was limited. If the points weren't there, then he would have to let Shao Qing chop her up with a sword, and with the three of them, even if a war god powerhouse descended, he would be able to escape. Another 40,000 points. The little savings on his body were all going to be plundered by Yi Zhao. But now her own life is threatened. She can't afford to gamble if she doesn't pay. Very painfully allocating 40,000 points to Yi Zhao, Shao Qing once again put down the sword in her hand. By the way, there is a second time, not a third time. If you still dare to sneak attack, you will definitely die next time. Like I said, the Feng family can't protect you either. Feng Lily could see the seriousness in Yi Zhao's words. She believed that if she made another move, Yi Zhao would decapitate her without mercy. Death threat. So exciting. Feng Lily became more and more interested in Yi Zhao, but she did not make another move, just quietly watching Yi Zhao and the others perform in the ring. That's right, it's a performance. After taking care of Feng Lily, the four stood on the stage and sold out. Fellow students, in 2 days Yi Zhao's equipment store will be opened. I hope you can show more support. At that time, there is a chance to get autographed private photos of the 3 sister flowers. Guaranteed value for money. As soon as he opened his mouth, he sold green and the girls out. Autographed private photos are also given. The students on stage went a little crazy. What equipment or not, they simply want the photos. Junior, do you own this equipment store? Yi Zhao, anyone with half a brain knows they're related. Yi Zhao did not intend to hide anything either. Of course, I then moonlight as chairman, chairman's secretary, general manager, manager's secretary, head of operations, head of planning, a series of unrelated positions. In terms of technology, we have invited the most professional super alchemy master to refine it for everyone, so you can rest assured in terms of quality. What equipment or not, they didn't care at all, they only cared if what Yi Zhao said was true. Are there really autographed private photos? Of course, there's a limited number of them available on a first-come, first-served basis. Then junior brother, can senior sister ask for your private photos? Senior sister will definitely give you a boost. As a boss, how can you do such a drop in the bucket? Yi Zhao looked at the schoolmates on the stage who were committing nymphomania with a serious face. Sister, Yi Zhao, sell my body but not my art. Wanting my private photos is fine, got a price. Hearing Yi Zhao's words, the scene froze for a moment, then roared with laughter. What a sellout, what a price, schoolboy. The senior wants yours too. How much? You name the price. Such a cute schoolboy. The picture must be very comfortable to wipe his ass with. I want it too, extra money. After a perfect wave of advertisements, Yi Zhao's 4 men got off the stage. Their challenge was over for today, and the only one left was Yun. Of course the result was obvious. She didn't have the combat power of the 4 Yi Zhao. She had just turned 2, and it was obvious that she wasn't the senior's opponent, and she was quickly defeated. You guys go ahead and hang out. I'm gonna go upgrade and try to catch up with you guys soon. Yi Zhao and the rest of them all won with a crushing victory, but she lost miserably. Xiao Yunro also has her own unique technical means. Only she, the battle cannot, auxiliary cannot, do what cannot. If this continued, Yi Zhao would likely leave her far, far behind. So she had to work hard. Even if she couldn't catch up with Yi Zhao and the others, she couldn't be left far behind by them. Chapter 110 Attributes pulled full. Other side. The battle between Yi Zhao and the few of them was all seen by the dean. One's mouth couldn't close and the creases on his face came together in a smile. The 4 of them are really out of our imaginations. Level 2 turn 45 actually has such a strong combat power. I thought that they would at most be able to spar with a second turn level 50, but I didn't expect that even Feng Lily would be defeated in their hands. And looking at them, they don't even look like they're going all out. I think they'll be even more powerful in battle than what they showed today. It may even be comparable to a third turn powerhouse. Feng Du carefully analyzed the battle he had just fought. I have to say, there are a couple of things that go into being a freshman director. To be able to analyze so much through a simple fight, it was just a pity that Yi Zhao and the others were much stronger than he had imagined. Today is merely a warm-up. This kid is much smarter than we thought, and he's being so open today just to show us. Give him the most upscale rewards and grant him all requests as long as they are not excessive. Previously, they were worried that Yi Zhao was sent by the underworld war god to carry out a secret mission. Fear that Yi Zhao would do something unfavorable to Magic City University. Now it seemed that they were overthinking it. Daring to make such a high-profile and ostentatious appearance could never be with a mission. The spectral warlord is simply a backdoor. This brat from Underworld has finally done something. Sending for super geniuses. Not bad. Not bad. Congratulations, Dean. Congratulations, Dean. There was no one else who dared to directly address the Underworld war god as a brat, other than the dean of the Magic City University. After all, the Underworld war god was also the dean's student back then, and the dean hadn't wiped the Underworld war god's ass a lot back then. If it wasn't for the dean, there might not be a phantom warlord today. The meeting was adjourned after everything was arranged for Yi Xiao on this side. Yi Xiao, on the other hand, brought Xiao Qing and they packed the cafeteria on the first floor. Although it is a cafeteria, but the taste is absolutely not inferior to the outside of the big restaurant, and even better than the taste of the restaurant in some aspects. 500 points, the whole 500. You guys are too able to eat, aren't you? You ate 500 points in one meal. If he was spending money, Yi Xiao really didn't feel any pain at all. But with points, that's really meaty. It took a lot of hard work to get 120,000 points, but in the end, he spent 500 points on one meal. At Magic City University, you need points for everything you do, and there are plenty of places to spend them. Let's go out to eat in the future. Points are quite precious. It tastes almost as good out there, but it's edible. They were not very demanding about the flavor, as long as they were full. Good. If they did not agree, Yi Xiao would not force them. It was worth it to spend some points to give Green and the girls a meal. But they can accept going out to eat, so it's better that way. It's time to save, it's time to spend. Let's go to the points exchange office. Let's see what this Magic City University has to offer. Magic City University Points Exchange. Sky Set Obsidian Perfection. 10 W points. Epic Set Obsidian Perfection. 15 W points. Sacred Shield Armor Obsidian Extreme. 20 W points. Looking at the equipment exchange, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Magic City University was really rich and generous, and had all kinds of equipment. There were even holy, divine equipment. Of course, with his points, it wasn't enough to consider these for the time being, and he even suspected that he wouldn't necessarily be able to save up enough points to exchange for divine equipment even after going to college. As for the other equipment, it was not in Yi Xiao's scope of consideration for the time being. The equipment was considered a small extreme, but the attributes were rather general. This kind of equipment could be built just as well given Xiao Yunru a little time. Spend points to redeem unless your brain is bubbly. After looking at the equipment exchange, Yi Xiao went straight to the next exchange point. Oh, I can't believe that you can still redeem Imperial Beasts. Rift Tiger. Overlord's Bloodline. Level 235. 80,000 points. Spirit Eating Mouse. Overlord's Bloodline. Level 2/42. 130,000 points. After briefly glancing twice, Yi Xiao lost interest. These beast pets might be good helpers for other students, but for him, they were more or less chicken ribs. He could have as many beast pets like this as he wanted, and it wasn't like he was an ingrate to spend points on them. Of course, there were good beast pets in there, holy pets as well as divine pets, but unfortunately they were quite expensive and couldn't be exchanged at all. Little Green, do you think I'll be able to get a good price if I sell you guys? You're surprisingly worth so many points. Xiao Qing and the girls naturally knew that Yi Xiao was joking and blankly glanced at Yi Xiao without any good reason. Master, do you give up? That's a shame. Then you also said that if the master really has no money, he will sell Little Phoenix first. She came the latest and her feelings are not yet deep. Then sell Little Spirit. Good Lord, Green is the real heartthrob favorite. One word and you've betrayed your two sisters. Little Spirit, Little Phoenix. Will you be a human being? Teasing the three, Yi Xiao turned around and headed to the next prop area. First Order Power Charm. 2,000 points. Second Order Power Charm. 4,000 points. Third Order Power Charm. 8,000 points. Fourth Order Power Charm. 16,000 points. All kinds of alchemy props are available: strength, agility, endurance, spirit, all at the same price. Only the stronger the talisman, the higher the redemption price, which was directly doubled. It was worth it though. The higher the talisman level, the more attributes it boosted. The first rank increases 30 points, the second rank directly increases 100 points, the third rank increases 200 points, and the fourth rank increases 300 points. You can take it 5 times per transfer. And he could only take first order, second order talismans right now, and after pulling the full amount, his attributes would still increase by more than 400 points of attributes. Redemption. Attributes must be pulled full. 4 of each of the first order talismans are redeemed, and 5 of each of the second order talismans are redeemed. Counting the points takes 11,200,000. The 120,000 points that had just arrived had 8,000 left in the blink of an eye. It was also that he was rich and powerful. If it was any other freshman, it would be impossible to exchange these things. Yi Xiao walked over to the staff and submitted his exchange list. 4 of each of the first order charms and 5 of each of the second order charms? The staff looked at the list and then at Yi Xiao. Apparently Yi Xiao is a freshman. Classmate, these things cost 112,000 points. Have you thought it over? Do you have that many points on you? Freshmen are new to the city and have just enough points to live, so they will have extra points to exchange for props when they slowly start doing missions. But now that Yi Xiao was going to exchange 110,000 props in one breath, the staff was a little skeptical. Redeem it. Swipe your card. Chapter 111 Evil Dragon. Divine Bloodline. Drop. Exchange successful. The staff returned the student card to Yi Xiao, and along with it, the redeemed talisman. 16 first order charms, 20 second order charms. Although he knew that the staff would not embezzle, Yi Xiao still counted it over and over again for insurance purposes. The staff member on the sidelines had a black face. You're excused for counting it once. But this counting over and over again is a bit insulting. He is a staff member of the exchange office of the Magic City University. As for embezzling this kind of thing, go, go, go. Don't be an eyesore here. The exchange office is closed today. I'm going to kick you out if you don't leave. Under the staff's desperate attempts to drive them away, Yi Xiao's 4 people were driven out of the exchange office. The world has changed. How the richer you are, the more stingy you are. However, he had to admit that Yi Xiao was indeed capable, and even if he wasn't capable, his family definitely had power. After all, to be able to grasp 120,000 points just after enrollment was not something an average person and average power could do. In Magic City University, points are everything. Eating and sleeping and doing everything all need points. Can let others transfer points to him. The family is absolutely not ordinary. Of course, what made him the most envious was the 3 absolute beauties beside Yi Xiao. There are quite a few absolutely beautiful women. Magic City University has its fair share of stunning beauties. But it was possible to get 3 of Magic City University's most beautiful women to willingly accompany them. Yi Xiao's identity was predictable. It seems like we have to show some respect in the future. A prince of this kind of power can't be messed with. Yi Xiao simply did not know that his exchange of a little prop would cause the staff to think so much. If I had known, it would have made him think more. After leaving the exchange office, Yi Xiao did not have any hesitation and directly used up all the talismans. Attributes are also pulled right up to the limit. Ding, using a first order talisman. Strength plus 120. Agility plus 120. Stamina plus 120. Spirit plus 120. Ding, use second order talisman. Strength plus 500. Agility plus 500. Endurance plus 500. Spirit plus 500. After using the props, his own attributes were close to 3,000. Even if he didn't add the attribute bonus of the beast pet, his current attributes were not something that an ordinary person could compare to. Let's go. There's nothing else to do today. Let's go to the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm to brush up on levels first. Yi Xiao took Xiaoqing and the 3 of them to the Dragon's Blood Secret Realm to brush up on their levels. And in the depths of the Dragon's Blood Mysterious Realm, a sneaky figure was furtively approaching. It was no other than the old man who opened the blind box on the periphery. His target this time was no other than the big boss Evil Dragon. During this period of time, the Evil Dragon had continuously condensed his body, and had already seen the beginnings of it, and given some more time, he would be able to completely and thoroughly condense it. After not harassing him for the past few days, the Evil Dragon's guard was down, and he concentrated on condensing his body. As long as it waited for its body to congeal, it would be able to leave this hellhole. Sneaking, restrained breathing, silent, various buffs to stack on yourself. The Evil Dragon is a wary fellow by nature, and will fail if he makes the slightest noise. So he had to be careful and careful and careful. During this time he had figured out one of the Evil Dragon's weaknesses. At a fixed point in time, he would be weak for 3 minutes. And those 3 minutes were the perfect time for him to strike. Feng Burn waited patiently on the sidelines for a good 2 hours. Time to. The Evil Dragon was much weaker to the naked eye. Fire burns the sky. A flame fell from the sky. Where could the Evil Dragon in his weakened state expect Feng Burn to suddenly sneak attack him at this time? One slip and the body was directly wrapped in flames. Old Feng Burn, you don't keep your words. You even backstabbed this dragon. Feng Burn's strength was already on top of him, Not to mention that he was still in a weakened state, he was even less of a match for Feng Burn. Why do you say that? Did I stop you from condensing your body? No, I don't think so. Your body is pretty much condensed, and I'm not destroying your body, am I? Put that way, it seems to make so much sense. Previously, Feng Burn had struck out, and each time, his condensed body was destroyed, causing him to lose a great deal of strength. But this time was different. Feng Burn didn't do anything to his body, but rather launched an all-out attack on him. It wasn't enough to kill him, but it hurt and it burned. Old Pipsqueak, what the hell do you mean? It doesn't mean much. It's like beating you up and taking you away. Do you have a problem with that? This dragon would rather die. Holy fire. No comment. This dragon would rather die. Seeing the golden holy fire in Feng Burn's hand, the evil dragon chose to bow its head. He hadn't suffered a lot under the golden holy fire over the years. The flame was immortal and could even sear the soul. He didn't want to be engulfed in flames. So what if they agreed to his request for the time being? At most they would just suffer a bit, it's not like they could kill themselves. No comment, then drill in. I'm telling you, don't you dare pull any tricks on me or you know what happens. I can't kill you, but I can make your life worse than death. After being warned by Feng Burn, the evil dragon gathered its body and burrowed into Feng Burn's blind cage. Taking the evil dragon with him, he left the secret realm and continued to crouch in a corner waiting for someone with a destiny. I don't know if this little guy can do it, but don't let me down. This evil dragon is a good seedling. Feng Burn closed his eyes and waited quietly. Besides Yi Xiao, no one would come to him to gamble on beast pets. And even if someone did, he wouldn't take out the evil dragon. In less than a moment's effort, Yi Xiao brought the three of them, Shao Qing, to the entrance of the Dragon Blood Mystery Realm. As an old friend, Yi Xiao naturally had to go over and say hello to Feng Burn. By the way, let's see what goodies he has inside his blind cage and rake in the cash. Gramps, you're still here. Feng Burn narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Yi Xiao before closing them again. For Feng Burn's attitude, Yi Xiao had long since gotten used to it and looked at the blind cage there by himself. Dragon Turtle. Overlord's bloodline. Not good. Dragon and Rabbit. Overlord's bloodline. Not good. Evil Dragon. Divine bloodline can be evolved. Level 3 turns and 70 levels damaged. Not good. Nope. It seems like something unimaginable has been mixed in. I was expecting nothing good this time. As a result, when he looked at the last blind cage, Yi Xiao Man was confused. Evil Dragon, Divine Bloodline, level 70 in 3 turns. It's amazing that this stuff would show up on the floor. What kind of strength did this old man have, that he was able to capture even a 3rd turn 70 level evil dragon? Being stared at by Yi Xiao so much, Feng Burning was also a little embarrassed, and pretended to be impatient as he chided. Take it or leave it, don't off and don't hold up my business. Yes, why not? This, what price? How can he not want a 3rd turn 70 level evil dragon, even if his strength is stronger than him? So what if he is 100% loyal after returning to his ancestors? Chapter 112, Ancestral Evolution. Seeing that Yi Xiao chose the evil dragon's blind cage, he knew that Yi Xiao must have a special means. He wasn't wrong. Still, act like you don't know anything about it. Today's blind cages are all premium and much higher priced. 1 billion to open a cage. 1 billion, old man, why don't you go rob Robbing the trading market is not as fast as you come to money. That's right. You are thinking about money like crazy. Which little cutie would take $1 billion to bet with you? Young man, don't fall for it. This old guy is a liar. For the good intentions of others, Yi Xiao just smiled faintly. $1 billion to buy a blind cage is a gamble for others. For him, it's a stocking stuffer. A 3rd turn 70 level divine evil dragon, $1 billion, it's cheap. Okay, it's too late. What if the old man regrets it? Let's get the stuff first. $1 billion is $1 billion. I'm not short of that. This is it. Swipe your card. In the eyes of the surrounding people who couldn't believe it, Yi Xiao swiped $1 billion and then took away the blind cage containing the evil dragon. Not a second's delay for fear of being seen to be suspicious. Then, old man, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. We'll work together again sometime. Yi Xiao drilled into the Dragon Blood Mystery Realm with a whoosh. Feng Burn didn't care about his stall either, and with a flash of his body, he followed Yi Xiao into the Dragon Blood Mystery Realm. Although he believed that Yi Xiao had the ability to take care of the evil dragon, for the sake of insurance, it was better for him to follow Yi Xiao in case the evil dragon accidentally slaughtered him. After Yi Xiao arrived at the secret realm, He found a remote and uninhabited place and opened the blind cage. Sure enough, an evil dragon was lying in the cage, looking at him with a teasing face. Little fellow, thank you for saving this dragon. In return, this dragon will just eat you in one bite and won't let you feel the pain. Without Feng Burn present, the evil dragon did not need to suppress his malice at all. The cage was instantly broken by him, and the kilometer-long lizard dragon just levitated next to Yi Xiao. A pair of donkey-sized eyes stared straight at him. Goo-doo! Yi Xiao couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. Good fellow, is this evil dragon already this big? It looks like Xiao Qing's 3 people combined are not his opponent. However, Yi Xiao did not panic in the slightest. Without 2 brushes, how dare you take it from Feng Burn's hands? Wait, can you listen to me for a second? The evil dragon stared at Yi Xiao with wide eyes just like that. Its subconscious was unwilling to listen to Yi Xiao. After so many years of dealing with humans, the only impression it had of them was cunning. It didn't know what Yi Xiao was up to again. What, are you scared? I'm such a human? And you, the evil dragon, are actually afraid. No way, when did divine beasts become weak like this? Looks like I overestimated you guys. Paired with Yi Xiao's disgusted little expression, the evil dragon got angry. Although he was not Feng Burn's opponent, he was still more than enough to deal with a little weakling like Yi Xiao. Listening to him for a couple of minutes isn't going to affect the big picture. Fear? I, evil dragon, have never been afraid in my life. What do you want to say? Let me hear it so I can send you on your way. Yi Xiao was also too lazy to beat around the bush with it and directly took out the greatest sincerity. I can return the bloodline in your body to 100% and help you complete your evolution. System, what can this guy evolve into? All he knew now was that evil dragons could still return and evolve, and as for what they evolved into, he wasn't sure yet. Divine pet. 5-clawed golden dragon. 5-clawed golden dragon. My god, this is a real divine dragon, not comparable to those lizard dragons in the West. Help me evolve back to my ancestors? The evil dragon narrowed his eyes and just looked at Yi Xiao. Who am I to believe you? You're just a second-turn little mole. Yi Xiao knew that evil dragon wouldn't believe it. But there are 3 vivid examples beside him. Green. It's the master. With a flash of green light, Xiao Qing manifested the green-eyed white tiger's body out. Although it was half the size compared to the evil dragon, the prestige on its body was not inferior to the evil dragon at all. Green-eyed white tiger, is that enough? But go on, little spirit. Coming master. The water light enveloped, and the little spirit transformed into the body of the Zhenhai Xuanwu. Believe it? Zhenhai Xuanwu. Don't believe it? Then there's little phoenix. Good. Clanking, the little phoenix let out a cry, and the immortal divine phoenix appeared in front of the evil dragon. The 3 divine pets, even if they were not as strong as him, crushed him in terms of aura. Green-eyed white tiger, sea-suppressing Xuanwu, immortal divine phoenix. How is this possible? How can you, a human, possess 3 divine beasts? The evil dragon's pathetic ego took a hit. Don't look at the fact that he crushed Xiao Qing and the girls in terms of strength, but in terms of bloodline, he was crushed. How about it, now you believe it? As for me, I don't have any other requests. You guard me for a year, I'll help you return to your ancestor and evolve, so that you can get rid of this body and become a real 5-clawed golden dragon. Half-truths, half-fakes, so that the evil dragon wouldn't notice anything unusual. What guarding for 3 years, pure bull. As long as he was returned to his ancestors, he had to be loyal to him for the rest of his life. There was no time limit at all. The urgency of the delay is to return him to his ancestors. Think about it. I'm the only one in this world who has this kind of skill. This is the creation that belongs to you, your chance. It's up to you to grasp it. Opportunity knocks. Let me know when you've thought it through. Yi Zhao's PUA words kept drilling into the evil dragon's mind. Return. Evolution. Return. Evolution. He was now a crippled body, and even if he were to fully condense his body, in the end, he would only be a battle god dragon. He wanted to try and see if he could start a new life. And the 5-clawed golden dragon, I've never heard of it, but it feels powerful. Evil dragon, have you thought it over? 5-clawed golden dragon. It's likely to break through to war god in the future. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Under Yi Zhao's bellowing temptation, the evil dragon succumbed. Yes. I'll guard you for a year while you help me evolve back to my ancestors. I'm telling you, don't try any tricks. I'm watching you all the time. Yi Xiao was indifferent to this. Originally, he did not expect to play tricks with the evil dragon. With a gentle wave of his hand, the three Shaoqing returned to their human form. You're getting smaller, you're not attracting people to you if you're this big. Shrink down a bit and come over here. I'll help you with your rejuvenation evolution. It's quick and painless. Following Yi Zhao's command, the evil dragon shrunk its body to 10 meters long, then quietly lay down in front of Yi Zhao. His body was taut and his eyes were staring straight ahead. But if Yi Zhao made any movement, he would directly tear him apart. Homecoming evolution. Homecoming evolution in progress. Please wait. With a light touch of his finger, a magic array appeared directly at the center of the evil dragon's brow. Without any sense of crisis, the evil dragon did not move, waiting for Yi Zhao's next move. Chapter 113. Call me father. Homecoming successful. Evolving. Please wait. The evil dragon could only feel the blood in his body boiling, and the golden light on his body became more and more dazzling. All of the 100 miles in a radius were enveloped in golden light. What's that? There's a treasure out there. Go check it out. What a dazzling golden light. Definitely a good treasure. I've come to the right place today. There's a harvest. Go take a look. Don't let anyone get ahead of us. This is our chance. Anyone who saw the golden light all rushed towards this place. Yi Zhao was also not expecting that a small evolution would cause such a big commotion. Now they only hoped that the evil dragon's evolution would be faster so they could get out of here. The golden light enveloped the evil dragon while recycling the light a little, until the golden light wrapped the evil dragon into an egg. Click! 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 With a shattering sound, the golden light was torn apart little by little. A 5-clawed golden dragon emanating golden light peeked out from the golden light. Sucking slippery, the evil dragon swallowed the golden light inside its mouth in one gulp, completing its final evolution. Evolution successful. 5-clawed dragon. Go ahead. Someone will be here soon. The evil dragon after evolution was only the size of a child, and Yi Zhao lifted it up with one hand. Running wildly for a dozen miles, he found a secluded spot before setting it down. This is the 5-clawed golden dragon. Not bad. Not bad. It's already taking shape, but the power is still almost there. Tender and still has good skin. It does Q-bomb, squeeze it. Being bullied by the 4 of them in turn, the evil dragon could only let out an evil dragon roar. I am Shenron. I naturally know you're a divine dragon, so contract it. A contract? Are you kidding me? How did it become a contract when it was clearly stated that it was only a year's worth of guarding? It was an evil dragon, a super existence comparable to a war god. How could it indenture a second turn little guy? Good. Evil dragon? The evil dragon was confused. It clearly wanted to reject Yi Zhao's unreasonable request. But the words all changed when they came out of his mouth. There seemed to be a strange force interfering with him. Impossible. How is this possible? I'm an invincible evil dragon. The evil dragon who can't accept the truth is about to strike at Yi Zhao. But its thoughts had just been brewing when the mysterious force once again dispersed them. After the return of the ancestor, the beast pet was 100% loyal to Yi Zhao and could never do anything to harm Yi Zhao. So no sooner had its thoughts risen than they were mercilessly snuffed out in the cradle state. Since you've agreed, I can contract it, and you can't regret it afterward. Evil dragon. No way, absolutely no way, I don't want a contract. Okay. Deed it. Sure enough, consciousness and words can't be synchronized, and whatever thoughts it has, they are all tainted when spoken. It really wants to cry. It knew humans couldn't be trusted. Previously, he was bullied by Fengburn, and now he was taken by Yi Zhao. How its dragon life is so bleak. Yi Zhao doesn't care if it is willing or not. The divine favor in hand can't fly. First contract it. The magic array was engraved into the evil dragon's mind. The contract was successful, and the evil dragon successfully became Yi Zhao's 4th beast pet. Master! The evil dragon looked at Yi Zhao with an aggrieved face. The ending was already doomed. Yi Zhao had successfully contracted it, and from today onwards it would have to work for Yi Zhao without any limitations. Humans are so hateful, tricking dragons into working. Dragonborn is so miserable. Don't be a dragon in your next life. The evil dragon's thoughts were all held by Yi Zhao, not realizing that this guy was still an arrogant ghost. Had enough of spitting? Isn't it displeasing to the master? Evil dragon. Of course, humans are liars, hate humans. No, I like my master the most. Without my master, where would I be today? This body I can love too much. Receiving a satisfactory answer from the evil dragon, A smile appeared on Yi Zhao's face. As for what the evil dragon thinks, it's irrelevant, he can't rebel in his hands anyway, so stay and get used to it. View properties. Divine Pet. 5-clawed golden dragon. Attributes: gold, fire. Level 2, 45 reassigned level after evolution. Power: 12,388. Agility: 13,800. Endurance: 11,776. Spirit: 13,522. Elemental immunity passive, LV full. Immunizes from both gold and fire elements. Elemental mastery passive, LV full. Can manipulate the two elements of gold and fire. Divine Dragon Physique passive, LV full. Divine Beast Divine Dragon's Physique. Physical Strength Recovery 500. Injury Recovery 500. Skills: Dragon's Breath, Dragon Claw Hands, Rush, Divine Dragon Blessing, Divine Dragon Roar. There is not much difference in attributes with green. After all, we were all divine beasts of the same level, and our skill attributes wouldn't be too far off. With another super combatant, and the attributes of the 5-clawed golden dragon, his combat power had increased by a large margin. Not bad, not bad. Let's take a shape first and see. Evil dragon, transform you. Yes, master. Just a moment. In his heart, he was cursing, but in his actions, he did not hesitate at all. With a flash of golden light, the body faded, and a little girl 8 or 9 years old appeared in front of several people. Looking at the little pink girl in front of them, the 4 of them went numb. Surprisingly, it was miraculously not a royal lady, but a little girl. What are you looking at? Being looked at so directly by them, even the evil dragon was a bit embarrassed. Why are you a little girl? How old are you? 576 years old. We dragons have long lives to begin with. 500 years old is so big. That makes sense. After all, green and the girls came from the returned ancestors, while the evil dragon came from the returned evolution. Before there was a return to evolution, people were just a dragon, and it was normal for them to live longer. They were all royal sisters, which was not conducive to the harmony of the team, and with such a small child, their atmosphere was much more harmonious instead. Call Dad. Eh? The evil dragon man is silly. He is a divine dragon. How can he recognize his father at will? Not to mention that Yi Zhao is not her dad. Hey, obedient, so good. The evil dragon hated her teeth, but there was no way. That mysterious force wiped out her true thoughts, and the words that came to her mouth directly turned into words against her will. Good girl. Do you have a name? Ancient Scabs. Stop, 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 stop. What a name. It's hard to hear. My father will give you a good name. Since you call me father, you must surely take my last name, and after that you are still the 5-clawed golden dragon. Let's do it this way. From today onwards, you'll be called Yi Aoyu, and you'll be called Little Jade. Yi Aoyu, not bad, sounds pretty good, not to mention that she cannot resist anything. Yi Zhao said, what is what? Okay, Dad. Chapter 114, Super Divine Beast. No wonder men like to be someone's father. It's a really comfortable feeling. Come on. Come on. Scream again. Dad. Unwillingly and reluctantly, he was forced to call out to his father. One more sound. It's so good. The veins on Jade's forehead popped out, but her face was still piled with smiles as she called out to her father. Dad. I, what a good daughter of my father's, one more time. Everyone felt Xiao Yu's anger, but Yi Zhao was unaware of it and kept making Xiao Yu call for her father. The evil dragon really regretted. Why did she believe Yi Zhao's words and ended up putting herself in such an embarrassing situation? Although she was very satisfied with her bloodline, and she was also very satisfied with the 5-clawed golden dragon. But this is too insulting, just call a father. Let her keep calling. She don't want to lose face. Now that I think about it, it's better when you're fighting Feng Burn. Though it will hurt, though it will hold back. But not to the point of dignity. In Yi Zhao's place, she didn't have any dignity at all. It's not like the big bullies are bullying the little bullies and everyone can bully her. Jade, be good and call Big Mom. Jade, call me second auntie. Jade, I'm your third oldest mom. Roll. She couldn't do anything about Yi Zhao, but for the 3 of them, the mysterious power wouldn't interfere. This boy. Interesting indeed. Feng Burn, who was hiding in the shadows, left after taking a couple more looks. Yi Zhao had contracted the evil dragon and the rest was none of his business. After a few people fought around a bit, Yi Xiao stopped them. After delaying so much for half a day, it's time to brush up on the monsters and upgrade. It's still the same plan as before, brushing monsters and upgrading. But Little Green, I'll entrust you with killing monsters with Little Spirit and the girls today. Master, I'll ride a dragon to kill monsters today. It was a bit reluctant, but after all, they were new sisters, so it was normal to give them preferential treatment. Yes, Master. After Xiao Qing's few people left, Yi Xiao mounted Xiao Yu and started killing. Dragon's Breath. Anon. Being ridden by Yi Xiao like this, she surprisingly still felt a trace of pleasure that shouldn't exist, and was even a little excited. With a roar, Aang sprayed his dragon's breath towards the monster beneath him. The thousands of degrees of heat raged. No monsters were able to carry it at all, and large swathes of monsters were directly incinerated into scraps. Cool. Riding a dragon is every man's dream. Now that he was able to ride a divine dragon and wreak havoc among the monsters, his mood was still uncontrollably excited. Worthy of the dragon race, it's just strong. Proper encouragement is what will get her to wind down as quickly as possible. Anon. Being praised so much by Yi Xiao, Xiao Yu became even more complacent, holding her chin high like a victorious general. Let's go. Keep killing monsters. Let me see how strong you really are. After resolving the monsters underneath her, Jade began to lure the monsters. This place was originally her territory, and she was more familiar with it than anyone else. Moreover, the monsters here more or less carried the aura of the dragon race, and after feeling the powerful dragon bloodline in Xiao Yu's body, each of them was suppressed and did not dare to move. Kill. Divine Dragon Dive. With Yi Xiao's command, Xiao Yu swooped down directly from the air, a golden light flashing on her forehead as she ruthlessly crashed into the group of monsters. Bang! Only a loud bang was heard, and the huge shockwave directly crushed the monster into smithereens. Keep going on. After killing for a whole day, a golden light lit up on Yi Xiao's body. There was no surprise. He had risen one level. Similarly, Xiao Qing's 4 had also risen a level, reaching level 46 in the second turn. Good. You all did a great job today. Treat yourselves to a big dinner. Nice clothes, whatever you want to do. The 4 of them regained their original forms and followed Yi Xiao's side before preparing to leave the secret realm. And right at this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly froze in place. For no other reason than the system gave him a choice. Congratulations. Collect all 4 divine beasts: Divine Dragon, White Tiger, Xuanwu, Divine Phoenix, and reach the achievement, Lord of the 4 Gods. Ding, whether to fuse the 4 divine beasts and become the Super Divine Beast Godslayer. Big surprise. A real big surprise. Super Divine Beast Deicide. This was definitely an existence that surpassed divine beasts. Are super divine beasts stronger than divine beasts? Strong, roughly estimated, the combat power is 10 times that of a divine beast. Hiss. Yi Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. 10 times the combat power of a divine beast. If it was fused, it wouldn't be a problem to cross the ranks and challenge a third turn, or even a war god. Fusion. It must be fused. How can such a powerful existence not be fused? Excited heart, trembling hands. Yi Xiao was waiting to fuse the super god beast. Wait, don't fuse yet. Suddenly, Yi Xiao seemed to have thought of something. After the fusion, will Xiao Qing and the girls disappear? Or will they still exist? The Godslayer beast is a brand new existence. Once fused, the 4 of them will have their consciousness completely erased. Luckily, he had just stopped the system from fusing, or he would have made a big mistake. Erase the consciousness of the 4 Xiaoqing people. He couldn't do it. If he erased Xiao Yu's consciousness, that would be fine. After all, there wasn't any emotional foundation yet, and this little girl had a backbone. Jade, so there's no love. But erasing Xiao Qing's and their consciousness, Yi Xiao could not do it. Xiao Qing is a divine pet that has been following him from the beginning, and his feelings are extremely deep. So how can Yi Xiao give up? But the Ultra Beast does smell good too. If he could fuse the Godslayer beast, he could think of his future achievements, crushing everyone in this world. Master, you don't have to get entangled. We are all here today because of you. Whatever decision you make, we will support it. Sure enough, Green is still the most understanding one. She sensed something was wrong with Yi Xiao the moment he stopped. As expected, within a short while, Yi Xiao's eyes were filled with kinks. Green, you guys. Hey, if sacrificing the 4 of you will allow me to increase my strength and become even more powerful, will you be willing to do so? Jade shook her head frantically, unable to speak. only able to express her protest with her actions. She endured the deed, and she endured calling her father. But it hadn't even been a day yet that she had to be sacrificed, and she really couldn't stand it anymore. Of course, Yi Xiao did not refer to her opinion. Her opinion was completely unimportant. As for Xiao Qing's three people's reaction, it was all within Yi Xiao's expectation. They were 100% loyal to Yi Xiao. As long as Yi Xiao was willing, it was fine to sacrifice themselves. Master, it's fine. As long as you can become stronger, it's really okay to sacrifice us. Yes, Master, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here today, and one glorious moment is enough. Master, I'm also willing. It's just that I won't be able to eat and sleep with Master in the future. So unwilling. Little Green is frank. Little Spirit is open-minded. Little Phoenix is aggrieved. Chapter 115, Killing Leaf Dog and Robbing Xiaoqing. Their reactions, Yi Xiao all saw it in their eyes. They had feelings for Yi Xiao. Why wouldn't Yi Xiao have feelings for them? Seeing the performance of the three people, at this moment Yi Xiao made up his mind. No fusion, I give up. What's Super Beast? I'm not familiar with it. The Super God Beast smelled good, but his Xiaoqing smelled even better. There was absolutely no way he would give up Xiaoqing and the girls because of the Super God Beast. Confirmation of abandonment? Give up. Synthesis quest fails and the Godslayer disappears. In view of the host's love of pets, a special reward is presented. Skill. The art of fusion of the four gods. Fusion of the four divine beasts, briefly becoming the super divine beast Godslayer. Consciousness prioritized by the strongest duration. 10 minutes, cooldown. 72 hours, self-disintegration when time is up. Yi Xiao did not expect there to be unexpected gains, although it was only a short 10 minutes, but this was enough. This thing is absolutely fine for saving your life in a pinch. The only drawback is that it takes 10 minutes to use and 72 hours to cool down. I was going to try to see what the Godslayer looked like, but after seeing the cooldown, I'd rather not. When the system is produced, it is sure to be a fine product, and there won't be too many problems. Let's go. Today the master is in a happy mood. Take you guys shopping and getting high, buy whatever you want. It's been such a long time and I haven't taken them out yet, so I'll take them for a nice stroll around the human world today. Master, isn't this too shameful? Master, this hobby of yours is really, really annoying. I think it's nice and sexy. It's just human bad taste, what's there to see? Jade thrust her waist, her mouth full of disdain, but her eyes staring straight ahead. What an arrogant brat. Pretending not to like it when you obviously do. Hello. Put this JK on this little girl and pick out a few more that fit. I don't want it. I'm not wearing it. Although Xiao Yu was refusing with her mouth, she didn't resist in her actions in the slightest and was obediently carried away by the store clerk. It didn't take long for the clerk to carry Jade, who was covered in JK, out. Gulp. Gulp. Wow, Jade's outfit is too cute. Kawaii, porcelain doll-like. In the face of the crowd's compliments, Jade was even more pleased with herself. Even if you guys compliment me, I won't be happy. I don't like these clothes. Arrogant little brat. Her face was full of satisfaction, but when it came to her mouth, she just didn't like it. Of course they were used to it and let her be upset if she was upset. Do you all like this dress too? Shall I ask the clerk to match one for you? No need. We decline. What a shame. This kind of dress is only for little kids like Jade. Adults never make a choice, they all want it. It's been so long, and I haven't bought you a proper set of clothes, so see for yourselves. And if there's anything you need, the master will pay for it. Each one of them said no with their mouths, but they did not have the slightest bit of politeness when they laid their hands on them. They also all knew what Yi Xiao liked. If they didn't dress up properly, they would lose favor. One by one, caution was drawn all over the place, and set after set of clothes were changed under half-assed pressure. People beautiful wear what are beautiful, what accompany women shopping tired. That is purely because you accompany the woman is not beautiful enough. Like Yi Xiao, accompanied by 3 big beauties and a porcelain doll, he was happy to spend money. Pack it up, all of this stuff. Throwing away money just to get a smile from a beautiful woman. Not to mention that it was 4 beautiful women, and he was willing to spend any amount of money. Yi Qing succeeded in his challenge and was promoted to 51st place on the top 100 list. Xian Ling succeeded in his challenge and was promoted to 52nd place on the top 100 list. Phoenix Flame succeeded in his challenge and was promoted to 53rd place on the top 100 list. Yi Aoyu succeeded in her challenge and was promoted to 54th place on the top 100 list. These 4 are also too powerful. How long has it been since school started? Pushing all the way across the board, directly killing up to the 50th place. Under 50 they are the strongest. I think they could be even stronger, if it wasn't for the fact that each person could only challenge them 3 times a day. I think they could at least kill their way to the top 30. I think so. No previous opponents could resist a single move from them, and only the strongest of the top 30 were able to confront them. I don't think the top 30 is even a sure thing. A couple of them are too strong. No stronger than a second-turn powerhouse. The top 30 at the very least are third-turn powerhouses, and no matter how strong they are, they can't possibly be a match for a third-turn powerhouse. A few of the greenies can be the talk of the school. The people were beautiful and strong, and during this period of time they challenged the top 100 list every day, and none of them were their opponents. Too weak to be challenging at all. Humans are nothing more than that, far worse than me. This period of time had allowed Xiao Yu to take a good bite out of her anger, and all the aggression she had suffered from Yi Xiao and Feng Zhuan had been vented on the students of the academy. Everyone was tortured to the point of collapse by him, and if Yi Xiao hadn't stopped her, there was no telling what she was going to do. Now Jade's notoriety is on the verge of surpassing Feng Lily's. She was nicknamed Little Witch. After the few people finished their challenge, they went directly to the top 100 seats. The boring match made Yi Xiao drowsy. This level of challenge didn't need him to worry at all. Xiao Qing's few people were easily able to take it down. Master. Today people are wearing black silko. Master. I'm also wearing a fishing net. Hearing the voice coming from his side, Yi Xiao snapped his eyes open. Where? Roar. This leg shall not play for a year. Yi Xiao had a black silk in his left hand and a fishing net in his right hand. This little life was as cozy as it could be. The audience under the stage watched Yi Xiao's recklessness and their eyes turned red with envy. Let go of my goddess. Let me. That's rough. How can you be so rough? Did this guy save the heavens in his previous life? Why is he accompanied by so many beautiful women? And now there's even a little JK girl. Heaven's way is unfair. My way is goo, brothers. Kill Yi Dog and rob Yi Qing. Bro, calm down. You're no match for them. You're just sending heads over there. Being stared at viciously by the audience, Yi Xiao couldn't sleep anymore, and after lightly caressing a fishing net and black silk, he stood up and stretched. What hour is it? When will it be my turn? Master, it's your turn now. There's still 30 seconds left. If you don't come on after 30 seconds, you'll be sentenced to a loss. There are only 30 seconds left to prepare. Time flies so fast. Are you all done with your challenges? It's over. End the fight easily. Looking up, sure enough, the list rankings had changed. 51 to 54 are exactly the names of Green and the girls. Not bad, pretty efficient. Chapter 116, The Wild Hunters. Since you all settled the fight, it's good for me to go up there and have some casual fun as well. As the master, it was natural not to behave worse than them. Challenge, 50. Go master. One trick pony. Yi Xiao nodded and leapt to the ring. Compared to Xiao Qing and the girls, Yi Xiao's popularity was much worse. Who in the room didn't want to personally handily kill Yi Xiao and then replace him? Surrounded by so many beautiful women, even if they died the next day, it would be worth it. Yi Xiao 69th versus Xie Xie 50th. This time Xie Xie hangs in the balance, although this guy Yi Xiao is not pleasant, but his fighting strength is undoubted. After such a long time, I couldn't even tell his occupation. Every fight is a slap in the face. I don't think Xie Xie is as much of a match for Yi Xiao as he is. He'll be taken care of in a slap. Ha! Listening to the freshman's analysis, the sophomore and junior seniors laughed disdainfully. Several seniors, what do you mean by this? Is there something wrong with my analysis? Or is there something odd about this Xie Xie? They were new to the city, so naturally, they were unfamiliar with the strongest people on the 100-strong list. You can't barricade yourself at this point, so be a good boy and listen to your seniors and reanalyze it in the context of the intelligence they're talking about. Your analysis is fine, provided it's fine for the average person, but for Shearson, none of your analysis counts. Let me tell you a statistic. Xie Xie has occupied the 50th place on the top 100 list for 2 years now. During these 2 years, the list has changed from one batch of people to another. But Xie Xie has always stayed at the 50th place and has never been squeezed out. By the way, there's one more thing I have to tell you guys. Xie Xie, a junior, in the second half of his sophomore semester, he was already a third-turn powerhouse. Hiss! Hearing the words of the senior, the crowd couldn't help but suck in cool air. They also didn't expect the 50th ranked Xie Xie to be a third-turn powerhouse. There's just something they don't understand. Senior, since Senior Xie is a third-turn powerhouse, why not move up? I think with his strength, promoting to the top 30 should be more than enough. In the face of the freshman's disbelief, the seniors just laughed and asked rhetorically, "Do you know why Lao Tzu wrote the Tao Te Ching?" "I don't know." "Does Laozi's writing of the Tao Te Ching have anything to do with Senior Xie?" "Of course it matters, because the old man wants to." What a plain reason for the freshman to just break defense and go silent. The old man is willing. It's hard to buy a master's pleasure with money. Yi Zhao's luck is really bad. Obviously he's invincible under the third turn, but he chose a strong person of the third turn. Maybe the old heavens opened their eyes and couldn't stand to see him surrounded by so many beautiful women. So this is why Senior Xie was allowed to educate him. Yes, absolutely. He can't grasp so many beautiful women. Give me one so he can have fewer calamities. Who pisses yellow and bears this dreaming brother? After hearing Yi Zhao's challenge, Xie opened his eyes. There was still a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He also did not expect Yi Zhao to choose him to challenge him. "Have you thought it over, and are you sure you want to challenge me?" "Of course. Please enlighten me, Hokage." Even when facing Xie, Yi Zhao was still confident. And from the beginning he knew Xie was a third-turn powerhouse. A superb existence of 3 revolutions and 75. But he just likes to challenge himself. Of course it wasn't exactly a challenge. 3 turns and 75 attributes weren't as high as his. Not even half of him. In that case, I'll play along. It's been a while since I've been active, my tendons are a little stiff, and it's nice to move my arms and legs. And he had also paid attention to Yi Zhao during this time. The strength was very strong, far beyond the average second-turn powerhouse, but unfortunately, he was a much stronger third-turn powerhouse, and there was no way Yi Zhao could be his opponent. "As you wish." The two stood in the ring and smiled at each other. The moment the smiles tightened, the two struck out at the same time. "Conceal your breath and be invisible." Hunting fluctuations. Xie had already figured out Yi Zhao's fighting habits. The opening round was straight up a collection of breaths to make himself invisible, so that he was in a position of absolute advantage. Unfortunately, this move didn't work on him. He's a wild hunter by trade. The best thing a hunter could do was to spot the enemy. Even if Yi Zhao had collected his breath and was stealthy, there was no way to hide the temperature of the blood as well. Xie's eyes suddenly turned a tragic white color, and a blood-red silhouette just appeared inside his eyes. Hunting raid. After discovering Yi Zhao's trail, Xie began to bombard him with waves of energy one after another, not giving Yi Zhao a chance to fight back at all. A moment's effort forced Yi Zhao out of his stealthy state. As expected of a third-turn powerhouse, you're really strong. Since a sneak attack won't work, we'll have to go head-to-head. Meh. As soon as Yi Zhao's words fell, Xie let out a snort. Positively hardcore? This was not something he did as a hunter. The enemy advances and I retreat, the enemy is stationed and I disturb, the enemy is tired and I fight, the enemy retreats and I pursue. It's the 16 words of truth for their hunters. It was impossible for Yi Zhao to want to get tough with him. A hunter could never get tough with his prey. They have to play with their prey until they are exhausted and finally torture them alive. Hunting camouflage. With a wave of Xie's hand, his figure began to dissipate a little, and finally disappeared completely from the eyes of the crowd. Where is everyone? Senior Xie is even invisible too. It's not stealth. I can't believe I can't see Senior Xie's figure when I break the barrier. Before, he was even able to capture Yi Zhao's figure, but now he could not detect any trace of Senior Xie. Barrier-breaking eyes is naturally useless to Senior Xie. It's his unique natural skill. It's not the same as stealth. No one can beat him on his home turf. Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of thumping came from the ring. Yi Zhao passively defended in place, fists appearing around him from time to time, taking advantage of his defenses to punch him. But when he was ready to return the favor, the punch disappeared completely. Slot. Since I can't find it, I won't look for it. It's in this ring anyway, so let's attack it without discrimination. Dragon's breath. Yi Zhao made a backward step, rose up in the air, and delivered a superb dragon breath to the ring. Although the might was not as powerful as Xiao Yu's growing, the power was not inferior to Xiao Yu's in any way. In the blink of an eye, the ring was incinerated, leaving only pitch-black remains. I know you're not dead yet. Keep fighting. Such a simple attack he was sure would not solve Xie. Now it just depends on where Shirsen is. Kid, who told you that hunters don't fly? We hunt for more than just ferocious beasts on land. The ferocious beasts in the air are equally our targets, and we are just as capable of decimating them. Defeat me, Hunting Cross Chop. Chapter 117. The Heart of a Snake. A harsh cross of cold light flashed, making a gesture to chop Yi Xiao out of the air. Waiting for you. The corner of Yi Xiao's mouth turned, and with a turn in the air, the dragon's breath was declared in no time, coming to blows with Xie attack. How could it be? Xie's pupils shrunk violently. The hunter's sense of crisis made him feel a deadly threat. Magic shield. In his haste, he could only arrange a magic shield to ward off the coming attack. Snap! The cross chop was instantly shattered, and the aftermath of the dragon's breath was gone, directly impacting the magic shield. The magical shield only resisted for a few moments before the dragon's breath destroyed it, impacting Xie's body in the process. Bang! After being impacted by the dragon's breath, Xie smashed heavily on the ground. His chest was burned into a black color, and every now and then a roasted meat scent ran out. PFFT. Xie, who was knocked to the ground, covered his chest and looked at Yi Xiao in disbelief. He didn't know how Yi Xiao reacted. His hunting disguise was basically unrecognizable. Unexpectedly, he was now penetrated by Yi Xiao and gave him a powerful blow. Under this strike, the battle power was directly lost by 80%, but his dignity as a senior did not allow him to admit defeat. Covering his chest, he struggled to stand up and tremblingly walked towards Yi Xiao. Hunting mania. Clang. A sword was directly across Xie's neck. Hunt a chicken hare. With the sword at your neck, let's see how you still hunt. Admit defeat or die. I Xie will not. Clunk even if I die. Seemingly unable to withstand the immense damage from the dragon's breath, he collapsed directly into the ring and passed out. What a smart guy. Yi Xiao didn't reveal him either. Just win. There was no need to offend people to death. Carry it down and get it treated quickly. The man's not going to make it. Yi Xiao wins, promoted to 50th place on the top 100 list. Senior, didn't you guys say that Senior Xie is very strong? How come he went down in one blow? It's not as strong as you guys said. I told you only the top 30 people can fight with him. Now it seems that my vision is still very poisonous. Top 30? According to what the seniors said, Senior Xie is fully qualified to enter the top 10. I think Yi Xiao can become number 1, and all those who try to block him will be killed by him. Agreed. Freshman pride. Superb. The new students were all proud and bad, while the older students were all depressed. Just blew out such a big bull for Xie. But the result didn't last more than 10 minutes. The person was unconscious and was carried out. This year was really their unlucky year. Even the freshmen could bully them. But what could they do who made them no match for Yi Xiao either? After resolving Xie, Yi Xiao did not leave the ring. He had to continue to challenge, and he could earn a lot of points by challenging up at once. Challenge 40. Yi Xiao 50th place versus Lu Nuanqi 40th place. Yi Xiao her. We support you. Better beat her half to death. Yes, 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 yes. Make sure you don't be polite and lay the hardest hands on them. Yi Xiao was confused, and so were the freshmen. The sophomore and junior seniors had actually joined forces to cheer for Yi Xiao at this time. That left them a little confused. Is this Lu Nuanqi's character so bad? How dare she make everyone hate her so much? It was important to realize that even Feng Lily hadn't been hated to such an extent in the first place. Senior, please ask, why do you guys hate senior sister Lu Nuanqi so much? Bah, what kind of school sister is she? From now on you guys remember, when you see Lu Nuanqi, call her scum. She doesn't deserve to be your school sister. That's right. If it weren't for the academy's system protecting her, she wouldn't know how many times she'd have died. Looking at the indignation of the seniors, they knew there was gossip in it. Senpai, tell us what it's all about. This Lu Nuanqi not a human being. Her best friend went to save her. She even watched her best friend being killed by the enemy, but chose to run for her life herself. In order to save her life, human nature, but she went so far as to reverse right and wrong, eating human blood buns. Her life was given by her best friend. But the first thing she did when she survived was to set aside her relationship with her best friend, and even insulted her best friend's mother in public. You can find out about it on the Academy forums. 100 deaths of such a person wouldn't be enough to vent their anger. Freshmen have opened the forums to find out what happened. When they saw the message on the forum, their hearts were about to explode with anger. They genuinely did not expect that there was someone like Lu Nuanqi in this world. A snake's heart deserves death by 1,000 cuts. It was also that the college system was perfect and there was no hard evidence. Otherwise, how could she live peacefully until today? Yi Xiao, her, as long as you her up, will forgive you for possessing the 4 beauties. That's right, Yi Xiao. Torture her so that she doesn't die. And from now on, Xiao Qing and the girls will be yours. Listening to their shouts, Yi Xiao was speechless. Does he need them to let? A few of Green's people were originally hers. Okay. But looking at them, it seems that this Lun Wanshi is not a good person, otherwise how could it cause the indignation of everyone in the freshman and sophomore classes? Elementary school brother. Right at this moment, Lun Wanshi twisted her posture and walked out with a coquettish face. Wait. Let me see it first. Scratching your head is not a good thing. Yi Xiao just glanced at Lun Wanshi before checking out all the information about Lun Wanshi in the forum. It's very irritating. Not very young, but quite evil-minded. Sister, the you on the forum is the real you, right? I have to say that your psyche is really strong and perverted. So many people have scolded you. But you can still live so elegantly. We should really learn from you. Stop squirming. Didn't anyone tell you that you're squirming in a rather disgusting way? People should know when they're ugly, and you're only making people more sick to their stomachs. Oops, sorry. Forgot. Where do you even have friends? One of your best friends was even indirectly killed by you. Naturally, you don't know how ugly you are, my. Yi Xiao started the mouth mode. Killing was definitely not allowed. Challenge cuts didn't allow for deaths. And if he was found to have committed a murder, someone from above would come to punish him. It's not worth hitching yourself for such a woman. Since you can't kill them and spray yourself first. For the entire 20 minutes, not a single repetitive sentence appeared, and Yi Xiao himself sprayed his mouth dry. But what about Lun Wanshi? Just like nothing, quietly standing there, froze to listen to Yi Xiao 20 minutes of nifty words. Finished? I could have kept waiting for you. Ein yet. Chapter 118, You're Not Worthy. Yi Xiao had never obeyed anyone in so many years, and today he obeyed. Lun Wanshi was more thick-skinned than he imagined, but anyone who was a person with a face, being abused by him like this, would more or less be angry and bloodied, and Yi Xiao would come to a dead end. But Lun Wanshi, still concerned about asking him to finish scolding, no can still continue to wait. Such a warm big sister, not to give a big sinus. Really sorry for his own 5 good youth. You are really strong, we should all learn from you. With such a strong mental capacity, why can't we become a strong person? So, can our match begin? Of course, you can start whenever you want, schoolboy. So, let's get started. As soon as the words fell, Yi Xiao directly struck out. Wait a minute, schoolboy. Don't be in such a hurry. Yi Xiao had just raised his hand and was ready to attack when Lun Wanshi called a halt. What's the matter with you? Being careful. Yi Xiao carefully guarded his surroundings for fear that Lun Wanshi would do something. After all, this kind of woman is capable of anything. I've inquired about schoolmates, and schoolmates should be from Haicheng. Haicheng Yi Xiao. I heard that he switched to a royal beast master, but you've never summoned a beast pet. Can you let schoolmates meet your beast pet today? His information wasn't exactly top secret, and it was normal for it to be investigated. He also didn't deny his identity as an imperial beast master. But his imperial beasts were not something that anyone could see. Especially someone like Lun Wanshi. Letting Xiao Qing and the girls do it was an insult to them. You want to see the imperial beast? Of course, going all out is the greatest way to honor your opponent. Don't you think? Makes a lot of sense. If it was someone else, Yi Xiao might still be able to consider it, but Lun Wanshi, Are you worthy? Not worthy. Not worthy. The phrase, "Are you worthy?" instantly caused an orgasm among the students. It was so crazy. Of course, with Yi Xiao's strength, it was really no problem to be a bit wild. Not to mention the fact that this person was Lun Wanshi, Yi Xiao was perfectly capable of being a little more wild. One chanted unworthy. Lun Wanshi's face changed a bit, but it was quickly covered up by her. Originally, seeing as Yi Xiao was an elementary school disciple, she still wanted to keep her hand in a little bit. If she could, it was not impossible to take Yi Xiao for herself. But Yi Xiao was so insensitive, so she couldn't be blamed. Schoolmate is not giving schoolmate any face at all. Yi Xiao just smiled contemptuously and did not say anything more. Good. Good, very good. Since school brother doesn't even give school sister this face. You, school brother, go to hell. At this time, Lun Wanshi revealed her true colors. With anger jetting from his eyes, he looked at Yi Xiao with a fierce face. This appearance of Lun Wanqi, he rather feel more smooth eyes, after all, this is and the forum Lun Wanqi is a person. The contrast from before made him feel sick. Is that right? Why disguise yourself? You don't know how disgusting you are yourself. Isn't it clear to others? Lun Wanqi didn't speak. Her eyes filled with coldness. Blood-sucking vines, long. Without giving Yi Xiao a chance to speak, he struck out with a big killing move. She was ready for anything when Yi Xiao came on stage to mouth off to her. The moment the seed is planted, wait for it to germinate. The time was now right, just a little bit of nutrients away, and the blood-sucking vine man would be able to evolve successfully. And Yi Xiao is the best fertilizer for this. Junior brother, fulfill senior sister. Just suck a little bit of your blood. Senior sister will be grateful to you. Ha 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 ha. Scared? Don't be scared. Senior sister is very gentle. One state at a time. If it wasn't clear how strong her tolerance was, Yi Xiao would have suspected that she was schizophrenic. Dragon's breath. Yi Xiao likewise did not talk nonsense. A mouthful of dragon breath was sprayed out, attempting to burn the blood-sucking vine man into ashes. However, the moment the flames erupted, the blood-sucking vine man unexpectedly burrowed into the ground at the same time, dodging the attack of the dragon's breath. Winding, the blood-sucking vine man, who had dodged the dragon's breath, quickly gathered at Yi Xiao's feet under Lun Wanqi's control. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, they broke through the ground and wrapped up towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao did not fight hard. A backward step toward the original place to hide. It's no use. This area is my territory now. Swish, swish, swish. Large swaths of blood-sucking vine manies grew at the same time on the way back. Front and back, left and right, on the ground and in the sky, all were the shadows of the blood-sucking vine man. In a few moments, Yi Xiao was wrapped into a ball. No one knows what's going on inside. It's over, it's over. Yi Xiao is in bad shape. This Lun Wanqi is really something. How dare she engage in a sneak attack, taking the opportunity to set up her means while others are talking. It's not the first time, you know. This guy is ruthless. Otherwise, how would he betray his own bosom friend? With this kind of person, you shouldn't talk about any kind of mercy. You should settle it with a thunderous force. It's a bit late to talk about this. I hope Yi Xiao can resist. And I don't know what's going on inside. Don't worry, at most she will suffer a bit. There won't be any danger to her life. There are people up there watching her. The moment she does something out of the ordinary, there will be someone to clean her up. Lun Wanqi is a black mark of Magic City University. The people above wanted to dispose of Lun Wanqi just as much. But this guy was wary by nature, and all the evidence was wiped clean, so there was no reason to deal with her at all. But even then there were people watching her, and as long as she dared to step out of line and give the people above her an excuse, then she would end up dead. Their guess was indeed correct. Lun Wanqi did not intend to kill Yi Xiao. She wouldn't dare. She wasn't strong enough to ignore the school rules. But just because she doesn't kill doesn't mean there's nothing else she can do. You're very calm, senior. Are you certain that I don't dare to kill you? So that's why this is nothing to worry about, isn't it? 0% of the reason why Yi Xiao was so calm was because you couldn't kill people in the Academy Challenge. More than anything else, he was sure of his strength. This blood-sucking vine man, it's not enough to look at. If he wanted to, he could break free of Fujiman's bonds at any time. You're right. I really don't dare to kill you. There's a bunch of guys up there staring at me. They'd hate for me to reveal myself and then kick me out of the academy. Senior brother, you should know what will happen to senior sister after she's kicked out of the academy, right? That's why senior sister has really lived carefully all these years, not daring to let anyone catch a hold of her at all. Lun Wan, she began to cry there about how hard it was for her, trying to cause Yi Xiao to resonate with her. So that's how it is, they are really too much. It's not just the death of a best friend and a couple of insults to the best friend's mom. How can they hold on to this matter? Chapter 119 Sword Strikes. Sister, you're so pathetic. My heart aches for you. Yi Xiao was shading there. And with one sentence, Lun Wanqi managed to break her defense. It's all this time Yi Xiao still dares to yin and yang her. Looks like it hasn't taken a social beating. Good. Good, what a good schoolmate of mine. Since you are so heartbroken with schoolmate, how about contributing a little bit of power to schoolmate? Blood-sucking vines, impale and drain him. Lun Wan, she revealed her claws and teeth. She wanted to let the blood-sucking vine man suck Yi Xiao's blood dry, destroy his foundation, and turn him from a genius into a wasted talent. A brief draining of blood doesn't kill you, and as long as you replenish it in time, you still have a chance of surviving. As long as she didn't kill Yi Xiao on the spot, any responsibility afterward was none of his business. What? You're going to drain me? Yi Xiao looked at Lun Wanqi with a horrified face. His body tentatively struggled twice, but he was bound to death by Fujiman, and there was no way to move at all. Give up struggling. My blood-sucking vine mane is just as capable of imprisoning even a third-turn powerhouse. Know why she didn't run back then? That's because I bound her feet with blood-sucking vines. And in the end, she was killed alive and just died there helplessly, stabbing her body with sword after sword, the swords carrying bludgeons. You didn't see the pained, disbelieving look in her eyes. If you had, you would have. Ha 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 ha. Lun Wanqi pervertedly explained everything that had happened before. Rao Yishao was a bit angry. This kind of woman is not fit to stay in this world anymore. Damn you to hell. Thanks for the compliment. It's a shame that so many people want me dead, and I'm still here alive and well. And your little life is still in me. You. How is that possible with my blood-sucking vines? Just as Lun Wanqi was talking to herself, Yi Xiao flicked his arm and directly shook the blood-sucking vines bundled on his body into smithereens. Piercing? With that amount of power, you still want to pierce his body. It was just playing with her before. It's time to end the game now that you've played almost as much as you'd like. Senior sister, thank you for explaining it to me so carefully just now. So I've decided that it should be fine with you if I kill you. Full moon chop. Just now Lun Wanqi said that her best friend was stabbed to death by a sword. So in order to reunite them, Yi Xiao decided to return this execution to her. Take out the sword and make a light stroke. A silver-white round moon sword chi shot out towards Lun Wanqi. Feeling the massive power from this sword, Lun Wanqi hurriedly retreated behind the blood-sucking vines. But this time she miscalculated. The hopelessly unfavorable blood-sucking vines were as fragile as a piece of paper at this moment. The full moon chop easily crushed the vine man, and the momentum disappeared as it continued to kill towards Lun Wanqi.
No.
Lun Wanqi stared at Yi Xiao with wide eyes in disbelief. She didn't believe she could lose. It was not believed that the blood-sucking vines could not resist a chopping blow from Yi Xiao. The sword chi blast chopped at Lun Wanqi's body, and a bone-deep penetrating wound just appeared. The difference between the two is too great. Moreover, she knew that Yi Xiao had definitely shown mercy just now, or else the sword would be enough to cut her in half. Of course she knew better that Yi Xiao was showing her mercy not to spare her, but to torture her and finally cleave her to death with one sword. Yi Xiao, I'm wrong. Spare my life. Spare me. Spare me, okay? Don't kill me. I'll work for you as a cow, warm the bed, pour water, whatever you want me to do. How arrogant he was before, how humble he is now. To live, not to stutter. But being born as a human being, Yi Xiao could only say that she was sorry, and that a woman like her didn't deserve to live. Want to live. Think. Any terms. As long as I can do it, I'll do it all. Just to be alive, whatever the conditions, she agreed. Good. Then go down and apologize to your best friend. What if she forgives you? You get to live. What do you think of this? Isn't it perfect? Lun Wanqi was silent. Yi Xiao was not going to let her go. Really, can't you leave me alone? You're a big man and you're just going to bully a girl like me. Can't you really go down there and apologize to your best friend? They're both girls. What can you do with an apology? Rejecting moral abduction starts with Yi Xiao. It's a scourge to keep this kind of person in the world. So let's deal with it as soon as possible. Bad guys die from talking too much, he still understands. So quick and dirty. Yi Xiao chopped his sword towards Lun Wanqi. Murder, Yi Xiao is going to kill someone. He's going to violate the academy rules. Lun Wanqi lifted the blood-sucking vines and the two of them returned to the ring. And at this time, Yi Xiao was slashing Lun Wanqi with his sword. With that delicate little expression, those who didn't know would have thought that she had suffered a great deal. Kill her. We didn't see it, we really didn't. So hurry up and finish her off. I guess it's hard. The people above won't look at Yi Xiao violating the rules like this. No matter if it's for the majesty of the academy or to protect Yi Xiao, they won't let Lun Wanqi die here today. Their guesses were right on the money, and when they saw the sword being held towards Lun Wanqi, Director Feng and the others were ready to strike. You can't take on Yi Xiao because of a Lun Wanqi. If Yi Xiao really let him succeed in killing Lun Wanqi, although everyone was in pain, for the sake of the academy's face, Yi Xiao would definitely have to be expelled. Once Yi Xiao was expelled, then Shao Qing's few people would definitely follow Yi Xiao and leave together, and the one who would lose the most would be the academy. Yi Xiao, stop it, you can't kill her. Director Feng's voice appeared, and Lun Wanqi's face revealed a triumphant smile. If you want to kill me, elementary school brother, you're not even close. Is that so? Do you think you'll live if Director Feng opens his mouth? Yi Xiao sneered disdainfully, and with a stomp of his feet, his speed directly doubled. In Lun Wanqi's terrified eyes, the sword stabbed into her heart. Of course this wasn't the end of it. Having said he would return it to her sword by sword, he couldn't go back on his word. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 18 swords in one face, swords with bludgeons. Lun Wanqi was stabbed into a hedgehog. Her eyes were full of unwillingness, but her life was draining away. Save! Save! The wood has been turned into a boat. Yi Xiao has already made a move. Since he has already made a move, then he will take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of her. In the face of Lun Wanqi's plea for help, everyone turned their heads in unison as if they didn't hear it. With the crowd ignoring her, Lun Wanqi just drained her blood and died in the ring. Yi Xiao, violating academy rules, bring the person down and wait for a moment to be dealt with. The school leaders also had a headache. Yi Xiao's talent was really worth their hard bail. Chapter 120. What's the contract this time? But after a hard bailout, it can take a toll on a school's reputation. They need to think of a way to minimize the damage. This kid is really impulsive, hitching his future for an unrelated person. Isn't this better, showing that he is a real man with feelings and flesh and blood? At the very least, this aspect of his heart is absolutely fine. The delay is thinking about how to help Yi Xiao solve this matter. He can't be expelled. Wait a minute. Just as they were fretting, not knowing how to properly handle this matter, Yi Xiao spoke up. Wait, what are you arresting me for? Did I break any school rules? Yi Xiao, stop it. The school is doing this to protect you. Come with us first. It will be much easier to deal with this matter when it cools down. Cold turkey is the best way to go for now. Yi Xiao was grateful for the school's protection, but then he hadn't done anything wrong, so why should he be refrigerated? Why deal with it? You should be making a big deal out of it. You should be praising me and giving me rewards. I removed a pest from the school. Shouldn't that be rewarded? Everyone knew that Yi Xiao was right, and they all felt that Yi Xiao should be rewarded. But the result is that Yi Xiao now has to be frozen because of this scum. The school can't even deal with Lun Wanqi without evidence that Yi Xiao killed someone at the challenge. It also used such a brutal way with 18 swords in one strike, the swords out of the storm. Watching them was hot and heroic. Nah, there's a price to pay for being cool. All right, stop it. Everyone knows that you're getting rid of evil, but without evidence, no one can kill innocents indiscriminately, especially in a place like Magic City. If it's because you broke the rules, then anyone can go out and kill someone in the future. Those who could join Magic City University were all geniuses among geniuses. Each one of them is the backbone of humanity, and if this precedent is set, their safety will not be guaranteed, doing more harm than good. No evidence? Who told you there was no proof? I look like a cutie to you guys. Do I look like a little cutie? How could I possibly strike out to kill her without proof? Yi Xiao gave them a blank look without any good reason. It's like they think they're out to kill people because they're hot-blooded. He had solid evidence, and it was Lun Wanqi's own words. Yi Xiao casually opened the recording, and Lun Wanqi's vicious sentence appeared once again. It's just I knew it was this guy that made the trip, but there was never any proof. Or Yi Xiao is smart. Know the recording, Lun Wanqi is also a little cute. Surprisingly said this thing to Yi Xiao. With the evidence in place that Yi Xiao is innocent, not only can the academy not punish him, but also give him a reward. The people's hearts and minds are in the right place, and with evidence that's good. Yi Xiao helped the academy clean up the pests. No responsibility will be held. Reward points 10,000. 10,000 points. They were envious, but this was what Yi Xiao deserved. They were not envious. Master, you are wonderful. Great, great, great. I've seen for a long time that this woman is no good. It's best to kill her. This is the Gaijin master in my heart. It's just sloppy. The four jumped into the ring together and shushed Yi Xiao. I still think Yi Xiao should die all of a sudden. I feel the same way. What gives him the right to have 4 beautiful women while I'm surrounded by brown guys with handlebars? Lun Wanqi's matter was so lightly revealed. As for the body, I guess they threw it to an unoccupied corner. After resolving Lun Wanqi, Yi Xiao casually challenged another one, pulling his ranking up a bit again. Yi Xiao, 31st on the top 100 list. A freshman, overpowering most of the seniors, he was the strongest under 30. It was even possible that 30 or more were no match for him. Director Feng? You came to see me because of Lu Nuanxi's matter. Director Feng shook his head. Where could this kind of small matter make him personally make a trip to find Yishao? It's just a dead man. No, I mean Yi Aoyu, the enrollment procedures are almost ready. Now it's just a matter of her file. You transfer her file over to me so that she can officially enroll. This was a bit difficult for Yishao. Xiaoyu was nothing more than a divine pet. Where did she have any files? I know. I'll submit the file later. What he couldn't solve, someone else was able to solve. A small file is just a small file. It should be a breeze for the underworld war god. After sending Director Feng away, Yishao directly opened the contact information of the underworld war god. He hadn't contacted the underworld war god since enrolling in school, and every time he did, it was only when something came up. It's a little embarrassing to be contacted so suddenly. Yishao, Senior in? I wish you a happy new year in advance. The spectral god of war, who was killing monsters in the secret realm of the Imperial City, suddenly heard a beep. Do you have a new message? Please check it out. Opened a look, as expected. In addition to Yishao, also did not have many people to contact him. It was just that the news left him more or less speechless. What kind of happy new year is less than half a year away? Spectral warrior. Have a fart. Yishao. Hey, that's Senior. There is something over here that needs to trouble you a little. I accidentally contracted another beast pet over here. Will you move your hand and help me with the file? This kid, he really thinks he's free labor. It's not polite to use people. You're usually not polite, but you're even more so when you're in trouble. However, he just liked Yizhao's nonchalant strength. But he couldn't be so cheap for nothing. The favor had to be taken. Spectral warlord. As you know, the census is being checked more tightly now, and it's not that easy to forge a file. That's not something that can be accomplished by moving your lips. Also need to fake life traces, but also to hit some people they other things do not like, just like the holy favor. You say this. Understand. Yishao instantly understood what the underworld war god meant. The district's holy favor is just a holy favor. That's not something to be taken casually. Yishao. Senior, you say this. What is our relationship? Just a district of holy favor. Just leave it to me. Other we dare not say more. 10 is still no problem. Opening his mouth with 10, the underworld war god was a bit dumbfounded. His intention was to let Yishao prepare 1 or 2 to sell to them cheaply, but he didn't expect the opening to be 10, and listening to his words, it seemed like he wanted to give it away for nothing. Still underestimating your abilities. The underworld war god became more and more interested in Yishao, and could not hold down the words of curiosity in his heart, and inquired about Yishao. Spectral warlord. What kind of beast pet has he contracted this time? Chapter 121. Great opportunity. Spectral warlord. I'm not curious. It's just that helping her with her fake is something I need to know about her. And I'm not that curious. There is no silver in this place. How pale the explanation was, clearly being curious and pretending not to be. But it didn't matter. Yishao did not intend to hide anything and replied directly. Yishao. It's not a particularly good beast pet. It's really not too good. It's just a 5-clawed golden dragon. Picture.jpg. In order to prevent the underworld war god from not recognizing it, Yishao had also very thoughtfully posted a picture of the 5-clawed divine dragon. Clicking on the picture, a dragon with golden scales and a domineering dragon head. Although it didn't have wings, it looked a lot more domineering than some kind of frost dragon or something like that. Underworld war god. Just a question. How thick has your 5-clawed divine dragon's bloodline reached? Do you need my help to test it? Yishao. No, the bloodline concentration is not very high. It's only 100%. Versailles this race. After seeing Yi Zhao's reply, the underworld war god really wanted to go and give him a big mouthful. Versailles went to his head. But this 100% bloodline is really So far, he hadn't seen a 100% pure bloodline beast pet yet. Spectral warlord. Is this what all dragons look like after 100% bloodline? The 5-clawed golden dragon is the true divine dragon. Those western lizard dragons can't even compare to the 5-clawed golden dragon. Their bloodline is too spotty. Yishao. That's right, this is the real Shenlong. 5-clawed golden dragon, green-eyed white tiger, Xinhai Xuanwu, immortal divine phoenix, and so on. If he remembered correctly, these should be the legendary 4 divine beasts. It is rumored that there will be a great chance to collect the 4 divine beasts. Dragon, tiger, turtle, and phoenix. And Yishao now just coincidentally gathered up all these divine favorites, that this great opportunity. He didn't believe that Yishao was casually contracted, definitely with a purpose, He should have gotten the exact information from someplace and wanted to spell out a big chance. The spectral war god was alone there, brainstorming images. If Yi Shao had known, he would have cried out in injustice. How did he know about any great chance? He contracted divine pets purely by the will of heaven. As long as there was a divine-level bloodline, he wouldn't let it go. As for why they were able to collect the 4 divine beasts, that would be a white face and God rewarded them. The war god's pride told him he shouldn't ask about such hidden matters. But a strong curiosity made him itch to ask, and if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to sleep well for a few nights. Asked, Yi Shao doesn't even want face, what face do I want? Underworld warlord. Rumor has it that collecting all the dragons, tigers, turtles, and phoenixes will trigger a great chance. May I take the liberty of asking what this great chance is? Discovered? How could the underworld war god know that there would be a great opportunity after gathering the 4 divine beasts? Should the existence of the super beast Godslayer be spoken of? The Godslayer beast was currently his biggest dependence. With the Godslayer beast for these 10 minutes, the god of war could retreat in one piece when he came. But again, the spectral war god was different from the others, and it was thought that the talent he could return to his ancestor, the spectral war god, had pretty much guessed. He hadn't been sliced and studied yet, so that proved that the underworld war god hadn't divulged any information about him, and had even helped him hide quite a bit. Forget it, just say it. A small Godslayer beast is just a small Godslayer beast. No less. What a marvelous existence. Yi Shao. Can I choose not to say anything? Yi Shao still inquired tentatively. Sure enough, there's definitely a big chance. Why else would Yi Shao hide it from him? Underworld war god. Of course you can. This is a secret that belongs to you. Even if you don't say it, no one will blame you, and with me here, no one will be able to forcefully pry into your news. What a good war hero, what a sympathetic man. Knowing it's someone else's secret, I don't pry. Yi Shao. That's Xiao Yu thing. Underworld warlord. I really can't help with this favor. You have to be considerate of me too. No, the information is not perfect. There's no way to fake perfect traces of life. Why don't you find someone else? Maybe someone else can help you fake it. Yi Shao really wanted to give the self of a minute ago a big mouth. This god of war is bad. It's amazing how things don't get done without inquiring about the secret. Yi Shao. You really can't do it. Underworld warlord. I really can't do it. Looks like this guy doesn't see a rabbit in a hat. Yi Shao. Indeed there is, the 4 divine beasts merge and are able to become the super divine beast Godslayer. Sure enough, a super god beast, by its very name, was an existence that surpassed god beasts. Spectral warlord. Picture. Give me a picture to see what a super godly beast looks like. Seeing a super god beast for the first time, the underworld war god was more or less excited. Yi Shao. I declined the synthesis mission. Excited hearts, trembling hands. One step from heaven to hell. Turning down a synthesis mission, what kind of heart it would take to make that kind of decision. Spectral warlord. Do you know that super beasts are stronger than divine beasts? Do you know that this mission may never be available again once you reject it? Do you have a bubble in your head? Why did you turn down such a good opportunity? Yi Shao. I know all of them. In addition, I have no bubble in my brain. The main thing is that this synthesis task is inhumane. Once the synthesis of the super god beasts, the 4 god beasts will completely disappear. The task is indeed somewhat inhumane. Yi Shao is still a bit sentimental. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't care about the feelings of his beast pet. Strength was the king. Only when you make yourself stronger will you be qualified to recite your feelings. Underworld war god. Forget it, the mission has been declined. There is no point in talking more. The 4 divine beasts are also enough for you to run through the younger generation. It doesn't matter if you fit in or not. File wait. I'll get it for you this afternoon. I don't think she's too big. Why don't we get you a daughter? Yi Shao, yes you can. Having the opportunity to be a father for free, Yi Shao naturally would not refuse, so that Xiao Yu could call her father openly and honestly. Call daddy by day, call daddy by night. Hehehehe. Spectral warlord. You're sick. Yi Shao. Who can take away a man's right to be a father? Underworld warlord. Roll. All right, we'll get out when we say so, and we'll definitely not mess with it. After hanging up the communication, Yi Shao went up and gently softened Xiao Yu's head, making her into a chicken nest before giving up. Jade had tried to resist, but it was no use, so she finally just let him be. Your file is done, and from now on you're my daughter, in the legal sense of the word. Come on. Call out to daddy to hear you. Make me happy. Dad. Hey, one more sound. Dad. I don't know how many times she screamed, Xiao Yu's mouth was a little dry, and only then did Yi Xiao let her go. Let's go. Let's go brush copies and upgrade as well. Chapter 122. Swiped with your card. A copy. Hearing that Yi Xiao wanted to take them down to the copies, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. For so many years, she had stayed in the dragon's blood mystic realm, and she had to be bullied by Feng Burn every time. Brushing copies she hadn't tried yet. Her eyes couldn't contain the anticipation. She couldn't wait to take Yi Xiao to the copies to brush levels now. Don't worry. The copy is just inside the school. It'll be over in a few minutes. As a top academic institution, Magic City University naturally holds copies. There are 4 replicas within the academy alone. A level 35 copy of the Divine Dragon, a level 45 copy of the White Tiger, a level 55 copy of the Xuanwu, and a level 65 copy of the Divine Phoenix. The 4 major replicas sat in the east, west, south, north and south of the academy, in all 4 directions, guarding the academy like 4 guardians. Of course, the name was given by a person, not a copy that has the 4 beasts within it. It's just easy for people to hope for the best, hoping that these 4 subs will guard them like the 4 beasts. The western part of Magic City University, a level 45 copy of the White Tiger. A large number of students were gathered here, all of them with levels above the second turn 45. Too bad, it's really too bad, it's just a little bit too close. If the milkmaid had enough milk, we would have cleared the team's general difficulty, and we wouldn't be able to get an S for the rating. I'm sorry. I'm the one dragging my feet, so you guys can find a new, stronger milkmaid and get through next time. Awesome, normal difficulty single copy. S rating, bro you're strong. Average, I've only used 30% of my strength. I think I can challenge a difficult level single copy. Wait for my good news. A group of students wandered around the entrance of the replica, from those who were excited to pass, to those who were frustrated to almost pass, and even those who lost their lives and had their names grayed out on the rankings. Compared to the copies in the outside world, this place was still quite cold, and the voices begging for a group were basically non-existent. After all, we were all from the same school and came to challenge the replica with a team in advance. Only those who are not satisfied with their team configuration will find a new team. As for Yi Xiao, there was absolutely no need to team up with them. Originally 1 share of experience would have to be divided into 5, and in the case of teaming up, that would get even less experience. You guys go back to the Imperial Beast space first, and I'll summon you after I enter the copy. In order not to cause a commotion, Yi Xiao took the 4 Shao Qing back into the Imperial Beast space. After all, with their current popularity, they would be surrounded by a bunch of people wherever they went. If they found out that Shao Qing's few people were Imperial Beasts, it would not be a good idea. Yi Xiao Big Brother. Capture Yi Xiao Big Brother alive. I didn't expect Big Brother Yi Xiao to come to the White Tiger copy. Big Brother team up? Our team configuration is very good. With Big Brother, we can easily pass the difficult copies. Big Brother, consider our team. As expected, Yi Xiao was surrounded by a crowd of people just before he walked to the replica, and each of them wanted to pull him into a group. Sorry, I have my own team. They'll be here in a minute. Got it, we got it. Big Brother's team is exactly 5 people. With Big Brother's configuration, it must be a direct challenge for the nightmare difficulty copy. Well then, big guy, good luck with the flag. Offending was something they definitely didn't dare to offend, so they could only open their mouths and pay compliments. Yi Xiao had Shao Qing and the girls, so they didn't have the luxury of teaming up with Yi Xiao, recruiting what they should and challenging what they should. After seeing that almost no one cared about his situation here, Yi Xiao entered the copy. Challenge single copy. Ding, selection successful. Please select copy difficulty. Is that something to think about? With the 4 divine beasts in hand. Nightmare difficulty. Selection successful, transmitting, please wait. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, transmission successful. Yi Xiao was successfully teleported into the nightmare difficulty copy, and no one at the scene even noticed his disappearance. The screen turned and Yi Xiao managed to come into the middle of the copy. The yellow sandy gobi. The winds are raging. In the middle of the boundless desert, you can't see the end at all. It was a good thing that the copy quest hadn't appeared yet. He was in the middle of an oasis, which wasn't big, just 100 meters away. The oasis is the only safe zone. This is like a desert copy? Yi Xiao released the 4 Shao Qing people. This harsh environment made them feel uncomfortable. After all, the gusty winds blew, the sand stuck all over their bodies, and their carefully prepared clothes were soiled. Big Dipper Guardian. With a wave of Shao Qing's hand, the astral wind directly wrapped them up. In front of the astral wind, This bit of wind in the desert was simply insignificant. Even the sand didn't manage to get within 10 meters of their circumference. Green, you're awesome. Today is a copy of the white tiger, so I'll ride you into battle today. It was so painful to decide who to ride today. The little spirit girls were so upset. If they had known, they would have taken the lead, or else Yi Xiao might have ridden them today. Replica mission. To control the yellow sand and solve the Desert Emperor. Side quest. Clear the desert of small monsters. Reward for the mission. Depends on the degree of completion. No penalty for mission failure. Solve the Desert Emperor. The key desert is so big, not even a map, monkey years to find the Desert Emperor. The good thing was that there was no time limit and no punishment, so even if you couldn't complete the mission, it was still considered practicing. Brothers, sisters, and daughters, get ready to set out on a monster hunt. Jade. There's no need to add a daughter. Yi Xiao didn't skimp on his skills either, and clearing out the small monsters didn't require him to make a move. Various blessing skills were pulled full, and various buffs were stacked up for the 4 of them. Holy Blessing. All attributes increased by 20, magic and physical recovery increased by 200, physical damage, magic damage, defense, life, increased by 50. After everything was ready, the 4 of them directly manifested their bodies, and Yi Xiao leaped to the top of Shao Qing's head. In order to make Yi Xiao sit more comfortably, Shao Qing also specially ordered an exclusive white tiger throne for Yi Xiao. The body is made of gold and covered with green's fur for cozy warmth. Have a heart. But where did you get the money to order this golden throne? And why don't I know anything about it? Following him around the human world, a few of them were becoming more and more human. Took your card and swiped it while you were sleeping. Did the master not like it? Little Green knew it was wrong and shouldn't have spent the master's money. Spoiled and adorable. This is a great way to play the game. Not to mention spending money to create a golden throne. Even if it maxed out his card, he wouldn't blame Qing and the girls a bit. After all, they earned all that money. What's wrong with that? The master's money is your money. Spend it however you want. Don't have to worry about anything. Chapter 123. I grant you death. I knew master wouldn't blame me, he. Making a face at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao petted Shao Qing's head. Luckily, he hadn't fused them at that time because he was boosting his combat power. Where else would I have seen such a cute little green? Don't all spread out too far. Have a lookout for each other. Although their strength wasn't something to worry about, they weren't afraid of anything. In case this Desert Emperor had good strength, injuring any of them Yi Xiao would be heartbroken. Departure. As the eldest sister, Shao Qing took the lead and rushed out of the oasis safety zone while carrying Yi Xiao. The other 3 followed close behind, spreading out in all directions. After Shao Qing flew hundreds of meters with Yi Xiao, the yellow sand on the ground began to surge continuously. Whoosh! A venomous scorpion tail with barbs stabbed out from the yellow sand, and the venomous stinger tail directly extended for hundreds of meters, stabbing towards Shao Qing's abdomen. The black as ink tail hook exudes a gust of stench. At a glance, it is extremely poisonous. If you are stabbed by this tail hook, half of your life will be lost. Duck! Freeze! At Yi Xiao's command, Shao Qing dodged with a sideways drift against the edge of the tail hook. The moment he dodged, he lightly spat out cold air from his mouth, and his 100-meter-long tail was directly frozen into an ice stick. Even the poisonous scorpion hiding under the yellow sand did not manage to escape the cold air. Ding! Congratulations on killing the desert scorpion. Experience plus 1,200. The ferocious beast only produced a tail, and its main body didn't even appear, so it was just struck down by Shao Qing under the yellow sand. Congratulations on the kill. Congratulations on the kill. Congratulations on the kill. Shao Qing had just solved the desert poison scorpion, and the news came from Shaolings and their side as well, coincidentally encountering ferocious beasts, but all of them were easily solved. Keep killing. Ding. Congratulations on the kill. Ding. Congratulations on the kill. Ding. Leveling up to 47. The number of ferocious beasts in the desert replica was enormous, and every step you took would result in encountering hordes of ferocious beasts. Only the strength is not very strong. In the hands of Shao Qing, they all cannot go a move. In less than half a day, they had leveled up. Yi Xiao didn't have anything else to do, picking up equipment, picking up materials, and then sitting and waiting for upgrades. A few people pushed their way across the room, not knowing how many monsters they had killed and how far they had traveled. Any monsters that were in their line of sight were all cleaned up. Yi Xiao had blocked out the beeps. Too much experience, too much equipment, too many materials. The materials were cleanly packed and thrown to Xiao Yunro, and if the equipment was not obsidian-level equipment, he was too lazy to take a second look. Master, there is a very large force in front of us. The Desert Emperor should be not far ahead. Master, we also sensed a massive force, most likely the Desert Emperor's lair. I thought it would take a long time to find the Desert Emperor's lair, but I didn't expect to find it by mistake. Let's go. Let's finish off the Desert Emperor first. This little monster he could no longer look at. First solve the Desert Emperor is the top priority. Don't let her get away in a while. No one darted around quickly and soon arrived at the Desert Emperor's territory. In a 10-mile radius, flying sand filled the sky, and those with slightly less strength could be injured by this flying sand. The power is really good. Just flying sand has such a strong force. Go on. Get in there. The closer they were to the center area, the stronger the force of the flying sand was, which meant that Yi Xiao and the girls were strong enough, which allowed them to come all the way to the center of the flying sand unhindered. No wonder no one passes the nightmare difficulty copy. The power of this flying sand swishes down 90% of the people. The power in the center area was strong enough to rival the attacks of a second-turn 60th level powerhouse. Blast it out. The four of them hung in mid-air, constantly gathering their strength. Extreme cold storm, Poseidon roaring, immortal fire, super dragon breath. The four of them coalesced a powerful attack, aiming at the area in the center of the flying sands where the energy was densest, and fiercely blasted out. Bang, 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 bang. Only 4 violent explosions were heard. A 100-meter wide and bottomless hole was blasted out of the center of the desert. Back up. The 4 people's attack had obviously worked, and gusts of tyrannical power fluctuations came from beneath the hole. Apparently it was their attacks that angered the Desert Emperor. Desert, your Emperor has returned. The flying sand was rapidly rioting, and a powerful force drilled out of the hole and pooled with the flying sand. A vapid figure coalesced continuously in the air. Desert Emperor Azir. Level 2 turns and 70 levels. Attribute: Sand. Power: 18,000. Agility: 19,255. Endurance: 18,722. Spirit: 17,988. Skills: Desert Burial, Soldier of Sand, Forbidden Wall, Ascension. P.S. Azir was a mortal emperor in ancient times, a proud man who stood in the spotlight of a mortal apotheosis, but his hubris led to betrayal and murder at the moment of his greatest triumph. And now, thousands of years later, reborn and an ascended being of limitless power, Azir's city has risen from beneath the yellow sands, and it is up to him to restore the desert to its once glorious glory. When Yi Xiao saw Desert Emperor Azul's profile, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. His vision was still too shallow. He had thought that Xiao Qing and the others were the top existence in this world. I didn't realize that there were still ascended beings, and its attributes alone already far surpassed Xiao Qing's girls. The bottom line is that this is Azure's turf, where Azure's attributes are substantially enhanced. Mortals, it is you who are disturbing the Desert Emperor. The Desert Emperor is inviolable. You are given 2 choices: submit or die. Azure's condescending attitude annoyed Yi Xiao, and that contemptuous look made one want to go up and punch him. A mere Desert Emperor had actually made him submit. Master, leave it to us, we'll slaughter it. Yi Xiao's dignity could not be violated, and the 4 Xiao Qing people looked at Azure with an angry face. As long as Yi Xiao gave the order, they would attack with all their might and cut Azul down here as fast as possible. Kill it. I'd like to see just how strong this Desert Emperor is. Although the individual attributes are not as good as Azure, the 4 together surpass Azure in attributes. And after all this time together, they had gotten pretty good at it. Shouldn't matter against an Azure. How dare you strike at me? I grant you death. Desert Soldier. With a wave of the scepter in Azir's hand, the flying sand began to coalesce rapidly, and one after another Desert Soldier appeared around Azir. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, a million. Chapter 124. Killing all in seconds. Densely packed, there were no edges to be seen, and the entire desert was Azure's home turf. Here it is possible to summon sand soldiers endlessly. Punch! The sand soldiers pointed their spears at Xiao Qing's 4 people. Their flying sand wings kept stirring, and one by one, they went forward and back, charging desperately. And of course they do have no lives, but are merely sand soldiers coalesced out of sand. Although these sand soldiers weren't very strong, each of them was almost only a turn 30 level. But they were extremely large in number, and even if the sand soldiers were slapped apart, they would be regrouped by Azure in the next second. Clarity technique. Clarity technique. The four of them struck out with all their might without the slightest stop, and wave after wave of sand soldiers were all slapped apart. The amount of blue is again straight down. Good thing that Yi Xiao is not useless, the clarity of the art to make up, to also be able to make up for their lack of blue. It's just that they're so tired of being messed up by these sand soldiers, who can't be beaten and can't be killed, and thieving mortals. The key girls hadn't been able to break through to Azir. As long as they approached within 100 meters of it, a forbidding wall fell from the sky and pushed them out. Master, this won't work, we won't be able to break through even if we die of exhaustion. Before we even get close, this guy will use the forbidden wall to push us out. Long-range consumption doesn't work against it at all. These sand soldiers are its shields, and by the time the attack reaches it, it's no longer much of a threat. Azure was clearly just going to run out the clock with them. This was its home turf and no one could take it out in the desert. Desert burial. After seeing that Qing and the others stopped attacking, Azul knew that there was nothing they could do to him, so he launched a counterattack. All who disturb its sleep must die. A few people fought back while considering how to take down Azure. How about trying that one? I think so. I think it's okay. Humph. I feel ashamed to be born a dragon. The four of them looked at Yi Xiao together. Whether it works or not all depends on Yi Xiao, only if Yi Xiao agrees. Have you really thought this through? But I can't spare you if you... Yi Xiao began to act there, and a few people couldn't help but roll their eyes as they watched his pompous performance. We're just merging and evolving a bit. We'll be back after we finish Azure. How come, Master, you lost us with one sentence? In the face of such a strong enemy, the power of distant attack is insufficient, close combat cannot be approached, then we can only merge and evolve into the Godslayer Beast. With the power of the Godslayer Beast, to solve an Azure is certainly no problem. All that was needed now was a command from Yi Xiao, and as it turned out, Yi Xiao started performing straight away. No love interest. Since you guys have decided, let's give it a try. It just so happens that I also want to see just how strong the Godslayer Beast is. Ready. For Divine Beasts Combined Evolution Godslayer Beast. Yi Xiao leapt up from the golden throne, his hands quickly flying and finally striking a cool-looking pose. Yi Xiao also took out his cell phone and played a BGM. BGM. Beat hit, please go to the music software to search by yourself. A few people in Qing looked dumbfounded. They also didn't know that Yi Xiao had such a middle-aged side. Isn't it just an amalgamation evolution, and it needs such a grand ceremony? How could they know that this was Yi Xiao's youth? If you don't merge now, when will you wait? The poses are tired and the four are still indifferent. If they don't move, the BGM is going to end. Since Master likes it, let's cooperate with him a bit. Who made our Master so middle-aged? Sisters, merge and evolve. Green-eyed white tiger. Zhenhai Xuanwu. Immortal phoenix. Humph. Five-clawed golden dragon whispering. Jade was reluctant, but seeing how hot-blooded they were, she reluctantly cooperated with them for a bit. Definitely not because she's hot-blooded too. Purely just the human condition. For gods in one. The flying sand dispersed, and all of the sand soldiers at a distance of 100 meters around them were cleared. A seven-colored light descended from the sky, enveloping the four divine beasts. This is God's power. How can they have God's power? Azure hung in mid-air again, silently watching the seven-colored power of the gods that fell from the sky. This kind of power was more familiar to it than anyone else. After all, the one that was once there had also mastered this kind of power, only to be abolished later, or else it wouldn't have been reduced to this small place. Under the illumination of the seven-colored gods' power, the bodies of the four divine beasts began to merge a little bit. The head of the dragon, the tail of the phoenix. Xuanwu body, white tiger claws. It is 1,000 meters high and 100 meters wide. When the power of the gods dissipated, a four unlike and four all like Godslayer was born. Yi Xiao, who was suspended in mid-air, just quietly admired his Godslayer beast, unable to resist an exclamation. Luckily I was smart at the time and didn't fuse the Godslayer beast. What the hell is this? It's so ugly. Master, ugly or not is based on the face. Is there a possibility that it's not us who are ugly, but Xiao Yu? Xiao Qing's voice rang out. It seemed that the one dominating this body was still Xiao Qing. Come to think of it, it seems to be true. Whether it is ugly or not all depends on the face. The face of the Godslayer is the face of the divine dragon, and that is the face of Xiao Yu. That ugly one should be Jade. But ugly or not is not an issue now. The key thing is to see how strong the Godslayer beast is. Little Green, grab it and finish it off. Let me see the strength that a Godslayer beast should have. Don't worry, Master, it'll be quick. Regarding her current strength, Little Green was quite confident. It's just a little Azir. It's not worth mentioning. Sacred light. As soon as the words fell, a light filled with a divine aura wrapped the Godslayer beast. The light continued to expand and soon enveloped the entire desert. In an instant, the world was purified, and all the sand soldiers all dissipated at that moment. The only one left in the large desert replica was now Azel. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Ding! Leveling up to turn 2, level 50. Yi Xiao Man was dumbfounded and looked at the Godslayer beast with a face of disbelief. Is this the power of a super beast? With only one move, he directly exterminated the entire copy of the ferocious beasts, and his level was directly pulled up to level 50. It wouldn't have been bad if it had fused the super god beasts in the first place. Seeing the power of the Godslayer beast, Yi Xiao could not help but sigh. Azel, who was suspended in mid-air, also felt the power of the Godslayer beast. The staff in his hand kept waving, and the flying sand kept gathering towards it. I, the Desert Emperor, will not fail. Desert Treasure Knife. A desert sword filled with the aura of killing hung above Azir's head. With an explosive cry from Azel, the precious blade chopped towards the Godslayer. Chapter 125 Desert Staff. Sculpture. In the face of Azur's attack, the Godslayer beast only laughed contemptuously, and with a flick of its claws, a powerful claw strike shot out. With just one claw, the desert treasure blade turned into a pile of rotten sand. Watching his attack being broken, Azur's face was ugly, which is what it is now. In its previous form, it definitely wouldn't have been so easily broken by the Godslayer beast's attack. No moves? Then I'm going to make a move. For God Seals. The divine dragon in the east, the white tiger in the west, the divine phoenix in the south, and the Xuanwu in the north. For divine beast silhouettes appeared directly beside Azel. Not waiting for it to react, the seal had already been formed. Azur was trapped and could not escape from it at all for a short period of time. Too long a delay. Send it on its way. The four gods' fusion only had 10 minutes, and it was too late to take care of Azur first. It's the master. There was no fluctuation of emotion in the Kingslayer's eyes, just a look of indifference as he looked at Azur. Deicide verdict. With a wave of the Kingslayer's hand, a crack appeared above Azir's head, and a low voice suddenly emerged from the depths of the crack. Ruling ruled, dead in effect. As soon as the words fell, the sword of judgment descended from the sky and plunged straight into Azel's brow. No! 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 I, Azir, will be back. I will be back. The sword of judgment dissipated, and along with the sword of judgment, Azur also completely dissipated, leaving only a dazzling golden light on the ground. The Godslayer beasts also ended their fusion at this time, turning back into 4. Master, the Godslayer beast is so strong, more than 10 times stronger than us. Really strong. This was their first feeling after fusion. The power within the Godslayer beast was beyond their imagination. Even if they grew any more, it would be impossible for them to reach the heights of the Godslayer beast. Yi Xiao even gave up the Godslayer beast for them. Just thinking about this, several people were moved to tears. Even Xiaoyu was silent. Yi Xiao's sacrifice was indeed big. This human seemed to be quite interesting, different from what she had imagined, but she still had to keep watching, especially since Yi Xiao liked to make her call him daddy, which annoyed her. Several people's thoughts. Yi Xiao all sensed it and lightly stroked his head a few times. So what if it's powerful? I need you guys. Not powerful super godly beasts, aren't we fine now? But master, the Godslayer beast it's so ugly, or you guys are more eye candy, and I can tell the difference between 1 pair of black silk and 4. Without giving them a chance to speak, Yi Xiao blocked their mouths. Yi Xiao likes pretty ones, and he is extremely fond of black silk, and he has to touch black silk to sleep at night. Well, no pretense. Let's see what goodies the Desert Emperor dropped. Without dwelling on the matter of the Godslayer beast, Yi Xiao stepped forward and picked up what Azur had dropped. Ding! Congratulations on the Desert Staff. Desert Staff. Divine damaged. Magic attack plus 3000. Agility plus 1500. Spirit plus 1500. Casting speed plus 100%. Requirements. Spirit 5000. Special effect I. Damaged. Needs repair. Special effect 2. Damaged. Needs repair. The desert staff is much less effective after damage. But even if it's damaged, it's still a divine product. The attributes added are really much. This is if it's put on the market without a few thousand trillion is simply can't buy. Of course, this level of equipment will not be sold at all. This is a super equipment to open the gap with others. It was a shame he wasn't a mage, or else High and Low would have equipped himself with it. Little Green already have, Little Spirit also have, then this staff to the Little Phoenix as the master to be treated equally, regardless of the equipment is good or bad. The turn of the Little Phoenix, that is the Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix. This equipment is for you to play with, and when Xiao Yunru's strength improves, let her help you repair it, just in case it can be repaired. For me, Xiao Huang looked at Yi Xiao with some disbelief. This kind of good equipment Yi Xiao even gave it to her. This thing shouldn't be given to Big Sister. Little Phoenix's small mind Yi Xiao was naturally clear. You are just as important in your master's mind. Take it and use it. They are armed. Thank you, master. For them, the gear is just an icing on the cake. There is no fight that won't have much effect on them. But Yi Xiao's attitude of treating everyone the same made them like it. Phoenix played with the staff for a moment before equipping it. When she equipped the staff, she realized what a great gift Yi Xiao had given her. Master, this? What's for you is for you, it's not too much gear. They'll all have it later. That's right, small Phoenix, you will not think that the master only love you, master, but the rain and dew evenly stained. The big sister stained may be a little more, you a little three still have to rely on the back. Xiao Huang also did not say anything more, and accepted the staff that Yi Xiao had prepared for her with peace of mind. I'll give you 10 minutes to bring back all the equipment materials left around. Don't take anything too low level, it's a waste of space. The Godslayer has solved all the monsters in the copy, and can drop quite a lot of things, which is a large amount of wealth, so it can't be thrown away for nothing. 10 minutes later, the four of them handed over the collected items to Yi Xiao, and after confirming that they hadn't missed anything, Yi Xiao submitted the quest and ended the copy. Quit. Ding. Please wait patiently until 3 minutes. The system is scoring. Scoring is over. Congratulations on completing the quest, and congratulations on receiving an SSS rating for the Nightmare difficulty copy. Rewards for the mission are being distributed. Congratulations on getting the Nightmare chest 1. Congratulations on being the first passer. The record has been saved. Do you want to show your name and occupation? SSS rating triggers a network-wide briefing, whether to display name and occupation in the briefing. A flurry of rewards, a flurry of records, and a long overdue network-wide briefing once again. Low profile, low profile. This was Yi Xiao's style of doing things. Ding, selection successful. The clearance record, network-wide notification will be displayed in an anonymized form. Exiting the copy. Please prepare yourself in 3, 2, 1. When leaving the copy, Yi Xiao did not put away Xiao Qing's few people. Passing the record breaking was a single copy, and with 5 of them, others certainly wouldn't associate him with it. A handful of straight-up lights, perfect. As expected, a few people were targeted as soon as they came out. There was no way around it, the 5 of them were too famous at school. Have you cleared it yet, big guy? What difficulty? Begging for a belt. You're worthy of letting the big guy lead. Big guy. Tell us the good news. Pass what difficulty? Chapter 126. In the face of the crowd's questions, Yi Xiao just pressed his hand. Don't you guys deify us? We're just that billion points better than you guys. This time we challenged the hell difficulty a bit, and you guys, there's not our name on it either, isn't there? No changes at all. That's right, we failed the challenge. The difficulty of the hell difficulty copy is just too great. But this time we have some experience. Go back and recuperate before challenging again. If it works out, I'll be sure to share the experience. Very official answer. Satisfying the crowd's curiosity also put them off. Hell difficulty. Worthy of the big boys. Although you didn't pass the level, but you've already proved your strength. We believe you can do it. Yes, it must be inexperience the first time. Prepare twice more and you will succeed. Just as Yi Xiao was perfunctory with them, the sound of the network-wide notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to Chinese transmogrifier Zhang San for clearing the Nightmare difficulty single copy with a rating of SSS. The entire network will be notified 3 times for encouragement. Ding! Congratulations to Chinese transmogrifier Zhang San for clearing the Nightmare difficulty single copy with a rating of SSS. The entire network will be notified 3 times for encouragement. Ding! Congratulations to Chinese transmogrifier Zhang San for clearing the nightmare difficulty single-player desert copy with a rating of SSS. And the entire network will be notified 3 times for encouragement. 3 consecutive network-wide notifications directly numbed them. Another web-wide briefing with SSS ratings. It hasn't been too long since the last network-wide notification. There are so many geniuses in China. Wait, a desert copy, does that mean? Inside the white tiger copy seems to be the desert copy. Could it be that the big guy is right beside us? Take a quick look at our record list. It doesn't matter if you don't look, you'll be surprised. It was really a student from their Magic City University. It was just a pity that they didn't know who this big brother was. Zhang Sen looks like a false anonymity at first glance, and there is absolutely no need for an investigation. The big brother is surprisingly right beside us. How come nowadays the big brothers all like to play pretend to be pigs and eat tigers? This is too low-key. There are a lot of heavenly prides in our country of China, so we don't have the qualifications to be proud at all. So practice well and try to catch up with them as soon as possible. Yi Xiao had to strike up a conversation every now and then. No one suspected Yi Xiao at all. After all, Yi Xiao was going for a team copy while big brother Zhang San was going for a single copy. I'm going to go back and recuperate, you guys keep busy. And in Imperial City, the several people of the Underworld War God also received the news from the entire network. Desert copy, Magic City University, Yi Xiao. I'm sure he's calmed down a lot now after the initial surprise. Passing a nightmare difficulty copy and also getting an SSS rating. For others that would be a very difficult thing to do. But for Yi Xiao it was a breeze, a sprinkle of water. And this briefing was clearly not as exciting as the first one. After all, there were so many geniuses in the world, and every year there were always some geniuses who were able to clear the nightmare difficulty copy. After all, after the second turn, the transmigrant can have the help of external objects, the second profession, super equipment, together with the various family-prepared undercards, and finally prepare the restraining objects for the copies. It's not difficult to obtain the SSS score and pass the level smoothly. In contrast to these, it is the newcomers who have just switched that are of concern to the nations. Because the newcomers who had just switched jobs didn't have enough substance, didn't have enough strength, couldn't wear the equipment, and didn't have a second career yet. It is extremely difficult to clear a nightmare difficulty copy and get an SSS rating. But where there is one, that is the target of the attention of states. Your own country protects it, other countries will try to get rid of it. That was why the Underworld War God had personally made a move to protect Yi Xiao before. Underworld Warlord, you? Yi Xiao, aha. Spectral Warlord. Okay. Be careful. It was getting easier and easier for the two of them to chat, and 5 words explained everything. After knowing that it was Yi Xiao who had passed, there was nothing wrong with the Underworld War God. Anyway, it was at Magic City University, Yi Xiao would never have any problems. Abroad. After hearing the network-wide briefing, the rival group, led by Pretty Country, is opening an emergency meeting. Marshall sat on top of the chief, quietly watching the projected crowd. Guys, what do you think about this one? And is the genius on this broadcast the same one from last time? Sakura. Impossible, it's only been a few months. Even if a genius from China has outstanding talent, it's impossible for them to raise to turn 2 in level 45 in such a short period of time, and also clear the nightmare difficulty copy. Kojima. It's possible as long as all the war gods in China pour their efforts into cultivating them. It's still possible, but I believe that China won't do that. It would cost too much, so there's only one possibility. China has given birth to another heavenly pride. The representatives of the various countries spoke their views over. Basically, there was only one thing. Another heavenly pride had been born in China, which was detrimental to their future, so they had to find a way to get rid of it. The Pretty Country struck once before and failed to get rid of that one. This one can't be spared no matter what. Ahem. Marshall coughed softly and the conference room regained its composure. Regardless of whether it's the previous Heaven's Pride or not, we can't send anyone to China anymore. The last sneak attack has made China a lot more vigilant. Sending someone now will only cause us to increase our losses for no reason. So just let them get on with it? The War of All Nations that opened in November. This is our chance. China is definitely not going to miss this opportunity to participate, and such a heavenly pride will likewise not miss this opportunity. When the time comes Marshall wiped his neck, and the meaning was unmistakable. Yeah, I almost forgot. It's almost time for the war for all to begin. But how should we kill him? He's so strong, China's protection for him is definitely very tight. We're likely to lose our troops when the time comes. What plan do you have to tell us? Marshall was well prepared for this all-out war. This time it will only succeed, not fail. China's transmogrifier is very strong, but he's at most a level 245 right now, and by the time the War of All Nations opens, he'll be at most a level 260. Turning 2 and 60 levels was still a situation where he took into account the possible help of the War God of China. If he were to replace it with someone else, being able to raise it to turn 2 and 50 levels would already be the limit. What if the people we send out are all top geniuses at the second turn 70 level? Will he be able to withstand it? Go back and you'll arrange it so that all second turn 70 levels are prohibited from completing the transfer quests, and wait to participate in the totally civil war before making a breakthrough. In addition, we have also researched some medicines here, which can make the just 3 turn back to 2 turn 70 level to that time. Chapter 127 Desert Boss. Listening to Marshall's plan, the crowd lit up. Still, Pretty Country is awesome for developing such a powerful drug. Are there any side effects to this medicine? The third turn powerhouses were the backbone of their country, and they were still unwilling to damage their foundation if it was because of the medication. Of course there are side effects, but they're all within acceptable limits. The effects will last for a month, and when that month is over you'll be weak for 3 months. Other than that there are no effects. This is the experiment report of the drug. You can take a look at it, and I'm not forcing you to take part in this operation, it's all voluntary. But I'll say it ugly up front. Don't participate in this operation and don't come to us for asylum if you're targeted by China in the future. Participate and offend the state of China. Don't participate, offend the Pretty Country bunch of United States. Moreover, they had already offended China before, and if China rose to power, the odds were that they would strike out against them. So they have no choice but to take part in this operation. It's good that this lab report is true and that the success rate of this operation is again more than 80%. The third turn powerhouse pressed into the level, coupled with a top-notch equipment, entering the battlefield. It was still not God blocking to kill God, Buddha blocking to kill Buddha. How could the district Chinese squad be their opponent? So what if there was a top super genius in the country of China? He alone could block a few third turn powerhouses. Participate. We're in. Only after everyone had decided to attend did Marshall continue to speak. We lost a lot of money last time in China, so we must teach China a lesson this time and stifle their rise. Go back and order well. There's only one enemy in this battlefield, and that's China. When will all the Chinese participants be settled? And when will we fight for the battlefield resources? Good. Seconded. When Yi Xiao was informed by the whole network, Pretty Country and the others were studying about the universal war against China. Of course, these had little to do with Yi Xiao at the moment. Even if he was targeted, it didn't matter. With his combat power, even if a third turn powerhouse came, he would drink the same hate in the Northwest. Let's go set another record. There's still time in the day. Next copy? Master, would that be too high profile? Xiao Qing looked at Yi Xiao with some concern. After all, he had experienced something once before. Yi Xiao had been targeted by many people. Luckily, he had the help of the underworld war god at that time. Now that he was informed by the whole network, according to Yi Xiao's character, he should keep a low profile at this time. Yi Xiao naturally knew what Xiao Qing was worried about. But he's not the same man he once was. He's also someone with a backstage and background now, and this is within Magic City University. It's hard as hell for a foreign power to get in here and investigate. And so what if it got to his head? He wasn't the same person he once was. Even if the god of war came, he could still hold out for a while. Don't worry. Our strength allows us to be high profile. Don't you guys have confidence in your own strength? Hey, it seems that when the Godslayer beast. Don't worry, Master. We will protect you. Yes, Master, you don't have to worry. You have us. Don't worry. Yi Xiao doted on them and stroked their heads. He was naturally relieved to have them around. Let's go. Continue to challenge the copies. This time, Yi Xiao did not hide, and took the 4 girls and set off directly, appearing brightly in front of the eyes of the crowd, appearing as a team. This is to tell them that they went to the team copy challenge. Single copy, nightmare difficulty. Selection successful, transmission in progress. Please wait. Transmitting in 3, 2, 1, transmission successful. Xiao Qing and the girls were judged to be beast pets, so they were also teleported to the copy at the same time. The big man has gone to challenge the Hell copy difficulty again. Let's hope we can succeed this time. A copy of Hell difficulty is not that easy. I went in to take a look and was directly killed by the little monsters. So strong. I guess we'll have to try a few more times then. Seeing Yi Xiao and the others enter the copy, they were still discussing whether Yi Xiao could pass the Hell difficulty copy this time. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Xiao, several people are now in the single copy non-stop brushing monsters. Mission. Kill Desert Boss. Kill Desert Monster 10,000. Mission reward. Subject to completion. After entering the replica for the second time, the quest has changed a lot from before. The Desert Emperor has also become a desert boss. However, this didn't have much of an effect on Yishao. He just needs to complete the mission to take the reward. Little green, little spirit, little phoenix. Kill the monsters. Jade, don't get hurt. Be good. The same are all divine beasts. Why is it that they are just killing monsters, but when it comes to themselves they just don't get hurt? Contempt for others is not so contemptuous. She was at least once a hegemon who was unrivaled across the copies. Now that she was so belittled by Yishao, she felt that she couldn't just sit back and wait any longer. She had to show her true strength. All stop. I'll take the copies. When Jade finished speaking, the four faces were bewildered, not knowing what Jade was trying to do. Jade, you? I said, leave this copy to me. I'll get through it. After saying that, no matter what their reactions were, he directly changed out of his body and began to crisscross the desert copy again. Looking at Xiao Yu's struggle to kill the monsters, Yishao just smiled and didn't let Xiao Qing and the girls make a move. Jade is so powerful. Let's just pick up equipment and materials. Good. 3. Ding. Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment. Along the way the beeps didn't break, except for Yishao who threw 2 clarity spells over to Xiao Yu from time to time. Everyone didn't make a move and gave her face. Soon they killed their way through to the Desert Emperor's lair. This is still the end of the replica, except that before you faced the Desert Emperor, and now you're facing the Desert Boss. Jade, blast the boss out. I know. The arrogant Jade rose up into the air, her mouth opened, and a ball of scorching dragon's breath gushed out, and the desert was directly baked and rolled. Z. All that was heard was a piercing scream. A flying giant scorpion with golden light emanating from its body hung in front of Xiao Yu. The huge body of 100 meters long was no match in front of Little Green. Desert Scorpion Desert Boss. Level 2 turns and 70 levels. Attributes: Sand, Poison, Power, 10,000, Agility, 9,700, Endurance, 11,000, Spirit, 9,500, Skills: Desert Storm, Poison Scorpion Field, Stinger Drill. Chapter 128. Smash your little brain. Nightmare difficulty bosses, the intensity is still there. Only compared to the Desert Emperor, this attribute was a bit underwhelming, even lower than Jade. There was no need for them to worry about it at all, Jade alone could get rid of it. But when the father, more or less to give his daughter a little favor is not, care is still necessary. Xiao Yu, can you do it? If it doesn't work, let your big sister, second sister, and third sister help you. Don't be embarrassed, we're all family. Xiao Yu turned her head to look at Yishao without a good look. Was she so bad that she needed help fighting? No, I can do it myself. As soon as the words fell, Jade charged up with just her body, defense and all, direct physical combat. I'll let you stop me. Damn stinking scorpion. Smash your little brain. Fighting and shredding at the same time. The powerful defense left the desert giant scorpion with no way to strike. The poisonous stinger failed to pierce several times. The venom sprayed several times, and Xiao Yu dodged without even dodging. The toxin didn't affect her in the slightest. Just as the giant scorpion attacked her, Xiao Yu didn't stop, smashing claw after claw on the giant scorpion's head. It didn't have Jade's defense, and each claw could leave a scar on its skull. After a few minutes of exchanging blows, the giant scorpion's head had shattered open a large hole, and the whole thing was groggy. It also knew that this would never work. It couldn't fight each other with Xiao Yu. It wasn't Xiao Yu's match. At this moment, the giant scorpion developed a sense of withdrawal. It was going to get out of here, and as soon as it got back to the desert, Jade wouldn't be able to do anything with it. After a hard fight with Xiao Yu, he directly broke his arm and fled, running wildly towards the depths of the desert. Run! I'll be the laughing stock of the girls if I let you get away. Xiao Yu would rather die than lose face in front of Yishao and the girls, and leapt towards the giant scorpion in pursuit. It's really a little girl, we're so grown up, we can still laugh at her not. That's right, we're all family, and we're certainly not going to laugh about it anyway. Big sister, you mean the master? Tweeds. The corners of the master's mouth are grinning to the roots of his ears. As fellow divine beasts, they probably wouldn't laugh at Jade. But Yi Xiao, that's not necessarily true. This master is capable of anything. In that case, it didn't seem to be a problem for Jade to be so aggressive. Just as several people were flirting with Yi Xiao, Xiao Yu had already caught up with the giant scorpion. That is, Xiao Yu's speed was faster than it, but if it hesitated a little more, it would have escaped by burrowing into the desert. Dogs. How dare you try to ruin my brilliance? Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. For the first time, she volunteered to ask for the copy to be given to her, and if the boss escaped in the end, she could think of Yi Xiao's ugly face. When the time came, it would definitely be with those big hands gently caressing her head, and then saying with a doting face, "It's okay. It's just a boss. It's not as important as you. Just kill it with your sisters next time." Just thinking about it made Jade shiver, trying to resist but unable to do anything about it. There was nothing she could do to Yi Xiao, so she could only vent her anger on the desert giant crab. Lifting the desert giant scorpion's tail with one hand, he slammed it against the ground. I don't know how long it had been smashed, until after it had been smashed into a lump of rotten meat. Then it stopped. Aha! Xiao Yu looked at Yi Xiao and asked about the progress of the mission. Done and done, you're amazing. Jade is the best. Croak for Jade. After saying that, Yi Xiao went up and gave a sword to the desert giant crab. From the beginning he noticed that this desert giant crab was going to be golden. This huge body was just a front, and when Jade had pretty much vented, she would then transform into a small scorpion and escape to the depths of the desert and start from scratch then. I have to say, this guy is still very good at keeping his life. Unfortunately, it met Yi Xiao, who was unreasonable and pierced it with a sword. Kill the desert boss. Mission accomplished. The copy will be closed automatically after 10 minutes. Please leave on your own. Looking at the small scorpion under Yi Xiao's sword, Xiao Yu's face became ugly. If it were her old self, she would never have made such a low-level mistake. But today, in order to show herself in front of Yi Xiao again, she was negligent and careless. And in the end, she was picked up by Yi Xiao. It's over, it's coming again. Xiao Yu had just finished muttering when Yi Xiao's big hand covered it. Jade still did very well, although she came up short by that much in the end. But it's irrelevant. Just be more cautious next time. Caress, what could she do? Endure it. There's still about 10 minutes left, so you guys go clean up the battlefield and I'll study the drop. Skill book. The field of all poisons. P.S. Open the field. Enemies within 1 kilometer of the circumference are continuously damaged by the poison attribute. 200 points of blood are deducted per second, and the range increases with the level. Equipment. Golden Scorpion Set. Obsidian Perfection. Attributes. Poisoning, bleeding effect, reduce attack speed by 15. Obsidian Perfect Grade equipment. It just so happened that right now Jade didn't have any suitable equipment, so this set of equipment would be given to her to use first. The 10 minutes passed quickly, and several people breezed through cleaning up the battlefield before waiting to leave the copy. Jade, you fought your own suit. For you. I don't need to, you killed the boss. The arrogant Jade was unwilling to accept this humiliating gift. What your is not my is not still my well. We are as close as father and daughter relationship. You with me so much for what? Do you want it? Or I'll put it on you myself. Scoundrels, rogues. Xiao Yu blushed shyly and glared at Yi Xiao before putting the equipment on her body. Thanks. Mosquito squawking. What did you say? Jade hated it when she pretended she didn't hear anything when she clearly heard it.
Roll.
Okay. After some hijinks, the 5 of them exited the copy and waited for the rewards to be settled. Ding. Congratulations on passing the Nightmare difficulty copy. Rating, SSS. Reward, Nightmare Treasure Chest 1. Record Refresh Treasure Chest 1. Without the Desert Emperor, they cleared the level even faster, and the record was directly set once again. The record has been refreshed. Do you choose to display name and occupation? No. Low profile is still the first principle. Yi Xiao does not want to surround a group of big man called all the time. Ding. Pass the Nightmare difficulty copy. Rating SSS grade. Triggering full network notification. Whether to display name and occupation. Yi Xiao couldn't be more familiar with this process. Anonymous. Successful choices, records, and network-wide notifications will be anonymized. Exiting copy. Chapter 129. Split it into 2. Yi Xiao took Xiao Qing and the 4 of them to exit the copy once again. Just as soon as I got out, I was surrounded by people again. Failure. You guys look at the record and are trying. A simple and direct answer that directly gagged them. Much like what they had guessed, Yi Xiao and the others still hadn't been able to clear the hell difficulty copy. It's okay. Keep up the good work after the break. I'm sure you'll make it. In response to the crowd's encouragement, Yi Xiao just smiled and nodded. Ding! Congratulations to the Chinese transmogrifier for clearing the Nightmare difficulty single-player desert copy, obtaining an SSS rank rating, full network notification X3. It's China again. Nightmare difficulty again. Another solo desert copy. And it's another 3 notifications across the web. When they heard the news from the entire network, there was an uproar. The first time the entire network was notified may have been a fluke. What about the second time? It's a sign of strength. The crowd hurried to the leaderboard to check the clearance records of the Nightmare difficulty copies. Fittingly, the second set the record for the first. This operation was very much like some unknown heavenly pride from a few months ago. Is it him again? No way, absolutely no way. Soon the crowd lined that thought up. How long has it been? Only a few months ago he had just succeeded in his transfer. How could he slaughter a Nightmare difficulty copy of the second turn 45 level so quickly? This is something that could never happen. But who could he be? The crowd was puzzled and finally turned their eyes to Yi Xiao. It was strange to say that every time after Yi Xiao came out of the copy, the full network notification appeared. The first time was a fluke. Could the second be a fluke as well? Or is it? The people's wise little eyes stared straight at Yi Xiao, wanting to find something in Yi Xiao's eyes. But Yi Xiao's skin was so thick that he would not be deterred by their eyes. What are you guys looking at me for? You guys don't think it's me. You guys should know very well how high profile I, Yi Xiao, act. If I pass, I would hate for the whole world to know about it. How can I be anonymous? This is a good opportunity to make a name for myself. It just so happens that it can also draw traffic to my Yi Xiao equipment store. Anonymity, this kind of thing, I can't do it. Once Yi Xiao explained this, the crowd believed it. Yi Xiao, several people had never kept a low profile from the moment they stepped into the academy. The fights are advertised in overalls, so how could someone like that miss such a great lead generation opportunity? That would be a coincidence. Yi Xiao was lucky and just happened to exit the copy at this time. What the hell is it? Mysterious. After fooling the crowd, Yi Xiao quietly slipped away. That's the end of the copy trip for today. One more briefing and I guess we'll be found out. There's no such thing as a second time or a third time, and how coincidences can happen to just him. Imperial City. Ditsong looked at the silent underworld war god on the side. Is it him this time too? No surprise it should be him, only he can do this kind of thing. Also do not know to lay low. A few days challenge is not better. Have to do this kind of out of the limelight thing some other day to see. I have to educate. If it wasn't for that corner of the spectral war god's mouth slightly turned up, they would have believed it. Looking at the complacent appearance of the underworld war god, Ditsong just silently sighed. He was also aware of Yi Xiao's situation, and he had desperately wanted to pull Yi Xiao to Imperial City University in the first place. In the end, he was dissuaded by the underworld, and only then did he let Yi Xiao go to Magic City University. Underworld, we have this relationship, I do not want more. 5 people, split 2 over, can it? The wind cannot be Magic City University to take over, not. My Imperial City University is the first school in China. The Spectre didn't answer him, just glanced up. If you're not afraid that the old dean will find you in trouble, go ahead and I won't stop you. Ditsong was silent. The old dean's words might not be comparable to theirs in terms of strength, but if the old dean really had his hands on them, they really wouldn't dare to resist. 80% of the credit for them being where they are today lies with the old dean. The old dean is getting old after all, Spectre. It's cloudy, and the wind will pick up soon. Watching a TV show and getting possessed? I'm not going, no way. Yi Xiao's own choice. I won't interfere. The underworld war god is not a good oiler. This makes it difficult for Ditsong. The quality of the students from Imperial City University were all very good this year, crushing the heavenly pride of Magic City University. But with Yi Xiao around, Imperial City University is going to be one head weaker than Magic City University this year. He was already thinking of the old dean bragging about it in front of him. Hey! 1,000 words turned into a long sigh. To blame can only blame the Imperial City University small group is too powerful. Yi Xiao, if he came to the Imperial City University, it really is not necessarily better than in the Magic City University. Such a heavenly pride would never stoop to the level of others, and at that time, Imperial City University would be stirred up. Ditsong. It's really time for Imperial City University to fix things. If this continues, Magic City University will definitely surpass you. He did not reply to the offer from the underworld war god. And why wouldn't he know? But what can he do? Imperial City University is involved in too many things, simply cannot be rectified overnight. Abroad, Marshall, who had just finished his meeting not long after, received another network-wide briefing. Unsurprisingly, it should still be the same genius. Yeah, it's still him, it's just that the record has been set. I think we can plan a little more carefully for China, and we definitely can't let China's heavenly pride or leave during the War of All Nations. Don't worry, this time we'll send out our most elite celestial pride. The Chinese celestial pride will surely die. Each briefing has caused palpitations in the hearts of foreign power holders. China has risen too quickly over the years, seriously threatening their position. This time, they were going to decimate all of China's celestial pride, and within 30 years, they would not allow China's country to have any hope of rising to prominence. After ending the record-brushing trip, Yi Xiao took the girls and went to brush their levels in peace. The underworld war god had just sent him a message telling him to keep a low profile. Consider him giving face to the underworld war god. Quests and whatnot, leveling in peace is the key. Let's all spread out and kill all the monsters. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Congratulations on the leveling up. Mission failed, please try again. Do not complete the task, do not brush the record, only brush the monsters to upgrade. Materials and equipment skill books to pick up cannot be picked up. Exit copy. Failed mission, no reward, no punishment. For a week, Yi Xiao was brushing copies without a pass record, brushing copies 20 times a day, and his level managed to rise to level 55. It's been a week, the whole network notification thing should have cooled down, and the level is up to try the 55 level Xuanwu copy. Chapter 135 Elements Auxiliary Skill Book. Ding! Pass the Nightmare Difficulty Single-Player Xuanwu copy. Whether to display name and occupation. Rating, SSS. Reward, Nightmare Treasure Chest 1. Ding! Triggered, full network notification. Whether to display name and occupation. As always, familiarization process. Not only was Yi Xiao familiar with it, but the entire network of trannies were familiar with it. It's only been a week, and he's challenged the 55 level Xuanwu copy to go? And he even succeeded in clearing it. What kind of demon is this? Just get used to it. Bigots are bigots and not in the same category as us. Doesn't know how to keep a low profile at all, and doesn't give us ordinary people a chance to live at all. Which big brother is it? Let me look up and suck a little big brother air to get me through normal difficulty. Imperial City. This kid. It's only been a week of laying low and it's starting again. It doesn't matter, I'll make a move anyway. He can play whatever he wants. Are we, China, still afraid of them? Boss Spectre is right. As long as someone rushes to China's territory, I'll cut off his arms and legs. But we can't let this kid go too far. I'll have to extort a little something out of him, high or low. We can't just work and not get paid. The spectral war god's eyes rolled back in calculation. Spectral warlord, you've gone to swipe copies again, kid? Can't you keep a low profile? You know how hard it is for me to wipe your ass here. I don't know how many people are staring at you. I've lost a lot of people. A series of words of complaint. Yi Xiao was not a little cutie. Naturally knew what the underworld war god meant by this. It's coming to him to ask for favors. Yi Xiao, straight up. Spectral warlord. Look at the loss of so many of my men. The holy beasts you promised. So it was the holy beast in his hand that was on his mind. Although he was busy painting copies during this period of time, he didn't forget to help the underworld war god find a suitable holy pet while painting copies. But there was still some way to go before the promised 10. After all, a saint-level bloodline beast pet was also a very rare existence. He'd only found 3 of them, too. Yi Xiao. Not so much for now. Spectral warlord. As many as it takes. Without seeing the rabbit, he didn't give Yi Xiao the chance to refuse at all. Originally his target this time was 1. Yi Xiao couldn't have prepared none of them. That would be too much of a disrespect to him, the underworld war god. Yi Xiao, only 3, 7 more to go. Want one? If you want, have someone come and get it. If not, just wait. Give me some more time, I'll make up the rest of the holy favorites. Ahem. The underworld war god who was far away from the imperial city couldn't help but cough twice. Not injured, but completely choked on Yi Xiao's words. 3 holy favorites. 3 whole holy favorites. Yi Xiao had actually prepared 3 holy pets for him. What's 10 or 8? The one you get is the best. Underworld war god. To be natural, the number is a bit less, but it's barely enough to make up for 1/3 of our losses. Speed up and make up the remaining holy favorites as soon as possible. Ginger is still old and hot. The Emperor City's pantheon had a smile on his face, but he still had a less than satisfied tone when communicating with Yishao. Yishao, as long as there is, I definitely give priority to provide to my own people, but the price, these 3 are given away for free, and the later ones are settled at 70% of the market price. Public is public and private is private. Giving away 3 for nothing was already very much giving face to the god of the underworld war, and the holy favorites in the back still had to settle their costs. Spectral Warlord. Don't worry, the money won't be less for you. At their level, money wasn't a big problem anymore, and what they lacked was exactly this kind of thing that could help them improve their combat power. Spectral Warlord. Maniac's looking for you to trade. Yishao. Yes, Maniac is already familiar with it. It's better if it's him. After hanging up the phone, Yishao also left the copy. Today's task was considered completed. All that remains is to open the treasure chest in your hand. Nightmare Treasure Chest 3. Record Treasure Chest 2. Material Treasure Box 10086. The material treasure chest was basically of no great use to him, and what he opened was just some alchemy materials. It would be best to leave this kind of thing to Xiao Yunru. After the mail was packed and sent over, Yishao turned his gaze to the Nightmare Treasure Chest and Record Treasure Chest. Open the Record Treasure Chest. With a thought, the 2 record treasure chests erupted with a dazzling light. Treasure chest opening. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Ice Jade Armor Obsidian Extreme Ice Jade Ring Obsidian Extreme. An armor, a ring, and both were Obsidian Extreme equipment worth a lot of money, still good. View properties. Ice Jade Armor Obsidian Extreme. Level of use. Second turn. Defense plus 300, Strength plus 100, Spirit plus 150, Physical Strength Consumption 10, Blue Consumption 15 when using skills. PS. Collect all the Ice Jade sets to activate the set skills 2-6. After briefly checking the attributes of the Ice Jade armor, it was still satisfactory, moderate, barely worthy of the extreme attributes. Of course, better should be the set skills. Shifting his gaze to the Ice Jade ring once again. Ice Jade ring Obsidian Extreme. Level of use. Second turn. Agility plus 230, Spirit plus 270. Magic power restores 100 points per second. Magic power full state. Will restore blood, 50 points per second. PS. Collect all the Ice Jade sets to activate the set skills 2-6. This ring can be considered a small extreme. If you wear the ring, as long as the skills are not used so frequently, it is basically impossible to lack of blue. And the full blue state will also automatically return blood, although only half of the blue return, but in critical moments this can still save lives. 2 record treasure chests opened up 2 nice pieces of equipment. That leaves 3 nightmare chests, which are definitely no worse than record chests. After putting the equipment away, Yishao turned his gaze to the nightmare treasure chest. One by one, open. With a thought, the nightmare treasure chest exploded with dazzling golden light. Treasure chest opening. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the skill book. 5 Elements Aid. PS. 5 Elements of Auxiliary Skills. Contains 5 kinds of auxiliary power. Gold. Natural Strength 20 Strength Wood. Water Rising 20 Blood Water. Iron Bone 20 Defense. Fire. 100,000 Fire 20 Speed Earth. Look at the Wind and Shadow 20 Dodge. This, Nima, is awesome. After Yishao saw the skills opened out of the nightmare treasure chest, his entire body was dumbfounded. It's not even an exaggeration to call this skill a god skill. Although he was only a skill, it contained the bonuses of the 5 elements. At attack, defense, blood, acceleration, and flash. With this set of aids added on, who else could be a match for Green and the girls? Chapter 131, Master, shoot here. This should be the nightmare treasure chest of the Desert Emperor settlement. Otherwise, it wouldn't have opened such a fluffy skill book. Study. Without any hesitation, Yishao directly studied the skill book. 5 Elements of Assistance. With a wave of his hand, Yishao directly added auxiliary skills to Xiao Qing and the girls. For the 4 of them looked at Yishao with confused faces, not knowing what Yishao had done to them. How did you just add status to them? Is this a fight happening? But this auxiliary skill is so strong, attack, blood, defense, speed, flash, all increased by 20. Master, you are so strong. This feeling is really too exciting. Clattering. Master, you see me, this water big or not, this is more than the usual increase of 20%. Plus the state of my combat power can be comparable to not add the state of the big sister. What words? What a tiger and wolf remark. Where do these pussies learn this stuff? Did you guys peek at my URL bookmarks? A few people's faces turned red and their heads twisted towards one side, not paying any attention to Yi Xiao at all, even pretending as if nothing had happened. Green, you're the one who took the lead. Aren't you itching to get your ass kicked? You can't read my URL bookmarks from now on. Okay. Especially you, Jade, you're still young. You can't read these things. It's not good for your physical and mental health. Jade just rolled her eyes and didn't want to say anything more. She has been alive for so long, what has not seen not just two people there to do the game. What's there to see there? It's naked. It's no fun. After briefly testing the power of the skill, Yi Xiao set his eyes on the remaining 2 nightmare treasure chests and wondered what good things could be opened out. Open the treasure chest. Treasure chest opening. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Holy Helicopter coupon. P.S. Can be used on suits with a 50% probability of upgrading the suit to a holy item with a randomized grade. It's €2 today. Holy Helicopter vouchers. Such things exist? White Tiger Shattered Shadow Set. Xiao Qing had been using it for a long time, and the level was a bit low, so she needed to get her a proper set of equipment. However, now that there was a Saint Grade helicopter ticket, there was no need to replace the set for her, and if the set could be directly upgraded to a Saint Grade, then Xiao Qing would also make it smooth. Use it to upgrade the White Tiger Shattered Shadow Set. Successful use. Upgrading. Please wait. Ding. White Tiger Shattered Shadow Set. Upgrade. Successful. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment. Holy Tiger Shattered Shadow Set. Excited heart, trembling hands. Today is really the day of the Emperor of Europe. 50% probability that he won the bet. The White Tiger Shattered Shadow Set was successfully upgraded to the Holy Tiger Shattered Shadow Set. Master, this? The set was on Qing's body, and she felt the change in her equipment at the first moment. How's that for satisfaction? Yi Xiao scowled at her and Xiao Qing instantly understood. She herself is still the little green one that the master loves the most. There are good things or prioritize her. This time, the equipment was upgraded and the attributes were drastically improved, which helped her even more. Thank you, Master. Master, you are the best. Looking at the 2 of them scowling there, the 3 little spirits had a puzzled look on their faces, totally confused as to what they were doing. Yi Xiao didn't explain anything more. Their secrets they themselves knew were good. The last treasure chest, to let me to the end, we do things in half is not good, you say is not. Open the treasure chest. It's opening. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Holy Divine Bao Divine Extreme. Sealed. The Yi Xiao man was dumbfounded. Really stupid. He was just kidding. I didn't expect it to materialize, but today is really the day that the Emperor is alive. Go buy a lottery ticket later, high or low, and see. Holy Divine Bao, Divine Extreme. Although it was still under seal, it was definitely not something that could be compared to ordinary weapons. View properties. Holy Bao. Level. LV.1. Equipable. Quality. Divine Extreme Sealed. Attack. 5,000 8,000. Attack speed. Plus 300. Strike rate. Plus 100. Strike damage. Plus 100. Physical penetration. Plus 150. Passive effect 1. Bloodthirsty when dealing damage. Absorb 50 of the value to restore yourself. Passive effect 2. Under seal. Passive effect 3. Under seal. Passive effect 4. Under seal. P.S. One of the 10 great artifacts of the ancient world, the equipment of the great god Hou-Yi, who once shot the 9 suns, and was endowed with great power to coalesce power arrows when attacking without consuming the feathered arrows, and is currently sealed for unknown reasons. When he saw the Holy Divine Bao, Yi Xiao's entire body did not look too good. Growing artifacts. The point is that this attribute is really sick, and that's because the vast majority of the abilities are in a sealed state. Although with his current power, even without the Holy Divine Bao he was invincible at the same rank. But who can say no to a dominant and cool shooting Bao? Equipment. Without any hesitation, Yi Xiao directly equipped the Shooting Sun Divine Bao. The outfit green and the girls couldn't grasp it, so they had to let him do it. After equipping the Holy Divine Bao, a powerful force surged into his body, and his attributes directly changed radically. Master, we feel an inexplicable pressure. What is that bao in your hand? This bao is just placed there. It actually gives us a sense of death threat. So strong. The 4 people looked at the Holy Divine Bao in Yi Xiao's hand, and each of them frowned tightly. To be able to make the 4 great divine beasts feel pressure at the same time, one could imagine the power of the divine bow. Master, is this your new outfit? Sure, handsome or not. Awesome, cool. Just don't know how powerful it is. Master, why don't you try your hand with us? Yes, 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 yes. How can you not try such a powerful weapon? Master, shoot me. Let me feel the power of my master. You can't, it's better to shoot me, I can resist. It's the best deal to shoot me. No, 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 second sister, although you have a strong defense, but this look shoots fiercely. In case it hurts you, it's not good. I'm not the same, master. If you shoot at me here, I can be reborn from the fire and my strength can be enhanced. Under the strong suggestion of several people, Yi Xiao decided to try the power of the sun-shooting divine bow. The final target of the test hand was still set to be a small phoenix. Only little phoenix here possessed an immortal body, and even if she was shot by the archery bow, she would still be able to be reborn in the fire. Phoenix, are you ready? The master can aim to shoot. Shoot. Shoot towards here. Master, don't you deviate. Show me how strong you are. Chapter 132. The first time, it hurts a little. This word of tiger and wolf more or less let Yi Xiao some blush, if not to see the little phoenix that in the simplicity there is a small trace of stupidity in the eyes of the little phoenix. He was afraid that he would really think that the little phoenix is molesting him. Sincerity is always a must-ah. Little phoenix. For the first time, it hurts a little, so bear with it. Master, don't worry. I can do it. Xiao Hu braced her defense to the maximum, and after seeing Xiao Hu make a good defense, Yi Xiao began to draw his bow and arrow. A steady stream of power surged towards the Hui divine bow. Holy, is it that consuming? The amount of blue in his body bottomed out after storing power for no more than 10 seconds. If he continued to build up his strength, he would die of exhaustion, not to mention killing the enemy. Release. Whoosh. A golden light crossed like a meteor, easily piercing through little phoenix's body and flying towards the distance. The moment it was pierced by Hui's divine arrow, the little phoenix transformed into a phoenix egg and began its rebirth by fire. 10 minutes later, the little phoenix broke out of its shell and its power was enhanced. Phoenix, what a feeling. Great. Didn't feel any pain. Just a whoosh and the shield broke and then I was shot. Izomai rolled his eyes curiously. I'm asking you how it felt to be shot? I'm asking if there were any physical abnormalities that didn't affect you in any way. Is the master concerned about me? That's for sure, you're my little oldest. Who cares about you if I don't? Master. So touched and plastered. If it wasn't for the fact that this little girl's hand had been scratching at his chest, he would have truly believed it. This guy is here to take advantage of him. The girls were no longer the innocent and naive 3 sisters they were when they were waxing and waning, no longer a pure white sheet of paper. It's better to be jade, stupid in her simplicity, and crucially unaware of it, with an air of pride. Okay. Stop it, talk about it. How was that arrow just now? Playful when it's playful, serious when it's serious. Fast, precise, and hard. Even to death, you don't feel anything, and to put it mildly, I won't even know I'm dead until I die. According to Little Phoenix, this Hui divine bow was still very humanized, helping to reduce the pain of the enemy. This was however not very friendly to him as a user. That arrow just now had drained all the blue in his body. He also understands almost as much about the power of Hui divine bow. A divine beast like Little Phoenix can't even carry it, let alone others. Only the use of Hui divine bow also need to be careful, only suitable for sneak attack from behind, and there must be someone to receive, otherwise empty blue he is a living target. Magic City University Tower for All. This is the liveliest place in Magic City University. 30 floors now, school Sister Meng Dai has broken through to the 30th floor of the All People's Tower, worthy of being the 2nd strongest on the 100 strongest ranking. Sister Meng Dai is truly the pride of our women. I think she's almost at level 100. This woman's talent is the strongest I've ever seen. But that's normal, the Feng family, they're all monsters. Indeed, the Feng family's talent is already strong. Coupled with the strong resources to cultivate them, it's simply not comparable to these mud-legged people like us. There's still a year left here. I'm sure she'll be able to get through the 40th floor. 40 layers? Big brother, I'm new here. I beg for an explanation. Isn't Sister Meng Dai very strong? Together with the addition of dual professions, can she only break through 10 layers in a year? It's not uncommon for newcomers to not know about the Universal Tower. All People's Tower, 10 floors for a level, every 10 floors has a guarding boss, 10 floors for a turn 30 level boss, 20 floors for a turn 270 level boss, 30 floors for a turn 3 100 level monster, and 40 floors for a God of War level boss. Although Sister Meng Dai is very strong and able to challenge over steps, she's still a bit inadequate against a War God level boss. Unless she's able to break through to War God within this year again, the 40th floor will be a stretch. But senior Sister Meng Dai is already very strong. The 30th floor is a very big hurdle. Many people are trapped at the 30th floor unable to break through. The boss of the 30th floor is a super existence of 3 turns and 100 levels. The ferocious beasts are stronger than human attributes, you should all know. This kind of boss usually need to team up to hunt. Able to kill alone, Sister Meng Dai is very strong. Listening to the introduction of the seniors, the freshmen also gradually understand the Universal Tower. Wait, why do I still see the names of the Underworld War God, Emperor Tsang War God, Martial War God, and their names? Are they also students of Magic City University? It can't be. The Martial War God is one of the heads of the pretty country. The crowd just laughed at the doubts they faced. You guys don't think that the Universal Tower is an existence unique to our Magic City University, do you? That's what we thought, wasn't it? Of course not. The All People's Tower is a product of the game world. It's not just the Magic City University that has it. The top 3 schools in every country basically have the All People's Tower. Or maybe these universities were built leaning on the Universal Tower. It dawned on the crowd, and one by one, they shamelessly came up to the table. Big brother hard work. Come on. Give us these schoolmates detailed information about the situation of the Universal Tower, lest we make jokes and lose the face of Magic City University. Understanding. Smoothly accepting the filial favor from his schoolmate's hand, he began to talk eloquently. 100 floors of the All People's Tower, with each 10 floors corresponding to a level. I think you should all be clear about that. Clearly clear. 10 floors are 1 level, the first 9 floors are filled with numerous small monsters, and in an increasing pattern, the previous floor is stronger than the next, and only if you kill the monsters within the specified time again will you be considered to have passed the level, and if you fail, you will need to start from the beginning. All the way up to the 40th floor, this is what we can access at the student stage. After all, when we reach the 40th floor, the boss we face is at the War God level. Although it's only a boss that's just entered the War God, it's still enough for us. What's really hard is the 60 levels in the back. 50 levels are Elite Bloodline War God Fierce Beasts. 60 levels are Lord Bloodline War Gods. 70 levels of Overlord Bloodline War Gods. 90 levels of Saint Bloodline War Gods. And 99 levels of God Bloodline War Gods. The more I hear, the cooler my heart gets. It's so difficult, it's like climbing up to the sky. Even more so, at level 99 it was a War God of Divine Bloodline. And so on. 99 levels. Isn't the Tower of All People 100 floors? That's what the 100th floor is. Big brother, don't hide and choke. Have said 99 layers, not afraid of this layer is not. Tell us what is 100 layers. The seniors looked at them and said with a slight smile, I don't know. No, indeed I don't know. How can you guys not know? You're the big boys. It's true that we don't know, not to mention us, even the Underworld War God and the others don't know. Take a good look at the global rankings. Has anyone broken through the 100th floor yet? Chapter 133, White Whoring Points. Hearing the senior say that, it seemed like it was indeed the case, as strong as the Underworld War God, Martial War God, and all of these ended up being fixed at the 99th layer, yet none of them were able to break through to the 100th layer. Biggie, any tidbits of information yet? Surely you guys wouldn't be unaware of the inside story. Just tell us. Okay. I can't help it. My schoolmates are sweet-talking and say things that are so heartfelt that I feel sorry for myself for not telling them. Ahem. Since you've asked in good faith, I'll tell you the tidbits of information I know, provided of course that it's not true, because I've heard it too. Big brother, you can just say it. We'll judge for ourselves if it's true or not. Besides, 100 floors isn't something we can hope for. So let's just listen to the fun. The disciples had a clear perception of themselves and knew that the 100th floor was not something they could touch. Rumor has it that the guarding boss of the 100th floor is a super divine beast that surpasses divine beasts. As strong as the underworld god of war, they went in and carried a slap on the wrist. The boss of the 100th floor is so powerful that it will make you despair. According to unreliable sources, these strong people on the list at the 99th floor never went back after challenging the 100th floor once, because they knew that they weren't a match for the guarding boss. Curiosity was instantly satisfied, but these were still too far away from them. Their goal at this stage was the 20th floor. The first 10 floors were considered to be giving them points for nothing, and the next 10 floors were what they had been working towards for the past 2 years. Big brother, tell us more about Magic City University's point reward system. Although the Tower for All is a product of the game world, Magic City University has customized a point system exclusively for its students in order to motivate them to challenge the Tower for All. Tiers 110, points by tier 10. Successful challenge of the guard boss will be rewarded with 100 points. Levels 11-20, points by level 20. Successful challenge of the guard boss will be rewarded with 1,000 points. And so on and so forth. The higher the level of the challenge, the more points will be rewarded. Do you understand, schoolboys? Got it? Got it? Li Ming, you should also cheer up. We'll just go ahead and challenge the All People's Tower. The Li Ming people were dumbfounded. Call Big Brother if you have something to say, or Li Ming if you don't. Get your asses back here. One-on-one. I want to fight you one-on-one. Just at this time, Yi Xiao brought Xiao Qing and the four of them to the All People's Tower as well. After all, this was a good place to earn points, and he also wanted to see which floor he could break into. The freshmen's strongest five are here. Are they going to break into the All People's Tower as well? I also wonder how many floors they can get to. With the strength they've shown, the 20th floor is definitely secure, and I think it should end up stopping at the 30th floor. This is true, the 30th floor is already a third turn 100 level guard boss. Sister Meng Dai took 3 hours this to challenge successfully. Their level is still hard after all. Regarding the crowd's discussion, Yi Xiao just acted as if they hadn't heard anything. They didn't have to care about other people's opinions at all. Walked down to the All People's Tower and checked out the leaderboard. Global list. Wa Kwok list. Magic City ranking. Number 1. Feng Meng Dai 33rd floor. In challenge. Number 2. Horse Shine 29th floor. Number 3. Feng Shijuan 29th floor. Number 4. Lu Kaisan 29th floor. The top 10 of the list is basically the top 10 of the top 100 list. The others didn't know if they were in seclusion or hadn't come to challenge. Anyway, the only one who had successfully broken through the 30th floor at the moment was Feng Meng Dai. This senior, can you introduce me to the All People's Tower? Li Ming's face went black. He had just calmed down his anger to come, only to have another person come to him to inquire about the All People's Tower. That's just rubbing salt in his wounds.
Introduccions, introduccions, y introduça ni.
Big Brother. He was just about to come over and curse angrily, only to realize that the person coming was an existence he couldn't afford to provoke. What did you just say? Being locked by 4 gazes, Li Ming's heart was in his mouth to die, although he boasted of being a genius, but in front of a super existence like Yi Xiao and the girls, he was completely inadequate. I said, and I hello, big guy. Yes, I am saying hello to you. Big Brother wants to know about the All People's Tower? I'll introduce you here. There aren't many people who know more about the All People's Tower than I do. Li Ming recounted the situation of the All People's Tower as it was, and Yi Xiao expressed his satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. Li Mini work hard too. I'm gonna break in first. If you ask someone to call you senior, you'll become Li Ming after the introduction. The freshmen in this class are so unlovable. When they first enrolled, the gesture, it was so humble. Hey! It was just that he was not Yi Xiao's opponent, otherwise those few words from Yi Xiao just now would be enough to get a beating. If you can't beat them, then you can only try to cultivate hard, and strive to be called senior and big brother in the future instead of Li Ming. Recently too high profile will attract the attention of people who have a heart. The Universal Tower is also not suitable to play too high, barely a 30 floor on the line, the first to earn 10,000 number to points before. Next month the points will reset the points, and then you'll be able to whore yourself out again. Of course, Yi Xiao's white whoring heart is not the only thing. To whore you have to maximize the white whoring. Green, you guys go try and see if you can challenge. Good. The 4 of them walked up and tried to challenge the Universal Tower. Devil's Town University student, Yi Qing, can be challenged. Does he teleport in? Demon City University student, Xian Ling, can be challenged. Is it teleported in? Magic City University student, Phoenix Flame, can be challenged. Is it teleported in? Magic City University student, Yi Aoyu, can be challenged. Does he teleport in? As expected, exactly as Yi Xiao thought, the Tower of All People also recognized the identity of the students of Magic City University. A few of them were again able to challenge themselves, and they were also able to challenge with him as his beast pets. Isn't that just invariably 4 points for nothing? Go ahead, you guys go in first and challenge. You don't need to challenge too high, 30 floors is enough. Me, you guys don't need to worry. Even without you guys, I think I'll be able to take care of my opponents easily. A few of green froze for a moment. It seemed like it was indeed the case. Although Yi Xiao hadn't made a move for a long time, They knew that Yi Zhao's strength was far above theirs. After all, it was the power of the 4 divine beasts that had been condensed, so it was hard not to be powerful. Then Master will go in first. Go on. Under Shao Qing's leadership, the 4 of them directly entered the All-People's Tower. Yi Zhao followed closely behind and synchronized to enter the Tower of All People. And the moment Yi Zhao entered the Tower for All, Feng Mengdai walked out from the Tower for All. Stop at the 37th floor. Chapter 134. Trespassing. Yi Zhao Yiqing, Xianling, Phoenix Flame, Yi Aoyu, I hope you won't let me down, and don't let the old ancestor down. I'll be waiting for you at number 1 on the top 100 list. After glancing at Yi Zhao's back as they left, Feng Mengdai turned to leave. She had another most important thing on her mind right now, and that was to defeat Zhang Wenlong, the number 1 in the top 100. After all these years, having been pressed down by Zhang Wenlong, it was a huge shame for the Feng family. Looking at Feng Mengdai's distant figure, the pupils of the surrounding students dilated, as if they had thought of something important. This direction, could it be? That's right, that must be it, the most exciting battle of the 100 rankings. The contest between the first and second place. The battle that has lasted for 4 years. Is it going to start again today? In the previous few years, Feng Mengdai had continuously launched an onslaught against Zhang Wenlong. But no matter how much she improved, every time she was defeated by Zhang Wenlong's hands. I think that Sister Mengdai has just cleared the 37th floor. Her essence and spirit have all come to their peak state. This is the time when she has the strongest combat power, and there is a certain probability that she will be able to take down the challenge against Zhang Wenlong at this time. I'm still supporting Senior Zhang Wenlong. Every time Senior Zhang Wenlong wins, I'm sure this time too. It's so exciting, so exciting. I want to look both this way and that way. I don't know what to choose. Cutie. Only then do we make a choice. Smart people know to go watch the battle for the top spot. And when the battle is over, we'll come back and look at the records just as soon. Yeah, just go straight to the records. Let's go watch the fight. What was happening outside Yi Zhao and the others were completely unaware. They were now in the Tower of All Peoples. What a space! Entering the first floor of the All People's Tower, it seems that you are transported to a different space. You can feel that you are in the All People's Tower, yet you exist in another space which is all covered by a thick fog. A very magical feeling. First time I've ever done it myself, and I'm a little excited to think about it. Before, there had always been Shao Qing and the girls helping out, so there was no need for him to get his hands dirty killing monsters. This time, he transferred Shao Qing and the girls away, just to try out his fighting strength. Hui Divine Bow. Equip the full set and stack all the buffs. Yi Zhao began his fight. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus 30. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Before Yi Zhao could start fighting, one after another system beeps came. It was just a pity that the level of the monsters on the first floor was too low, and the experience gain was limited to only 30 experience points. Forget them. There's no danger anyway. Begin the challenge. Ding! The first level of the All People's Tower Challenge is about to begin. Please prepare for battle. Passing requirement. Kill 500 ferocious beasts within 15 minutes. 10, 9, 2, 1. 15 minutes to kill 500 of them. That's a lot of difficulty for the first level. However, for Yi Zhao, this amount of fighting was completely insufficient. Fighting begins. The dense fog in the first layer of space dissipated and 500 ferocious beasts appeared in front of Yi Zhao. The first layer was just the first layer, and none of the ferocious beasts would be of a high level, so there was no need for him to pay special attention. Split bow. Without storing up any power at all, he just gently pulled the Hui Divine Bow, and an arrow shot out, easily piercing through the bodies of a dozen or so ferocious beasts. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Experience plus. Dozens of ferocious beasts were decimated in less than a second's effort. Yi Zhao had the slightest pause, kept drawing the bow and shooting arrows. In a moment's time, the 500 ferocious beasts in front of him disappeared. None of the ferocious beasts were able to come close to the 50-meter range around him. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the first level of the All People's Tower. Do you want to continue the challenge? Challenge. Ding! Pass the second level. Tier 3. Tier 4. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 9th floor of the All People's Tower. Do you want to continue the challenge? The first 9 floors of the All People's Tower didn't cause any effect on him, and he easily cleared it. Challenge. Coming to the 10th floor, unlike the first 9 floors, there was only one guarding boss on the 10th floor. A boxing kangaroo that was 5 meters tall and had 18 well-developed muscles. The boxing kangaroo kept swinging its fists and the sonic booms kept ringing out. Boxing kangaroo. Level. First turn 30th level. Attributes. Skills. Rapid strike. Left and right horizontal jump. After briefly checking the attributes of the boxing kangaroo, it was considered to be in existence with strong attributes in the first turn. Only for him, boxing kangaroos is not even close. Begin the challenge. As soon as the words fell, the boxing kangaroo jumped horizontally and came directly in front of Yi Xiao, his fists as fast as messy fists madly smashing towards his face. A messy punch, not bad, not bad. Then I'll play with you. Yi Xiao put away the Hui divine bow and similarly swung his fists to meet the boxing kangaroo hard. There are no tricks, it's all about brute force and speed. He was a step ahead of the boxing kangaroo, slamming punch after punch into the boxing kangaroo's face. The boxing kangaroos were so dumbfounded that they couldn't tell who was boxing for a while. Yi Xiao didn't care what he was thinking, smashing punch after punch into its face, alive and well, smashing it into a lump of mush. Ding! Congratulations on killing the boxing kangaroo. Experience plus? Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill boxing mastery passive. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the equipment. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the material. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 10th floor. Do you want to continue the challenge? After all, it was only a first turn level 30 boss, and the rewards weren't very luxurious, so he didn't expect that much. Keep up the challenge. With a flash of his mind, Yi Xiao appeared on the 11th floor of the Tower of All Peoples. From this level onwards, the levels of the ferocious beasts all entered the second turn. It's still the same task, to kill 500 ferocious beasts in 15 minutes. The descendant divine Kung Fu fired one arrow after another in a frenzy, and not a single ferocious beast was able to withstand his bow and arrows. All of them were pierced through their bodies and became corpses that disappeared from space. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Congratulations on getting. Congratulations on passing. 12 floors, 13 floors, 19 floors. The speed of killing monsters was particularly fast, and in a few moments he had killed the 19th floor. Whether or not to continue challenging the 20th floor. Challenge. These ferocious beasts didn't have the slightest bit of difficulty and were easily killed by him up to the 20th floor. The same boss that guards the level. The bloodthirsty silver wolf, a 100-meter giant wolf with a silvery glow all over its body, was currently eyeing him with red eyes and a halo dripping from the corner of its mouth. Bloodthirsty silver wolf. Level 2 turns and 70 levels. Attributes. Skills. Bloodthirsty frenzy, stealth, frenzied bite. Tier. Attributes are still good, skills are still strong, but unfortunately still not good enough. Challenge. Chapter 135. Transfers. As the fog dispersed, the bloodthirsty silver wolf lost its restraints and lunged towards Yi Xiao. The sharp wolf claws kept waving as if they were trying to tear Yi Xiao apart. Sculpture, how dare you show off your skills? Hui divine bow, shoot. The arrow was aimed at the bloodthirsty silver wolf, and the build-up time was a few seconds longer than before. Just the moment the bloodthirsty silver wolf flew up, loosened the string and released the arrow. Whoosh! Only a crunching sound was heard, and the bloodthirsty silver wolf flying in midair fell headfirst to the ground. There was an additional transparent bloody hole in the center of his brow. Ding! Congratulations on killing the second turn 70-level boss bloodthirsty silver wolf. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining equipment. Congratulations on obtaining materials. Congratulations on obtaining experience. Yi Xiao's group of people were killing enemies recklessly in the Tower of All People, while within Magic City University, Feng Mengdai and Zhang Wenlong's battles were both divided. For years, for whole years, Sister Mengdai has finally succeeded. Senior Zhang Wenlong has lost this time. I knew that Senior Sister Mengdai was hiding something. Otherwise, how could she have successfully challenged the 30th floor of the All People's Tower? Senior Zhang Wenlong is still at the 29th floor now, which already proves that he's inferior to Senior Sister Mengdai, and losing to Senior Sister Mengdai is to be expected. Speaking of which, don't we seem to have forgotten something? Yes, quickly go and check Yi Xiao and their results. I don't know how many floors they have challenged. The battle between Feng Mengdai and Zhang Wenlong had already been divided into winners and losers, and now they only needed to care about the records of Yi Xiao and the few of them. It's appearing, everyone. My God. So fast? Worthy of being the strongest demon of the freshmen, to have hit the 23rd floor so quickly. Yi Xiao has also beaten through the 20th floor. How long did this take? Less than 2 hours. Too fast. People are more angry than people. I can't even challenge the 10th floor right now, the same freshman. Why is the gap so big? Don't compare with the demon. It's refreshed again, 24, 25 floors. How can it be so fast? Are they trying to internalize the volume? The outside world was talking about it, unaware that the people in the All People's Tower were yawning in boredom. These monsters didn't stress them out a bit. It's still a fish out of water for them. Otherwise, they'd have gotten through it long ago. I also don't know if they can break through the 30th floor. That's an absolute impossibility. The 30th floor is a third turn level 100 boss. Third turn level 100. That's the existence of a half-step war god. Sister Meng Dai used so many years and so many tricks to succeed in her challenge. It's absolutely impossible for them. Or else these heavenly prides on the list wouldn't have been trapped on the 29th floor all these years. As of now, the only person from Magic City University who had broken through the 30th floor was Feng Mengdai. Although Yi Xiao and the others were very strong, they still did not believe that they wanted to break through the 30th floor. 29 floors, that was their final limit. Everyone gathered in front of the list, their eyes wide open, not daring to blink at all for fear of missing the moment when the record was refreshed. 26 floors up. 27 floors. 28 floors. Every time they broke through a layer, the students gathered outside let out a gasp. Although they didn't believe it, they still had that little bit of expectation in their hearts. What if 29 layers now, an hour's time, managed to break through to the 29th layer? These 5 people's talents are too terrifying, aren't they, to break through to the 29th layer at the same moment. Everyone held their breath and just waited in silence. It's almost the 30th floor. Will they choose to challenge? Will the challenge be successful? What if it works? Just for a moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through their minds. Whether or not Yi Xiao and the others could get through the 30 levels seemed to be irrelevant. It's just that they want to witness a miracle. On the other side, Yi Xiao, who had cleared to the 29th floor, received a system beep. Level up to turn 2 and 70. Beast Pet's green-eyed white tiger, Zhenhai Xuanwu, Immortal Divine Phoenix, and 5-clawed Golden Dragon are leveled up to level 70 of the second turning. Issuing a transfer quest, the level will not be leveled up until the transfer quest is completed. Yi Xiao had been so engrossed in the past that he didn't realize that without realizing it, they had reached the limit of their level. That's 2 turns and 70 levels? The experience at the very beginning was very little, but the further they went, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts, and there were even quite a few ferocious beasts that they had challenged over the level with a double experience boost. This was what allowed them to break through to level 70 in one fell swoop. After assigning all the attributes, Yi Xiao opened the transfer quest. Transfer mission. Completion of third turn. Requirements. Kill 5 beasts with bloodline density of 60 or more. This 60 concentration of divine beasts. Where is this going to be found? Yi Xiao was a little confused. It is still possible to find a 60 thick divine beast looking for one, but 5, this is a little bit more difficult. Even if he had the underworld war god as his backing, it wouldn't work, and it was questionable whether the entire country of China combined had so many divine beasts. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, this was his third turn quest. Can't help but do it. When the challenge is over, go and ask the underworld war god. If you can find all of them, then complete the mission as soon as possible. He was alone and weak, and the only way to find the underworld war god at this time was to look for him. No longer bothered about his transfer quest, Yi Xiao turned his gaze to the 30th floor. Challenge. With a flash of his mind, Yi Xiao entered the 30th floor of the Tower of All People. Meanwhile, Qing and the girls had begun their battle with the boss. An existence of 3 revolutions and 100 levels already had a combat power comparable to a half-step war god. It was a pity that a half-step was always just a half-step, and the current Shao Qing 4 had attributes that were already comparable to an existence that had just stepped into a war god. Go to hell in pain. With a gentle chop from the shattered Shadow Saint Tiger Sword, a huge head flew up in the air. Without wasting too much effort, the 30th floor's guarding boss was taken care of by them. Ding! Congratulations on killing the boss, experience +0. Passing the 30th floor, whether to continue the challenge. Shao Qing packed up the equipment materials on the ground. Yi Xiao didn't like a woman who was a loser. These things weren't much use to her. But to Yi Xiao it was a very important thing. After packing her things away, Qing entered the next level. Xuanwu Whirlwind. Go to hell. Xiao Ling wielded his machete, slashing at the boss one after another. The boss's head was directly cut into 3 halves by the machete, and the life breath was rapidly flowing out. In less than 5 seconds, the boss's little life was over. Ding! Congratulations on killing the boss, experience +0. Passing the 30th floor, whether to continue the challenge. Chapter 136 Return of the Lost Young Master. Challenge. After simply picking up the things that had fallen on the ground, Little Spirit also managed to cross over to the 31st floor. Harder. Haven't you eaten? Since you can't, then I'm going to do it. I was planning to let you kill a few more times. I didn't expect you to be so useless. Little Phoenix looked at the guarding boss in front of him with a contemptuous expression. Compared to the brutality of Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling, she was much gentler. Facing the attack of the guarding boss, she didn't even resist and was killed dozens of times. And as she continued to be killed, Little Phoenix's strength was rapidly increasing. In terms of combat prowess alone, she had now even surpassed Little Green. The Divine Phoenix's Nirvana rebirth was too perverse, and as it continued to be reborn, its strength was rapidly increasing. So much so that now the guarding boss didn't dare to make a move to kill her, and could only keep harassing her from the sidelines. After seeing that the guarding boss didn't dare to make a move, Little Phoenix also lost his patience. Fiery fire. Zigzag. In no time at all, the air was filled with the scent of roasting meat. Immortal God's fire, immortal and indestructible. No matter how much the guarding boss struggled, it could only be burned alive in the end. Ding! Congratulations on passing the 30th floor. Do you want to continue the challenge? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining equipment, obtaining materials, obtaining skill books. Experience +0. A lot of stuff dropped, but unfortunately just no experience. Big Sister and the girls should all be finished, and after delaying for so long, it's time to leave, or else the master will be anxious by then. After packing all the things away, Little Phoenix also successfully crossed into the 30th floor. It was also true that among the 4, Xiao Huang's speed was the slowest. Xiao Yu didn't put the guarding boss in her eyes at all. The district was just a sea-scaly dragon. It wasn't even enough to look at in front of this divine dragon of hers. The rich dragon bloodline in his body directly suppressed the Sea Jiao, not daring to make a move. With a gentle wave of her hand, Xiao Yu directly crushed the head of the Sea Jiao and crossed the 30th floor at the fastest speed possible. All 4 of them should have crossed the 30th floor already. As the master, you can't disgrace them. Challenge. Thousand-Eyed Devil Ape. Attribute. Illusion. Level. 3 turns and 100 levels. Skill. Thousand Eyes Phantom Kill. Illusion system? It's the first time I've seen this kind of ferocious beast. The fog dispersed and the Thousand Eyes Demon Ape launched an attack on Yishao. However, it did not just barge into Yizhao's side. There was absolutely no ordinary person who could break through to this level, and besides, it was not a ferocious beast that relied on brute force to win. The Thousand Eyes Demon Ape pulled away from Yishao and the 1,000 eyes on his body slowly opened. Thousand Eyes Phantom Kill. 7 colors of dazzling colorful light glowed in the 1,000 eyes, and the light instantly enveloped Yishao. That's it? Warm air, baby. When he was enveloped by the light emitted by the 1,000 eyes, there was still a bit of defense, fearing that he might accidentally be caught by surprise. But when the light came up, he realized that it did nothing, except for making his body warm. So boring. Thought you'd have a little surprise of some kind for me. In that case, I won't play with you anymore. They're waiting impatiently. Since you have 1,000 eyes, I'll send you 1,000 arrows. 1,000 arrows. Build up, split, build up, split. It was enough to consume a large portion of the power in his body, and only then was he able to condense 1,000 bows and arrows. Shoot! Shoo! 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 The 1,000 Eyes Demon Ape was still waiting outside for Yizhao's ugly behavior. But I didn't expect to wait for 1,000 arrows, and the speed of the key arrows was so fast that it didn't have any reaction speed. By the time he tried to escape, the arrow had already pierced the 1,000 eyes on him. Ah! The 1,000 Eyes Demon Ape let out a gurgling scream, and without the 1,000 eyes, the dazzling colorful light dissipated, and Yishao took a step out of the illusion. There was also an arrow stored in his hand. It's over. See you in the next life. Shoo! An arrow directly pierced through the head of the thousand-eyes demon ape. 3 turns and 100 levels is nothing more than that. The only ones who could fight against him now were war god powerhouses. Prepare to leave, 30 floors or so is good enough. It's the master. Yes, master. Leave right away. Eh. All 5 of them succeeded in their challenge, not realizing that the outside had already gone crazy because of them. Oh my god, guys. Look at the record list. It's refreshed. The 5 of them actually all passed the 30th floor. Hiss. Sure this is a new student? Their records actually surpass Senior Zhang Wenlong and the others. Especially Yi Qing. He's already arrived at the 35th floor, closely chasing after Senior Sister Meng Dai. The others aren't weak either, surprisingly. They also broke through to the 33rd and 34th layers, and even that little white boy, Yi Xiao, broke through to the 31st layer. Good fellow, what kind of people are these guys? How come I haven't even heard of this kind of people before? And they suddenly came out to make a big splash in Magic City University. Brothers, your news is too backward. Have time to go back and look at the Efobolu Forum, which has been the identity of a few of them raked out. All 4 of them are students from Imperial City Noble High School. Hiss. Surprisingly a student of the Imperial City Noble High School. I heard that that school is not something you can get into just by having talent, you also need to have a background. Deliberate, just know for yourself, you don't really think that a real dragon will come out from inside a mud puddle. Do you? The only thing possessed inside a mud puddle are earthworms. They were very familiar with the Imperial City's Noble High School, after all, they had a similar high school in the Magic City as well. The students inside were all talented and background existences, just like someone like Feng Meng Dai, who came out of the Magic City Noble High School. But the more they learn about the existence of aristocratic schools, the more puzzled they become. The 4 Xiao Qing's identities were mysterious, coming from the Imperial City Noble High School. How could it be headed by Yi Xiao, who was just an ordinary high school student in Haicheng? Even if his talent was strong and he was handsome, that wouldn't be enough to make the 4 people follow him with such a dead heart. Classmates, can you explain to me why Yi Qing's 4 are so admiring of Yi Xiao? Is it really because of handsome? Idiot, think about it. Yi Qing, Yi Aoyu, Yi Xiao male. Does it mean the return of the lost young master? In an instant, the crowd's minds directly brainstormed a 1,000,000-word novel. That's really terrifying, the talent can't be compared to it, and the background can't be compared to it either. It was also that Yi Xiao didn't know, if he knew that they would think like that, high and low to give them a whole lot of other things to make them brainstorm a little bit more images. It's out, it's all out. 5 figures appeared outside the Universal Tower at the same time. After Xiao Qing's few people saw Yi Xiao come out, the first thing they did was to flock to Yi Xiao's side. Master, you succeeded too. Nonsense. I am your master. This bit of difficulty can trap me. Gently pinched Green's nose with a look of pride. Master, you are awesome. Chapter 137, Receiving Points. Master has even better ones, wanna try? Swish. With one word, Qing blushed directly. In her mind's eye, a 2-person-oriented action blockbuster was nearing completion. Nasty master. Looking at Xiao Qing's shy appearance, Yi Xiao was a bit frozen. Was this little ninny so shy now? Besides, he hadn't said anything. He just wanted to give her the equipment he had beaten out of the All-People's Tower to try out. There were quite a few good equipment and skill books in there, just enough for them to distribute. What are you thinking, little ninny? I told you to watch less romance TV shows and read my bookmarks. Why don't you listen? Your little head is thinking too much. I mean, I've scored some gear for you guys, so you can see which one fits and divide it up amongst yourselves. After hearing Yi Xiao's explanation, Xiao Qing even had some small disappointment, so it was because she thought too much. Yi Xiao didn't mean that. Hey! Hey you head! You don't know what to think about all day. You're bringing them down. Xiao Qing giggled, then handed Yi Xiao the equipment materials skill books she had typed out. Here's what I've typed. See to the distribution, master. Master, I have it here too. I've got one too. Hit quite a few of them. Mine. Several people placed all the equipment skill books they had obtained in front of Yi Xiao. Obsidian Extreme Equipment. Not bad. Not bad. Obsidian Perfect Gear, it's still close. You can do it, Green, you even hit a Holy General Equipment. Yi Xiao directly sat there and began to inventory their harvest. The students waiting outside looked dumbfounded and red-eyed. This equipment was too gorgeous, the attributes were good at first glance, and as a result it was all cheap for Yi Xiao now. Jade, this equipment is suitable for you, the holy product is average, and the attributes are just average, but it's enough for you to use in a short period of time, so take it first. For me, the moment she pulled it out from Xiao Qing, Xiao Yu fell in love with the long, blood-red whip. It was only that the haughty one wouldn't take the initiative to find Yi Xiao to open up. I didn't expect Yi Xiao to take the initiative to give it to her. Is there anyone else here named Jade besides you? Hurry up and take it. Don't ink it. Take it. What the master gave you is surely the best for you. Things to take, pride not to drop. Xiao Yu was just about to go over to catch the long whip when Yi Xiao jerked it back. Call out to your father, and the long whip will be yours. Ha ha ha, just kidding. The long whip is for you, as well as these equipment skill books are suitable for you. After stroking Jade's head, he shoved a stream of things at her. Green, this is yours. Little spirit, yours. Don't worry, little phoenix. It's all there. The master has divided it all up for you. After splitting all the good equipment inside, there was still a large batch of good equipment left that they couldn't use, so they just happened to bring it back for Xiao Yunru to practice with. It was thought that during this period of time, Xiao Yunru's success rate had become much higher again. I'm envious. They have so much good equipment. Yi Xiao, are you still short of dog legs? I can serve tea and water. I can even warm your bed if you want. Can you sell me that dark golden ring? Despicable. How dare you do such a thing? Yi Xiao, I can do it too. My skills are better than his. Is it okay to sell me that cloak? I want that sword. Leave me the shoes. I'm willing to pay a high price. Listening to their shouts, Yi Xiao's hand gently pressed down, and the scene instantly quieted down. Students, the equipment will be there. I will put these equipments in Yi Xiao Equipment Store for remodeling and selling. If students are interested, they can go to Yi Xiao Equipment Store to take a look. They almost forgot that Yi Xiao was the owner of Yi Xiao's equipment store. During this time, they didn't patronize Yi Xiao Equipment Store. The equipment props inside are really better quality than other places, and the price is still very fair. Then it must be as soon as possible so that Master Xiao can remodel the equipment. We're not short on money, we're short on good equipment. Right, wait for your good news. Make sure to have Master Xiao remodel. Yi Xiao also did not expect Xiao Yunru to make a name for herself so quickly. But it was better this way. They fought equipment quickly, and as they leveled up, their equipment would become more and more advanced, and at that time, the money wasn't going to be as much as they wanted it to be. Don't worry, folks. New ones will be up soon, so please be patient. Let's go and collect our points. After Yi Xiao, several people left. Feng Mengdai, who was secretly checking, turned around and also left. Even though she's ranked number 1 right now, this is the result of 4 years of hard work on her part. But what about Yi Xiao and the others? It was only their first year and they were still a freshman, and they had already caught up with her. Give them another 4 years, no, maybe even just a year, and a few of the greenies would easily surpass her. As soon as he thought of this, the excitement of just defeating Zhang Wenlong instantly dissipated. No wonder the old ancestor is so optimistic about him. It seems that I don't have time to be proud. I must raise my strength as soon as possible before I can do so. The top 100 rankings must not fall, and the All People's Tower record must not be surpassed. They can't be surpassed, at least not until I graduate. Previously, Zhang Wenlong was a big mountain pressing down on her head, and it was hard to get over a big mountain, but as a result, 5 big mountains came directly now. Could this be the legendary mountain beyond the mountain? However, she, Feng Mengdai, was not a vegetarian. She was likewise the proud son of the Feng family, and would not be defeated so easily. Brush up on your levels and go for a combat boost. Yi Xiao, several people did not know that Feng Mengdai had already made them a target to strive for. Of course, if he had known, he would have just smiled. After all, with the strength of the few of them, Feng Mengdai could not possibly be their opponent. They were also just trying to keep a low profile, which is why they didn't continue the pass. A few people made their way to the Magic City University Points Exchange. Claiming points. Sure. Yiqing passes the 35th floor, 29,000 points. Xianling passes the 33rd floor, points 26,240. Phoenix Flame passes the 33rd floor, points 26,240. Yi Aoyu passed the 35th floor, 29,000 points. Yi Xiao passed the 30th floor, 22,400 points. Yi Xiao and their record-breaking things the points collection office side has long been concerned about. The points have long been prepared for them, directly issued to the student card account is good. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 22,400 points. After casually challenging 30 floors and gaining so many points, points were still quite good to earn. Here, transfer all your points to me. Good. For the points of the academy were basically of little use to them. After all, Yi Xiao included food and shelter. In front of the points administrator, the 4 of them directly allocated the points to Yishao. Chapter 138 Skill Proficiency Pulling Full. Damn. I'm really choking on this dog food. More than 20,000 points, say turn. This man in the end what charm is handsome really can do whatever you want? Other students try to earn 20,000 points and that's a lot of work. As a result, what about Yishao, a matter of words, directly raked in nearly 100,000 points. Xiao Qing Xiao Yu 29,000 points. Xiao Ling Xiao Huang 26240 points, plus his own 22400. The points went straight to 132880. With 130,000 points, 99% of the people at Magic City University couldn't possess that many points. The landowner was rich again, with 130,000 points enough to trade for some goodies. Let's go and see what props there are that can boost strength. Equipment, pets, this is irrelevant for Yishao. Holy Divine Bao is enough for him to use for a long time. Pets are even more needless to say, the hands of the master of 4 divine pets, but also can be merged to evolve the super divine beasts. Wasting points on pets unless he's sick in the head. What was currently useful to him were those attribute boosting props, as many as he could pull, preferably as many as he could just pull full. The talisman has been pulled full and will be redeemed after the 3rd turn. Adding a little bit of attribute is not cost-effective, and the points can't be spent like that. 5 points of attributes is a bit of a loss, and this one isn't good either. These are good, you can redeem these first. It took half a day of searching to find something that worked for you. 5 for the fruit of strength, 5 for the fruit of speed, 5 for the fruit of endurance, and 5 for the fruit of spirit. 5 for a set of 25,000 points, bought 4 sets, 100,000 points directly spent. But that's fine, after all, attribute boosting things are rare in their own right. Use all the fruit. Ding, use successful. Full attributes increased by 300 points. Power, 4,700. Agility, 4,980. Endurance, 4,888. Spirit, 5,002. His own attributes had been drastically enhanced, and his spirit had even broken through 5,000. Even without Xiao Qing's attribute bonus from them, with his current attributes, he was still one of the best among his peers. That's cool. After closing his attribute panel, Yishao opened his contact device and began to contact the Underworld War God. He needed to complete the transfer quest as soon as possible. Otherwise he has nothing to do and no experience without transferring, purely working for nothing. Yishao. Senior? Spectral Warlord. Speaking. As soon as Yishao opened his mouth, the Spectral War God knew that he was up to something. This guy had nothing to do with anything, and once he opened his mouth to find him, it was definitely a very difficult thing to do. Yishao. Accidentally ascended to the 2nd turn 70 level. The level is limited, need to complete a little transfer task, that is, need to kill 5 bloodline richness in 60% or more of the divine beasts. I do not know if seniors have a channel. When the Underworld War God saw the message sent by Yishao, he almost didn't vomit. 5 divine beasts with a bloodline concentration of 60% or more. That's a harsh condition. Divine beasts were already very rare, let alone divine beasts with a bloodline concentration of 60% or more. There were definitely none in China, and even if the whole world was added up, there weren't that many divine beasts. Even if there was, this kind of divine beast was something that was controlled by other countries, so how could it be possible for Yishao to kill it? But just because their country doesn't have one doesn't mean there's no way to accomplish this task. Spectral Warlord, November 11th, 11 a.m., War of All Nations, Turn 2 Battlegrounds. Yeah. Almost forgot. There's a national war waiting for him. The resources inside were beyond his imagination, and 5 divine beasts were not just a wave of his hand. Yishao. Thanks for the reminder, Senior. I will definitely attend as scheduled. After seeing Yishao participate, the face of the Underworld War God was covered in smiles. According to the intelligence, recently the pretty country has joined hands with several countries to secretly start playing tricks against the War for All. Before, he was worried about how to persuade Yishao to go to the War of All Nations. It's a good thing you don't have to give any favors and behave yourself. However, Yishao's upgrade speed was still a bit beyond his imagination. Breaking through to the 2nd turn 70 level in such a short period of time, the speed was 10 times faster than others. However, when he thought of the many divine beasts around Yishao, his heart was balanced. With so many divine beasts upgrading slowly, then it was indeed somewhat unreasonable. Spectral Warlord. By the way, don't forget the promised holy favor. Public is public, private is private. The quality of Yishao's holy favorites is nothing to write home about, They are invincible under divine beasts. If only I could get a few more from Yi Xiao's hands. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiao began to prepare for the next action. There was still some time left before the war for all, and he couldn't afford to be idle and do nothing in the meantime. Although he prided himself on being a genius, he would likewise not underestimate the geniuses of the world. Perhaps there are comparable presences to him in other countries not. Since he couldn't level up, he would distribute his experience over various skills and pull up his skill proficiency first. Let's go brush up on our copies in the meantime and pull up our skill levels. The group of 5 arrived at the Divine Phoenix copy, where the ferocious beasts were of a higher level and gave more generous experience. Of course, in order to keep a low profile, Yi Xiao purposely looked for Xiao Yunro to get a pair of camouflage masks, capable of resisting probing under the war god, and likewise shielding his own aura and lowering his presence. After putting away Xiao Qing's few people, Yi Xiao stepped into the copy alone. Single, nightmare difficulty copy. Selection successful, entering. Copy assignment. Do it. Setting, experience plus skill level. Setting successful. After putting everything in place, Yi Xiao rode Xiao Huang while the other 3 swept towards the copy in a semi-surrounding position. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Skill level plus. Congratulations on killing the copy boss. Mission accomplished. Rewarded with Nightmare Treasure Chest. Score? SSS. Reward score box. Trigger global briefing on whether to disclose name and occupation. Anonymous. Global compatriots are the norm, and the more you play, the better you get. Yi Xiao had brushed his copy a dozen times in one day, and the record had been refreshed 10 times by him. He was the one who was smart enough to change a new face every time he went in and out, or he would have been found out long ago. It went on like that for a whole week. Everyone has changed from being shocked at the beginning to taking it for granted. With this mysterious big brother around, any global notification is just a small matter. Keep going. Soon the skills will be all pulled together. Skills compared to the level is still good to pull, so a few days of light they will pull the skills of 7 or 8. Today in the brush a few copies, the level will pull full. Ding! Green-eyed white tiger skill proficiency max. Ding! Jinhai Xuanwu skill proficiency max. Ding! Immortal God Phoenix skill proficiency max. Ding! 5 Claws Divine Dragon skill proficiency max. Chapter 139 A Scythe plunged, Ola Ola. Thanks to the tireless efforts of several people, everyone's skills were all pulled up to full capacity. Ding! The 4 divine pet skills are max, triggering the reward, awakening the special skill, merging into one. PS. Merge 2 into 1, fusing 2 divine pets to evolve a pseudo-super divine beast, tripling the combat power, duration 30 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. Windfall. What a pure windfall. Yi Xiao also didn't expect such a great harvest. He just didn't want to waste time and wanted to pull his skills up to full capacity. Who would have thought the system would give him such a big surprise? Combined and fused into a pseudo-super beast. Although it was a bit worse than the super divine beasts, but it could boost their strength by 3 times, that was already very strong. The key is the long duration and short cooldown. Yi Xiao was a little impatient anyway. There was nothing else to do in the next 2 days. First try the effect of merging into one. Little green, little spirit, you 2 come first. I'll see what you can fuse into. Merge and evolve. Roar. 2. Only 2 roars could be heard as little green and little spirit simultaneously manifested their bodies. A golden light and a blue light constantly intermingling. Little green and little spirit's bodies quickly merged under the shroud of light. Snap! With a crunch, the light dispersed and the 2 successfully fused together. Master! Little green's voice was interspersed with little spirit's voice, ethereal and penetrating. This is really ugly. Green-eyed turtle. Pseudo-super beast. Level 2 turns and 70 levels. Power 50,000. Agility 50,000. Endurance 50,000. Spirit 50,000. Skills. Several. I'll give you whatever skills I can think of. With explosive attributes and a wide range of skills, although it was no match for the Godslayer beasts, it was still far superior to the divine beasts. Only the mold was more or less scribbled, and like the Godslayer it was a batch of ugly, as if the modeling wasn't finished. System, you know a little too much. After the fusion cannot be wasted, advanced copies to kill monsters. Normally, it would take 20 minutes to pass through the copy and clean up all the monsters. But now, it only took 5 minutes, 5 minutes for the green-eyed Shen turtle beast to kill all the small monsters in the copy. The speed was staggeringly fast, and the range of skill damage was not something they could match before. All around crushing.
Okay, disarm.
The strong, but hard to see. Fight later in the fusion. After attempting the fusion of Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling, Yi Xiao turned his gaze once again to Xiao Huang and Xiao Yu. It's your two's turn, and there's no telling what you two can fuse together. Fusion. Immortal Phoenix. The five-clawed golden dragon. Fusion evolution. The BGM sounded, the dragon and phoenix blended together, and a peaceful atmosphere was sprinkled over the earth. Auspicious beasts. Level 2 turns and 70 levels. Power 50,000. Agility 50,000. Endurance 50,000. Spirit 50,000. Skills several same. Compared to the fusion of Little Green and Little Spirit, Little Phoenix and Little Jade were obviously more compatible, giving people a peaceful and comfortable feeling after the fusion. The attributes are also exactly the same, fixed at a value of 50,000. Come on, let's see you fight. Yi Xiao leaped to the top of the auspicious beast's head. Even if it's a pseudo-super beast, the Divine Beast Knight has the same bonuses. Ride this auspicious beast in the copy of the vertical more than a dozen times. Materials and equipment skill books do not know how many hit. Until the auspicious beast time is up, this is only to rest. Today's performance are good. Master take you guys to eat a big meal. Today we don't go out to eat. Just eat at school and make up for your body. Long live the master. Love you so much, master, moi. How outrageous. How dare you steal a kiss from your master? I want my master too. Humph. I'll eat a book. After handing over the stuff to Xiao Yunru, the poor wage earner, the five of them went straight to the college cafeteria. Clear the scene. Clear the scene. Those who are full and those who aren't leave. Today, Master Yi, I'm going to feast on my 4 little beauties. Bye. Good, good. Big brother, you eat slowly. No one dared to have any objections at all. Everyone dutifully took their meals and left. Why did he cultivate so hard? But it wasn't so he could clear the room if he wanted to when he ate, and no one else would dare to say more than a single fart. Under the gaze of Xiao Qing's vicious eyes, Yi Xiao successfully wrapped up his meal, and tonight they were going to eat a heavenly meal without stopping. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao was defeated. November 10th. Above the top 100 challenge special seat. A rare collection of the top 20 existences on the top 100 list these days. Not for any other reason, but just to meet the challenge of Yi Xiao's few people. 3 days ago, Yi Xiao had placed a challenge to them, and today the 5 of them were going to challenge the top 30 strongest people. They had also heard about the power of Yi Xiao's several people. After all, they had successfully challenged the 30th floor of the All People's Tower, which was something that they could not do. It was very likely that the Yi Xiao 5 would be picked off today. Only the dignity of being a strong man did not allow them to run away without a fight. So here they come. Now it's all about who's unlucky enough to be picked by them to go up and compete. Yi Qing, Challenge 11 Martial Rights. As soon as he comes up and picks a tough guy to fight, Mu Quan doesn't say anything but sighs silently before jumping into the ring. Wu Quan, Blue Fist Holy Envoy, 3rd turn, level 89. Wu Quan went up to the stage and introduced himself to Qing with a clasp of his fist. Xiao Qing's head tilted, as if looking at a little cutie, as if looking at him, opening the game and announcing himself. Isn't this the little cutie inside the master's mouth? Who, in their right mind, would tell an enemy their career level? Is this the little cutie that the Lord? Yi Xiao said. Ah, Yi Xiao didn't want to be too high profile in school, so he asked them not to call their master in front of the crowd, but to call him by his name. Big sis, you're right. He's the cutie. Blow your own career level, cutie. No doubt. Eh. The 4 of them were discussing in front of Wu Chuan like this. Even if Wu Chuan had a thick skin, he was bashful and red at this moment. One's own humility was taken for a cutie. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? In that case, don't blame him for being rude. Wu Chuan thrust the scythe in his hand hard into the ring, and the students who saw this scene directly boiled over. Here it comes, the insertion sickle of Senior Wu Chuan. Senpai, what do you mean? Doesn't this scythe lose its weapon when it's inserted? Is there some mystery in it? Little guy, listen up. This is the unique slogan of our Wu Chuan Hokage. A scythe thrust, a green light added, a small wind blowing, a plop on the ground, ola ola ola. Although Senior Wu Chuan lost his weapon, he freed both fists, and I vaguely remember that the last time I challenged Senior Wu Chuan, He took more than 10,000 punches in the ring before falling out of the air. Chapter 141st, more than 100,000 punches. That's still because the equipment on that person has a 1 in 1,000 miss chance. If the miss effect hadn't been triggered, it's estimated that Senior Wuchuan would have been able to land more than 100,000 punches. And Senior Wuchuan's control of power is quite spot on. That person took over 10,000 punches and ended up with nothing more than minor injuries. What a good senior. Strong and still doesn't bully his schoolmates. Looking at their adoring eyes, the freshmen on the side couldn't help but ask their own questions. Is there a possibility that the martial power senior who freed his hands, he hurt is just scraping the bottom of the barrel, and over 10,000 punches will only cause minor injuries? Senior Wuchuan was their faith. Hearing the freshmen denigrate Senior Wuchuan so much, they couldn't bear it anymore and directly surrounded the corner for a roundhouse kick. A rough estimate is almost 10,000 feet as well. But they didn't do anything deadly, just lightly injured the man. Are the facts not proof of the senior's love for his schoolmate? More than 10,000 kicks and only a minor injury. Do you still suspect that we can't seriously injure you? No, no, no. The seniors of our academy are all kind-hearted people who care for their younger siblings and never bully them. I'm proud to join the academy. Under the gaze of a dozen pairs of vicious eyes, he had no choice but to give in, or he might be educated again the next second. That's more like it. Watch and learn. The blue fist holy envoy of Senior Wuchuan is very powerful. The scene returns to the ring again. Wuchuan had managed to free his hands, and the various buffs had been stacked completely. Green just stood there quietly and watched. A sneak attack? It doesn't exist. A high master is to have his own style of pushing, have his own pattern against weaker than oneself, and also sneak attack to lose face. You made your biggest mistake by not stopping me from adding status. I'm pulling full status now and you don't stand a chance anymore. Being very confident in your boxing martial power. Of course there's the caveat that he just missed the mark on that back in the day. Does the equipment you're wearing come with a miss effect? It's harder for the miss effect to trigger, but he throws a lot of punches. Start with 10,000 punches each time and the probability of triggering a miss is high. Miss? No, and no need. Hearing this, Wu Quan was relieved. As long as the equipment didn't come with miss effects he was relieved. Then everything will be all right. In that case then, senior sister, I'll be polite. Wu Quan had already taken a battle stance. As long as Shao Qing agreed to the start of the battle, then he was going to be the first to attack. Come on, you're welcome anytime. As soon as the words left her mouth, a small burst of green light began to run wildly towards her. Elementary school girl, in the future, show some respect to your senior, you're still far from it. Forced capture. Shao Qing's body flew towards Wuchuan uncontrollably. That's the first time that's ever happened. The body was completely out of control, just in someone else's hands. Elementary school sister, give up resisting. My forced grabs can be dodged by no one except a war god powerhouse. Forced levitation. With a small kick and no love for anyone, Green's body was directly semi-suspended in the air. She had to admit that this Wuchuan's fighting skills were truly impressive. Without waiting for her to resist, the small fist had already smashed over, just in time to break her skill. 1 punch, 2 punches, 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches. The fist swung faster and faster. The air was being rubbed with sparks. But even so, Wu Quan didn't stop swinging his fists, smashing fist after fist on Shao Qing's body, and all the punches hit the same spot. Green was a little confused as to how the fist could be so soft like a pussy's fist. After half a day of swinging, how there were several thousand punches. Not a single bit of pain was felt. Not even her body's defense was broken. There's even that little bit of comfort that gives you a drowsy feeling of coziness. Is this the bath and massage for spa that Master said? This kid seems like a nice guy, really nice, and knows that I'm tired of fighting lately. And now he's helping me massage and relax. Anyway, it's quite comfortable to be forced to float by Wuchuan, or else you can sleep or something. Saying yes with a glance at Wuchuan, who was struggling to swing his fists, Qing tilted his head and fell back to sleep. It's not working, it's not working. Little Green is not working. Look guys, Little Green has passed out. I told you that Senior Wuchuan is powerful. Even if it's like Shao Qing who can't carry this combination. Senior Wuchuan, you can stop now. Shao Qing has already passed out, you win. It was fine if they didn't hiss, but when they did, Wu Quan's face became even more ugly. Winning? Coma? Pure boule. If he hadn't been able to hear Green's slight snoring, he would have truly believed he had won. This is a strange shame, the greatest insult to the blue-fist holy envoy. He couldn't deny that the blue-fisted holy messenger was a bit scrappy, but a few tens of thousands of punches down the line more or less hurt. It was the first time he had ever seen someone who fell asleep under his fist. Damn it! The harder the stage shouted, the faster Wu Chuan's fists swung. The crowd under the stage was confused, completely unaware of what Wu Chuan was mad about. The previous Wu Chuan was not such a person. He was very caring towards his schoolmates and siblings. How is it that he has to keep attacking now that Qing is unconscious? Could it be that Senior Wu Quan is jealous of Yi Qing's talent? Impossible, impossible, Senior Wu Chuan is not that kind of person. I believe that Senior Wu Chuan has his own unavoidable hardships. Yes, I believe in Senior Wuquan as well. Hearing the crowd murmur, the freshman who had just received a roundhouse kick walked over. Can I cut in on that one? Actually, Senior Wu Chuan is really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Wait. Let me explain before you guys do anything. Just as several people were about to surround up for a circle kick, the freshman spoke up ahead of time to stop it. 3 seconds, no explanation, we'll shave you. Freshmen are helpless. How come it's so hard to tell the truth? Actually, Senior Wu Chuan isn't getting back at Qing, but because Qing wasn't defeated at all. My profession is a shimeji listener. I can hear every move on stage. Yi Qing is actually not unconscious, but has slept through it and is snoring right now. The crowd fell silent as they listened to the freshman's explanation. They didn't doubt what the new student said. After all, shimmy listeners were the best of the auxiliary professions, and the great achievers could hear even whispers from 1,000 miles away. There was no mistaking that bit of snoring for him. Kick him. Hey, seniors, you guys know Stop. Chapter 141, The Charging Bastard. Once again, the circle-kicked freshman could only try to cover his face to keep from disfiguring himself. After 10 minutes of circle kicking, they stopped. Nothing was said, just silently left the spot as if nothing had happened. But they didn't deny what the freshman had said, and the more they looked, the more they realized that Green was asleep. Could it really be that we're overthinking it, and that Senior Wu Chuan's attack is really scraping the bottom of the barrel? Maybe it's because we thought wrong, that Senior Wu Chuan just has a fast attack speed and doesn't do much damage. The crowd all changed their minds at this moment. In that case, they can do it. It's not just taking tens of thousands of punches, it doesn't hurt, and the exhaustion can exhaust Wu Chuan to death. The freshman patted the dust and took a step to their side. He had heard the mutterings of several of them clearly, and as a good schoolmate, how could he watch his senior make a fool of himself? Senpai, do you guys think there's a possibility that Senior Wu Chuan's scraping is only targeting Shaoqing, and it's still a blitz on you guys? You guys going up there probably won't last more than a few tens of thousands of punches before you're busted. Sober on earth. The freshman's words pulled them right back into their thoughts. Yeah. Although Wu Chuan's attack was scraping, he was at least a third-turn powerhouse, and he couldn't be any weaker than them. This, if the unenlightened went up and provoked the martial power, then it shall not be tens of thousands of punches to beat their noses to the ground. Hokage, you are a good brother to the seniors. Beat him. There was a flurry of noise from the stage, and Wu Quan was still on the stage, furiously punching Green. He didn't know how many punches he had thrown. 100,000 punches, 200,000 punches. Beyond his usual amount of fighting, anyway. He also knew the characteristics of his attack scraping, but there was no one who could resist his 100,000 punches as well among the same rank. As long as he doesn't trigger a miss, he can combo forever without giving the enemy any chance to fight back. But this was the first time he had seen a situation like Qing's. The level wasn't as high as his, and the equipment wasn't miss, but he just couldn't break the defense. The blue volume is almost empty, while others are there to fall asleep in a naive way. No more fighting, trough, what's left of it. Suddenly Wu Chuan closed his fist and left. It was just a waste of time to fight any longer. Suddenly losing his massage, Green jolted awake and did a backflip before standing firmly on top of the ring. Opening his eyes slightly more confused. Looking left and right around the ring, there was no sign of Wu Chuan. Where's the man? Where's my masseuse? As soon as the 3 words masseur came out, the face of Wu Quan, who was hiding in the dark, became even darker. Feeling like half a day's effort is just a masseuse in someone else's eyes. The challenge was successful. Yi Qing has been successfully promoted to the 11th place in the top 100 list. Ha! Green yawned and walked out of the ring, having just not woken up from her nap. letting the others challenge her first, and then continuing the challenge when she woke up from her nap. You guys go ahead. It's kinda weak. Just take care of it. Have as much fun as you can. I'll take a nap. Just like this, Shao Qing brightly lay on Yi Zhao's body and fell asleep. You little ninny, you're quite good at this. Is Wu Chuan giving you a comfortable massage? It's quite comfortable. It's just that this kid is unkind. He snuck out before I said anything, and I was going to add the clock. After Green jumped out of the ring, Spirit stepped back in. Challenge: 12 Lu Kai-san. Just as they had guessed, Shao Qing's few people always picked hard targets to pinch. They challenged whoever was at the top of the rankings. Lu Kai-san was ready to fight from the start. After hearing the sound of the challenge, Lu Kai-shan leapt up and jumped directly onto the ring. Can we start? Could be. There was no unnecessary nonsense, what with the self-introduction. He had learned from his predecessor's experience that saying more was going to be taken for a cutie. The respect is earned by punching yourself in the face. Come on out, Battle Dragon Turtle. Battle Turtle. Overlord's Bloodline 64 thick. Level 89 in the third turn. Attributes. Aha. Sentinel. After seeing Lu Kai-shan summon the Battle Dragon Turtle, Shao Ling smiled. This was the first time he had ever fought an Imperial Beastmaster. What's even funnier is that his Imperial Beast is still a Battle Dragon Turtle. But she wouldn't have laughed so hard at any other beast pet. A turtle? How could such a creature dare to resist in her presence? It's not over yet. He understood how strong Little Spirit and the girls were, and hiding at this time was definitely an act of looking for death. That's why it's important to bring out your strongest fighting skills from the start. Come out. Shrinking Witch Turtle. Shrinking Witch Turtle. Overlord Bloodline 99 blood density, Pseudo-Saint. Level 93 on the third turn. Attributes. 2 assholes. The more Spirit looked at him, the more she wanted to laugh, and without stopping him, she just waited quietly. That finished? You can keep summoning if there's any other kingpins. Humph. Beauty Turtle, you come out to fight too. American Turtle. Overlord's Bloodline. Blood density 78. Level. Third turn 88 levels. Attributes. This guy was still really a loyal lover of Wangba, and Shao Ling was actually a bit reluctant to lay hands on him. Pacting with 1 kingbird, that might be to improve your fighting ability, and pacting with 2, that might be luck of the draw. But to contract 3 kingpins in a row, that's definitely true love without a doubt. I didn't expect you to be so fond of the Wangbang as a beast pet, since this is the case. Shut up. Are you the one who can say the same thing about the king's bastard? This is a sacred turtle, my companion, a relative. If you dare to insult them again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Well, sacred turtle, you're right, Wangbang does sound bad. Little Spirit is not angry at all. Lu Kai-shan is again defending the pride of their Wangba clan. What is there to be angry about? I'm ready. This is all of my beast pets. If you're prepared, I can give you a minute to prepare. If not, then I'm going to have to make a move. I don't need to prepare. Come on. With a wave of Shao Ling's hand, a water elemental throne condensed directly out of thin air in the ring. Hands? It's not necessary. Let's sit down and get some rest before we do that. Deceitful. Come together and defeat her for me. After receiving Lu Kai-shan's order, the 3 kingpins just charged towards Shao Ling. Looking at the constantly charging Wang Beiji, Shao Ling just skimmed her lips and did not have the intention of making a move at all. What does Xian Ling mean by this? It's too much for her to be too big like this. Pride will lead to defeat. Being so proud will lead to losses. This is equivalent to facing 4 Third Revolution's powerhouses at the same time. Even a war god powerhouse wouldn't dare to be as contemptuous as she is. Think of it as buying a lesson. Senior Lu Kai-san won't take her life either. At most, she'll just get hurt from a little loss. Chapter 142. You are too weak. Lu Kai-san did think so. Although Little Spirit was sitting there somewhat looking down on people, he wouldn't be annoyed enough to kill Little Spirit because of this small matter. Seeing that the 3 kingpins were about to rush to Little Spirit, Lu Kai-shan was even ready to call off the attacks of the beast pets. But at this time, Little Spirit moved and roared at the 3 beast pets. Labor Shudo Mountain. Everyone looked at Shao Ling with a confused expression. Even Yi Xiao was a bit confused, completely unsure of what Shao Ling was doing. What did she say again? What mountain? I don't know. Probably panicked by the shock. No, you guys look. There's something new in the ring. The crowd turned their eyes to the ring once more. They didn't know what little spirit meant by that statement, but these three beast pets did. And feeling the aura emanating from the little spirit. No problem. Little spirit was the old ancestor of their Wangba clan, Xuanwu. This is not playing a big sword in front of Guangong. If the clan knew that they had made a move against their old ancestor, they would be expelled from the genealogy. The Zhenhai Xuanwu had disappeared for so many years, and little spirit was the hope for the rise of their Wangba clan. They should never be a stumbling block on the way to the rise of the family. The three kingpins looked at each other in unison and turned around, launching an onslaught against Lu Kaishan. Bang, bang, bang. Only 3 loud bangs were heard, and Lu Kaishan looked at his 3 beast pets with a face of disbelief. It was clear that they had agreed to arrive together in white, but they chose to betray. He loved them so much and took great care of them. Couldn't help but burst into old tears. Master, I'm sorry, you can't take a shot at her. We're not betraying, but you can't do anything to her. Surrender. As long as you surrender today, we'll still be the closest of partners. Listening to the voice transmission from the beast pets to him, Lu Kaishan knew that they had no choice but to suffer. It should be the same thing that spirit just said. Maybe that's what it says to all 3 of them. Can you explain why? Let me lose. I'm sorry, Master, we can't explain that one, but we're doing it for your own good. Yes, Master, even if you don't surrender, we are no match for her, for your own good. Master, don't you trust me? When have I ever harmed you? Trust us and surrender. The 3 little Wangbeos said that with a lot of love and sincerity, and the round little eyes were filled with sincerity. Who made him a king control? Not to mention their own beast pets, so who to trust if not them? I concede. Ding! Congratulations to Shen Ling for being promoted to the 12th place in the top 100 list. They were not happy about the fight, it was too inexplicable. They acknowledged that Xiao Ling's strength was strong, but they were unconvinced that they let Lu Kaishan surrender after only saying a single word about Rao Shudao Mountain. Shady, definitely shady. Predicting a wave, they should be the star geniuses launched by the school, presumably to create momentum for Magic City University. It really makes sense when you say it like that, otherwise how could Lu Kai-sen have conceded defeat so simply? Regarding the murmurs from the stage, Little Spirit didn't care at all. When did a strong person need to care about the remarks of a mole cricket? Keep up the challenge. First place is reserved for the master. Second place is reserved for the eldest sister. So let's start with third place. Challenge the third place Ma Zhao. What's coming is coming. Ma Zhao stood up and flew towards the ring. Senior Ma Zhao, don't let go of the water. We believe in you, you're the strongest. Go for it, Senior Masho. Listening to the cheering of the crowd under the stage, Ma Zhao just let out a bitter smile, though he was also curious about Lu Kaisen's surrender. Yet he didn't doubt Little Spirit's strength in the slightest. Creating a star genius? Pure nonsense. Does the Universal Tower lie? These guys were the ones who had managed to break through the 30th tier, and their combat power crushed the powerhouses of the 300th level of the third turn. How can it be a star genius in vain? Schoolmate, don't pay attention to their remarks. I do believe in your strength. If you have grievances, don't look for me to vent them. If you want to look for them, look for them. Although Xiao Ling's eyes were calm, he could feel the anger in her body. This is to make an example of him and use him to prove the way. That's why he said hello in advance, lest he be seriously injured by the little spirit. It wasn't that he was afraid of getting hurt, but tomorrow was when the War of All Nations would open, and he didn't want to miss it because of the challenge. Why don't you schoolmates, senpai, concede as well? No, don't worry, just point and cut. You won't miss tomorrow's event. Since Xiao Ling had said so, he was relieved. As long as you don't get hurt, rankings, points and all that, you'll be able to fight your way back sooner or later. Then, elementary school girl, do it? Xuanwu half-moon chop. Xiao Ling didn't have the courtesy to brandish the machete and chopped towards Ma Zhao. The water rippled at the blade's point, and as the chop chopped down, it was as if Ma Zhao was facing a large tsunami. Bang! No resistance. One move directly sent him flying out. His hands kept trembling and he couldn't use any strength at all. Clank. The Xuanwu machete followed suit and went straight to Ma Zhao's neck. One move directly defeated the enemy, and Ma Zhao didn't even organize a decent attack to do so. So strong. Are you really a second turn? He was about to reach the third turn limit, but he still couldn't last a single move against the second turn little spirit. This simply wasn't the kind of intensity that an unusual second turn turner could have. So far, other than the 5 of them, He hadn't encountered such a strong second-turn turner. As in, a second-turn freshman. Then why are you guys so strong? Facing Ma Zhao's doubts, Xiao Ling's head tilted as she innocently spoke. Is there a possibility that you are too weak? Kill and kill. That's what really kills and kills. Not even wanting to say another word, Ma Zhao turns around and leaves the ring straight away. He, Ma Zhao, once the third in the 100-strong ranking, was now being told by an elementary school girl that he was too weak. However, he had no way to refute anything, after all. He was unable to return the favor after being slashed by Little Spirit. Although it was only a sparring match, he believed that even if it was a life-and-death battle, he was just as no match for Xiao Ling. Instead of staying here and being humiliated, it would be better to hurry up and upgrade and come back to take revenge on the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day when you have the chance. The challenge was successful. Congratulations to Xian Ling for being promoted to 3rd place on the top 100 list. Come. Ye come up. The seats here are so comfortable and sleep is at ease. Little Spirit leapt up and sat directly on the 3rd place throne. No wonder these guys are fighting to get their rankings higher. The higher the ranking, the more comfortable the stool is. Chapter 143. A wave of the staff skills come from within. You guys move over. Little Spirit was very bossy and emptied the top row of seats. Even though they had many grievances, they all chose to concede under Little Spirit's machete. It's too unworthy to provoke Xiao Ling at this time. Tomorrow is the war of all the people. If you get hurt at this time, you'll be too disadvantaged tomorrow. After watching the crowd take their seats, Xiao Ling arranged Yi Xiao on top of the 3rd throne. Hey, you don't say, it's quite comfortable. The leather is soft, nice and nice.
Hehehe.
The two of them should be more comfortable on their thrones, but these two are your opponents, so I won't interfere. As for the others, it doesn't matter. None of them are our opponents anyway. The Little Spirit didn't have the slightest intention of hiding her voice. The people in the top 100 seats clearly heard Xiao Ling's words. That's what it means. Despise them. Each one of them had anger jetting through their eyes, itching to finish off Little Spirit. These guys are so out of sight. It's good that we're not here. But now that we're all here, she even dares to say something like that. The 4th-ranked Feng Shijuan's face was a bit ugly, and he couldn't help but mutter a few words from the sidelines. Zhang Nuan, who was in 5th place, smiled and didn't pay much attention to Xiao Ling's words. And of course that was only because the people speaking were a few of the Little Spirits. After all, their strength was placed there, and they had the qualification to speak. In the place of a weaker one, she would have sent someone to heaven with a slap on the wrist. You can go and challenge her if you feel bad about it. As long as you win, won't the 3rd throne be yours? I don't care anyway. It's just a seat, it doesn't really affect anything. What, are you afraid? Or do you only pay lip service and don't dare to really do it? Feng Shijuan was directly framed there by Zhang Nuan. He had only been whining, and hadn't really wanted to face the Little Spirits and the few of them. Even Ma Zhao is not their opponent, let alone him now go up to challenge. That is not purely for nothing. She just finished fighting with Ma Zhao. She needs to recover. Feng Shijuan, never take advantage of people's danger. When she recovers, I'll decide whether to pick a challenge or not. Feng Shijuan made the most excuse-like excuse for himself. As for what others think, what does that have to do with him? What he says is all from his heart. Then we're really thankful to thank you, since you're so considerate of second sister. Then our second sister won't fight with you, so let me replace second sister and spar with you. And I'm not fighting, and you're not fighting, so I don't think you'll say no. Before Feng Shijuan could be happy for 3 seconds, Xiao Huang's words rang in his ears. Do you really think they are deaf, so close what words can't be heard? Since Feng Shijuan looked down on them so much, she could only reluctantly ask Feng Shijuan for guidance. After all, they're just newcomers and there's a lot they don't know. Senpai, please? After saying that, Xiao Huang leapt to the ring, his gaze straight at Feng Shijuan on the special seat. Feng Shijuan was annoyed. If I had known that I would not be so talkative, now it is good, directly being watched. The key was that he was still most likely not a match for Little Phoenix. If this was crushed, both he and the Feng family would lose face. Feng Laosher. Go ahead. The elementary school sister is waiting for you to give her instructions. You won't be afraid. No, Feng Laosher is so strong. How could he be afraid of a freshman? This time he will definitely defend the honor of our old students. One sneered at the other. Ducking was definitely out of the question, and surrendering and admitting defeat was out of the question. Then it's just a matter of getting on with it. Feng Shijuan flew to the ring without any unnecessary nonsense and directly summoned his mount. Feng Shijuan, Magic Knight, Mount. Wind and Thunder Leopard, specialized in elemental magic. Wind and Thunder Dual Elemental, level 95 in 3rd turn. Regarding Feng Shijuan, Xiao Huang was also exceptionally familiar with all the information in his mind. Little Phoenix just lightly swept a glance at them and quietly waited for the match to begin. Ding! The challenge has officially begun. As soon as the tone ended, Feng Shijuan took the lead. Wind Thunder Leopard. Pester her and wait for me to coalesce my big move. He was also aware of the attacks of the Little Phoenix several people. These guys had a unifying advantage, which was fast speed and high attacks. Catch your opponent off guard every time. It's just a shame that this move didn't do much for him. His Wind Thunder Leopard was similarly lengthened with speed, even faster than the average human. And his own attacks are far beyond the average. The Master of Laws is no slouch. After the command was issued, the Wind Thunder Leopard bullied its way up, the wind and thunder elements surging on its body, blocking the space around Little Phoenix directly, trying to stop Little Phoenix from leaving. Magic Shield, Wind Shield, Thunder Shield, Bounce Shield. To say that Feng Shijuan was also a super genius, in just a few seconds, he had directly put a dozen layers of shield on his body. How much did this have to love his life? He definitely hadn't practiced much in his spare time, and that's how he was able to exert such a fast speed at the critical moment. After holstering all the shields, Feng Shijuan began to chant. The wind element in his left hand quickly condensed, and the thunder element in his right hand quickly condensed. Little Phoenix, end the battle quickly, don't procrastinate. Originally, Xiao Huang had planned to wait for Feng Shijuan's big move to coalesce and finish, but since Little Spirit had already given her word, there was no need for her to wait. Roll. Just as the Wind Thunder Leopard was winding up, Little Phoenix made an instantaneous appearance and came directly in front of the Wind Thunder Leopard. There was no such thing as the excitement of meeting one's own kind in another country, and he was greeted by one of Phoenix's big feet. With a kick, the Wind Thunder Leopard flew out hundreds of meters like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily to the ground, completely fainting. How could it be? Feng Shijuan looked at Xiao Huang with some disbelief. Although he didn't expect the Wind Thunder Leopard to be able to take down Little Phoenix, it should still be possible to pester him for a while. Unexpectedly, after only holding on for less than 10 seconds, the Wind Thunder Leopard turned into a dead dog-like figure and collapsed on the ground unconscious. However, the wood had been turned. There was no point in talking more. He only had a chance to fight if he finished coalescing his big moves. Even if you're fast enough, so what, with my dozen or so layers of shields, even the God of War would have to make 2 moves if he came. Feng Shijuan was very confident in his shield. Just hold on for 10 seconds and his big move is chanted. By that time Little Phoenix was a lamb to the slaughter. Actually, I wanted to give you a chance, but Second Sister didn't agree. I have no choice but to do it, see? Phoenix was still polite enough to say sorry to him, then waved the staff in his hand. Scorched gold and scintillating stone. With a wave of the staff, the skill comes to you. Chapter 144, The War God Surrenders. Chanting and whatnot doesn't even exist here in Little Phoenix. Magic comes to you at the point of a staff. An oversized meteorite fell from the sky, firmly encased in flames. What is this? Where had Feng Shijuan ever seen such a situation? And the moment he saw the meteorite land, his chanting was interrupted. A dozen layers of shield in front of this meteorite is more or less not enough. I admit defeat. Feng Shijuan didn't dare to delay. If he delayed any longer, his little life would really be gone. A meteorite the size of a ring, he can't carry it for the time being. So he'll admit defeat first to save his little life. After hearing Feng Shijuan admit defeat, Little Phoenix raised an eyebrow with a disdainful expression. That's it? Admit defeat. Aren't you strong? Why are you admitting defeat here? Feng Shijuan did not say anything. The loss should be recognized, and then sophistry, then the face will be really lost. It's no fun. Seeing that Feng Shijuan didn't refute anything, Xiao Huang also didn't say anything more and just quietly waited for the result of the match.
喂，你的技能可以收了吧？
You mean this one can't collect? Such a big meteorite, how can she collect it? She won't do things that cost her energy for nothing. She can't die anyway. As for Feng Shijuan, it was up to his own luck. No, how can you not be able to collect it? Your skills you cannot collect. Then we are not all going to die. Before Feng Shijuan could finish, Xiao Huang stopped him. I don't know if you're dead or not, but I'm definitely not dead anyway. Seeing that the meteorite was about to fall, Feng Shijuan had closed his eyes in despair. Scatter! He could feel the searing heat radiating from the meteorite above his head. But as the sound dissipated, the burning sensation simply dissipated. Looking again at the meteorite, it too had disappeared from above his head. Needless to think, it must have been the teachers of the academy who struck. If this meteorite did come down, the shockwave wouldn't know how much of the academy would be destroyed. Poof! Feng Shijuan's legs were directly softened by fear, and he sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily. It's too dangerous. Almost lost my little life. That's the guts. Who gave you the courage to sneer at us? I thought you were so powerful. So this is it. What a disgrace to the Feng family. And you don't really think I'm going to kill you, do you, senior? You're really overthinking it. What if you hold on a little longer and I'll recall the meteorite? Look, I can play with this thing all I want. With a wave of Xiao Huang's hand, one meteorite after another was aimed at Feng Shijuan. But this time it was just to scare him, and with a wave of his small hand, the meteorite simply dissipated. Ding! Phoenix Flame has been successfully promoted to the 4th place in the top 100 list. After hearing the prompt, Phoenix Flame leapt up and flew directly to the 4th throne. This time it was her throne that she had snatched openly and honestly, and no one dared to have an opinion about it. They couldn't carry that big meteorite. The strongest are honored. As long as you are strong enough, no one will question you. Xiao Yu glanced at them faintly and turned her gaze to Zhang Nuan on the side. I'll sit. Any comments? Of course not, feel free to sit down. Oh, since Zhang Nuan didn't have a problem with it, she didn't bother to do anything about it, and that little bit of points didn't matter to her. She was only interested in number 1, but unfortunately number 1 was always Yi Zhao's. Is the battle over? Then master, I'll go up and play first, wake up from my nap and move my muscles. After sleeping beautifully for half a day, Xiao Qing was sort of awake. Looking at them all, they weren't going to fight, so she went up to have some fun. You're 2nd place, right? How about going up there and having some fun? Zhang Wenlong glanced at Qing and shook his head with a smile. I concede. He knew he would be challenged by Green, so he didn't choose to leave from the start. Admit defeat? The man who has dominated the number 1 spot for so long just admits defeat without a fight? This man is not right. He was acting too cloudy to put individual wins and losses into perspective. View. Zhang Wenlong. Rank. War God First Order. Profession. Kirin Warrior. Attributes. Skills. Look no further. It's amazing that Magic City University has such a low profile. It was obvious that he was already a War God level powerhouse, but he was still pretending to be undefeatable to others. It seems that losing to Feng Mengdai before was also intentional. He, Green, who hadn't experienced combat, was holding back. This Zhang Wenlong didn't give her any face at all. He even directly got up and walked away, giving up the 2nd throne to her. Not cool. It's very upsetting. Very upsetting. But there's nothing to be done about it. No one says you can't concede a match. Don't care about him. Go ahead and challenge Feng Mengdai. Divine beasts have a very strong desire to fight. Since Xiao Qing wanted to go up and have some fun, let her and Feng Mengdai have some fun. What about you? When the time comes, I'm challenging you, and you deliberately admit defeat. Won't the 1st place still be mine? They didn't care if Yi Zhao fought or not. They cared about Yi Zhao's status, and as Yi Zhao's beast pets, they had to let Yi Zhao reach the top. Okay, that's it. The two of them were just discussing so recklessly in front of Feng Mengdai. Didn't even put her, the number 1 on the 100-strong ranking, in her eyes. She admitted that Yi Zhao's several people were good, but there was a price to pay for underestimating her so much. It just so happens that we'll try it today and see what capital they have to make the old ancestor look at them. The future of the Feng family, she would never put it in the hands of an outsider. Yi Qing, dare you fight? Feng Mengdai was the first to jump into the ring, drawing her sword and pointing it at Xiao Qing. Exactly. I just wanted to fight Feng Mengdai. Since Feng Mengdai proposed to fight, then I'll play with her. Both equally sword players, both equally women. And it's still a battle for the number 1 spot on the top 100 list. The most exciting battle has finally begun. Sister Mengdai, go for it. Defend the honor of our old students. I believe you're the best. Greenie Greenie, you're the best. Greenie Greenie is the prettiest. Come on. Go Monty Python sisters. The stage was a good place to be, and the two men had a lot of shouting to do. Darkness. The president of Magic City University and a bunch of other top officials were all watching the match. To be able to leap into the existence of the top 100 list during the freshman period, they couldn't even think of not paying attention. Director Feng, who do you think will win between the two of them? Governor Feng scanned the two men, not knowing what to judge for a moment. If one were to look at it according to rank, Feng Mengdai was at an absolute advantage. And he also wanted Feng Mengdai to win. After all, it represented the face of the Feng family. But as the director of freshmen, the stronger the freshmen were, the happier he was, which represented the rising national strength of China. Most importantly, he was genuinely somewhat unable to understand Xiaoqing's combat power. Even though she was only a second-turn 70-level powerhouse, an average third-turn powerhouse would not be able to fight back in her hands. Chapter 145. The God of War never admits defeat. Dean, my eyes are clumsy. I can't see the gap between the two for the moment. 46 to 60. Dream Butterfly's strength is slightly stronger. After all, her rank has the advantage. Dean nodded, not approving or denying. I hear they're all wearing top-notch gear? That's right, and there's also a nice equipment store near the school with good quality equipment. And the alchemist inside is still a student of our academy. And all this time, except for the All-People's Tower, they've been going in team mode to challenge the copies without separating. Naturally, Governor Feng knew that the dean was concerned about something. The mysterious genius of Magic City University was also unknown. Every now and then there's a network-wide briefing, which would be fine if they knew who it was, but they don't know anything about it. They had been secretly investigating all this time, but had come up empty-handed. The only ones that seemed likely were the Yishao few, and it was on the off chance that these few went to the replica in a team mode. Focus on them. They are also the pride of our Magic City University. Unfortunately, it wasn't them who triggered the network-wide briefing. Just what kind of person is it? Surprisingly so mysterious, all this searching still hasn't turned up any traces. After the fruitless discussion, the crowd looked above the ring. The two were ready to fight at a moment's notice. Valkyrie possession. With Feng Mengdia's explosive cry, the Valkyrie's figure appeared behind her, and in the end, a little bit of it completed fusion with her. Although she hadn't really grown into a female martial god yet, she had the same three divinities of a female martial god. Black Flame Warhorse. Valkyrie plus Paladin dual career. The two professions that complemented each other added 102% to her combat power. Riding on a warhorse, Feng Mengdai was more like a female martial goddess who had fought many battles. I'll give you time to prepare, or I'll make my move. There was no emotion in his eyes, like a ruthless fighting machine. Holding his long sword in his hand, he assumed a charging stance. Interesting, really interesting. No wonder you can become the first place. The strength, I, Xiaoqing, recognize you. But if you act 13 in front of me, then I'm going to have to beat you up. Among the younger generation, other than Yi Xiao and Zhang Wenlong who had just left, this woman was the most talented being she had ever seen. But that doesn't mean she can act like one in front of herself. At present, the only one who can be loaded is Yi Xiao, others loaded, direct leg broken. Clank. The long sword in Xiaoqing's hand gently slashed, and the sword energy directly split the ring in two. Kill! With Feng Mengdia's explosive shout, the Black Flame Warhorse quickly charged, arriving in front of Xiaoqing in the blink of an eye. Blessed by the god of Wushu. Knight's blessing. In the process of sprinting, Feng Mengdai did not forget to inflict two blessings on herself. Ding, use the blessing of the god of Wushu. Attributes increased by 5. Use the Knight's blessing. Attributes increased by 3. Trigger stack blessing. Attributes increased by 1.5. Feng Mengdai smiled. It seemed that God was still on her side. The probability of triggering a stacked blessing was very low, and I didn't expect it to trigger in today's battle to defend honor. What other reason did she have to lose? Martial God explosive stab. Feng Mengdai played a bit of cautionary tactics, and soldiers are tricky. From the moment she transformed into a Valkyrie, the long sword in her hand had begun to build up its strength, just for this moment to deliver a powerful blow to Xiaoqing. Combined with the stacking of various blessings, this strike was able to deal 20,000 damage. Bang! The long sword stabbed directly into Xiaoqing's body, and Xiaoqing stood firmly on his feet after taking 2 steps backwards. Sitting on the back of the horse, Feng Mengdai blinked her eyes. People were dumbfounded. Flesh hard against Feng Mengdai's powerful strike. What kind of body is this? It's the monster bar. The tip of the sword merely pierced through the equipment on Xiaoqing's body, and it didn't even cut through the skin when it reached her. Goo-doo! The scene instantly went cold, and everyone looked at Xiao Qing in disbelief. They could feel the power of Feng Mengdai's attack even from a distance, not to mention Xiao Qing who was attacking directly. The pressure to endure is many times greater than they know. But even so, Little Green still used her flesh to harden her attack. The ki was really resisted by her, and she didn't even suffer any skin wounds. Pervert. The only way to describe her terror is perverted. Green frowned at the sword on her shoulder. The sword just now was not without merit, at least it made her feel a little pain. She hadn't felt this kind of pain for a long time, and she hadn't been injured since she was returned by Yishao. But such an attack more or less let her down. The stored power strike was surprisingly only this much force. It was many times worse than Yishao. It wasn't as bad as the damage Yishao's gun gave her. Number 1, that's all. Xiao Qing gave Feng Mengdai a slightly disappointed look. She had just been given the opportunity, but unfortunately she didn't grasp it. Come what may. Xiao Qing was not someone who didn't fight back after being beaten. Cold ice white tiger chop. A gurgling tiger whistle emanated from the shattered shadow sacred tiger sword in Xiao Qing's hand, and with a swing of the long sword, a chopping strike with a bone-chilling chill erupted, fast and furious. The position of the attack was no different from Feng Mengdai's. Not good. After feeling Xiao Qing's attack, Feng Mengdai's pupils shrunk violently. She couldn't carry this chopping attack, and had to withdraw out of the range of the attack. Black Flame Warhorse. Go? Did I agree to that? The wind rises and freezes. When? With the chopping attack in front of him and the astral wind and cold ice behind him, the path of retreat was completely blocked. Trying to dodge at this point was impossible. But she didn't want to resign herself to it. She was Feng Mengdai, the pride of the Feng family, the number 1 person on the top 100 list. How can you get beat by a freshman in the district? Martial God Shield. Knight Shield. Martial God Jedi Chop. The best defense is offense. Vulcan never admits defeat. Humph. Seeing Feng Mengdia's counterattack, Xiao Qing just gave a disdainful sneer. It's a great attitude, but unfortunately it doesn't help. Bang! The moment the chopping impacted, the long sword in Feng Mengdai's hand directly turned into 2 halves, and the shield that was added to her body resisted for less than half a second before it shattered open. Feng Mengdai also flew backwards in response, and before she could land, her person was frozen. As long as Xiao Qing went up and casually added a sword, Feng Mengdai would be accounted for. The challenge was successful. Congratulations to Yi Qing for successfully advancing to the number 1 spot on the 100-strong ranking. The challenge was successful. There was silence. But looking at Feng Mengdai, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, they didn't know what to say. Feng Mengdai was a super existence who had cleared the 37th floor of the Tower of All People. All of those present had challenged the All People's Tower, so they naturally knew what the 37th floor stood for, and also knew just how strong Feng Mengdai was. But what about the results? Chapter 146. A Sword. After using only 1 sword, Feng Mengdai was defeated. Is it just my eyes? That's the difference between a winner and a loser. 1 sword. With just 1 sword, senior sister Feng Mengdai was defeated. I don't think this is scripted. How can it be a script? Senior sister Feng Mengdai is a member of the Feng family. Does the Feng family need to cooperate with others to act out a script? Too strong, really too strong. Is the quality of this year's freshmen so high? Directly picking over the seniors and then topping them. I knew it. Not worthy of being my wife is bull. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Wife wasn't something anyone could call a wife. And they were on Green's radar before they could finish. They couldn't carry that eyes full of killing intent. And if they called their wives again, it was expected that Xiao Qing would chop them up with a single sword. But that didn't stop them from cheering for Green. The moment Green ascended to the top, the 5 of them were the Academy's prettiest cubs. The strongest 5 is not them. Of course they were more envious of what kind of luck Yishao had gotten to team up with Xiao Qing and the girls. And it looks like it's still Green and the girls who are upside down. The only explanation can only be because it's handsome. After all, Yishao was nothing but handsome. How can I describe it? But it's also just a little bit worse than the reader and a couple of points worse than the writer. Kind of awesome. Lizzie. See? Did you all see that? I finally proved to myself that it wasn't me who was good in the first place. It was them who were too sick. I, Yishao, challenge Yi Qing. Just as the crowd was cheering for Little Green, a very untimely voice rang out. Yishao wants to challenge Xiao Qing. What kind of script is this? Aren't they supposed to be together? Accepted. Before the crowd could react, Green accepted the challenge. The two stood in the ring with no swords drawn, only your love for each other. They're fighting for rankings? Why do I get the feeling of falling in love? Be confident. They're just showing off. The eyes of the many men on stage were on the verge of ejecting anger. But what could it do to him? Nothing. The two continued to be you and me on the stage, tangling for a while before they were ready to fight. Green, I'm getting ready to strike, so watch out. Don't worry, I'll give it my all. I attack. Watch me. The strongest punch in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Oh, what a strong punch. I can't do it. I'm seriously injured. Spare me, I admit defeat. The crowd just looked at the two of them. These two people when what transmigrant when the actor to go how good this acting skills the movie emperor and the movie queen do not give them are sorry for today's acting skills. It's so ing pompous. It's treating them like cuties. Is that it? They're weak, but they're not cuties. The fights are in slow motion and the expressions have been distorted. What horrible punching wins, what serious injuries, all nonsense. Not to mention what kind of seriously injured person stands in the ring and has a laugh. Come on. Act like you're seriously hurt. You should fall to the ground, preferably with some ketchup on the corner of your mouth to make it more realistic. It's still possible. Learned. I'll improve next time. They're all in it together anyway, so consider it a play. The top 5 thrones were all occupied by them, and no one could shake them for the time being. If they stood out and said one more word at this time, they would definitely be grudged by Shao Qing's few people, and they would be the ones who would be hurt at that time. Ding! Congratulations to Yi Shao for successfully advancing to the first place in the top 100 list. Yi Shao successfully promoted to the first place, and today's competition was considered to have drawn to a close. Day 2, November 11th. The day the Universal Battlefield opens. Yi Shao was lying on the big bed leisurely enjoying his last happy moments. Do you have a new email? Please check it. What's coming will always come. No need to guess, it must be an email from the god of the underworld. Spectral god of war. Congratulations on being the first person on the top 100 list. I already have a rough idea of your strength, turn 2 and level 70, you're invincible under the god of war. But you can only enter the second turn battlefield for the time being. After you enter the second turn battlefield, just decide for yourself whether to keep a low profile or a high profile. A friendly reminder that you are now a public enemy of the whole world, and that a group of united countries in the pretty country are waiting for you in the second turn of the battlefield. Everything was as he expected. So what if they are targeted by the world? He's invincible, they're free to do as they please. The area of the second turn of the battlefield, it is still not how you want to kill how to kill. Yi Shao. Have they always been this brave? Senior. What do you say if I kill them all inside? It's been a long time since I've extorted the underworld war god, and entering the battlefield today, it's more or less necessary to extract a little benefit, isn't it? When he saw Yi Xiao's extortion message, he knew that this was the real Yi Xiao. There is no such thing as an adulterer. But he forgot that the ginger is still old and the fox is still old and treacherous. Trying to extort favors from him would be harder than heaven. Spectral war god, you don't worry about killing. After the opening of the war of all the people, inside belongs to the rule-free lot. You want to kill how to kill, all according to personal strength, and you don't have to worry about the red name. Not taking the bait? Old fox. Since the dark cannot, then come to the open, today this benefit he will be sure, the king of heaven cannot stop, he said. Yi Shao. And is there any special reward for beheading that foreign bunch of scumbags? Special, bold, slant, emphasis. This brat, coming straight out in the open. Looking at the special markings made by Yi Shao, the underworld war god directly chose to ignore them. Underworld warlord, of course there is, after beheading the foreign scumbags, you can take all the things on them without having to turn them in. Even if the underworld war god didn't say anything, he wouldn't have turned these things in. He worked hard to decapitate, the trophies naturally belong to him, this is the unwritten rule of the Jianghu. As a result, it was now being used as a reward by the underworld war god. It's not a good deal. Yi Shao himself was never one to do a losing deal. Yi Shao. In that case, forget about it, it's not pleasing to contribute. I'd rather finish my transfer task without worrying about it. The underworld war god shook his head and smiled helplessly before issuing him an exclusive quest. Spectral warlord. Go look at your forum quests that are open just for you. He knew the spectral warlord wouldn't whore him out for nothing. How could a powerful war god whore him out as a small child for nothing? Hurriedly opening the forums, he found the official exclusive quest. Exclusive mission. War for all. Mission requirement. Kill foreign scumbags. Minimum requirement is 100 people. Not enough to get a reward. Mission reward, 1,000 contribution points for killing one person. Unified settlement for more than 100 people. It would have been better to beat around the bush and hurt your feelings. Chapter 147 Departure. Yi Shao. Senior is really polite. Yi Shao, what kind of person you know best? For the country to contribute to the matter, that is obligatory. Why send the task? Although he was polite on his lips, the speed of taking over the mission was not slow, and his hand was very decisive, not giving the underworld war god a chance to return at all. Ding successfully picked up the mission. Little scumbags. Prepare to meet the little lord. After getting everything ready, Yi Shao was there waiting for the battlefield to open. War for all is aimed at everyone, and as soon as you agree to enter the battlefield the moment it opens, you will be brought onto the War for All battlefield. The War of All Nations has officially begun. 10-second countdown. After putting away Shao Qing's few people, he waited for the teleportation. Pretty country. Marshall's group of principals. The battlefield has been opened. Remember your mission. For freedom, exert your strongest strength. Kill the pride of China's heaven. I pray for you. Yes. With a whoosh, the pretty country's group of elites disappeared into thin air. Cherry Blossom Country. What is our mission? Kill, kill, kill. Very well. Leave no one in the country of China. All of them will be decimated for me. I have set up a celebration wine here, waiting for your return. Small island nation. Finally, the time has come to show the strength of our little island. Serve His Majesty. Kill all the Chinese transmigrants. Victory belongs to us. Yes. All the countries swore an oath that there were only two purposes for entering the universal battlefield this time: to grab resources and kill the Chinese transmogrifier. Where could they hide this little thought of theirs from the ears of China? While they were setting up, China had them in full control. Except that this was kind of a young plot on their part, and even if they knew about it, there was nothing they could do to target it. In order to rise up, they must go through this calamity, and this is the key moment to test them. If it carries through, the rise of China will be unstoppable. If you can't carry it off, then you have to start all over again. The underworld war god looked at his men with a serious face. I think you all understand the ferocity of this battle, so I won't say anything superfluous. 2 tasks. 1. When you see the scumbags from other countries, kill them all for me. Can you do that? Can. Okay, the second mission, it's a bit unfair to you guys, but I'll say it anyway. Protect Yi Shao at all costs, even if it costs you your lives. Can it be done? Can. Yi Xiao's identity of the underworld war god did not leak out, so there were very few people who knew about Yi Shao. Although they didn't know what kind of person Yi Shao was, since it was an order from the underworld war god, there must be considerations from the underworld war god. They just have to follow orders. Well, 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 return in triumph, and I will personally celebrate you. After some instructions, all of them flickered with a thought and directly entered the universal battlefield. And Yi Shao, who was in the magic capital, similarly received the news of the opening of the battlefield, stretched out with a grin on his face. Last time he was weak and was being chased. This time he wouldn't be in as much trouble as before. The second turning battlefield was his home turf, and no one at all would be his opponent. Green. 2. Little Spirit. Good. Phoenix. In. Jade. A. Departure. With a flash of Yi Xiao's intention, several people followed Yi Xiao's footsteps and left. Ding. Level detection in progress. Please wait. Transfigurator. Second turn 70 levels. Has he teleported into the second turn battlefield? Once he enters, he will not be able to exit within 24 hours. Please consider carefully. No wonder the War of All Nations loses so many people every year, so there's a 24-hour setting where you can't quit. But the setup did him more good than harm. Okay to enter. Transmission in progress. Please wait. The universal battlefield was randomly teleported, and those who were unlucky could be teleported to the side of a powerful ferocious beast and be directly swallowed in one gulp. Of course, Yi Xiao's luck was still very good. Just as he landed, he was surrounded by a pack of blood-devouring wolves. As for Shao Qing, several people, they naturally followed his side. Several of them did not belong to independent individuals, which beast pet left behind its master to leave. We're as lucky as ever, and it's all because of me. Yi Shao squinted and glanced at the blood-devouring wolf beside him, and the situation was grasped in an instant. Bloodthirsty Wolf. Overlord Bloodline 53. Level 2 by 32. Attributes. Skills. Weak. Weak as hell. Although these ferocious beasts were considered a party of small experts when placed outside, in front of Yishao, these ferocious beasts were indeed weak. The only thing that can be seen is the degree of bloodline concentration, and the small blood-devouring wolf has reached 53. No wonder Elder Underworld recommended me to come here. The concentration of the bloodline of the ferocious beasts here is indeed high. Green, settle it. A fly is meat even if it's small. And although there's no experience, materials and equipment skill books can still be sold for money. The blood-devouring wolves each bared their teeth and grinned. It looks mean, but it's weak. To be honest, Xiaoqing wasn't very interested in them either, but since it was Yi Zhao's order, then she could only unconditionally obey it. Xiao Yua, as a younger sister you have to share more for your sister. These little ones are in your hands. Don't let us down. Layers of exploitation. Landowners, no doubt. It's because she's small, that's why they bully her. But it didn't matter, a few little wolf cubs were just a few, one paw would directly kill a whole bunch of them. Partial bestiality. Rip. The golden dragon claws waved in the air. In a matter of moments, the corpses of the blood-devouring wolves fell all over the place. Ding! Congratulations on killing the blood-eating wolf. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining props, obtaining equipment, obtaining materials, obtaining skill books. The spectral god of war hadn't lied to him, and the explosion rate in here was also very high. That's a lot of good stuff for a bunch of little wolf cubs. After all, with their level difference, it was basically unlikely that they would be able to pop something. Put it away and keep going. Remember our mission. Kill the divine beasts and exterminate the scum. Finish the transfer quest first, or else it'll be hard to be stuck in the second turn. Only kill and not give experience. Yishao cannot stand such aggravation. Only as soon as possible to complete the task, he will be able to successfully kill the third turn of the battlefield. It was always more fun to kill a third turn enemy than a second turn one. If they could leave all of their third turn mongrels on the battlefield, that should make their flesh hurt for a long time. Departure. There was no goal but to wander around. The battlefield was also very large, and it took half a day of walking without encountering a single enemy. However, Xiaoqing, they felt the presence of the first boss. The bloodline is more than 60. Master, leave the first boss to me. Okay, over to you. Chapter 148 Chinese? Just after saying that, he felt 3 naked and straight gazes, which were jealous. All of them. The quest requires 5 divine beasts. 1 for each of you, Master. I'm not biased. Who said that the Imperial Beast Master is good to be? It is too difficult to balance several beast pets every day. Who can understand this pressure? Change? Switching is not possible. He's the kind of person who is so good and willing to give of himself that it's good to let him alone with this kind of suffering. A few people traveled along, heading straight for the boss lair, killing small monsters from time to time on the way to obtain a little bit of material. Boss territory. Frozen cage. Boss trapped for 0.5 seconds. Sword chi chop. Boss. HP 309,700, 10,000. Flame strike. Boss. HP 709,000, 10,000. A squad of 5 was constantly roaming around, rounding up bosses. It's almost done, so let's do it together and slaughter it. Ding! Boss is on the rampage. Blood recovery 100%. Attack plus 20%. Defense plus 20%. Speed plus 20%. Spirit plus 20%. The squad of 5 was directly confused. Seeing that the boss was about to be destroyed, the result gave them a boss rampage. The previous efforts were all wasted, and even now they are still in danger. After all, a boss with a 20% increase in all attributes was already beyond their ability to fight. Healing spells. Group acceleration. Go. Don't get attached to the battle. The current boss is not something we can fight against. Although there was a lot of reluctance, but there was no way. The captain was right. If they continued to fight, they would all be accounted for here. And there was a 24-hour limit here, so even if they won by fluke, they wouldn't necessarily be able to get through those 24 hours safely. Retreat was their only option. The auxiliary kept adding statuses to them as several people methodically backed up. Roar. Not good. The sealing technique can't be trapped. Ignore the slowdown. What about the captain? Split up and withdraw, live or die. A few people had underestimated the boss in its furious state after all, easily breaking through the sealing spell and ignoring the slowdown effect, easily catching up with them. If they continued to run away together, all of them might be accounted for here. The only plan now is to scatter and run away, and we can only leave it to God as to who will live and who will die. What's doing chasing towards me? The warrior was helpless, so he could only fight to escape. Of course it was expected that the boss would come after him. After all, he was the one who had pulled the monster to attract hate earlier. The person boss hates the most is him, who to go after if not him. Don't run, kill. Even if he ran away with all his might, his speed was still inferior to that of the boss, and it wouldn't help if he continued to run. He would soon be caught up. Instead of making that useless escape, it would be better to fight to the death so that there is still a chance of survival. Cross-cracking chop. Snap! The boss just slapped the warrior and he was sent flying. The attack chopped into the boss only chipped off a strand of the boss's fur, not affecting it at all. Looking at him again, a slap directly injured him severely. His chest had collapsed into a large piece, and he had no way of escaping under the heavy injury. Life. The warrior had resigned himself to his fate, and sacrificing one of him for the survival of the rest of his teammates wasn't a bad idea. The boss had begun his final abuse of him. Doesn't matter. Resigned. The warrior closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Hiss! The warrior, who was waiting for death with his eyes tightly closed, suddenly felt a strong sword aura that just grazed his scalp. Tick, tick, tick. It didn't take 2 seconds for a stream of heat to cross his cheeks. The warrior, somewhat unsure, slowly opened his eyes. All that could be seen was a headless boss standing there with its hand still holding an attack. Only the strike it couldn't send anyway. You. Thank you so much for saving my life. Hearing that the warrior was speaking Chinese, several people had smiles on their faces. Chinese. As fake and authentic as Chinese. As long as they were from China, it would be good. If they saved people from small island countries and stick countries, how bad luck would it be? You're like the Spectre Warriors? The warrior was also knowledgeable and saw the spectral medallion on Yi Xiao with a glance. This was the symbol of the underworld warriors, and looking at the color of Yi Xiao's medallion, he shouldn't be an ordinary person, and was most likely a close associate of the underworld war god. Good insight. We are indeed from the underworld battle team. You shouldn't be angry for robbing your boss. After seeing the boss decimated, the others in the squad ran back and gave the warrior 2 healing spells, barely stabilizing his injuries. How can we be angry? We still have to thank you for saving our lives. Without you, Lu Jiu might have been lost. In that case, then Green, go pack up the loot. After all, it was the first time to rob someone else's boss, so it was more or less embarrassing. Since the others didn't mind, he'd be polite and take the dropped items first. Although a few people were envious, they didn't say much. After all, this was what Yi Xiao deserved. Without Yi Xiao, they would all have to fold here today. After putting away the dropped items, Yi Xiao inquired about the rest of the pretty country. Do you have any information on your side about transmutants from other countries? Or any information on divine beasts can be told to me. Are you hunting them too? Of course, you all should have received the news from above, right? Several of their countries are ungrateful and want to go against China, so naturally we can't be polite and cut them all down here. Indeed, they were given notice from above that this time several countries led by the pretty country wanted to target China, and as long as they encountered people from other countries, they would just go straight for the kill. A few people basically identified Yi Xiao and the others, and told Yi Xiao and the others what they knew. We haven't encountered any transmigrants from other countries for the time being. It's just this divine beast. Are you guys sure you want to kill it? This was the second turning battlefield, and all the people here were second turners. Even in the geniuses had to be daunted by facing the divine beasts, and if they wanted to hunt the divine beasts, they would need at least 5 full formations to be able to do so. It seemed a bit difficult to rely on the 5 of them alone. Yi Xiao also saw their concerns. Don't worry guys. Our underworld warriors have our own methods. You just tell me the location of the divine beast. This is about winning or losing the battlefield. If you guys know, just tell us despite. Chapter 149. Allow you to have a good fortune. Yi Xiao had just saved their lives. They naturally trusted Yi Xiao. Since Yi Xiao had said so, they could only tell Yi Xiao the information about the divine beast. We don't know the exact location of the divine beast now. We only watched from afar before, northwest 20 kilometers or so. As long as they knew the exact location of the divine beast, it would be more convenient for them to search. Yi Xiao was just about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. Let me ask, is there any way to quickly differentiate between Chinese people and people from other countries? Kojima and Stick look so much like us that it's hard to tell them apart without talking. A few people glanced at Yi Xiao suspiciously. This kind of thing as a phantom warrior would not know? It shouldn't. Isn't that common sense? Oh come on, it's a mistake. One word and you're suspected of being an identity. Proof of the students of Magic City University, the contact information of the underworld war god. You don't have to suspect me, just tell me. Seeing the proof Yi Xiao took out, they were completely convinced. Someone who could have the contact information of the underworld war god was definitely a close associate of the underworld war god without a doubt. And it's not exactly a secret, just ask anyone. It won't hurt anything to talk about it. You can set the mode after entering the universal battlefield. You can clearly distinguish who is a Chinese and who is a foreigner when you set the mode to country mode, and after setting it to country mode, you can't take a shot at a Chinese. Of course, you can also switch to free mode at any time. This mode doesn't distinguish between enemy and self. You can kill as much as you want. Usually we set it to country mode. After their reminder, Yi Xiao also managed to set the mode to national mode. Ding, country mode set successfully. Attacks can't harm Chinese in national mode, plus 20% damage to transfers from other countries. After chatting for a few moments and telling them what to watch out for, Yi Xiao left with Xiaoqing and a few others. Go kill the divine beasts first, and after completing the transfer quest, then clean up the scum on the battlefield. Following the direction they pointed, a few people ran around quickly. The closer you get to the divine beast, the stronger the scent becomes. Maybe this is the special sense between divine beasts. Master, a few of them are following. The few of them who followed up did not want to sneak up on Yi Xiao. It was just that they wanted to see with their own eyes how the underworld warriors hunted divine beasts. Yi Xiao glanced at them faintly. No matter what they thought, it had no effect on him. They were strong enough to crush everyone here. Just follow it. It won't have any effect on us. Keep going. I sense that the divine beasts are not far from us. After running wildly for more than 10 kilometers, the few people stopped in their tracks, their gazes looking towards the ferocious beast not far away. This should be the divine beast in their mouths.
Fallenangel.
Divine Bloodline 67%. Level 70 on the second turn. Power 13,000. Agility 12,000. Endurance 11,000. Spirit 15,000. Skill Dark Imprisonment. Shoots a missile filled with dark energy at the target area, imprisoning the first enemy it encounters. Painful Corrosion. Curses a range of 500 meters. Enemies in the area will receive 500 points of damage per second. Soul Shackles. Release shackles to nearby enemies to deal 1,000 points of magic damage and slow down 20. If the enemy is still in the vicinity of the fallen angel within 500 meters after 3 seconds, stun for 10 seconds. Shield of Darkness. Casts a protective shield that absorbs 30,000 points of magic damage and blocks control skills until the shield breaks. Soul Siphon passive LV full. Fallen Angel gains 50% magical blood draw. The moment Yi Xiao saw the fallen angel, his face was all happy. This thing was a good thing. Killing it just like that seemed like such a little bit of a pity. If she could be returned to evolve, then it should be a good thing. Master, are we going to have another sister? By the look of the master, it should be. This little thought of Yi Xiao's was completely seen through by them. Seeing through and not telling is still being a good friend. Wouldn't it be nice to have an angel sister? The four of them blankly glanced at Yi Xiao without any good reason. If they wanted an angel themselves, just say so. They didn't want another sister. One more sister is one less love. But if Yi Xiao wanted it, there was no way for them to refuse. What can we do? Let's go. The master wants it. Let's help him. Go. The fallen angel was perched there. This was her territory and no one dared to bother her at all. The pieces of bones on the ground were proof of her power. Swish, swish, swish. Eh? The fallen angel opened his eyes and looked around at the four women.
Danger. Deadly danger.
Each one gave her a deadly sense of threat. It was something she had never felt before. It was amazing how for humans could make her feel danger. What are you guys? She didn't want to get into a fight with Green and the girls unless it was necessary. Your sisters. The fallen angel was a little confused. What's the situation? Her sister? Since when does she have sisters? Don't they reproduce asexually? And they don't look like themselves. Are you also fallen angels? No. So how do you call yourselves my sisters? Soon you'll know. The four of them looked at each other, and the next second they struck out at the fallen angel. Xiaoqing's single attribute of them can be broken 20,000. Singling out the fallen angels are not their opponent, let alone four people together in a group beating. In less than a second, the fallen angel was knocked to the ground. Until his nose was bruised and swollen, the fallen angel hadn't even wondered when humans had gotten so strong. She didn't even have time to fight back. She was just subdued. Convinced. No. Convinced. The fallen angel was just about to mouth off when he suddenly saw the smiles skirting the corners of the four's mouths and instantly gave in. She was a highly intelligent fallen angel. These four must have other ideas for her, and giving in wasn't scary, it was better than losing her life. Master. She served and can be our sister. After Shao Qing's few people had subdued the fallen angel, Yi Shao then walked over. Promise you a creation. Will you accept it? Eh? A man who was making a big deal out of being in front of her. You count. Snapped. Not waiting for the fallen angel to finish her sentence, the splitting punch came to her. Disrespect to Yi Shao, half dead first. Dog. It looks like you're still not convinced. Chapter 150. The winner's fourth, the loser's fifth. Master. Slaughter it. This guy has a backbone. I think so. It's good to slaughter a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised. I peel. The fallen angel was directly confused. Just now it was sister long, sister short. How come now it's slaughtered and flayed? She was a fallen angel, alas. When had she ever suffered this? But she's afraid to say it. The killing intent in these guys' eyes was not hidden at all, but if she dared to interject a word, she would definitely be killed in the next second. Don't be so heavy with killing intent. We're decent people, not executioners. Don't scare people. For Sing in blackface and one in redface. Hearing Yi Shao relieve her, the fallen angel's favor was instantly pulled full circle. Master, this guy isn't suitable. We can get another one. There are so many divine beasts in here. There's no need to have such a guy with a backbone. I'm obeying. I'll cooperate with whatever you want to do. Just don't kill me. Over the years she's meticulously survived, evolving and upgrading from a cherub to a fallen angel. How can anyone else know the hard work that goes into it? If I die here, all these years of hard work will be wasted. Instead of dying a heroic death, it is better to live in peace and find a chance to slip away when the time is right. It didn't matter if she listened or not, Yi Shao. As long as the divine beasts that accepted his return to their ancestors, none of them were able to leave. Don't look at Xiao Ling, who was still so arrogant now. But she had actually submitted. I just said I'd send you a creation. I don't know if you're willing to accept it. Accepted. I will accept it with an open mind. How dare she not take it when there were 4 pairs of big, evil eyes staring at her. There is a chance of survival if you accept. If you don't, you die on the spot. Good. Then I shall begin to bestow your creation. Do not resist. Yi Shao just walked up to the fallen angel's body, stretched out 2 fingers, and gently tapped on top of her forehead. Homecoming evolution. Fallen angel bloodline detected. Conditions met. Evolving back to ancestor. The light fell and the fallen angel was wrapped right up. Darkness, decay, and despair continued to burst forth. A black glow enveloped the area, growing denser as time went on. Snap! The light dispersed. A delicate figure emerged from the darkness. S-shaped bodies and waist-length hair confirmed that they are sisters without a doubt. Behind her, a pair of wings grew rapidly. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 6 pairs. 6 whole pairs of wings appeared behind the fallen angel. Evolution successful.
12 winged fallen angel.
The previous fallen angels were merely the lowest of the angelic forms. Being evolved like this by Yi Shao, it directly crossed the ranks to the angel's final form, the 12-winged fallen angel. Not bad, not bad. Master's vision is as good as ever. The fallen angel sister is still very beautiful. Only I wonder if Master will give all the favoritism to the fallen angel sister. This is not necessarily sister. Look at the Master's eyes. Straight on the other's fallen angel sister, we lost favor. One by one, they were shading there, and it took a long time for Yi Shao to bring his gaze back. What words are these? Is the Master that kind of man? Master's love for you will never change. But we have to take care of the newest addition to our sister, don't we? Help her familiarize herself with our family. What Yi Zhao's sophistry received in return was only a big blank stare from all 4 of them in unison. Sima Zhao's heart is known to all. What Yi Shao was playing at, they could feel it from 3 blocks away. Otherwise, the ones taken in couldn't all be sisters. You're right, Master. It's us who misunderstood. Let's be considerate of our Master and go back and prepare some loins for him, lest our bodies can't take it. Void. Yi Zhao's skin was so thick that he was directly immune to their cynicism. He is the master who dares to have a problem with him and tolerate it if he does. Placing his eyes on the fallen angel once more. The fallen angel's entire body froze in more or less disbelief as he looked at his growing wings. She naturally knew what the wings represented. 12-winged fallen angel, the highest form of fallen angels. Previously, she thought that Yi Zhao was swindling her, but she didn't expect that he would actually give her a great creation. Being able to grow into a fallen angel had taken all her luck. The probability of succeeding in trying to evolve into a 12-winged fallen angel again was less than 1 in a billion. But now she's done it like a dream. Is this for real? It really worked. I really became a 12-winged fallen angel. Reaching out, she gently stroked the wings behind her. They felt so real and natural. It was as if they had grown on her by nature. With an excited and somewhat nervous mood, the fallen angel looked at Yi Zhao. Master, is this all true? Even without the limitations of evolution, the fallen angels willingly addressed Yi Zhao as their master. Of course it's true. You've grown into a 12-winged fallen angel now. Are you satisfied with this creation? Satisfied, satisfied. So satisfied. What's not to like about the poor kid who went straight to being a billionaire? Life had come full circle, and all that was left was to crisscross the world with Yi Zhao. Master, please contract me to be your beast pet. I am willing to give my life for you. Smart choice. Yi Zhao smiled faintly as the spell coalesced at his fingertips and sent it directly into the core of the fallen angel. The fallen angel did not put up any resistance and completed the deed with ease. Master. Not bad, not bad. From today onwards you'll be ranked as the oldest 4. This is the oldest little green, the body green-eyed white tiger. This is the oldest 2 little spirit, Jinhai Xuanwu. This is the oldest 3 little phoenix, immortal god phoenix. This is the oldest 5 little jade, 5-clawed golden dragon. After Yi Zhao had finished introducing Shao Qing's several people's identities, Xiao Yu was dissatisfied, her big eyes staring straight at Yi Zhao. On the basis of what? That's just not fair either. Obviously she was the 4th, so what made her the 5th when the fallen angel came? Was it because the fallen angel had a better body and was more mature looking than her? Before the little green, a few people she recognized. After all, the same divine beast, the strength gap is not big, and she came late, the oldest 4 on the oldest 4, it is not a disadvantage. But right now, no. She wants to defend her senior's dignity. I'm going to fight you in a duel. The winner will be the oldest and the loser will be the oldest. Roar. With a dragon's roar, Xiao Yu made a gesture to transform into her original body. Only before he could transform into his original body, Yi Zhao gently pressed one hand on Xiao Yu's head. Jade is good. There's no need to argue. The oldest 4 and the oldest 5 are nothing more than a title. You're still father's favorite Jade. With a belly full of pent-up frustration, Jade didn't know how to vent it. When others were called master, she had to be called father, which was a bit more intimate, but the generation was much smaller. Chapter 151. The Blind Man. She was now at the bottom of the chain of divine beasts. However, whenever Yi Zhao accepted a divine beast, her status would drop by 1. What right does a 5-clawed golden dragon have to suffer such an indignity? I'm going to be the oldest. Good girl. The oldest 5 are quite nice. How nice to be a sister and be spoiled by them. Well, this matter is settled. Jade, you are the oldest 5. Yi Zhao had clapped, and Xiao Yu had no power to resist. Humph. With a cold snort, he twisted his head and stopped paying attention to Yi Zhao. The fallen angels didn't have any problem with the rankings either. The oldest 4 and the oldest 5 were the same. Anyway, she was now a 12-winged fallen angel and only listened to Yi Zhao's orders alone. Master, can you grant me a name? I don't have a name yet. The fallen angel looked at Yi Zhao with a hopeful expression. Too knowledgeable. Even if she didn't say anything, Yi Zhao planned to change her name.
Fallen Angels.
I'll call you Yagana from now on, nah. Yagana? She was a little confused. But it didn't matter as long as the name was made by Yi Zhao. Thank you, Master, for the name. Well, go and get acquainted with them. And don't get into trouble when you're under the same roof from now on. Upon hearing this, Sayana walked towards Qing's few people. Sister Xiaona, I'm really sorry. I had no choice but to beat you up before. You shouldn't mind, right? Do you mind? What a joke. What's the big deal about taking a beating and turning straight into a 12-winged fallen angel? Big sister is joking, how could I mind? I can't thank you enough. If it wasn't for you, how could I have evolved into a 12-winged fallen angel? Xiao Na's posture was put very low, and Shao Qing's several people had a friendly attitude towards her. After all, they belonged to the same Yi Xiao's beast pets, and causing conflicts was the last thing Yi Xiao liked. Jade was the only one of the few who wasn't happy with her. After all, because of her, one status had dropped by one. Na walked over to Jade's side and whispered in her ear. A smile reappeared on Jade's face after she said that. Are you telling the truth? Of course, fourth sister. I came late and my strength isn't as strong as fourth sister's, so how can I be fourth sister's elder sister? As expected of a fallen angel who had risen from the bottom of the ladder, the human condition was held in the palm of her hand. One word made Jade feel good about her, especially that cry of fourth sister, which directly called to the inside of her heart. People's posture was so low, so naturally Xiao you couldn't put on a face for them. I'm happy with you, you're good. Thanks to fourth sister. Without fourth sister I wouldn't be where I am today. Watching the five get along so well, Yi Xiao was pleased and became more and more satisfied with them. Without disturbing their exchange of feelings, Yi Xiao checked Xiao Na's attributes on the side. Beast's favor. 12-winged fallen angel. Attribute: darkness. Level: 2 turns and 30 levels. Level reset after evolution. Power: 12,000. Agility: 11,000. Endurance: 12,200. Spirit: 14,000. SSS grade talent. Body of darkness skill effect increased by 300. Special talent: angelic guardian immunity to all negative statuses other than light. Skills: dark confinement enhanced, agony corrosion enhanced, soul shackles enhanced, dark shield enhanced, dark curse, angel summoning. Looking at the list of Xiao Na's attributes, Yi Xiao couldn't help but nod his head. Not bad for an angel, the attributes are just awesome. The special talent coupled with the shield of darkness made it immune to almost all negative statuses and controls. The only nemesis might be the light-type divine beasts. Dark-type divine beasts were in existence that could be encountered but not sought, let alone light-type divine beasts. Even if there is, the sisters several people together at that time, directly turn the enemy into a sister, think about it all feel exciting. Ona, your 12-winged fallen angel stance is too appealing. Take form first. Yes, master. Black light wrapped around Kona, the 12 feathers behind her slowly closing in, and her size slowly changing. The 2-meter-tall imperial sister directly transformed into a 1-meter-4 small little girl. So much shorter than Xiaoyu. What a know-it-all. With her eyes closed, she could think that Na was doing this to give Jade face. As long as she was young enough, Jade would be able to take her place as the fourth sister. Only, why is it still a JK suit? Is he Yi Xiao that kind of person? He's a decent man, a contemporary Yanagita. Master, wipe the drool. It's falling all over the place. Everyone was satisfied with this transformation of Xiao Na, especially Xiaoyu, who went up and held Xiao Na's arm, calling out sister long, sister short. From time to time, he also had to look at Yi Xiao provocatively. It was as if she was really telling him that she was the oldest, that she was the fourth sister. What a little kid. A few people joked around for a few moments and became familiar with each other. It wouldn't be a good idea to continue delaying here. He had a lot of unfinished business. It just so happened that the transfer quest hadn't been completed yet, and Na's level was still almost full, so take this opportunity to pull Na's level up. The ranks all go to Kona. Ding, setting successful. Ona, you're the only one with a slightly worse level right now. It just so happens that you'll also let us see how good you are at fighting, and you can handle the monsters on the way. You're also more familiar with the surrounding area, so by the way, take us to find the other divine beasts. Good. For the universal battlefield, Kona was indeed more familiar with it than they were, and she also wanted to see just how strong she was after evolving into a 12-winged fallen angel. Tidying up the team, Kona led them around the battlefield. Wherever there were more monsters, Kona ran towards them. Dark confinement. Agonizing corrosion. With a gentle wave of her hand, dark energy poured out, and in an instant the monster was imprisoned in place. A moment after the confinement, a puddle of dark energy with a corrosive aura appeared at their feet. HP 1000, HP 1000, HP 1000. Before the ferocious beasts could escape their confinement, the corrosive force ended their little lives. Ding. Kill the fierce beast. Experience plus. Ding. Kill the fierce beast. Experience plus. One after another, the monsters fell at Kona's feet. The ferocious beasts didn't even manage to see the figures of Yi Zhao's several people before they were killed and turned into experience. Master, not far ahead there is a blind bear. The combat strength is similar to the one I had before. I have sparred with it a few times without winning or losing. Let's go and finish him off. You said it. Na is still a little selfish. She hadn't been harassed by this blind bear before, and today she had turned into a 12-winged fallen angel, just in time to settle the previous score. Of course, one of the more important reasons is she learned from inside the mouths of several people from Shaoqing that Yixia was fond of his sister, and that normally if a divine beast was a sister, Yixia would take it for himself. Chapter 152. The Calling of the Angels. In order to not let Yi Xiao accept his sister so quickly, a few people discussed it, or take Yi Xiao to find the blind bear. That guy wasn't a sister, not to mention that he had a horizontal face that Yi Xiao would never like. Soon several people arrived at the territory of the blind bear. Is this the blind bear you were talking about? Perched on the ground like a small mountain, his nostrils exhaled like a Category 10 typhoon. The bear, as his name suggests, is indeed a blind man, with 2 hideous scars covering his entire cheek. The moment the 6 of them appeared, the aura of the blind bear tyrannized. Kinda grumpy, probing. Fire Bear King. Divine Bloodline 60. Attributes: Fire, Earth. Level 2 turns and 70 levels. Power: 10,000. Agility: 9,300. Endurance: 11,000. Spirit: 7,600. Skills: Roar of the Bear King, Berserk, Armor of the Earth, Flame Blast, Flame Barrier. Yi Xiao is not what divine beasts want. At the very least, this bear blind, he is not at all the mind to accept. Even if this guy was strong, he could not look at him all the same, with a face of horizontal meat, just like a fierce god. At first glance, it was an existence that attracted right and wrong. If he were to take him under his wing, he would likely bring himself great trouble in the future. He was the kind of person who hated trouble, not to mention that this guy's strength wasn't good, his bloodline was thin, and his own attributes weren't very strong, so all things considered, it was better to turn him into mission progress. Yi Xiao, several people broke into his territory. The Bear King was already annoyed. Now that he was probed by Yi Xiao, his anger could not be controlled at all, and he let out a burst of roar at Yi Xiao. Several people. Only this guy was also cautious and did not easily approach Yi Xiao. Several people. After all, from Yi Xiao several people's body he felt a strong sense of crisis, trying to force Yi Xiao and the others back with their roars. However, Yi Xiao and his group's goal was the Bear King, so how could they easily retreat? Nana, even this guy can level with you? Yi Xiao looked at Xiao Na with a puzzled expression. From the attributes he detected, even if Xiao Na didn't evolve, this Bear King wasn't her match to be sure. Hearing Yi Xiao's inquiry, Xiao Na nodded awkwardly, but did not deny this fact. Master, indeed, this fellow's attributes are indeed not high, and in terms of individual strength alone, it is far from being a match for me. But this guy is lucky to have a large earth core crystal in his hand. In this place is his home turf. With the large earth core crystal, he can be invincible. But that was before. The current me doesn't fear him at all. Even with the great earth core crystals around, I'll be able to kill him just the same. Good. It was worthy of being his Yi Zhao's beast pet. Just have this kind of self-confidence. The district a blind bear, just without this kind of determination to win the war, how can it work? Ona, since you are so confident, are you confident in solving the problem by handing him over to you? 10 minutes. I'll break my wings if I can't solve him. Nodding at Yi Xiao and the others, Xiao Na took a step towards the Bear King. Roar! As he watched Xiao Na walk step by step, the Bear King even let out bursts of angry roars from time to time. The man in front of him gave him a familiar feeling, but he couldn't tell where. Don't yell, blind bear. What? It's only been a few days and you don't recognize it. What a familiar voice. Fallen angel. Yes, the obnoxious fallen angel. Every time he comes, he pollutes his land here, causing him to have to go through the time and effort of cleaning it up. Nothing annoyed him more than fallen angels. Just why is she this childlike today? And it feels like her breath has changed drastically. But none of that matters. The two of them had fought for so many years and each other was damaged. But by virtue of the existence of the great earth core crystals, he had a slight advantage every time, and to him, the fallen angels were not enough to be feared. The guard in the Bear King's heart relaxed as he spoke. Fallen angel, what are you doing in my territory again? Wasn't the lesson you learned last time enough? Or do you want to be my old bear's lady of the town now? And it's not like the old bear doesn't agree. It's getting to the point where the Bear King is still verbalizing flowers. But it doesn't matter. It's just a dying bear. Just think of it as his last words. Finished. You can go to hell when you're done. Kona didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and the power of darkness kept pouring out from her body. The 12 wings kept stirring on her. Eh? The Bear King looked at Sayana with some confusion, and he remembered how the fallen angel was different. Before there was only one pair of wings, how now appeared 6 pairs of wings. Does it? The Bear King is not a little cutie, can grow up with an IQ that is absolutely fine. Looking at Xiao Na's appearance, it was obvious that her strength had increased greatly, and if she dared to come to his trouble today, she must have absolute certainty, not to be fought with force. The moment Xiao Na manifested her own body, the Bear King knew that he was no match. Without any hesitation, the Bear King pulled out his legs and ran. Trying to run? Heh. For the first time, you can't let Yi Xiao down. If you let it run away, you will become an angel with broken wings. Soul shackles. Dark power surged from the tips of his wings, and 12 soul shackles directly imprisoned the Bear King in place. Impossible. How can you have such a strong power? He had been imprisoned by Kona before, only it didn't work too well and he was easily able to break free. This time, the soul shackles were surprisingly firm. He had even used the power of the great earth core crystals, and the earth was constantly transporting power to him, but he was never able to break free from the soul shackles. You're too weak. After years of fighting, I'm sending you away with my own hands. In order to put an end to the problem, Kona went straight to her best moves. A steady stream of dark power pooled. Angel summoning. The dark power directly tore a huge gash in the sky. 100-mile radius was covered in darkness. Along with the crack getting bigger and bigger, an angelic shadow appeared at the crack. 6-winged fallen angels. 8-winged fallen angels. 10-winged fallen angels. Good guy. Do you need such a big battle? It's amazing that there are still so many angelic divine beasts in this world, but it seems that my little Na is still the strongest. Yi Xiao briefly scanned the circle. The strongest was only a 10-winged fallen angel, and the 12-winged fallen angel was currently only Xiao Na. But that didn't negate the power of these fallen angels, who carried an aura that far exceeded that of Mina. It was thought that these fallen angels had already stepped into the war god stage. At my command, execute. Kill. A solemn and murderous aura wrapped the Bear King, and sword after sword of dark judgment coalesced in the air. There was only one target, and that was the Bear King. Move, move. Hurry up and move for me. Chapter 153. That roasted focus. The Bear King was getting a little anxious. These fallen angels made his soul tremble. Earth Guardian. If he couldn't break free from Xiao Na's blockade, then he could only defend with all his might, and with the power of the great earth core crystals, he should be able to withstand Xiao Na's attack. No, it has to be blocked. It's the end of his little life if he can't stop it. The Bear King's eyes were red, and the power in his body began to tyrannize. Life and death was at this moment. Power continued to pour into the large earth core crystal, and an earth-colored shield rose out of thin air. As the power poured in, the shield grew thicker and thicker until it completely sheltered the Bear King. Block it. Make sure you block it. The Bear King struggled with his shield, trying to fend off Kona's attack. Out of your depth. Previously, she couldn't take the Bear King because this bastard shell couldn't be broken by any means. The earth core crystals were able to absorb the power of the earth and constantly replenish the shield indeed. Unless the shield could be broken in an instant, the shield would be constantly replenished and end up wasting time. Only just because you couldn't break it before doesn't mean you can't break it now. She has shed her fallen angel status and is now the supreme 12-winged fallen angel. Chop! Swords of judgment poured down from the sky. The power of darkness raged in the air, seemingly devouring everything in this world. Bang! Only a violent explosion was heard. The air wave directly lifted the ground, and Yi Xiao several people could not help but take 2 steps back. After the smoke cleared, a sword of judgment was stuck in the ground. As for the Bear King, he had already been plunged into a sieve by the sword of judgment. To its death, it couldn't believe that Xiao Na would be this strong. Ding! Kill tyrannical fire Bear King. Experience plus. 12-winged fallen angel leveled up to level 37. Obtained equipment several, obtained materials several, obtained props. Great earth core crystals. Equipment materials and whatnot are currently not in Yi Xiao's scope of concern. A brain thrown to Xiao Yunro. Let her transform some before. Keep the ones with good attributes for your own use and sell the ones with bad attributes to students. The only thing that satisfied him was the large earth core crystals. It can either be used as a prop or be absorbed by people to enhance their strength. There was no need for props, after all, the strongest defenses were poked and prodded by Kona. Little spirit, this is for you. Take it and play with it. Master is the best, moi. There was no need to be polite with Yi Xiao and the girls. They took the large earth core crystal and swallowed it directly in one bite. The rest will wait for it to digest slowly. What's happening? What's going on here? Just as a few people were chatting idly, an exclamation of shock came over. A few of them followed Yi Xiao's pace as they made their way over. Nay, Yi Xiao's speed was too fast for them, and they rushed over in a tight hurry. The result was to see a divine beast boss being stuck into a twist. Look left, look right. There's no one else around. A top level 70 divine beast boss of the second turn. Just died? A few people stared wide-eyed, their eyes staring at the Yi Xiao few, their eyes filled with disbelief. Previously, they had thought that Yi Xiao would bring a large number of people from the underworld warriors to surround and kill the divine beast. Who would have thought that just 5, nay 6 people just like that would decimate the boss? Took them less than 10 minutes to get here. That's a slaughter? Whoever came out with it. How to kill. The point is that this godly beast died a horrible death. The hallowed godly beast was stuck like this. It was important to know that in their place, they wouldn't even be able to break through the defense of the divine beast's epidermis. But now the Bear King was stuck with 1,000 holes. Is it the Bear King they're worried about? It's not. They worry about themselves. Staying in the same battlefield with such a person, if someone else started to kill, they wouldn't even have the ability to defend themselves. It was only at this moment that they felt it was a mistake to follow them so hastily. Looking at the stunned four, Yi Xiao saw a little something in their eyes. What are you guys doing following us? Want to rob the boss? You guys should know that this is a big no-no, even if you are Chinese. Yi Xiao's body seemed to reveal a killing intent. This time, the 5 people were scared silly. Yi Xiao, this is to kill and exterminate. No, big brother, you misunderstood. We didn't want to rob the boss, we just worried that we'll be attacked by trannies from other countries? Yeah. Worried, really just worried, nothing more. Seeing that the 5 people were scared straight, Yi Xiao didn't bother to tease them. In case he was scared out of his wits, he would still be responsible. Want to live? Think. The 5 people nodded their heads frantically like chickens pecking at rice. Then take care of that blind bear. The barbecue will get it. Take care of it and I'll let you guys off the hook today. Oh my god. Roasted sacred beast meat for dinner. It's a once-in-a-century spectacle. If someone else had hunted and killed a divine beast, they would have hated to take away all of the divine beast's things for money. As a result, when it came to Yi Xiao, he directly started barbecuing. Big brother must have his own intentions. It's not as simple as we think. I think Biggie wants to use the scent of the divine beast meat to attract the other countries over and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. Being able to destroy the divine beast alone, they're just sending them to their deaths if they come over. That's right, it must be, the big man is worthy of being a big man, the consideration is far-reaching. After a few people had combined their efforts, their faces were all adoration. The Yi Xiao people were dumbfounded. Invisible brainstorming is most deadly. These guys can really imagine what attracts the enemy over. He didn't think that way at all. Okay. He simply wanted a bite of divine beast meat. And he's got 5 big appetizers waiting to be fed. Don't guess blindly. Hook 8. I have absolutely no intention of attracting enemies. I'm simply hungry and want to eat some food. Hurry up and go pluck the fur off the blind bear. And those 2 bear balls, roast the focus for me. I'll eat it later. It's going to take a while to roast a bear that size. It was just a good time to take advantage of this time to search this nearby area and upgrade Xiaona along the way. You guys roast here. If you encounter any danger, you take care of it yourselves. If anyone grabs the meat, remember to send me a signal. The man is in the meat. The meat is not dead. Right? All 5 of them were a little bit in tears. This status is so low that it's not even as precious as the meat of a stupid dog bear. It did seem to be the case though. Who were they to compete with the divine beasts? After Yi Xiao, several people left. The 5 people began to seriously fulfill the work Yi Xiao had arranged. Brothers, this is divine beast meat. Alas, we don't have merit, but we do have hard work, so it shouldn't be a problem to eat a little bit of it. Divine beast meat, something that they hadn't even dared to dream of, was now right in front of their eyes, and if they couldn't grasp such a good opportunity, then what else could they grasp in the future? Chapter 154. Are you here to steal meat? Taste it. I think it's fine, but we're not here to eat any divine beast meat. We just simply want to try to see if it's roasted yet. Uncooked meat might give us diarrhea if we eat it. Yes, that's it. We roast meat professionally. We definitely won't steal it just because it's divine beast meat, just to see if it's cooked or not. In a few moments, a few people had found a good reason to comfort themselves with the obvious. Let's go. Skinning and then roasting. That's a lot of work. A few people took a step to the Bear King. Just as his hand touched the Bear King's body, a bone-chilling coldness came over him. Several people froze and failed to resist the aftermath of the Sword of Judgment, and were forced back several meters away. What a powerful force. It's been so long, but it's still so powerful. The Bear King had been crucified for such a long time that normal attacks had long since dissipated, but the Sword of Judgment was still firmly inserted in the Bear King's body. It's a good thing that the target of the judgment isn't us, or else this power could have destroyed us outright. The question is what to do with the Bear King's corpse now. If the meat isn't roasted by the time they get back, I think there might be a few more nameless corpses under this sword. Indeed, if they couldn't even do the roasting, it would be useless for Yi Shao to keep them, and when the time came, there was a real possibility that he would give them a sword and send them on their way. Why don't we just roast it? Pulling back a bit shouldn't be affected. Good idea. I'll skin it across the room and then you guys start roasting it. These swords of judgment directly increased the difficulty of their work, and by the time they had peeled off the skin in its entirety, the people were about to be deflated. You guys, I'm done with my mission. Take a break. Flame shock. Control the force. Add fire little by little. Don't burn it. Gently cut the skin. Let the temperature penetrate a little bit. The outside is charred and the inside is tender so that it tastes the best. In order for Yi Shao and the others to eat the most delicious barbecue meat, they had gone to great lengths to make sure that they had the most delicious barbecue meat. Devote yourself to the barbecue business. Oblivious to the fact that not far behind them, a group of people had quietly approached. A battle should have just taken place here. The Chinese are really too arrogant to dare to grill meat and eat it with such fanfare on a universal battlefield. It seems that China has really swelled up over the years. If we don't give them some color, they won't know how powerful we are. Don't be in a hurry. Let them continue to consume their power. All of you spread out, block all the retreating directions, and later listen to my order and kill them. The 5 people were still there maneuvering the flames to do their job as barbecuers, completely oblivious to the fact that they were already surrounded by people, and at this point in time, they were even planning to try the divine beast meat. Come on. All take a small taste and see how it tastes. This is about our little lives. Don't let the big brother be dissatisfied when the time comes. Here, let me taste it. It still tastes good, but it's slightly bland, and a little more char on the outside would be nice. Yeah? Let me taste it. You have a point. Do it. The divine beast meat inside his mouth hadn't even been swallowed yet when a blazing attack came from behind him. Enemy attack, scatter. Although a few people had no defense, but how it was also a team that had fought for so many years, the sense of crisis was still very strong. The moment the attack came from behind them, the captain gave the order, and the other 4 instinctively fled towards the front. There was no hesitation, and it's because of this strong execution that they got away with it. Just as he fled on the front foot, the attack arrived on the back foot. Wind blade, fireball, chop, various attacks sliced the ground to pieces. Surprisingly, they dodged it. Beautiful, stick, San. These bastards even touched it. The 5 men looked back after they had gained their footing, and it was China's #1 enemy. Just now, they were so intoxicated with the barbecue that they neglected to be on guard around them, and that's why they sneaked up on them. There are a bit too many of them, we're a bit depleted, and the situation is not favorable for us. Retreat. What about the divine beast meat? If the big brother knows that we abandoned the meat and fled, he won't let us off just the same. Can't afford to mess with this side. Can't afford to mess with that side. A few people were in a daze. Watch out for sneak attacks, Nurse suddenly exclaimed, and several people instinctively ducked out of the way. Although several people's reaction speed was fast, the island nation's small ninja had already touched their side, and although the ninja sword failed to cleave them apart, it still cut a deep wound on their body. Captain! The dog bastards! Several people surrounded the captain securely, back to prevent the little island shinobi from sneaking up on him. If it wasn't for Nurse's reminder just now, the captain might have been cleaved in half by them getting their hands on him. What can we do about this? Either give up the captain to escape and be liquidated by Yi Shao afterwards, or be surrounded and all die here. Damn it. Die on the charge. Kill as many as you can. Fight them. Take one away before you die and earn it. A few people looked at each other and decided to fight these dog scum. Wait. Wait. The captain forced himself to walk to the front of the line through the pain in his body. I have only one question for you before I die, and if you can answer it, we will no longer resist. Although a few of them were about to run out of strength, they also knew that there was a price to pay for trying to kill these few Chinese transmigrators. Can't say who they'll take in the end. If they could be killed without resistance, they were not willing to fight for their lives. Say, cough. The captain coughed lightly twice and said, "Are you here to rob the divine beast meat?" The motley crew, led by Pretty Country, were a bit confused. Beast meat? What it means? They were exactly the ones who had simply come to exterminate the Chinese squad. Wait a minute. Divine beast meat? Could it be that this small mountain-sized meat in front of us was divine beast meat? China was really wasting their resources. They hadn't even eaten divine beast meat yet, and it turned out that the Chinese squad was strutting around here roasting divine beast meat to eat. It's so true that the more I think about it, the angrier I get. However, it was also because of this that they had the chance to get it, so I guess the Chinese team was injured because they were hunting the divine beasts. Since there was divine beast meat, they definitely couldn't let it go. Let them taste what divine beast meat tasted like today. What? You dare to rob but not admit it? Is this your beautiful country's commitment? The captain could see the greed in the eyes of several people. The moment they heard about the divine beast meat, their eyes were not calm. He couldn't believe that these people wouldn't be moved, and as long as they were moved, it would be fine. They're already dead. So what if we rob the divine beast meat? That's right, not only are we going to kill them, we're also going to rob the divine beast meat. Chapter 155. Possible Trap. The Pretty Country's leading transmogrifier thought about it and thought it made sense. Even if they admitted it, so what? These people were dead in their eyes, and robbing them of their divine beast meat seemed to be able to suffocate them even more. Who else could not be aggrieved after working so hard for so long to be someone else's dowry? That's right. We're here to rob you of your divine beast meat. Do you have a problem with that? Holding back? Does it feel like there's nothing you can do about it? Speaking of which, I have you guys to thank for saving us all this work and just eating the ready roasted meat. The more pleased they were, the happier the five were. Suffocating? They can be so stifling. If they simply wanted to come and sneak up on the few of them, they really had no way to do so. Even if they sent a signal, the Yishao few would not necessarily pay attention to them. But now it was different. A few people admitted that they had come to steal the divine beast meat. Then this is so much better. Is it all recorded? We'll have a proof when the time comes. Don't worry, Captain. It's all recorded. With all the evidence in place, all that's left is to notify Yishao. Captain, how do we notify? One sentence woke up the dreamer. They seemed, indeed, probably, as if they hadn't reserved Yishao's contact information. They were so close to being rescued on the threshold that they didn't have the key. Holding back. Why don't we put up a fight? Coalesce the remaining power into words in the air and pair it with a flare. Big Brother should be able to see it. Clever. But what word are we coalescing? Someone came to steal the meat. 3. Heroes saw the same thing. Everyone knew what Yishao and the others cared about the most. When they saw that someone was going to steal the meat, a few of them had to come back in a hurry. Then what are you waiting for? Get cracking. Ignoring Pretty Country and the others, he directly gathered his power and blasted out violently into the sky. One person, one word. Someone came to steal the meat. 5 big words just appeared brightly in midair. At first, the Pretty Country guys thought they were going to fight to the death. They were all ready to fight. Who would have thought that a few of them would pour power into midair and even hit someone to steal the meat? What do the Chinese mean by this? Is this their special code word? Who cares about their code words? Now that they have no power at all, we can easily wipe them out. That's right, let's do it. The Chinese are cunning. We can't give them another chance, or else there will easily be a change of heart. Without delaying, the few people directly launched their final attack. As for the 5 of them, they sat paralyzed on the ground directly after passing the signal out. The rest was up to Yishao. They no longer had any resistance left. Captain, do you think the big guy will make it in time? Who knows? Life and death have their own destiny. Big deal. It's a pity that I didn't have 2 more bites of divine beast meat. It tastes pretty good. Indeed, I feel my attributes increase even after taking a bite, and I might not have the chance to find such a good one in the future. It does come close to being hot though. It's the outside that's the best. In the face of the enemy's attack, it was also rare that several people could still manage to not change their color and talk and laugh. The Chinese have backbone. If they weren't on the opposing side, I'd really like to make friends with them. Pity. He said it was a pity, but there was no hesitation in laying his hands on it. Yi Xiao and the others who were hunting ferocious beasts not far away naturally saw the news of the 5 of them. Someone's trying to steal the meat. Really overturned the sky, and then the second turn battlefield even someone dared to steal his Yi Xiao's meat. Who doesn't know that he, Yi Xiao, is the king of the second turn battlefield? Is that stealing his meat? It's a slap in his face. What's more, Shaoqing several people's stomachs are still hungry and rumbling, just waiting to go back and have a beautiful roast meat. If they are stolen by them, how can Shaoqing several people's rations be solved? One look and I know it's the work of those scumbags in the pretty country. Stealing someone's rations is like killing their parents. This revenge must be avenged on the spot. Let's go back and settle these mongrels. Yi Xiao was just about to take them back when she was stopped by Xiao Na. Master, there's no need to be so troublesome. Just leave it to me. Looking at the mysterious smile on Xiao Na's face, Yi Xiao knew that these guys were going to have bad luck. Divine beasts with dark attributes were just as dark inside and would never show mercy in killing. Sword of Judgment, manipulating the Sword of Judgment from a distance. And by this time a few of the pretty country's men had arrived at the squad of 5, and were looking at the attack that was about to end their little lives. And just then, there was a sudden sense of deadly menace overhead. Unbeatable, flee. It was the only thing on their minds. It wasn't worth taking your life for a squad of 5. Several people burst back in succession, trying to leave the locking range of the Sword of Judgment. Unfortunately, they thought too much. Once they were targeted by the Sword of Judgment, they would be judged even if they fled to the ends of the earth. Damn! What is this black sword? Others don't know, but the 5 of them are very clear. This is not exactly the Sword of Judgment that nailed the Bear King to death. The big boys have seen the message and are rescuing them across the distance. It's slowly all about security when you work for the big guy. The rest is none of our business. Keep baking. The Bear King was killed by the Sword of Judgment, let alone these transmigrators in front of the Sword of Judgment. Their little strength was simply not enough to look at. As expected, none of the guys targeted by the Sword of Judgment could escape being judged. Sword after sword, all of them were nailed to the ground. I'm not willing to do that. Before they died, they didn't forget to release a flare. Although they were dead, there were still quite a few teams that came to hunt China this time. The teammates who saw the flare will absolutely come to avenge them. Ding, kill, experience plus. Ding, kill, experience plus. Watching Xiao Na rise a level, Yi Xiao knew that the matter on the grilled meat side was successfully resolved. I guess your stomachs are hungry too. Come on, let's go back to the barbecue. I don't know how far these guys have gotten. At the mention of dinner, a few people were visibly energized. Roasted divine beast meat should still taste good. Yi Xiao took the 5 of them and galloped all the way towards the barbecue. Within a 50-mile radius of the barbecue area, the foreign hostile forces all saw the flare that was released. Someone released a flare. It seems like there are more Chinese transmutants over there. Let's go hunt Chinese transmutants. These guys from China are too cunning, and they're all guarded against us, so it's hard to kill them. And we can't guarantee that it's our people who are releasing the signals. China's team is hunting our people as well. It's very likely that this is a trap laid by China. Chapter 156. Are they so rich? Hearing his companion's words, the warrior in heavy armor laughed, his smile full of disdain. Serves you right that your little island is being bullied so badly by China. You don't even dare to go when you see the flare. You guys can stay here if you're scared. Just leave the annihilation of the Chinese transmigrators to us. Trap? Oh, even if there is a trap, so what? How many people can there be in China? And how many people do we have? It's not easy to exterminate them. Indeed, it would be a bit too humiliating if they had to worry about any traps when so many countries were united in battle. Kojima ninjas, just stay here. We don't need you over there. When the time comes, you'll just sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor. Don't worry, we won't laugh at you. You always do anyway. Let's get going. Don't get killed by the other squads later. After taunting the Kojima ninja twice, the group set off in a hurry towards the place where the signal had been emitted. The same happened quite a bit more, with a number of foreign squads within a 50-mile radius. When they saw the flare, they all came this way. At this moment, Yi Zhao's few people also returned. Looking at the Bear King's meat still there, several people unanimously let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the meat wasn't taken. You guys have rested enough too. Hurry up and get the meat, you're hungry. The scene where the Sword of Judgment had just put to death the foreign scum was still fresh in my mind. A long-range kill was something only Yi Zhao and the others could do. It's fortunate that they're Chinese, or else this second-turn battlefield would really be impossible to stay in. What's the point of thinking so much? Follow the big man. We are the safest, present the meat. A few people prepared the roasted meat for Yi Zhao and the others while Yi Zhao picked up the materials that fell on the ground. After the professionals were killed, the equipment on their bodies and the things inside their backpacks would be popped out immediately. Such a small team, the things that were popped out were quite a lot and the ground was golden and bright, all of them. These 5 people still have self-awareness, even did not move the equipment materials on the ground, which makes Yi Zhao is still very satisfied, know the time, know how to advance and retreat. A man like that deserves to be able to leave the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Skill Book X2, Fierce Beast Crystals X80, Star Diamond Extreme Equipment X5, Obsidian General Equipment X10, Obsidian Extreme Equipment X5, Sacred Ordinary Equipment X5, Sacred Perfect Equipment X2. When Yi Zhao picked up the equipment, people were dumbfounded. 5 pieces of Holy Ordinary Equipment and 2 pieces of Holy Perfect Equipment. Are foreign alchemists that good? Just one squad had 7 pieces of holy equipment. Even he didn't have this much top-tier equipment. It seems like you really can't underestimate foreign forces. These guys are really rich, they have so many top-notch equipment. And look at the configuration of this squad, it's not even the top squad configuration. An ordinary squad has this kind of configuration, how powerful should the top squad be? Yi Zhao suddenly felt that his time was a bit strained. China's team was definitely not as well configured as these people, and it would be easy to be targeted here and lose your life in time. Although the lives of others had little to do with him, today's situation was more or less because of him. He was naturally willing to do so if he could make China lose less. Too much ink. Green, you guys go help them, we have to get busy after eating. With the help of Shao Qing's several people, the Bear King's corpse was quickly decomposed, and the uncooked places Shao Huang gave a mouthful of flame to directly roast them. Goo-doo! Watching Yi Zhao and the others eating with their mouths full of oil, the 5 people's eyes were glazed over, and they couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Hey! Pay attention to your image. Will you, as if you haven't eaten, lose the face of China? It's just a divine beast's meat. Is there a need to be so greedy? Yi Zhao had just finished speaking when he received blank stares from several people. That's an understatement. They've been poorly roasted for half a day and they've only tasted a little bit of skin. As for Yi Zhao, he took a big bite of the meat and told them who were watching not to drool. It's impossible for a saint to come and hold back. Come on. You guys are really scared. Won't you eat a little while we're gone? We wouldn't dare. Afraid of being slaughtered by you. Chinese people are really honest. He is not even in the scene. Do not dare to steal food. 1 piece of meat for each person, eat it. That's all there is. There's no such thing as too much. Yi Zhao endured the pain and divided his meat into 6 portions and shared it with them. As for moving Green and the girls, forget it. Yi Zhao, the master, didn't even dare, let alone them. If they went up to ask for divine beast meat, they would probably be slapped to death. Luckily, their meals weren't very large, and with the dry food they had brought with them, they were barely full. Burp. Tastes pretty good. After eating and drinking enough, Yi Zhao lay there digesting, checking the equipment he had just obtained, and waiting for Shao Qing and the girls by the way. Purple gold necklace, sacred common. Attributes: agility plus 1,500, spirit plus 2,700, magic recovery plus 300. Special effect: protective mechanism automatically triggered when encountering an illusory attack 3/3. Not bad. This special effect is the nemesis of phantom attribute fierce beasts. With good attributes and a nice special effect, it's also considered a small extreme item inside a holy item. After checking several holy ordinary equipment in succession, it was indeed quite ordinary, nothing worth paying special attention to. After checking out the ordinary equipment, Yi Zhao turned his gaze to the last 2 pieces of Saint Perfect equipment. Dark silver chain holy perfection. Attributes: dark attribute magic attack plus 2,500, stamina plus 1,500, agility plus 1,500, spirit plus 1,500, skill effect plus 15. Special effects: Dark magic damage plus 30, 50 of the attack will have a corrosive effect on the enemy. PS, corrosive effect, reduce the enemy 30 output, defense, speed, blood recovery by 50. Is the holy perfect equipment so strong? And it was also a special dark attribute equipment that perfectly fit Shao Na's attributes. This equipment to Kona that is really like a tiger with wings. Double bracelet holy perfection. Attributes. All attributes plus 5. Features. 50 probability of triggering double damage. The less introductions, the stronger the equipment. All attributes plus 5 alone is pretty good. But in the face of this trait, the attribute increase is inconsequential. 50 chance to deal double damage. The probability of this was really not low with their current strength. A hit would do at least 30,000 damage. Double up and pop 60,000 damage straight away. What boss can withstand 60 billion attacks? Chapter 157, Wasting Time. Even if the god of war came over, he would have to lose 2 layers of skin down. The bracelet Yi Xiao reluctantly laughed and resolutely equipped it, then handed the dark-changing silver chain to Shao Na. Here, try it out. See if the outfit fits you. For me, after all, she had just joined the team, and she had thought that she would have to be tested for a while before she could gain Yi Xiao's trust. I didn't expect to get something just for joining the team. Master, why don't you give it to your sisters first? It's heartbreaking to know. It doesn't even need to be like that in his case. Lao Wu Ah, if the master gives it to you, you just take it. There's no need to be polite with the master. Besides, master has already given us a lot of things, and you don't have a handy weapon on you right now, so if master gave it to you, it must be that this equipment is suitable for you. Right, we are all family, what are you polite for? Hurry up and gear up to see and then eat the meat. Otherwise there will be none left in a while. Take it, it's all family. Shao Wu Ah. This fourth sister I have to. Take it. Before Shao you could speak, Yi Xiao directly interrupted. The little brat still wanted to educate others. She couldn't be given this opportunity to inflate. Shao Yu that angry ah. But to Yi Xiao what can she do? Can only endure, turn grief and anger into appetite. Eat 2 more mouthfuls of meat to make up for their wounded hearts. Thank you, master. Everyone had said so, and not being a prude, Nana took it and equipped it straight away. Perfectly suited to her attributes, it was practically made for her. And she also knew what Saint Perfect equipment stood for. The fact that Yi Xiao could give her such precious equipment was enough to prove her position in Yi Xiao's heart. Master, you're so nice, moi. Is it really good? One more over here if it's good. Dada. Day. Just when Yi Xiao was flirting with them, some ungrateful people had to come and disturb them a bit. Yi Xiao is not happy. Forgot about business. These bastards ended up setting off flares. This is bad. Big brother, let's run away before they gather their personnel in place. Those guys released a flare at the end, and a large number of enemies will be coming soon. In just a few moments there were already 2 squads assembled in place. They didn't rush up and just watched from a short distance away. After all, Yi Xiao and their side also looked to be 10 people in 2 squads. They didn't need to rush, they just needed to surround here and wait for their large troop to come. As long as there were 2 more squads, they were sure that they could wipe out the Yi Xiao few people here. You say they released a flare? That a large group of enemies will be arriving later. Sorry, big guy. Just got so excited I forgot to tell you about this. You do owe me an apology. Why didn't you tell me in advance of such a good thing so I could celebrate? Huh. A few people were confused. They had absolutely no idea what Yi Xiao was talking about. Were they scared out of their wits? Big brother, are you all right? They may gather 5 or 6 teams in a while. Or even up to a dozen teams, we are not. Yi Xiao waved his hand to interrupt their dissuasion. The more people the better, and they'd save him a lot of time if they all showed up. As time passed, 2 more teams assembled, a full 20 men, and surrounded them. For teams up, absolutely no problem taking them down. Do it. Hail, Gale, Sword Chi Chop, Soul-Splitting Shock. 20 attacks poured towards them. Finally, I've given up my hand. You guys, who wants to go get some exercise? The 5 of them looked at each other, looking at their enemies, and at the roasted meat in their hands, and for a moment they didn't know what to choose. Sisters, take your time eating. I'll do it. Being a little sister requires a little sister's awareness. A newcomer who just arrived has to do more work so that he or she can be liked and integrate into the new team more quickly. Then hurry up, 5th sister, and we'll wait for you to come back to eat barbecued meat together. Cheer up. Effort. Ali gives. Xiaona looked at the few divine beasts' meat and forced her cravings to walk out. Shield of Darkness. With a wave of her hand, Kona put a dark black shield directly over herself, and then just walked up to the enemy's attack. Wind blades, fireballs, and sword slashes. All of the attacks all blasted on top of the Shield of Darkness. Snap! All that was heard was a crunch and the attack just dissipated. Aside from a small ripple from the darkness shield, Kona was not affected at all. This confused the attacking crowd. An attack by 20 men, and that's all that's left? This attack would have to show a little bruise even if it smashed into the war god. How is it that when it comes to Xiaona, she can't even break someone's shield? Could it be that? A bad feeling rose in the hearts of the crowd. The one who could have such strength if they hadn't guessed wrongly would be that super genius in China who was notified across the net. The super genius of China is surprisingly so powerful, gentlemen. Don't stay your hand. In doing so, we will all be accounted for here. Kill. With all your might. Listening to their words, Yishao only wanted to smile. Na is a super genius in China? What a joke. She was only a tenth of the battle power of that super genius, who was more powerful than they could imagine. If you asked who this super genius was, yes, it was this Yishao who ate without wiping the oil around his mouth. Counterattack? Too late. You guys really deserve to die for interfering with my dinner. Soul shackles. Agonizing corrosion. Kona had already given them a chance to strike, only they hadn't taken it. Second strike, are you kidding me? At this delay by them, the Bear King meat will be gone. The soul shackles directly blocked all 20 people. Still, no matter how much they struggled, it was useless. Along with the blockade of the soul shackles, an unknown puddle of venom with a corrosive aura appeared directly under their feet. HP 1000, HP 1000, HP 1000. In a few moments, the team that came to hunt Yishao and the others turned into corpses. Ding, kill, experience plus. Ding, kill, experience plus. Ding, kill, experience plus. Ding, obtain props, equipment, materials. So weak, wasting my precious meat eating time. After wiping out all the enemies, Kona spat at them in displeasure. True women never look back. Na hurried back to the Bear King, nibbling affectionately on his bare paw as if nothing had happened. Nothing happened to the girls, but the 5-man team watching the show was dumbfounded. Chapter 158. One sword beheads 5 heads. It was too strong, beyond their imagination. Xiao Na alone had easily disposed of 20 enemies, and all 20 of them were all top-tier turn 2 level 70 powerhouses. The body was also equipped with high-level equipment that shone with gold. But it was such a luxuriously configured squad that was just killed by Kona. There was no resistance at all. It's her. It must be her. She's the super genius who triggered the network-wide notification. She's the hope of our country of China. I think so too. It's no wonder that the people above have asked us to unite and work together to protect this genius. Even if we have to sacrifice our own little lives to let her leave safely. Once she grows up, she will definitely be an existence that suppresses an era. And when she grows up, then our country of China will completely stand up. Several people looked at Xiao Na with adoration on their faces, and at this moment, they all had an urge to sacrifice their lives for Xiao Na. Humph, master, there are a few little mice over there with a nasty odor. Xiao Ling, who was eating, suddenly noticed an unpleasant odor that interfered with her normal eating. Kojima ninjas. These guys can really hold back. They didn't even make a move just now. For the Kojima ninja, Yishao had no good feelings at all. Sneaky, never does anything, must be slaughtered. In fact, what they didn't know was that these few island ninjas had been scared out of their wits. They were just left behind by the squad and thought twice before catching up. I didn't expect to just arrive and let them see Kona spike the crowd. Xiao Na was so strong. How could they dare to venture out, suppressing their aura to a minimum, hiding it from Xiao Na who was eager to eat meat? It was only that they had startled little spirit when they tried to escape, and their trail was discovered in an instant. Escape! Escape! Since they had been discovered, there was no need to hide their traces, and the 3 of them vanished towards the distance in a frenzy. Hurry up! For the sake of our companions' lives, we must pass on this information. Only then can we save our companions' lives. In terms of shamelessness, only the little stick can compare to them. It was obvious that he could have just run away, but he had to put a grand excuse on himself. Trying to escape, 5th sister. Spirit just glanced at the trio lightly before raising an eyebrow at Na. I'm not full yet, my good second sister. You can defend and pamper, just ask who doesn't like it. When Xiaona was so pouty, Xiaoling's goosebumps were stimulated all over her body. Fine, fine, you eat, and second sister helps you out with it. She was almost done eating and threw the last bite of meat in her hand inside her mouth and went straight after him with her machete. Want to run? It's not that simple. The little spirit violently stomped the ground, and the ground directly collapsed into a small crater, like a speeding tank, and slammed towards the three people. Bang! With such a light collision, one of them was directly smashed into pieces, spilling blood and flesh all over the sky. The machete in his hand flew towards one of them in a smooth motion. Psst! The wound was smooth and even, and it kind of helped him fulfill his small wish of splitting his body. Instantaneous effort decapitated 2 Kojima ninjas. The remaining one's spirit had collapsed, and he was frantically fleeing with all his strength. Humph! Xiaoling grunted lightly and lightly snapped her fingers, and an earth spike emerged directly from the ground, which stabbed the Kojima ninja directly through his back door, piercing him through and through. In just less than a minute, 3-second turn level 70 Kojima ninjas turned into corpses. The squad of 5 on the sidelines looked dumbfounded. What kind of thighs had they fallen for before they thought that Xiao Na was the super genius who had crowned the ancient world? But now it seemed that little spirit wasn't too bad, and might even be stronger than Xiao Na. Could that genius be her? Not sure, damn it. When did China have so many more geniuses, still letting people live? They boasted of their good professions and were very highly ranked. Before they came here they were thinking that they could shine in the battlefield, but now it's good that they've directly become barbecue workers. These 5 people are really too weird. If I hadn't asked my friends in the underworld battle team to check their identities, I really wouldn't have believed that they were from China. Who cares what they are, as long as they are strong enough? Don't these bastards want to hunt our Chinese transmigrants? Let them all die here this time. Kill 20 hostile forces. Mission progress. 20. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining props, obtaining materials, obtaining equipment. For the 3 people who died, Yi Xiao did not have the slightest bit of pity. Since they came, they were prepared to die. Only that the explosion rate of these guys was really high, and there were quite a lot of equipment materials bursting out from their bodies. Are all these guys so rich? The equipment is more luxurious than one another. Why do we look like bumpkins who haven't seen the world? Where did Yi Xiao know that these things were specially arranged to deal with him? Now it's good people didn't kill. Things were all blown away by Yi Xiao. Here, let's assign you guys some gear. It's not great, but it'll make do. Just as Yi Xiao was distributing the equipment, another burst of footsteps came from not far away. By the sound of it, there were no less than 30 people. Yoo-hoo! It's rare to see such aggressiveness in giving away heads. No need to think it must be the group of foreign scumbags looking for the door, since they wanted to give away their heads. Then Yi Xiao would fulfill them. A look passed and the 5 men leapt to their feet. Eat your fill and just move around a bit. In a moment, each will find their respective opponents and see who is faster. Match it, and let's make a wager on the next general meal. Looks like you have quite a bit of confidence. Well, let's do it. 500 meters away, a group of squads were encircling towards this side. They didn't even know that Shao Qing's few people had already discussed hunting them down. I didn't hear any sounds of fighting. It should be the end of the battle. It seems that this time it was a wasted trip again. They got the jump on me. China's transmigrators are too unbearable. There's no need for us to make a move. A random squad can easily take care of them. Go over and take a look, just in case there are any surprises. I heard that all the women in China are. How's it all going? Just as they were talking eloquently, an inexplicable pressure swept towards them. The voice came from behind them immediately afterward. Enemy attack. That was their first reaction when they heard the sound. Forcing his body to stop, he twisted his body to launch an attack, wanting to cut Shao Qing down on the spot. But not before their bodies stopped. A light appeared in front of their eyes, and then they lost consciousness. The last thought lingered on the fact that this woman was so beautiful. One sword cuts off 5 heads. The body fell heavily to the ground, and without any lingering thought, Green turned and ran towards the others. Chapter 159, The Gold Belt for Murder and Arson. Ding! Green killed a 5-man squad. Experience plus? Xiaona leveled up to turn 2, level 55. Ding! Obtaining equipment several. They were in charge of killing indiscriminately, Yi Xiao was in charge of Gaga, and the matter of fighting didn't need him to worry about it at all. Seeing Xiao Qing go on a killing spree, the other few people also stopped dawdling and rushed into the crowd to start the slaughter. There was simply no one who could stop them wherever they went, and every move was accompanied by the fall of a silhouette. Ding! Xiao Qing killed 5 second-turn powerhouses, belonging to a hostile force, gaining contribution points of 1,000. Ding! Get some equipment. Ding! Xiao Na's leveling up in progress. A steady stream of beeps rang out, Xiao Na's level continued to rise, and the materials and equipment on Yi Xiao's body increased. In a matter of moments, the ground was covered with corpses. The 5 were white and clean, surprisingly not stained with a single trace of blood. Perverted. Really perverted. How could there be such a strong genius? If there was only one pervert, they might not have been so surprised. On the contrary, there were 5 perverts surrounding Yi Xiao, which was a bit unfair of God. What exactly is the charm of Yi Xiao? Is it just because of this handsome face of his? They don't believe it. If Yi Xiao knew what they were thinking, he would have snorted twice in disdain. Why should he rely on strength when he can obviously rely on his face? Ta-da-da-da-da. A footstep sounded again. The smile on Yi Xiao's face never disappeared. His face was about to stiffen with laughter. Why are these guys so cute? It's a walking Chinese coin. It's his scattering of money. This one is shiny and gold. The equipment is definitely not bad. Yi Xiao turned his head to look at Xiao Qing's several people. Pretend you guys will scare people away like this. It's okay if the clothes are dirty. I have a lot more here. Let's trick people over first and get the stuff in our hands. It's time to cooperate with Yi Xiao's acting. They try their best to perform. Can fight and still act. One by one, they pretended to be weak and sat down on the ground, sweat dripping from their foreheads, and one by one, they all gasped for air. From a distance, it really did look like he was seriously injured. These guys are really demonic. They even acted like it. Let's not freeze. Although we're not strong enough, we can still play dead, right? So as not to affect the big brothers and their play. By the time those squads from Pretty Country arrived, they were just in time to see the scene in all its wretchedness. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. A dozen teams just wiped out. Key China had only lost 1 squad, and the other was still languishing on the ground. What a strong fighting force. It looks like they are our target this time. That mysterious genius is in their group. That must be it. We'll take the credit for this one. Kill them. To be able to decimate so many powerhouses and still not die, other than that super genius who was notified all over the internet, they really couldn't think of anyone else. But looking at them, it seemed that they didn't have the strength to fight anymore. That being said, they had to thank the previous team for helping them consume them like this, or else they might have been the ones to fall to the ground. Kill! Even if Xiao Qing's few people were as handsome as they were, they still chose to reward them in the face of the generous rewards. The entire 10 teams, 50 people, attacked and killed together towards Xiao Qing several people. The attacks from the sky almost didn't overwhelm them. Do it! I've been waiting for half a day, and I'm just waiting for Yi Xiao's order. At this range, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Nana, do a group trap just in case. Everyone else open up and kill. A simple command. A few people didn't refute anything. Dealing with second-turn minions wasn't something they were very interested in yet. Dark confinement. Xiao Na rose up in the air. The dark power in her body surged continuously, and a whole 50 dark imprisonments burst out from her body. Those who touched the dark imprisonment all lost their ability to move, and one by one they were punished in place. It wasn't very painful, but this loss of freedom was too much to bear. No good. It's a trap. Just as they were struggling hard to break free from their confinement, Xiao Qing's several attacks arrived in front of them. That's when they realized that everything in front of them was a trap. These people weren't even hurt. The Chinese were too treacherous to use such underhanded tactics in order to trick them into the game. You humble. Jab. Xiao Qing and the girls didn't like being pointed at and scolded, and without waiting for them to finish, they chopped over with a sword. Cold ice power continuously surged out from the sword, and as soon as the sword went down, the 2 squads were directly frozen into ice sculptures, and at the slightest touch, they directly turned into broken ice slag. Worthy of being a big sister, killing people is fast. We can't delay too long, can we? Immortal fire. The flames enveloped the 2 squads, and without any time to react, they were directly incinerated into scraps, not even a single intact body. Compared to them, Jade is slightly more brutal. All of her enemies she took care of herself, and could crush a man's head with a single claw. Ding! Xiaoqing killed 10 enemies. Xiao Na experience plus. Ding! Xiao Huang killed 10 enemies. Xiao Na experience plus. Ding! Mina leveled up. Ding! Get props. Get materials. Get equipment. Big surprise. What a big surprise. The more he looked at them, the more he liked the scatterbrains. He had more than 50 pieces of holy equipment in his hands alone. It was important to know that in some countries, a holy item could be considered a national treasure. But him, one person could master over 50 pieces of holy equipment. The gold belt for murder and arson. The ancients were true to their word. How fast that comes in money. But he wasn't mesmerized by the sight before him either, even as he was now more and more awake. Although China can't be said to be the sole ruler of the world, right? It's not a weak country either. With such an abundance of supplies in China, it couldn't even do it with a squad of at least 2 pieces of holy equipment, let alone these countries. These people definitely have the backing of the state behind them. The purpose was naturally needless to say. It was to eliminate him, to eliminate the entire Chinese nation's transmigrators, and to make the middle generation of the Chinese nation break. These little scumbags, they will not stop dying for me, to spend such a huge price. Unfortunately, you guys have underestimated my strength after all. It's really whimsical to think of killing me with just a few pieces of equipment. The killing intent in Yi Zhao's heart was already surging. Previously, he was thinking of hunting these little scumbags while completing his transfer quest after coming here. Looks like he'll need to change his plans now. The battlefield blockade only lasted for 24 hours, so let them use that little time to properly clean up the Turn 2 battlefield. Chapter 160. The Treasure Land of Feng Shui. Little Green, Little Spirit, Little Phoenix, Little Jade, Little Na. Pack up all the flares on them for me. Since they want to kill me, we can't just leave them to their fate. It's not my style to wait for rabbits. Taking the initiative is the only way to have a chance of survival. This operation will be named Desperate 24 Hours, and not a single hostile force will be left behind in the second turning battlefield. Look at Yi Zhao's look, serious and earnest. I guess Yi Zhao is really angry. It had also been a long time since they had gone on a killing spree, and since they had developed killing intent towards Yi Zhao, it was time for them to take action. Can we kill them all? No one. Xiaoqing's gaze glanced at the quintet on the side, killing intent surging in her eyes. Big. 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 Bigger. Big brother. The 5 were stunned. Were they going to escape being killed after all? Green. They're one of their own. Just hunt the foreign squad. Putting a few of Green's emotions at ease. However, this was also a real problem. If it was an indiscriminate attack, he would also be able to release Xiaoqing's few people in peace. But Qing and the girls couldn't tell who was Chinese, so if he killed them by mistake, then he would be disturbed in his heart. Yi Zhao, Senior, I'm going to clean up the entire second turn battlefield. Please arrange for a red cloth to be tied to the arms of the Chinese squad, or else they'll be easy to kill by mistake when the time comes. After waiting for such a long time, finally waited for Yi Zhao's news. That's right. There's nothing to mope around alone. Let's clean up the foreign mongrels first. Others are bullying the door. We must take the initiative and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Spectral Warlord. Half an hour. You can start moving after half an hour. The underworld war god had long guessed that Yi Zhao would do this, so before entering the battlefield, he had already arranged everything. Now, as long as he communicated the order, Yi Zhao would be able to start his plan. Half an hour later. Spectral Warlord, action. After receiving the instructions from the underworld war god, Yi Zhao began to set up. Let's divide the battlefield into 5 areas. Green, you're in charge of this side. Kill first, and then the monsters, those with red cloth on their arms, are their own people. Push all the way across the field. Can you do it? Gotcha. Finally able to let go of their hands and go on a killing spree. They had hidden their natures because they were by Yi Zhao's side. They were serious, ferocious beasts before they became Yi Zhao's beast pets, and humans were prey and food in their eyes. The light dancing in Xiaoqing's eyes could prove how excited she was right now. With a flash of his figure, he directly disappeared from in front of Yi Zhao. Little Spirit, it's okay to leave this area to you, right? Good. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Little Spirit seemed to be unwilling to lag behind with Little Green, and directly ran towards the area she was responsible for. Little Phoenix, this piece is yours. Leave none behind. No problem. Jade, can you do it? You're so small, or you can work with... Humph. With a cold snort, Jade twisted her head and walked straight away. She was a 5-clawed golden dragon, so what if she was young? Her fighting strength was no worse than anyone else's. After stimulating Xiaoyu, Yi Xiao turned his gaze to Xiao Na, who was on the side. After all, Ono was a first-timer, and as the owner, it was natural to show a little more favoritism. This is about caring as an owner and definitely not about riding angels. He was a clean and pure man, definitely not in it for his own particular fetish. Nah, let's go. This area is ours. Wait a minute. Yi Xiao was just about to leave with Xiao Na when he stopped in his tracks. If you 5 want to go out and kill monsters, go out and kill monsters. If you don't want to go out, stay here. This should be the safest place. After instructing 2 sentences, Yi Xiao, several people left, leaving behind the 5 people who looked at each other in disbelief. Are they abandoned or protected? It's a feeling that's pretty damn peculiar. The other side of the battlefield. It was the opposite of the scene on Yi Xiao's and their side. A group of Chinese transmigrants were frantically fleeing. It's not that they're weak, but behind them an enemy several times their size is constantly pursuing them. The squad of 5 was now down to 3, and the remaining 2 had fallen in the pursuit. Damn birth, to sneak in secretly. There were already fewer people than them, and the quality of their equipment wasn't as strong as theirs, and on the contrary, they were still hiding in the shadows and sneaking up on them. The squad of 5 instantly collapsed, with 2 people falling directly into the initial exchange. The remaining 3 could only desperately run away. But no matter how desperately they fled, they just couldn't get rid of the enemy behind them. They put in 2 little skill teasers every now and then. The skill couldn't hurt them at all, but smashing into their bodies was worse than being injured. They were like mice being teased by a cat, suffocating but having to flee. Are we just going to be teased by them? It's too stifling, too humiliating. Do you want to die? If you don't want to die, then hurry up and run away. We are few. In case we can run into our companions from China, we may not be able to fight at that time. Although the chances were slim, they had to do it again and had to flee for their own lives. I should have known better than to be so cocky when I first entered the battlefield. The High Command had clearly issued a notice that there were foreign forces in there targeting China. They should have just gotten someone to move in with them when they entered the battlefield, or waited until the first transmogrifiers had left before going in. Confidence kills. They're a bit strong, but they're not plucky. It wasn't until they faced these geniuses in the upper foreign countries that they realized how vulnerable they were. Run away, cowardly sick man of China. Isn't feng shui the most important thing in your country of China? Listen, the sound of gurgling water in front of you. It's the most suitable place to bury you. That's how classy we are, that's how gentlemanly we are, and when we get to the wind and water, we'll send you all to your deaths. A few people couldn't help but despair. There was a real sound of water flowing in front of them, and when they got to their destination, that's when they would die. They were definitely a match for these people in a fight. Are we really going to die? It's sad to die in a feng shui place that someone else found for you. Desperation enveloped the trio. Either you die in despair or you explode in despair. So what if they're not as strong, they're just as Chinese? They should never be allowed to call it a day and die on the charge. Feng shui? Heh, keep it for their own use. Brothers, this is the last charge. We'll be brothers again in the afterlife. A man is like a bird in the sky, and in 20 years he will be a good man again. Brother, give the order. Be brothers in the next life and kill all these dog scum. The fear of death erupted in their hearts, and reason was instantly submerged, with only killing intent in their minds. Good. Worthy of being my Ding Din Yo's brother. Brothers, kill. Chapter 161, Grandma's Calling. Kill. Go to hell, mother heirs. The 3 of them looked at each other and cooperated to kill towards the enemy. Indestructible. Zhang Li raised the shield in his hand and power surged into it, the 30-meter-high and 30-meter-wide super shield protecting the 3 firmly behind them. Captain, kill. I'll help you resist. 2. Get up there and stall for 3. I'll chant. Okay. Fire dance whirlwind. The 3 of them had worked together for so many years that they knew what they meant with one look at each other. The captain's chanting skill was their only chance to potentially take both of them before they died. In response to the desperation of a few people, the transmigrants from the pretty country just snorted in disdain, as they didn't put the attacks of a few people in their eyes at all. Even if we let them finish chanting, so what? It was impossible to hurt them in the slightest. A crowd of people stopped there as if they were watching a clown show, their eyes filled with disdain. Dog scum. Slaughter. Second brother, Don't be impulsive. Now is not the time to fight for our lives. Aren't they willing to watch the show? After Big Brother finishes his chanting, let's rush up and directly deal with the injured scum. And then just wait to die. It would be unrealistic to tackle so many enemies, and it would be just as impossible to do so even with a desperate effort. But taking 2 wounded enemies before dying, they could still do it. Prepare. After hearing the captain's voice, they knew the moment of desperation had arrived. Thunder of divine punishment. The captain threw all his strength into the move. After the divine punishment thunder was released, the captain directly sat down on the ground, his face pale and panting heavily. It finally worked. Using this move with his power was more or less a stretch, with a success rate of less than 10%. If it wasn't for the determination to die this time, the skill wouldn't have been able to be used successfully. That's the end of it? The Chinese can really bluff. Chanting for half a day. Where's the attack? Maybe God couldn't stand to see their arrogance. The chanting failed outright. One nodded and commented on their attack. But only the 3 of them themselves knew just how strong this move was. Big Brother is getting windy. Then let them die. You go to hell. The captain pointed his finger at the one laughing the loudest. Just like that, without warning, a divine thunderbolt appeared out of nowhere and directly split the person into pieces. Wow! The captain spat out a mouthful of blood violently at the same time, pointing at whoever died. That came at a price. The backlash was enough to take half his life. With his current physical fitness, he could point to 2 more at most, and scraping the last of his little life, he might be able to point to 3. The laughter came to a screeching halt as everyone looked at them in disbelief. Just die. With a finger of his hand, divine thunder fell on their heads. They were still somewhat underestimating China's transmigrators. Despite the loss of a teammate, they could see the captain's condition. There's a price to pay while killing. But no one wants to be fingered and killed. Hurry up if you don't want to die. Are you planning to be his next target? Kill. The crowd that felt their face damaged, full of grimaces, charged towards them, making a move to kill the 3 on the spot. Lao San defense. Boss Lao San, I'll go ahead and kill. There are no cowards in China. Even if the 3 faced dozens of people as well as did not show fear, and even waved their weapons to countercharge. This move was undoubtedly stimulating the enemies. One by one, they were enraged and their attacks became more and more intense. Since you guys want to die so badly, let's make it happen. Dozens of strong skills were sent out, and in order to stall for the captain, the 2 of them rushed towards the place where the skills were the most dense. Even if their defenses are drawn full and they fight each other to the death. But in front of the huge attack, both of their bodies looked so thin. Boom! Only a roar was heard. The oldest 2 and the oldest 3 were directly sent flying, skidding on the ground for hundreds of meters before coming to a stop. Wow! Wow! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time and directly fainted. They tried their best, only the gap between the enemy's strength and ours was too great, and not dying there on the spot was already the best result. The captain didn't look back. This was an opportunity that the 2 brothers had fought for him with their lives, and he absolutely could not miss it. Snap means whoever dies. Without any warning, the divine punishment thunder appeared above the head of one of them, easily splitting the person into pieces. Wow! Spat out another violent mouthful of blood, his breath becoming unstable, but even so, the captain was still holding on. There was no way he could avenge each of his brothers. But of the 3 present, one must take one. One more to go, just one more. Having been killed 2 people in a row, the Pretty Countries group of joint squads couldn't stand it anymore. So many people hunted a squad of 5, but they were replaced by 2. If they were to be killed one more time, then their face would be considered completely disgraced. Kill! 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 Kill him! The captain's vision had become blurred as he looked at the enemy close at hand. Grandmother was already calling to him. The final blow will be the last blow he puts his life on the line for. As for how it turned out, he no longer needed to care, alive or dead, he was bound to die. Without any fear in his eyes, he slowly raised his finger, aiming at the very enemy who was charging over. Kill, kill, kill. Don't give him a chance. God punishes. Steeply, the temperature plummeted and frost flew. The captain tried to make a move but found himself powerless. His body was rapidly freezing. Along with the 2 men who were injured, just as frozen. What are you? The combined squads also stopped dead in their tracks. The sudden appearance of the creepy woman gave them a chilling feeling. Instinct told them that running away was the best option at this point. Luckily, I made it over. Don't worry, just leave these guys to me. Instead of returning to their words, Green turned her head to look at the captain behind her. Hearing that it was a Chinese, the captain breathed a sigh of relief and passed out completely. Xiao Qing also couldn't heal, so she could only freeze them for the time being. After freezing the three, Xiao Qing turned her head to look at the combined squad. No red rags, it's the enemy. There's no need to talk to the enemy. Doomsday Frost. In the next moment, ear-piercing wind whistles rang in the ears, and a blizzard like a natural disaster descended. No! Damn it! Go! How can it be? How can there be? In China, the joint squad that sensed Xiao Qing's attack made a gesture and prepared to flee. But before their bodies could react, the wind and snow descended on them. The astral winds easily tore apart the defense of their bodies, and the whistling winds were like sharp blades, constantly tearing at their flesh, and in a few moments of effort, a lot of blood and flesh were taken away. Chapter 162. The Call of the Angels. The coldness continued to spread along the wound. In the blink of an eye, the combined squad was frozen into ice sculptures and turned into pieces as the astral winds tore them apart. That's weak. After putting away the things that popped out on the ground, Xiao Qing helped the Chinese team unfreeze. You still have mobility for the time being. Take them to a safe place to heal. I have no time for your safety. It was already good enough to survive, and they didn't expect Xiao Qing to carry them. They were just a liability now. Just hang on past 24 hours and they'll be out of here. As for continuing to explore the battlefield, it was better to wait a little longer. Their strength wasn't enough. The first batch to enter were all geniuses among geniuses, and for them to come here and compete with these people for resources would be making a fool of themselves. I can't forget to save my life. I'll do the rest myself. Even if they died on the battlefield, it wasn't a loss. With so many people giving them a burial, they still earned it. Xiao Qing didn't care what they thought. She only had one thing on her mind right now, and that was to kill the enemy quickly. A few of Xiao Ling's people were getting high on killing right now. It had only been a short while since the kill, and Kona's level had risen miserably. Shelter of the Shield. Flame Shock. Shadow Strike. In a corner of the second turn battlefield, a Chinese squad was surrounding the boss. Nurse heals, shield resists battle pulls, assassin sneaks in, and mage outputs. A few of the people were pretty much in sync with each other. The boss's blood level was also dropping. Hold on a little longer, the boss won't be able to do it right away. This boss is so powerful and has consumed us for such a long time. It can definitely explode quite a lot of good stuff. It would be great if it can explode holy equipment. I have a feeling that we'll definitely ship this time. We've always had good luck. Good luck? Quite good indeed. Just as a few people were talking and laughing about what the boss would drop, a sudden giggle came from behind them. It doesn't sound like Chinese by the accent. And these guys don't talk about martial arts, they just unleash their skills on them without saying a word.
Ingenieur Zumbages.
With such a close sneak attack, they had no time to dodge and could only choose to resist. I'll do it. You guys keep pulling the boss. Now that the boss was at the end of his rope, the team would be able to resist it just as well even without him. The shield warrior dodged out of the group and to the back of the group, bracing his defenses against the fleeting sneak attack. Bang! The defense was just holding up when the enemy's attack arrived. The powerful force caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Duck! After holding out for less than 10 seconds, the defense was breached, and his body was directly blown away, smashing heavily on the ground. How? Several people looked at the fallen shield warrior in disbelief, knowing that this was their team's highest defense. Even if a few of them combined their efforts for a short period of time, they couldn't break through his defense. But now it only took less than 10 seconds for the shield warrior to be broken through the defense, seriously injured and on the verge of death. Hurry up and heal. Without any hesitation, Nurse directly released the healing spell over. But in such a moment of concentration, the boss that had been suppressed by them regained its fighting strength. The boss swung its claws violently, and without the protection of the shield warrior, these brittle skins of theirs couldn't even carry the boss's blow. A claw came down, and several people were all wounded on their bodies, falling to the side and observing vigilantly. With a wolf in front of them and a tiger behind them, they were now in a very awkward situation. Go, give up the boss. Without any hesitation, The captain directly abandoned the boss and was about to leave. It's just that he's a little worried. Go. Where do you want to go? You guys don't think we're targeting this boss, do you? Bosses happen all the time, Chinese transmogrifiers don't. They had only one goal in mind, and that was the Chinese transmogrifier. As long as they hunted down enough Chinese transmogrifiers, they would be able to receive a generous reward. Brothers, it's time to strike, and leave no one behind. The ambushed Union troops came out to stop their retreat. Super water balloon. Just as the Allied forces were preparing to exterminate the Chinese squad, a deadly sense of threat made them feel a chill down their backs. Turning his head, a huge water balloon sped towards them. Pop! 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 Like playing marbles, a water balloon took away a life, and in moments the coalition forces were reduced to a mist of water. Even the boss watching the battle behind him wasn't spared, and a large water balloon ended his life. Comes and goes quickly. Just now they were prepared to fight to the death, but in the blink of an eye, they were the only ones left alive on the scene. That's a bit of a quick change. The most critical thing is that the strength of the person who made the move is too strong, right? The ones who were killed were not just any ordinary goods. They were all the elites of various countries. But they were just killed. If it wasn't for the fact that the battlefield of all nations had a special restriction that prevented even war god powerhouses from forcing their way in, they would have even been somewhat skeptical that the person who had just struck out was the war god of China. The one who took the shot was our Chinese transmigrator, right? I suppose so, or we wouldn't be standing here alive. The crowd just watched, and after a minute, Little Spirit appeared and took away the materials and equipment that had exploded from the scene. There was no unnecessary nonsense, and no one dared to stop her. The same happened in all corners of the Turn 2 battlefield. Following the direction Yi Xiao pointed out, several people began to frantically hunt the foreign allied forces. Of course, if there were any bosses on the way, they would also hunt 2 bosses along the way. Ding! Xiaona's level has been raised to Turn 2 and level 70. Please complete the transfer quest as soon as possible. A few of the greenies on a killing spree have been able to pass on the good news every now and then. The system's beeps didn't even stop, and even Xiaona's level had smoothly arrived at Turn 2 level 70. Xiaona, it's our turn next. We can't let them take all the limelight, can we? Master, I will definitely hunt well. There were not many chances to be favored by Yi Xiao. It was not easy to be able to show herself in front of Yi Xiao, so she naturally had to go all out. Angel summoning. Out of the blue came the big move. The sky cracked open and one angel after another came out of the crack. Slaughtering alone is still a bit slow, but with the help of these fallen angels, that's a lot faster. The point is that all of these fallen angels are war god level powerhouses, and they are part of Kona's skill set and are not ostracized by the battlefield. You're real good. Smart angel trying to be lazy. Ona smiled slightly before giving orders to the fallen angels in mid-air. The fallen angels who received the order scattered around and began to surround the allied forces of the foreign nations. Chapter 163, Clearing the Battlefield. Where exactly are Yi Xiao and the others? We have to find them to rendezvous as soon as possible, or else we will easily be killed by the foreign allied forces with our strength. 5 little rookies who had just broken through the second turn had surprisingly come to the battlefield of all nations as well. It was no one else but Ni Yun. After seeing the strength of Xiao Qing and the girls, Ni Yun had been working hard to upgrade, not eating, drinking, or sleeping, and frantically leveling up. Finally, he broke through to the second turn when the full-scale battlefield opened and came to the same battlefield as Yi Xiao. Only they had still somewhat underestimated the cruelty of the second turn battlefield. The 5 of them couldn't even solve one of the lowest level bosses. The boss had just almost destroyed the group. That is, they were lucky that there were no foreign coalition forces on them. Otherwise, with their strength, they wouldn't even be qualified to run away. What is it? This is an 8-winged fallen angel? What a strong sense of oppression. After hearing their companions' cries, several people looked up at the 8-winged fallen angel in unison. The powerful sense of oppression made them unable to muster any resistance. It was just that this aura of depraved darkness was hard on Ni Yun. This bit of her holy light would not be enough to purify a fallen angel if she was targeted by one. And 6 winged fallen angels. For winged fallen angels, my God, have we stabbed an angel nest? Several people were suppressed and didn't dare to raise their heads. This, if they were discovered, they would directly burp on the spot. The constant flying over of the fallen angels sent a chill down the 5 men's spines, and they all prayed that they wouldn't be spotted by the fallen angels. 1, 2, 6, 10, 12, 10, 2. 12 winged fallen angels. It's really 12 winged fallen angels. What? 12 winged fallen angel? How is this possible? This is the second turning battlefield. How is it possible for a 12 winged fallen angel to appear? The crowd didn't believe it and forced themselves to hold back the fear in their hearts as they looked up into mid-air. 10. 10. 12 wings, really 12 wings. How could it be? How could a 12-winged fallen angel appear in the second turning battlefield? Those who could become 12-winged fallen angels were basically at the God of War level. Now that he appeared in the second turning battlefield, as long as they were targeted by him, all of them would have to die. It seemed that their voices had startled the fallen angels overhead. The fallen angel swept his head down and glanced at them, and the 5 of them only felt a chill leaping from the soles of their feet to the ceiling, their bodies unable to hold back the cold shivers. It's over, we're being watched, we're going to die. It's hopeless. It's really hopeless this time. I should have known better than to come in. It's too dangerous in here. They couldn't even raise a thought of resistance. In front of the fallen angels, their resistance was like a joke. Holy light shines. The only one who barely had a shred of resistance was Yun. She definitely couldn't do it if she was told to resign herself to her fate like that. And with all her strength, that's when she used the holy light, pervasive light. The crowd that was illuminated by the holy light didn't seem to be so scared anymore. At least they had the courage to stand up and fight with the enemy. It's death anyway. Fight it out. It would be worth it to die at the hands of a fallen angel. Several people took up their weapons and waited silently for the fallen angel to descend. But after waiting for half a day, the fallen angels were not ready to come down and kill them. They just stared at Yun for half a day, then turned their heads and left. The fallen angels passing by all looked at them like this, then turned and left. The 5 were confused. What the hell is going on here? They're alive again? The fallen angels had no intention of killing them. Whichever fallen angel it was, it just looked at them. Similarly, in this area, all of China's transmigrants encountered fallen angels. Their condition wasn't much better than Yun and the others, and some of them didn't even have the courage to resist. Only the fallen angels didn't hurt them, looked away and left. Compared to China, the transmigrants from other countries weren't so lucky. The fallen angels saw them and did not strike with the slightest bit of politeness. After all, they only recognize red tapes and not people. Fallen angels. Come on. It's a 4-winged fallen angel. The first 4-winged fallen angel was the first to find the fallen island ninja squad. Without further ado, the sword of darkness decimated towards them. Why are they on us? Run. How could a mere second-turn ninja escape from the hands of a war god-level fallen angel? Darkness enveloped the entire land, and the Kojima ninja lost his way straight away. There was no sign of the fallen angel, only a pain in his neck, and with a gentle touch, his head knocked against the top of his foot. The other side. Pretty country, they had assembled a large number of companions who were ready to carpet search and deal a fatal blow to the Chinese transmogrifier. Boss, we've been searching for 3 hours here, and we haven't found a single Chinese transmuter. Could it be that they're hiding? Or that they simply don't have the courage to come in? This is very likely. The Chinese side has made an announcement, knowing that we are deliberately targeting them again. Many of the transmutants are waiting to see what happens, and very few are hurrying to come. Regardless of whether there are any Chinese transmigrators, we have to look for them. Don't forget our purpose. Even if no one is here these days, there will be people who can't stand it in the next few days, so wait for them to come in and kill them all together. Several people discussed the plan to deal with the Chinese transmigrants. But suddenly there was a sudden sibilant sound overhead. The crowd looked up in unison. It doesn't matter if you don't look, you'll be surprised. His pupils shrank and he went straight to the floor. 10-winged fallen angel. War god level super existence. How did it appear in the second turn battlefield? Impossible, impossible. It's definitely my eyes. Watch me chop him up. Someone lost their mind and decapitated towards the 10-winged fallen angel. The result was obvious, and before he could do anything about it, the darkness swallowed him up without even a crumb of bone left. Weak. Darkness erodes. With a flick of the 10-winged fallen angel's hand, darkness surrounded the combined squads present. When the darkness faded, the fallen angels disappeared into thin air, and so did the combined squads. The second turn battlefield was a mess, and the Chinese turners were in a daze. Whenever they were in danger, a mysterious and powerful person would suddenly appear to save them from danger. Against those transmigrants in foreign countries, The mysterious strong man is a sword, a knife, a mouthful of fire, a claw, a fallen angel.
Forum.
我刚被救了，真的是太漂亮了！一剑直接灭了20人，全都是2转70级的高手。T， 大佬明明是耍刀的，刚在我面前一刀斩碎了半边大地，他就是我的偶像。你俩都在放屁，大佬在我这里，那一口火直接将棒子那群砸碎火化了。大佬真是太仁慈了。
Chapter 164 Guardian God Beast. The forums had become a pot of noise, all praising Xiaoqing and the girls.
那个，有没有一种可能，你们遇到的是一个小队？如果我没有猜错的，你们遇到的应该是我魔城大学的最强新人。兄弟，详细说说，魔城大学的最强新人
Who is it?
详细情况请去魔城大学官网查看。
The identities of Yi Xiao's several people were quickly raked over the coals. People are talking about Yi Xiao's several people on the forum, but unfortunately Yi Xiao has no time to pay attention to these at this time. He is now busy packing up the equipment and materials that burst out. The hall was really huge, and he made a fortune all by himself. Master, my side of the area is almost cleared. I guess there are also 2 little mice that have escaped the sanction of. Well done, very fast. Rewarded with an aroma. Master, I'm back. The machete arrives before the person arrives. I second. The strength is not reduced for many years. Master, I also want to reward. Second sister, you're cheating. Do weapons count as first come first served? Is the weapon mine? The person is in the sword. I am the sword. The sword is me. So when the weapon arrives it means I'm here. I'm second, little old me. Don't you dare try to surpass me. Little Spirit's set of crooked theories almost didn't cripple Little Phoenix, but it was obvious that reasoning with Little Spirit didn't make sense. Looking at the several people fighting and jostling, Yi Xiao rewarded one person with a fragrant incense. All great, all great, all great. After simply blooding the second turn battlefield, Yi Xiao was ready to start completing his transfer quest. After all, Kona had also risen to level 70, and the skills on her body had been pulled full. It's a bit of a waste of experience if you don't hurry up and transfer. Spectral Warlord. Coordinates. Go to the rescue. There was no unnecessary nonsense, just a brief message to him with coordinates. It looked like the Underworld War God was in a hurry. Being able to make the Underworld War God so anxious, Yi Xiao naturally did not dare to not take it to heart. Yi Xiao, on the way. At the coordinates, a small group in the Dragon Kingdom was surrounded by people. Katrina, why are you here? Haven't you already turned 3? Empyrean frowned as he looked at Katrina, who was leading the group that surrounded them in front of him. The Katrina in front of him he was too familiar with, the best of the younger generation in the pretty country, breaking through the 3rd turn at a young age. But she suddenly appeared in the 2nd turning battlefield, which made him somewhat unable to believe it. Battlefield rules were never going to be a problem, so it had to be Katrina who had the problem. Watching Empyrean there, constantly frowning in thought, Katrina smiled. Curious. I'll take you to see some old friends again. Several more old friends appeared behind Katrina. All of them were 3rd turn powerhouses, and as a result, all of them now appeared in the 2nd turn battlefield. There was a qualitative gap between the 3rd and 2nd revolutions themselves, not to mention the fact that their strengths were not much different. In order to enter the 2nd turning battlefield, this was why he pressed himself and did not allow advancement. He had thought that he would be invincible in the 2nd turn battlefield, but it turned out that he didn't expect to encounter Katrina as a crowd. If it was just Katrina alone, he wouldn't be afraid, except that there were still 24 3rd turn powerhouses behind her. With 2 fists they were no match at all. Empyrean Fengqian, I'll give you 2 a chance to leave China and defect to our pretty country, and I can let you 2 live today. Otherwise, don't blame us for showing no mercy today. Among the younger generation, Di Shirtian and Fengqian were the ones they were most concerned about. These 2 were likely to be a hindrance to them in the future. If they could be taken under their control, then the younger generation of China would truly be broken. Surrender? Being a traitor? Empyrean and Fengqian glanced at each other and laughed disdainfully. What they both are. Young master of the imperial family, Miss Feng. In the country of China has a pivotal position. If they all chose to surrender, how much impact it can have on the country of China. With their eyes closed they can think of it. If they surrendered today, tomorrow a war god powerhouse from the Di and Feng families would personally come out to clean up the mess. Katrina, you're underestimating us too much. Can any cat or dog make us surrender? Nor do you take a piss to see if you're qualified enough. Deadly battle. With a command, the Chinese squad prepared for battle. Although their squad didn't have any third-turn powerhouses, they were likewise the top powerhouses in the second turn, and they were equally unafraid of facing third-turn powerhouses. A few of them suppressed their levels just for the divine beasts on the second-turn battlefield, but unfortunately, they were not so lucky and were surrounded by Katrina and the others in advance. But for the sake of his own little life, he could only fight to the death now. A cat and a dog. Good, good, good. Empyrean. I'll see how long you can keep your mouths shut. Do it for me. Kill without mercy. Since Empyrean was shameless, there was no need for them to continue to show mercy. Their pretty country is just as much of a world dominator without him. The fire dragon roared. Shadowless sword. Gale chop. One attack after another killed towards the Deshirtion few. Block. Empyrean took a step forward, and with a flash of 7-colored dazzling light in his hand, a huge barrier rose up, easily fending off all of their attacks. As the young master of the imperial family, the equipment on his body was absolutely top of the line. Is this the strength of the pretty country? That's really weak. Sacred extreme equipment. Worthy of being the young master of the imperial family. With a holy grade extreme equipment, they honestly envied it. But even then, so what? It's just the holy extreme, they have it just the same. In order to suppress China, the pretty country had also made a bloody effort this time, manhandling them to prepare a holy extreme equipment. Don't hide and choke. Kill them first. Too much talk is too much. The hell knows what follow-up tactics Empyrean and the others will have. Kill first. These 5 are enough to give China heartburn for a long time. Baird. 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 Just as they were about to make their move, stream after stream of venom sprayed out. The shield that Empyrean had put up was instantly corroded with a large hole by the venom. Not good, pull back. The moment they saw the venom, everyone hastily backed away. Those with such power were definitely not ordinary bosses. A few people jumped far away and stared intently ahead through the gap. Divine beast. Surprisingly, it's a guardian god beast, so there's a treasure here. The moment they saw the guardian god beast, the eyes of the pretty country crowd lit up. I didn't expect to have a windfall. The geniuses of China were exterminated by them, and now they can still kill a divine beast and get the treasures guarded by the guardian divine beast. That's 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 165, Stealing the Fruits of Labor. Go ye and see what treasures are here. Attribute fruit tree. The guardian god beast guards the attribute fruit tree. Hearing the 4 words attribute fruit tree, several people's eyes lit up. Attribute fruits were a rare commodity. Each fruit could increase attributes by a little bit, although not much. It could open up the gap between them and their peers. And there's no limit to attribute fruits. So long as they're available, you can keep eating them. Not to mention the fact that this was also an attribute fruit tree, and every attribute fruit tree would have a superfruit on it. One will increase the full attributes by 100 points. The more they were thinking about it, the more excited they were. This opportunity must not be missed. But there is only one superfruit, and there are so many people at the scene, it is not enough to share such a superfruit. There's only one superfruit. I know everyone wants it. How about we put our personal grudges aside and settle the guardian god beast first? Katrina's meaning represented their meaning as a coalition, and now it was just a matter of what the Chinese side meant. Saiten, what do you think we should do? If they didn't agree, the Union side would definitely not let them go so easily. Maybe even prioritize them. After all, guardian spirit beasts normally don't choose to leave their treasures. But if they agreed to their idea, after the people combined their efforts to resolve the guardian god beast, the Union side would spare no effort to deal with them. Agreed. There's nothing else we can do right now. I've already issued a call for help before, so we can stall for a while. Be careful. These guys aren't good people, and are likely to backstab the divine beasts when they attack them. A few people agreed after a few moments of discussion. We'll attack from this side, you guys attack from over there, and take care of the divine beast boss first. Katrina naturally knew what Deshirtion meant, and was just afraid that they would play tricks behind her back. Could be. They were nothing more than a small team, there was no need to play mind games against them. A few of them were enough to wipe out the team. The urgency of the delay was still to resolve the guardian god beast first, and that one superfruit she was bound to get. On my command. Shield warriors take the damage in front. Warriors flank and receive. Assassins look for a chance to sneak attack from behind. Mages frantically output, and nurses add status healing. Hear me. With regards to Katrina's command, Empyrean didn't have any other opinions. With their current strength, they only needed to roughly arrange it, and the follow-up all depended on individual play. Detection. Abyssal Poison Python Divine Beast Boss. Level 2 turns and 70 levels. Attributes. Skills. The properties of the Abyssal Poison Python were all within their grasp. Worthy of being a divine beast, these attributes are strong as hell. If it weren't for so many people today, it really wouldn't have been possible to take it. Do it. The Abyssal Poison Python sensed the malice coming from them and kept spitting out its snake letters. The poisonous mist still kept spreading, and in no time at all, it wrapped up the crowd. Fall back. Its poison can corrode shields. Mage, blow away its poisonous mist. Tornado. The gale is encroaching. Windswept. The wind elemental mages quickly unleashed their skills, and in a few moments' time, they blew away the poisonous mist. Attack. Seeing the crowd charging over, the Abyssal Poison Python was clearly a bit angry. The attribute fruit tree was looking at maturity and would soon be able to bear super fruits, and as long as it absorbed the super fruits, its bloodline power would be able to go to the next level and complete its final evolution. But these people were ungrateful and wanted to plunder its super fruits. Can't back down. The Abyssal Python was also furious and opened its bloody mouth to tear towards the crowd. Block. The moment the Abyssal Python charged up, the shield warrior directly topped it. The defense skill was activated and directly collided with the Abyssal Python. Bang, 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 bang. The moment they made contact, 7 or 8 shield warriors were sent flying, falling to the ground and spitting out blood furiously. The chests of the severely injured collapsed. So strong. Katrina's pupils snapped. She had still underestimated the power of the divine beasts. The 7 or 8 shield warriors couldn't even resist a single blow. Warriors go up top and buy time for the mages. Assassins look for opportunities to sneak in the dark. Nurse quickly heals the shield warrior to complete the secondary defense at least. Command after command came from Katrina's lips. When the shield warrior lost the fight, then the only thing left was for the warrior to take the top. As long as they let the mages finish their chance, this divine beast they were sure to take. The nurse frantically launched healing spells, and the injuries on the shield warrior's body were rapidly healing. The warrior launched his skills and charged towards the Abyssal Poison Python, while the assassin hid in the shadows, looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the Abyssal Poison Python. How dare the humans launch a counterattack? The Abyssal Poison Python became even more annoyed, its ferocity completely aroused. Turning angrily, his tail swept toward the warrior in a sweeping motion. Chop! The attack smashed into the snake's tail, leaving only scars, and the Abyssal Python that ate the pain became even more enraged, sweeping its tail across even faster. It was too late for the warrior to try to defend. One by one, they flew backwards for hundreds of meters as if they were kites with broken strings. The warrior who bore the brunt of the attack was the most unlucky. Too late to defend, directly smashed into mincemeat, equipment falling to the ground. It only took 2 moves to make them lose a huge amount of money. But there was a moment's delay, and the mage's chant ended. Combination technique wind and thunder 9 kills. Boom, boom, boom. Hoo, hoo, hoo. The wind howls and the thunder roars. The Abyssal Poison Python's pupils turned into sharp awns, and with a hint of fear in its eyes, it stood still without moving. Drop! The wind blades tore at the Abyssal Poison Python's body endlessly, and the thunder smashed down one after another, each time taking away a piece of its flesh and blood. Z! The Abyssal Poison Python let out a hissing sound. However, the paralyzing effect brought about by the thunder made it impossible to dodge, and it could only stand still and harden itself against the mage's attacks. Very well, continue. All those who can move attack for me. Kill him and the attribute fruit will belong to us. The few people from Tion didn't hide their clumsiness either, and one by one, they attacked frantically in an attempt to decimate the Abyssal Poison Python. Captain. No good. Some Kojima scumbag has gone to steal the super fruit? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone's eyes were attracted to the country of China when they heard their exclamation of surprise. As expected, less than 3 meters away from the property fruit tree, the Kojima ninja was stealthily approaching. Baka, 1 step short of success. Damn Chinese. Don't mind them. Get the super fruit first and then we'll take care of these guys then. Anyway, it's come this far and they've done the reverse with what they've got. Chapter 166 Helping Others is a Traditional Virtue. Anyway, people have been offended. It's better to offend for nothing than to take the superfruit and offend. Z. Seeing that the Kojima ninja was about to steal the superfruit it was guarding, the abyssal poison python hissed even more miserably. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he frantically ran wildly towards the superfruit. The mages also very silently stopped their attacks and allowed the abyssal python to leave. Why should they fight hard and the Kojima ninjas steal the fruits of their labor? Then let them face the abyssal python alone. The few people from Dishirtion also tacitly stopped the attacks on their hands. The abyssal python didn't bother with the others and went straight to the island ninja. They were so in sync in this moment. Baka, damn you! The four of you go over to fend off the abyssal poison python's attack. I'll pick the superfruit, and after that, dodge towards the crowd and let them fend off the abyssal poison python's attack. Yes, the lure of the superfruit was just too great. Even if they were targeted by the abyssal poison python, they were not willing to give it up. The Emperor will bless you. With only one superfruit, the henchman shouldn't last a second against the attack of the abyssal poison python. And that's all he needs for a moment. As long as he's allowed to get his hands on the superfruit, he's sure to escape at the first opportunity. It was exactly as he had suspected. The moment the henchmen resisted the abyssal poison python, they were torn to pieces. And with just a moment's effort, the superfruit fell into his hands. I'm so sorry. The fruit is... Before he could get complacent, a sword flashed, and the man's head directly landed on the ground. Along with the head comes a load of gear and that freshly picked superfruit. In the blink of an eye, the stuff was all taken away. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Where did the sword light come from? Where did the people come from? And how did they not notice anything? Little Green. This divine beast is not bad. The bloodline concentration has reached 69. Slaughter it. Good. The sound spread directly in their ears. But they are only heard, not seen. It was only after Shao Qing's other sword light flashed and the abyssal poison python was directly split in half that they realized. In the property fruit tree sat a man and 5 women. Several people were leisurely savoring the attribute fruits. And the one who had just swung her sword to kill the abyssal poison python was the beautiful young girl in green. Detection. Someone had just tried to detect Yi Zhao's identity. This feeling of being spied on was uncomfortable. Green, that man. Slaughter him. There was no unnecessary nonsense. A sword chopped over. It was then that they realized why the abyssal poison python didn't dodge and was killed by a sword. This sword light was indeed too fast and oppressive, and the moment the sword light sped over, it was simply too late to dodge. The person who detected Yi Zhao's identity was directly chopped in half. Do you have any other doubts? Everyone's faces turned ugly, and only a group of people from China breathed a sigh of relief. They already knew what Yi Zhao was from the underworld war god. This is what the underworld war god sent to save them. The strongest newcomer to Magic City University, Yi Zhao. You're finally here. Yi Zhao raised an eyebrow and glanced at them. If he wasn't wrong, these were the people that the underworld war god had entrusted him to come and rescue. Empyrean? Feng Qian. That's right. It's exactly us. Thanks to you, brother. Before Empyrean could speak, Yi Zhao interrupted Empyrean. Although they made a trip here to kill a divine beast, they were more or less delayed on the road, and they ran here with all their might without credit. If you encountered on the way to kill monsters, it is just, after all, our Chinese people hand to save a little harmless. But this kind of special trip to come to the rescue, then you have to charge a little rescue fee. There's no need to thank me, I don't save people for free. One person, 1 billion Chinese currency. Props of equal value are fine. Sure enough, it was just like what the underworld war god had said. This guy is not the kind of guy who works for nothing, and if you want him to come to the rescue, you have to let extort a little something, more or less. It's a good thing that $1 billion is a drop in the bucket for all of them rich kids. This is a prop worth $5 billion, brother. See how it is. When Dishirtion threw the props over without any hesitation, Yi Zhao felt that he had lost out. After all, the vision dives. It should be $5 billion a person to make it work. These rich kids are really too rich, $1 billion is just $10 to them. But let him back out, that is unlikely. Yi Zhao is also a person who wants to face. Okay, you guys can go. I'll take care of the rest. Yi Zhao waved his hand to signal them to leave. We can help. No, after collecting the money. These people are mine. I'm a person who hates people taking jobs. Gotta. Yi Zhao was completely ungrateful. But this was a normal thing, after all, these people represented contribution points. The upgrade is at the end of the line, but it's a compilation. Getting contribution points, he had to have a civic rank to keep rising. Eating public food, he likes it. Then bye brother Yi Xiao, let's go. Since the underworld war god dared to let Yi Xiao come alone, it was enough to prove Yi Xiao's strength and they did not need to worry about it. Want to leave? With our permission. The divine beast was robbed, and so was the super fruit. Now even the Chinese trannies are leaving. If they were to let them leave alive, then they would really be a basket case and lose their fortune. So when D. Shirtion's people were about to leave, Katrina spoke up, wanting to leave D. Shirtion's people behind. Green. Yes, master. Before a few people could surround them, Xiao Qing gently waved the sword in her hand, and the sword light directly split the ground into two halves. Death to those who cross. A sword light forced everyone back. That made them blush a bit. So many of them had been forced into the situation by a woman. Both were equally strong at the second turn. What made her so strong? So what if she's a strong fighter? There are only 6 people. Together they'll be able to slaughter them just the same. That's right, if we are forced back by a few Chinese women, then how can we still mix in the future, go all out and slaughter them? Kill! Under Katrina's call, everyone rekindled their fighting spirit and killed towards Xiao Qing's few people. Really, trying to give you a little more time to live, why don't you guys know how to appreciate it? Since they want to die so badly, a favor? Good. Helping people is our traditional virtue. It's been long overdue. In the face of several people's attacks, Xiao Qing and the girls didn't show the slightest bit of timidity. Instead, they had an excited look on their faces. Chapter 167, Three-Legged Golden Crow. Then go have some fun. At Yi Zhao's command, the 5 people directly rushed out. There were only 5 residual shadows in the air, and by the time they discovered the traces of Xiao Qing's few people, the team had already lost a third of them. There was no reaction, just straight to the head. To their deaths, they never figured out how they died. The speed of Xiao Qing's few people was so fast that it had exceeded their reaction speed. This was also the first time that Xiao Qing and the others were on fire to fight against the enemy, and they had collected themselves as they couldn't hurt anyone's life before. This time they got to kill properly, they spilled the beans. Charging into the crowd was unstoppable. Even if they were on guard, no one was a match for them. In less than 10 minutes, the ground was covered with corpses, and equipment was exploding all over the place. As for the enemy, only Katrina's squad of 5 remained. Only a few of them were able to barely resist 2 more moves. But it was only able to resist 2 moves, and the shield outside his body was already shaking and riddled with cracks. What kind of monsters are these guys? What makes them so strong? Katrina's few people no longer had the arrogance they had before, and each of them had panic in their eyes. This was a war god level shield, a means of defense that the family war god had specially laid out for her in order to protect her life. A shield of this level would be just as impossible to shatter even if a third-turn powerhouse came. But now what? It was surprisingly close to shattering under the attack of 5 second-turn turners. This bastard's shell is quite hard to have lasted for such a long time. Green spat idly. What he got in return was a blank stare from Spirit. Talking is talking. Can you not hurt others by mistake? Who is she to compare this with the king's shell? Our king's shell can be much harder than her. Blunder, blunder, blunder. I sure didn't mean what you said. A few people idly picked up the equipment and materials on the ground. As for Katrina's and their king shells, there was no hurry to shatter them. Teasing the enemy was the most pleasurable thing. A few of Katrina's people were really suffering right now. They also knew that Xiao Qing's few were teasing them, but they didn't have any way out. There was no chance of fighting for their lives. They could only hide under the shield and survive. I'm full, one of you go get some. Yi Xiao jumped down from the attribute fruit tree and leisurely walked to Katrina and the girls. A few of you. I'm actually a very nice person to talk to. I think you guys know how to spend your money. Yi Xiao hinted obviously, it was up to them if they understood it or not. Is it true what you say? Spending money can really eliminate disasters. Do you have any other options? Yi Xiao's rhetorical question directly silenced them. Yeah, do they have a choice now? They have no choice but to say yes. $1 billion for you. Yi Xiao laughed. Does he really think he's the same person he was 10 minutes ago, so easy to fool? $1 billion? That's the price in China. You have only one choice if you want to live. Hand over everything you have on you, and keep none of it. I have a means of detection. If I detect that you still have residue, then I'm sorry, they are your downfall. The whole family. Yi Xiao is too insatiable. Surprisingly, They want all the family's belongings on them. One by one, their faces were unsightly, and even though there was 1,000 reluctance in their hearts, they finally chose to compromise. No matter how precious it is, it's just something outside of your body, and your life is what really belongs to you. Okay, it's all yours. The treasures on his body were thrown to Yi Xiao one after another, and some people even threw their naked clothes to Yi Xiao in order to prove that they all contributed. This capital indeed. Forget it. Leave the pants, I don't want that. There was a reason why these people could survive until now, and the treasures on their bodies were really many. But it's all in his favor now. You've got everything. Can we leave now? Of course. I'm a man of my word. Since I promised to let you guys go, I naturally won't kill you. Green. Take the stuff and go. They have nothing to do with us anymore. After watching Yi Xiao several people leave, Katrina and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Before, they were worried that Yi Xiao would go back on his word and kill them, but now it seems that Yi Xiao's few people are still very trustworthy and really let them go after taking the things. Go before they regret it. Go? With our permission. The situation was directly reversed before they said so to the Empyrean guys, and now the Empyrean guys said it to Katrina in turn. Kill. At this moment they understood. They still fell into Yi Xiao's calculations. The Yi Xiao several people did keep their promise and let them go. But they had completely ignored Empyrean on the side. These 5 people's fighting strength wasn't inferior to theirs. Not to mention the fact that they had lost all of their undercards now, so there was no way they could be a match for Dishirtion and the others. In less than half an hour, they were down with serious injuries. Compared to them, the Dishirtion few were in a much better situation, only slightly out of breath. You guys are really wasted. It took so long to clean up a few losers. You guys really are the first geniuses of the Imperial City Magic City. Being said so by Yi Xiao, both Dishirtion and Feng Qian were a little embarrassed. If someone else had said that, they would definitely have to retort a couple of times, but Yi Xiao, they were really not qualified to retort. They were not even as good as these few women around Yi Xiao, let alone Yi Xiao who could make their hearts happy. Never mind, I was asking too much after all. Not everyone can be like me. You, yes you. Summon your one-legged golden crow. Yi Xiao definitely couldn't stay in the second turn battlefield for a long time, and when he finished his transfer quest, he would have to go to the third turn battlefield to indulge. But the second turn battlefield still needs to be guarded by someone, and doing things should be done. He wants to make the other countries not enjoy a little benefit. So just barely help Feng Qian evolve the one-legged golden crow. This thing also has the bloodline of the divine beast 3-legged golden crow in its body. Relying on Feng Qian's cultivation, it is unlikely that there will be no great opportunities in his lifetime. A one-legged golden crow? Go. Come with me for a trip, and I'll send you a creation. The one-legged golden crow looked at Feng Qian in confusion. Only after receiving Feng Qian's consent did the one-legged golden crow follow Yi Xiao into the distance. Evolution. One-legged golden crow. Evolving, please wait. Evolution successful. 3-legged golden crow. 3 golden flames descended from the sky, and the 3-legged golden crow's main body appeared in front of Yi Xiao. I evolved. The one-legged golden crow had possessed her own consciousness before, and when she evolved into a 3-legged golden crow, she was directly dumbfounded. Just by being touched by Yi Xiao, the holy beast became a divine beast. Thank you, Master. Chapter 168, Getting Stronger for Revenge? The ones that got Yi Xiao evolved are 100% loyal to him. But this 3-legged golden crow he doesn't want. After all, this is someone else's beast pet, and it would be a bit villainous for him to take it across the board. It's definitely not because the 3-legged golden crow is male, definitely not because of that. This is considered a creation that I have bestowed upon you. Your master is still Feng Qian. Assist her well, guard the second transformation battlefield, and as long as it's a foreign power, kill them all without amnesty. Yes. Come on, it's time to go back. He didn't have time to delay here for too long. He had only killed 2 divine beasts in so half a day, and there were still an additional 3 divine beasts to be hunted. How about killing the 3-legged golden crow? Forget about it, more or less evolved on his own, it's a bit cruel to kill him. The 3-legged golden crow stumbled and almost didn't fall out of the sky. Master, we share the same mind. Like that. I'm just thinking about it. Don't think about it. Really don't think about it. The more you try to cover it up, the darker it gets. This master is a bit of a belter. Not such an attitude with those sisters. With him, he would have to be killed to make up the numbers. That's a big difference in treatment. Don't. There are enemies. Three-legged golden crow. It's the divine beast three-legged golden crow. Run away. A monster like the golden crow. Feng Qian dares to say first. No one dares to say second. The three-legged golden crow, that represented the supreme yang, the power of the sun. The flames in his body are capable of burning everything under the sun. A small abyssal python made them almost die, let alone the three-legged golden crow that was stronger than the abyssal python by an unknown number of levels. They had no choice but to flee. A few sisters hurry up and escape. I know you guys are strong, but the three-legged golden crow is really scary. If you don't escape, you will be in danger. Looking at Shao Qing's several people standing impassively in place, Feng Qian hurriedly rushed over, wanting to pull them away. Escape? In danger? A few people raised their eyebrows at Feng Qian. To others this could be dangerous, but to them there is absolutely no danger to speak of. They were able to sense Yi Zhao's aura and knew that this three-legged golden crow had just evolved from the one-legged golden crow. And so what if it's a wild three-legged golden crow? And who isn't a beast? 5 against 1, that's not pure abuse. Take a good look. Aren't you familiar with this guy? You really aren't a qualified owner. Being choked by Shao Qing's few people, Feng Qian directly froze in place. Looking up, it seems so familiar. Does that mean? No way. Feng Qian seemed to have thought of something, but was still more or less in disbelief. After all, with such a short period of time, it would be completely impossible to make a holy beast evolve into a divine beast. But looking at the three-legged golden crow above his head, the more he looked at it, the more familiar he felt, and there was even a hint of intimacy. Crow. Medium. The clear, powerful cries were her little crows. Little crow, it's really you. How did you evolve into a three-legged golden crow? What did he do to you? Speaking of which, Xiao Wu was all excited. Yi Xiao had helped it fulfill its lifelong dream. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Wu wanted to be intimate with Yi Xiao, his large head wanting to rub against Yi Xiao's body. Thump, 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 thump. The three-legged golden crow's head just wanted to rub towards Yi Xiao's body when 6 large bags appeared on its head. Good you three-legged golden crow, I gave you a great creation, and you're trying to take advantage of me. You owe me a beating. I haven't even rubbed it in yet. How dare you, you owe me a beating. Serves you right. The three-legged golden crow is aggrieved. It only wanted to express its gratitude with Yi Xiao and had no other thoughts. Who would have thought the world would be so hostile that the head would just go over and get knocked in 6 bags? Yi Xiao also didn't dare to continue to linger on its body. Hell knows what it had in mind for itself. Crow, come here for a cuddle. It's so aggravating. Other people don't feel sorry for Feng Qian, but she feels bad. This golden crow was cultivated by her since childhood, and her feelings were very deep, and she usually couldn't afford to hit or scold. Now she was being beaten up by a group of 6 people, and if it wasn't because she wasn't an opponent, she would have gone up to seek justice. Little crow, let's admit it and come back for revenge after we become stronger. The three-legged golden crow raised its eyebrows as if it was looking at a little cutie, like looking at Feng Qian. Come back for revenge? She wants to die, but don't drag it down with her. Little Qian, you don't think I have a chance to defeat them just because I've turned into a three-legged golden crow, do you? In front of Yi Xiao, it definitely didn't dare to reveal Shao Qing's identity of them. But a heartfelt message can still be done. I'll tell you a secret, you mustn't divulge it, or we won't be able to eat it. These 5 women in front of you, they're not human. They're all divine beasts, just like me. If I'm not wrong, they're all Lord Yi Zhao's beast pets. 1 against 5 were no match. Hearing the three-legged golden crow's transmission, Feng Qian was confused. The 5 women in front of them were actually 5 divine beasts, and they were all Yi Zhao's beast pets. This man, very mysterious. Although his heart was shocked, he didn't show it on his face. An existence that could turn Little Crow into a three-legged golden crow seemed like something she couldn't afford to offend. Little Crow, what kind of divine beasts are they? The green-eyed white tiger, the sea-suppressing Xuanwu, the immortal divine phoenix, the 5-clawed golden dragon, and the 12-winged fallen angel. The more Feng Qian listened, the more she was shocked. Each one was an existence not weaker than the three-legged golden crow. Of course, the interest in Yi Xiao grew. Little did she know that being interested in a man was the beginning of her sinking. Yi Xiao was unaware of this. He would be busy searching for the divine beasts next, Just leave the trivial things to them. Hey, 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 what's on your mind? Did you hear what I just said? Looking at Feng Qian's demented appearance, Yi Xiao doubted if this decision of his was correct yet. Ah! Say what? Feng Qian rarely blushed. Just now her attention was all on Yi Xiao's body. She didn't pay attention to what Yi Xiao said. Ugh! The stabilization of the second turning battlefield is in your hands. During this month's time, you will patrol the second turning battlefield, and when you encounter hostile forces, you will directly take them out. With the three-legged golden crow in place, the average person is not a match for you. And the second thing is, as soon as you find any sign of the divine beast boss, please contact me promptly. I'm useful. Okay? If Yi Xiao is strong, then Yi Xiao has the final say. Anyway, with their strength, they were still close to dealing with the divine beast boss, so instead of letting it go, it would be better to send Yi Xiao a favor. Good. Add a contact. Nothing more, just easy to get in touch with. Although Yi Xiao was strong, he also knew the ways of the world, and these people were his connections. The connections are a little weaker, but they're good enough. If it's fine, then we'll take our leave, and remember to check in with the underworld war god. Chapter 169, The Scent of Divine Beast Meat. After saying that, Yi Xiao turned around and left. Of course, Yi Xiao didn't have anything polite to do with them, and before leaving, he finished off the bloodied Katrina 5. Something you shouldn't need, okay? I'll take it then. What can they say even if they need to? Yi Xiao's strength was there, but if they dared to have a little bit of opinion, the equipment on their bodies should have been exploded. The only one who didn't have a problem with it was probably Feng Qian. The evolution of a one-legged golden crow into a three-legged golden crow was the greatest gain for her. After taking the things away, Yi Xiao uprooted the attribute fruit tree. Although the fruit was pretty much eaten by them, it could still be planted back and eaten when it grew again. The abyssal python's corpse was likewise not spared. After all, it was a divine beast that still possessed a huge amount of power in its body. Eat a bite of it to get high for a day. When he collected the abyssal python's corpse, Yi Xiao did not forget to take a look at the three-legged golden crow. When he thought of the bad thoughts that Yi Xiao had had on him before, the three-legged golden crow shuddered straight away. Hurriedly, he turned his head aside, afraid of being noticed more. Never mind. It's still hard. There were many divine beasts, and there was no need to focus on the three-legged golden crow one. After all, it still had a very deep bond with Feng Qian. Killing the three-legged golden crow would offend Feng Qian, and offending Feng Qian would offend the Feng family. It's not worth it for a divine beast. Three-legged golden crow, I thank you. After collecting all the things, Yi Xiao looked at the 5 women around him. We've all worked hard today, and we've had such a great harvest. So what are we going to be? Having a banquet and eating roasted meat. On the barbecue technology should also look at the previous 5 people, grilled that called a charred outside and tender inside. The flavor is very good. Let that squad from before bake. They bake with a flavor I like. Yes, 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 find them, they grill good meat. The barbecue team was fully recognized by them, and in order to ensure the quality of their own barbecue in the future, Yi Xiao couldn't let any accidents happen to them. Several people carried the corpse of the abyssal poison python and returned to the initial place. The barbecue squad was also unusually obediently waiting in place and not moving around. You guys are still at it. Big brother, you're back. We were waiting for you here. How dare we leave without your orders? It was right not to leave, or else it would have been a struggle to find 5 people in such a large second-turn battlefield. Since you're all here, it should be okay to bother you with a little something. No comment, no comment. Big brother so polite for what have to do, directly command to soup and fire in the fire. Bang, bang. As soon as a few people spoke, the abyssal poison python's corpse, which was split in 2, was thrown directly in front of them. Help with a roast? All 5 were stunned. Even if it was a corpse, the abyssal poison python's corpse had a very powerful might on it. Several people couldn't stop swallowing. Lifting his head, he inquired cautiously. Biggie, divine beast or not? And, after all, the meat of other ferocious beasts doesn't taste good. Hear, hear. What a pristine reason. Just because the meat of other ferocious beasts didn't smell good, they went crazy hunting divine beasts. These were divine beasts. Each one of them was an invincible existence. But Yi Xiao and the others had actually killed 2 divine beasts in a row, and they were also very honored to be able to roast divine beast meat twice in a row. What, you guys can't handle it? Can. Definitely can. Don't worry, big brother. Just leave the divine beast meat to our brothers to handle. Just tell us what flavor you like. We've been studying barbecue for so many years. We'll make sure everyone has a good time. With their words, Yishao was relieved. The rest was waiting for them to cook the meat. Inform a few of your brothers of your tastes, and then we'll get ready to celebrate with a banquet. Compared to the Bear King's meat, the Abyssal Poison Python's meat was even better roasted. At 8 o'clock in the night, the bonfire was lit and the meat of the Abyssal Poison Python was set before them. It's really good flavor on the outside. Jade, this piece of meat you're eating is mine, your tripe is over there. Jade glanced up at Green and shoved the meat directly inside her mouth. Oh, I know, but I like to eat this now. It's still Big Sister who knows how to eat. 9 ripe meat is the best, Big Sister. I'll have a piece of your meat too. I want one too. Give me a piece. Several people sat around the campfire, their mouths gnawing on the divine beast meat, the smiles on their faces not falling. There was only the poor roasted meat quintet, hiding in a corner where no one was looking, secretly eating that roasted and battered divine beast meat. Although the meat was grilled, several people still ate it with gusto. Captain, it's still you. There's no one smarter than you in the world. Thank you, Captain. If it wasn't for the Captain, how could we eat such good divine beast meat? The flavor of the charred divine beast meat wasn't beautiful anymore, but the power contained within it still made them float. And these charred meats are exactly what they baked on purpose. With Shao Qing's several people's meal sizes, this one abyssal poison python was just enough for the several of them to share. They can't take a bite without wanting a little hello. 2 hours later, the wine was gone and everyone was flat on their backs, relaxing and enjoying their last moments. Let's call it a day. Get a good night's rest and let's finish the mission tomorrow. On the second day, the 24-hour restriction ended, and the first batch of people who entered the battlefield could freely enter and exit the battlefield. The roasted 5 didn't leave and remained where they were. We'll be right here waiting for you, big guy. So call on us whenever you need a roast. Killing monsters? There's no rush. If he first flattered the Yi Shao few, he would still be able to walk horizontally in the battlefield in the future. Their small minds Yi Shao naturally knew about it, to which Yi Shao did not have any aversion. Spending his life for them Yi Shao is definitely impossible, but what he can do to help, he naturally does not begrudge helping out. After all, a little perk for a half day of hard baking. Somewhere on the second order battlefield, a report came from Feng Qian in the front. Feng Qian, Yi Shao brother, the location of the divine beast I have already reported to you. The bloodline concentration is more than 60, you come over. Yi Shao, who had been notified, did not make any stops and set off towards Feng Qian's reported location. Detection. King of the Big Dipper. Wind, Kim. Divine Beast Bloodline 60. Attributes. Skills. After detecting the attributes of the Big Dipper Pig King, Yi Shao expressed his satisfaction. This thing looks like a scourge on the world. It's not a good thing at first sight. There's no psychological burden in killing it. Not bad. Not bad, little Feng, you're very good. Not wasted my training of you. For Feng Qian's work ethic, Yi Shao was very satisfied. As long as you're satisfied. Being praised by Yi Shao, Feng Qian instead was still a little embarrassed. Chapter 170. 10 times. The Big Dipper Pig King had also discovered their trail. For divine beasts, someone else's detection was their provocation. The back hooves pawed the ground frantically, and a guttural grunting sound came from inside his mouth. Bang! The ground directly shattered apart, and the Big Dipper Pig King was like a speeding cannonball. Don't look at his bloated size, but his speed is staggering. When they heard the sound of the ground shattering, the Big Dipper Pig King had already appeared in front of Yi Shao. That's pretty fast, but you're not enough if you want to hurt your master. Xiao Ling's figure flashed and directly blocked in front of Yi Shao. Bang! The Big Dipper Pig King and Little Spirit clashed together fiercely. Gollum! The moment of impact, the Big Dipper Pig King flew out directly, and Little Spirit just gently patted the dust on his body, with a look of indifference. That's it. I thought how strong it was. How dare you provoke the master? Really out of your depth. What a disappointment for the Big Dipper Pig King. I thought that I could fight soundly and exceptionally, but as a result, even the most powerful pig, he was still just a pig. You girl, you're still getting more demanding. Go ahead. This one's all yours. Okay. Little Spirit shrugged his shoulders, and with a flash of his body, his speed was one step faster than the Big Dipper Pig King, and he came directly in front of the Big Dipper Pig King. Eh? The Big Dipper Pig King looked at Little Spirit in disbelief. He didn't expect Little Spirit to be so fast. Just as he was about to resist, he felt his body lose control. I watched TV and said that for good-tasting pork, you have to go through constant wrestling and massaging to give the meat a sinewy texture. Bear with me, little piggy, and I'll help your meat evolve. Not giving the Pig King a chance to retort at all, Xiao Ling picked up the pig's head and started bombarding the opposite side. Duang! 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 As if it was a magnitude 10 earthquake, the scene was a miserable one. The sound of the ground breaking up was mixed with the miserable screams of the Pig King. So violent? Looking at Little Spirit's fighting style, Feng Qian staggered. Hush! Don't be overheard. I'm afraid I'm going to get beaten up like this pig. The three-legged golden crow was equally scared, and he was going to be reduced to mush if he fell down like that. In a moment's effort, the Pig King's screams stopped, and the terror in his eyes didn't dissipate until he died. That's it. That doesn't work either, and I said it would last an hour. The meat that comes out of an hour of wrestling is the best. With the pig already dead, she was less demanding, and the machete dissected the king pig in 3 strokes. Look, master, the meat is very tender. The gelatin is all beaten out by me. Let's shabu-shabu this meat. Hand-beaten pork meatballs. Okay. Hand-beaten pork meatballs and shabu-shabu. Ding. Kill the Big Dipper King, experience +0. Ding. Get props. Get equipment. Get skill books. Progress of the 3rd rotation task. 3-5. For these harvests Yi Xiao had already become numb, completely lacking the excitement of before. The thing that concerned him the most right now was the progress of the 3rd turn quest. Already completed 3, now just 2 more to go. If the 3-legged golden crow. Yi Xiao's gaze unconsciously glanced at the 3-legged golden crow. The look of a million evil eyes. The moment Yi Xiao turned around, the 3-legged golden crow knew what he was thinking. Absolutely not. With a whoosh, the 3-legged golden crow directly fled to the Imperial Beast space. Don't summon me out until Lord Yi Xiao has left. Although he didn't know what was going on with the 3-legged golden crow. But since he had said so, there must be his reasoning. Anyway, with Yi Xiao around, she wouldn't be in any danger. This little guy, I was just thinking about it. Why the big reaction? Let's go. Let's go find the next divine beast boss. Comrade Little Feng, you've done well this time. Work hard. I'm optimistic about you. No reward, just a verbal commendation. Then he took Xiao Qing and several people and left, heading straight to the next battlefield. The 2nd turn battlefield now belonged to the territory of China, and with more people searching for it was a good thing. The 4th divine beast was soon settled. Little DD, you're not bad either, only a little slower than Comrade Feng. My name is Dishonored. Not Little. Fine. Got it, Little Imperial Emperor. Let me take a look at the divine beast you're looking for first. I listen, but I don't change. What Empyrean? How can it sound as good as Little Empyrean? Empyrean Weather's face is black, but there is no way, cannot be beaten, in exchange for other people to call him a small Empyrean Emperor. Has long beaten them, do not know the southeast and northwest. Detection. Purple lightning, wind and thunder panthers. Wind, thunder, lightning. Divine Beast Bloodline 77. Attributes. Skills. After reading the attributes of the purple electricity wind thunder leopard, Yi Xiao straight away called it good. If it wasn't for the mission, he really wanted to collect the purple lightning wind thunder leopard. What? A male? Phoenix? Can I leave this to you to solve? Master, please don't question my fighting ability. Little Phoenix mischievously winked at Yi Xiao before flying to the purple lightning wind thunder leopard. It had been annoyed just now when Yi Xiao had probed it, only that it was cautious by nature and did not make any counterattacks. Now that Little Phoenix had intruded into its place, this was a naked provocation. It's cautious, but it's not incompetent. Someone else had bullied its way to the door, so if this didn't result in a counterattack, wouldn't it lose face as a divine beast? Zip! Zip! The moment Little Phoenix appeared, the thunder and lightning balls kept coalescing, and the wind was generated under his feet, always ready to dodge Little Phoenix's attacks. What an inkling! What the hell are you waiting for? The purple lightning wind thunder leopard didn't answer Little Phoenix's words and kept rotating around Little Phoenix. Zip! As it circled around behind the Little Phoenix, the lightning ball jetted and made a sneak attack towards the Little Phoenix. That's right. I'm waiting to die. What are you waiting for? The Little Phoenix didn't resist, and the ball of lightning pierced through the Little Phoenix so easily. The purple lightning wind thunder leopard was confused. So easily solved? How can only such strength dare to provoke his? Little Panther, If you freeze again, you're going to die. Little Phoenix didn't know when she appeared behind the purple lightning wind thunder leopard and raised her foot to its butt. After feeling the threat of a severed sun coming from behind him, he fled directly 100 meters away with the wind under his feet. When it turned around and saw Little Phoenix standing there intact, it became even more puzzled. It just clearly killed it, so why is it appearing now? Apparently it doesn't have a big enough CPU, and after half a day of thinking about it decided to go ahead and do it. Once, twice, 3 times. Little Phoenix didn't resist either, and was directly killed 10 times. Each time, Nirvana was reborn in a stronger position in front of the wind thunder leopard. 10 times, that's about it. It's no fun bullying you anymore. Chapter 171. Handsome but smelly. Yishao also waited for quite a long time. Nirvana rebirth 10 times is already enough. Any more than that, Yishao will have a problem with it. Immortal fire. Little Phoenix lightly snapped her fingers, and the immortal god flame directly wrapped the purple lightning wind thunder leopard, cutting off all of its paths of retreat. Burn. The moment it was wrapped by the immortal god flame, the purple lightning wind thunder leopard protected itself firmly. Zip, zip, zip. The flames kept burning, and in a moment's time, the protection outside of its body was burned down, and without even giving it a chance to react, the flames directly attached to the flesh and began to eat away at its flesh a little bit, until it's all burned up. Ding! Congratulations on killing the divine beast boss purple lightning wind and thunder leopard. Experience +0. Congratulations on obtaining the prop. Divine beast crystal core. Getting equipment. Getting skill books. Ding! Progress of the third turn quest 4-5. The progress was already 4-5 THS complete, and there was only one last divine beast left to complete the third turn. At this time, Yishao unconsciously thought of the 3-legged golden crow. If he left the 3-legged golden crow behind, his mission would be complete. 3-legged golden crow. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? It was a pity that Feng Qian wasn't around right now, or else she would have taken the 3-legged golden crow to make up the numbers. Yishao, big brother. Divine beast. Come quickly. Address. After waiting for 10 minutes or so, someone spotted the divine beast. I have to say, the luck is really good. Of course, this also had a lot to do with himself. If he hadn't purged the second turning battlefield, they wouldn't have been able to spare so much free time to help search for divine beasts. The first order given by the god of the underworld is to make every effort to find divine beasts with a bloodline concentration of 60 or more. That's why this was the only way to find the divine beast in a short period of time. The 6 figures quickly swept through the air, and in no time at all, they arrived at the location of the divine beast boss. A light beast. Looking at the little elf not far away, which was emitting a holy light, Yishao instantly became interested. I think we're going to have another sister. I feel the same way. The probability is at 100%. Old 6? The master is finding us sisters faster than the scum can cheat on us. Yishao had just shown a hint of interest when he was met with a few other people's yin and yang. As much as he wanted to retort something, he didn't have enough backbone to do so. After all, he did have the idea that the elf looked really cute. It makes you want to go up to the Rua. Isn't this elf quite cute? You all should love it. This wouldn't be a question, this was an affirmation. Yishao asked one more question, just wanting them to confirm it. How could Yishao's this little thought be hidden from them? Of course they didn't break it down. After all, there was no use for them to say it. What Yishao decided they only needed to support unconditionally. Of course, such a cute Pokemon is my favorite. Fluffy ears. I want to go up and Rua. Cute indeed, just a little worse than me. After receiving their affirmative answers, Yishao expressed his satisfaction. How about she be your sister? Could be. Of course it's good. Humph. No objections, that's a unanimous vote. A few people were right there commenting on the elf, and the elf also noticed the Yishao people at the first moment. Cocking his head, he glanced at the several people, then flapped the small wings that were as thin as cicada wings and flew in front of Yishao's several people. They just looked at each other, wide-eyed. This little guy has so much guts, huh? This was the first time a divine beast had dared to fly directly in front of him. Now that the elf has flown over, how can you live up to the fluffy ears without RUA? Yishao stretched out his big hand and directly covered the elf's head, and kept ruing to and fro. Biffed. Being constantly rued by Yishao, the little elf's face swished red. Her ears kept on twitching, and hot air kept on jetting inside her nose. Is cute as hell. I'm going to Rua a bit too. Me too. Seeing the elf's shy appearance, a few of them motherly love directly flooded the elf with rua. There was no resistance to their petting the elf, and even a bit of enjoyment. Is this divine beast so cute? No, I want to go up and rua it too. Tension, who had informed Yishao to come, couldn't help but want to go up to Rua when he saw how docile and cute the little elf was. Whoosh! 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 The moment Tension reached out, the elf's figure instantly dissipated, followed by 3 icy cold bows and arrows. If it wasn't for Little Spirit stepping in to help fend them off, the 3 arrows would have pierced through Tension's brow, throat, and heart. What a strong force! The strikes are so vicious. Each strike is directed towards a fatal place. How can this little girl change back and forth so quickly? The crowd looked at the elf with some confusion. Before the elf was so docile. How come once Tension came over, it directly turned into this ferocious appearance? Tension. Personal injury achievement reached. Detection. Pixie. Illumination. Divine Beast Bloodline 90. Attributes. Skills. PS. Born with the ability to distinguish between good and evil, and will be extremely affable to those who are kind. Seeing the introduction of the elf, Yishao probably guessed a little something. Kind and gentle man, that's what he said. The elf affinities him and rejects Tension, and it's clear who is good and who is evil. Little one, come here, brother, I'm the kindest. Not like that guy. Brother is a good guy. Follow brother. Brother give you candy. Yishao smiled and stared at the elf like a weird uncle coaxing a child. After hearing Yishao's voice, the elf twisted his head to look at Yishao, then shook his head with a disgusted expression. You're not kind. One word makes Yishao break his defense, you're not kind. What kind of international joke is this? If he's not kind, who is? Little one, how dare you say I'm not kind? Brother is the kindest of all.
No.
You stink. Goodness smells good on you. This made Yishao even more speechless. If I stink, then why did you let me rua? You're handsome. What a pristine reason. Yishao did not know what to say for a moment. Not nice people, but handsome. Are elves all about faces now too? But it doesn't matter. Kindness doesn't make a meal. Handsomeness makes a soft meal. Little guy, brother me. I'm not willing to rough it with you. Give you the best choice? Follow brother. Brother give you a great creation. Chapter 172, Catching Arrows with Unarmed Hands. There is only one chance, so you have to make the most of it. If you miss it, then you won't have a chance in this life. Yishao was not willing to get rough with the elf. After all, such a cute little guy. It would be bad if he got hurt. The great creation? The elf looked at Yishao with some confusion, not knowing what Yishao meant by great creation. How to get the great creation? Pact with me and become my beast pet. The great creation she wanted, but she was a divine beast elf, and the pride of a divine beast prevented it from stooping to its level. Besides, she didn't believe that the man in front of her could bring about a greater creation. Even if Yishao was handsome. If you want to make me contract, you can. Defeat me, and after you defeat me, I'll be at your disposal. Sure enough. Still can't avoid a fight. But it didn't matter. Let her suffer a bit first, and then slowly make it up to her afterward. Are you sure? Okay. Yishao raised his eyebrows and looked at the 5 Shao Qing people on the side. It's all in the family. Just mean it. They naturally understood what Yishao meant. Besides, they also very much liked this holy power in the elf, feeling that their souls were purified. Except for Morgana, of course darkness and light are inherently hostile attributes, and the aura on the two doesn't match. The 5 men slowly came to the elf side and surrounded her. What do you mean? Looking at the 5 people who surrounded her, the elves had a puzzled look on her face. She clearly said that she was fighting with Yishao. How come so many more people came out at this time? Little sister, don't misunderstand. This isn't sister bullying you. Yes, little sister, it's so nice to be a good beast pet of your master. Why do you have to take a beating? Without waiting for the elf to ask questions, the 5 returned to their native forms. Green-eyed white tiger, Jinhai Xuanwu, immortal god phoenix, 5-clawed golden dragon, 12-winged fallen angel. The 5 super god beasts just stood beside the elf. If she were to face one of them, she would still have the strength to keep herself undefeated. But now she was facing 5 super divine beasts at once, and one was her super nemesis, the 12-winged fallen angel. If these 5 were to come together, there was absolutely no way she could be a match, and she might even be killed in seconds instantly. After seeing that the elf was stunned, Yishao once again came to the elf's side. Little one, following your brother for food and drink? Are you sure you don't want to think about it? I never give people second chances, so take advantage of it. One side is getting beat up, the other side is having self-respect. The elf was a bit despondent, standing there not knowing what to choose, and so on. A light suddenly flashed in the elf's eyes, as if he had thought of something happy. I just said, to make me contract, you'll have to defeat me yourself, with the help of someone else's power. I'm not convinced. As soon as the elf finished speaking, the scene fell into dead silence. A few people in green looked at the elf with smiles and laughter. I don't know if this guy is lucky or just bold. Obviously, there was still that little bit of a puny chance of winning a fight with a couple of them. But she, on the other hand, chose Yi Xiao, who had no chance of winning. Even though Yi Xiao hadn't fought for a long time, it didn't mean that Yi Xiao's combat power was weak. It turned out to be just the opposite. Yi Xiao's fighting strength was surprisingly high. Aside from not having the ability to transform into a divine beast body, Yi Xiao was the super divine beast of super divine beasts, and could be considered a pseudo-super divine beast. Master, she wants to cut a deal with you. What do you think? The five of them turned their gazes to Yi Xiao and waited for his order. Cutting it out with him. Yi Xiao moved his muscles. Has someone finally spoken up to challenge him? Little one, are you sure you want to challenge me? Yi Xiao was really forgiving to the extreme towards this little elf. Giving the elf opportunities one after another. If it was anyone else, they would have been slapped to death by Yi Xiao. Naturally, using other divine beasts doesn't count as a skill. As long as you can defeat me, I'll only go with you. The elf obviously still didn't notice the weird atmosphere and was still mouthing off, wanting to defeat Yi Xiao. Go on. Yi Xiao waved his hand to signal a few people to leave. Xiao Qing and the girls regained their human form and obediently stood aside to watch the good show. You can start now, little one. Attack. I'll let you. I let you? She was a divine beast elf. When had she ever needed someone else to let her in a fight? Wasn't that an affront to her proud dignity? I'm a divine beast elf. I don't need you to let. Fine, fine. Don't let me, just do it. He said he wouldn't allow it, but his attitude was extremely perfunctory. This annoyed the elf, her cheeks puffing out in anger. Glaring at Yi Xiao, he thought viciously, today, we must let him know the consequences of offending this elf. Let's nail him to the ground first. The elf's heart was still very kind. Even if Yi Xiao had underestimated her so much, she didn't intend to hurt Yi Xiao in the slightest. She just wanted to shoot through the clothes to nail the person to the ground. High-speed movement, precision, demon busting, breaking defense, accelerate, add offense. It had to be said that the elf was truly a favorite of the heavens, and in just 2 seconds, the elf had completed the buff edition. As the Pokémon moved at high speed, the entire space was left with the Pokémon's silhouette. Storing up power triple strike. Whoosh! 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 The silver arrows raining from the sky enveloped towards Yi Xiao. Without enough eyesight, one would not know which arrow was real. Stay where you are if you don't want to get hurt. The elf was afraid of accidentally injuring Yi Xiao and even gave a friendly reminder. With Yi Xiao's eyesight, he was naturally able to see what the elf was planning to do. Since she had reminded her of this, Yi Xiao could not give her this face and obediently stood in place, staring at the elf with a smile on his face. There's something wrong with this man, he's handsome, but it's not good to be sick. The rain of arrows poured down, and when they landed on the ground, they all turned into silver light. The real 3 arrows were hidden among the rain of arrows. Sleeves, waistband, pant legs. That's exactly where the elf was aiming. The moment the rain of arrows hit Yi Xiao, the powerful force directly sent Yi Xiao flying. Human, you're not even close. The elf flew in mid-air with a smug look on her face, but when she tried to admire the fruits of her labor, she was instantly dumbfounded. Yi Xiao did have 3 arrows on him. Only these 3 arrows were held firmly in Yi Xiao's palm. As for nailing it to the ground, that was even more impossible. There wasn't a bit of dust on Yi Xiao. Impossible. How could you possibly catch my triple strike with your bare hands? Although she did not intend to injure Yi Xiao's life, she likewise showed no mercy with these 3 arrows, and the force was directly pulled full. Even if a shield warrior, who was known for his defense, resisted one of the arrows, he would only end up being shot through. Chapter 173. The Elf Queen. But now, Yi Xiao, one person, took her 3 arrows single-handedly, unharmed, and stood there looking at her with a smirk. Seeing this scene, the elf's pupils slammed shut in disbelief. Has the world changed? Are all beast masters this strong now? Did she stay out of it? The elf was a little skeptical. Little fellow, it's not polite to come and go, you resist my move too? The opportunity had been given many times and Pixie hadn't taken it, and since Pixie had taken a shot at him, then he more or less had to fight back. Avoid this little guy from bullying in the future. Whatever. Although he didn't know why Yishao was so strong, as a divine beast, it was still possible to harden against a human's attack. She absolutely could not be underestimated by Yishao. Don't move if you don't want to die. Same words sent back to the elf. After saying that, Yishao raised the arrow in his hand and threw it with force. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. The bow whistled against the elf's body, the tip of the arrow piercing through her clothes, and the powerful force carried her straight away. It flew backwards over a distance of thousands of meters, and all of them, along with the arrows, stabbed at the ground. The elf fought for a moment, but was never able to break free. Is he really human? The elf's triple vision was shattered. A casually thrown arrow made her lose her combat power. Was such a person really someone she could fight against? Just as the elf was skeptical, Yishao walked towards the elf with the remaining 2 arrows in his hands. Do you want to race me again, little one? I've got 2 more arrows in my hand, and I'm trying to think of the right place to stab them. Yishao held the arrow and kept gesticulating, as if he was really considering how to pierce her body. Pixie may be simple, but she's not stupid. The dignity of a divine beast was simply not enough in front of a small life. If Yishao's 2 arrows went down, she would be severely disabled if not dead. Actually, having such a powerful master isn't a bad thing. Not to mention there are 5 divine beasts for company, so it's not very lonely. Yes, that's it. I'm just too lonely and want a few divine beast companions. Not giving in. The elf hadn't forgotten to give himself a reason to submit. I lost. Contracted. Elves are the most trustworthy. The elf lowered his haughty head and let go of his defenses to wait for Yizhao's contract. To be trustworthy is to be a good god beast, and it saves me from continuing to do it. It's a shame to see such a cute little elf disappear from the world, saying the creepiest things in the flattest of tones. The elf involuntarily swallowed her saliva. She did not doubt what Yishao had just said in the slightest. She likewise had an extremely sensitive perception of killing intent, and when Yishao had just spoken, it was obvious that he had moved to kill. It's okay. It's okay. I'm still resourceful. I almost died. After seeing the elf submit, the corner of Yizhao's mouth raised slightly. His fingers coalesced into a magic formation, and he pointed a finger at the elf's brow. The magic array entered her mind. Beast Pet Pact. The elf did not resist in any way and allowed Yishao to manipulate it. Ding, the contract is successful. Pets. Pixie. Nice. Looking at the elf's well-behaved appearance, Yishao went up and directly rued her, only stopping after ruining the hairs on her head in a mess. Little one, come and call out to your master. Although she was contracted by Yishao, the little elf was still more or less unconvinced. It was still a bit embarrassing to let her open her mouth and call her master. It was too shameful. The elf couldn't even call out the word master even though her face was red from holding it in. This little guy. Looking at the little elf's appearance, Yishao smiled. This little ninny is really cute to the core. However, in order to defend his master's power, Yishao still pretended to be helpless. If you don't call, don't call. What if you don't call me master? I can't help you complete your evolution, and I can't give you benefits even if I want to, alas. That's a super powerful power. Even divine beasts are as capable of getting evolved. Pity. Yishao coaxed the elf sentence after sentence. Although the elf was a divine beast with an extremely strong bloodline, his mind was not yet very mature. After being fooled by Yishao in so many words, the little elf was a bit moved. She also wants to complete the evolution. She also wanted extreme power. But, you have to call the master to get it. The elf was so anxious that she jumped in place, not knowing what to do for a moment, and subconsciously turned her gaze to the several people at the side. Shao Qing. After all, everyone is a god beast. You can't pit a god beast against a god beast. The 5 nodded in unison at the elf after feeling her gaze. Movements are neat and tidy, and attitudes are sincere and dignified. With that one nod, the elf's mind was completely broken. In the end, she still succumbed to Yizhao's big stick with honey dates. Master, whispered, and quickly lowered his head when he finished. Huh? What did you say? I didn't hear you. Yishao pretended not to hear it and came to the elf's side with his ear attached. Damn it. The master is handsome, but he stinks and knows how to bully the elf. But Yi Zhao's words were still tempting her. Anyway, it's already called master, so it's the same for whispering and shouting. For strength, everything is about power. Mentally giving himself a secret pep talk, he raised his head fiercely, stared into Yi Zhao's eyes and shouted, "Master!" Although his face was red with shame, his head was not lowered, and although his eyes dodged, there was a hint of determination in the dodging. She went out on a limb for power. So good. Come, Master, help you evolve and upgrade. The elf's bloodline had reached 90%, which was the highest bloodline concentration of any wild divine beast he had seen so far. I just don't know what kind of changes will come after the evolutionary upgrades. Yi Zhao reached out and stroked the elf's head. Homecoming evolution. Bloodline activated. Evolving back to ancestor. Please wait. Evolution successful. Elf queen juvenile. A source of holy power surged into the elf's body, and then a bright and dazzling holy light blossomed from his body, and under the shroud of the light, another pair of wings grew behind him, and a crown appeared on top of his head. After a few moments of work, the light turned inward and the pixie took on a new form. What an obnoxious force to be reckoned with. Ona was repulsed by the power. Though she knew that Pixie was her sister, the power really didn't endear her to her. Master, I'll return to the royal beast space first. Good. Knowing that Xiao Na detested this power, Yi Zhao did not force anything and directly took Xiao Na back into the royal beast space. As for the others, they felt unprecedentedly soothed under the shroud of holy light. I didn't realize that a Pokemon would be so noble and beautiful after evolving. Chapter 174. I want it all. Xiao Qing and the girls were all very good looking, and could be said to be one of the top beauties in this world. But in front of the elves, they're a little cheesy. The elf exuded a very comforting aura, as if she was the favorite of heaven and earth. Moreover, after completing her homecoming evolution, there was an extra trace of nobility in her body, giving her an unattainable feeling. It's quite an illusion that it can only be seen from afar. This little elf has evolved into an elf queen. Her strength should have been strengthened, and she can barely help her master. One more sister, one more mouth, will have to eat a lot less in the future. Yeah, how come I didn't think of that? The master's pockets are going to be quite empty again. Along with the sound of the crowd exchanging words, the aura on the elf's body completely tightened up. Master! The little elf excitedly flew to Yi Zhao's side and just snuggled up to him, subconsciously rubbing his head against Yi Zhao's body. But when she was done rubbing it in, she realized she was out of line. Oh God! What the hell am I doing? I'm a proud elf. How could I? Before the little elf could leave, Yi Zhao directly hugged the little elf with a wave of his big hand, reaching out to gently caress her head in the process. Nice, nice. But you can't bow your head later. The crown will fall off. Being praised so much by Yi Zhao, the little elf became even more pouty. Master, I'm just thanking you for helping me evolve, but I don't really treat you as my master, don't misunderstand. Like Jade, an arrogant brat. It was obvious that he was happy as hell, but he had to pretend that he didn't care. View properties. Elf Queen Juvenile. Beast Bloodline 100. Light. Nature. Level 2 turns and 70 levels. Attributes. Skills. Exclusive artifacts. Queen's Crown, Queen's Scepter. Queen's Scepter. Total attributes plus 2,500. Queen's Crown. Increase elemental affinity by 300. Recovery power plus 500. P.S. If you collect all the Queen's Crown, Queen's Scepter, Queen's Suit, and Queen's Jade Seal, you will become the real queen of the elves and control the whole elven race. Goo-doo! After checking the attributes of the elf, Yi Zhao could not help but let out an exclamation. In terms of attributes alone, there wasn't much difference between the Pixie and Green Girl's attributes. But Pixie had 2 more exclusive artifacts than them. All attributes increased by 2,500, increased 300 elemental affinity, resilience plus 500. This attribute could not be described as uncontrarian, and it was not an exaggeration to say that she was the favorite of the heavens. That's nice, and you don't need to take form, it's fine just the way it is. As for the name, Master, I will not be too generous, so I will give you the name Alice, and how about calling you Xiao AI classmate by your nickname? Alice? AI-san. Yi Zhao carefully considered the name and thought it was quite good. After all, in all the years since she was born, it was the first time she had a name, and although she didn't know exactly what AI-san stood for, it was nice to have a name. Good. Seeing that Alice had no objections, Yi Zhao nodded to a few people. AI, you need to tighten up your aura for a moment. Kona doesn't like it too much. Then a few of you get acquainted and get to know each other. AI also knew that Kona was a 12-winged fallen angel, and the two of them had conflicting auras, so if they didn't collect themselves, both of them would have a hard time. Xiaona had collected her own dark aura, and although the two were still a bit uncomfortable, they were more or less able to stay by Yi Xiao's side. Hello, 12-winged fallen angel, Morgana, welcome aboard. Hello, Elf, Alice, thank you. The two men nodded their heads in greeting and didn't introduce anything more. Darkness and light are ultimately incompatible, and being able to say hello to each other is good enough. For your trouble, come back first. Yi Xiao casually waved his hand to bring back Xiao Na, and Xiao AI relaxed with a meaty look. Sister Green, hello Alice. Hello Alice, my sister welcomes you on their behalf. You have just joined. You may not know much about the human world. You don't know much about your masters. If there is anything you want to know, feel free to ask us. Xiao Qing, several people were exceptionally fond of Alice and took extra care of her. Thank you, sisters. But this will have to wait a while, I think. After saying that, AI walked to Yi Xiao. Master, I want to leave for a while first. I'm grateful to you for letting me evolve into an elf queen. And now that I've become one, I have to take on the responsibilities of an elf queen. I have to go back and solve the problem of the elves. And if I don't have any accidents, I'll come back to bless you after solving the matter of the elves. If something happens to me, you can consider me a waste of your heart. A Pokemon that had just been taken in, and now they were leaving. But by the looks of her, she did have something to settle. Yi Xiao wasn't a ruthless slave owner, and he wasn't too far behind a beast pet like an elf. You still don't know our master. Master never forces us to stay or go. If you want to leave, you can leave anytime. But don't ever say anything demoralizing. The master won't let anything happen to you. Xiao Qing still understood Yi Xiao the most, and with a look from Yi Xiao, she knew what to say. With a flurry of relief, the elf's mood apparently calmed down considerably. Go, leave safely and come back safely. My Yi Xiao's beast pet will never allow any accidents to occur. Here are some things the master prepared for you. Not too flashy, I guess, but more or less it can help you a little. See which one you want. Yi Xiao directly opened his warehouse and let the elf search for his favorite things. It's your own beast pet anyway, so take some. That? Master, can you give me all this equipment? The Yi Xiao people were dumbfounded. The first thing that comes out of your mouth is all the equipment. He has a lot of good equipment inside this warehouse. He has killed several divine beasts and hunted so many transmigrators in foreign countries, 20 to 30 pieces of holy equipment. He now has a stockpile that could be considered comparable to some upper-middle-class countries. As a result, AI was going to take away his entire inventory with a single word. All of them. All of it. AI blinked those big innocent eyes with a pitiful look. Gotta. You get your own beast pet to spoil yourself. It's just some equipment. Here. AI. What do you need so many equipment materials for? Can you use them? Able Master, the situation of the elves is now more serious than imagined. These equipments brought back may be able to solve the urgent need. Chapter 175, Scalding the Fish. What a sincere and affirmative answer.
Jan Ye Shao refusé?
Can't. Take it away. Take it all away. Xiao AI was not the least bit polite, and with a wave of her hand, all of Yi Xiao's inventory was taken away. All right, go ahead if you have something to do. Let's go find the next divine beast. Good. 5. Everyone responded except for AI, who stood there somewhat confused. The next beast? Does it mean that the master is too sad because he left the master? So desperate to find a divine beast to replace himself? Or did the owner anticipate that I would not return safely? AI stood jittery. All of her expressions hung on her face, and a discerning I could tell at a glance what she was thinking. Green walked up and gently soothed her little head. Sixth sister, what's on your mind? You don't want to get carried away here in the master's place. You're the one we've decided is the sixth sister. No one can take your place. The reason why Master is in a hurry to find the next divine beast is because Master has a mission that requires the beheading of 5 divine beasts, and now he's just one short. When Xiao Qing explained this, Xiao AI instantly understood, and her thoughts drifted directly to outer space. It's clear that I need to behead a divine beast to accomplish my goal, but Master gave me a great creation. Master still loves me. This kind of cuteness recognized by Yi Xiao made Xiao Xian feel joyful and exuded gladness all over her body. Still, she knew the human side of things when she needed to. Since she had wasted a spot, she was gonna have to make that spot up. Master, leave the next divine beast to me. It just so happens that I know an old friend, so let's slaughter him. Old friend? Huh? You're expressing your feelings and ripping me off? Yi Xiao did not reject Xiao AI's heart. He understood the mood of wanting to do something before leaving. After ruining AI's head, he opened his mouth with a wave to the crowd. Departure. The 6 of them rushed up into the sky, and AI transformed into a pixie and danced in the air. Worthy of being the favorite of heaven and earth. Even flying looks so good. After a few moments of work under Xiao AI's leadership, the group arrived at a lake. The lake was surrounded by dense potholes that looked more or less wretched. Here, looking at the scene, it didn't look like a place infested with divine beasts either. AI, could you be misremembering that there are divine beasts here? A few people sensed their surroundings and did not feel the presence of a divine beast. Looking at their puzzled eyes, AI knew what they were thinking. Master, a few sisters, there is indeed a divine beast here, and it's still an old friend of mine, only that this fellow is good at concealing his breath and has been hiding under the lake for a long time. As for all this around here, it's all traces of the fight I had with him, which I blew up. No wonder they didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. So it's a divine beast that specializes in concealment. In that case, then he's in your hands. Let's hide to the side, wait for it to come out, and directly block its retreat. AI had fought him, and sensing AI's aura, he wouldn't be able to resist greatly and would be easily seduced. As long as he dared to leave his lair, Yi Xiao would dare to let him have no return. Why Xiao AI? Do you want to lay your hands on an old friend? If you can't, we can change to another divine beast. Old friends are naturally for pits. Besides, how could there be any friendship between divine beasts? She was now Yi Xiao's divine beast, so she naturally had to consider Yi Xiao wholeheartedly. Don't worry, master. This is just an old colored fish. I can naturally lay my hands on it. It just so happens that we're done with him today, to help break his mind. Divine beasts likewise followed the law of the jungle, where the weak were the strongest, and there were not a few fights over territory. Healing spells. Clarity technique. Although AI had said she wanted to fight as the master, it wasn't against the rules to help add some buffs. Was it? Moreover, these buffs had even more bonuses for AI, and her personal attributes directly soared by a third. So strong, master. If the master can go back with me. No, I can't bring the master back. It will be dangerous. AI's mind had just produced a little thought before it was directly snuffed out by herself. Yi Xiao also sensed Xiao AI's thoughts, but Xiao AI didn't say anything. He wouldn't take it upon himself. The divine beasts that were here with him, all of them possessed independent personalities, and he respected all their thoughts. Of course, if they were in danger, Yi Xiao would definitely rush over to rescue them at the first opportunity. After dismissing all thoughts, AI exhaled slowly. Leave it to me, master. Xiao AI flew up in the air, her magic power frantically condensed, and a magic condensed bow and arrow was instantly formed. Building a bow and shooting an arrow in a single movement has a natural beauty. The magic arrow shot straight into the bottom of the lake. This arrow seemed to be like a tacit understanding between the two. The moment the bow went into the bottom of the lake began to gurgle and bubble. The pirate fish that was perched at the bottom of the lake came to its senses the moment it noticed the bow and arrow. When he saw the bow and arrow, a smile appeared on his face. He knew it was his favorite elf coming. His greatest joy over the years had been playing with the elf. Only this time, the elf seemed to be coming a little more frequently. The two had only had a friendly sparring session a few days ago, and then they were here again today. But now that we're here, let's go out and meet up, just in case we can spark love. My sweet little elf Master Fish is here. The pirate fish, trident in hand, twisted and shot out towards the lake. Wow! The pirate fish rushed out of the lake, and the first thing he saw was the elf who was setting up his bow and preparing to shoot an arrow. Pixie Master Fish I. Before the flirtatious words could be uttered, the pirate fish's face turned ugly. Without any hesitation, towards the bottom of the lake, he was about to dive. Now that you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Absolute zero. With a wave of Xiao Qing's hand, the lake was directly frozen into a block. The pirate fish made a violent stab and went straight into the ice, but even then, the pirate fish had no intention of staying. Even if it's a frozen lake, he'll run away just the same. Big sister, I still have to do it. You won't be able to use this on him. Actually, we can also try the grilled fish. Little Phoenix lightly laughed as the flames in her hand shot out, and the lake with a diameter of nearly 3 kilometers was instantly vaporized. A huge pillar of fire rose directly from the bottom of the lake, and the pirate fish had no defense and was directly toppled back by the flames. Hot! 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 Scalded Master Fish Me. The sudden attack caught the pirate fish off guard, and the flames brought him back to the ground. Although he had suffered a small injury, to them divine beasts, this injury was nothing at all. Chapter 176. 3 turns? After all, this was AI's goal, and a small token of her appreciation before she left. Although solving a divine beast didn't have any effect on them, but it gives a little comfort to AI. That's why when they just laid their hands on the pirate fish, they kept their hands closed for fear of slaughtering the pirate fish if they weren't careful. Who the hell are you people, and what purpose do you have in coming to me? The pirate fish looked around the room, knowing that there was no chance of escape. The strength of each of these guys was not weaker than him. If a few of them joined forces, he wouldn't last more than a second. So he chose to compromise, hoping only to keep a small life. Pirate fish, I'm the only one you're targeting today. Kill me and you can leave in peace. Get killed by me and you're a dish on the dinner table. 3 in a row. Whoosh! 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 Without any nonsense at all, the elf's bow and arrow came straight at him, and each strike contained a powerful might that didn't allow him to let go. Anyway, he had no other way back now but to fight AI. Win, and he'll have a shot at survival. Pixie, I didn't want to hurt you before by giving you face, but since this is the case, don't blame me for not being polite. Deep Sea Trident. The power within the pirate fish's body began to ripple, pouring into the trident in a steady stream. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters. The weapon in the pirate fish's hand continued to expand, rising to a height of 3,000 meters before stopping. Smash! Holding the trident in his hand, he slammed it hard towards the elf. The moment it touched the trifecta, the bow was smashed to smithereens. The giganticized weapon went on its way, continuing to smash towards the pixie herself. Duck! Duck! You can't carry my attack. You have a million chances to attack, but you can only miss once, and the moment you do, I'll smash you to smithereens. The elf smiled at the pirate fish's smug look. Putting away the bow and arrows in his hand, he took out his staff and just got tough with the pirate fish. Changed weapons? A mace? What an insouciance! A mage trying to fight me. How is this possible? This is my original weapon. How could you? The pirate fish was dumbfounded before the rant was even finished. The moment his deep-sea trident collided with the staff in the elf's hand, the trident simply crumbled. So easy, so simple. Nature's wind trapped. The pirate fish directly lost control of his body, and the winds of nature surrounded him firmly in place, allowing him to struggle to no avail. Pirate fish, last time we meet, giving you a hard time, good riddance. Mend. With a wave of the staff, the pirate fish couldn't even beg for mercy. It just disappeared into thin air. What a weird power. Worthy of being nature's favorite, she can basically use all the power between heaven and earth. If she can gather all the 4 pieces of the queen, her power can reach pseudo-super, right? We have to work hard. The later little sisters are more perverted than one another. If we don't work hard, we'll probably be surpassed by them, and then Master will probably abandon us. A few minds wavered as they watched AI's power. They seemed to have sensed a shake-up in their position. Bang, 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 bang. One head on one brain boom, no favorites, even Green didn't escape. What are you thinking? Stronger or weaker? You are my little darlings, and no one can shake your status. Next time you think about it too much, it won't be a brain boom. Okay? Although they were beaten up by Yi Xiao, they were relieved to get Yi Xiao's promise. At least they didn't have to worry that Yi Xiao would abandon them. But they wouldn't stop progressing. They had to keep themselves up to date at all times. They couldn't be left behind by Yi Xiao. Ding! Kill pirate fish, experience +0. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining pirate fish crystallized core. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining equipment, obtaining props, obtaining materials, obtaining skill books. Similar to what the other divine beasts obtained, a stream of equipment props were stuffed into AI. So much was given anyway, and it's not that bad now. What he was concerned about now was the progress of his transfer quest. Ding! Congratulations on completing the transfer quest 5-5. Whether or not to make a transfer. Transfer. The task has been completed, and it would be a waste of time not to carry out the transfer. Besides, without transferring they have no way to gain experience and continue to improve themselves. So the first time the conditions were met, Yi Xiao chose to transfer. Ding! The transfer site does not meet the requirements and is being forced to exit the battlefield. This was within Yi Xiao's expectations. The rules of the battlefield are pretty well established, and it's hard to get stuck with the bugs here. Once he completes his mission, he will be a third-turn powerhouse. Other than super geniuses like him, to everyone else, a third-turn powerhouse was an unattainable existence. It was still very easy for a third-turn powerhouse to want to crisscross the second-turn battlefield. So the battlefield directly blocked the possibility of such temporary transfers, and as soon as they were to be performed successfully, they would be forcibly teleported out of the battlefield. Of course, it didn't really affect him. After all, his battlefield had never been here. It was only because he was hindered by the quest that this went to the second-turn battlefield. It's time to go to the third-turn battlefield after such a long delay. There's still some small excitement. I wonder if those scumbags in the third-turning battlefield can hold out for a while longer. Get ready, we're getting out of here. AI, I won't get involved in your affairs. If you need help, contact me in time. No matter how far away, we will arrive to help you. After all these years, it was the first time someone cared so much about her. AI's tears fell uncontrollably, and she cried like a kitten. Okay. No crying, will go first. After calming Xiao AI's emotions and watching Xiao AI disappear far away, Yi Xiao left the second-turn battlefield with the rest of the few people. Transfer. The first time he left the battlefield, Yi Xiao chose to transfer. Ding, transfer successful, promoted to third-turn strongman. Ding, the attributes have been improved in all aspects. At this moment, he managed to become a third-turn powerhouse. Ding, you have a new message. Please check it. A message was sent just after the successful transfer. If the guess was right, it was definitely the underworld war god. After all, he was the only one who could keep track of the progress of his mission. Underworld warlord. 3 turns. As expected, just as he had guessed, the underworld war god had been watching him all along, sending a message the moment he turned 3. Yi Xiao. 3 turns, thanks to everyone's help. Otherwise, there would still be a long delay. Chapter 177, wanting to be bad again. The corners of the mouth of the underworld war god who saw Yi Xiao's message unconsciously twitched as the divine TM accidentally broke through. But Yi Xiao did have this Versailles capital. Underworld war god. The second-turn battlefield has been cleaned up by you. The subsequent opponents will be handed over to Emperor Fengqian and the others to deal with. This time your credit is very great. You directly killed their second-turners to the fault line. However, their true mainstay is still those third-turn powerhouses. With your strength, killing them to the break shouldn't be too difficult, right? He was already unrivaled in the third turn when he turned 2, let alone now that he had broken through to the third turn and recruited the 2 right-hand men, Xiao Na and Xiao AI. With his current strength, even a war god powerhouse would have the power to fight. Yi Xiao. Sure, no problem. Just Underworld warlord. This time, you should not make any conditions. In order to help you find the divine beasts, China has already paid a lot of money. Before Yi Xiao could even open his mouth to make conditions, the underworld war god blocked his subsequent path. Work you have to do, the conditions are not there. Come on. Whoever owes people a favor, let's reluctantly help them out this time. The underworld war god is really getting harder and harder to deal with. Sighing, Yi Xiao replied to the message. Yi Xiao. Leave it to me, you can rest assured. It's only the third-turn battlefield. A new break will happen soon. A large part of the reason for this foreign purge program was because of him, and it was his job to help purge the enemy. Underworld war god. It's good that you have confidence. I still have important things to do here. I have no time to take care of you over there. So take care of yourself. If something happens, you can sacrifice everyone to save yourself. These words even came out from inside the mouth of the underworld war god, sacrificing everyone for his life. These words might be a little chilling for others to hear, but then Yi Xiao here, it was really warming. It was evident that he was in the eyes of the underworld war god, and could sacrifice everyone in order to preserve him. Yi Xiao. Take a day off. Wait for my good news tomorrow. Is this the world the master lives in? Yi Xiao did not rush into the third-turn battlefield after his successful advancement. It had only just been 24 hours, and the battle for the first group of transmutants to enter had only just ended, and the second group hadn't even gotten in yet. Moreover, after spending a day in the second-turning battlefield and eating roasted meat all the time, he could not stand it a bit. He wanted to eat other delicious food to go. So after the successful transfer, Yi Xiao took the 5 girls and started wandering around the magic city. For the scenery of the magic city Xiao Qing several people have been familiar with cannot be familiar, only small na person as if they have never seen the world of the bumpkin left to see, right to see. Eating, shopping, sleeping and sleeping? Agreed. Agreed. They expressed great satisfaction with Yi Xiao's next schedule. There's nothing like eating. Gotta feed those mouths first. Boss, pack it in, as many as you can get on. Yi Xiao was also wealthy now and did not need to buckle and swish for a meal at all. In order to prevent any ungrateful guys from coming over and harassing them, Yi Xiao directly chose to pack the venue. Nah, eat openly. I'll let you try some human food today. Several people feasted for 5 hours, and only after all the ingredients of the restaurant had been eliminated did they do so. Yummy. Yummy. Human food is really delicious. Used to eating raw meat and wild fruits, Nana thought that grilled meat was the most delicious food, not realizing that there would be so many complementary delicacies in the human world. For a moment she didn't know what to say, only feeling that the first half of her life had been in vain. Master, thank you. Xiaona snuggled up to Yi Xiao, pampered and cute, her eyes full of emotion. Feeling Xiao Na's heart, Yi Xiao gently stroked her little head. That's touching as hell, little green. Take your sister to feel the charm of the human world. Go, shopping. Eating first, shopping second. This was a favorite pastime for several of the greenies. Anyway, Yi Xiao had money and they didn't have to worry about Yi Xiao not having enough money to spend. This is a rocking car. You sit on it and it sings. Try it, it's quite fun. BGM. Dad's name is Grandpa, Dad's mom. It really sings, it's so much fun. Nana, come and try on this skirt, and then try on this black silk. It suits you so well, Master will love it. And these legs are guaranteed to keep him playing with them for a year. It's called a playground. There's a lot of fun in it. Come on, let's go have some fun. After a day of taking Xiao Na to play a lot of fun places, a few people were still more or less unfulfilled, but Yi Xiao was already directly paralyzed. When he returned to the villa, he lay directly on the bed in a big shape. Ah! Comfortable. It's so nice and big. Master, you're wonderful. What words? How can you say such tigerish words in broad daylight? Yi Xiao twisted his head to look at Xiaona on the side, only to see that she kept rolling around on the bed, as happy as she could be. They are happy. Yi Xiao is also happy, when the purpose of building this big bed is not to be able to play happily together, now successful. Tonight, it's destined to be a sleepless night. Nasty master, thinking bad thoughts again. Isn't green the favorite? Likes. Of course Yi Xiao did not forget such a big project as Xiao Yunro, and he did not know how she was doing during this period of time. I suppose she's having a good time with all that quality material. She'll be able to play for quite a while. Taking Xiao Qing a few people to Yi Xiao's equipment store. As soon as he entered the door he was met with a small, dark, mournful look. Back. The 3 words filled with resentment more or less made Yi Xiao a little embarrassed. Is back. Speaking of which, Yi Xiao was still a little weak. Since the store opened, he hadn't been here yet. Everything was all handed over to Xiao Yunru. When do we leave? Tomorrow. Get lost, you don't have to worry about me here. Xiao Yunro was really in pain and happy during this time. So many high-quality materials were really unheard of for her. If it wasn't for Yi Xiao, she might not have seen so many materials in her life. But while happy, that is very painful. How is she going to sleep with all this material around? She has no desire to sleep at all. Okay. That you need to take care of your rest, it's only good to combine work and rest. After all, there will be better materials sent back tomorrow. Xiao Yunru almost didn't fall to the ground when she stumbled. There's better material tomorrow. Come on, man. Look at this. Our warehouse, it's full. It's really full. Are you trying to drain me? Chapter 178 Most Honest. The ancients said well, there is no plowed out land, only exhausted oxen. The ancients are sincere, you are really using me as an ox. Indeed, there is a bit too much material. No wonder Xiao Yunro was so angry. More or less, he had to give people a little time to rest before doing so. This was indeed a mistake on his part, somewhat over-squeezing Xiao Yunru's labor force. It's my fault, I didn't consider your feelings, you alchemize slowly, there's no rush, I'll slow down the materials after that. Contact me directly if you need it, and for the rest, I'll sell them to the store first. Bull, you try to sell it and I'll burn your king-size bed for you. It was fine if Yi Xiao did not say it. Once he said it, Xiao Yunru became even more agitated. This made Yi Xiao a little unclear. He was clearly trying to relieve her stress. How could she burn her own big bed? Pack up all the materials and send them back to me. I've already contacted Director Feng. The surrounding land is all planned for me. I plan to build a few more warehouses, and it's time to expand the store. Okay, you don't know anything about business, so don't just get involved. Just wait for the dividends at the end of the year. A carrot, Yi Xiao does not understand business matters. Then just leave it to Xiao Yunru to deal with. As for him, just take care of the material. After a few moments of small talk, a few people returned to the villa and spent the night in comfort. The next day, everyone was in high spirits and full of energy. Only Yi Xiao alone was a bit depressed. A night's sleep is more tiring than a day's fight. Master, goji berry tea. Master, leeks fried with leeks. Master, your loin feast. After simply eating a big meal, Yi Xiao looked at the time. It was almost time to enter the battlefield. Are you guys ready? It's time for us to enter the battlefield and have some fun. Don't worry, Master. Always ready. Finally being able to return to the third turning battlefield again. I don't know if those old friends of mine are doing well. When everyone was ready, Yi Xiao flashed his mind and directly drilled into the third turning battlefield. Ding, the transmuter is detected to be a third turn powerhouse, whether to enter the third turn battlefield or not. Detected that the transmogrifier is entering for the first time, and is hereby warned that it will not be possible to exit the battlefield for 24 hours after entering, so please consider carefully. These conditions were all under Yi Xiao's control, and these 24 hours were his favorite 24 hours. Enter. Selection successful, transmission in progress. Please wait. 3 turns of the battlefield. Who? Several foreign transmigrants were sitting paralyzed on the ground, breathing heavily. The fear in several people's eyes could not dissipate for a long time. It was only when the emotional chakra had smoothed out that a few people opened their mouths to speak. Is this the power of a third turn divine beast? It was almost killed by it remotely from such a distance. It's a good thing it's guarding its treasures, or else we'd all have to be accounted for here today. The guard knight on the side wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at them with a disgruntled expression. I told you, the third transformation divine beasts are not something we can touch, so it's enough to hunt normal bosses peacefully and kill a few when we see Chinese transmigrants. You guys are good, you had to go and touch the divine beast boss. Now it's good, you were almost wiped out by the group. In the face of the guardian knight's dissatisfaction, the hidden stinger on the side snorted disdainfully. You can shake off the pot really fast, didn't you agree in the end? Could it be that you are not moved by the sight of a superfruit of the third order? Speaking of almost getting regimented, wasn't it because of you? Defense doesn't work, blood doesn't work, even pulling monsters doesn't make sense. If it wasn't for you, I would have gotten the superfruit in my hands long ago, blindly delaying me. If I had known that you were so weak, I wouldn't have joined this team at all, pure waste of time. You! The guardian knight, who was already churning with anger and blood, had his face directly suffocated in red when Hidden Stinger said that, but didn't know how to retort. After all, Hidden Stinger was telling the truth, and he was to blame for the near demolition of the group just now. All right, all of you cut the crap. Haven't we gotten out of this safely? The third turn battlefield is very dangerous. Everyone hurry up and take a rest to recover a bit of strength. Let's just kill normal bosses in peace. Nurse Girl saw that the atmosphere of the team was a bit awkward and stepped forward to round off the conversation. But Hidden Thorn didn't appreciate it and sent her a direct blank stare. Who are you to talk? Not enough milk. Slow to react. A mess of tactical execution. Can't figure out who to milk. Such a team deserves to be destroyed by the group. As for me, I won't send myself to death with you guys. Let's part ways here. Hidden Assassin quits the team. The crowd could only turn into a sigh as they watched Hidden Thorn exit the group. It was no wonder that Hidden Thorn was so angry. After all, his strength was the strongest in the team. Just now the super fruit was about to arrive, and because of them it led to the loss of their efforts, and they were almost destroyed by the divine beast boss. Anyone else would be pissed off. Just leave, who are you threatening? Are we not going to fight without him? The big deal is to find someone to continue the group. That's all we can do for now. Everyone recover and be alert to the surroundings. Watch out for enemies. Did you guys just talk about third-order superfruits? A few people were just about to be alert when a voice appeared out of nowhere, interrupting all their thoughts, not bothering to recover from their injuries. They leaned back to back, defending in a Xuanwu defense formation. If the Dragon Nation is so sneaky, get out and fight. Whoosh! Don't do it. A figure quickly cut through. It was no one else but the hidden stinger who had just left. Although I don't want to fight alongside you guys, there's no other way out now. We're surrounded by Chinese transmutants. If they were at their peak before, they would still be able to fight in the face of the encirclement of the Chinese transmigrators. But now that they were all heavily injured and less than a third of their strength in their heyday, the odds of winning were too low. It didn't take 3 seconds for Hidden Stinger to return to the group before the Chinese transmogrifiers surrounded the 4 of them. Foreign little scumbags. Did I just hear you guys talking about the third-order superfruit? A few people didn't speak, just staring at the few people in front of them, their eyes scanning towards the surroundings from time to time. The person who just spoke was obviously not one of the 4 people in front of them, and there was another person hiding in the darkness that they hadn't discovered yet. Not talking? If you don't talk, then I'm going to do it. Who should I kill first? Let's slaughter this Guardian Knight first, seeing as he's the most injured. One word directly breaks the team's defense. The Guardian Knight doesn't want to die. Will you leave us alone if we say so? Of course, we are the most trustworthy. As long as you say so, we will naturally let you go. Chapter 179, Golden-Eyed Snake King. A few people looked at each other. They didn't have a better solution now. They could only hope that the Chinese transmigrator would keep his word and let them go after getting useful information. 10 kilometers to the east, there is a mass grave, and in the most central area, there is a property fruit tree, but there is a divine beast station next to the property fruit tree, so if you guys want it, just go ahead. The Guardian Knights told Lu Kaishan and the others all the information they knew. But defense is not an option. They can't believe all the words of these scumbags. Besides, they don't intend to believe them. After all, they are people who keep their promises. How do you prove that what you say is true? What if the mass graves are in traps that you have laid? This? The Guardian Knight froze for a moment. Obviously, he didn't think about it that much, and he did just tell the truth. The attribute fruit is indeed there, as is the Guardian Beast. They couldn't wait for the Chinese transmigrants to go. As long as they dared to hit the super fruit, the Guardian Beasts would be able to wipe them out. What we say is true. Besides, 10 kilometers is not far. You will not know if you send someone forward to check it out. They were still very much in agreement with the Guardian Knight's opinion. But we don't believe it. The Guardian Knight had a mouthful of old blood spewing out of him. It was only a matter of a few minutes away, and it was obvious that they knew it by checking it out, and they didn't even believe it. We are telling the truth. What will it take for you to believe it? We don't believe it. You guys. Before the Guardian Knight could speak, Hidden Stinger stopped it. Are you an idiot? People are treating you like a little cutie. Where's the fun in that? From the beginning, they weren't going to believe a word you said. In other words, from the beginning, they had no intention of letting us go. And no matter how you explain it, they won't believe it. As expected, strong people who could upgrade to the 3rd turn couldn't all be brainless guys. Lu Kaishan's few people applauded with a satisfied face. Bingo, you guessed it, we didn't believe what you guys said from the beginning. So be on your way. As soon as the words fell, China's side took the lead. The milkmaid girl didn't even react to what was going on. She only felt a coldness in her neck. Her body went limp, and she directly collapsed to the ground. A bunch of equipment materials exploded on the ground. Idiot. Looking at the milkmaid who had been killed in seconds, Hidden Stinger spat in obscurity and used his speed to quickly flee, attempting to escape the circle of Chinese transmogrifiers. Want to run? It's you who will be killed. Weak, sluggish, with 2 layers of debuff hanging on. All of Hidden Stinger's advantages disappeared. Long River Sunset. The roar of the fire dragon. Sword chop. Immediately followed by a variety of powerful attacks. Hidden Stinger didn't have any chance to resist and was directly blown to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the milkmaid and the strongest Hidden Stinger were killed. A few others reacted at this time, and the Guardian Knight roared with a look of defiance. You do not keep your word. Eh? Hearing the Guardian Knight's roar, Lu Kaishan's several people raised their eyebrows and snorted. Credit? Talking to you guys about credit, you're not sick in the head. Is this guy not awake? Still talking in his sleep here? Have you forgotten about your joint targeting of our Chinese transmigrants? After telling you guys about credit, we're going to be poked and prodded when we go back. So, you might as well go to hell in peace. And as a token of my apology, I can give you a pain in the ass. It was clear that the Guardian Knight and a few of them didn't want to die for nothing. That's an official decision. Not something we can interfere with, and we weren't involved in it. And not a single Chinese was injured at our hands. That's right, we didn't hurt any Chinese. In order to survive, they began to make up nonsense, but unfortunately, Lu Kaishan several people did not believe it at all. Even if they hadn't harmed the Chinese as much as they had, here they had only one purpose, to be strong and take out the scum. That's really embarrassing. We have only one purpose. We'd rather kill 100 wrong people than let one go. If you want to blame it on the fact that you've been born in the wrong body, and try to be cast as a Chinese in your next life. As soon as the words fell, several people began to set fire to the attack. The bad guys died of too many words they were well aware of. So the first thing they did was to gather all their attacks and lay down fire on the enemy. In just a minute's time, the remaining few were also killed on the spot. None of the squads present were spared. Not a bad haul for a small team. Don't say that these guys have really put in a lot of effort for this universal battlefield, with so many holy weapons prepared. Isn't this all cheap for us? Solving the enemy and obtaining the news of the attribute fruit tree. Come on. Let's go check out the super fruit. Several people also had complete confidence in their strength. After all, they were the top 10 on the Magic City University's top 100 list. If it wasn't for Yi Zhao's group of demons, they might have been a top 5 existence. With such a strong battle power, even if they faced a divine beast, they would have the same power to defend themselves. The 5 moved quickly, arriving at the very center area of the mass grave every 2 minutes. A few people were hidden away, carefully observing everything around them. Soon they discovered the attribute fruit tree 100 meters away, and at the topmost end of the attribute fruit tree the superfruit was ripening a little bit. As long as they waited for the superfruit to ripen, the guardian god beast would devour it in one gulp. They really didn't lie. There really is a superfruit here. But the trickiest thing right now is probably the guardian god beast over there. The guardian god beast didn't have the slightest intention of concealing its form, its kilometer-long body directly coiled on the attribute fruit tree. But whenever anyone dared to approach the attribute fruit tree, they would be met with his thunderous blows. Golden-eyed Snake King, I didn't expect the guardian god beast to be it. What should we do now? Direct strong attack or outsmart it? The superfruit is about to ripen. We only have 5 minutes. When the superfruit ripened, their purpose for staying here would be gone. And it was likely to cause the Golden-eyed Snake King to retaliate. After all, the Golden-eyed Snake King had already discovered their traces. Those sinister and venomous eyes were staring straight at the few of them, and if it wasn't for the sake of guarding the superfruit, the Golden-eyed Snake King would most likely have already rushed over. Now that we've been discovered, there's no point in outsmarting them. Go all out and stall for time. Ma Zhao, you see your chance? Get the fruit and we'll retreat. The others, prepare to strike. Good. After briefly arranging the tactics, the 5 moved quickly. Detection. Golden-eyed Snake King Divine Beast Boss. Gold, poison. Level. 3 turns and 100 levels. Attributes. Skills. Chapter 180 Eating a Fruit of Yours. A detection spell passed by, and the Golden-eyed Snake King's situation was all insightful. It's worthy of being a divine beast. Its attributes are surprisingly high. If it's possible, I really want to take it in. Unfortunately, they could only think about it. It was very difficult to take a divine beast into submission unless you could beat it into submission with your personal power. Divine beasts were very worshipful of personal power, and would not give in if they were defeated by the power of many. This was the reason why not many human imperial beastmasters were able to master divine beasts. Don't think about it, it's good enough that we can hold him back. And you want to subdue it, isn't that fanciful? After stacking the buffs while chatting idly, several people quickly charged towards the Golden-eyed Snake King. Weakness, retardation, blindness, confinement. The humans took the lead in attacking, throwing up all sorts of debuffs in an attempt to weaken the Golden-eyed Serpent King's attacks. Squeak. Seeing the human launching an attack, the Golden-eyed Snake King was enraged. Once or twice never ends. The Golden-eyed Serpent King's body began to expand continuously, and the entire sky was under its shroud. The mouth opened slightly, and one after another stream of poisonous gas escaped from inside the mouth. Z. With an angry roar, the Golden-eyed Snake King's huge body smashed over towards the several people. Good coming, Western Army. Block together. Thinking about the miserable condition of that Guardian Knight just now, it was thought that it was caused by hard resistance to the Golden-eyed Serpent King's attack. If one person can't carry it, then 2 will go together. Block. Defense. Combo technique shield Mountain Guardian. A huge energy shield appeared in front of the 2 of them, and the moment the shield appeared, the Golden-eyed Snake King's attack arrived. Bang! With a crash that resounded through heaven and earth, The golden-eyed Snake King's attack stopped, while Lu Kaishan and Feng Shijuan's shields shattered apart at the moment of impact. The two were knocked flying backwards for 400 to 500 meters before they stopped. What a power-breaking defense in one hit. Worthy of being a divine beast, this arm of mine is still tingling even now, but it's good to have delayed the strike. Their attack should be able to work. A few people work quite well together. Just as the two of them were combining their efforts to resist the golden-eyed Snake King's attack, the remaining three began to frantically build up their strength. And just as the golden-eyed Snake King froze for a split second, the three's attack arrived. The ice spirit devours the sky. Streams of light and color. Broken sword chop. The strongest stored power strike was impartial, directly chopping at the golden-eyed Snake King's head.
Say.
The powerful attack directly broke through the defense of the golden-eyed Snake King's scalp. Of course, it only broke through the defenses, and the wound healed after dropping 2 drops of blood. Still, the intense pain brought about by the trio's attack stirred the golden-eyed Snake King's ferocity. A sinister gaze was directed at the 3 people on the sidelines. The tail slapped violently towards the 3, who were in a state of exhaustion, and were powerless to resist in the face of the incoming swats. Block! Lu Kaishan, Feng Shijuan fiercely scurried out and resisted in front of the 3 of them, trying to fend off the golden-eyed Snake King's attack. Unfortunately, the 2 of them hadn't recovered to their peak condition either, and with a single swipe, the 5 of them directly flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing out uncontrollably from the corners of their mouths. Lu Kaishan Feng Shijuan's state is even more miserable. Both arms, because of blocking has produced cracks, is considered to have completely lost the ability to fight. Although the remaining 3 had attacks that were strong enough, their defenses were too weak, and if they were to be approached by the golden-eyed Serpent King, they wouldn't be able to carry a single blow. Is this the strength of a third-turn top divine beast boss? Too strong. Let's go, or it'll be too late. There was still a distance to the golden-eyed Snake King, so there was still a chance of survival if he left now. Just as several people struggled to stand up and prepared to leave, they only heard the golden-eyed Snake King let out a furious hiss. Looking in the direction of the golden-eyed Snake King, for some unknown reason, the golden-eyed Snake King started to go crazy and rushed over in the direction of a few people. Quick, soon, very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of them, and without any nonsense, his huge body directly smashed down towards the 5, making a gesture to smash the 5 into mush. It's over. It's completely over. Still underestimating this divine beast boss. It's too strong. They had already despaired, and it was definitely impossible to hide, only hoping that their remaining strength could help them carry this blow. I said, "Can I help you?" Just at that moment, a familiar voice appeared in the ears of several people. Looking at the sound, as expected, it was none other than Yishao, the first person on the top 100 list, the flamboyant softie who collects thousands of beautiful women. Yishao, why are you in? Bad, you hurry up, you are not the opponent of the Golden-Eye Snake King. We'll fend you off, you run. It was at this time, and they were still thinking of letting Yishao leave. At this moment Yishao understood. One of our own is still one of our own after all. In 3 or 2 bites, he ate the fruits in his hand, and then led Shaoqing and the others towards the golden-eyed Snake King. Don't be impulsive. He's a third-turn top divine beast. He's very, very strong. 100-level divine beast. Very strong. Yishao glanced at Shaoqing's several people, who unanimously snorted. 100 levels is strong? How strong? Can it be stronger than the 5 of them together? And at this time, the golden-eyed Snake King was even more furious the moment he saw Yishao, even abandoning Feng Shiju and several people and coming straight to Yishao. Hey, didn't I just eat one of your fruits? As for being so angry. When Yishao said this, several people instantly froze. Fruit, angry. Looking back. Sure enough, I don't know when that should have matured superfruit even disappeared. The feelings were intercepted by the leaf Shao to steal food. No wonder the golden-eyed Snake King was so angry. They were affected by Yizhao's wave. Otherwise, they had every chance to escape just now. This guy, bold as ever. I just don't know if they're a match for the golden-eyed Snake King. Whether they are or not, let's get back in the fight as soon as possible, so we can help. Help! Wish me a happy birthday later. A few people were dumbfounded by the scene before they could finish their idle words. In the face of the golden-eyed Snake King's attack, a few people just extended a hand before stopping it. Little snake, eat one of your fruits. What's the point of being so angry? Look at you, you're ugly, you're scaring people. I'll fix your face. Shao Qing landed an upside-down golden hook, directly kicking the golden-eyed Snake King's chin, and the thousands of meters long golden-eyed Snake King was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Shao Qing's kick. Little snake, look at your body type. It's too bloated. I'll help you lose weight and massage your whole body. Little Spirit followed closely behind, not giving it a chance to react, yanking up his tail and swinging it round, then slamming it down towards the ground. 80, 80, 80. Stop. That's enough. Any more smashing will loosen the meat. Chapter 181 Dual Professions and Dual Talents. The golden-eyed Serpent King's misery was like two snakes from their previous battle against each other. Under Little Spirit's strong power, the golden-eyed Snake King couldn't even organize a decent attack, and was rudely interrupted every time. One by one, they smashed into the ground, creating gully after gully, and the entire ground dropped by 3 points. What monsters! How can they still be so perverted when they're obviously already high on them? Looking at the golden-eyed Snake King that was smashed into the ground like a dead snake, a few people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Pure physical strength, no fancy skills used at all. Just swinging up and smashing, directly smashing the third turn 100 level Divine Beast boss into this miserable state. The same third turn powerhouse, how could the difference be so great? A few people could not help but feel a little embarrassed and stood frozen in place without moving. Not bad, not bad. The meat is just right now. Big sis, come help break it down and I'll help you roast the meat. Good. Shao Qing rose up in the air, the sword in her hand gently chopped, and the sword chi began to continuously cut along the golden-eyed Snake King's body. Z. The intense pain caused it to twist its body, and as it was trying to get up to resist, a cold ice chi enveloped it, directly freezing it into an ice sculpture. The sword chi was still spreading, and in less than a minute, flesh and skin were separated, bone and flesh were separated, and internal organs were separated. Shao Qing handled it with a light touch, and even gave the golden-eyed Snake King a painless dissection. Ding! Killed the Divine Beast boss golden-eyed Snake King. Obtained material, crystal core of the third turning golden-eyed Snake King. Getting equipment. Getting materials. Getting skill books. The golden-eyed Snake King was disintegrated and a bunch of stuff exploded on the ground. Yishao smoothly pocketed the stuff. The coffers have been empty lately and something had to be collected to fill them. You guys shouldn't mind. The 5 were still standing in place. To this day they were all in a bit of disbelief. The golden-eyed Snake King died just like that. Dying so easily. Was this the same Divine Beast boss that had defeated them before and left them on the verge of death? It was so easy, without even resisting, to be dissected. It's more fake than an amateur actor acting, but you can say he's fake, but he's not taking his life in his hands.
喂，问你们话呢？东西我都拿走了，你们有意见吗？
It was at this time that they heard Yi Zhao's question and hurriedly waved their hands and said, No comment. No comment. You guys killed it. The stuff naturally belongs to you. Joking aside, don't they dare have an opinion. Shao Qing several people on the side of the tiger eyeing it, but where they dare to have a little opinion, the end then the golden-eyed Snake King is not much better, right? Really no opinion? You guys can say if you have opinions. I'm a more humane person who is willing to accept other people's opinions. They just want to laugh and not talk. So hypocritical. The next time before he was willing to accept the opinions of others, he took a few of Shao Qing away, and with that evil look in his eyes, who would dare to give his opinion? No comment, no comment. Well then, since it's okay with you guys, I'll take it. Little Phoenix, prepare the roast, just roasted. Let a few of them help. After saving their lives and helping to roast the meat, Yishao didn't think it was too much. By the way, Yishao was now no less than the golden-eyed Snake King in their hearts, and as soon as Yishao spoke, a few people jerked their heads. Don't be nervous. I just want to ask you guys, the attribute fruit tree over there belongs to me. You guys don't have a problem with that, right? Yishao was just asking more questions. You ask him to put the attribute fruit tree in front of them, and you see if they dare to take it. If you want to take it, just take it. It's embarrassing to have to ask for more. This kid is not a good person. In his heart, he hated it, but he still had to force a smile on his face, his head shaking like a rattle. No. Gave it to them, they just don't want it. Yishao took it with peace of mind. Walking up to the attribute fruit tree, he directly plucked the fruit, and in addition to the superfruit, there were 8 other fruits on the tree. 2 fruits of strength, 2 fruits of agility, 2 fruits of endurance, and 1 fruit of the spirit. And all of them are of the 3rd order. Not bad then. The fruits were all eaten, the fruit trees were uprooted. For the first time to come to the 3rd turning battlefield to be able to have such a harvest, Yi Xiao was already very satisfied. Half an hour later. Why don't you guys have some, guys? No, we're full. Obviously, their stomachs were rumbling with hunger, but they still had to force their hunger and gluttony to choose to leave. They didn't know if Yi Xiao was sincere or not, but the few people behind Yi Xiao, Xiaoqing, were definitely sincere. That's really not wanting them to eat it. If it wasn't for Yi Xiao's presence, a few of them would probably have directly opened their mouths to threaten. They are at least the best of the young generation. How can they suffer this aggravation for a little food? Since you don't eat it, there's nothing else for you few to do, so you can leave, and I wish you all the best of luck in your martial arts endeavors. Yi Xiao had given the order to expel the guests, so they couldn't stay here with a deadbeat. Can I ask you a question before I leave? Yi Xiao had just torn off a piece of meat when he heard a few people had questions for him. A question shouldn't take too long. Ask. Just how strong are you guys? Comparable to a war god? That's their main concern. Don't look at the fact that a few of them were ranked close to each other on the list, but there was a world of difference between their strengths. They want answers so badly. Warlord. That should be about right. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. A super war god like the underworld war god, they might still be a little bit reluctant, but one like the Shura war god, they should be able to fight. Comfortable. Past. Now it's all clear. It's not that we're too weak. It's that he's too strong. That's right, a bunch of perverts, they're still freshmen. They're even comparable to the war god. After receiving Yi Xiao's personal acknowledgement, several people were obviously relieved. More envy, of course. If I'm not mistaken, the few of them are all covered in holy extreme equipment. That seems true when you put it that way. Previously, they had been focusing on the violent battles on Xiaoqing's several people, but now that they thought about it, the equipment they wore was not something they could compare to. They only had at most 1 piece of holy equipment on them, but what about Xiaoqing and the girls? They were all covered in holy extreme equipment. There's a huge gap in equipment, so it's no wonder people are so strong. Equipment may be part of what makes them powerful, but I think the most powerful thing about them would be their individual talent. A single profession with a single talent can't easily take down the golden-eyed Snake King, even if it's all holy and extreme equipment. If I guess correctly, they should all have opened their second professions, and their second professions are also very powerful professions, with talents that are similarly SSS ranked. Dual careers, dual SSS ranked talents. Chapter 182 Yamanano Orochi. Listening to you is better than listening to you. Several people were instantly enlightened, as if they were enlightened. This explanation is fine. I guess it's the only way to fight against the golden-eyed Snake King. But the statistics, each year less than 10 awakened SSS grade talent, let alone double SSS grade talent. At present we know of double SSS grade talent seems to be only 1 person. If Yi Xiao and the others are all dual profession dual SSS level talents, this is unavoidable. It does sound a bit outlandish, but it really is the most pertinent explanation. And you guys imagine what happened after Yi Xiao and the others came to Magic City University, and then think about Yi Xiao's identity. I suspect he's the super genius who triggered the network-wide notification. Our 24-hour restriction has ended. Go out and inquire about the second turn battlefield. With their character, I don't think they'll fall silent in the second turning battlefield perhaps. The second turning battlefield has already been breached by him. Looking at Yi Xiao's appearance of eating, drinking, and playing around, Feng Mengdai's eyes flashed with a ray of wise essence. She couldn't see through this person Yi Xiao, and so far she had only seen a hint of Yi Xiao's skin. But she knew that Yi Xiao was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be, and none of the women around him were simple either. War for all wars battlefield of the gods of war. The Shura war god held his long sword in his hand and swung it vigorously at a giant snake with 8 heads and 8 tails. Yaki, don't hide if you're capable of it. Dare to hide in the shadows and scheme against my dragon kingdom. I'll have to chop off both of your heads today. A Shura ghost chi chopped towards the Orochi. Facing the full force of Shura's attack, the Orochi didn't dare to resist it. He had hardened himself against a strike from the underworld war god earlier, and his body was already on the verge of disintegrating. Now if he continued to tangle with Shura, he would probably be beheaded on the spot by Shura. Shura, you can't catch up with me, and your attacks can't hit me. How about we each take a step back? I won't run away and you won't chase. It just so happens that you can go back and help the Spectre while you're at it, or it'll be too late for you to regret it when he's been decimated by Marshall. It was at this point in time, and Yachi was still playing this kind of small trick with him. Trying to dismantle his fighting spirit with words is a joke. Is it not clear to others that he is not clear? How powerful the underworld war god really was, only he knew. In this world, those who could kill the Psy war god did not exist yet, and Tiny Marshall, more than anything else, should be worried about his own safety. Soft-footed snake, after so many years, you really haven't changed at all. Your strength hasn't grown a bit, but your mouth kung fu has grown a lot. What, more groveling and slinking in the usual way, and your mouth is following suit. Don't worry, I'll kill you. A soft-footed snake. First, and then I'll go after my boss. Yaki hates it when people call him a soft-footed snake, and he hates it when people say he's slithering. Does he want to? It's not about sheltering small island nations. But if the small island nation produced a few more powerful war gods, would he need to be like this? He's the titular Orochi. Shura's words were simply a poke to the inside of his heart, and Yachi was furious. Shura, since you're looking for death, then I'll fulfill you. Today I'll let you see how powerful I am, Yaki, and see if it's my mouth that's hard or your sword that's fast. After being chased by Shura for several days and nights, Yaki was tired. With a roar, he directly manifested his super body. It was tens of thousands of meters tall, with 8 heads and 8 tails. Shura was like an ant in front of Yaki. Go to hell. 8 snake heads opened, 8 elements brewing in their mouths. The purest elemental power between heaven and earth. A single strike was enough to destroy a city. Boy, overstimulation. This guy put up a fight. Although Yachi had been struck by the underworld war god earlier, his own strength was still not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to occupy the #1 war god of the small island nation for so long. 8 snake heads, mastering 8 different elemental powers. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning. According to legend, when Orochi is able to merge his 8 heads into one, he will become the most powerful super being in history. At that time, he would be able to manipulate all the elemental forces in heaven and earth at will. Even light, darkness, time, and space are as much in his grasp. It's just a myth, but fear not. So for the sake of China's safety and security, it was the best choice to cut down Yagyu Orochi here. Shura shield. With a chop of ghost chi, a huge ghost chi shield coalesced in front of Shura, firmly protecting the person behind the shield. The moment the shield went up, 8 elemental attacks smashed down. Click! 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 The shield lasted for more than 20 seconds, and the moment the 8 elements dissipated, the shield directly shattered, and the air wave directly lifted Shura hundreds of meters away. It glided through the air for a while before it stopped. Not bad for an Orochi. All that floppy snake stuff was just him getting high. He never let his guard down when dealing with the Orochi. I'm afraid that if he wanted to keep Orochi here with his strength, he wouldn't be able to do so without paying a price. Soft-footed snake, I didn't expect you to still have such a hard time, so I'll have some fun with you. The two stopped dodging and began a desperate attack, the aftermath of the engagement directly destroying everything within 100 kilometers. The neutral war gods 100 kilometers away watched the battle between Shura and Orochi in silence. Of course, having them in the war up there would be nothing more than a death sentence. Being so far away made them feel palpitations, not to mention the center of the battlefield, and it was estimated that they would be crippled just after they passed. What a scorching battle between these two. Who do you think will win? I guess Shura will win, although Orochi is the #1 war god of Kojima Kingdom. The difference between Kojima Kingdom and China's heritage is too much, not to mention that before this he also hardened himself to take a blow from the underworld war god. All things considered, Shura war god is even better. I don't think so, although the Shura war god is strong. He's only in the lower middle tier in China, and there's still a considerable gap between him and the Orochi. But considering the fact that the Orochi hardened itself against a strike from the god of the underworld war, I'm guessing that they're 50-50, with the end result being a loss for both of them. The lower and middle tier war gods of China aren't comparable to you and I. Speaking as if you're so strong, how dare you look down on the Shura war god? If you're so strong, why don't you go to the front and watch the battle? The Shura war god is only at the lower middle tier. One sentence directly choked that war god just now to the point where he couldn't speak. It was true that the Shura war god was a lower middle tier war god strength in China, but it was not something that the war gods of their small countries could dictate. When they went to China, they might not even be able to rank. Chapter 183. The Abandoned Son. As for getting close to the battlefield, Forget it. They were all under immense pressure here, and there were even those who were prepared to retreat some distance behind. With the way the two of them are acting right now, it's really a 50-50 split, and both of them are war god powerhouses, so it's not that easy to kill one side. Unless the two engage in a deadly battle, the outcome of the discussion is meaningless. That's true. If the two of them fight to the death, they won't be able to distinguish a winner in a short period of time, and if they want to tilt the scales of victory, it's now up to whoever's reinforcements arrive first. The underworld war god is entangled by Marshall, and the Green Phoenix war god is in a fierce battle with the sect leader. The war gods on the side of China are basically all entangled, and it's a bit difficult to fight against these united countries with the power of one country. Indeed, if China also had an allied army, it's really hard to say whether we'll win or lose this time, but China doesn't have any reinforcements as of now, so I don't see much of a chance of winning on Shura's side. Just as the crowd was arguing, a loud bursting sound came from the sky, as someone strongly intervened in the battle between Shura and Orochi. Incoming reinforcements. Who is it? Chinese reinforcements or coalition reinforcements? I don't know, no sign of anyone yet. I think the coalition is more likely. Hundreds of war god powerhouses watched warily from 100 kilometers away. Even Shura and Orochi were staring at the scene with nervous expressions, knowing what the arrival of reinforcements represented. Now it's up to you to see who the balance of victory favors. Yachi, you're too slow to be forced to this point by the war god of China. Hearing this familiar voice, Orochi's face showed joy. Victory was his after all. The godfather has arrived. That would prove that the Green Phoenix war god had lost. Yachi was ecstatic. Sect leader, you've come just in time. Quickly help me to finish off the Shura war god. Finish him off and we'll go help the others to finish off the war god of China. And this time, let the country of China completely cut off its hope. Okay, do it. With the sect leader fighting side by side, the Orochi became more and more complacent, its 8 heads crazily compressing elemental power as an elemental cannon blasted towards the Shura war god. Shura war god, today is the day you die. The flame of the Green Phoenix. Forbidden demon space. The moment Yagyu Orochi struck, the godfather also attacked. The forbidden magic array was directly activated, enveloping the defenseless Orochi. In an instant, the Orochi lost all power of movement. When he reacted, the flame of the Green Phoenix had already arrived in front of him. Damn, you're Qingfeng. You're not the sect leader. The pupils of the Orochi shrunk violently, wanting to resist but being controlled by the forbidden magic space. He could only watch as the Green Phoenix's flame burned over. Yaki, fallen for it. Today I will take your dog's life, little master. The moment the sect leader appeared, Shura knew that it was the Green Phoenix war god who had arrived, and that was why he cooperated and put on a show just to make the Orochi fall for it. As expected, although this guy had 8 heads, they were all empty inside and had no brains. Taking advantage of the moment when the Orochi was under control, the Shura war god's attack was also ready. The long Shura sword wrapped in ghost chi chopped towards the neck of the Orochi. Bang! Ah! Only a miserable scream was heard as the Orochi rolled and crawled to escape the forbidden demon space. But the current Yagyu Orochi looked more or less miserable. 4 heads were burned to ashes by the flame of the Green Phoenix, and 3 heads were chopped off by the Shura war god. Only the last head was left to be cut in half by the Shura war god. It was also the last moment when he broke free from the forbidden demon space. Otherwise this blade would have been enough to split his head off. With only 1 head left, Orochi no longer had the ability to fight back any longer. Right now it was an ordinary war god who could cut him down. The severely injured Orochi roared with unwillingness. Damn it, why don't you go help the underworld war god instead of coming to help the Shura war god? Where's the bishop? Where have you been? You're such a loser, you can't even stop someone. Yagyu Orochi started cursing like crazy. Even a passing dog might have to be cursed twice by him. But what good would it do? Qingfeng and Shura had already surrounded him. So even if he stuck his wings on, he wouldn't be able to escape. Yachi, die with dignity. Blame yourself for being on the wrong side, or else you'd still be alive and well as your Kojima Kingdom's #1. Unfortunately, one wrong step is one wrong step. Standing on the wrong team is going to take a beating, and when you're about to die, there's no one to come and save you. It's really pathetic. Qingfeng was still disintegrating the will of Orochi. Do you know why I was able to come with support? That was licensed by the bishop. He's an old war god. How could he not stop me? By the way, do you know why I didn't go to support the underworld war god? It's really because I don't have the means to go and support it. Once I go and support the others, the sect leader will block it. But on the contrary, when I come to support Shura, he doesn't block it, so you're saying it's laughable or not. You've become someone's outcast. Give up your resistance. No one will come to your rescue. The more Yachi listened, the angrier he got, and the more sense it made. Damn it. All of you deserve to die, one by one. Treating me as if I'm a soft target to pinch. I'm gonna make you all give me a burial with me. Yagyu Orochi had been in a hurry, and now he had lost all sense of reason. Strength poured inside the body in a steady stream, and the tens of thousands of meters of body swelled into a ball. Go, go, go. The Yaki is going to explode. This dog even wants to take us with him. Pull back. With such a huge amount of energy, hundreds of kilometers are not always safe. Retreat. This guy's self-detonation is already irreversible. Don't hurt yourself by mistake. Shura and Qingfeng were also ready to leave. The underworld abyss. Just as the two of them were about to leave, a black canopy descended from the sky and wrapped the Orochi securely. Seeing this scene, the two men stopped in their tracks in unison. This move was precisely the masterstroke of the underworld war god, and even the Orochi could not escape the blockade of the underworld abyss. In the underworld abyss, he wouldn't be able to complete his self-detonation at all, and even the power in his body would be absorbed by the abyss. Spectre, why are you all targeting me? It was fine for a green phoenix to come, but now even the underworld war god had come. He's got a lot of face for an Orochi. Yachi, bind your hands and enter the abyss, so I can spare your life or die. There was no emotion in the spectral war god's words, but wherever the Orochi dared to refuse, he would be able to exterminate the person with a wave of his hand. Spectre, let go of Yagyu, or today will be the day you die. Marshall's face was even harder. Although the battle between him and the Spectre was not divided into winners and losers, being rushed to the battlefield by the Spectre ahead of him was his loss in his eyes. Chapter 184. Is it useful to have a large number of people? If he were to let the underworld take away the 8 giant serpent again, then he would be considered to have completely lost face. Dead time? Marshall, do you have the strength? In the middle of the underworld abyss, a pair of hands were desperately pulling on Orochi's body, trying to drag him into the abyss. You can try to save him if you can, but of course, you're more than welcome to go in if you want to. Facing the provocation of the god of the underworld war, Marshall stopped in his tracks. If he could save it, he would definitely save it. After all, Orochi was his loyal lapdog, and there were many things that Orochi had stepped in to help him out. But the underworld war god's underworld abyss was something even he didn't dare to face easily, let alone go in to save someone. You might even get yourself hitched in time. After thinking twice about hitching himself up for the sake of Yagyu Orochi, Marshall decided it wasn't worth it and chose to give up. No, Marshall, help me. I'm your lapdog, so hurry up and save me. He expected Marshall to come to his rescue, but Marshall stopped dead in his tracks and did nothing when he was about to be dragged into the abyss. No matter how much he called out, Marshall had no intention of saving the day. Don't. The power of the abyss continued to increase, and the Orochi was just dragged alive into the abyss. After the Orochi disappeared, the underworld war god put back the underworld abyss. Several people hung in mid-air, just looking down on the Marshall bunch. This is what happens when you are a dog. Those who offend my country of China, kill. The underworld war god let out a bellowing cry that nearly scared the guts out of them. The only one present was Marshall, who could fight against the god of underworld war, and the others could only stay obediently on the sidelines. But if they upset the god of the underworld and dragged them into the abyss, Marshall would not rescue them. Marshall's face also turned ugly. There is no winner in this battle, but there is a sole loser, and that is the small island nation. Their number 1 powerhouse, Orochi, had been dragged into the abyss by the god of underworld warfare, and it was yet to be known whether he would live or die. Spectre, don't be complacent. The good days of China are still ahead of you. I hope you can still be as proud as you are now when you get out. Your second and third turn battlefields will soon fall. This time I'm going to break your China. I'll see how long your arrogance can last. Marshall was very confident in his setup. In order to target China, they had put down blood money. The second turn battlefield had many third turn powerhouses suppressing their rank to enter, and the third turn battlefield similarly had war god powerhouses suppressing their rank to enter. Coupled with a holy equipment in each hand, he really couldn't find a reason why China could win. The second turn and third turn battlefield fell? Hearing Marshall's words, the god of the underworld laughed, leaning back and laughing. Marshall listened with a straight face. A single sentence had made the underworld war god mad. That shouldn't be possible. Marshall, put away your pathetic self-belief. The deer is yet to be seen. If you want to fracture my country of China, then you should be prepared to fracture it first. Looking at the spectral war god's confident appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying at all. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding lingered. Could it be that China's side has also arranged means? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gathering the power of so many countries, how could China be an opponent? But looking at the appearance of the underworld war god, there was absolutely no hint of worry. Even if it was pretending, it was impossible to pretend so much. Marshall couldn't help but open his mouth with an inquiry. Aren't you worried about what's happening on the battlefield below? The underworld war god snorted. Worried? If it were before, he might have been worried, but now he was able to put his heart in his stomach. With Yi Shao around, he had the final say in the second and third turn battlefield. Even if there was a transmogrifier that suppressed the level of entry, so what, Yi Shao alone was enough to solve it. Marshall, you don't think we're at all prepared for you? Are we going to stand still and wait for you to kill us? Marshall naturally knew that China's side wouldn't go down without a fight, but he couldn't think of any way to help China win, unless Hua chooses not to enter. Otherwise, what makes the combined power of so many of their countries not a match for China? Allies? That's even more non-existent. China's allies are too weak, so weak that they don't qualify to enter the universal battlefield. Even if they came in and fought alongside China, they would be cannon fodder for death, and China wouldn't do such a thing. Could it be that Hua Guo and Bear Guo have joined forces? The three most powerful countries at the moment, China, Pretty, and Bear. If China and the Bear country joined forces, they might be able to solve this crisis. But when you think about it, a team-up is not likely to happen, or else the Bear country could not have stood by during the previous Great War. Then what on earth could give the Spectre such confidence? Marshall frowned tightly there, unable to figure out why after half a day's thought. A smile unconsciously appeared on the Spectre's face as he looked at his saddened appearance. Why rush, Marshall? You'll naturally know the outcome when the month is up. Now just let's have some fun and spar for now. Let's see how much you've improved lately. The battlefield below was the matter below, and it didn't affect their war god battlefield at all. Spectre wanted to fight, Marshall was equally undaunted, and the two of them were directly far away. After all, the aftermath of their fight was not something that these people could withstand. They still pulled back in order to accidentally injure one of their own. Since the boss has already done it, let's get started as well. Let me find a suitable opponent to look at. Everyone picked their opponents, and by this time, the spectral warlord had already battled with Marshall. Spectre, you're bluffing, aren't you? China didn't even set up the means this time, you're just pumping yourself up. The underworld war god didn't say anything and backhanded a underworld wave. It seems to be a bit irritated by my guess, but come to think of it, what makes you China able to get through this crisis? In order to target China, we have deployed over 1,000 dual professional elites with S-rank talent or above, and there are even quite a few suppressed rank powerhouses, so with such a super team, China can't even come up with one, let alone target it. If it were any other country other than China, such a power would indeed be hard to match. But unfortunately, China is a country of miracles, and more people sometimes don't mean more usefulness. Sometimes it may represent more money being given away. Marshall, after so many years, you still don't understand me. When have I, Spectre, ever fought a battle that I wasn't sure of? More people? Useful. Chapter 185 Swarms of Divine Beasts. The more the Spectre acted cloudy, the more unsettled Marshall's mind became. But he couldn't think of any way for China to win. That was 1,000 S-rank gifted dual professional transmutants, plus strong people who had suppressed their level down for a descending blow. Even back then, it was impossible for him and the Spectre to get out in one piece. Bluff. Must be bluffing. The 48-hour restriction of the war god battlefield was about to end, and after it ended he immediately went back to learn about the other battlefields. He believed his people had managed to dominate the Turn 2 and Turn 3 battlefields. These guys, they didn't even report me in advance. Are the Chinese transmigrators really that difficult? Marshall was fighting there absent-mindedly. Seeing that he had no desire to fight, the underworld was also too lazy to make another move. Really fighting, the two could not help anyone. At 10 o'clock the next day, the 48-hour limit ended. Without any hesitation, Marshall directly ended the fight with the underworld war god. Spectre, prepare for the sorrow of China. This time China will surely break. Incompetent rage. The underworld war god didn't even bother to say a single word of nonsense, just waving his hand to signal him to get lost. China fault? Just kidding. With Yi Shao around, the fault line is them. He had in his possession at all times a report of the number of enemies destroyed, and he could not resist telling him about it, if he had not been afraid of arousing a furious backlash from Marshall that would affect the others. What a sad fellow. Obviously the plan was so perfect, but he missed our super genius from China. You're in for it this time. I can't wait to see how he looks when he finds out how things turn out. It should be hilarious, ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, the Spectre couldn't help but laugh up to the sky, and then his voice spread throughout the entire battlefield. It wasn't very useful to them here anymore, and what they should have gotten was pretty much what they should have fought. Everyone, leave the battlefield. The voice spread throughout the entire war god battlefield, and after hearing the Spectre's voice, the battlefield echoed with bursts of answering voices. Yes, everyone was responding to the Spectre. Strong executive cohesion affects everyone on the battlefield. It was important to realize that as war gods, they all had their own pride and were simply unwilling to stoop to the level of others. But among these answering voices, there were all sorts of veteran war gods, up-and-coming war gods, official and unofficial ones, and even those whose strength could rival that of the underworld war gods. After they heard the orders of the Spectre, all of them chose to respond in a way that no other country could. This is the prestige of the underworld war god. This is the cohesion of China. No wonder it's being jointly targeted by the pretty country and the others. Yeah, if this momentum continues, China will definitely be able to take over the position of the pretty country's #1 hegemon in less than a few years. A few years? You underestimate China too much. Now do you see China ever wimp out? Can the pretty country stand up to China? They're already neck and neck, and even a little beyond. In a few moments, the war god battlefield emptied. All the war gods needed to go back to preside over the big picture, and in the meantime learn about the specifics of the second turn battlefield and the third turn battlefield. Especially the second turning battlefield, which was filled with this year's rising super geniuses, representing the country's future destiny. Dragon Nation, Spectral Army Headquarters. The underworld war god stood at the highest point, looking at the underworld army that appeared one after another in front of him. After waiting for half an hour's time, no one else appeared in the battlefield. 48 hours, the time for the Phantom Army to assemble, and those who didn't come back to assemble were apparently permanently left on the battlefield. 100 of the 1,000-strong contingent did not return. Although it was a much better outcome than what the Pantheon had wanted, it was inevitable that there was still some sadness in his heart. After all, he had watched these people grow up, and their feelings were deeper than normal. But for the sake of China, sacrifices are inevitable. Compared to the losses of other countries, this loss of China can only be regarded as skin deep. It's great that you guys came back alive, but we can't let our brothers die on the battlefield for nothing. Rest for a moment and kill back on the battlefield again. Not looking for resources but only killing. Kill all the foreign scum, as many as come, and leave no one behind. There is no right and wrong on the battlefield, only the question of position and identity. As long as you dare to enter the battlefield, you are an enemy, and they are never polite to their enemies. Kill, kill, kill. Killing intent broke through the sky, and there was only one belief in everyone's mind, and that was to kill all the foreign scumbags and avenge their brothers. The Chinese side is feverishly preparing to re-enter the battlefield to kill. On the side of the small island nation, there was dead silence. The emperor sat grimly on his throne, just staring down at the kneeling crowd below without looking away. Someone explain to me what this is all about? An elite ninja squad of hundreds of people. Why only one came out alive? The voice was flat, but everyone could hear endless anger in it. You say, what happened in the second turning battlefield? Looking at His Majesty the Emperor's furious appearance, the second turn ninja who had fallen to his knees trembled as he recounted everything that had happened on the second turn battlefield. Your Majesty, there has been an accident on the second turning battlefield. Someone is using an oversized range of forbidden magic. I suspect it's a follow-up tactic set up by China. 9 heavenly thunder blasts, oversized Big Dipper winds, extreme cold storms, and we just accidentally got blasted by the 9 heavenly thunder blast. If I didn't dodge fast, maybe even I died on top of the battlefield. Hearing the report from his men, the Emperor smiled. Ultra many forbidden magic, 9 heavenly thunder blasts, ultra Big Dipper, extreme cold storm, and a lot more, isn't it? Yes, sire. The Emperor laughed even harder, lying without knowing to spill one that others could believe. A second turner who could use forbidden magic, which was a means unique to the god of war. Even if the god of war prepared forbidden magic in advance and sealed him into the props, it would be just as impossible to use it in the second turn battlefield, and this was the rule of the second turn battlefield. Now the people under his command are using such ridiculous reasons to perfume him. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. The emperor laughed back in anger. So are you still going to tell me that you guys also encountered 100 gods' beasts in the night? Hearing the emperor's words, the second-turned ninja jerked his head up and just couldn't stop nodding at the emperor. Yes, yes, yes. His Majesty the Emperor is wise and expects things to happen. A large number of divine beasts have indeed appeared on the second-turning battlefield. Hordes of fallen angels, 4-winged, 6-winged, 8-winged, 10-winged, and 12-winged were seen, and others saw green-eyed white tigers, Xinhai Xuanwu, and undead. Snap! Before the henchman could finish, the emperor gently pinched, and the second-turned ninja was directly crushed into pieces. He didn't want to hear a word of these useless lies. Hordes of fallen angels and 10-winged and 12-winged, and what with the green-eyed white tigers and the Xinhai Xuanwu? That was the second-turning battlefield, not the battle god battlefield, and even the battle god battlefield didn't have such an awesome scene. Chapter 186 Lord Yagyu has been captured. Really think he's a cutie? What about fooling around? After exterminating the people, the anger in the heart of the heavenly emperor had not subsided, and his gaze was fixed on the others, as if he was searching for something. Where's Yachi? It's been 48 hours. Why hasn't he come back to report the news? Even though Yachi is the #1 power in the small island nation, he is equally constrained by the emperor. Moreover, the emperor had absolute means to subdue him, so he did not fear him too much. And just then, a voice stumbled in through the door and fell to his knees just as he entered. 陛下，大事不好，八岐大人。Lord Yagi he. Listening to the words of his men who couldn't catch their breath, the emperor's heart was even more irritated, but the irritation was accompanied by a hint of trepidation. Come on. What's wrong with Yachi? Stutter again and I'll pull out your tongue. With such a threat from the emperor, the visitor was jolted and his stammer was cured on the spot. Lord Yachi was captured by the underworld war god. His life and death are uncertain. What? The heavenly emperor slapped his palm, directly shattering the throne underneath him, looking at the crowd in disbelief. Yachi was actually captured. It's impossible. How is this possible? He's the #1 strongest person on the island. How could he be captured? But no matter how impotent and furious they were, the result could not be changed. The Yachi was indeed now trapped in the middle of the abyss by the underworld war god. Gather back all the strong men of the small island nation for me. Block all paths that can enter the island, and tightly guard against enemy invasion. Without the sanctuary of the Yagyu, Kojima Kingdom's status would plummet, and he had to be prepared for anything to prevent the next turn of events. The Kojima side is preparing for the worst, and the pretty countryside was raging with impotent rage, especially Marshall, whose face was so grim you couldn't even see the original color. Not a single one came out alive? The conference room had been silent for the better part of half an hour. The message had been sent out an unknown number of times, but no one had ever replied or even come out of the battlefield. One or two could be experiencing uncontrollable things. All experiencing uncontrollable things would be somewhat unlikely. The only thing that makes sense is that they all died in battle. What means did the underworld and the others set up that they were able to leave so many people in the battlefield? No one has come back with any news, and they don't know what went wrong at the scene. With 2 eyes, you can only stare there. Lord Marshall, someone has sent back video and photographs of the second turning battlefield. There were living people and videos and photos were brought back. This they would have to see what exactly the Spectre had set up. Open the video. The Marshall crowd was confused. The sky was filled with fallen angels, even 10-winged, 12-winged fallen angels. Green-eyed white tiger, Xinhai Xuanwu, immortal god phoenix, 5-clawed golden dragon, fallen angel. This? Everyone was silent. No wonder their well-prepared plan failed. It wasn't that China was too strong, but that these things were too strong. Even a war god powerhouse would have a hard time surviving the siege of these things. We've been counted this time. No wonder the underworld doesn't need to worry at all. They're actually hiding such a strong killing weapon in their hands. We didn't lose unjustly. For the loss of the second turn of the battlefield, although it was very painful, there was no other way to save it now. Marshall, what do you think about these things? China can't really have gotten hold of so many divine beasts, can it? Marshall smiled, regaining his old confidence. Absolutely impossible. How could China have such means? Think about it. These are the top divine beasts among the divine beasts. Even a war god powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be able to subdue them, let alone a bunch of second-turn minions. The probability of them taking in divine beasts' beast pets is 0, let alone this many. The only other possibility is that the super genius that appeared in China is a super summoner, who is able to summon divine beasts' doppelgangers to collaborate in battle. It's likely that our plans are failing at his hands. They are still very much on board with Marshall's statement. As for the idea of Yi Xiao being a beast royalist, they did not move at all. After all, they really couldn't imagine what kind of genius imperial beast master could master so many divine beasts at the same time. We think so too. Even though it's just a split shadow of a summoned divine beast, that's still extremely strong. We should have planned earlier. We can even use some dark suns to kill this super genius. Once this person grows up, he will be too much of a threat to us. Although they had suffered huge losses this time, they were still somewhat rewarded, knowing that the super genius of China was a summoner, and a summoner who summoned the shadows of divine beasts. As long as we know that, it's good to dig into his identity. Once the identity was established, they would kill the person with thunderous means to put an end to it. After much thought, Marshall didn't see anything wrong with the plan. That's right, although we've suffered heavy losses this time, but China has exposed their cards just the same, and this is an opportunity for us men. There won't be too many awakened summoner professions in China every year. Let the people under your command investigate. It's easy to find out the end of the suspicion. As long as the summoner is cut down, then all these sacrifices won't be in vain. You guys go down and make the arrangements, and also the plan against China will be stopped for now. As reluctant as Marshall was, it was all he could do now. With the capture of Yagyu Orochi and the fall of the second turning battlefield, their combined forces had fallen into a passive state. And as long as the underworld war god was around, there was no way for their plan to succeed. This time, they had really been counted on by the underworld war god, and it was even possible that the failure to rescue Yagyu this time had caused some countries to turn their backs on them. Keep an eye on Kojima Kuni and the others. With Yagami captured, they're likely to sell information in exchange for Yagami's life. And if Kojima Kuni makes a move, shoot on sight. If you can't solve Huagua, you can always solve your henchmen. For disobedient dogs, then just break the dog's legs. Later on, you guys go and contact San. We need to attract the Spectre to San's territory. A new round of plans against China has begun to conspire again. The Imperial City of China. The underworld war god's face was all happy as he watched the constant stream of data reports coming back. After the second-turn battlefield had been purged by Yi Xiao, it had now completely fallen into the territory of China. For the next month, the strongest second-turners in China could enter the second-turning battlefield with impunity to seek their chances. As for the reports from the third-turn battlefield, although they were few and far between, with Yi Xiao around, the results would definitely end up being perfect as well. Chapter 187 SSS Talent Awakening Talisman. I really wasn't wrong about him. One person solved 80% of the enemies, the others combined didn't kill as many as him alone. I don't know how this kid is doing now. How come there's not even any news? Just as the underworld war god was chanting about Yi Xiao, the message alert sounded. Ding, you have a new message. Please check it. Speaking of Cao Cao, the underworld war god directly checked up on the message. Yi Xiao. Senior, help me get an identity for my new beast pet sometime. Yi Xiao. 12-winged fallen angel.jpg. Yi Xiao was not hiding anything now and directly released the 12-winged fallen angel's body out. A picture came over and directly cut off the entire excuse for the underworld war god to refuse. 12-winged fallen angel. Such a powerful beast pet. It would be unreasonable if this was not given an account. This kid, what kind of talent is it? How come all the powerful divine beasts are looking for him? Could it be the handsome, compelling talent? Being able to automatically seduce divine beasts? It should be, these divine beasts are all females. None of them are males. His talent has no effect on male divine beasts. Looking at one divine beast after another around Yi Xiao, the underworld war god was also envious. The point is that this kid is really smart and doesn't miss any opportunity to get stronger. A large part of the reason why he was asked to account for the divine beasts was to improve their combat power. The underworld war god briefly checked the situation of Shaoqing's several people, and sure enough, the civic levels of the several of them had all been raised to level 10. As long as the citizenship level was raised to level 10, coupled with the Chinese country's household registration, they would be able to enjoy the 20% increase in all attributes brought about by level 10 citizenship. Originally, the divine beast attributes were far superior to others, and with this 20% increase in all attributes, there were not many people at the same rank or even across the ranks who would be his opponent. Of course, this wasn't a bad thing for China. Yi Xiao and the others were eligible for this addition. Spectral Warlord. As you know, arranging identity difficulty? How can you want him to do something without giving something? Besides, Yi Xiao was so fat, how could he not extort something? Yi Xiao. Divinebeasts.jpg, holyfavorites.jpg, holyfavorites.jpg, holyfavorites.jpg. Without waiting for the underworld war god to speak, Yi Xiao's second message was sent over. There were more than 24 holy pets, all kinds of holy pets on land, sea and air. The most important thing was that there was also a divine beast, and although they were both males, the gender was just something that Yi Xiao considered. They don't consider the gender of the pet at all, as long as it works. Yi Xiao. This identity do not know if you can expedite the process. This pet is too much. I cannot put it, want to release to deal with This time the little fox was victorious. Yi Xiao held the underworld war god to death. Who could resist the temptation of 24 holy pets and a divine beast? Underworld warlord. The program has gone 99%. Wait one more minute and the account will be ready. Don't worry. The speed of doing things, Yi Xiao liked it. The underworld war god is so powerful. Then these beast pets of his will reluctantly be kept for them. Yi Xiao. In addition to what is owed, the others are handled at half the market price. The price can be accepted, right? Although it didn't matter if it was given to them for nothing, they would be happy to make a little profit, even if it was given to them at the market price, let alone half the market price. Spectral warlord. No problem, but the money might wait a little. There are too many to get together. If there was something good, the spectral war god would definitely have to give it to his own team first. If you can assemble your troops into a force armed with all holy beasts, then pull it out and the deck is straight up full. Yi Xiao. No problem, we have this relationship. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. Underworld warlord. What is this beast? Yi Xiao. Male. May look a bit shabby, but it's actually a divine beast, so just use it. Yi Xiao now also show his cards, not pretend. Ugly-looking divine beasts do not want any. He only wants the ones that look good and can press the bed, and the rest of the beasts are packed away to be sold for money. Wait. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Yi Xiao doesn't seem like such a good talker. In the past, if you didn't take advantage of the situation, you were at a disadvantage, so how could you just show so many cards this time? Getting an account for a beast pet shouldn't cost so much. Spectral warlord. You're not right. Something's wrong with you. Ginger reacted in the blink of an eye. Since the underworld war god had taken the initiative to ask, there was no need for him to hide it. Yi Xiao. I just want to ask that SSS Talent Awakening Talisman. I see that there are still a few inside the treasure trove. I may not have enough contributions on hand. Do you think these beast pets can? As expected, he almost fell for Yi Xiao's trap. The value of divine favor, holy favor is immeasurable, but the value of SSS Talent Awakening Talisman is equally immeasurable. In a way, it was even more valuable than a divine favor. Moreover, this SSS Talent Awakening Talisman could only be exploded from a war god level divine beast, and there was still a certain probability as to whether it would explode or not. Killing a war god level divine beast required the use of a war god elite team, and the price paid was very high. This was not something that could be measured in terms of money, and even if there were enough contribution points, not everyone could redeem it. After all, using the SSS Talent Awakening Talisman, there was a high probability of awakening a second SSS rank talent. The redeemer must be absolutely loyal to the country of China, and be well talented, at least possessing SSS level talent on their own, and only be eligible for redemption after meeting the contributions and going through the layers of approval from above. And the Spectre was one of the beneficiaries. He had gotten an SSS Talent Awakening Talisman back then, which had led him to where he was today. Spectral God of War, you should have seen the value of the SSS Talent Awakening Talisman. With your current contribution, you are not qualified to get him, of course. If you can turn in Marshall's head, the contribution might be enough. Yi Xiao. The Spectral God of War could really be joking. He could easily take off Marshall's head. What did he need this SSS Talent Awakening Talisman for? Underworld Warlord, I need to consider this matter for a while. I'll let you know when I have an answer. Even if the Underworld War God favored Yi Xiao, this kind of thing was not something that he alone could decide on his own. He needed to discuss this with a few people from Emperor Zong and finally open the meeting to vote. Yi Xiao's loyalty is absolutely fine, and with his current battle record it satisfies the conditions. And this kid's talent is really good, otherwise he wouldn't be surrounded by so many divine pets. The probability of awakening his second talent is extremely high. Chapter 188 Authorization. The only thing lacking might be the contribution points. He's too young and hasn't accumulated enough contributions. The SSS Talent Awakening Talisman can only be exchanged by merits. It's kinda hard to do. If Yi Xiao spoke of other conditions, he might be able to agree after a couple of tugs of war. But this SSS Talent Awakening charm is not ordinary. The Underworld War God sighed and decided to go find Emperor Tsong after much thought. Emperor Tsong's office in the Imperial City. What did you say? You're approving an SSS Talent Awakening Talisman? Could it be that you've taken the final step? Still able to awaken the third talent. When Ditsong heard that the Underworld War God wanted to approve an SSS Talent Awakening Talisman, he thought that the Underworld War God had taken the final step. It's not that easy. It's been how many years and no one has managed to take the final step. I doubt there is a final step at all. The Underworld War God let out a bitter smile. They had been stuck at War God for so many years, always wanting to take the final step, but no one had ever been able to succeed. Gather your thoughts together and get back to the point. I want to approve a Talent Awakening Talisman for a little one. What do you think? Little guy. To be able to have the Underworld War God personally come out to approve the Talent Awakening Talisman, it could be seen that this person's position in the Underworld War God's heart. You should know the rules. The Talent Awakening Talisman isn't that good for approval. There are only a few in total. Once it's wasted, China may have one less superpower. Without absolute certainty, they would never approve the Talent Awakening Talisman. Unless the little guy could show a talent no weaker than that of the Underworld Warlord, this approval would basically not succeed. I know, that's why I'm here to seek your approval. In terms of loyalty, I dare to put my head up and guarantee that he's the most loyal. In terms of talent, I think his talent is several times stronger than mine, and the probability of him succeeding is higher than mine. Hearing Spectre say that, Ditsong was all a bit surprised. It was as if this was the first time he had ever known the Spectre. After so many years, it was the first time he had ever uttered such compliments from inside the Spectre's mouth. At one time, the Spectre was not afraid of the sky or the earth, defying anyone and thinking that no one was inferior to him. The result was the same. The Spectre was now on his own, and few were his opponents. But it was such a person who said that there was a little guy who was more talented than him and more worthy of using the Talent Awakening Talisman. Interesting, a little guy who can make even you, Spectre, submit is not an ordinary person. If I'm not mistaken, this person you're talking about should be Yi Xiao. Eh? Spectre didn't deny anything. He could hide the matter of helping Yi Xiao from everyone, but he couldn't hide it from Ditsong. Everything in China was under his control. Yi Xiao, this little guy's talent is a bit mysterious, you know something? Can you reveal a bit to me? I basically turn a blind eye to your affairs. Ditsong didn't investigate Yi Xiao's identity. That was to give face to the Underworld War God. But that doesn't mean he can't investigate. There wasn't anything in China that could be hidden from Ditsong yet. Actually, I don't know what kind of talent he has, but there are 5 super divine beasts by his side. Green-eyed white tiger, sea-suppressing Xuanwu, immortal divine phoenix, 5-clawed golden dragon, and 12-winged fallen angel. These 5 divine beasts should represent something, I think. This is Yi Xiao's battle record in the second turn battlefield. The number of enemies killed exceeds the total number of other people in the country of China, and now he's killing the enemies in the third turn battlefield. If things go well, he can make a break in the younger generation of the pretty country and theirs. At least for the next 20 years, they won't dare to scream more. If Yi Xiao can awaken one more SSS talent so that he can grow faster and better, I believe that when he grows up, he will definitely crush an era and become an existence that surpasses us. One piece of information after another was placed in front of Ditsong. Looking at Yi Xiao's great achievements, Ditsong expressed his great satisfaction. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that Yi Xiao was indeed more talented than Di Shi Tian. He did deserve a Talent Awakening Talisman as well. This little guy is really a bit out of my expectation, although I don't know what kind of talent he has, but it must be SSS grade talent without a doubt. If he can become a double SSS grade talent transmigrator within 10 years, he will definitely become a pillar of China. I've agreed to the approval, so just leave the materials with me for now and I'll take care of the rest. As long as Ditsong agreed, that meant that the Di family agreed, and the Feng family seemed to be on Yi Xiao's side as well, plus him and Xiu Luo Qingfeng. The votes were already dominant, and there shouldn't be a big problem approving the next Talent Awakening Talisman. After putting everything in place, the Spectre did not directly contact Yi Xiao. After all, if you get it too easy, you won't appreciate it. It's exciting to think about hanging him out to dry before giving him hope when he thinks it's hopeless. That's it. As for these beast pets, consider them as interest. The contribution points will be credited to him first, and it will be fine to work for the country to pay back the interest in the years to come. Ding, you have a new message. Please check it. After arranging things here in Yishao, pretty much, Xiao Luo's message was delivered. Shura, big brother, those little Yakuza from A's country are making small moves at the border. There is the shadow of the pretty country behind them, and they have quite a few experts who are rushing there in teleportation arrays. Seeing the news that Shura had sent back, Spectre's expression became serious. Sure enough, it's still not enough to clean up just one Orochi. These guys are still stupid and really think China is a soft touch. Shura, big brother, I suspect they put out the news on purpose to lure you to San's border. Why wouldn't the Spectre know that the purpose of them doing this was nothing more than wanting him to leave the territory of China and lose that 20% attribute bonus? As long as China's top-end fighting force was held back, they could take the opportunity to mess up China's territory again and steal their useful information. Although he knew their purpose, the underworld war god had to make a trip forward. There's no one but him who can suppress San and these rats. Spectral warlord, watch out for the rats in the country. I'm going to take a trip to the San border to deal with the problem. With Emperor Tsang around, there can be no chaos within the borders of China. After replying the message away, the Spectre dissipated into a cloud of darkness out of thin air. Yishao didn't even know that the world was surging in darkness because of him, and his killing spree had directly broken the young generation of other countries. States have used every means possible to find him, and China is likewise laying out the means for the chaos to follow. Only Yishao, a group of people, remained happy and hunted for another day in the 3 turns battlefield, hunting and killing at least hundreds of people. The equipment materials on his body were directly piled up, and when the 24-hour restriction ended, Yishao's group returned to the big villa. Chapter 189. Fight with me? The spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, and you can't waste a good time just to kill monsters and upgrade. After touching and rolling around in the big bed for half the night, after the fatigue of the whole day had dissipated, looking at the sleeping few people, Yishao opened the global forum to check the news of the recent happenings. Is the god of the underworld so overbearing? Just open the forum and the highest hotspot was what happened in the war god battlefield. The god of underworld warfare overwhelmed Marshall and easily crushed the Yaki Orochi, suppressing it in the underworld abyss. Paired with a picture of the domineering figure of the god of the underworld war, the post was extremely hot. Of course, the following comments are also mixed. There are strong my country of China, there are angry condemnation, and even demand the return of the Yamanashi Orochi. This is ridiculous. When has my country of China ever returned anything that came into its hands? But this Orochi might be able to be naturalized. Yishao has a good plan in his heart. Yachi Orochi is also considered to be a long famous war god powerhouse. If he can help him return to his ancestor a little bit, then China is not free to more than one old war god. It might even be possible for him to break into the interior of the island. I can be a genius. When Yishao said he would do it, he directly opened the contact information of the underworld war god. Yishao, I heard there are some sand bastards coming? There should be a pretty country behind it. The underworld war god had just arrived at the battlefield when he received a message from Yishao. Underworld war god, you don't need to worry about these trivial matters, you just need to take down the 3rd turn battlefield. The border is sufficient with me. This was the bottom of the underworld war god. Letting the enemy play tricks, he was fearless and could break them all. Yishao, I'm sure you've got it, but I've got a better idea here, listen. Spectral warlord. Say, don't be a. Yishao, I can naturalize Yagyu Orochi. Yishao spoke his thoughts to the spectral war god, and the spectral war god who had just arrived at the border couldn't help but spit out an expletive. Has to run again. This brat really underestimated him. Spectral warlord. Wait for me. 1 hour to arrive. Coming and going in a hurry. The underworld god of war began to run wildly again and arrived at Yizhao's villa in an hour's time. Spare the god of war got the power to support or exhausted him enough. Of course San and the rest of their combined forces were also blindsided by the Pantheon war god's tawdry maneuvers, completely unaware of what the underworld war god was doing. Running to the border without a word, without even meeting them in person, he turned and ran. Fleeing without a fight? Couldn't be. The underworld war god wasn't that kind of person. And with the strength of the underworld war god, it was unlikely that they would be able to kill it. Meeting. When things go wrong, there must be a demon, and a group of war gods met to study the reason why the underworld war god ran back. Who cared that they would think about this? The underworld war god walked straight to Yi Zhao's side and lifted him up from the big bed with one hand. You kid is really good at enjoying yourself. Such a big bed and so many people. Aren't you afraid of exhausting your body? Yi Zhao smiled awkwardly. Spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, senior. Wait for me to put on some clothes. Let's discuss it slowly. Kid, are you sure you can naturalize the Orochi? Not sure. The spectral war god stumbled and barely managed to fall out of his chair. What a confident and decisive answer. Having come all the way from the border himself and barely exhausted himself. The result came as an uncertainty. Although I'm not sure I can give it a try in case it succeeds, our country of China is equivalent to scoring a super-secret agent. No matter what plans the enemy has against China, we'll be able to know all of them. Although it was a hard trip to the underworld warlord, this was indeed 100 benefits without any harm. How it needs to be tried. Pulling me into the underworld abyss as well, we need to put on a show. And as long as we make him believe it, we'll have a 90% success rate. Yi Chun briefly told the underworld war god about his plan, and the rest was up to him to perform. You have to realize that likewise by entering the abyss, you will lose all your power, and in there the Orochi are just as strong than you, and you will be in danger. They're all divine beasts that have lost their power. What makes one Orochi stronger than the 5 of me? The underworld war god froze for a moment, and when he thought about it that way, it did seem to be the case. Yi Zhao, this guy possessed 5 divine beasts in the place where he lost his power, 5 against 1. That would definitely be pressing friction as well. Okay, let's do as you say, and if you succeed, I'll tell you the good news. SSS Talent Awakening Charm? The underworld war god didn't say anything. It wasn't the right time to tell him this news, or else he wouldn't have the motivation to fight. Little green, little spirit, little phoenix, little jade, little Na, go play with me. After receiving several people into the imperial beast space, he nodded to the underworld war god, signaling that he could do it. The underworld abyss. Without any resistance, Yi Zhao was directly dragged into the underworld abyss. There seemed to be a mysterious force in the abyss that turned all the power in his body into nothingness. Here, no skill can be unleashed except the power of the flesh. Under the control of the underworld war god, Yi Zhao was naturally sent not far from the Orochi. The show has begun. Spectral old ghost, you are despicable and shameless. You even played tricks on a junior. IQNM'd it. From an 80-year-old mother to a nursing child. Yi Zhao, that is not spared one. How hard to hear how to scold. Yi Zhao cursed that, if he didn't know Yi Zhao's plan, he would have thought that Yi Zhao really hated him that much. The resting Orochi on the side was also awakened by a bout of yelling and cursing. I thought that I was finished in the abyss, but I didn't expect a human to suddenly come in and just curse at the underworld war god. This cursing is really cool. Yi Zhao cursed for a full half an hour's time, which only stopped, squinted at the side of the Orochi, even more disdainful cold snort. Boy, what are you humming? I'm your father? What do you care what I hum? A war god that was captured alive and isn't even ashamed. Good enough to talk here. The specter is no good, and you are just as no good.
叶萧那张嘴就像是吃了枪药一样，哒哒哒的说个不停，一会功夫就将八岐大蛇骂得狗血喷头。
Where in his life had Yaki ever received this aggravation? He was about to make a move to fight Yi Zhao to the death. That's what he was waiting for. Only if he had witnessed his strength would he be obedient. You who? Want to fight me? Let's not see if you have the qualifications. My little darlings. Come out and play with him. Chapter 190, The King of the Orochi Snakes. With a call from Yi Zhao, Shao Qing, several people all walked out from the imperial beast space. The divine beast, the green-eyed white tiger. Divine beast Zhenhai Xuanwu. Divine beast immortal divine phoenix. The divine beast, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Divine beast 12-winged fallen angel. Shao Qing's few people appeared directly in front of the Orochi in their original form. The Yamagata were dumbfounded. Are all beasts this good now? 5 divine beasts in one shot. Ugh. Wait. What are you guys doing? I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Are you kidding me? The divine beasts have been summoned for you, and you're telling me it's a joke. Him. The 5 of them rushed up and took a fat punch at the Orochi. Their already bloated bodies becoming bruised once again. Good thing the guy was smart enough to just hold his head in defense and not resist. Once you resist, it will end up worse. All right, come back. This kid is kinda on the ball. With a wave of Yi Zhao's hand, Shao Qing's few people directly drilled back into the Imperial Beast space. Oh little snake, come here. It's a strange shame that the great serpent of the Yamanano was called a little snake. Being imprisoned by the underworld war god was already suffocating, but as a result, he now had to be subjugated by Yi Zhao. This god of war is really better than not being one. What? Did you just have a bad massage? Yi Zhao's face changed, and Orochi bumbled to Yi Zhao's side. Master, what are your orders? A great man could bend, and anyway, no one here knew of his groveling, and it was better to be obedient than to be beaten. Orochi's attitude satisfied Yi Zhao. Stand there and let Master look at your qualifications to see if you're still saved. To say that you are also really miserable. 8 heads, unexpectedly only one left, but also imprisoned in this ghost place. The world should not be more miserable than you. Fine, don't say it, at least you're a war god powerhouse. More or less I'll give you some face. Yi Zhao kept pouring salt on the wounds of the Orochi, and the Orochi's face directly changed. Anyway, I have nothing to do here. Let me give you a hand in evolving a bit. Want to give it a try? Evolution. After hearing Yi Zhao say evolution, a glimmer of light emerged from the eyes of the Orochi, but he still couldn't trust Yi Zhao. You can get out of here after you evolve? I don't know. I don't think so. If evolution could get us out of here, what would I need you for? It's not like I have nothing to do, and seeing as you're pretty miserable, I'm casually evolving for fun. If Yi Zhao had said that he could get him out of the abyss, he might not have believed it. But Yi Zhao said that he couldn't leave and had nothing to do for fun. Then he believed a big part of his heart. How about it, want to come and try it out or not? You're staying here for the rest of your life anyway. You might end up getting sliced up and studied by them. Just in case if the evolution succeeds, there's still that little bit of a slight chance of breaking through the abyss. It should be something that would do you 100% of good and no harm. What, worried that I will harm you? What do you have that's worth my thoughts? I have 5 divine beasts by my side. It's not as bad as one like you, and as you can see, my divine beasts are all great beauties. I won't accept one as ugly as you. Although what Yi Zhao said made sense, it sounded more or less solid. Think it over and find me. We have a long life ahead of us. This hellhole we can't escape in this lifetime. I don't know when the old ghost of the underworld is going to karma. We can only be relieved when he dies. With Orochi you have to grind slowly, only then can he let his guard down. 2 days. Yagyu Orochi lasted only 2 days. The word evolution haunted him every day. Moreover, he couldn't bear to watch Yi Zhao's few people living happily every day. He had to get out of the abyss, he had to leave, it was just too much to stay here. Help me evolve. With a serious face, Yagi Orochi came to Yi Zhao and asked him to help him evolve. The fish is hooked. After 2 wasted days it finally took the bait. It wasn't a waste of the 2 days of hard work he'd put into the show. It's so hard to pretend to be happy in this miserable place. Are you sure? You're not afraid I'll plot against you? In this hellhole, even if you're plotting against me, what can you do? You can't get away from here all the same anyway. Might as well give it a try. To have this realization means he's grown a brain. And this choice would be his most correct choice. As long as he completed his evolution, he would be able to completely get rid of this hellhole of the abyss. The price, of course, is a lifetime of service to China. Yes, relax yourself, don't resist, and just let me do the rest. I'd like to see what you can become after you evolve. Homecoming evolution. Evolving, please wait. The magic formation coalesced in Yi Zhao's hands, and 8 channels of elemental power directly surged inside the body of the Orochi. The light enveloped it, and the severed head unexpectedly recovered a little bit at this moment. And as the bloodline power continued to activate, the 8 heads were actually fusing little by little until they finally became completely one. Evolution successful. Yamanano Serpent King. Divine Bloodline. Level. 2nd Turn War God. Mastery of all elemental forces of nature, time, space, attributes, skills. When Yi Zhao saw the list of attributes of the Octopus Snake King, he couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. This thing is kinda awesome. Surprisingly, he had mastered all the elemental forces of nature, and had even dabbled in time and space. Is this what I look like after I evolve? Thanks a lot, Master. The king of the Yagyu snakes froze for a moment. Master, He was the honored Yagyu Orochi, the #1 god of war in the small island nation, and now he was calling someone else master. Your master! The words of rebellion had just reached his lips, but they all became masters, and the point was that he couldn't raise any thought of resistance. It seems to have evolved successfully. Not bad, not bad. Although the power isn't enough to break through the abyss, we can indeed leave this place and follow the underworld war god well after we get out. Elder, let us out. The mission has been accomplished. The underworld war god hadn't even paid attention to the situation at the border in the past 2 days, and was preoccupied with Yi Xiao. After receiving Yi Xiao's notification, he was relieved. It's the Orochi Orochi? Looking at the greatly changed Orochi Orochi in front of him, the underworld war god could even feel a threatening aura from within him. He's now the king of the Yagyu serpent, perfectly evolved under my vomit-induced cultivation. It does feel different. The power was at the very least 10 times that of before, and if he successfully broke through to the Tao of the third transformation war god, the strength would not be inferior to him or even stronger.